Welcome to Introduction to Project Management. Are you interested in learning about project management? Do you want to learn more about what project managers do and how to become one? Maybe you're just starting and not sure what project management is or even what counts as a project. If you're curious about project management, the responsibilities of a project manager, the skills required to become one, and careers in project management, then this course is for you. Project management refers to the tools and methodologies used to plan and execute projects. Projects can be anything from the development of an app to the construction of a bridge. The important thing is that the projects involve tasks that must be accomplished to achieve a goal and produce some value. Nowadays, project management is a more valuable skill than ever. We live in a project-based economy in which projects are the most common method of dividing work and producing value. Having project management skills makes you an attractive candidate for many jobs. Project manager roles are expected to only grow over the next 10 years. This course is divided into 4 modules. First, you'll learn the very basics of project management, like what project management is. In the second, you'll learn about the role played by project managers in the workplace, different project management methodologies, and current trends in project management. Next, the course will cover the skills and responsibilities expected of a project manager. The final module will describe different career opportunities in project management, so you will be prepared to progress in your project management career after finishing this course. This course uses various teaching methods, including videos, reading activities, quizzes, a final project, and interviews with project management experts. Let's briefly hear these excerpts introduce themselves. You will hear more from them as the course progresses.
Hi, I'm Greg Acuna. I'm a project manager with over 20 years experience, and I'm currently working on my own project called Planet Earthlings. We make social impact games.
Hello, my name is Catherine Brooks. I'm a senior project manager at Zscaler.
Hi, my name is Erica Maldonado, and I'm a program manager at Coursera.
Hi, I'm Casey, and I currently work as a business consultant as well as a subject matter expert doing course development. In the past, I've worked as a business consultant doing project management and program management for large companies, as well as helping companies do agile transformations where they move from a waterfall project management methodology to an agile methodology.
Hello everyone, my name is Daniel Yeomans. I'm currently a subject matter expert working with Skill Up Technologies. However, I'm also a professor. I work for about 4 different universities in the greater Seattle area. I do continuing education, I do corporate training, and in addition, I also perform course development.
Once you have completed this course, you will receive a badge and certificate that can be shared with prospective employers to demonstrate your knowledge of project management. Get ready for the next step in your project management journey. And good luck! Welcome to What is Project Management? After watching this video, you will be able to define project management, identify the 6 types of project management constraints, explain the benefits of effective project management. The Project Management Institute defines project management as follows. Project management is the use of specific knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to deliver something of value to people. Examples of projects might include the development of software, the construction of a building, or a relief effort after a natural disaster. Projects can be generally defined as a collection of tasks, activities, and deliverables that must be carefully organized and executed to produce value. Project managers are the people responsible for managing this organization and the delivery of projects. Because project management is first and foremost about the management of projects, this makes it distinct from general or operations management. While general management involves the ongoing management of a team, project management begins and ends with the project. Project management begins when a project is kicked off, and it ends when all project requirements have been completed to the customer's satisfaction. Although the informal process of managing projects has existed for centuries, project management as a distinct practice emerged in the mid-20th century. It was born out of a need in the aerospace, engineering, pharmaceutical, and telecommunications industries to manage projects of increasing complexity. Effective project management allows companies to increase the success rate of projects, mitigate project risks, and reduce overall costs. For team members, effective project management allows them to better understand their roles and responsibilities, collaborate, and utilize resources. A key aspect of project management is understanding your project's requirements. The entire team should agree on the project's goals. Often, projects are kicked off by developing requirements. Today, projects are everywhere. We live in a project economy, in which projects are the primary method by which work is accomplished and value is produced. Project management skills are key for success in a project-based economy. Project management involves a range of skills, including technical knowledge to interpersonal skills. As a result, it is relevant to a wide variety of roles and situations. Learning project management can be helpful to everyone, ranging from a student working on a science project to an executive negotiating personality disputes. Project management helps prevent organizations from simply jumping into a new project without a plan. Without proper management, many projects fail to meet their original objectives, if they are completed at all. Project management provides focus and direction for the project team. It allows businesses to outline their requirements from the beginning, apply project management techniques, and monitor project activities. This mitigates risk by preventing resources from being wasted or put into failed projects. Project management may reduce risks, but it does not guarantee that projects will not encounter any problems or surprises. Project management will, however, provide standardized practices that can be used to respond to and prevent risk. There are 6 types of constraints to keep in mind when planning a project. These are cost, scope, project quality, risk, resources, and time. Cost is the project's budget. Project management balances the budget so that projects neither overspend nor underspend. Scope is both the desired features and functions of the final product and the work required to deliver them. Accurately estimating scope is a crucial part of the planning process. Project quality refers to the standards the project must meet to be effective. The final product must be able to accomplish its intended task, deliver the expected benefits and value, or both. It must additionally meet certain levels of availability, reliability, and maintainability. Managing risk means addressing external factors that can potentially harm your project. It refers to both the probability of these negative events and the consequences if they do. Resources are what is needed to accomplish the project. This includes people, equipment, facilities, funding, and anything else required to deliver the final product. Time is the time needed to finish a project. Tasks and their estimated durations must be accurately identified and estimated to ensure that projects stay on schedule. Balancing these 6 types of constraints throughout project delivery is the challenge that project managers address. The benefits of effective project management include managing budgets and timelines so that projects are able to be successfully completed within the planned budget and timeframe, improving productivity, efficiency, and quality of work, addressing project risks proactively, improving communication between team members and with stakeholders, increasing customer satisfaction by planning and meeting expectations. In this video, you learned that project management is the application of knowledge, skills, and tools to a project to deliver intended outcomes and produce value. Considers constraints, including cost, scope, quality, risk, resources, and time. Has many benefits, including managing budgets and timelines, improving productivity, addressing project risks, improving communication, and increasing customer satisfaction. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints. What do project managers do? In this video, we will hear from several project managers explaining what project managers do and discussing examples of their involvement with their projects.
If you ever have an opportunity to go ahead and talk with any kind of an experienced project manager, ask them what their job description is. In most cases, you'll hear something like, "My job is to go ahead and provide new products and new services on time, within budget, and hopefully within the schedule timelines that the customer requires."
Project managers are responsible for scheduling, organization of the overall project, and in reality, they're actually owners of the project and are held responsible. Many projects require budgeting, making sure we have resource alignment, building those relationships between business stakeholders and internal stakeholders.
I like to believe that project managers are the cement that hold everything together. You're the person who's in the middle, organizing everything and bringing all the necessary elements together for successfully completing the work at hand. And this means that you're working with everyone from upper management down to every member of your team and figuring out how do you get them into the optimum position for doing the very best work.
Next, we will hear about examples of projects that these experts worked on, and they will tell us a little bit about their involvement as a project manager.
It starts right from the beginning. We work internally with cross-functional teams, including our sales team, our pre-sales team, the consultants, even our technical account managers for some, or our customer success managers. We go ahead and start building the internal relationship. From the kickoff call, we build an external relationship with our stakeholders. We also help with scheduling, organizing everything, making sure everybody is involved that should be on the calls or just should be notified for any reporting.
So recently I worked with a small company to help them move their systems, move their customer information to a new customer relationship management tool. So there was some technology that was being changed. We needed to train their employees on a new system, and there was lots to be done in terms of creating some automations, transferring the data, and really doing that training and creating things like FAQs and documentation. One of my roles for the project was to be the project manager. And so the first thing that I did was I met with the company, met with a couple of people on the team. One of the first things that I did was meet with some people on the team to talk about what the project objectives were, what our project goals were, and kind of get a basic sense of the timeline.
Now, let me tell you about a project I did years ago, because it was really an epiphany about what makes a great project manager. Years ago, I was specializing in fixing troubled projects that were over budget, behind schedule. And I was down in Sarasota, Florida, managing a HR software development project for Arthur Andersen. And the project was millions of dollars over budget and over a year behind schedule. Within 3 weeks, everything was ticking. And everyone was shocked that the project was back on schedule and was hitting deadlines every week, finishing key pieces of it. And what I found was the most important thing that a project manager can do is being the person who can translate between the business and the dev team in a way that makes it possible for everybody to get what it is they want.
Recently, working for Green River College here in the Seattle area, the college and I decided that perhaps coming up with a new continuing education program for a business analyst track was a very, very good idea. We used something called the PDCA methodology. PDCA plans for Plan, Do, Check, Act. And this is a methodology that is tried and true. First of all, we did our planning. We took a look at the potential curriculum, the potential audience, how long this particular course should take. Then we went into the D, which stands for Do. We developed all of the different courseware. The next step was C, which plans for Check. What we did was we ran a quick beta class. We got feedback from a lot of the different participants. We upgraded what we needed to go ahead and fix. And then finally, the A was Act. We're now ready to go ahead and roll out this new curriculum on a full-time basis.
An example of a project that I have worked on is a cybersecurity course in a cybersecurity program for UC Berkeley. And my involvement in that process was working with external stakeholders, which were the faculty, working with our internal stakeholders, which were several different types of roles. There were people who were working on graphics for that course, people who were working in production for that course, and then people who were also on the support end. So my role was to make sure that external stakeholders were very clear on the different milestones that they had to accomplish in order to make sure that the internal stakeholders were able to do their job and that we were able to successfully launch the course on time for our online students.
Welcome to Program, Project, Portfolio. What's the difference? After watching this video, you will be able to compare and contrast a program, a project, and a portfolio in project management, and differentiate between project, product, and portfolio managers. The terms project, program, and portfolio are often confused or used interchangeably. However, these terms have distinct meanings in the context of project management. First, what is a project? The Project Management Institute, also known as PMI, defines a project as a temporary endeavor undertaken to create a unique product, service, or result. Projects are temporary, meaning they have a clear beginning and end. They are complete when the project goals are achieved or when the project is no longer viable. Projects can stand independently or be part of a larger program or portfolio. A successful project meets or exceeds the stakeholders' expectations. Projects are distinct from operations. To determine if what you are working on is a project, ask yourself the following questions. Is it unique? Is there a way to determine when the project will be completed? Is there a way to measure stakeholder satisfaction? It is a project if you have answered yes to all these questions. An example of a project might be a social media campaign for a product. This meets all three criteria from the previous slide. It is unique because the product will launch only once. It has an end state because after launch the project concludes, and produces measurable value, such as the % increase in product usage after the campaign. Next, a program is a group of similar or related projects managed as a group rather than independently. Programs are most useful when a group of projects sees benefits from being managed that it wouldn't see individually. The goal of a program is to realize the advantages for the entire organization. Implementing programs makes it easier to determine which projects produce value for the business. Like projects, programs are temporary organizations. When all projects in a program are complete, the program is also complete. All programs share 4 traits. They are large, incorporating multiple projects with a wide scope. Long-term, as it takes a while for a business to see the benefits from multiple projects. General, able to encompass a range of relevant projects. Strategic, serving the overall strategic goals of the organization rather than a single project. An example of a program might be all marketing campaigns that use multiple channels for a single product, including social media platforms, digital advertising, and print advertising. While the individual marketing campaigns in each channel serve as separate projects, together they form a single marketing program. By contrast, a portfolio is a group of programs and projects within the same organization. These programs and projects may or may not be related. Like programs, portfolios are useful when a group of projects and programs would benefit from being managed as a whole. Unlike programs and projects, managing a portfolio is a continuous process, and new programs and projects are included in the portfolio as they are started. All portfolio elements must align with the company's overall strategy and goals. The goal of a portfolio is to help an organization meet its long-term objectives. If a project is a social media campaign and a program is the entire marketing campaign on multiple channels, then a portfolio would be all the projects and programs that concern the product. A portfolio could include all social media campaigns for all of the organization's products. This might include marketing and other departments such as production, design, and distribution. As there are differences between a project, program, and portfolio, there are differences between a project manager, program manager, and portfolio manager. A project manager has a responsibility to ensure that an individual project is managed within time, cost, and quality constraints. They typically focus on how to get work done at a tactical level, and their day-to-day tasks mainly focus on timelines, resource allocation, and assigning tasks. A program manager, on the other hand, is responsible for ensuring a larger group of projects is completed. They are focused on ensuring that the overall program is meeting key business objectives. Their day-to-day tasks mainly involve resource management across multiple projects, improving processes and tools, and tracking long-term timelines and large budgets. A portfolio manager is responsible for ensuring that groups of programs that may not be related to one another are being delivered and that they are contributing to broader business objectives. They are primarily focused on ensuring that the portfolio of programs is aligned to the overall organizational strategy. Day to day, they meet with executives, build portfolio-level roadmaps to provide direction to programs and project managers, and track and balance resources and costs across multiple programs. In this video, you learned that a project is an endeavor that is unique, temporary, completable, and measurable. A program is a collection of projects that is large, long-term, general, and strategic projects. A portfolio is a collection of projects and programs that is ongoing and aligns with the organization's strategic objectives. Welcome to the role project management plays in projects. After watching this video, you will be able to list traits of successful project management, explain the 6 aspects of a project that a project management addresses, explain the purpose of monitoring and reporting on a project. As you have learned previously, project management is utilizing skills, tools, and knowledge to manage projects successfully. It is used not to manage day-to-day operations, but to manage temporary and unique projects. Karen Tate is president and founder of the Griffin Tate Group, Incorporated, a project management institute charter global registered education provider specializing in training for the project management community. She says, trying to manage a project without project management is like trying to play a football game without any game plan. Successful project management helps create successful projects. Project management aims to prevent projects from going over budget or running late, provide tools like work breakdown structures, client information sheets, and project plans to help teams navigate their work, clarify roles and responsibilities across the team, communicate across all project team members and key stakeholders to build alignment, manage how the project is delivered, including clarifying dependencies and downstream impacts, assess and manage risks and issues that the project faces, drive quality assurance for the outputs of the project, monitor and report on results to the team, leadership, and key stakeholders. The purpose of a project is to achieve a particular objective and to produce measurable value. The objective of project management, on the other hand, is to control how these project goals are achieved. Project management is about estimating and controlling 6 constraints: scope, schedule, financials, risk, quality, and resources. The project scope establishes objectives, requirements, and extent of the work. A project schedule determines how and when the work is executed. Project financials determine how much can be spent to achieve the project's goals and should be managed for budgeting purposes. A project risk assessment identifies any events that may have a negative impact on any other of the project constraints and puts a plan in place to mitigate those risks. Project quality includes the standards and criteria set by stakeholders and is managed through quality assurance processes that review a project's performance on a regular basis. Lastly, the project's resources include the people, equipment, or technology required to complete a project. You've learned that an example of a project would be a social media campaign for a product. The successful completion of a social media campaign project would involve determining the objectives of the social media campaign and any requirements and scheduling social media campaign releases. It would also include estimating the cost, ensuring the social media meets the organization's quality standards, assessing risks such as making sure advertised assets are in place in a timely fashion, and allocating the appropriate personnel for the work. Monitoring the status of a project is crucial to project management. In order to control these 6 constraints, projects must be regularly monitored. While monitoring a project's progress against the required objectives and deliverables, project managers may find they need to adjust the project schedule or budget. Monitoring may also identify risks or resource issues that may require requirements to be altered. When monitoring a project's progress, project reporting is regularly needed to communicate the project status to the team and stakeholders. Reports should maintain and update the project schedule and progress against the requirements and deliverables. Reports may also contain budget information. As a project schedule and budget are living documents, they may change as the project progresses. Reporting communicates these changes regarding the project to the team. Regular reporting should convey information that accurately assesses, reports on, and notifies team members about any other changes to the project as necessary. Project managers may use digital tools to monitor and report on their projects. Project management monitoring tools are used to track the tasks, due dates, who is responsible, spending, issues, and status of project assets. For reporting, they may have a presentation template they update weekly to communicate the status and issues to key stakeholders. They may also have email templates they use to send out reports on a regular cadence. In this video, you learned that successful project management keeps projects within budget and on time, provides needed tools to the team, clarifies responsibilities, facilitates communication, manages delivery and risks, drives quality, and monitors and reports results. Project management seeks to control the scope, schedule, financials, risk, quality, and resources of the project. Monitoring is used to assess the progress of a project against its deliverables, whereas reporting communicates this progress to the team. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints. What's a project? In this video, we will hear from project managers describing what a project entails and the role project management plays in a project's success.
Question number 1 is, what's a project? For me to correctly respond to that question, I'll share the Project Management Institute's 3-phased definition of a project. First and foremost, a project is unique. Every project is different. A project manager needs to really understand how each project is different and tailor their planning accordingly. Secondly, every project has a defined beginning and a defined end. It's very, very important for the project manager to not only understand when the project begins, but how it's going to end as well. What will you do with the final product or service? Who will you transition it to? The third piece of the PMI definition is all projects are achieved through progressive elaboration. What do we mean by that? When we first begin a project, we really don't understand what the total scope of the project is. The first step that you're going to take is creation of a project charter. This explains the scope at a very, very high level. Progressive elaboration means that as we continue to go ahead and understand the details of the project, we become more and more detailed and more granular until at the end we have a project plan that is detailed to the point where you can execute the project.
Simply put, it's a sequence of tasks that have an outcome. With that, it could be easy as making a PB&J. Okay, so you start with 2 slices of bread, peanut butter, and jelly, but it's the overall outcome. How do you go ahead and create the task in order to complete your PB and jelly? That way you can enjoy it.
A project can be called any work that is gathered around a specific set of goals. So what is it that the business wants to accomplish, and putting it together and understanding how you're going to accomplish it.
So in my experience as a project manager, a project is something that really kind of has an end date. It has a specific goal that a team or a company is trying to accomplish. And it's really something that is pretty contained in and of itself.
A project can be anything. My focus has been in online learning, but a project can be anything that has a deadline that is going to mark its launch or its delivery. So my focus has been in digital products for online learning, but it can be anything.
What role does project management play in a project's success?
One of the things that you'll learn is RACI, RACI. This is a way of defining roles and responsibilities for a particular team member. R stands for responsible, A, accountable, C, consult, and I, inform. In a nutshell, the project manager is responsible to do work, accountable for the outcomes of the work, a consultant in terms of providing expertise, and needs to be a provider of information and a receiver of information as well.
We are the key responsible players that are responsible for the overall project itself. When it comes to the outcome, somebody is going to have to go somewhere and be like, who's responsible? They go to the project manager. They have to manage scope, budget, and schedule in order to have a successful project. Sometimes we might go a little bit out of budget, but where do we budget out from? Is it going to be from the scope and we're going to do less scope? Or do we slow down the schedule or speed it up if we have an increased budget?
So this can, vary from team to team, project to project, but very often includes the project manager in gathering the business requirements, working with the business analysts and the business side all the way up to the C-suite to understand what the business wants, and then starting the planning. You have everything from the diplomacy that you have to do in terms of working and inspiring those that are on your team to dealing with troubleshooting when things go wrong. And
I believe that a good project manager really helps make a project successful because they help move that project along. They help resolve any issues or blockers. They have relationships with all of the stakeholders, and they're really able to get clarification on questions if members of the team have questions. They're able to resolve issues if people on the team have issues.
They're the person making sure that all of the different stakeholders are keeping to their milestones. And ultimately, they're the one responsible, or at least one of the people responsible for making sure that the product launches on time. And if for any reason it doesn't launch on time, that the proper communication channel has been opened so that if it's not going to happen on time, that there's a plan, that someone knows that it's not going to happen on time, and that there's a plan B. So they're the person shuffling every single different step along the way, making sure that everyone is successful.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Misconceptions about Project Management. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing some common misconceptions about project management and tasks that fall outside the purview of a project manager's responsibilities.
That's a very easy response for me. One of the biggest misconceptions is that a project manager has to be the expert. The project manager needs to be understanding of all aspects of everything that is happening in the project. That is a huge misconception. One of my favorite quotes that I've heard in the past is, know what you know what you don't know, and surround yourself with people who know what you don't know. A good project manager does not, quote unquote, bite off more than he or she can chew. You need to be in control of the project. You need to make sure that all of the different moving parts are moving in the right direction. You do not necessarily have to be the expert.
A lot of the times, in terms of their own workload, a lot of people have this kind of misconception that project managers are there micromanaging people on the team. And the most successful project managers that I've seen really are there with not only a vision, but a very clear directive. And then once the team has that directive and they have all the information they need, they're able to really self-manage even more successfully and efficiently than if they don't have that information.
a lot of it has to do with the idea that people expect that if you're a project manager, that you've basically planned out the entire project and scheduled everything.
Some misconceptions about project management are that they are the manager of every single person on the project. So an important thing to know about a project manager is that while they're communicating with different stakeholders along the way, they are quite often and most often not the actual manager of those different stakeholders. So they're managing the task, managing the timeline, but they're not the direct managers of the different people involved. So they have to communicate, if necessary, if there's any escalations, with those stakeholders, managers. So there's a separate kind of dotted line with these roles.
What falls outside the scope of project management?
We always want to plan prior. We work out with the statement of work. If there is one, we go ahead and all agree as far as the scope, and then we move forward with implementation. Anything outside of the agreed upon scope is technically considered as either scope creep or just out of scope altogether.
I think project managers, while they are responsible for resourcing, things like resourcing and budgets, they aren't HR professionals or finance professionals. So they need to have great relationships with people in HR and in the finance department, but they don't need to be responsible, or something that falls outside of the scope of project management is for them to really have those skill sets in human resources and finance.
In terms of what falls outside the realm of project management, my opinion is nothing. There's, as a project manager, I've been called to add value everywhere from ideation all the way down to final distribution of a product, a website, a piece of software. So as a project manager, my feeling is you have to be ready to do whatever it takes to get the job done.
What falls outside of the scope of project management is direct leadership to different stakeholders. So as I mentioned previously, stakeholders are not managed by project managers. The project manager is focused on the timeline, so the project manager does not have to be responsible for different parts of each stakeholder's jobs. They're only focused on the timeline, on communicating obstacles across the team, and making sure that they're removing those obstacles, but they are not the actual leadership member that is directly involved with managing each stakeholder.
Welcome to Who Project Managers Work With. After watching this video, you will be able to list who project managers interact with when managing projects, summarize the types of interactions project managers have with those they work with. Stakeholders are individuals, groups, and organizations that can impact or be impacted by a project. This can include impact during the production of the project, or it can include impact after the completion of the project. Basically, anyone involved with the project is a stakeholder. Engaging with stakeholders is essential to managing projects. Project managers must be able to effectively identify, analyze, and proactively engage with stakeholders from the beginning to the end of the project. By effectively interacting with various stakeholders, project managers and stakeholders alike can align their goals with the project's objectives. This also allows the project team to adjust the project in response to changes and new developments. Some key individuals and teams that the project manager interacts with include executives, legal, sales and marketing, IT, operations, HR and recruiting, external stakeholders, project teams. Project managers work with executives on a number of different tasks. Executives must work with project managers without their roles overlapping. Project managers work with executives to ensure their roles do not overlap, align the project to corporate strategy, communicating a goal and vision for the project, build support for the project and gain assistance evangelizing, encourage and champion team members, work to gain budget and resources for the project, create an environment for the project manager and team to thrive. Project managers also work with legal teams. Interactions with legal teams are especially necessary when there are specific laws, contractual obligations, and legal concerns that the project and its team must pay attention to. Project managers may also work with the legal team when they are involved in contracts for project work. Another department that project managers may work with is sales and marketing. There are interactions with sales and marketing if the project produces a product or service to sell, or it changes an existing product or service, sales and marketing departments will likely be involved. Sales and marketing departments can provide crucial information on sales, messaging, and customer satisfaction. Project managers will also work with the IT team to manage any systems, internal or external, required for a project. IT will provide technical support to the team for project success. If the project involves software development, project managers will need to work with developers in IT as part of the project team. In some instances, IT professionals can be leveraged as members of the project team in order to lend technical support. Project managers may also work with the operations department. If the project delivery or outcomes will impact how the organization functions, the project manager will also involve operations to ensure a smooth project transition from development into operations. Another department that project managers may work with is human resources, often referred to as HR, and recruiting. Since project managers are responsible for managing labor resources and the team members involved who work on a project, they may need to bring people in from other departments or hire external personnel or contractors. In these cases, HR and recruiting can help project managers get the workers they need. Project managers interact with many people outside the organization. Individuals they frequently meet with include suppliers, who provide a service required for the project, clients, who request the services or the product being developed for the project, customers, who may be contacted if they are involved in the design or testing of the product, consultants, who provide expertise on one or more aspects of the project. Finally, the project team is also a group of stakeholders. Project managers work with all team members to gather status, manage issues and risks, drive the timeline and budget, and more to support the project's completion. Project teams actively work with other stakeholders in order to ensure that everyone understands the other's interests, needs, and opinions. This maximizes project performance and outcomes, and it increases stakeholder satisfaction. In this video, you learned that project managers work with executives to align projects to corporate strategy, legal to address legal and contract issues, sales and marketing to manage products that are being sold, IT to help with technical systems, operations to ensure smooth transition if the project affects the organization, HR and recruiting to recruit personnel, external stakeholders to work with suppliers, clients, customers, and consultants, project teams to support the project's completion. Welcome to Project Management Methodologies. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the purpose of the Project Management Body of Knowledge, PMBOK, list commonly used project management methodologies, compare and contrast project management methodologies, including Waterfall, Critical Path, Critical Chain, Agile, Lean, and Six Sigma. The Project Management Institute, known as the PMI, is a leader in project management and provides a set of project management guidelines called the Project Management Body of Knowledge, or PMBOK. The PMBOK is a set of project management guidelines, best practices, and processes. The PMBOK intends to make project management more effective within cost, scope, and time constraints. The PMI provides a certification based on the PMBOK, called the Project Management Professional, or PMP, certification. The 7th edition, or PMBOK 7, was released in 2021. PMBOK 7 shifted from PMBOK 6's phase-based project management to principles-based project management. With the principles-based project management focus, the PMBOK 7 enables the guidelines to be readily applied to different types of projects, say to a manufacturing project instead of a software development project. Details and tools are provided for each principle. The PMBOK 7 also enables tailoring the project management approach to a suitable adaptation for that project's environment. The PMBOK can be applied via a wide variety of project management methodologies. We will discuss several: Waterfall, Critical Path, Critical Chain, Agile, Lean, and Six Sigma. The Waterfall method is one of the oldest project management methodologies. It consists of linear, non-overlapping phases, including identifying requirements, analysis, design, building, testing, and operations. It is a rigid, structured approach to project management that doesn't provide flexibility for changing requirements. The structured approach to managing the project, gathering product requirements, and gaining approvals helps to minimize cost overruns if the estimation is accurate and requirement changes are minimal. The critical path method of project management is like waterfall, but accounts for dependencies. The project manager works with the stakeholders to identify and order requirements using a work breakdown structure. Each task's completion time is estimated. Like waterfall, the critical path method does not provide room for changing requirements. In this example, you see 3 paths that can be worked on simultaneously. The critical path is the path that takes the longest amount of time. The critical path is shown here in blue. Since the critical path is the longest, it estimates the length of the project. There are 3 main parts to the critical chain method: the critical path, the feeding chain, and resource buffers. The feeding chains are concurrent, secondary paths to the critical path, also comprised of dependent tasks. The feeding chains eventually merge into a single task within the critical path. Resource buffers are additional resources built into the critical path to provide a measure of leeway in the critical path, in case the path does not go as planned. Resource buffers include additional team members, equipment, or time to the critical path tasks. Agile was designed to address waterfall's shortcomings, namely its inflexibility and changing requirements later in the process. Instead of having long and strict project phases, the project is run in iterations, 2 weeks in length, called sprints. Design decisions, implementation decisions, prototypes, and client feedback are processed during the sprint, consistently allowing the stakeholders to provide regular feedback and consequently iterating on the project's development. Agile is often paired with other, more robust project management strategies, such as Kanban, Scrum, or extreme programming. 4 core values govern Agile methodology. These values are individuals and interactions over process and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to change over following a plan. It also has 12 guiding principles developed to produce self-governed, highly collaborative, and adaptable teams. The Lean project management methodology focuses on delivering value and minimizing the waste of resources or time. One of the key principles of Lean is flow. Flow is about moving the product through stages quickly, continuously, and efficiently, making room for the next. Work is done in a steady flow rather than in batches. While Agile has bi-weekly sprints, Lean is a continuous pipeline. Agile is well suited for development processes such as software, whereas Lean is better applied to production. The Six Sigma method is a collection of tools and techniques to improve processes. This method originated in manufacturing and is data-driven. The term Six Sigma comes from statistics referring to the number of defective products that are equal to or less than 6 standard deviations from the mean in a normal distribution. The Six Sigma methodology is often credited with revolutionizing quality management by innovating it into its profession versus something handled by the production team. To apply the Six Sigma method, accurate data is needed. One of the main criticisms of this method is the over-reliance on this type of documentation. In this video, you learned that the PMBOK is a set of project management best practices, guidelines, and processes intended to make project management more effective. Waterfall, critical path, and critical chain methodologies use a linear, structured approach where tasks take place in either mutually exclusive phases or sequences. Agile focuses on development, and development is run iteratively, where iterations consistently improve on the previous one. Lean is focused on continual production flow while delivering value and minimizing waste. Six Sigma is data-focused and manufacturing-driven. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Management Methodologies. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the project management methodologies they have used as project managers, such as Agile, Waterfall, or something else.
At my company, we do a lot of technical implementations directly with frontline customers. Whether it's from finance, health, tech, whatever it might be, we have so many different types of companies. Typically at my company, we do like to go ahead and use hybrid or agile methodologies. They just are best fit for our company. However, we do see many different types of customers that have preferences, whether it's agile, waterfall, hybrid, Scrum, and we go ahead and just customize towards them.
As a project manager, I've used a variety of methodologies, the two biggest ones being both Agile and Waterfall. So I cut my teeth early stages of the computer revolution as a Waterfall project manager using Microsoft Project. But even then, in the early days, well before Agile was a formulated methodology, we were often using Agile techniques. Everything from having stand-ups daily, generally in the morning, but depending on where the team was, it could be spread around, all the way to how we were formulating our ability to do rapid prototyping. So, and then within that, the beauty of really learning all the different things that can be used to properly manage your project is creatively putting those together depending on the project.
The most common methodology that I've used in my career has been a hybrid model, a hybrid approach where you do most of your work, day-to-day work in an agile fashion. You have all of the agile ceremonies like daily stand-ups and retrospectives, but a lot of the work is also kind of managed at a higher level in a waterfall approach. So a lot of the work that I have done has been in a kind of a hybrid agile waterfall approach.
In my experience, I've had the opportunity to manage and be part of a variety of different projects. I've been part of typical waterfall projects where we plan, we do, we check, and we act. I've been part of agile projects as well, where we plan, do, check, and learn. The one piece of advice that I'd like to go ahead and share with you in terms of choosing a methodology was developed by a gentleman named Stacy. Whenever you are encountered with the challenge of managing a new project, look at two aspects of the project. Aspect number one, how much agreement is there among stakeholders in terms of the deliverables that are going to be required? Consideration number two, how complex is technology and how much innovation and creativity is going to be required. If the agreement on what success looks like is low and the complexity is very, very high, then I recommend that you lean toward an agile methodology to complete the project. If the agreement among stakeholders on deliverables is very, very high and the complexity is relatively low, then in all likelihood, a predictive or waterfall project will be most appropriate for you to be successful on the project.
The methodologies that I have used in my own projects have been both waterfall and agile timelines. And when I first started in overseeing projects, it was very waterfall based because the volume of projects was not as big as it was later on in my career. So the waterfall method was really good for having a smaller amount of projects where we could manage these waterfall style milestone calendars for different stakeholders. Agile really came into play when there were a lot more projects that were launching all at once. My experience has been online learning, so to put that into perspective, I could have been at one point launching maybe 2 or 3 courses a quarter, where later on in my career it was a lot closer to 10 courses per quarter. So that meant having to be a lot more agile in the calendars and being able to actually identify points of flexibility and also open up better communication channels to launch the courses on time.
Welcome to Traditional versus Modern Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to describe features of traditional project management and modern project management. Compare and contrast advantages of modern and traditional project management. Traditional project management is based on predictable cycles, processes, and tools. This is in part what has made it so successful for so long. Rather than working in short cycles on automatic pieces of work, traditional project management work plans the work linearly from start to finish. That is executed sequentially with a focus on upfront planning, documentation, and the project management lifecycle. Changes are only made when necessary. But there have been several shifts in project management towards a more modern method. Modern project management is the type of project management that you have been learning in this series. Instead of large, inflexible projects, modern project management breaks large objectives into smaller, more manageable pieces with clear end goals. Modern project management often incorporates an agile or hybrid project management methodology, allowing teams to be more flexible in their scope, processes, and tools. As organizations have evolved to be more fast-paced and global, modern projects have required an evolution of project management. Traditional project management involved static, fixed projects where timelines, budgets, deliverables, and resources changed infrequently. Requirements were set at the beginning of the project and changed little. In contrast, modern project management involves projects that fluctuate. They require fluidity and must be managed such that they are agile and flexible. Development happens iteratively. They are often large and involve multiple teams working together. Due to trends in globalization and remote work and the development of project management and collaboration software, modern projects can also now be managed virtually. The evolution to modern project management has several advantages, including increased flexibility that allows organizations to respond to changing business objectives, competitive pressures, or global events, faster time to market, identifying and fixing issues more quickly, increases in productivity and retention, capital and operational cost savings from a remote workforce. There are also a few disadvantages of modern project management. Teams can lose sight of the overall vision and objectives for a project, so the project can seem to have no end. Project deliverables can go to market unfinished, with the view that the team will complete it later. Since teams focus on delivering project deliverables, necessary documentation can be forgotten or incomplete. Team members can feel as though they aren't connected to the organization or that they aren't supported. There have also been shifts in how organizations are structured and operate that have had an impact on modern project management. Organizations have become far more global with the rise of modern technology. Many organizations have teams that work across time zones and countries. This means that organizations have diverse cultures and have a more flexible work environment. Globalization and an increase in remote work also means that more work is done virtually and globally. Project management and collaboration tools have also supported this shift. While many organizations have evolved their project management styles, modern project management has both advantages and disadvantages. Agile project management methods allow organizations to manage projects with more flexibility. That increased flexibility allows organizations to change their project deliverables or outcomes based on any number of factors. This means that organizations can more easily adapt in an ever-changing world. But this flexibility can also become a disadvantage when an organization does not have a clear vision at the beginning of the project, or it changes its project objectivity many times. Teams can lose sight of what they are working on, and it may feel like there is no definite end to the project. Modern project management methods also focus on increasing an organization's time to market. While this is a benefit, as organizations can start realizing value from their projects more quickly, occasionally project deliverables can go to market unfinished, as teams believe they can just complete it in the next cycle. Another benefit is that teams can identify and fix issues with project deliverables more quickly. But since teams are focused on delivering project deliverables quickly and fixing issues, there's often a lack of focus on documentation and reducing technical debt. Finally, the rise of automated tools and software has also provided modern project teams several advantages. New collaboration tools allow teams to collaborate more effectively as well as virtually. Additionally, new tools can automate the time-consuming manual processes in traditional project management, such as spreadsheet calculations, report building, monitoring, and exporting data. These tools give project managers more control and flexibility, allowing them to spend more time optimizing the project rather than spending time performing tasks that can be automated. Finally, globalization, remote work, and the rise of project management tools and software allows teams to work virtually from all over the globe. This gives organizations increases in productivity and employee retention. It can also create capital and operational cost savings by having a remote workforce. But in a virtual and remote work model, team members can feel as though they aren't supported or connected to the organization. In this video, you learned that traditional project management is predictable, continuous, and sequential, and it requires planning beforehand. This stability is an advantage of traditional project management. Modern project management is flexible, used for unique projects, and can be started without planning a project all the way to the end. Some of the advantages of modern project management include being able to respond to changes in client feedback, having more flexibility in how work is accomplished, and using tools to automate management processes. Welcome to Recent Trends in Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to list current trends in project management, summarize how current trends impact the project management role. Current trends in project management include an emphasis on the use of artificial intelligence, or AI, project management software, data analytics, remote teams and a global workforce, hybrid project management methodologies, and soft skills. Recently, more and more organizations have been adopting the use of artificial intelligence, called AI, across their businesses. The use of AI benefits organizations and project managers in multiple ways. AI can provide insights to product managers and stakeholders by quickly analyzing previous project performance data. With this data, as well as data from other sources, AI can also be used to estimate resource and budget usage and predict risks and issues, helping organizations plan projects with a higher degree of confidence and make quicker decisions while mitigating risks more accurately. Additionally, in the near future, AI is expected to be able to automate many minor administrative tasks that project managers currently do, allowing them to focus more on higher-level strategic activities and planning. AI could assist project managers by automatically allocating resources and updating the project schedule and budget based on data. Thanks to the introduction of AI and cloud technologies, project management software has also been upgraded. Project management tools such as Asana, RACI, and Trello are now cloud-based and utilize AI features to facilitate efficient project management operations. A major benefit of project management software is that it allows all stakeholders to easily track project status at any given time. Project management tools can help project managers automatically track costs and time spent working on tasks, and use that information to develop cost and resource projections. These projections can help project managers see potential risks and issues earlier in the project and make course corrections based on the data. Additionally, project management software is often used across all an organization's projects and programs. This allows organizations to monitor their projects to have a better understanding of how their projects and programs are working together, and helps executives make quick, strategic decisions on staffing, cost-saving measures, technology decisions, and more. Project management software and the adoption of AI have given project managers and project stakeholders access to more data than ever before. As discussed, that data is used to help everyone from project managers up to the C-suite make decisions. Project managers can use data to estimate scope, measure project progress, and assess risk. But an abundance of data has also required the adoption of data visualization tools. Tools like IBM Cognos, Looker Studio, or Tableau can take project and resource data and combine it with other data from the organization to develop a complete picture of key performance indicators and project health. Another trend in project management is the rise of virtual teams. Because of developments in technology, changing corporate values, and the growth of the gig economy, virtual teams have become more common. The onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in early 2020 also increased the adoption of work-from-home policies that allowed some team members to complete work from nearly anywhere. Collaboration tools such as Slack, Zoom, and Microsoft Teams, along with project management software such as Jira, helps teams to work together even when they are working across different time zones. These tools are particularly helpful for project managers who manage numerous resources across different locations. Hybrid project management methodologies are another trend that has been increasing in recent years. Hybrid project management methodologies incorporate different project management methodologies, such as Agile, Scrum, XP, Scaled Agile Framework, SAFE, Waterfall, and Lean. Organizations are increasingly turning to hybrid methodologies to address the need for flexibility. This allows organizations to find a unique approach that works best in a particular situation, project, or industry. This means that project managers must be familiar with many project management methodologies, but also gives them a broader toolbox with which to manage projects. Finally, with the development and adoption of numerous AI tools and project management software, as well as the rise in remote or hybrid remote teams, the project management profession has seen an increase in the need for project managers with strong soft skills. Skills such as emotional intelligence, conflict resolution, communication, negotiation, and mentoring are in high demand. As new technologies like AI and project management software handle more administrative work, project managers are now focusing on other responsibilities that require some of these key soft skills. By developing these skills, project managers are able to better contribute to a project's success. In this video, you learned that new trends in project management include the use of artificial intelligence, which can automate administrative tasks, project management software, which can help project managers monitor a project's resources and schedule in real time, data analytics, which can help organizations make data-driven decisions about their projects, remote teams, and a global workforce, which allows teams to work across locations and time zones, hybrid project management methodologies, which apply multiple project management methodologies to the projects they are best suited, soft skills, like communications, which are increasingly valuable as emerging technologies do administrative work. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Trends in Project Management. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the evolution of project management and what they like or dislike about recent trends.
I'm going to go ahead and share two terms with you. Number one, virtual. Number two, technology. Virtual has become a key consideration in project management. We, as project managers, no longer have the luxury of having an in-place team co-located where we can meet and greet each day. So a project manager needs to be well-versed in how to handle a virtual project and the tools and techniques that are available to him or her. The second is technology. In the past, project management was very easy. Make sure that you have a pad of paper and a pen and write good notes and send emails. Now we have a variety of different platforms. We have Jira, we have Teams, we have Asana, we have Box, you name it. There's different technology that is out there that can greatly assist us in managing our projects. But the key challenge is learning them.
From my last company where I was in office over to where I'm currently at, which is fully remote, things have changed majorly in project management. Previously, everything had to be in-person meetings. We thought that it would be much better for a business relationship, which is great to meet people in person, of course, and have that face-to-face. You could see their emotions, their body language. However, in the new space of remote, You can reach out to anybody at any time and have a quick response just through a quick chat.
A big thing that's changed just recently for most of the world is working with remote teams. Now, that's caused a lot of challenges for project management, from as simple as dealing with the time differences of working with offshore teams or teams in other places. Also, you have to deal with differences in culture, attitudes. It becomes a little bit more complicated, motivating your team, working with them, putting together a way so that the workflow is going smoothly.
The proliferation of the cloud and cloud-based tools like Jira, cloud-based tools like Trello and Asana that have really allowed us to digitize things like user stories, and then using data and now artificial intelligence to really help us understand things like, what is our Burndown rate? How many people do we need on a project at any given time? And what does our resourcing look like for the next 3 to 6 months for this project? There's a lot more tools out there that use data, artificial intelligence, that use the cloud for even basic communication.
The ways of project management have evolved over time quite tremendously. When I first started, I feel like, I know Agile has been around for a while, but when I started, definitely we were a lot more focused on waterfall methods, and Agile really didn't come into play later. And especially as our teams became more dispersed, it became really important to be honed in on one method of project managing. So if we were managing a few projects that were going to launch per quarter, but it changed to managing twice, double, triple, or that, we had to update our methods to be more agile, but we also had to identify which ways Agile is going to work for us. So that meant not just having once a week project meetings for updates, it meant having daily stand-ups, which were really helpful when our team members were dispersed. So I had team members in New York, I had some in Chicago, I had some international members. So we had to identify key points for us to be able to meet and be able to communicate about the projects at stake.
What do you like or dislike about new ways of project management?
I truly love the opportunity of being able to work with everyone virtually. I can easily talk to people that are in cross-functional teams, like my sales team, over to marketing or product management, and having those true live updates within a matter of seconds. Some of the dislikes, it's definitely much harder to build those relationships because it's quick answers. You don't get to see everyone. Plus, sometimes, especially when you're meeting with your stakeholders, you want to know what they're thinking. And when you see them in person, at least you can see their body language and their overall tone. You can get some of that over a call, especially like a Teams meeting, for example, or WebEx. However, you don't see it all, especially if we don't use cameras.
There's a lot of data out there, and as project managers move information and manage their projects using these tools, it's very easy to get bogged down in all of the data and all of the reports that are available and all of the information that's out there, and really to not only overwhelm themselves, but overwhelm their teams, their stakeholders with just massive processes or lots of information that they don't need to get a project done.
What I like about new ways for project management is that there are so many more options to be able to manage projects. And that means using different software to be able to figure out what's best for your project. I've worked in Smartsheets before, and I've also worked in Asana, and there are plenty of other software available out there for project management. So I really like that you can find the specific one that caters to your particular project. And what I dislike about new project management methodologies is that there are so many options. And I think that you can get really sucked into figuring out into trying to figure out the different software to see where it lines up for your project. And I think that can start to distract from actually getting in there and doing. So it's a love and hate relationship with some of the new parts of project management that are evolving.
Well, something that I like is the technology, but something that I dislike is the learning curve that's required to adapt and understand the new technology. And in addition, I do enjoy the opportunity to manage projects in a virtual environment, but I also understand the challenges that come along with a virtual project and the need to really communicate well in that particular environment.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Traits of a Project Manager. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the most important traits for project managers to have and what kind of people are a good fit for the project manager role.
I highly suggest somebody that is very detail-oriented. You're going to have a very professional standpoint in the overall project. Again, you are leading and responsible for the overall project and maybe working with a lot of C-suite individuals for your stakeholders. Along with that, organization is the biggest thing that you'll need. Highly suggest that you are very organized, and if you don't know, go try to find out ways to be organized. Along with that, time management, you will need that for the overall success of the project, including the schedule, even the budget can be impacted, and the scope, of course.
For me, at the very top of the list is diplomacy. A project manager is, if they're good, is a consummate diplomat. You have to have the ability to work with teams in a way that motivates them, keeps them happy. I like my teams to have fun.
I think a good trait of a project manager to have is empathy. I think as a project manager, you're working with typically multiple stakeholders, from executive sponsors to other functions like marketing, HR, finance, really so many different people, as well as your team. And each of those people is a unique individual with unique skill sets. And if you're a project manager, you need to have empathy and be able to understand the different motivations of each of your stakeholders and really connect with those people on a level that they can appreciate and that allows them to work well with you.
The most important traits for project managers to have are communication and people skills. Communication, because of the fact that project managers work across several different stakeholders in different departments. So it's really important to stay on top of each of those stakeholders and their milestones and be able to know when is the right time to communicate with them and how to do so. And at the same time, be able to have the people skills and the relationship skills to remember that while we are working on a project, that ultimately every person involved is a person. And because of that, they're going to have different things that are affecting their work. So while staying on top of everything is really important, it's also really important to value the people around you and be able to be a part of the culture that keeps a positive work environment for everyone involved. And that ultimately has led to, in my experience, and I think most people's experience, successful launches of projects.
I'm going to respond with 3 traits. Number 1, ensure that you are a good organizer. Number 2, ensure that you are proactive. And number 3, ensure that you are a good communicator. In terms of organization, understand the appropriate project lifecycle that will support the project best and implement it. In terms of being proactive, issues and changes in a project are going to occur. In many cases, as a project manager, those issues and changes will not come to you. You could very well be the last to know. So you need to proactively go out and find them before they do find you. And third, communication. It is said by the Project Management Institute that effective communications is 90% of a project manager's job. I am a firm believer in that percentage and could probably argue the point that it's, in all likelihood, closer to 100.
What kind of people are a good fit for a project manager role?
The kind of people that are a good fit for project manager roles are people that are able to balance several different things at once. Because while I mentioned communication and people skills are really important, so is balance, because you're continuously juggling different pieces of a puzzle. So people who are able to do that are the best fit.
I've met a wide variety of project managers, but the best people have always been people. They're people who enjoy working with their teams. They're personable. They are easy to like. They really care both for the work and the people around them. And to me, that's the most important thing. You know, all the other skills can be learned, but if you don't have that caring attitude, it's very hard to keep a team happy and working well.
I think that anyone that is fairly organized, that's detail-oriented, that can break down kind of a complex situation into bite-sized pieces and then string those pieces together so that they make sense, could be a good project manager. I think people that have strong people skills can be project managers. I think people who are good at admin tasks can be good project managers. I think that there's lots of people that could be a good fit for project management.
Simple answer. Enjoy two things. Number one, be organized and enjoy process. There's a distinct project process that is required to effectively manage a project. Secondly, ensure that you enjoy interfacing with people. A good project manager is a good communicator and builds relationships with all stakeholders and the team.
Welcome to Soft Skills for Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the term soft skills, describe the soft skills required for effective project management. While other parts of this course focus on the technical skills required for project management, for instance, proficiency in spreadsheet software, this video emphasizes the importance of soft skills. Soft skills include intangible skills, such as personality traits, interpersonal skills, and attitudes cultivated from your life experiences. They are not as readily quantifiable, taught, and learned as technical skills. The soft skills that are helpful for project managers will be discussed in this video. This video organizes soft skills into 4 categories: proficiencies, competencies, traits, mindsets. We will discuss examples from each category that are helpful for a project manager's success. Proficiencies describe expertise in a particular area and the ability to utilize this knowledge effectively. There are a number of these proficiencies required to be a successful project manager. This includes skills in research, analysis, negotiation, and report writing. Research enables project managers to find accurate information within or outside of the organization quickly. Analysis allows project managers to take the information they've gathered, evaluate and interpret it, then make decisions based on that information. Negotiation skills provide the ability to get 2 or more parties with different points of view to come to an agreement. Project managers should be proficient in report writing to create effective reports, tailored to a specific audience, which are well organized and accessible. Competencies are area of expertise for which you have sufficient knowledge to perform. For project managers, relevant competencies include written and oral communication, time management, public speaking, decision-making, and relationship building. Though most modern professional jobs require communication skills, project managers in particular must be effective written and verbal communicators, as they are responsible for communicating with, between, and to different stakeholders. Effective time management is necessary for project managers. They are responsible for planning projects, and time management is a crucial part of that. They should be able to accurately estimate how long a task will take, effectively stay on the task themselves, and help their team manage their time. Project managers must be comfortable speaking publicly to direct meetings and deliver presentations. Using their research and analysis skills, project managers should be able to make decisions based on relevant information by identifying and assessing alternatives. Project managers are responsible for building relationships among stakeholders. These strong relationships are based on trust, communication, respect, and inclusion. Traits are aspects of your personality. Traits can be developed and improved with attention and practice. Some traits necessary for project managers are being self-motivated, creative, detail-oriented, and able to task switch. If project managers are motivated, they can better persuade and motivate others effectively. They can guide themselves and their team members through the ups and downs of project development and stay motivated to stay on task with their work. Project managers may find themselves in situations where they must devise creative and unconventional solutions to problems. Being curious, seeking out new connections, and keeping an open mind are ways to become more creative. Projects are comprised of lots of small, moving parts. Project managers should be able to keep an eye on all these small parts without losing track of them. Spreadsheets, project tracking software, and detailed plans help a project manager identify, manage, and keep track of a project's many details. In order to task switch, project managers should be able to switch between tasks rapidly and efficiently. Project managers must keep track of numerous tasks simultaneously and go back and forth between projects frequently and quickly. They need to task switch without taking time to reorient themselves among the tasks they are responsible for. Mindsets describe an overall mental attitude. They guide how project managers approach their work. The main mindsets required of project managers are characterized by leadership, goal orientation, critical thinking, collaboration, and problem solving. Project managers should remember that they are leaders and responsible for the growth and success of their team members. By setting achievable, measurable goals, project managers set themselves and their teams up for success. Project managers should be able to bring a critical lens to their project planning and managing activities. This will help them find effective solutions to problems as they arise. Project managers must always be conscientious of their teammates and other stakeholders. They should approach problems and tasks with an attitude of cooperation. A problem-solving mindset requires project managers to approach problems by identifying their causes, coming up with possible solutions, and then applying the most appropriate one. In this video, you learned that project management requires many soft skills, including proficiencies in research, analysis, negotiation, report writing, and presentation. Competencies such as written and oral communication, time management, public speaking, decision-making, and building effective relationships. Traits such as self-motivation, creativity, detail orientation, and task switching. Mindsets characterized by leadership, goal orientation, critical thinking, collaboration, and problem solving. Welcome to Technical Skills for Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to list and describe the technical skills and competencies required for project management. While soft skills are becoming increasingly important in project management, successful project managers must also have several technical skills, sometimes known as hard skills. Organizations expect project managers to have technical skills in 3 areas: project management methodologies and processes, business administration and management, software and information technology. Technical skills in project management involve managing all aspects of a project's lifecycle. This means that project managers must understand the different phases of the project lifecycle and be familiar with project management methodologies such as Waterfall, Agile, Kanban, PMBOK, and Lean. Project managers must also understand the role that cost, time, and resource constraints play in each project. Project managers use this knowledge of project management methodologies to execute the project planning process. This is when they will define a project scope and goals, develop strategies for directing their teams, and determine how to complete project deliverables within the agreed cost, time, and resource budgets. A project manager's main role involves project execution. To successfully execute a project managers will need to be able to conduct risk assessments and take appropriate action to mitigate identified risks, which may include working with compliance to understand legal and regulatory risks. They must be able to track and monitor project status, identify blockers, and escalate issues to appropriate stakeholders. Project managers must also ensure that teams are complying with relevant business processes and policies, such as standard operating procedures, also called SOPs, and compliance control processes. Successful execution of a project will also require that project managers be comfortable with common business administration practices. Project managers should have a familiarity with identifying business needs and determining solutions to business problems, developing project budgets and monitoring project spending, determining, tracking, and reporting key performance indicators to ensure projects meet the defined objectives within agreed-upon cost, time, and resource budgets. Since project managers work directly with teams and stakeholders to plan and execute projects, they should also have strong skills in resource planning, business process improvement, and change management. Project managers are often responsible for allocating tasks to team members based on capacity and skill sets, and maximizing team efficiency by managing utilization rates and monitoring progress. They may also need to identify, analyze, and improve existing business processes, particularly processes that teams can reuse between many projects. At times, project managers may also need to implement strategies that affect change and help teams adapt to changes, such as transformation of an organization's goals, processes, or technologies. Project managers must have technical skills in software and information technology. Project managers use software to plan, track, and monitor projects, as well as collaborate with team members and stakeholders. Software that project managers are frequently expected to be familiar with include collaboration tools such as Slack, Zoom, and Microsoft Teams, productivity suites that include spreadsheets, email, calendar, and word processing programs such as Microsoft Office and Google Workspace, project management tools such as Asana, ZenHub, Jira, GitHub, and Trello. Project managers may also benefit from data management skills and a working knowledge of cloud technologies. Data management involves understanding basic database structures, such as relational databases, and organizing and modifying data. Project managers may use data to understand market trends and user needs, as well as visualizing key performance indicators or product testing data. Project managers may also need to use software and tools within a cloud environment, so they should be aware of various cloud technologies and services. Data analysis and reporting tools include IBM Cognos, Salesforce Tableau, and Google Looker. If you are interested in being an IT project manager, organizations may require additional specialized skills. Common skills needed for IT project managers include knowledge of the software development lifecycle, also known as the SDLC, knowledge of object-oriented analysis and design, also called OOAD, which breaks applications into objects and develops requirements and designs around objects and their relationships. Experience with Agile and Waterfall project management and development methodologies. Knowledge of the practices, tools, and philosophies critical to DevOps, which brings software development and IT operations together to reduce software time to market. Some familiarity with program languages such as Python, C#, Java, JavaScript, or CSS, which can be useful for communication with development teams. Additional skills are often required for IT project managers who manage IT projects, including incident management to respond to unexpected interruptions and restoration of services, monitoring, managing, and optimizing an organization's information technology systems, quality management to ensure the quality and consistency of a product or service using QA processes and software testing methodologies, information system security and security standards to ensure the safety of information system assets, IT fundamentals such as hardware, operating systems, software and applications, networking, storage, cybersecurity, and cloud, and the technology landscape related to the product area they operate in. In this video, you learn that there are many technical skills that may be expected of a project manager. These largely fall into several categories: project management methodologies and processes such as project lifecycles and executing project planning processes, business administration and management such as budgeting and KPIs, software and information technology such as collaboration tools, productivity suites, and project management tools. Additional skills required for IT project managers include incident management, monitoring, quality management, and cybersecurity. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Necessary Project Management Skills. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the skills needed to become a successful project manager.
They have to have the ability to listen well. They need to know how to deal with people in a way that can keep them happy, keep them motivated, but also keep them honest. Make sure that the work is truly getting done. Besides that, it can depend. You can be a great project manager with, tremendous technical skills. You could come from being a coder, or you can just be extremely good at learning.
To be successful as a project manager, you need several different skills. It's not just about knowing who is who in the company within the cross-functional teams. That is great to know. You also need to know a little bit about the product or service that you are implementing or trying to complete for the overall project. With that, you should also have negotiation skills. Sometimes you're going to need resources at certain hours and it might not work for you because they're working on another project. You need to be able to persuade in order to get that person to work additional hours with your project versus another one because it's more important.
I think project managers also need to have some level of computer skills and technology skills, especially if they want to get into the IT industry or become, a project manager for a company that deals primarily in technology. I think, a basic understanding of some of the tools like word processing, presentation software, spreadsheet software are critical. You'll be doing as a project manager, you'll be doing a lot of writing documentation, creating presentations, looking at data and using spreadsheets for that.
The skills needed to become a successful project manager are problem solving, because there are going to be problems that come up with different milestones, different people on a project, external, internal stakeholders. Problems are going to come up. So being able to think on your feet pretty quickly and problem solve is very important. And at that same token, being creative. Being creative in those problem solving skills is extremely important because there's not always going to be a process written out for how to identify the problems and how to get solutions. So to be able to creatively think about something, creatively collaborate with your team and figuring out solutions will be really important. So problem solving and creativity.
To be honest, I could probably talk for hours on this particular subject, but I'm going to narrow it down to 3 key skills. Skill number 1, effective communications. Learn as much about effective communications as you can. If you have an opportunity to communicate, take that opportunity no matter how uncomfortable it may be. The better you communicate, the more successful your potential is to become as a project manager. Secondly, understand situational leadership. Everyone is different. A good project manager leads situationally. They analyze the audience, they analyze the stakeholders, and they adjust their leadership style to go ahead and meet the needs and hopefully meet the needs to motivate and commit the individuals that you are leading. Third, build trust. Trust is a common denominator that is required before any project team can actually become a team. Share information, be vulnerable, and encourage others to be vulnerable as well. If you can establish a trusting relationship with stakeholders in the team, then the project will in all likelihood go very, very far.
Welcome to Interpersonal Skills and Leadership in Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the need for interpersonal and leadership skills when managing a project. List leadership skills that are crucial to project management. Interpersonal skills and leadership are invaluable skills for project managers. Project managers are not only managers, but leaders for their teams. In addition to managing many aspects of a project, they are also responsible for leading a group of different team members and stakeholders, often with varying backgrounds, experiences, and opinions. Project leadership brings together team members in order to work towards a common goal. There is no rule book or set steps to becoming a leader, and many personality types can effectively lead a team. Leadership and management are similar skills with plenty of overlap, but they also have distinctions. Management involves methodically planning, organizing, and coordinating tasks and resources. This could include budgeting and creating schedules, and working with outside contractors. On the other hand, leadership involves motivating and encouraging others. Leadership is not about controlling team members, but more about enabling them to do their best. Project managers must be both managers and leaders. They need to not only manage details, but also often need to inspire a team and communicate a guiding vision for everyone to work towards. Being a leader involves a wide range of interpersonal skills. These skills include communication, team building, motivation, trust building, conflict management. We will discuss examples of each category that are helpful for a project manager's success. Project managers should be able to effectively communicate with their team members. Communication not only includes the ability to speak and persuade, but the ability to ask the right questions and listen. Project managers should also be able to facilitate effective communication between individual team members and groups, such as different departments in an organization. Project managers should be able to build teams across the organization. Because project teams often involve people from across departments, project managers must bring these people together to achieve a common goal, even if they have different interests in the project. Project managers can use their knowledge of a team's skills, personality traits, and interests to not only form teams, but also to foster team relationships. Project managers should be able to motivate the team and stakeholders. Project managers must be able to maintain morale, encourage team members to do their best, and keep them interested in their work on the project. Project managers must understand the needs and motivators of each team member and stakeholder on the project, and use that knowledge to help the team meet the objectives of the project and be satisfied with the work they are accomplishing. Project managers should be able to build trust in the team. Project managers should foster an environment of trust between the team members and stakeholders involved in a project. Trust is an important element of project success and can lead to more effective communication, increased productivity, and decreased risk. Project managers can build trust by following through on their commitments and creating an environment where team members feel comfortable discussing project blockers and giving honest feedback. Project managers should be able to manage conflict. Given the diversity of most project teams, conflict is often unavoidable. Project managers can avoid some conflict by clearly defining project objectives, roles, and responsibilities from the beginning of the project. When conflict does arise, they can use a number of conflict resolution strategies to mitigate the impact of the conflict. There are usually 5 steps to conflict resolution: acknowledgement, clarification, mediation, solution identification, and monitoring. Let's look at an application of this strategy in practice next. For example, say Marty is new to a project that Jean has been working on for weeks. Marty needs guidance from Jean, but Jean is up against a tight deadline. Consequently, they both feel frustrated with each other because Jean doesn't feel like Marty is doing her share of the work, and Marty feels discouraged because she doesn't know how to get started. The first step is acknowledgement. As the project manager, you let them know you recognize the issue. Next, you clarify. You ensure they know you are aware of the problem. Third, you mediate by discussing the issue with both of them. Then, as the solution, you find another resource to help reduce Jean's workload and confirm with Jean that he now has the bandwidth to assist Marty. And you let Marty know Jean has been under a tight deadline, but you have found someone else to assist with some administrative tasks. Jean and Marty now have some time to work together. For the last step, follow-up, you check in later to ensure that Marty gets the training from Jean she needs. In this video, you learned that interpersonal and leadership skills help project managers to work more effectively with team members and stakeholders. In addition to the managerial skills that help project managers work with budgets, resources, and schedules, leadership skills help project managers inspire a team to work towards a shared vision. Some of the interpersonal skills needed for leadership in project management include communication, team building, motivation, trust building, and conflict management. There is no single best way to utilize these skills, and project managers benefit from having a variety of styles that they can draw on to lead a project. Welcome to Project Manager Responsibilities. After watching this video, you will be able to list the responsibilities of a project manager. Describe the responsibilities of a project manager. Project managers have several responsibilities throughout the life cycle of a project. A responsibility is something that the project manager is accountable for that is within their control. Project managers are responsible for project planning, project execution, project monitoring and reporting, post-project evaluation, and project closing. Project managers fulfill these responsibilities by completing a number of tasks before, during, and after a project. Tasks are definable pieces of work that are assigned to or expected of the project manager. One of the primary responsibilities of a project manager is project planning, which begins as soon as the project initiates. Project managers are responsible for making sure that project goals and deliverables have been determined and that there is a plan in place to meet those objectives. During the planning phase, project managers build a project overview or business case to define project objectives and identify key performance indicators or success metrics for the project. Estimate the time and effort required to complete a project and create a project plan, Kanban board, or Gantt chart that clarifies the project plan and schedule. Project managers developed a project budget. They must create a financial plan that outlines the anticipated usage of project resources. This budget includes costs, profits, expenditures, and sources of funding. Project plans and budgets can be created for the entire project, such as in a waterfall or hybrid project management model, or they can be created for a small, definable portion of the project, as in the case of Agile. Once a project plan is in place, the project manager is responsible for the execution of the project and making sure that team members deliver on project objectives. To do this, project managers must create, disperse, and maintain an accountability matrix to help team members understand their individual roles and responsibilities, as well as resource and utilization plans that guide the management of project resources, and a risk assessment and issue management tracker to facilitate risk and issue management. During the project, project managers are also responsible for monitoring and reporting on the project's development. They must monitor the project's execution compared to time, cost, and resource plans created during the planning phase. Communication is also a key responsibility of project managers, and they must ensure that stakeholders receive regular reports regarding the status of the project. The project manager must determine who needs to receive what specific information, when they will receive it, and what communication channels will be used. To facilitate monitoring, reporting, and communication, project managers may build project dashboards to monitor the status of projects, track risks and issues, and then communicate project status with all stakeholders. Project managers may also facilitate regular meetings with stakeholders, keeping detailed agendas and notes to discuss the status of the project. They also need to track resources and costs and may need to participate in a timesheet, invoice, or expense approval. These responsibilities require project managers to keep track of several details about team members and stakeholders, as well as the project itself. There are several project management, communication, and collaboration tools that can assist project managers with these tasks and responsibilities. Finally, project managers are also responsible for the evaluation and closing of a project. They must be able to critically assess a project's performance, whether the project met its defined goals and objectives, and how the team may improve the process in the future. After evaluating the project, they must ensure that all project deliverables and information are finalized, stored, and dispersed for future use. Project managers may review project deliverables and evaluate key performance indicators, or KPIs, which provide quantifiable measures of performance. These indicators help project managers evaluate the efficiency and effectiveness of a project's performance and delivery. Using this data, they can identify strengths and weaknesses in the project process and target areas for improvement. This stage is also an opportunity to highlight what went well and reward team members for strong performances. Project managers may also create a post-project report or hold a retrospective, where they document key project learnings and possible process improvements. They may also ensure that all project deliverables are packaged and project information is archived and readily available for future use if needed. In this video, you learned that a project manager's responsibilities include project planning, execution, monitoring, reporting, evaluation, and closing a project. Project planning and execution is the initial phase that establishes a project's goals, deliverables, and schedule. While monitoring and reporting, project managers assess and communicate project status to all stakeholders. And evaluation and closing involve assessment of the project's effectiveness after its completion, packaging project deliverables, and archiving project information. Welcome to A Day in the Life of a Project Manager. Hi, I'm Neri, and I work as a project manager for a large enterprise in Seattle. When I arrive at work in the morning, I spend some time reviewing my email I receive overnight and review messages on Slack, our team communication tool. I also take a quick look at my calendar to see what meetings I have for the day. We just finished the design phase of our project and began the implementation phase. I need to check in with the development lead to ensure her team is ready to start this stage of the project. Later in the day, I'm running our weekly project status meeting with our stakeholders. I spend a few minutes creating some agenda notes for our status meeting, and I make a copy of our meeting note templates for both the stand-up and our status meeting. Before the meeting, I review our project plan and task tracker to see what tasks are currently in progress. I want to ensure the team has all the resources they need for the implementation phase of the project. I also review our risk assessment and issue log to make sure I'm prepared to address any blocking issues that the team may bring up during our status meeting. Next, I meet with the development lead. We discuss the makeup of the team and who is assigned to deliver the various pieces of the project. She informs me that they're down a person due to infant care leave and won't be able to meet the scheduled dates without a replacement. We discuss a few strategies and schedule options that we can bring to the team at the status meeting later in the day. I also commit to discussing the matter with our manager. After my meeting, I review the project schedule and begin planning for the next phases. Implementation is planned to take 3 months, which brings us up against a corporate holiday and a time of the year when many people take off. I built that into the schedule already, but design took longer than we planned, so I make a few adjustments to accommodate the delay. I send an email to all the project leads to let them know of the adjustment and inform their teams. I plan on reinforcing this schedule update during the upcoming status meeting. After a meeting with my manager, it's time for lunch. I have lunch with another project manager, Matt, who is getting ready to kick off another project. We talk about how the project will be resourced and realize that her project will require some of the same resources that currently are on my project. We discuss the timelines for both our projects and confirm there will be an overlap. We spend some time discussing how we can accommodate both projects using the resources across the teams. We agree that we need to raise the situation with our manager, so he's aware. Met also lets me know that she's been told the vendor budget might be expanded next year. We discuss the impact of this, and she suggests that it is one way we might be able to address our problem with overlapping resources. Next, I have a meeting with my program manager to inform him of the status of the project. We talk about the previous phase, the design phase, and how that went. We talk about the outcome of that phase and how it will impact implementation. I tell him that we are down a designer and a developer, and that we could use some vendor budget so we can hire temporary employees to fill in for the gaps. I also inform him of the schedule update, and he tells me that I need to pull my dates in a few days. We talk about options for doing this and decide that if he's able to get the vendor budget, we may be able to bring the schedule in a couple of days. We decided to table the discussion until he explores the vendor budget question. During the design phase, I offered to help the design manager transcribe videos from a previous project. By doing this work, It helps me stay plugged into the team and better understand the work they do on a daily basis. After lunch, I spend an hour on this project and then inform the design manager of my progress. I then have a meeting with the test manager and the development manager to discuss a conflict between two of their direct reports. The tester and the developer disagree about how much tolerance to allow on an error condition. The developer believes there should be more room for the condition to trigger, and the tester wants the numbers to be tighter. Both managers agree that there isn't a clear answer on which position to prefer, but the test manager agrees to take the developer's position and take point in communicating that message to both teams. During the project status meeting, I share updates with the project stakeholders and answer any concerns that the stakeholders have. We invited a member of our leadership to join the status meeting as she had some information to share. Our leadership is happy with the progress that we've made in the design phase, but lets the team know that there is a new requirement for the product based on some compliance and policy changes. We discuss the new requirement and address potential impacts to the overall timeline. We end the meeting by reviewing the plan for the following week and determining agenda items for the next meeting. I spend the rest of my afternoon answering emails, checking Slack for any new messages, and updating our schedule based on the conversations I had today. I also create a few new scheduling models to test some other ideas in case the published version doesn't work. I also work on an executive summary of the current status of the project and archive files on our file share from the design phase. Before I know it, it's time to head home. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, a day in the life of a project manager. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing a typical day working as a project manager.
Let me introduce a new concept if you've never heard of it before. It's called WBS, the Work Breakdown Structure. A work breakdown structure is a hierarchical breakout of all of the different tasks that are required, hopefully in the order in which they need to occur. A good project manager will create a work breakdown structure, and that particular work breakdown structure will guide his and her every day. You take a look at what has been accomplished, you take a look at what is in progress, you take a look at what is planned, and you plan accordingly.
I love to start my day out with a cup of coffee and just read through my emails to see what is needed, any big tasks that are added, or any updates for projects. From there, I typically have about 3 to 4 technical meetings, and they could be a configuration call or a design call, for example. Then I also have about 2 to 3 PM syncs. And with those PM syncs, it's just check in with our stakeholders to let them know updates, give them the weekly report. And then from there, I love to make sure that all my accounts are updated with the weekly notes or just what happened throughout that day. And then I will go ahead and close out my day.
Since I'm running a lot of Agile projects over the last years, very much the day starts with stand-ups. My last project, I was managing 4 different projects at one point. So that meant 4 different virtual stand-ups using Zoom every morning. After that, it's really a matter of keeping organized. Using whatever tools you have. Jira, we've been using most recently for organizing and keeping track of all the tasks. Then within Outlook, I use, tasks to keep track of everything I need to do. Early in the morning, it's reviewing all the emails, responding, making sure nothing new has come up. And then throughout the day, checking with the team, slowly going through and figuring out who needs assistance, what can I do to empower them to do the job well. And then throughout the rest of the day, it's really a matter of working on all the various tasks. There may be documentation, there may be budgeting, there may be people that need to be hired or found even.
A typical day in my job will always start with me taking a look at our milestone calendars to see which date is coming up the soonest. And depending on where we are on that calendar and how that milestone is doing, that'll base how the rest of my day is going to go. So if we are approaching a milestone date and I haven't heard from that stakeholder about the progress for that particular milestone, then I'll check in with them, see where we're at. And if there's an obstacle in making sure that milestone is completed, then I'll contact that stakeholder, see how we need to mitigate the issue, whether we have to meet or gather other stakeholders at hand or figure out a plan B. Then that's what I do next. And then I also typically start to plan for the next phase. So depending on how much problem solving is involved in the beginning of the day, then during the end of the day, I'll start to take a look through what's coming up next and identifying pieces of that project from there.
What is routine, and what do you only do once or twice in a project?
The project charter. A project charter is a document that should be created once. It's very, very high level. And the purpose of a project charter is to describe what the project is, why it's important, and who needs to be involved. According to the Project Management Institute, a project charter rarely changes. Everything that you will do is going to be based on that particular project charter in terms of planning, execution, control, and closure.
Typically, I will only do a kickoff call once at the beginning of the project. Otherwise, we might do it again if we have a different team that is taking over for a different part of the project, like a new product, for example. Typically, we also only review over the project once. You should have a very good understanding at the beginning of what is needed and what the scope is. You can, of course, reference back to the scope. However, doing that true, thorough review of the scope of the project should only really be done once. And then a transition of the project over to our support team, for example, or another team if anything else is needed.
You know, something that's not really routine that happens every once in a while is you might have a conflict between two team members that you need to resolve. And you need, as a project manager, you work to facilitate getting those challenges and those issues resolved. I think that occasionally on a project, you'll have a time where you miss a deadline or a big issue comes up or a risk that you've tried to mitigate actually happens. And then you have to spend time working through those risks and mitigating those issues.
Welcome to Careers in Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to list possible positions for project managers from the entry level to senior level, their responsibilities, and average salaries. Describe the projected growth in project management-oriented employment. Industries are changing. Rather than role-based, they are increasingly becoming project-based. Industries are finding that a project-based approach leads to innovation and allows more efficient operations, readily responding to increases or decreases in demand. Ultimately, this means there is a greater need for project management across most industries. Depending on knowledge and experience, project managers can find roles at all levels of an organization, including entry-level, mid-level, and executive levels. Entry-level project management positions include assistant project manager or project coordinator roles. Assistant project managers and project coordinators are similar roles. Other similar roles are called project associate or associate project manager. They support project managers in various administrative and technical tasks. These positions can expect to schedule meetings, update reports, and identify resource requirements. These roles require very little to no project management experience. Entry-level project managers can expect to make an average of $55,000 to $65,000 a year. With some experience, there are many mid-career level jobs for project managers. These positions might include being a project manager, a Scrum master, or a project team lead. In some organizations, a project manager can be called a project officer or project engineer. A mid-level project manager tends to take on a leadership role with regard to the project team and makes an average salary of about $78,000 a year. And Scrum Masters specialize in Scrum, a framework or product development, and they help teams plan and meet their goals. They take on a facilitator role rather than a leadership one. They earn an average of $97,000 a year. Project team leads have expertise in the field in which they are leading the team. They specialize in motivating a team, managing conflict, and understanding the strengths and synergies of team members. They make an average of $81,000 a year. Mid-level roles typically require some project management experience, a degree in a relevant field, such as business administration, and/or a project management certification. Project managers can also find roles at the executive level. Positions at the executive level may include senior project manager or director of project management. A senior project manager typically has at least 10 years of experience supervising projects, planning strategies, and leading teams. They develop project plans, host project meetings, and coordinate vendor and supplier resourcing. The average salary of a senior project manager is $97,000. A director of project management is usually the highest position in project management. A director of project management provides strategic directions for a company's projects by defining how those projects fit into the business's strategy and goals. The average salary of a director of project management is $146,000. Project management is a rapidly growing field. According to the Project Management Institute, or PMI, the global economy will require 2.3 million new project professionals every year to close the talent gap by 2030. A recent survey by the PMI revealed that project management was one of the top 5 areas that business leaders sought to prioritize. The growth rate of project management-oriented employment is expected to be higher than overall employment in industries that are becoming increasingly project-oriented. This includes industries such as information and publishing, finance and insurance, and manufacturing and construction. According to an analysis of U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics data, the greatest project management-oriented employment growth is expected to take place in software development. In this video, you learned that possible positions in project management include working as an assistant project manager, project coordinator, project manager, scrum master, project team lead, senior project manager, or director of program management. Project management is a growing field, and many more jobs open up every year. Project management-oriented employment is lucrative, particularly as entire industries become more and more project-oriented. Welcome to Project Management Across Industries. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the importance of project management in various industries. Describe what a project manager requires to succeed in an industry. Some of the industries that usually require project management professionals include construction, engineering, information technology, finance, healthcare, manufacturing. Let's first try to understand the importance of project managers in the construction industry. Despite the increase in demand, concerns like rising prices and regulations make it difficult to make profits in this industry. This is where project managers become valuable. For various projects, such as residential buildings, commercial properties, or industrial facilities, project managers need to effectively coordinate with multiple stakeholders and resources, such as architects, engineers, city planners, public work employees, and construction crews. Project manager involvement keeps the construction of buildings and facilities on track, from budgeting and schedule development to managing day-to-day activities throughout the project lifecycle. Apart from quality management, contract administration and risk management are important aspects of their job. Let's explore the significance of project managers in the engineering industry. Engineering projects ranging from mechanical, civil, industrial, aerospace, chemical, biomedical, electrical, nuclear, agricultural, and marine engineering projects all require project managers. Engineering projects require careful planning and communication of the plan to their teams. Project managers in engineering must have a bachelor's degree or, in some cases, even a master's degree in the specific engineering field of interest, as well as project management knowledge and skills, such as risk management, process integration, quality assurance, and procurement. The IT sector includes industries related to hardware, semiconductor, and internet service providers, also called ISPs, as well as those involving software application development, technological upgrades, computer and network infrastructures, equipment installation, and cybersecurity. With such a wide range of options, IT project managers must know the fundamental and conceptual technical knowledge related to networks, hardware, software lifecycle, and cybersecurity. They need to know terminology commonly used by developers to communicate with them effectively. They also need business acumen to understand project planning, cost, and feasibility. Efficient finance project managers are required in the finance industry to enhance productivity and reduce costs. They oversee a company's financial project planning, modifications to financial systems, and implementation of technological advances. They need to be proficient in financial analysis, budgeting, and forecasting. While finance project managers manage cash flow for payroll and project-related expenses, many also develop revenue-boosting strategies. Financial reporting is critical to their job as they work closely with top executives and their influential people in an organization. The stakes are high with project management in healthcare, but quality project management can improve the quality of patient care. Not only does project management need to facilitate lower costs and improved outcomes, but patient care is also a major factor. Healthcare project managers are necessary not only for hospitals and clinics, but also for pharmaceutical and medical device manufacturers. Some potential projects handled by healthcare project managers include development of web apps and portals, facilitation of the construction of new hospital buildings, departments, and implementation and integration of new equipment in a facility. To meet such needs, specialized field knowledge is required. Regulation is a big consideration while managing healthcare-related projects. A degree in health management, public health, or any related studies is often beneficial. In the case of the manufacturing sector, project management is needed when an existing process changes or the need for a new process arises. When it comes to manufacturing, project managers must keep risks, hazards, and safety issues in mind. Unique skills that project managers in this sector must have include vendor account management, vendor and relationship management, and streamlining production processes. In this video, you learned that construction project managers effectively coordinate with stakeholders and resources while managing day-to-day activities throughout the lifecycle of a project. In the engineering industry, project managers often need a degree in the specific field, as well as project management knowledge and skills. To manage projects in the IT industry, project managers need both technical knowledge and business acumen. Finance project managers need proficiency in financial analysis, budgeting, and forecasting. Project management in the healthcare industry is high stakes because quality patient care is paramount. In the manufacturing industry, project management is needed for changes to existing processes or implementing a new process. Welcome to IT Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the opportunities and demand for IT project managers, summarize the responsibilities of IT project managers, explain the specialized skills required for IT project managers. Information technology, commonly known as IT, project management is a promising field. Recent surveys have found that there will soon be over 800,000 projected employees in IT project manager positions. 25% of all IT job descriptions call for IT project management skills, and that there was a 50% increase in demand for IT project managers from 2021 to 2022. Information technology has the most project managers compared to other industries and tends to have higher average salaries than other fields. It is no surprise that becoming an IT project manager is a popular choice for PMs. An IT project manager is a project manager in the information technology industry. The projects they are expected to manage might be initiatives to create new products or improve and expand existing technology and systems. The role of the IT project manager, like any other project manager, is to manage the project's budget and schedules and lead project teams. An IT project manager has many responsibilities, many of which overlap with the responsibilities of a non-IT project manager. The primary responsibilities of an IT project manager include managing multiple small to medium-sized projects throughout the project lifecycle, establishing a clear project definition, scope, goals, and deliverables with support from the project management team, working within deadlines and budgets, monitoring progress, organizing meetings, and creating status reports. Identifying gaps following the team's project governance structure and optimizing the project and process, and may involve managing testing programs like beta software releases. Implementing strategies that deliver projects on schedule and within budget. Managing resources for projects such as computer equipment and employees. Communicating with stakeholders such as IT managers, project personnel, vendors, and end users regarding project requirements. In addition, IT project managers are also expected to have some specialized skills. For instance, they should be familiar with various concepts and practices such as the Software Development Lifecycle, or SDLC. The SDLC is a structured process that enables the production of high-quality, low-cost software in the shortest possible production time. An IT project manager should be familiar with the SDLC stages of planning, analysis, design, development, testing, implementation, and maintenance. They should also be familiar with software engineering fundamentals, including Object-Oriented Analysis and Design, or OOAD, a method to analyze and design an application through an object-oriented approach and the testing process. Additionally, they should be able to work with Agile methodology and frameworks, such as Scrum or Burndown. They should also be familiar with the waterfall methodology, which breaks project activities down into linear and sequential phases. Another important skill is knowledge of information system security. IT project managers will be expected to assist in establishing safe practices and system configurations in order to protect information systems from unwanted access or destruction. They should also have a working knowledge of information system security standards and practices, such as access control, system hardening, system auditing, log file monitoring, security policies, and incident handling. IT project managers should also have a conceptual understanding of API integrations, the connection of two application programming interfaces, and DevOps, a set of practices, tools, and philosophies that bring together IT operations and software development to more quickly produce new software. Another valuable skill is incident management. IT project managers will have to respond to unplanned events or service interruptions and be able to restore the service to an operational state. They should also be familiar with IT management, or the monitoring and administrating of an organization's IT systems. This includes understanding the organization's hardware, software, and networks, as well as how to make them run more efficiently. Finally, IT project managers may also be responsible for quality management, or ensuring that the quality of an organization's product or service is consistent. This could involve tasks in quality planning, quality assurance, quality control, and quality improvement. As you can see, there are many skills and responsibilities that are unique to IT project managers, as well as those shared across the different types of project managers. In this video, you learned that IT project management is a growing field with a projected 30,000 jobs to open up in the next 10 years. Job openings are expected to grow at a higher rate than average. In addition to the usual responsibilities, it requires unique responsibilities such as implementing IT strategy, managing IT resources, and communicating with IT managers, employees, and clients. Other requirements include technical skills, familiarity with concepts like SDLC, OOAD, API integrations, and DevOps, the ability to work with Agile and waterfall methodologies, and IT-relevant knowledge, including information system security, incident management, IT management, and quality management. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Industry-Specific Skills. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing which project management skills are transferable and which are unique between industries.
The great thing about project management is you can easily change your skills from one industry over to another. It's very similar. The biggest impact, I would say, especially if you're new, you just need to know how to make those changes from one company to another. So for example, company A that I worked at before, we used a lot of waterfall methodologies versus now I have to use many different types. So I had to make that adjustment when I first made that change. I really truly feel as a project manager, you can go from telecom, for example, over to security without having to make a whole lot of adjustments. Sometimes we just have to relearn.
What I've found is your soft skills translate perfectly between industries. Being good with people, being able to be that diplomat that's able to motivate people to figure out what's going wrong and how to fix it. Those are all very important and translate well. Besides that, your obvious skills, just knowing the software, Jira, Smart Sheets, Microsoft Project, whatever you're doing, being well-versed in all of those things, being detailed-oriented, understanding scheduling, all of those things translate well. I think that doesn't translate is, the specific information about an industry.
Things like being detail-oriented, that's something that, is useful whether you are a finance professional, whether you're a teacher, a writer, anything really. Being detail-oriented is a skill that can be transferred. Organization and kind of having that mindset where you can take a complex problem and break it down into smaller parts. That's a skill set that can be transferred between many industries.
The skills that overlap in project management across different industries are the problem solving, creative thinking, communication skills. You need that across the board. And the skills that are really specific to my industry are understanding the nuances of online learning and the different roles that touch the different pieces of online learning courses. So that means specifically working with instructional designers, people who work in graphics, those who work on the support end, for teachers, for faculty, for every different person that's going to interact with the course. So that's what's really specific to my industry, is having those different roles that are specific to online learning.
Let me share with you some of the key skills that a project manager is recommended to try to attain. A project manager needs to be a good motivator, a good negotiator, a good conflict manager, a good coach, a good influencer, a good decision maker, a good team builder, and also a good project manager needs to be aware of all of the different cultures that he or she is dealing with. If you are a project manager, a process manager, a product owner, regardless of the position in management that you're in, those skills required to be an effective project manager are similar to the skills required for success in any management position. If there is one skill that is unique to project management, it is understanding the particular life cycle and following that particular life cycle and process. A traditional project goes through 5 phases: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing. These life cycles are very specific to project management, and this is something that the project manager needs to be aware of. If you follow the process, you have a great chance of being successful.
Welcome to Path to Becoming a Project Manager. After watching this video, you will be able to compare and contrast formal and informal project management training, identify common project management certifications and their requirements, discuss different ways to gain experience in project management. Qualified project managers are required in almost every industry more than ever before. The role of a project manager can be enriching. However, before you begin your career path as a project manager, you need to understand what qualifications are required to be successful in this role. Some important qualifications are training, certifications, and experience. While many jobs require an undergraduate degree and a degree may help you qualify for more job options, there are still several jobs that hire without a degree. And while project management training is not always a requirement for qualification, some amount of training is generally recommended. There are 2 forms of training that people can take who aspire to become project managers: formal and informal. You can receive formal project management training at an institution while getting a degree, While there are not many colleges that offer project management degrees, many colleges offer project management certificates that you can earn while getting your degree or after you graduate. These certificate programs offer in-person or online courses in project initiation, detailed project planning, risk management, and more. For those that require greater flexibility in their schedules, there are also informal training opportunities. There are many self-paced online learning courses, such as this one, as well as many professional certificates from companies like IBM, Google, and Microsoft. The Project Management Institute also offers self-paced courses. Many project management professionals start their careers in non-project management roles. Occasionally, organizations will provide project management training in-house with professional development courses and training programs. These organizations guide and mentor the candidates to become project managers. Your manager may also know of opportunities within the organization to gain project management skills and experience. Certifications are the process by which you prove that you have the knowledge, skills, and experience to perform in a project management role. The following certifications are developed and administered by project management bodies such as the Project Management Institute, or PMI, Scrum Alliance, CAPM, and the Global Academy of Project Management, or GAPM. Obtaining a certification in project management or a relevant field is an excellent way to gain technical knowledge and credibility. Most certifications provide insight into the role and industry, as well as hands-on learning and experience. Plus, they quickly show potential employers the experience and skills you have in project management. In addition to project management certifications, some employers in specific industries will also favor candidates with other industry-related certifications as well. For example, an IT project manager could benefit from both a project management certificate and a CompTIA ITF Plus certification, or perhaps even an A Plus certificate. A PM in the construction industry might need both a project management certificate and an associate constructor certificate from the American Institute of Constructors. There are many project management certifications that are available, but here are a few common certifications to explore. Many entry-level project managers begin with a CAPM certification. The Certified Associate in Project Management Certificate, administered by the Project Management Institute, is a starting point for anyone interested in a project coordinator or project associate role. To qualify to take the CAPM, you must have a secondary degree such as a high school diploma, GED, or equivalent, and have at least 23 hours of project management education. After getting CAPM certified, many people go on to get the Project Management Professional, called the PMP certification. The PMP certification requires a secondary or 4-year degree, either 36 or 60 months of experience leading projects, and at least 35 hours of project management education or a CAPM certification. Common project management certifications in Agile project management include Certified Scrum Master, or CSM, through the Scrum Alliance. To become a Certified Scrum Master, you must complete a CSM course and pass the CSM test. You can also get a Professional Scrum Master, or PSM, certification through scrum.org. There are no requirements to take the PSM certification assessment, but you may find it useful to review the Scrum Guide and practice assessment provided by scrum.org. Finally, if you are interested in a career in IT project management, it may be useful to get a CompTIA A+ certification. The Computing Technology Industry Association, or CompTIA, provides this certification to display knowledge in IT support tasks, such as troubleshooting, identifying, and configuring hardware and software troubleshooting. 9 to 12 months of experience is recommended, but not required to take the certification exams. Lastly, the most important qualification a person can have is experience. But how does one get experience for your first job? One way to gain experience is by turning a personal goal, like planting a garden or writing a book, into a project. Use project management methods and tools to manage your project and reach your goal. Another way to gain experience is by volunteering. Many nonprofit organizations have projects they need to lead. This can give you an opportunity to gain exposure to new projects and learn about leadership management. You may find that you can get an apprenticeship, internship, or co-op. These roles are often designed as partnerships between community organizations, colleges, students, and corporate employers. In these types of programs, you can get on-the-job training and mentoring while you work and explore specific careers and industries. Finally, you can see about co-leading a project or shadowing a project manager in your current industry or school. Learning experiences such as these boost your confidence and prepare you for more responsible roles. In this video, you learned many colleges offer project management certificates that you can receive while you are getting your degree. Informal training opportunities are available through self-paced courses for those that require more flexibility with schedules. Certifications are the process by which you prove that you have the knowledge, skills, and experience to perform in a project management role. Common certifications for project management include the CAPM, PMP, CSM, and PSM. You can get experience for your first role in project management through a number of ways, including managing personal projects, volunteering, co-ops, internships, and shadowing or co-leading a project in your current role. Welcome to Career Progression in Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to outline the various career paths available to project management professionals, describe the roles and responsibilities in each position. Project management professionals can pursue a variety of career paths. Project managers may progress from entry-level roles to more senior roles. They can eventually progress to senior executive-level roles. Let's explore the career progression from an entry-level project coordinator to more senior roles, such as a VP of operations. While most careers do not follow a straightforward, linear path, the typical role progression in an organization would be beginning a career as a project coordinator, then becoming a project manager, then a promotion to senior project manager. After years of experience managing individual projects with complex parts, a senior project manager may move into the role of program manager and then portfolio manager. Some program and portfolio managers who lead many successful projects may attain roles such as Director of Project Management or VP of Operations. Those interested in a career in project management may start as an entry-level project coordinator. This is an administrative position in charge of the generation and distribution of project reports, and often also deals with scheduling. A project coordinator is a member of the project management team who assists with the project. Project coordinators will attend meetings and assist on minor aspects of the project, meet with the project team regularly to report on progress and discuss any potential roadblocks, prepare meeting agendas and notes, and maintain project and meeting schedules. After some time as a project coordinator, you can progress to a project manager. A project manager is an entry or mid-level role who uses appropriate tools, techniques, and processes to complete a project successfully. A project manager is responsible for balancing resource availability with resource requirement, working within project constraints that include budget, scope, and schedule, and meeting and managing key stakeholders' expectations related to quality standards. Experienced project managers can then become senior project managers. A senior project manager is often also a member of a large management team. A senior project manager may be in charge of projects that have a broader scope or are more complex. They may also oversee multiple projects and must determine which projects and tasks need to be prioritized. After gaining a rich experience of working at the project level in an organization, a project management professional can advance to the role of program management. A program is a collection of projects managed together to reap benefits that would not be possible had they been managed individually. Program management involves greater responsibility as it requires overseeing multiple, simultaneous projects that are dependent on one another. To succeed, a program manager must develop program-level plans, strategically manage several projects, analyze the business benefits of a program, and manage project dependencies. As someone continues to progress in their career, they advance into a senior role and may become a portfolio manager. This position carries a great deal of responsibility and hence requires rich experience and expertise. A portfolio manager is responsible for a group of projects and programs managed together to achieve strategic business goals. Hence, a portfolio manager is in charge of the centralized management of one or more portfolios to achieve the goals of an organization. Very experienced project management professionals can attain senior and executive level positions, such as Director of the Project Management Office, PMO, and Vice President of Operations. The Director of Project Management is a senior management level position that requires 5 or more years of managerial experience plus project management experience. They oversee other senior level project, program, and portfolio managers. They are also responsible for guiding, instructing, and developing project management operations and structuring processes and workflows. They ensure overall project governance by establishing project delivery standards, protocols, and tools. The Vice President of Operations is an executive-level position that requires 10 years of industry experience. The Vice President is accountable for developing and implementing efficient and cost-effective operations that drive the current and future goals of the organization. They are responsible for operating, managing, planning, and coordinating the overall operations of an organization. They ensure operations run smoothly by setting a strategic operational vision and enforcing an organization's policies and procedures. In this video, you learned that a project coordinator is an entry-level administrative position responsible for creating and distributing project reports. A project manager is responsible for managing the necessary tools, techniques, and processes to successfully complete a project. A senior project manager oversees multiple projects and decides which needs to be prioritized. A program manager oversees multiple projects, analyzes business benefits, manages project dependencies, and develops program-level plans. A portfolio manager supervises the centralized management of one or more portfolios to achieve organizational goals. The Director of Project Management guides, instructs, and develops project management operations, structures the workflow, and ensures overall project governance. The Vice President of Operations is in charge of operating, managing, planning, and coordinating a project's overall operations. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints. Describe your career path. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the path they took to their current careers.
So for about a 20-year period, I was a project manager in the United States Air Force. I retired from the Air Force and immediately found some consulting jobs in project management. So in 2003, I received my project management professional certification from the Project Management Institute. I do have multiple certifications, and I enjoy using those certifications for a more important reason, that is teaching. As I had mentioned earlier, I teach at 4 different universities. And the one thing that I have found is that if you teach, you really have to learn what you are teaching. And that has really helped me in my path to get to the point where I can be a subject matter expert today.
I ended up finding a startup that was working on online learning for adults. And I stayed at that startup because I really liked the work environment. That startup became a public company, and I just really liked the fast-paced environment. And in that company, I was actually a producer for a while, and that meant that I was constantly thinking on my feet on set, filming several different professors at once for their online learning courses, and it meant filming interviews, roundtable discussions, vignettes, and doing really cool things even with actors. And all of that was across several different types of fields. So I worked in production for an online physical therapy degree, which was, I learned so much there. I worked in online learning for cybersecurity at Berkeley, and data science at Berkeley, and nursing programs, programs at Northwestern, and several more. And I really just enjoyed all of the connections I would make with people, and which was actually the most important part for me. So even though I was managing production pieces of that, I really liked the connections I was making with these different folks to create life into these projects. And that evolved into me working across even more projects, and then learning more about project management and continuing to use those skills of thinking on my feet, being creative, loving relationships, and that's how I got here.
My career path. In 2010, I started working at a local call center for a very large telecom company taking in billing calls. So I started out only $10 an hour, but I know I needed to get my foot in the door in IT and start learning from others. From there, I worked very hard and became an operations manager for the enterprise section. After that point, I moved on to their NetApp department and became a P1 duty manager. I knew that I really needed to grow on my education and learn a lot more in order to pursue anything else in IT. From there, I went over to University of Central Florida, took a lot of classes in project management, HR, marketing, pretty much you name it. I tried to do everything I could to see where I wanted to go. When I took the project management course, I knew that was definitely the direction I wanted. I'm very detail-oriented and organized, and I just love projects. I got very excited. We got to do our own in class as well. From there, I moved over to a company called Audio Codes. I was a project manager. I took on quite a bit of projects, and I started mentoring others. I wanted to pursue even more within that company, and I worked very hard to teach others as much as I knew about the company itself, project management, and I was able to get promoted over to PMO director. From there, I had 12 direct reports while also managing very large projects at the same time. I then wanted to go ahead and grow my career, and I moved over to Zscaler in 2021 as a senior project manager and currently mentoring others, working very large enterprise projects for them as well.
Now, my story is a little bit funny because back when I was at USC, and my friends were all making like $7 an hour working in the library or in some office, I was making $50 an hour helping medium-sized businesses computerize. So that came to bear with all the other things I'd been doing. So running projects for college, even in high school, learning to be organized, learning to be detail-oriented, being a good communicator, all kind of came together. Later, when I moved into what I consider kind of the upper ranks of a consulting project manager, it really was, years of doing a lot of different projects that put me in the position to get a higher paying job as a project manager.
So I started off as a event planner in early in my career, planning weddings and concerts and entertainment events. And I got a job as a business consultant and really took an interest in project management. And so my first couple of projects, I worked as a pseudo project manager, really taking in kind of a lot of things that I could learn about project management from the people around me and the teams around me. So I started doing project management for some of my clients. I ended up landing a client where I helped them move from a waterfall project management methodology to an Agile project management methodology, and really kind of fell in love with some of the Agile frameworks and the scaled Agile frameworks. And now I both manage projects as a business consultant, but also help organizations develop content for project management courses and pass on the expertise that I've learned as I've, worked in project management.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Job Hunting and Career Progression Tips. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing tips for job hunting and progressing as a project manager.
Number one, find a mentor. Find someone that you can follow. Find someone who will be a coach to you. Someone that you can respect, someone that you can understand, someone who has had a successful career in project management. Number two, be an active listener. You have 2 ears, you have 2 eyes, and you have 1 mouth. There's a reason why we have 2 ears. Listening will allow you to absorb more information than speaking. Find that mentor, find that individual who has, quote unquote, been there and done it, and listen closely. In addition, make sure that you learn from both positive and negative examples. As a project manager, you're going to see some people who just flat out do not do it well. You're going to see others who are very, very successful. Watch the people who do not do project management well. Try to determine why did they fail. Watch the people who perform project management well. Ask yourself, why did they succeed? Oftentimes, the positive examples are outstanding, but in reality, we oftentimes learn more from the negative examples.
First off, start with informal interviews. Any type of job that you're thinking about going into, it's very helpful. You can understand from their point of view what it's like for their day-to-day, if they really truly like their career, and it gives you an opportunity to learn from them. That could also be a potential for a mentorship in the future. Secondly, I would recommend studying for the PMP. Even if you don't have the hours, it's still good to know the foundations of project management, and it will help you understand quite a bit more. Many places do require a bachelor's degree, so please make sure you are at least taking the bare minimum courses like marketing, project management, finance. All of those type of classes will actually help you out in the long run as well.
I think the number one thing is to really look at your skills and how you are working with people. Do you enjoy working with teams? Do you care about people in a way where you're going to go through both the fun and the difficult times? Because you will have in almost every project, things will go wrong and it won't be easy. There will be times where something simply fails unexpectedly and you have to fix it. So you have to have patience and people skills to be able to do that.
The advice that I would give someone who is trying to launch their career right now in project management is that follow the path that feels the best to you for what you want to do, and specifically in the organization that you want to work with. I have a lot of education. I worked and got my master's, and I got my doctorate in organizational change and leadership, and that was my path because I happen to just love school. But I have had coworkers, colleagues that have far different types of education, but a lot more experience specifically in project management. So there are different ways to get to where you want to be. You focus in on what is the best for you.
What has helped you most in advancing your career?
Surround yourself with really great people. One of the things that I will share with you is the most dangerous project manager is the individual who says, I don't need any help, I've got this. A good project manager knows what they know, knows what they do not know, and surrounds themselves with people who know what they do not know. Project management is an individual sport in a sense. As the project manager, you are accountable for outcomes. But in reality, project management is a team sport. Surround yourself with good people, build the team, and I think you'll be very, very successful in all of your projects and in the long term advancing your career.
Get a career coach. My career coach helped me out so much, building my resume with me, understanding why it's so important to have a resume and then even a cover letter, and then help me prep for my job interviews. They are now a long-term career coach, and I greatly appreciate them because it's not just a point in time in my journey, they're helping me out with my overall journey. Secondly was my education. From the start at UCF, I was able to understand the basics of project management. However, when I went over to University of North Carolina for my MBA, I was able to build relationships with others and truly understand how to network. From there, with the education itself, I was able to bring it to the next level and pursue my career even further.
So what's helped me the most in advancing my career has really been the ability to look for different projects and be open for those kind of special opportunities. So when I first started working, for example, for a boutique firm in Chicago as a consulting project manager, being recognized as somebody who's very good at fixing problems was probably one of the keys to my really advancing. So being in a position to understand that all of my different life skills, from, like I said, being a diplomat to being highly organized and extremely good with people, suddenly put me in a position to say that if there's a project that needs help, I can fix it.
Welcome to this course on Project Management Foundations, Initiation, and Planning. After completing this course, you will be able to explain project management concepts, principles, and terminology, design effective project management templates for launching your projects, integrate clear, understandable, and practical methods to improve project management results in real-world scenarios, use skills and tools to carry out activities required to set up and initiate a project, describe how project management is changing in the modern era, and distinguish between various methodologies for project planning and management. The first module in this course, titled Why Project Management, defines project management and the role project managers play in overseeing projects. You will learn about the skills, competencies, traits, and mindset required to be a successful project manager. In Module 2, Traditional Project Management, you will learn traditional methodologies, as well as high-level information about the 10 leading project management approaches. This module also covers project management phases or process groups, organizational types, definitions, and the role of the Project Management Office, or PMO. The third module, Modern Project Management, introduces concepts relevant to today's world, where teams are frequently dispersed globally and more collaboration tools are available. The module begins by defining modern project management, including principle-based project management, and later discusses its benefits and drawbacks. In Setting Up the Project for Success, you will learn about and practice some key tools a project manager uses to initiate a project. It involves a project charter, project brief, a responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed, or RACI chart, stakeholder analysis and matrix, and project budget. The fifth module is Project Planning, which introduces you to developing a project management plan. This includes end-to-end scope, schedule, and budget planning. You will learn essential project planning tools such as Work Breakdown Structure, or WBS, a project network diagram, and 3-point budget estimation. Finally, in the final project and assessment module, you will review the key takeaways of the course, complete a final project, and take the final quiz. This course uses various teaching methods, including instructional videos, discussion activities, scenario labs, and quizzes. In the guided instructional videos, a subject matter expert, or SME, walks you through project management concepts with essential need-to-know facts. The discussion activities reinforce what you've learned in the course videos and encourages you to apply new knowledge and skills as you learn. In the labs, you will develop a project charter, an RACI chart, a stakeholder matrix and analysis, and a project budget. Once completed, these key tools can be added to your portfolio to demonstrate your project management skills to potential employees. Practice and graded quizzes are included in each module to assess your learning and validate the key concepts introduced. Once you have completed this course, you will receive a certificate that can be shared with prospective employers to demonstrate your knowledge of project management. Good luck, and let's get started.
Welcome to what inspired us to create this course. Project management can be a highly rewarding career path, and the need for qualified project managers is greater than ever before across all industries. To understand this discipline, one should have a clear understanding of the responsibilities of this position. Project management entails leading a team through all the stages of a project successfully. Project managers are chiefly responsible for the planning, development, delivery, and closure of a project in a set time frame. And to accomplish the mission, project managers should be well versed in project management tools, techniques, and processes. So, to explain in greater detail and provide insights to learners, we aim to create a course that focuses on the structure of project management and its practical application in dealing with real-world scenarios. Each project has its own set of challenges, so even though you have the right tools and resources to address them, it is important for you to have the ability to deal with them. This course aims to familiarize you with how to make yourself ready for the project management role. Our dual emphasis on structure and adaptability will help you modify your approach based on the situations and the different phases of a project. We believe project management is a valuable life skill for anyone, from any background. A few key skills that can benefit any professional are knowing how to track and manage a budget, knowing how to deliver things on time, and knowing how to manage and communicate with stakeholders. So, even if project management is not the primary focus of your career, the topics we cover in this course will be beneficial to achieving your career goals. In this course, we will focus on how a project begins and the skills needed to ensure its success. Welcome to How to Make the Most Out of This Course. This course is part of a series of courses intended to teach project management skills. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the concept of the rainbow path, list the certificates these courses are designed to support, and explain the best way to get the most out of this series. Now, this project management series shows the path and tools when time and resources are plenty. This is known as the rainbow path because everything is perfect in this scenario. While having an ideal project is certainly something to aspire to, it doesn't always work out that way in the real world. This series strives to take the methodology and tools one step further into how they will work in real-life situations on a project. However, knowing the rainbow path is important so that you as a project manager know what steps to take to keep your projects as perfect as possible. These courses are specifically designed to help anyone seeking a PMI, PMP, or Project Management Professional certification, or PMI, CAPM, or Certified Associate in Project Management certification from the Project Management Institute, or PMI. All the concepts, methodologies, processes, and tools presented in this series are drawn from project management resources such as the PMI and our expertise. The PMI's Project Management Body of Knowledge version 7, or PMBOK 7, serves as the foundation of our courses. However, some information is drawn from other models in this series. Although there is currently no experience credit associated with taking these courses, the benefit of learning about project management from different perspectives and how it can be used in real-life scenarios will lay a great foundation for professionals seeking a career in project management. This can produce great results. Also, you may use these courses to show that you have completed the required contact hours to take the certification examination. To fully reap the benefits of this series, we recommend that you go through all the courses, devote time to labs and the completion of exercises to test your knowledge, and see how the learning can be applied to real-life situations. Being attentive and taking notes will help you retain the knowledge you gain during this series. So pursue this series diligently like any other high-level course, which will significantly help you in your next project.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Instructor Introductions. In this video, you will hear from project managers introducing themselves and their roles.
Hello, my name is Catherine Brooks. I'm an engineering project manager at Tech Systems for Apple. I have my PMP and my MBA from UNC Chapel Hill. I have 12 years experience.
Hi, my name is Casey Kyle, and I currently work developing courses as a content creator and subject matter expert. I've been working in the field of project management, corporate technology, consulting, and course creation for about the last 15 years. And I have certifications as a certified project manager, as well as a certified Scrum Master and Agilist.
Hi, my name is Paul Party. I've had a few titles in my career. I've served as a software development manager, as well as a content manager for some fairly large teams. And while I've never had the role of project manager per se, I've done a lot of project management in both of my roles in my career.
Hi, my name is Kristen Paulson, and I'm the Director of Customer Success with Skillup Technologies. I've been with Skillup for about 5.5 years, but in the project management space for a little over 20. Throughout my 20 years, I have not gotten any credentials or done any PMP or CAPM tests.
Hi, my name is Megan Peck, and I'm a Senior Project Manager at Skillup Technologies. I have over 10 years of experience as a project manager, and I have a certificate in project management for the University of Washington.
Hello, my name is Matt Versdahl. I am an operations manager at Harborview Medical Center in Seattle, Washington, as well as an instructor in project management for a few different colleges in the area. I have been around project management for about 12 years and managed all kinds of different projects, from the automotive industry to healthcare to facilities. I'm a certified Six Sigma Black Belt, certified project management professional, certified Scrum Master, and I have a couple of certifications in supply chain management, the certified supply chain professional and the certified professional supply manager.
My name is Daniel Yeomans. I go by Dan. I'm currently employed as a subject matter expert for Skillup Technologies. I am involved in the development of 5 different project management related courses, to include the one that you're watching now. In terms of companies that I work for, I do have a small company called ROI Seminars and Consulting, but in addition, I'm also a facilitator, a course developer, and also a corporate trainer for Green River College, for Bellevue College, and South Seattle colleges here locally in the Seattle, Washington area. And I also teach for grading undergraduate and graduate level business at Northwest University.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Importance of Project Management. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing why project management is important.
So I think that great project management really allows members of a team to focus intently on the work that needs to get done to meet the project objectives, rather than spending a lot of time trying to figure out what needs to get done or doing rework because they aren't working maybe on the right things, or they don't have all of the information that they need to complete the tasks that they need to get done. I think very good project managers help teams anticipate and mitigate and even resolve risks and issues that come up and challenges that come up during the life cycle of the project. And then I also think that having clear deliverables that are communicated clearly, that are defined early on in the project, they're communicated frequently, they help the team know exactly what's going on and when it needs to get done.
I think project management is more important now than ever. There are so many more remote project teams than ever before, and teams are spread across multiple time zones. And while teams are physically apart, the speed of communication is happening fast through collaboration tools like Slack and Microsoft Teams. So you need that central person to track this broad and rapid communication and make sure information is getting to the right people at the right time so everyone can deliver their best quality work.
The project manager really is the rudder that kind of steers the project ship. When you think about what the project manager does, they are responsible for managing the schedule, managing all the individual tasks that need to happen. They're responsible for communicating with upper management and with the team about the project status, about changes in requirements. So the project manager really is that person that's responsible for making sure that the project is moving in the direction that it's supposed to be moving in. Think about a government without government officials, or a corporation without a CEO. The project manager really is essential in ensuring that the project goals are met and that the project meets those goals. When I think about a project without a project manager, or even projects that have poor project management, projects end up doing similar work over and over again. They end up repeating tasks or missing schedules or deadlines. There's been some projects that I've been a part of that have been self-managed, where the team tries to manage the tasks and schedules on their own. And there's too many voices. People assume things are getting done when they're not getting done. People assume they know the tasks when they really don't know the tasks that need to be accomplished for a project. So the project manager is the individual or the team that takes all of the essentials of a project and ensures those essentials are being accomplished, those goals are being met.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Management, The Journey. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the journey and destination of project management.
Let's begin with the destination. What is the destination? What is the ultimate goal of a project? On time, within budget, and providing scope to satisfy the customer's needs. Being able to move the bar for the organization to provide value. But it's not all about the destination. The journey is working together, building the team, gaining new skills, building new relationships. It's achieving success not only for the organization, but for yourself. It's about, in addition, being empowered to make a difference.
Within a project itself, you can think about the actual journey is going through the project. What happens at the very beginning, during the middle, and then towards the end. How did you get to your destination, which is the end result? So, did you actually complete the project in time within scope and budget? And then also add in what your lessons are learned.
The difference between the journey and the destination of project management is the difference between the tasks and the people and the schedule that is meant to accomplish the goals of the project and the final deliverable, the final product that you're delivering. So let's suppose that a project is building software. They're building a software package. The journey is about the process that's involved in building that software. Who's going to do what jobs? What resources do we need to accomplish our goals? What are the goals? What's the vision of the product? What are some potential roadblocks? What are dependencies that this project has? What do we need to make sure that we have in place so that we can accomplish all of our tasks? The destination is the software product itself, along with any extra things that are needed to get that software to the customer. So, for example, marketing, or some advertising, manuals that or user guides that the software will need to support it. Ensuring that there's a software support system in place for that software package. That's the destination, ensuring that all those things are in place.
Well, first of all, I would advise all of you to try to understand as best you can the art of project management. This includes effective communications, influencing, motivation, coaching, and more. Learn these skills. Try to be as good at these skills as you can. But along with those business skills or soft skills, understand the science of project management as well. Understand life cycles. Know how a project needs to be planned from beginning to end. And know what you know, and know what you don't know, and surround yourself with people who know what you don't know. One of the big myths is that the project manager needs to be the expert in everything. That is wrong. A project manager needs to understand where they are the expert, but also where they're not the expert, and surround themselves with people who are.
A successful journey is well thought out and well planned. It doesn't skip the planning part of the actual journey. You have to have that in order to have a successful journey. From there, you're able to gather all the right resources. It might be products, it might be people involved, like your team members, but making sure that you have all the right resources. And then to have a successful destination is to understand the true scope and expectations.
I think there's many things that a project manager can do to ensure a successful journey and to ensure that the destination is reached. In my experience, probably the biggest aspect of a good project manager is communication. A project manager has to be both a coach as well as a person that's able to drive the project forward. I don't think a project manager needs to be a subject matter expert on every aspect of the project. Or what the project team is building. But they do need to be able to talk about what that project comprises, some of the technical aspects of that project, and they need to have that level of expertise so that they can communicate properly to every stakeholder and person involved in accomplishing the goals of that project. So communication to me is a big one. Another one is being able to manage time. And this, it sounds like it's a very basic thing to be able to manage time. We all have to manage time in our day and what we're going to accomplish and what we're going to be doing in a given day. But when I talk about time management, I'm talking about being able to know how different aspects of the project need to get accomplished and in what order. A third aspect for ensuring that the journey is done in a way that accomplishes the project's goals is to know how to weight things. And what I mean by that is not everything is worth calling a meeting for, or not everything is worth sending out a broad mail to upper management and to the team. Some things need to be ignored sometimes. So that weighting aspect, I think, is very, very important. So those three aspects, along with a bunch of other things, but those to me are very critical for ensuring that the journey of a project is successful. Ensuring that the destination is successful really means, to me, thinking through what does the end game look like. I think a lot of project managers look at the tasks that need to be accomplished and what the team is going to do for those tasks. But they forget that once the project is done, once the product is built or whatever it is that you're delivering is accomplished, what does that look like? How do you communicate that out, that things are completed? How do you ensure that stakeholders are satisfied? You may think that you accomplished the project's goals, but your stakeholders, the people that are actually receiving the product, may not agree with you. So you might ask a question like, is there going to be a follow-on to this project where things that we weren't able to get to in the first version we want to accomplish in the second version? Asking those types of questions once you've delivered the product or the project is complete, so that your stakeholders have an opportunity to provide more input there. So the destination really is about thinking about it ahead of time, playing it out in your mind, almost role-playing. The project is now done. What does that mean? How do we get this to the customer? How do we get this to the user? How do we get this to upper management? So really ensuring that the stakeholders are happy, upper management is happy, and your team is happy at the end of the project.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Management, the Journey Example. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the journey examples of project management.
I highly recommend each and every one of you to, if you have a chance, visit www.pmi.org. That's the Project Management Institute. And I want to share ever so briefly a very successful project and give you a couple of reasons why it was so successful. First of all, the challenge. A catastrophic weather event destroyed roads and cut off British Columbia's lower mainland, including Vancouver, from the rest of Canada. A huge project was needed. What was the solution? British Columbia's Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure used a project management approach based on a guide to the project management body of knowledge. The acronym for that is the PMBOK guide. They used this guide to prioritize repairs and reopen critical routes as quickly as possible. This included network analysis, identifying critical paths, requirements analysis, creating a work breakdown structure, communications planning, implementing communication protocols, risk management, preparing risk assessment and responses, and in addition, soliciting the management of contributors and interested parties as well. What I shared with you a moment ago. Know what you know what you don't know, and surround yourself with people who know what you don't know. So what was the outcome? Highway 5, the principal corridor for transportation of goods to and from the Port of Vancouver, Canada, was reopened to commercial traffic in 35 days. This is a successful project, and we hope that all of your projects can be equally as successful.
So I got a project at my last company, and it was very large. I had over 200 sites, and it was global. And to give you a key idea, it was a plastics company. So they're all over the world. COVID hit in the middle of it. We had our plan really thought out as far as our overall journey. And of course it changed. But since we planned so well in advance, we were able to easily shift around the different locations. And then we still had the end result for our destination, which was to complete those sites.
An example of a project that I thought went really well and met the criteria of a successful journey as well as a successful destination was at my time at a big corporation. I was on a team that was developing a product that was essentially last in the competitive landscape, and our team had to play catch up. And there was a project manager that helped us get there from a marketing perspective. And what she would do is get us all into a room twice a week. And she had a really nice spreadsheet, and she would have everyone go through their items in the spreadsheet. She kept our project time boxed, or our line items. She kept our line items time boxed so that we didn't, rattle on about things that weren't important. If, as we were giving our status, we went off track, she would ensure that we stayed on track, and she would gently nudge us back into the right frame of mind so that we were talking about the items that we needed to talk about. And I remember at the time I thought that even though she was very direct and she kept the project moving and she kept us all on task, she did it in a way that actually kept us motivated. So as we saw progress every other day or twice a week, we actually got motivated. It was a lot of work, and she kept us on task, and we weren't allowed to not deliver. But she did it in a way that I always felt like, hey, we're actually doing something. We're making the project better. We're moving this project forward by ensuring that our customers know what our product does and why it does it better than the competition. So in terms of that journey, she was a really good project manager for helping us make progress every day that we had to work on something, informing the rest of our peers and management about that progress, and then being able to see the impact of that progress in our product, in the general product that we were building, but also see that result in the marketplace as we were reaching those goals.
Welcome to How Is This Course Different? After watching this video, you will be able to discuss why this course is unique, explain how this course can help project managers stand out, and list 3 common project constraints. This course focuses on project management methodologies, structures, and principles. Now, principles and methodologies do provide the foundation needed to address most project scenarios, but this course goes further than other project management courses by focusing on both the science and the art of managing a project. And we achieve this unique combination of art and science by encouraging project managers to look at a project through a new lens and to adopt creative approaches, including innovative solutions and unique methods, such as data-driven decision-making and involving stakeholders. This approach ensures the long-term sustainability and effectiveness of projects. Now, with most projects, leaders are overburdened and the production team has aggressive goals. As a result, supply orders may become delayed. A project manager must work within a defined budget and time frame despite these constraints and tight deadlines. A successful project manager should know how to navigate these and other challenging scenarios. In this course, we will explore concepts, tools, and tips and tricks to execute projects successfully. Business leaders often face three main project management constraints: time, cost, and scope. And managing these three constraints can be challenging for a project manager, but it is also the primary goal. While other project management courses focus on only two constraints, this course will push you to succeed with all three. In our course, we provide key insights from project management specialists and detailed instructions on using and implementing project management tools. We will also teach you about different project management models to help you adapt to various projects and shifting demands. This includes insights into selecting and tailoring project management models depending on the project's needs. So, by streamlining your project management processes, using the tools and tips you'll learn in this course, you will be able to deliver projects that are on time, below budget, and within scope. In this video, you learned that this course teaches you the art and science of project management. The three main constraints projects face are time, cost, and scope. And this course provides professional insights, instructions, and models for project managers to navigate challenges. Welcome to Traditional Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to identify two key factors considered to evaluate a project, explain four major approaches to project management, define the composition of an Agile team, and describe Stacy's matrix. Delivering a project can be a challenging task. A project manager's role is crucial in today's corporate world, and there is a growing need for facilitating high-level processes in businesses. A project manager needs to consider two key factors when evaluating a project. First is the frequency of deliverables. Some clients require products or services to be delivered at project's end, while others prefer frequent deliveries throughout the project's lifecycle. Second is the frequency of modifying specifications of project deliverables, and the project manager must plan accordingly. The types of approaches that project managers can adopt to deliver projects successfully include predictive, incremental, iterative, and agile. As the name suggests, the predictive approach implies predicting the final product at the beginning of a project. The project manager adopts this approach to immediately deliver the final product at the end of the project with minimal changes. The predictive approach starts with planning an event, then implementing it, and finally, closing the event. This approach is unsuitable for a project with dynamic requirements or an agile atmosphere. In this approach, a detailed project plan must be created, clearly defining the solution and goal. A project manager adopts this approach for a project with lower scope for changes and a lower frequency of delivery. In the incremental approach, the manager determines a project scope early, but the time and cost estimates can be modified later in the project if necessary. This method involves developing the product to supply by gradually enhancing its capabilities, and as a result, the team designs, evaluates, and implements the product before it gets finalized. This approach enables a developer to modify the product early on rather than wait until the end. A project manager adopts an iterative approach to make frequent deliverables for the client. And this approach ensures constant testing, which leads to higher usability. An iterative approach allows teams to improve and address new changes or findings continuously. It is likely that the final product will be delivered on time and is of high quality. In an iterative approach, you define the process by getting a sign-off on the project objectives. Next, measure the process and determine if you can achieve the key goals. Then you analyze the process to identify the potential process gaps. And finally, you implement and control the process to make all the required process updates and roll out the approach to the organization. The project manager uses an Agile approach when there are multiple project deliverables and many changes are likely to occur. In the Agile approach, the manager defines the complete project requirement, and the documentation for this takes the form of user stories. The project manager then determines the duration of the iteration or sprint by prioritizing the requirements. Then, the manager performs a sprint demo or project review for stakeholders at the end of the iteration. Next, the team retrospects to determine the changes required for more efficient and effective delivery in the following sprint. And finally, the project manager repeats steps 1 to 4 in the Agile approach until all requirements are met to the acceptance of the customer and key stakeholders. An Agile team is an organized group of members collaborating to deliver a product using the iterative approach. No formal project manager role exists in this case, but 2 key positions work with the development team to compensate for the absence of the project manager role. One position is the product owner, who plays a unique and demanding role. A product owner decides what the team will build next to provide greater customer value. And the other role is a Scrum Master, who needs to foster an effective and productive work environment. And the Scrum Master guides the team members to understand Scrum values, principles, and practices. Ralph D. Stacy, a British organizational theorist and professor of management at Hertfordshire Business School, researched to understand human organizations and their management. He created the Stacy matrix, widely used to determine the approach needed to deliver a project successfully. Now, Stacy's matrix enables analysis based on 2 critical criteria: requirement uncertainty and technical degree of uncertainty. Requirement uncertainty implies determining the level of agreement between key stakeholders on final project deliverables. And technical degree of uncertainty implies determining the technology required to implement the project. In this video, you learned that the 2 factors project managers use to evaluate a project include the frequency of deliverables and the frequency of modifying specifications of project deliverables. The 4 approaches to project management are predictive, incremental, iterative, and agile. An Agile team is an organized group of members collaborating to deliver a product using an iterative approach. The project manager's role does not exist in the Agile team. Instead, leadership responsibilities are divided among the product owner and the Scrum Master. And Stacy's matrix assists project managers in determining the type of approach they need to deliver a project successfully. The matrix enables the analysis of 2 critical criteria: requirement uncertainty and the technical degree of uncertainty.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Lifecycle Selection. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the importance of lifecycle selection.
In your opinion, why is proper lifecycle selection so important? I believe that proper project management lifecycle selection is so important because I've worked on a number of projects with using different project management methodologies and life cycles, and each project has different characteristics and different risks that make choosing a lifestyle that fits those, or a life cycle that fits those risks and those deliverables and the objectives of the project really important.
Let me give you a statistic. Per the Project Management Institute, some 50 to 75% of all projects fail to achieve their desired schedule, cost, and scope goals. That's not a very exciting track record. Project management is very, very complex. A project lifecycle allows you to select the most effective method, or roadmap, if you will, to ensure project success. In addition, selecting the right lifecycle allows you to tailor your project to meet the project's specific needs. In project management, a one-size-fits-all methodology, unfortunately, will often result in failure.
Choosing the right methodology can be a critical part overall for the team. The team dynamic, whether it's the customer and the stakeholders, as it can change how everything is done, along with the communication. For example, there's Waterfall, Agile, Scrum. It really depends on what is best for your customer, your stakeholders, and your overall team.
What are life cycle selection tips that I can provide? Life cycle selection tips that come to mind are really understanding the inputs and outputs into each of the different phases that are part of your project. Together with that, plan out your critical path. I think understanding those three things and the resources who are involved are really going to get you to the right life cycle to use for the project. Identifying the resources that are both part of the project, but also your internal stakeholders, your internal sponsors, and your client preferences. What affinity do they have to any one or more of the different life cycles? Whether or not it's hybrid, Waterfall, Scrum, or Agile, if you've got stakeholder input, stakeholder approval, and resource commitment, you should be able to lead a successful project with any one of the life cycles.
To me, I really take a look and take the time to see what I am going to be developing as far as a product or service. If it's something that I do every single day, and like let's say it's a PB&J, I'm going to do a waterfall. It's very simple, step by step. However, with my last company, for example, we did cloud security. So a lot of times we did Agile. Just because things are changing, customers' environments are different. So it really depends on what you're going to do.
So just a couple tips when choosing a life cycle. As a beginner, choosing a project management life cycle can be really difficult. You may not know all of the ins and outs of each of the life cycles, and you may not know which questions to ask. But I think with any project, it's really important to really think about the key principles of each life cycle, the benefits that those life cycles produce, and then the challenges and risks that are associated with each of those life cycles. And then ask yourself what principles, what benefits are really going to help you meet the project objectives of the project that you're getting ready to project manage the best. So you can ask yourself questions about things like resourcing needs, budgets, what are project risks, what's the likelihood that the requirements or the project objectives are going to change.
This is a very simple response. Base your project lifecycle selection on two key factors. First of all, how much do stakeholders agree on what the final project deliverables should look like? If you have 5 stakeholders and they all agree this is what we need, that's a high level of agreement. But if you have 5 stakeholders and they all have different understanding or different ideas on what success looks like, then unfortunately your agreement is low. Secondly, how complex is the project's technology? How steep of a learning curve is there going to be for you to be successful? How much innovation, how much creativity is going to be required? What type of life cycle do you prefer and why? I'm going to have to build off the previous question and answer. Again, when technology is complex and agreement is low, I prefer an Agile or Scrum approach. When agreement among stakeholders is high and complexity is low, then in most cases a traditional or waterfall method is going to work best. Don't guess on which life cycle is going to work well for you. Use the analysis factors that I shared with you of agreement and complexity and allow the reality of the project to objectively make that decision for you.
My preference is Agile. You're able to take the time to really work with your team and have that team development moment. Whether you're doing Q&A, you're doing brainstorming sessions, but you're doing it throughout your project. And then I also really like the aspect of having sprints. That way we can really focus on a 2-week sprint, for example, on those particular tasks and then move on.
So for me, for most projects, I prefer a more agile approach. So my favorite framework is a framework called the Scale Agile framework. It's my favorite for big projects at very large organizations. But on the other hand, when I'm working on personal projects, so things that maybe I'm working on around the house or personal projects in my own life, I do prefer a more traditional waterfall approach. I like to take a, fail fast methodology in those things. And I don't like to spend too much time kind of on each phase of the project, but I do tend in my personal life to take a more waterfall approach.
Welcome to Project Management Phases. After watching this video, you will be able to discuss the purpose of project management phases, describe different ways to approach creative phases in a project and some models for doing so, and list the project phases that will be used in this series of courses. Project management models consist of phases that a project will go through. Dividing the project into phases segments the workload into more manageable pieces, making the project manager's role of planning and guiding a project easier. Phases give the project structure and logical steps to achieve goals and deliver high-quality products. Providing this high-level structure for the program makes it easier to plan the activities and tasks to complete each phase. So, the phases used in project management vary, and there are different opinions about how many phases to use. Let's look at a few examples. The Lean model uses 5 phases, which are define, measure, explore, develop, and implement. In Six Sigma projects, the 5 project phases are called define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. In Waterfall, there are 6 phases: requirements, system design, implementation, testing, deployment, and maintenance. And the Extreme Programming software development process has a one-time planning phase, then repeated iterations of 4 phases: designing, coding, testing, and listening. Now, the number of names for the different phases and different structures available is basically limitless, and new ones will surely be invented in the future as businesses and the project management profession evolve. If you look closer at the many versions of phases available for project management, you'll notice that although each set of phases may have different names, they are generally aligned on the activities needed to complete a project. And they are also usually aligned on the activities that are required to complete a phase. You can look at the variety of available models and select one that will work best for each project. For the purposes of the 3 courses in this series, we will use the project phases as designed in the Project Management Body of Knowledge Edition 6 Guide, also known as PMBOK 6. Now, the 5 phases we will use are initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and controlling, and closing. And as you work your way through the course materials, keep in mind that we have anchored the course on these commonly used phrases. Names and combinations of activities may change, but you should be able to map the activities from one model to another. For example, you might be using the waterfall model on your project with its 6 phases: requirements, system design, implementation, testing, deployment, and maintenance. To map these phases back to the phases used in this course, you could consider both the implementation and testing phases part of the execution phase in the PMBOK 6 model. Tweaks and adjustments like this are part of tailoring your approach and understanding how the different models can be used to fit a specific project. In the third course of this series, we will discuss how a project manager's activities shift throughout the project lifecycle. From setting up templates through the final closing report, the role of the project manager shifts throughout the phases. In this video, you learned that dividing a project into phases helps a project manager plan how to complete a project. Different models and project structures call for different numbers and names for phases, but they can often be aligned to a core set of activities. And the 5 project phases that will be used in the project management series are project initiation, planning, execution, monitoring and controlling, and closing. Welcome to different types of organizations. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the effect of organizational structure on project management, identify types of organizational structures, and define how to align project objectives with the organizational strategy. Organizational structure refers to how a company organizes its tasks, allocates resources, and coordinates different teams within the organization. It determines each employee's role and place in the organization and is essential for organizational growth. But there are different types of organizational structures, and project managers must be able to identify which model suits them most. Now, it is important for project managers to understand the fundamental principles of building an organizational structure. These include the project manager's authority, role, resource availability, budget control, and project management administration staff. With the authority principle, a project manager can make decisions, issue orders, and perform resource allocation to achieve the set goal. And in some organizations, the authority of a project manager is greater, which enhances their ability to influence others and achieve the team and organizational goals. Another principle of building an organizational structure is the project manager's role. Some organizations hire project managers part-time, while others employ full-time project managers, which impacts project management in the organization. Next is a project's resource availability. Some organizations provide resources to plan and manage a project at a high level. But in other organizations, a project manager might face challenges in getting the required level of support. Another principle is budget control. In some organizations, a project manager manages and controls the budget, while in others, a functional manager manages and controls the budget. And finally, there's the project management administration staff. The staff size may differ depending on the organizational structure. Staff size impacts how a project manager manages a project. The 2 organizational structures the Project Management Institute, or PMI, recognizes are functional and matrix. The functional organizational structure follows a hierarchical model. An organization with a functional structure groups employees into departments based on specialization. Every department designates a leader experienced in managing and supervising the functions of each employee. Such organizations have a top-down decision-making process in place, and the decision-making power is centralized. Leaders of different departments communicate regularly to frame the organizational strategy, and the low-level employees have little information about what's happening outside their department. In the matrix organizational structure, teams or groups report to multiple team leaders. Each team leader is assigned a member or a team from each functional area applicable to the project. So the functional team member reports to 2 bosses, the project leader, and the functional manager. Now, the 3 types of matrix structures are weak, balanced, and strong. In the weak matrix structure, a project manager directly reports to the functional manager and provides support as a project coordinator with limited power. The balanced matrix structure is like the weak matrix structure, except that in the former, the project manager has more authority and decision-making power. In the strong matrix structure, a project manager has more power than the functional manager, can use their project management skills on projects, and can determine resource allocation. A project manager needs to have project objectives aligned with the organizational strategy. Its advantage is that the project is of high quality and stays within the budget and timeline, and all the stakeholders understand the project's goals and objectives. So, in order to align the project objectives, managers should complete these 5 tasks. Communicate the project's value and aim, and encourage significant sponsorship and backing. Plan to ensure the projects comply with the scope, schedule, and budget, and meet the stakeholders' needs. Determine what resources are required to complete the project successfully. Identify the stakeholders' essentials for the project's success and seek their assistance. And finally, create a project charter that enables you to gain authority, support for hiring and planning, and clear sponsorship. In this video, you learned that an organizational structure is how a company organizes its tasks, allocates resources, and coordinates teams within the organization. The fundamental principles of building an organizational structure include the project manager's authority, role, resource availability, budget control, and administration staff. The different types of organizational structures are functional and matrix. And aligning project objectives with the organizational structure increases the likelihood that the project will be high quality, stay within budget and schedule, and all stakeholders will understand the project goal. Welcome to the Project Management Office. After watching this video, you will be able to define a project management office, describe the common functions of project management offices, and list the 3 types of project management offices. A project management office, often referred to as a PMO, is responsible for activities that support project managers at a strategic level for an entire organization. And sometimes separate PMOs are established for large multi-year projects as well. What are the benefits of a PMO? By the Project Management Institute or PMI definition, a PMO standardizes project-related governance processes and facilitates the sharing of resources, tools, methodologies, and techniques. Additionally, the Project Management Body of Knowledge, or PMBOK guide, states organizations establish PMOs for a variety of reasons, but with one core benefit in mind: improved project management in terms of schedule, cost, quality, risk, and other facets. Now, the PMO provides a central hub for multiple projects and seeks to identify cross-project efficiencies. The PMO will use tools, practices, processes, tips, and more to support project management efforts. And standardizing project management practices across the organization is crucial, including techniques, documentation, culture, and tools. PMOs can also facilitate getting work done through their role in allocating resources to projects. This allocation is generally based on priority, schedule, and needs, though each PMO will have its own method. Now, one other important role of the PMO is driving accurate documentation. The PMO works with project managers to see that documentation, such as timelines and meeting notes, is captured and posted. When the project is closed, the PMO will review it, and if everything is accounted for, it will archive the project. PMOs are often responsible for reporting budgets and projects to company leadership, so project managers may work closely with PMO team members to prepare materials for these leadership updates. PMOs keep their eye on the future and the big picture. They work to identify commonalities so they can be addressed cohesively. Because the PMO works with so many projects, they can see the big picture and its trends. They can guide and coordinate the project managers with a high-level perspective that others may not be able to see. Now, of course, no two PMOs will ever be exactly alike, but three common types have emerged. Supportive. This type exerts a low level of control in decision-making, but does provide best practices, common oversight, and templates. A supportive PMO shares information and best practices in project management across the enterprise. Controlling. This type has some decision-making capabilities, but not absolute control. They often review project managers' work to ensure it meets the organization's practices, templates, and standards. A controlling PMO shares information in the same way as a supportive PMO. Controlling PMOs, however, establish rules for compliance and monitor adherence to those rules. Directive. This type leads with a high degree of control over the processes, standards, templates, reporting, and documentation. The directive PMO provides information and may also manage compliance, and the most significant difference is the control of resources. Directive PMOs may manage all project management resources and assign them to projects to meet the organization's needs. PMOs can also be layered. For example, one layer of PMO may provide best practices, templates, and processes, with a higher level PMO to govern and report to leadership. In this video, you learned that PMOs are responsible for activities that support project managers at a strategic level. A PMO standardizes processes, including accurate documentation, and facilitates sharing of resources. PMOs can be grouped into three types: supportive, controlling, and directive. And PMOs are much more than just project managers for project managers. They are essential to an organization and key to reaching its strategic goals.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, the Project Management Office. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing PMOs, or Project Management Offices.
Well, first and foremost, we need to define what a PMO is. A PMO is a project management office, and a project management office can provide a multitude of service. There's different types of project management offices, but all PMOs provide one, two, or three of the following services. Number one, they provide needed guidance and support. They show you the way. Number two, they may ensure compliance to policies and procedures. They try to make sure that everyone is on the same page and everyone is doing it the right way. And last, but certainly not least, some PMOs may manage project management assignments to ensure optimal results. In that type of a project management office, if you were a project manager, you would be assigned to the PMO.
How can a PMO be effective in an organization? The PMO is actually one of the most important organizations within an organization. Imagine a scenario where everybody's doing something different. There's no consistency. Nobody knows who to contact. There's no ownership of a process. There's no ownership of projects. That's what it looks like without a PMO. PMOs bring all of this together. They create policies, procedures, and make sense of the project management world for non-project management practitioners. It emphasizes the importance of project management and can help remove those roadblocks that come up as you're working through projects and interfacing with other departments. It can help the project manager be successful.
A project management organization may have PMs that are responsible for all different aspects of a project. Some project managers may be responsible for marketing. Some project managers may be responsible for development. Some project managers may be responsible for communication, outbound communication, or communication with upper management. Each project manager has to evaluate what type of management is needed for that area that they're managing. And they need to run the project that's appropriate for that area. So I think a good PMO organization understands those nuances and understands the differences between, say, marketing and product development, and has data and templates that are appropriate for the project that those project managers are developing.
A PMO can also be just as destructive as it is positive, especially when processes are overly complicated and very difficult. Sometimes we'll see that there's hundreds of documentation and you can't find anything, or the documentation is very old and it's not relatable anymore. It could also go ahead and assist with additional meetings that are not needed. It's just really making sure that the PMO is right for you and your team.
Some things that can detract from the value of a project management organization, many times for me, is just unevenness. When you have a project management organization where the project managers are of various skill sets, or their expertise is varied and uneven, particularly for the people working on the team, when the team can't expect that every project manager is going to be a solid PM, I think that creates a lot of anxiety on the team and a lot of unevenness in the results of those projects.
The primary purpose of a good project management office is to serve the needs of the organization's project managers. A common joke that I've heard on many occasions is concerning the government. When a government official comes and looks at you in the eye and says, "We're here to help," normally that's a pretty good laugh line. Well, unfortunately, that laugh line can hold true for PMOs as well. When a project management office or PMO is perceived as value added and moves the organizational project management bar upwards, it is indeed value added and perceived as such by the project managers in the organization. However, when a project management office becomes adversarial and is looked upon as a blocker, then the value is reduced.
When you have a manager or a stakeholder that doesn't want a PMO to actually be in your organization, things that you can do to help present and help negotiate to have one would be of course, to come with the data. Be planned as much as possible. Come with testimonies. Talk about how you had one at your previous job and how it was very beneficial. Talk about the pros and cons of not having a PMO and what will happen.
Well, just don't walk up to them and say, "I've got this great idea, let's create a project management office." The best approach is to perform a root cause analysis of the organization's project management function as a whole. Determine what is working, what is not working, what needs to start, what needs to stop, what needs to stay, and what needs to change. As part of that root cause analysis, try to determine how creation of a project management office could potentially help provide needed solutions, and propose that this new PMO configure itself and its duties based on that objective analysis. Be able to show the data, show what needs to be done, and show how a PMO creation is the best choice to achieve that goal.
Well, I've been through this process before, and it is a challenge, but it isn't impossible. Especially in an organization where project management may not be the priority or seen as a priority, and that type of process may not be valued. And now, I want you to understand, it can't be done right away. It has to be over time. This isn't something you're going to come in and do in 6 months or a year or 2 years. It's something that you have to gain the favor of management. So that's the first step, is really getting management to support it. The second step is showing that value. And that may be some kind of pilot for a couple projects. And then you can start to develop that and put some real strong policies and procedures around that. But rolling it out slowly and incrementally is really the best way to approach that.
Welcome to the 12 Principles of Project Management. After watching this video, you will be able to describe project management principles, and define the key principles listed in the Project Management Body of Knowledge, or PMBOK 7th edition. Project management principles are the fundamental concepts, practices, and techniques that guide the effective management of projects. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, developed 12 principles of project management, and these principles are defined in the PMBOK 7th edition. Effective project management is based on these principles, which ensure the success of a project. The 12 principles of project management are being a diligent, respectful, and caring steward, creating a collaborative project team environment, effectively engaging with stakeholders, focusing on value, recognizing, evaluating, and responding to system interactions, demonstrating leadership behaviors, tailoring based on the context, building quality into processes and deliverables, navigating complexity, optimizing risk responses, embracing adaptability and resiliency, and enabling change to achieve the envisioned future state. So, the first principle is being a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. And stewardship means being entrusted with the care of a project. It includes responsibilities within and external to an organization. Stewardship also includes upholding ethics and values. An effective project manager must perform their duty with certain qualities, which include integrity, care, trustworthiness, and compliance. Stewards show an extensive commitment to a project's financial, social, and environmental aspects. The second principle is creating a collaborative project team environment. A project team consists of individuals with diverse skills, knowledge, and experience. And establishing a culture of respect and collaboration is essential to accomplish objectives effectively and efficiently. Team learning and development should be encouraged, which leads to increased innovation and efficiency. Everyone involved in a project contributes to achieving the desired outcomes, and this helps create a sense of ownership and commitment among team members. The third principle is effectively engaging with stakeholders. A stakeholder is someone who may affect or be affected by the project. Recognize how stakeholders affect a project, its performance, and the results. Involve them in an effective manner and to the extent necessary to contribute to achieving project goals and customer satisfaction. Now, the fourth principle is focusing on value. Value is the ultimate indicator of project success, and it can be financial or non-financial, like goodwill or social benefits. It can be generated in the course of project execution, at its conclusion, or after it is finished. Ensure project benefits are attained by defining the project value, working together, and ensuring the team's success. The fifth principle is recognizing, evaluating, and responding to system interactions. A project team must recognize the project as a system, and like a system, a project has various independent and interacting components. Systems are ever-evolving and need constant attention to both internal and external circumstances. Positive outcomes should be facilitated through responsiveness and teamwork. The sixth principle is demonstrating leadership behaviors. A project can be successful if the leadership demonstrates vision, innovation, motivation, and empathy. And any member of a project team can demonstrate leadership behavior. An effective leader has certain qualities, and these include recognizing differences in motivation among team members and projects, accepting responsibility for outcomes, showing respect and fairness to other team members, and maintaining integrity and honesty at work. The seventh principle is tailoring based on context. Each project is unique, and the key to a project's success is its ability to adapt to unique contexts and identify the most effective means of achieving the desired results. It results in enhanced innovation, efficiency, and productivity. Now, the next principle is building quality into processes and deliverables. Project quality involves satisfying stakeholders' expectations and meeting project requirements. Project deliverables should comply with the need, application, and acceptability standards established by the key stakeholders. To attain the required quality, appropriate and effective project processes must be implemented. Another important project management principle is navigating complexity. It means a project manager must modify their management approach based on the project's complexity level. And complexity in project management can arise from a number of factors, including human behavior, system behavior, ambiguity and uncertainty, and digital transformation. Project complexity must be continuously evaluated and managed to complete the project lifecycle. The 10th project management principle is optimizing risk responses. Risk is an uncertain future event that can affect a project positively or negatively. Risk management should involve a balance between risk appetite and thresholds. Risk appetite is the degree of risk a company is ready to take or suffers to achieve its goals. Risk thresholds are specific levels or points at which a risk becomes unacceptable and requires a response. When developing risk management strategies, it is important to consider an organization's risk appetite and risk thresholds to ensure that risk responses are appropriate. Next, embracing adaptability and resiliency is the 11th principle of project management. Despite careful planning, unexpected events and changes may occur during a project's lifecycle. Adaptability means being able to adjust to changing circumstances and requirements, and resiliency means the ability to recover quickly from setbacks, challenges, and failures. So, in project management, resiliency means the ability to respond to unexpected events and continue moving forward. A project manager must create backup plans, communicate effectively with stakeholders, and maintain flexibility throughout the project's lifecycle in order to incorporate adaptation and resiliency in project management. Finally, the last principle is enabling change to achieve the envisioned future state. Every project aims to bring about the change necessary for an organization to achieve its objectives. Change may be challenging, though, and resistance to change can be a serious obstacle to a project's success. A project manager can help achieve the organization's goal and build a better future state by facilitating change. And this requires a combination of strong leadership, effective communication, and commitment to continuous improvement. In this video, you learned that project management principles are the fundamental concepts, practices, and techniques that guide the effective management of projects. And the PMBOK defines 12 principles of project management.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Principles of Project Management. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the 12 principles of project management.
Which of the 12 principles, in your opinion, is most critical and why? Adaptability and resiliency is by far the most critical of the 12 principles, in my opinion. No matter how much you plan, surprises will always pop up. There could be a major product bug. Your client has a large volume of feedback that comes last minute that you weren't expecting. Maybe your creative producer is suddenly out sick for a week. In these stressful situations, your team is likely going to have an emotional reaction. But it's the role of the project manager to stay calm, reach out to the proper stakeholders, and lead the charge on brainstorming solutions. The project team should have full confidence that the project manager will communicate the new plan through the correct channels at the right times. This puts the whole team at ease and frees them up so they can focus on immediate tasks.
So first, let's address the obvious answer. All 12 of the principles are important. However, in the interest of time and brevity, let me choose the two, in my opinion, from the 12 that really stand out. Number 1, be a diligent, respectful, and caring steward. Stewardship involves acting with integrity, caring for the team, being trustworthy, and complying with organizational standards. A project manager needs to strive for service before self. If this does not happen, the team will lack trust, confidence, and team continuity and effectiveness will ultimately suffer. Secondly, create a collaborative team environment. Projects are not solely delivered by the project manager alone. They are delivered by a team. The team needs to work within organizational and professional guidelines to develop their own culture.
I would absolutely say a team is the most critical within the 12 principles. Without a team, you don't have a project. I'm going to give an example of a recent project that I had over the last couple of years. We had a great team. There was definitely some team building opportunities in there, and I had a section of the overall program. With that, I was still very new to this type of product, and we had a lot of new people involved. We didn't know exactly everything that was needed. However, we did have a team constraint. We didn't know that at the very beginning until much later on when we ended up missing a milestone. And unfortunately, I really don't like failing. I'm sure nobody else really does either. But we had the opportunity to take it as a lesson to learn, especially since it was the very beginning of that project. Again, without a team, you don't have a project. Is there anything you would add for the 12 principles? I would add training. I find education to be extremely important, especially in any sort of circumstances, whether it's a job, outside of work. You want to know as much as possible so you can easily speak to it and take quick action when needed.
I think the 12 principles as written are highly effective and very comprehensive, but if I were to add a 13th, I would likely add a new principle to show courage and conviction. Not every project is perfect. Create an environment where stakeholders invite what we refer to as functional or good conflict. Disagree when something doesn't seem right. Ask questions. Share opinions openly. Have the discussion. A fear of open conflict may leave critical inputs not shared. These inputs may be the difference between project success and project failure.
I wouldn't add anything to the PMI 12 principles, but I'd perhaps modify the principle of leadership to servant leadership. Project managers should put their egos to the side and find ways to serve the team. And that can take many forms. Maybe it's taking the extra time to talk to a frustrated project team member and show them empathy. Maybe it's delivering bad news to a client instead of your teammate that just worked a long shift to try to solve a problem. It could look like maybe encouraging a quieter teammate to share their opinion in a meeting. And my favorite of all is celebrating the success of others with leadership. Project managers are witness to a lot of incredible work that leaders miss because they're just so busy. Take an extra 5 minutes and write a quick email and brag about others. Your team will be so happy you did.
I have a lot of examples of when one or more of the 12 principles of project management have not been adhered to. I think there's a combination of two principles that when they're not met really leads to a negative experience. And that's when there's poor leadership and when there's poor stakeholder management. And both of them you'll see start bubbling up to the top as an issue if you have a poor communication plan or are a poor communicator as the project lead. Without clear communication, you're not going to be a good leader and you're not going to have good stakeholder management. And the minute your stakeholders are not behind you on the project, whether they're internal, external, or part of your project team, the work isn't going to get done in the way that you desire it to be done.
Again, I'm going to turn to case studies that are well documented in the Project Management Institute, www.pmi.org. The City of Montreal was awarded the honor of hosting the 1976 Olympics. They set out to build a model set of facilities to support this special event. Unfortunately, the original schedule and the original budget were not met. Many planned facilities were not ready or incomplete when the games began. The original budget of $160 million ultimately ended up costing over $430 million. Every one of the 12 project principles were not adhered to. Let me go ahead and share two examples. Number 1, the mayor of Montreal assumed project management responsibilities. He misrepresented the facts of the project, did not follow proven contracting guidelines, made deals behind the scene, and ultimately lost the trust of the team and city as a whole. This mayor was a poor steward. Secondly, the mayor also acted unilaterally and virtually did his own thing. Team communications were not effective. The team had no clear direction. Contributions to solve design problems were totally ignored. And the overall culture of the project was caustic at best. The mayor failed to create a collaborative team environment.
Welcome to project management in a virtual environment. After watching this video, you will be able to describe a virtual team, discuss the pros and cons of a virtual team, and explain how to effectively manage virtual teams. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, states that a project manager needs to plan communications carefully to realize virtual team advantages and avoid the disadvantages. But first, what is a virtual team? A virtual team is a group of people who work together on a project but are geographically dispersed and communicate using digital tools. The PMI recognizes 4 main advantages of a virtual team. A virtual team helps leverage special expertise from multiple locations. As members may be employed anywhere, the limitation of using only the local talent pool is removed. A virtual team incorporates employees working from home, and this also allows more opportunities for working with employees with disabilities or mobility issues. Such a team can also employ those unable to travel to the workplace. A virtual team can also help reduce the price of office space, travel, and other overhead expenditures that a physical workplace has to bear. So, what are some of the disadvantages of a virtual team? A virtual team depends on the internet and a computer to accomplish their work. Due to this, technology-related problems might prevent employees from working from home till the problem is fixed. Because of different time zones, virtual teams may face challenges in communication and be deprived of face-to-face interactions. Virtual teams may also struggle with cultural and language differences in addition to different work styles. Also, individuals may feel lonely and isolated while working in virtual worlds and develop trust issues. Managing a virtual team requires a unique set of abilities. A project manager must be aware of the pitfalls to avoid and the proactive steps to take. Let's discuss some important points to effectively manage virtual teams. Projects where geographically dispersed teams adversely impact project management should be avoided. A virtual team's effectiveness is also less likely to increase due to project complexity. Ensure thorough preparation to mitigate these built-in risks. Create a culture of trust by building relationships with team members and encouraging collaboration. Team members should be encouraged to share their ideas and feedback openly. Train your employees and invest in technology. Provide your team members with the resources and tools they need to operate efficiently. Also, provide assistance and training for utilizing project management software effectively. And ensure that real-time support is available for virtual team members if they encounter problems. Being consistently accessible to the team is necessary for a project manager to provide a source of guidance and leadership. Here's a few more important points. Be inclusive. Regularly provide information and updates to your virtual team members to overcome any possible feelings of isolation. Define the project's vision. Ensure each team member is aware of the objectives and advantages of the project. Develop a team charter outlining the purpose, goals, roles, responsibilities, and expectations of a team. Ensure roles and responsibilities are clearly defined and communicated. Leave no questions unanswered. Finally, note that a virtual teamwork environment requires people to be self-sufficient and self-motivated with the support of their virtual team managers. When building your teams, Ensure you hire those who can work and thrive in a remote work setup. In this video, you learned that a virtual team is a group of people who work together on a project but are geographically dispersed and communicate using digital tools. The advantages of a virtual team include expertise from multiple locations, employees working from home, including employees with disabilities, and saving travel and office expenses. The disadvantages of a virtual team include limited technology available, time zones, cultural and language difficulties, and employees feeling isolated. And several ways to effectively manage virtual teams include building trust across the virtual team, investing in technology and training, being inclusive, and more. Welcome to Effective Meeting Management. After watching this video, you will be able to organize and lead effective meetings, summarize when meetings are required, and explain the 12 key success factors of effective meeting management. Meetings are part of everyday project management, and meetings may be formal, informal, face-to-face, virtual, planned, or impromptu. And effective meetings are a critical tool project managers use to engage the project team and stakeholders, relay information, solve problems, make decisions, and more. According to the Project Management Institute, or PMI, meetings are a primary means of communication throughout a project, and using best practices in meeting management helps a project manager be more successful. Now, project managers may need to facilitate several types of meetings depending on the environment. Several common meeting types exist in a traditional waterfall or predictive lifecycle environment. Pre-baseline and baseline presentations, kickoff meetings to gain stakeholder acceptance, periodic status meetings, change management meetings, requirement solicitation and analysis meetings, bidder conferences, and closeout and lessons learned. In an agile or adaptive environment, a project manager may oversee these following meetings: customer requirement meetings, product backlog refinement, sprint or iteration planning, daily stand-up meetings, sprint or iteration reviews, and retrospectives. Many managers schedule meetings when they are not required, and some actions and communications do not require a formal meeting. The project manager must know when a meeting is the best communication choice. Here are a few examples of when the manager should schedule a meeting: when the information is complex, when the team is generating ideas, or the team needs to reach a consensus and agree to commitments. Also, when the team needs to make a decision, the manager wants to build a team, or when many stakeholders are part of the project. So, meetings are both a science and an art, and a productive meeting can move a project forward, while an unproductive meeting can impact the project negatively. Here are 12 key factors to meeting success every project manager should consider. Always have a measurable outcome. Each meeting should have a quantifiable goal that all attendees understand. Develop and share an agenda, and this can be a simple overview of topics in a meeting invite or a formal document. Send the agenda out 48 hours in advance. If the agenda had been sent out earlier, it would not have become a priority for attendees to read and review immediately. Participants may have limited preparation time if the agenda is sent out later. Communicate the meeting purpose. Ensure all participants understand the purpose and why they must attend the meeting. Share materials and pre-work. This goes hand in hand with developing and sharing an agenda. Let participants know preparation expectations and allow 48 hours before the meeting to prepare. Be inclusive. Try to delegate some meeting topics to others. Participants will be more committed if they have accountability for the presentation and results. Use a parking lot. Document off-topic discussions on a whiteboard. Be polite and let the stakeholder know this topic and that a plan for follow-up discussions will be addressed at the end of the meeting. Next, enlist the support of a note-taker. The facilitator should not be responsible for taking notes, but should focus on the stakeholders. Ask a team member to take notes and work together after the meeting to review them. Assign owners to action items. Always summarize agreements and commitments. Review them and ensure stakeholders understand the next steps. Practice non-attribution. Create an environment where stakeholders feel comfortable discussing the project openly, including opinions that may conflict with others. The facilitator must control conflict to ensure it remains functional or productive. Publish the notes or minutes. Document and distribute meeting minutes within 24 hours of the meeting conclusion, and this will reduce the risk of stakeholders not recalling commitments made during the meeting. And finally, end early if the meeting objectives are met. Meet for purpose, not for time. In this video, you learned that meetings are a critical tool a project manager uses to engage the project team and stakeholders, relay information, solve problems, make decisions, and more. Some communications do not require a formal meeting. And 12 factors to meeting success include having measurable outcomes, sharing an agenda, sending the agenda 48 hours before the meeting, communicating the purpose of the meeting, sharing materials and pre-work 48 hours before the meeting, being inclusive and delegating meeting topics to others, using a parking lot to park off-topic discussions until the end of the meeting, assigning a note-taker, assigning owners to action items, practicing non-attribution to resolve conflict, publishing the minutes within 24 hours of the meeting, and meeting for a purpose, not for time. Welcome to Influencing for Results Part 1. After watching this video, you will be able to describe effective influencing skills and summarize common aspects essential to team development. Effective influencing abilities are the abilities and behaviors that allow individuals to convince and encourage others to follow a desired course of action. And there are 7 influencing abilities that are important for project managers to master. Provide members with a reason to be self-motivated. Stakeholders are often driven by success, allegiance, power, or a mix of these factors. Help to recognize and resolve conflicts between stakeholders. Effective influencing helps to reach agreements by understanding the needs of both parties. Collaborate with team members to make effective decisions. Make sure everyone has an opportunity to contribute and that buy-in is achieved. Next, to be self-aware and responsible for your actions and emotions. By managing oneself effectively, one becomes more socially aware, has better relationships, and performs better as a team. Adapt leadership approaches to the demands of the stakeholders, and this includes developing connections, expressing empathy, and showing a genuine interest in others' opinions. Recognize the diverse communication preferences of important stakeholders and adapt communications as applicable. And finally, manage and share change. Project managers must be able to convey to stakeholders the advantages of change, negotiate the resistance to change, and guide stakeholders through the transition process. Now, the Project Management Institute, or PMI, recommends 5 common aspects essential to team development. Everyone in the team must be aware of the vision and objectives of the project to ensure that everyone is on the same page and working towards a common goal. Value-added vision is attained by team commitment and is crucial for success of the project. Roles and duties should be specified early on in the project so that the team is committed to and aware of their responsibilities. Any training or skill gaps should be filled. Project team operations are the activities used to oversee a team carrying out a project. The important aspects of project team operations include team formation, project planning, and monitoring and control. The PMI suggests creating a team charter to establish ground rules and conventions that direct the team. Provide guidance to members whenever they need it. The management strategy, known as Management by Wandering About, or MBWA, involves the manager spending time talking to and watching the employees while they are at work. Finally, feedback is crucial to growth. Discuss what works well and what needs improvement. Set goals while cooperating with the team, and team members should get the chance to develop their talents. In this video, you learned that effective influencing abilities and behaviors allow individuals to convince and encourage others to follow a desired course of action. And 5 common aspects essential to team development include objective awareness, early role assignments, project team operations, guidance, and feedback. Welcome to Influencing for Results Part 2. After watching this video, you will be able to explain different models to motivate others. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, has defined several methods for effectively influencing stakeholders. The common models discussed here are Theory XYZ, the 7-step team performance model, and the influence diagram. The first model is Theories X, Y, and Z. These are 3 different approaches to understanding employee motivation and management styles which can impact effective influencing. Theory X was proposed by Douglas McGregor, and this theory assumes that employees are motivated primarily by self-interest, which is essentially a desire to increase earnings with the least amount of work. Therefore, managers use financial incentives and punishments as the primary drivers of employee behavior. Such team members can be influenced by using a hands-on and top-down management approach. Theory Y, which was also proposed by Douglas McGregor, says employees generally want to work, enjoy their jobs, and are innovative and creative. Such team members can be influenced by using a personal coaching style. It also encourages discussion and innovation and helps to create a positive work environment. And Theory Z assumes that employees are motivated by a sense of community and a shared sense of purpose. If a manager holds a Theory Z mindset, he is more likely to prioritize team building, collaboration, and open communication to influence the employees. This effective approach can create a strong sense of connection and commitment to the organization. Next, the Drexler-Sibbitt Team Performance Model, or 7-Step Team Performance Model, is a framework that describes the stages of team development and provides instructions on how to proceed through each phase successfully. This model has 7 stages that are divided into 2 groups: creating stages and sustaining stages. The creating stages include the 4 initial stages of group development, and they focus on establishing the team's purpose, building relationships, and clarifying goals. They are orientation, trust building, goal clarification, and commitment. The sustaining stages start after the group has adjusted and established itself. During this stage, they identify and share actions for enhancing sustainability and performance in the team. And these last 3 steps include implementation, high performance, and renewal. So the first step, orientation, answers the question, why am I here? The team needs to understand its purpose and what being a member means. The second step is the trust-building stage. It answers questions related to who. Team members work together to create trust and establish open communication. They learn about each other's strengths and weaknesses and begin to rely on one another to achieve goals. The third step answers the question, what are we doing, and gives goal clarification. The team defines its goals and decides how it will evaluate success. The main focus is on setting clear and quantifiable goals based on the stakeholders' expectations and requirements. The fourth step is commitment, and it answers questions related to how will we do it. The team decides how exactly it will reach its objectives by discussing particular courses of action, deciding how to distribute resources, and defining each member's responsibilities. Now, the fifth step, implementation, involves sequencing and scheduling tasks. The team asks itself questions like who does what, when, and where. The team executes its plan, and members work together to complete tasks and achieve goals. The next step is high performance. A team enters the high performance stage when it has mastered its operations and can adapt to changes and achieve its objectives. Now, the team members work together and require minimal oversight, and there is a sense of shared ownership and accountability for achieving goals. The seventh and final step of the 7-step team performance model is renewal. As the team reaches the end of its journey, they reflect on their accomplishments and learn from their experiences. Team cohesion is evaluated at this stage, and required changes are made, and new members could also be employed. Now, the third model is the influence diagram. This diagram is a graphical representation of the factors involved in making decisions. It represents and analyzes the factors that motivate or demotivate decision-making, and the diagram can be used by a team or individually. An influence diagram shows the factors for increasing and reducing influence. Factors that reduce influence are poor communications, poor issues management, limited growth opportunities, and lack of project vision. Factors that increase influence are building relationships, being accessible, building trust, and active listening. In this video, you learned that the PMI defines the following methods for influencing stakeholders: Theory XYZ, the 7-step team performance model, and the influence diagram. Theory XYZ is made up of 3 approaches to understand employee motivation and management styles. The 7-step team performance model is a framework that describes the stages of team development. And the influence diagram is a graphical representation of the factors involved in decision-making.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Developing and Managing a Team. In this video, we will hear from project managers on how to effectively develop and manage a team.
Developing and managing a team is a very complicated and involved process. I don't think there are any really quick answers to the question of how to do that effectively. I think there's some general guidelines that I've found effective in my career that can help you develop and manage a team. The first is to really understand the people on the team and what their passions are and what their skills are. When I put a team together, I always try to find what people are naturally good at, what they've been trained to be good at, and then what do they really care about? What do they really want to be doing? What do they really want to be working on? How do they want to conduct their role at the workplace or the job that they're doing? Sometimes a person may join your team and they may not be the right fit for the role that they had joined for. And as a person that's trying to develop that team, you're constantly looking at each individual and analyzing, is this person in the right role? Sometimes that may mean that a person needs to move to a different team and they're not in your team anymore. Sometimes it may just be a little bit of training. They have the right dispositions, they have the right talent, they just need to get trained up on a specific area of your team. But constantly looking at how to develop your folks, your people in a way that's good for them will help them be better for the organization and for the projects that they're actually working on. Another thing that I found over the years that has been really effective is to make sure that you don't treat work like it's not work. I see a lot of managers that try to make work a person's life rather than an important aspect, but just an aspect of their life.
And the one thing that is consistently important is leading by example. Teams want to know that they can believe in the leader. Now, the team wants to know you have their back. And they want to know that their creativity, their ideas, their input is valued. They have to feel that their work is valued. And this helps build teams and allow them to go through that whole team building process of forming, storming, norming, performing. And you have to let that play out naturally.
I think I can. A dispersed team was tasked to document and improve a critical finance project at a major wireless company. The project was chaotic, to say the least. There was poor communications. Everyone did things in a way that was comfortable for them, and respect and collaboration for one another was quite minimal. The project manager called the team together to discuss the dysfunctionality of this team. Common ground rules and norms were established, and the entire team agreed to abide by them. More importantly, the team not only committed to these behavioral rules, but were willing to hold others accountable to them as well. The result of this meeting was creation of a team charter that guided behavior throughout the project and turned a potential disaster into an amazing success.
A team building activity that I participated in that was really fun and I think really brought the team together was a couple of years ago. There were about 12 people involved in the project or in the event, and the goal was to align ourselves next to each other, some people on the left, some people on the right, and place our hands in such a way that a chute, or think of it as a ski jump, is created. So the first people in the line are standing up and the last people in the line are down on the floor. And so there's a chute that's created with their hands and a ball is run down the chute successfully. The team building part of it is 11 of the 12 people had to have their eyes closed. And one of the 12 people could have their eyes open, but they could not talk. So the 11 people with their eyes closed could talk. The one person with their eyes open could not talk. That person had to guide people to form the chute simply by placing them in the right spot through touch, through eye contact, through looking and gesturing and things like that. The team building aspect of it came to be when the people who could speak but not hear figured out what it was that they were doing. And then they could tell everybody, hey, this is what we're doing. We're making this chute. And for some reason, because they didn't know about the ball, and so they were able to help the person who did have their eyes open get everybody aligned properly so the ball could run down the chute. It was a really fun event, and it really showed how you can work differently with people to get the job done.
That's a yes or no answer, and the answer is yes, with this caveat. Admittedly, it is far more difficult. So a couple of tips. Number one, do your best to get the team together for a non-work-related virtual meeting where the cameras are on and the team shares a bit about themselves. Have an icebreaker. It doesn't have to be more than 15 or 30 minutes, but this is an important event to bring the team together initially and hopefully build a little bit of trust. Secondly, apply what we shared in the previous question. Remember the team charter concept where we define norms and ground rules? A team charter is almost essential in a virtual environment, in particular if you're bringing a team together and these team members have never worked together before. Finally, develop and implement a communications management plan. Why? To ensure communications is organized and agreed upon by all key stakeholders.
I think it's entirely possible to build an effective team in a virtual environment. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of differences from being in an office, but I think a virtual environment can be very effective. And, you know, it probably goes without saying, but I think the tool sets and the tools that people use in a virtual environment are a big part of whether that team is going to be successful. I think the way that you can build an effective virtual team is to ensure that people working on the team have the right tools. You can have a really nice collaborative environment, but people may not know how to use the tools properly so that they can work collaboratively. So having the tools is important. Making sure people understand how to use those tools is equally important.
Welcome to Leading Change. After watching this video, you will be able to describe elements of change management and explain the 3 common change models. Change happens in all projects, and it can affect systems, behaviors, activities, business requirements, and culture. The project manager and team must know how to manage change. According to the Project Management Institute, or PMI, change management consists of 5 interrelated elements, including formulating change, planning change, implementing change, managing the transition, and sustaining change. The first element, formulating change, is where the project manager communicates the value and purpose of the change. The project manager explains how the improvement will transform the organization's present insufficient status into a better future status. The second element is planning the change. The project manager identifies and plans any changed project operations, and planning eases a stakeholder's transition, especially if they are involved in the delivery. In the implementing change element, the project manager must identify potential problems and fix them. This includes requesting feedback from the team and making required changes to keep the project on track. The next element, managing transitions, addresses issues during the project's transition from the present to future conditions. The project manager must fix unresolved issues to achieve the desired state. And the last element is sustaining change. Now the project manager must see that the change is sustained in the future state, and if not sustained, what needs to be fixed. Organizations can choose from several models to plan and implement change effectively. Commonly used models are the ADKAR model, the Cotter change model, and the Bridges transition model. The ADKAR model is outcome-oriented. It outlines specific objectives that provide long-lasting effects. The ADKAR model consists of 5 stages: awareness, desire, knowledge, ability, and reinforcement. So the first step is creating awareness of the need for change. The project manager explains why the change is necessary, what it will entail, and its impact on the team. The second stage involves explaining the benefits and risks of the change. In the third stage, the team receives training and knowledge of how to change by discussing roles and responsibilities, innovative techniques, and procedures. In the fourth stage, anyone who needs help with the change will receive resources, tools, and support. In the last stage, the project manager reinforces change by adding incentives, kudos, criticism, and assessment to promote the winning situation and sustain the transition successfully. The next model, the Cotter change model, introduced by John Cotter, is an 8-step process for successfully implementing organizational change. In this top-down approach, the need originates at the organization's top, and this model has 8 steps. Create a sense of urgency, form a powerful coalition, create a vision for the change, communicate the vision, remove obstacles, create short-term wins, build on the change, and anchor the changes in corporate culture. So, first, establish a sense of urgency for the change among managers and employees. Ask for their input on what is driving the need for change. You must identify potential threats or opportunities driving the need for change. Also, it is essential to share the value proposition. Next, create a powerful coalition by building a capable team with the necessary abilities, qualifications, reputation, connections, and authority to lead the change activities and influence stakeholders. In the third step, all stakeholders must share a clear and compelling vision for the change consistent with the organization's values and goals. In the fourth step, you communicate the vision and the strategies to inspire the rest of the company to accept and support changes. Note that there may be challenges in implementing this organizational transformation. Next, remove obstacles like inadequate processes, employee reluctance to change, supervisors who lack authority, corporate policies, and structure. In the sixth step, setting short-term targets that the team can achieve are set. This is critical to maintaining momentum and inspiring employees to support the initiative. Recognize small victories to enhance confidence, maintain momentum, and spread excitement throughout the company. Next is to build on the change. While the team is celebrating their short-term wins from Step 6, more challenging goals should be pursued to continue improvement. And finally, the last step anchors the changes in corporate culture. The leaders must cultivate the new culture to sustain change by sharing the vision and success stories with everyone. Now, the last model commonly used to plan and implement change effectively, the Bridges Transition Model by William Bridges, helps individuals understand and manage a transition's emotional and psychological aspects. The 3 stages an individual experiences during change are ending, losing, and letting go, the neutral zone, and the new beginning. In the ending, losing, and letting go stage, individuals acknowledge their losses and learn to cope by deciding what they will preserve or lose, and this experience could cause sadness, loss, or relief. The second stage is the neutral zone. In this transitional period, individuals have not yet adjusted to the new situation, and some individuals' productivity may drop during this stage due to continued frustration or confusion, while others will grow as they open to new possibilities. The third and final stage is the new beginning stage. Individuals have adjusted to change and are moving forward. They may feel a sense of accomplishment and optimism in taking on new challenges and opportunities. In this video, you learned that change can affect systems, behaviors, activities, business requirements, and culture. The PMI's 5 interrelated elements of change include formulating change, planning change, implementing change, managing the transition, and sustaining change. And 3 commonly used models to implement change include the ADKAR model, the Cotter Change Model, and the Bridges Transition Model. Welcome to Managing Quality. After watching this video, you will be able to define the PMI project management quality process, differentiate between quality assurance or QA and quality control or QC, and discuss tools and techniques used in quality management. Project quality management ensures that the deliverables are valuable and conform to requirements. It requires careful planning and execution to accomplish this. The Project Management Body of Knowledge, 7th edition, or PMBOK 7, breaks out costs of quality into 2 categories: costs of compliance and costs of non-compliance. Compliance costs abide by the laws, rules, and regulations issued by regulatory bodies, governments, or industry standards, and there are 2 categories of compliance costs: prevention costs and appraisal costs. Prevention costs include expenses to prevent defects, and prevention costs also include product or service requirements, quality planning, quality assurance, and training. Appraisal costs evaluate the degree of compliance, and appraisal costs include these expenses: verification, quality audits, and supplier assessments and ratings. Non-compliance costs do not obey laws, rules, or industry standards, and these expenses can be internal or external failures. Internal failures include expenses to find and correct defects before delivering the final product. Internal failure costs are waste, scrap, and failure analysis. External failure expenses happen after the product is delivered, and they are repairs and servicing, warranty claims, complaints, returns, and reputation. Now, project quality management is a straightforward 3-step approach: plan quality management, manage quality, and control quality. Planning quality management is a process that determines the project's requirements, standards, and procedures to attain the desired quality. It also develops a quality management plan. The quality assurance or QA stage puts the quality management plan into practice and ensures that the project conforms to standards, policies, and procedures. It employs quality audits to prevent issues from arising. Throughout the project, quality control or QC monitors project outcomes to make sure they meet the quality standards. QC identifies problems in the product or service and addresses them before they affect final delivery. Quality control examines the product's or service's completeness, compliance, and suitability for use. So, how do you differentiate between QA and QC? QA is a preventative process, but QC is a corrective process. QA is a proactive process before production or delivery. QC is a reactive process during or after production or delivery. And QA focuses on improvement and process optimization, while QC focuses on finding and fixing defects. Some tools and techniques commonly used in quality management to improve the quality of products or services include affinity diagrams, histograms, cause and effect diagrams, scatter diagrams, designing for X, SIPOC diagrams, flowcharts, mind mapping, logical data models, and matrix diagrams. An affinity diagram organizes and classifies large amounts of data or ideas collected through brainstorming sessions. Then the ideas are grouped based on relationships and similarities. A histogram is a bar chart depicting a variable's distribution over time. It represents the distribution by mean. Histograms are commonly used in quality management to evaluate and improve processes, identify areas of variation, and track performance over time. Cause and effect diagrams show the relationship between the results and root causes of problems. The Ishikawa diagram, named after its creator, Japanese quality control expert Kaoru Ishikawa, is also known as the fishbone diagram, since its structure resembles a fish, with the problem or effect being the head of the fish and the potential causes represented as the bones. Scatter diagrams discover patterns and trends in data to show the strength and direction of a relationship between two variables. In this illustration of two statistically independent variables, the two variables are plotted along two axes, and the pattern of the resulting points reveal the correlation. The Design for X, or Design for Excellence, lays out guidelines for reaching a project's objectives. It reviews and improves the new product or process design before manufacturing. SIPOC stands for suppliers, inputs, processes, outputs, and customers. A SIPOC diagram, a Six Sigma tool, identifies the critical elements of a process, defines its boundaries, and determines the stakeholders involved. A flowchart visually represents the sequence of steps and decisions needed. The diagram includes notes for each step, and steps are linked by connecting lines and directional arrows. The logical data model is used to identify the areas where quality issues arise. It identifies potential solutions. Mind maps record and arrange concepts and data systematically. They involve creating a diagram representing the main idea or topic in the center, with related ideas branching out hierarchically. Finally, matrix diagrams visualize complex relationships. They help identify how different elements in a project interact and depend on one another. In a table format, rows and columns represent different categories or dimensions. The intersections of these rows and columns describe the relationship between the categories. In this video, you learned that project quality management ensures that deliverables are valuable and conform to quality requirements. The PMBOK 7 breaks down the costs of quality into two categories: compliance costs, which abide by the laws, rules, and regulations issued by regulatory bodies, governments, or industry standards, and non-compliance costs, which do not obey laws, rules, or industry standards. The project quality management three-step approach includes planning quality management, managing quality, and controlling quality. QA is a preventative, proactive process which identifies and prevents potential defects in a project, whereas QC is a corrective, reactive process which identifies weaknesses in a project to take corrective action. And tools and techniques that managers use in quality management include affinity diagrams, histograms, cause and effect diagrams, scatter diagrams, designing for X, SIPOC diagrams, flowcharts, mind mapping, logical data models, and matrix diagrams. Welcome to the project initiation phase. After watching this video, you will be able to define the key processes and tools that drive a project's initiation phase. Now, the initiation phase is the first of 5 phases or process groups in the Project Management Institute or PMI framework. During this phase, the project manager introduces the project to the team, defines it at a high level, and identifies key stakeholders and their roles. Successful completion of the initiation phase paves the way for the next project phase. Projects begin the initiation phase one of 3 ways. When the team approves a business case, the project sponsor and manager create a benefits management plan, which documents a problem or an opportunity, or when a service level agreement or SLA or a contract dictates action. Now, once the initiation process begins, the manager develops a project charter, and this document proves the project scope and objectives at a high level. The team uses the project charter to determine if the potential project is ready for the planning phase. So, project sponsors must approve every project charter before the next phase can begin. Sometimes, a sponsor requests that the project manager rework the charter, postpone the project, or cancel it altogether. If the sponsor approves the charter, the project manager is given authority, resources, and sponsor support to move the project to the planning phase. Once the sponsor approves the project charter, the project achieves pre-baseline status, and this means the project is ready to move to the planning phase. Next, the manager creates a project brief using the project charter and stakeholder register. A project brief provides an outline of the project charter. So, the project manager can identify stakeholders during the project charter development and after the sponsor approves the charter. The manager defines critical project stakeholder roles and responsibilities in the stakeholder register. Then finally, the project planning phase begins after the manager develops the stakeholder register. In this video, you learned that the project initiation phase is the first phase in the PMI framework. The initiation phase begins when the team approves the business case, when the project sponsor and a manager create a business management plan, or when a service level agreement or SLA dictates action. The project manager creates a project charter which provides project scope and objectives, and a stakeholder register which identifies stakeholder roles and responsibilities. The project sponsor then must approve the project charter for the project to achieve pre-baseline status. And finally, the manager creates a project brief with the project charter and stakeholder register, and then the project is ready to move to the planning phase. Welcome to Key Project Management Modeling Tools, Part 1. After watching this video, you will be able to describe project management tools, define the term business case, and explain how to create a business case. The numerous methods, techniques, and software applications that project managers employ to plan, execute effectively, and monitor projects are project management tools. And these tools give project managers a complete picture of the project to evaluate its progress or success. Some of the key project management tools used today include a business case, a project charter, and a project brief. A business case is a written document that justifies the need for a project by outlining how its advantages outweigh its drawbacks. A business case is created in the project's initiation phase and covers the project's goals, expenses, and benefits to convince stakeholders of a project's worth. A business case outlines a problem or opportunity and provides details of strategy alignment, risk exposure, practicality from an economic standpoint, return on investment, success metrics, and other factors. Senior management considers the business case after completion. If approved, the business case provides the information required to complete a project charter. There are 3 important elements of a business case: the business need, the project justification, and the business strategy. Every project has a goal, and usually, projects solve a specific business problem or create a business opportunity. Answering certain questions determines the need for a project. What is your project proposal? What are the overall project goals and objectives? Why is the project important? What value does the project deliver? What is the problem that it solves or the opportunity that it creates? And finally, what are the business drivers? After determining the need, you must justify the project by answering another set of questions. Do the costs outweigh the benefits? Why must this project be accepted now? What are the assumptions and constraints? And what are the potential risks? After obtaining the project justification, you must design the project strategy to inform stakeholders. Answer these questions to design the project strategy. How will the project be accomplished? What is the implementation strategy? And what are the planned milestones? If accepted, most of the data presented in a business case is elaborated upon in a project charter. The following scenario will help you to understand how to create a business case. The first part of creating a business case is to define the business need. To begin, you need to introduce the proposed project. In this scenario, it is developing a coffee shop application. Next, define the goal of the project, which, in this scenario, is to develop an app that allows customers to gain information, access menus, make online orders, and provide feedback. Then, define the situation or the context. Due to the absence of a physical store in the area, most competitors use an application to serve customers. Now, describe the value the project can offer. In this scenario, the app will accomplish the following: increase the store's revenue, improve customer satisfaction, improve employee efficiency, and streamline the ordering process at the store. Then identify the major challenge. In this scenario, the challenge will be to stay competitive and meet customer expectations. Finally, define the key project success driver, which, in this scenario, is to remain competitive and succeed in the growing market of coffee services. The second part of creating a business case is to justify the project. You must describe how the project cost outweighs its benefits. The cost is the amount spent on application development, network upgrade, and utilizing the services of a marketing consultant. The project benefits will include increased revenue, increased customer satisfaction, increase in the number of customers, and improvements in the store's efficiency. The cause of urgency is the reduction in sales by 12%. The constraint is the limited budget of $7,000. The assumption is to develop an app users want to use, significantly raising potential sales, traffic, and revenue. And the potential risks in this project include going over budget, design flaws, delays in the development, lack of acceptance by customers, and lack of financial security. Now, the third and final part of creating a business case is to create the business strategy, which will help execute the project successfully. You can design a business strategy as easily as making a simple list of what needs to be done and by when. Design the application by May, develop the app by June or July, test and launch the app by August, and receive feedback and make improvements to app by September or October. In this video, you learned that common project management tools include a business case, a project charter, and a project brief. A business case is a written document that covers the project's goals, expenses, and benefits to convince stakeholders of the project's worth. And 3 elements to consider when building a business case are the business need, the project justification, and the business strategy. Welcome to Key Project Management Modeling Tools, Part 2. After watching this video, you will be able to Explain the project charter with the help of an example, and explain the project brief with the help of an example. As defined by the Project Management Institute, or PMI, a project charter is a document issued by the project initiator or sponsor that formally authorizes the existence of a project and provides the project manager with the authority to apply organizational resources to project activities. A project charter is a document that outlines the key elements of a project and ensures a common understanding of the project's purpose, goals, and stakeholders. A project charter template usually includes project name, which should give the project an identifying name, and project goal, which should specify the project's goal and its proposed product or service. One can also include project value proposition and benefits, project problem or opportunity statement, project schedule, project manager, approval space, and authority or sponsor space. The following example will demonstrate how to design a project charter. First, you need to provide general information about the project titled ABC Coffee Shop Application. Next, you will initiate the development of the application, which aims to allow customers to gain information, access menus, make online orders, and provide feedback. And this project will provide the following benefits: increasing the store's revenue, improving customer satisfaction, improving employee efficiency, and streamlining the ordering process. The major challenge faced is that the majority of your competitors have functional applications already. Since the competitors were available online, you have noticed a 12% decline in sales. To stay competitive, you must use this application. So you begin the project in May and finish it in October, and Bethany Harris is appointed as the project manager and will be approved by Evan Marsh. The following assumptions are made while creating the project charter. Sales, customer traffic, and customer satisfaction will increase. The application will be accessible and used. The number of online orders and store efficiency will increase. The application can be developed in the defined period. The application will have the quality required for the available budget, and the functionality will match that of the competitor apps. Then the following constraints apply. An amount of $7,000 has been set as the budget. Only authorized vendors may be used for contracts, and only fixed price contracts are authorized. There are 5 proposed solutions. Get the application's design ready by May and ensure the required functionality is identified and incorporated. Send out proposals and finalize vendor development contracts. Complete the application development by June or July, build and evaluate the initial prototype, and identify the features to be incorporated into the app while staying on budget. Complete the application test by August. To test the application, perform a beta test with coffee shop employees only and test the functionality, identify defects, and resolve issues. You will then be able to launch the application in August. Make the application available at no charge to all customers. Market and advertise the application's availability. And lastly, gather feedback for 2 months and design version 2 with improved features. Next, you define the project priorities. The application should be launched in August. The budget should not exceed $7,000. Moderate functionality is needed in version 1, and functionality may be modified. So now that the priorities are defined, you turn your attention to the return on investment. You can predict that the sales will increase by 18%. Due to the achieved efficiency, expect a reduction in the amount of work required. And as compared to the cost of $7,000, sales are expected to grow by $60,000 in 1 year. Now, you will also need to be aware of the potential risk associated with the project. If the budget increases, return on investment will decrease. Design flaws may cause implementation delays and functionality limitations. Development delays will delay the planned schedules. Customer dissatisfaction may reduce projected sales growth. And financial security may help address customer trust issues. At last, the project charter will cover the resources required in the project. And you will need the following resources to complete the project. a project manager and team, marketing, IT, external developers, and contractors. A project brief provides stakeholders with a concise summary and overview of the project, as they don't need all the details. It lays the foundation for building a detailed project plan and helps ensure everyone involved in the project works toward a common goal. The information that a business case and a project charter contain is required to complete a project brief. The 7 pieces of information that a project brief contains include the project name, manager, purpose, benefits, schedule, costs, and sponsorship. The following example will assist you in learning about the project brief. In this example, the goal of the project is to develop an application that allows customers to gain information, access menus, make online orders, and provide feedback. Competitors currently have functional applications in place, and you need to beat the competition and maintain a competitive advantage. And next, the project will provide the following benefits: increased revenue, improvement in customer satisfaction, improvement in employee efficiency, and streamlined ordering process. The project is scheduled to begin in May and finish by October. The project costs are estimated to be $7,000, and sales will increase by 18% in 1 year. And finally, the project will be sponsored by Evan Marsh. In this video, you learned that a project charter is issued by the project initiator or sponsor that formally authorizes the existence of a project. A project charter is a document that ensures a common understanding of the project's purpose, goals, and stakeholders. The project charter template should include the project's name, goal, value, problem statement, schedule, manager, and approval contact. The project brief provides a concise summary of a project charter, and the project brief should include the project's name, manager, purpose, benefit, schedule, costs, and sponsor.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Initiation. In this video, we will hear from project managers on how to effectively initiate and kick off a project.
I think there's a few things that a project manager can do to successfully initiate and kick off a project. The first step for me in setting up a project and getting ready to roll it out to a broader team is to make sure that the project manager really understands what it is that the project is meant to accomplish. So, the second stage that I always do is make sure that people understand the ultimate goal, the outcome. I'm talking about really articulating the vision. So this is what the reason why we're developing this software. This is what the software is going to accomplish. This is the difference it's going to make in the user's or the client's life once we get this software out. The third stage for me is ensuring that the team really has a good sense of how the project is going to be managed, and also allowing for enough input so that as things aren't working, the team feels like they can adjust. And really ensure that my team understands that they have a voice, because the people that are actually doing the work have the best insights into a methodology, a project management methodology that's going to make that project successful.
Preparation is key to a solid project kickoff, and I find that many project managers don't prepare enough. PMs should gather and organize materials ahead of the meeting with their team for an internal kickoff. And if there are documents that are going to be referenced, have your links ready to add to the chat for quick reference. And also include those same links in the meeting notes that you send out after the kickoff. No one should ever be guessing on where to go to find things. We want to make it really, really easy for them. Also, take the time to discuss potential client questions that might occur during the external kickoff and have a plan for how to address them. I always recommend sending out a detailed agenda before your external kickoff so clients know what to expect. All this just sets the tone that your team is aligned, organized, and confident. You want to make a great first impression at the start of a project. And lastly, end your meeting on time. That shows that you respect people's time and busy schedules.
The first piece of advice that I want to give you, as a project manager, when you are assigned a new project, learn as much as you can about the project as quickly as you can. But let's go ahead and break this out into 3 steps. Step number 1, review the documents that initiated the project. These may include a statement of work, business case, contract. In some cases, it may be an email from your boss. Understand the what and the why behind the project. Step number 2, develop a project charter and share this project charter with a sponsor. Ensure the charter meets the needs of the project and the sponsor. Finalize approval. Until a sponsor approves the project charter, you're not ready to move forward. The final step, determine stakeholder support requirements and develop a stakeholder register. Ensure all stakeholders have well-defined roles and responsibilities. Ensure that they are identified early. And most importantly, have a discussion to determine if they're able to commit to these roles.
My expectations for a sufficient project brief is one that I can read and know from reading it that my project manager understands what it is that they're going to be doing. They know the goals of the project, they know the timeline that the client wants the project executed on, and they have a fairly clear understanding of the resources that need to be involved in the project.
It really depends on the type of project to find out what exactly you need in your brief. I'll give an example of when I worked at a cloud security company and we did implementations. A lot of times I would learn a lot of information from our sales team and anybody else that worked on a project with the customer previously. First off, I want to know what is the scope to find out what is in scope, what is considered out of scope, expectations, is there any unknowns that I need to know in there, any potential risk or issues, do we have any potential sales or anything like that for them, along with who is the key stakeholders.
Now, before the presentation is even made, one of the most important things you can have is that support of your champion or your sponsor. They have to see that executive management supports the project. That's half the battle. Another thing is that it authorizes the project. The project should never even start without this charter being agreed upon with your stakeholders. Why? Because the one thing that can derail a project is coming back later and people seeing that not everybody agreed, or someone standing up and saying, I'm a major stakeholder, but I never even agreed to this. I never got a chance to review this. I didn't know that that was going on. So you have to have all of your stakeholders buying off on the charter.
One is to understand the stakeholders that are going to be involved, and then also the RACI. Highly suggest having your RACI involved on your charter if available. Overall scope included, what's not included, the overall expectations, and for it to be very straightforward, not convoluted.
Very, very important. Number 1 tip, keep the presentation brief. In addition, ensure you understand the expectations of the audience. However, regardless, at minimum, every presentation should include, number 1, a brief overview of the project purpose. Again, why is this project important? What purpose will it serve? Secondly, an overview of the project value and why the project should be accomplished now. Just because a project has value doesn't necessarily mean that the time to implement it is today. Third, a brief description of scope, schedule, and budget considerations. Remember, less is more. Keep it short. And, if possible, pictures such as graphs and other visuals are very impactful. You've heard the term, a picture is worth 1,000 words. It certainly is impactful in a successful project charter presentation. Finally, do not end the presentation without a decision. Decisions may include approved for planning, approved with modifications, deferred until another time, or potentially a promise to update and revisit the project charter with a defined date.
Welcome to the Stakeholder Register. After watching this video, you will be able to explain a stakeholder register and describe what a stakeholder register includes. In order to understand what a stakeholder register is, one needs to know what stakeholders are. One of the key goals of the project initiation phase is to identify those who need to be part of the project. It means identifying the core team, sponsors, department directors, subject matter experts or SMEs, customers, operations, and other key roles. And these people are called stakeholders. They are an important part of a project as they provide the support necessary for the project to succeed. Their decisions play a vital role in the project's success. Now, there are several advantages to identifying stakeholders early in a project. Stakeholders must be aware of the project to be able to assist in or contribute to project management later. They should be given prior notice so that they can plan their participation. Before committing to support, stakeholders must be aware of their roles and obligations, which must be understood, successfully conveyed, and assigned. And in some cases, stakeholders might be unable to provide the required support for a project. A project manager, in this case, must identify potential gaps in support and act quickly to resolve problems. There can also be a need for further training due to inadequate skill levels or workforce crisis. A project manager needs to address these problems. And lastly, effective communication is essential to manage a project successfully. Lists of stakeholders who need to communicate are available in a stakeholder register. A stakeholder register is a document that lists all the stakeholders associated with a project along with relevant information about each of them. This information may be used to monitor and manage stakeholder expectations throughout the project lifecycle. A stakeholder register includes certain columns. Some of these include name or position, which implies the name or position of each stakeholder. Organization, which implies the department or organization that the stakeholder is associated with, and is a column that can be deleted or left blank if it doesn't apply. The role, which implies an accurate, brief, and clear explanation of a stakeholder's role, and RACI or RACI, which is a responsibility defining matrix and stands for responsible, accountable, consulted, and informed. For successful project management, it is important that everyone involved in a project understands their role and responsibilities. And this can be achieved through a RACI chart. It defines the roles and responsibilities of all stakeholders in a project. Now, the 4 roles that RACI defines include the following. Responsible, which means the person is in charge of performing the work or producing the desired outcome. Accountable, which means the person is responsible for the task or result and makes the final decision about its accomplishment. Consulted, which means the person is consulted but not authorized to make decisions. And informed, which means the person is kept informed of progress and results, but is neither consulted nor responsible for the task or result. There are a few more important points to consider regarding the stakeholder register. A single stakeholder may have one or multiple RACI designators. It's not necessary to name every stakeholder. For instance, 7 marketing personnel will be working on a project and you need help with marketing. Choose a single liaison that can assist the marketing team as a whole. And if more than one entry is needed, try to functionally group as many members of the marketing team as possible. It is not important to list every member of a project team. However, the addition of core team members actively engaged in project planning is necessary. A stakeholder register is an evolving document and expands as the project progresses. Maintaining a stakeholder register up to date and using version control is important. It might be helpful to look at an example of the stakeholder register format. In this register are the names of the different stakeholders, their organizations, and their roles in the project. And you can also view the task they are required to perform. In this video, you learned that a stakeholder is anyone who needs to be part of a project. A stakeholder register is a document that lists stakeholders associated with a project. This register includes the stakeholder's name, organization, role, and RACI. A stakeholder may have one or multiple RACI designators. Not every stakeholder needs to be named. Not every member of a project team needs to be listed. Finally, the stakeholder register is ever evolving. Welcome to decision making. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the importance of effective decision making and identify various methods used to make effective decisions. Effective decision making means making informed, timely, and well-considered decisions that support the successful completion of a project. Effective decision making in project management can lead to better project outcomes, improved teamwork and stakeholder relations, and more informed and effective resource allocation. According to the Project Management Institute, or PMI, a project manager should seek expert judgment when making an important decision instead of making a unilateral decision. Involving experts in the decision-making process improves the chances of project success and increases stakeholder confidence in the process and outcome. A project manager should handle group discussions carefully as they have both pros and cons. In group discussions, team members are more likely to feel involved in decisions they have helped design, which can enhance their buy-in and commitment. However, it can be a time-consuming process which may result in lengthy discussions and debates. As per the PMI, a project manager should pursue team decision-making more often. Each team member can share their ideas and the group works collaboratively to arrive at a decision. A project manager should encourage participation from all stakeholders and acknowledge their contribution. However, the project manager is ultimately accountable and should try to make project decisions as early as possible. A project manager and team members must understand each decision's importance and nature and adopt an optimal approach to ensure a successful outcome. Now, the PMI has documented a few important methods for making effective decisions, and these include voting, fist to five, nominal group technique or NGT, autocratic, multi-criteria decision analysis or MCDA, and wideband Delphi. Voting is a popular method for collective decision-making, and it can help make decisions effectively in certain situations by allowing democratic participation and representation. However, it can also lead to conformity, as sometimes participants feel pressured to choose what the rest of the group wants them to do. Now, there are 3 ways to determine a voting result. Unanimity involves 100% support for the decision path from the voting members. The majority, which involves more than 50% support for the decision path from the voting members, and plurality indicates the largest group determining the decision path. And note, it is possible to have a plurality of opinions resulting in a decision made by less than 50% of the group. Fist to five is a quick way to collect user input in a group or to determine general agreement. The leader restates a course of action and requests that the others express their level of support by putting up several fingers ranging from 0 to 5. 5 represents a complete agreement, whereas clenching your fist indicates strong disagreement. And after indicating their support levels, the group can quickly see where most of the support lies and decide based on that. The nominal group technique, or NGT, is a systematic approach to group brainstorming that promotes contributions from all participants and allows speedy agreement on the relative importance of topics, problems, or solutions. Team members begin by writing down their ideas and selecting which is best. After team members are ready, everyone presents their favorite idea and the group discusses and prioritizes the suggestions using a point system. An autocratic leadership style is one in which a single individual, usually a manager or leader, makes all the decisions without seeking input from others. Autocratic decision-making is most effective when the leader clearly understands the situation and needs to decide and act quickly. Multi-criteria decision analysis, or MCDA, is a weighted decision-making method that involves choosing between options when multiple criteria or objectives are available for consideration. It helps ensure that decisions involve systematic and objective evaluation of the available options. This example compares two providers on several variables, including pricing, capacity, delivery, competence, and reputation. The last method recommended by the PMI is wideband Delphi. This method is employed when a decision needs to remain confidential. The project manager facilitates this method. The method is used when participants hesitate to voice their ideas publicly or for the widely dispersed team. Here is an overview of the process. Step 1. The facilitator presents the problem to the concerned team in a group or individually. Step 2. Participants present their ideas or solutions through their choice of communication like posts, emails, or text messages. Step 3. The facilitator collects the feedback and tabulates the results. And Step 4. The results are declared, but the identification of the participants and votes are kept confidential. Another helpful method to make effective decisions is the Owner, Approver, Reviewers, and Participants, or OARP method. Although not documented by PMI, this is a useful technique for making effective decisions. It is a structured process of making decisions that involve uncertainty. Note that the actual process steps arrange the acronym to be OPRA. There are 4 steps in the OARP method. Step 1, the owner of the decision, often the project manager, identifies the issue, the opportunity, and the action required. Step 2, the participants and the owner discuss the decision-making process. Participants are often the decision-making stakeholders who will be most affected and may include operators, end users, consumers, technical support staff, and other individuals. Step 3, the reviewers, a group of stakeholders who are often managers of the participants, work with owners to review decision criteria and participant input. Reviewers develop opinions they believe are not feasible for moving forward. And Step 4, the approver is usually the sponsor in a project environment and reviews proposed options and makes a final decision. And this decision is relayed to the owner for communication and execution. In this video, you learned that effective decision-making means making informed, timely, and well-considered decisions that can lead to better project outcomes, improved teamwork and stakeholder relations, and informed resource allocation. And methods used to make effective decisions include voting, fist to 5, nominal group technique or NGT, autocratic, multi-criteria decision analysis or MCDA, and wideband Delphi.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Stakeholder Identification and Management. In this video, we will hear from project managers on how to effectively identify stakeholders and their roles and responsibilities.
So as you're starting a new project, 1, reflect on previous projects that may be similar. Talk to your manager, talk to other people who may have done a similar project, and talk to your mentor about it. Put on your recruiter hat. Identify the roles that you need stakeholders in and what their responsibilities will be, and then write it down. Write up a job description that clearly states, here's your role and here's your responsibility. That's also going to contribute towards your RACI and clarity within your project team about who's doing what. If you need to train your stakeholders, also add a column for that or a paragraph for that.
First, I would start out meeting with the project manager if there is a customer project manager. So it depends on the type of project that you're working on. That way you can understand who is a stakeholder on their side. You can meet forward with who we have on our side and create a RACI plan with that and a stakeholder communications plan. Otherwise, it will have to be an internal type of project, and you would meet with your leadership and anyone else that is a key stakeholder to help you understand who is going to be part of the project, and then understand what are they really great at as far as being an SME that can help you out towards your project and create your RACI.
Well, the simple answer, of course, is yes. As soon as you are assigned as a project manager, do an inventory of stakeholders. These are, by definition, individuals interested or impacted by the project. Generally, when I identify stakeholders, I break out stakeholders into 4 different groups and systematically try to identify those in each group who are pertinent to the project. So let's go ahead and take a look at Group 1. I start at the very beginning. Who are the stakeholders who are interested in driving this project? These are generally your sponsors and your executive leaders. You definitely need to communicate the project with this particular group. Next, ask yourself whose support is needed to make this project a success. These individuals in group number 2 are your core team members who are going to be required to help you plan the project. The third group is to determine who controls and manages the resources that you will need. Resources include personnel, materials, supplies, and equipment. And finally, last but not least, brainstorm who is ultimately the project going to be transitioned to. This may include customers, end users, and operations.
The first step to ensuring that a stakeholder understands their role is writing it down and detailing their responsibilities. The second step is having a direct face-to-face conversation about those responsibilities. Is this list realistic? Do you anticipate any blockers in your schedule? How are you feeling about this? Once you've had that conversation and you have that document detailing all of their tasks, make sure to socialize it with the project owners on the client side. This adds a bit of social pressure and accountability.
First, in order to assure that stakeholders and people that are involved on the project understand the project, the scope itself, and they have the buy-in. Once they truly understand what it is, how they can help the project, then from there, you explain how you can also help them. Become a servant leader and help them out as far as throughout their project. That way you can get a lot more buy-in as well.
Well, rule number 1, do not assume. Do not make an assignment and assume the stakeholder truly understands their role and responsibilities and is automatically willing to go ahead and commit. After a stakeholder role and responsibility is identified, have the conversation. What do we mean by that? Ensure the stakeholder, number 1, understands the role, and 2, feels ready to commit to satisfying the responsibilities to which they have been assigned. Ensure each stakeholder has the skills required, receives any necessary training, and in addition, understand the stakeholder's capacity to work. How long can they spend on the project? Do they have any vacation time planned, etc.? Periodically, follow up. MBWAT, we've talked about before, management by walking and talking. Periodically, check in with each stakeholder, keep an eye out for issues, be accessible, and provide the support that is needed to keep that stakeholder in a position to be able to achieve the roles and responsibilities to which they've been assigned.
Project managers should always have empathy when it comes to dealing with hesitant stakeholders. Many people want to help, they're just overwhelmed at work. So have a conversation to figure out what is at the root of their hesitance to participate and explore ways that you might be able to help make their life easier. And lastly, if they just cannot commit to the role, start working on a plan B on someone else who can fill their shoes so timelines don't get delayed.
When a stakeholder is really reluctant as far as taking on responsibilities, find out the reason why. Is there something else going on? Do they have a lot more on their plate than you realize? Or do they not understand the project? So find out some more information. Go and have a one-on-one meeting with them. Find out how you can actually help them, really understand the project a bit more, offer assistance, let them know how you will be a support system throughout the project as well.
What an excellent and pertinent question. Everyone is motivated by different things. A good project manager tries to identify each individual's motivators. There's a gentleman named David McClellan who many years ago developed a 3 needs theory. This theory states that people are motivated by 1, 2, or possibly 3 different factors. Again, have the conversation with the stakeholder and trying to determine which of these factors, 1, 2, or 3, motivates them. So let's go ahead and take a look at McClellan's model. The first motivator is called achievement. Achievement is defined as gaining satisfaction from achieving results. Secondly, some people are motivated and driven by affiliation. Some people are motivated by working with others they can build relationships, trust, and respect with. If affiliation is a motivator, sell the stakeholder on the value of working with a great team. Motivate them through informing how they can build a lasting relationship and play a critical role in working together for the common success of the project. In McClellan's model, a third motivator is power, sometimes referred to as empowerment. If power or control are motivators, let the stakeholder know they are empowered to use their creativity and innovation to achieve the possibilities of the project. Share that the project culture is one of open communications and honest dialogue and feedback. Motivate the individual by providing assurance that their ideas will be valued and heard.
Welcome to Stakeholder Engagement Plan. After watching this video, you will be able to define a Stakeholder Engagement Plan, or SEP, and its importance, and describe how to create an SEP matrix. A Stakeholder Engagement Plan, or SEP, is a formal document that outlines the strategy to communicate with stakeholders interested in a project. An SEP identifies stakeholders and their interest levels, power, and influence, and it is continuously updated to meet stakeholder needs. The goal of an SEP is to achieve the level of stakeholder commitment required to properly plan and execute a project. Note that this is a plan held close to one's vest. Only the core project team has access to this plan. After the project charter is authorized, this is the first finished plan. An SEP consists of the names of important stakeholders whose commitment to the project is crucial, the current state mentioning the level of commitment at present, the desired state mentioning the level of commitment that is ideal and required, and the strategy needed to move stakeholder commitment from the present state to the desired one. The SEP matrix is a tool to identify the level of engagement required of each stakeholder group based on their level of interest and influence in the project. The matrix identifies 5 distinct levels of commitment designators. Unaware, which indicates that the stakeholder is unaware of the project and its impacts. Neutral, which indicates that the stakeholder is aware of the project but has not determined the level of support they need to extend. Resistant, which indicates that the stakeholder does not support the project and is resistant to change. Supportive, which indicates that the stakeholder supports the project and is supportive of change. And leading, which indicates that the stakeholder is supportive and actively engaged in ensuring the project is a success. Consider the following scenario to understand an SEP better. John is managing a business application development project. In this project, Rahul is the sponsor and is quite supportive of the project. Mary is the customer and is not sure whether she agrees with the project. Ram is the subject matter expert, or SME, who does not support the project and thinks the project is a waste of time. Evan is an information technology or IT professional and supports the project. And John wants Evan to perform some tasks related to the project. Shown here is the SEP matrix that clearly defines the roles of all stakeholders, along with a strategy to involve them actively for project success. In this video, you learned that The Stakeholder Engagement Plan, or SEP, is a document that includes project stakeholder names, current state, which indicates the stakeholder's present commitment level, desired state, which indicates the stakeholder's ideal commitment level, and the strategy the manager needs to move the stakeholder from the current to desired state. And the SAP matrix is a tool project managers use to identify the level of engagement required of each stakeholder group. Welcome to Key Financial Metrics. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the importance of financial metrics and define some key financial metrics to determine a project's efficiency. Financial metrics are quantitative indicators that evaluate a company's financial performance and stability. These indicators assist investors and analysts to study data on various aspects of a company, including its revenue production, profitability, and financial stability. A project manager should know some key financial metrics such as opportunity cost, time value of money, and depreciation. Opportunity costs are the possible benefits that a person, investor, or company forgoes while deciding between two options. And this concept addresses project trade-offs. For example, the value of Project A is $60,000 and Project B's value is $40,000. You can only choose one project, so you select Project B. By doing so, you lose the chance to benefit from Project A's worth. Therefore, choosing Project B has an opportunity cost of $60,000. In the case of multiple projects, the opportunity cost is always the value of the highest value project not chosen. 20 years ago, $100 could buy more than what it does today, so some financial calculations consider the time value of money. The time value of money is a concept stating that the value of a currency decreases over time. However, the value of the currency increases if we invest the money. Invested money earns a return, creating a more significant amount of money in the future. Depreciation determines an asset's value loss over time because of regular wear and tear, aging, and technological advancements. The devaluation of assets allows an organization to reduce its taxes and claim the lost value of the investment. There are two methods of calculating depreciation: the straight line method and accelerated depreciation. The simplest method of calculating depreciation is the straight line method. The amount of depreciation subtracted from an asset's value is the same for every year of its life. If an asset is worth $100,000 and depreciates by $20,000 annually over 5 years, in order to calculate annual deduction, divide the asset's value by its useful life. The accelerated depreciation method allocates a higher portion of an asset's cost in the early years of its life as compared to later years. And this approach considers that assets are more productive in their early years than later years. The accelerated depreciation method includes double declining balance and the sum of the year's digits. You will not need to know these depreciation calculations for the CAPM testing. Some additional financial metrics that influence the choice of projects are payback, return on investment, return on invested capital or ROIC, benefit cost ratio or BCR, economic value added or EVA, internal rate of return or IRR, and net present value or NPV. The payback period is the time required to recover the initial cost of an investment. It is the break-even point at which the total investment equals the total revenue. The payback period equals the initial investment divided by the periodic cash flow. The return on investment, or ROI, is a metric that tells us an investment's profitability. It determines the amount of investment return concerning the cost of investment. ROI equals the net profit divided by the investment cost and multiplied by 100. The return on invested capital, or ROIC, determines how well a company allocates capital to profitable projects or investments. It calculates the returns a company generates for every dollar invested in it. ROIC equals the net operating profit after taxes, or NOPAT, divided by the invested capital and multiplied by 100. For example, in a project where the investment is $100,000 and the first-year returns are $10,000, the ROIC will be 10%. The benefit cost ratio, or BCR, is a technique to compare the benefits of a project with its costs. A BCR that is more significant than 1 indicates a profitable project. BCR is equal to the total benefits divided by the total costs. For example, in a project where the total benefits are $10,000 and the total costs are $8,000, the BCR will be 1.25. The economic value added, or EVA, measures the value a company generates for its shareholders. And this concept suggests that projects should provide returns beyond their cost of capital. When shareholders generate more wealth, profitability increases. The internal rate of return, or IRR, is the discount rate that makes the net present value, or NPV, of a project 0. In order to calculate the IRR, the discount rate must be determined so that the present value of future cash flows equals the cost of initial investment. The IRR compares the efficiency of different investments and determines the project's profitability. Finally, the net present value, or NVP, is the difference between the present value of your cash inflows and the present value of your cash outflows over a period. To calculate NPV, you need to use a cash flow chart like an IRR cash flow chart and select a discount rate for devaluing returns. NPV provides the dollar value. The following scenario demonstrates how to use financial calculations to determine project benefits. A project has an investment valued at $100,000 and an annual return of $50,000. The payback is the break-even point at which the total investment equals the total revenue, which in this case is 2 years. The ROI is 50%, the IRR is 23.38%, and the NPV is $22,130. Note, the IRR and NPV of the project were calculated using a formula in Microsoft Excel. In this video, you learned that financial metrics are quantitative indicators that evaluate a company's financial performance and stability. And key financial metrics project managers use include opportunity cost, time value of money, depreciation, payback, return on investment, or ROI, return on invested capital, or ROIC, benefit cost ratio, or BCR, economic value added, or EVA, internal rate of return, or IRR, and net present value, or NVP. Welcome to Project Budgets. After watching this video, you will be able to define budget levels of accuracy, summarize budget estimation models, and discuss key project budget considerations. A budget estimate approximates the time and resources required to plan and complete a project. Budget estimates are essential for planning and decision-making as they provide a framework for allocating resources and managing costs. There are 2 levels of budget estimates. Level 1 is rough order of magnitude, or ROM, and Level 2 is definitive estimate. The project manager includes a rough order of magnitude, or ROM, estimate in the project charter, and it provides decision makers with a broad parameter to determine if best and worst case budget estimate limits are acceptable. A ROM estimate is -25% to +75%. For example, a ROM for a $100,000 budget estimate might range from $75,000 to $175,000. The definitive estimate level is the most exact estimate, which the team determines after completing all project planning. And this level of budget estimation generally serves as the boundaries a budget needs to conform with before the project close. A definitive estimate is -5% to +10%. For example, a definitive estimate for a $100,000 budget might range from $95,000 to $110,000. So you may wonder why there is an under-budget threshold. If a project ends under budget, the unused funds are returned to the organization. However, those unused funds sat idle throughout the project and were not providing a return on investment. 0% returns lose value due to inflation. If possible, a project manager and team should avoid being over and dramatically under budget. There are several estimation models project managers use to determine project costs. A project budget generally uses multiple models based on the cost categories under analysis, and these estimation models include analogous, parametric, and bottom-up. With the analogous estimation model, the project manager compares the current project to similar past projects and uses that data to estimate the costs and resources required for the current project. The analogous model is also called expert or top-down estimation, and it is most reliable when the previous projects are similar in fact and not just in appearance. With the parametric estimation model, the quantity of work that the team is to perform is multiplied by the productivity rate of the team, and this model uses regression analysis and learning curve techniques. For example, if 30 drawings are required, and the cost is $100 for each drawing, the total cost would be $3,000. And in this example, the drawings are the quantity of work and the productivity rate is $100. The parametric model is also called a mathematical model. Finally, with the bottom-up estimation model, the project manager estimates each work package individually and then compiles the total project costs. This model requires a work breakdown structure, or WBS, to be effective, and the bottom-up model has a high level of accuracy in budget estimation. Now, project managers should remember these 9 considerations when planning and executing a budget. Enlist the support of subject matter experts, or SMEs. Their knowledge is critical to budget estimating success. Ask a team member to validate estimates and act as a second pair of eyes to catch any mistakes. Track planned versus actual expenditures throughout the project to recognize variances early. Proactively make course corrections and share project status with stakeholders. Validate all assumptions. Use information and technology to assist in overall project cost management. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, refers to these systems as the Project Management Information Systems. Use value-added decision-making models such as analogous, parametric, or bottom-up. Review past lessons learned to avoid past budget and planning mistakes and leverage opportunities previously discovered. Understand funding limit reconciliation. This PMI term means that funds allocated to your project must be used only on that project, and any unused funds must be returned to the organization. And lastly, understand project funding requirements, which is another PMI term. Let the sponsor know when project funds are needed, and in most cases, the entire project budget will not be available on day one. In this video, you learned that a budget estimate approximates the time and resources required to plan and complete a project. There are 2 levels of budget estimates. Level 1 is rough order of magnitude, or ROM, and Level 2 is definitive estimate. Estimation models assist project managers in determining project costs, and 3 common models are analogous, parametric, and bottom-up. And finally, there are 9 considerations project managers should remember when planning and executing a budget.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Role of a Business Analyst. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing the role of a business analyst.
The roles of a business analyst and project manager are similar in nature in that they both deal with stakeholder collaboration, risk management, change management, escalation management. And they're also both very involved in planning and forecasting, whether it's project planning and forecasting a timeline, or business planning and forecasting a return on investment or a financial plan. Areas where they're different, I think, is the how far in the weeds each person in those roles are as far as the project goes. I think the business analyst is going to be more holistically spread out across multiple projects, or depending on the size of your company, you may only have one business analyst who's working across all of your projects. In that case, they're not going to be down in the weeds of the project like what the project manager would be, ensuring that action items are met, that there's agendas for meetings, meeting notes are going out, the timeline is being managed. The project manager is going to look more at risk mitigation and then change management. But that doesn't mean that the business analyst isn't involved in all of those. It's just not at the same level. It's at a little bit higher level. Where they may be at the same level is the change management, because that could have a financial impact depending on what is happening. Regardless of the similarities and differences, the business analyst and the project manager really need to work hand in glove, because each person in their roles influences the other person. The business analyst very much needs to consume the data from the projects, and they need to make sure that it's accurate and accurately reflects the status of the project. The project manager needs to consume the financial planning that the business analyst is doing in order for them to do proper project forecasting and planning. So while there are differences between the goals of the business analyst and the goals of the project manager, they really need to work together as a team in order to be successful.
First and foremost, a project manager and business analyst do work very closely together. Their roles very much intersect, but there is a distinction. The business analyst focuses on products and solutions. The project manager focuses on the processes performed to deliver a solution with sufficient quality. The business analyst work precedes the project management initiation phase. The business analyst performs an initial needs assessment, defines the current and to-be state, elicits requirements from customers, and provides potential solutions to the project manager. From that point, the project manager then develops the project charter, and the formal project management begins.
I think stakeholder management is a very important aspect of a business analyst's job. They're going to be working with people in a variety of roles, and so understanding the expectations of each person that they're going to be providing data to is very critical. The detail of data that you provide to somebody in a leadership position is going to be very different than the level of detail that you provide to the people on your project team or even to your direct manager. And so I think clarity of their expectations, your internal stakeholder expectations, is important. Equally important are the client expectations and what data that they need to see on a regular basis that you're providing, in addition to what data and what status is the project team providing. All of that leads to clear roles and responsibilities. And so if you're in a smaller organization, you may be doing a lot of different roles, and business analyst may just be one. And so you very clearly need to understand what your responsibilities are versus the project manager. If you're in a larger company and there's multiple business analysts, you also need to understand what you're going to do versus what another business analyst is going to do. And then the last tip for success is really ensuring that the data you're gathering is accurate and that it's clear and that you're clearly able to represent it to the different people that you need to report it to so that they can take action or rest assured that everything is going fine.
I could probably provide a number of tips, but let's go ahead and narrow it down to some of the key tips in my mind. First of all, understand the current business environment and how it is working. Be able to define the as-is state to allow for needs assessment and analysis and development of a comprehensive to-be solution. Secondly, identify and analyze stakeholders who need to be involved in project development and develop the facilitation skills required to enable successful elicitation of requirements. Finally, surround yourself with subject matter experts who can help you understand the true needs of the customers and develop value-added solutions.
The most critical role that a business analyst can play or does play, the most critical aspect of a business analyst's job is data. Managing data, gathering it, collecting it, cleaning it, and then presenting it in a way that's meaningful for those who are going to consume it, regardless of where they are at in your company hierarchy. That's the most critical role. Almost equal to that is communication and the ability to work with your project teams to gather the data, to work with the management and leadership teams to report the data, and establish a very good rapport with your client so that they can also consume the data, be pleasantly surprised. Also, establishing rapport with your client is going to be critical so that you're communicating the data that they need in order to make current decisions and future decisions and remain a long-term customer.
We could probably spend some time on this particular question because the business analyst provides some very critical support. But let's narrow it down to a few. First of all, the most critical job is the accomplishment of the comprehensive needs assessment. A clear definition of the as-is state and the desired to-be state is absolutely critical. Secondly, the business analyst works closely with organizational leadership to identify potential project opportunities and/or problems. They assess the current state, develop the required future state, and generate solution options. I understand this is a repeat. However, they have to get this part right. Finally, they provide recommendations and develop roadmaps when solutions are approved. They may need to assemble business cases at times that pave the way for development of a project charter and a handoff to the project manager. So in summary, the most critical role played is to ensure all new projects are viable, validated solution proposals are provided that support organizational strategic initiatives and provide value.
Welcome to Scope Planning. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize end-to-end scope planning, explain requirements planning, describe the contents of a scope statement, describe the contents of a work breakdown structure or WBS, and explain the importance of a WBS dictionary. The scope planning process includes identifying, outlining, and maintaining a project scope, and it is arguably the most critical project planning you will perform. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, states that a project manager needs to accomplish the project on time, within budget, and within the required scope. In the real world, however, if you don't deliver scope that adds value, being on time and within budget won't matter much. Now, the PMI has a 4-step scope planning approach, and it is a solid conceptual model that works in real working situations. The 4 steps are plan scope management, collect requirements, define scope, and create a work breakdown structure or WBS. The first step is to plan scope management. The PMI recommends that the project manager develop and share a scope management plan. This is not the final scope, but is a simple plan that provides process and direction to the team on how to define, develop, monitor, control, and validate scope. And this how-to plan describes how the project manager analyzes, documents, and manages requirements. The next step in scope planning is requirements planning, which the PMI refers to as the collect requirements process, in which the project manager reviews the project charter and other applicable documentation. Here are some important points to remember for the requirements planning process. The project manager provides requirements documentation that defines the requirements in the project scope. The goal of this phase is to summarize project charter requirements, strive for actionable and measurable requirements, and define them in terms of action and result. For example, acquire a venue. If the business analyst did not previously develop a project traceability matrix, the manager or analyst develops it at this point. The following scenario describes a simple project that shows an example of scope planning documentation. A manufacturing firm is planning an all-hands meeting, and you are the project manager. These are key excerpts from the project charter for this scenario. The event time and date have been set, and the venue is still to be determined. The firm is to provide transportation for attendees, and catering will be provided. The number of attendees and speakers has been determined, and the firm will provide technical support for the event. As the project manager, you would now determine the scenario collection requirements for this project based on the information provided by the project charter: acquiring the venue, planning transportation, planning catering, identifying speakers, and planning audio-visual and technical support. The next step in scope planning is defining scope by developing a scope statement. The PMI states that a scope statement is the most detailed version of the scope, and it clearly explains the project's aims. The scope statement has 4 components: scope description or overview, deliverables, acceptance criteria, and exclusions. Here is an example scope statement describing the project scenario to plan and implement an all-hands meeting in 4 ways. This document describes the project, lists all requirements or deliverables, identifies who can accept the final deliverables, and lists exclusions. Exclusions are a list of what the project will not provide. Now, the last step is to construct the work breakdown structure. A WBS breaks down the scope statement into a hierarchical list of tasks necessary to fulfill the project requirements. The hierarchy plan runs from most general, starting with the whole project, through the project phases, to the specific tasks known as work packages. A best practice is to break down the work packages using logical phasing, and the project manager should use the Plan, Do, Check, Act, or PDCA method. All WBS work packages should be actionable, estimable, and measurable. This is an example of a WBS using the project scenario. The WBS is a hierarchical breakout of the project, a visual roadmap. It looks like an organizational chart with the project in the top row, then breaking down into project phase columns in the second row of boxes, followed by rows of boxes with the activities required or work packages for each phase in the order they occur below that. The first project phase column in the second row represents planning the project. The second column is the next phase, executing the project, and so on. Now, after the project manager constructs the WBS, it is essential to complete the WBS dictionary. This document defines the tasks required to accomplish a WBS work package. Some points to remember while completing the WBS dictionary are: each work package in the WBS is broken out into specific tasks. The manager should assign a lead team member to each work package, and the WBS dictionary becomes the primary source for the team to check the progress status throughout the project. This example WBS dictionary, based on our scenario, breaks out the specific tasks for the first activity or work package, manage the venue, listed under our first phase in the WBS. The manage the venue specific tasks are: research available venues, select the appropriate venue, and sign the contract. In this video, you learned that the scope planning process is the manager's most critical project planning area. The PMI has a 4-step scope planning approach, which includes plan scope management, collect requirements, define scope, and create a WBS. A scope statement is the most detailed version of the project scope. A WBS breaks down the scope statement into a list of tasks. And finally, a WBS dictionary defines the tasks required to accomplish a WBS work package. Welcome to schedule planning. After watching this video, you will be able to explain schedule planning and the steps involved, discuss types of dependencies, and illustrate a project network diagram. Schedule planning is the process of organizing and arranging tasks, events, and activities in a structured manner to allocate time and resources effectively. It involves setting up priorities, determining available time slots, and using tools and techniques to plan and monitor progress toward meeting goals and deadlines. Schedule planning aims to improve efficiency and productivity by ensuring tasks are completed promptly and in an organized manner. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, has developed a 5-step schedule planning approach. Create a schedule management plan, define activities, sequence activities, estimate activity durations, and develop a schedule. The first step is to create a schedule management plan. A project manager creates a schedule plan to specify the beginning and end dates of a project, the key checkpoints along the route, and a deadline to finish each job individually. The second step is to define activities. The manager lists the tasks, activities, and events to include in the schedule. Each activity must be defined to the point where time and cost durations can be reasonably estimated. Avoid ambiguity. Next, the project manager carefully considers each activity to determine which ones are dependent on others to be completed. All project dependencies must be defined so the manager can appropriately schedule the work and prevent delays. And after establishing dependencies among the activities, the manager can sequence them to create an effective flow. Project managers use the 3-point method to determine how long each work package will take, and this method can be applied to both time and cost durations. So there are a few terms associated with this method. The first is predecessor, which defines an activity that happened first. Another term is successor, which is the activity that happened second. In this illustration, activity A is the predecessor to activities B and C, and activities B and C are the successors to activity A. Activities B and C depend upon the completion of activity A. Activities B and C do not depend on each other. The team can accomplish these activities simultaneously. The PMI shares 4 distinct dependency determinations. Mandatory dependencies are legally required or inherent. The team cannot ignore them. These dependencies can impact the overall timeline and schedule of a project. Examples of mandatory dependencies include part sourcing before assembling and hardware installation before software installation. An external dependency involves factors that are external to the project, and these factors are usually legal or regulatory by nature. Examples of external dependencies include approvals from external organizations or government agencies, availability of resources or equipment sourced from outside suppliers, and compliance with regulations or laws. Internal dependency refers to a situation where a task in a project depends on other tasks in the project for completion, and this creates a relationship between tasks and a sequence for their completion. Typically, the project manager and team have complete control over these dependencies. An example of an internal dependency is the internal testing of project components before the project is assembled. And the final type of determination is a discretionary dependency. Sometimes there may be more than one way to accomplish a task, and the project management team must decide which method to follow. The decision is based on their experience, best practices, and lessons learned. An example of a discretionary dependency can be best explained with a scenario. Activity A is booking an airline ticket, and activity B is buying travel insurance. The project team can either book an airline ticket before buying travel insurance or do it the other way around. Now, returning to the 5-step schedule planning approach, in the 4th step, the project manager and the team members must estimate how long each activity or work package will take to complete. And the best way to estimate the duration is to use data from similar past activities. Finally, the project manager and the team members develop the final schedule. The manager informs the sponsor and important stakeholders about this schedule for review and approval. And once the sponsor and stakeholders do approve the schedule, it becomes the project schedule baseline. A network diagram is a useful tool that shows how all work packages need to be accomplished and in what order. A work breakdown structure, or WBS, is required to build a network diagram. The diagram shows the flow of activities, dependencies, and the critical path, which helps in project planning, monitoring, and control. The following scenario shows how a network diagram is built. The nodes in the diagram represent tasks, while the arrows represent the dependencies between them. This project has 5 activities. Activities A and B have no dependencies and can be accomplished simultaneously. Activity C depends upon completing activities A and B. Activities D and E can also be accomplished simultaneously. They are both dependent upon the completion of activity C before work can begin. The final step in building a network diagram is to add the durations to each activity as shown in the illustration. Durations are determined by days. Activity A will take 5 days, activity B will take 3 days, and so on. Now that the network diagram is complete, the next task is to determine how many paths are possible to complete the project. This example has 4 paths, and the critical path is the path with the longest duration. In this example, the longest path is ACE. The critical path identifies the duration of the project. The duration of each activity is summed up to calculate the critical path. In this example, activity A's duration is 5, activity C's is 8, and activity E's is 7. So 5 plus 8 plus 7 equals 20, and the critical path is 20 days. The final step in schedule planning is ensuring that sponsors and important stakeholders are informed about the network diagram and length. The project manager obtains approval from the stakeholder and the sponsor, and the schedule baseline is finalized. In this video, you learned that schedule planning is the process of organizing and arranging tasks, events, and activities in a structured manner. The PMI's 5-step planning approach includes planning schedule management, defining activities, sequencing activities, estimating activity duration, and developing a schedule. The 4 types of dependency determinations are mandatory, external, internal, and discretionary. A network diagram is a useful tool for visualizing and analyzing a project schedule, and the critical path is the path of the longest duration of a project.
Welcome to a short project budgeting demo. In this demo, we will illustrate tools used in building and presenting a project budget and share a common estimation methodology called 3-point. Let's begin with a 2-step approach to build a project budget. Step number 1 is to begin with a review of the total costs for the project. A simple Excel spreadsheet will often suffice. Break out the costs by direct, indirect, and reserve requirements. A general rule is that contingency reserves are usually 10% times direct costs. Management reserves are for unknown risks. If you suspect there are many unknown risks, add additional contingency under the management reserves. Let's look at a simple example. This is a project for the annual executive meeting support project. We begin by defining our costs. In this particular case, you'll notice we have them categorized by venue, setup and venue cleanup, audiovisual, etc. Next, we try to determine if they are direct or indirect costs. As you notice in the notes, a direct cost is a cost that is charged to the project. So let's find our first example. You'll notice that under direct costs, setup and venue cleanup contractor supported, this is a direct cost. This means that the project manager needs to acquire $2,000 and the project will be required to go ahead and disperse those funds to the contractor. But we have another type of cost as well. These are indirect costs. Looking at our notes, indirect costs, these are paid for by an external source. If these costs were not paid by an external source, the project would need to plan and account for them. So let's look at our example. The first indirect cost we come to is $3,000. What is this for? Going across to the cost description, this is for the venue, but you'll notice we have a note. This is going to be paid for by the organization. So while the project is not paying for the venue, this is a cost to the project. It's just being paid for by another third party. In calculating the total costs of a project, we add up all of the direct costs, in this particular case $6,000, and all of the indirect costs, in this case $5,000. Our total project costs are $11,000. One last piece of information. We need to go ahead and calculate contingency reserves. Contingency reserves are those extra dollars that are set aside in case risks occur. Normally, contingency reserves are 10% times the direct costs. So if you look at this illustration, we have $600. We take 10%, we multiply it by 6,000, and we end up with $600. This is dollars that we do not have access to unless we request them. However, they are available in case a risk occurs. Now, let's take a look at step 2. Here, we determine when the funds are needed. You need to phase your project funding requirements. For a real-world project, allocating costs to each work package or activity in the work breakdown structure and using your network diagram to determine when costs will be incurred is a best practice. Here's how that calculation could work. But remember, only request direct costs. Ensure what you are asking for matches your direct cost requirements in step 1. And as a refresher, that was $6,000. So on this particular sheet, we take a look at our direct cost requirements, and now we break them out into phases. Phase 1 is planning. Phase 2 is the day of the meeting, and Phase 3 is the post-meeting. These dates are February 15th for planning, February 20th for the day of the meeting, and the post-meeting on February 24th. Now, we share the direct costs and we annotate them when these dollars will be required. So we're going to require $2,500 on February 15th to support planning. This will pay for setting up the venue and general supplies. On the day of the meeting, we need $2,500 in our account. We're going to pay $1,000 to clean up the venue, $500 for beverages, $1,000 for catering. And on February 24th, we will pay the final payment for the catering, $1,000. Notice, $2,500, $2,500, $1,000 equals $6,000. This was our direct cost requirements. This concludes part 1 of our demo video. We look forward to seeing you again in part 2. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed part 1 of our demo. Welcome to part 2. Now you may choose to use a tool called a resource breakdown structure. This is also generally an Excel spreadsheet, and it can help accomplish both steps 1 and 2 on a single spreadsheet. Let's use the executive meeting project to show how this could work. Costs are captured under categories and work breakdown structure activity numbers. Match the activity numbers to your schedule network diagram to determine when funds are required. Again, only document direct funds. So let's take a look at this particular spreadsheet, the resource breakdown structure for the annual executive meeting support project. Each work breakdown structure activity has its individual number. The work package explains what is happening in each work breakdown structure activity. For example, activity 111 is to define the venue. 112 is to determine attendees. Now what we need to do is we need to determine during which of these activities will our total of $6,000 be required. So, if you take a look, we have a $1,000 requirement for venue support. If you recall from our previous step, this will occur during planning and the funds will be required on the 15th of February. We have general supply requirements that will be required on the 15th of February as well. Now, during the actual event, we need to pay for beverages, catering, and in addition, actual meeting requirements, in this case, to support the catering. These funds are required on the 20th of February, and we're going to pay the outstanding catering invoice on the 24th. Again, take a look at the totals. The total requirement is our direct cost of $6,000. Now, one final area that we want to discuss regards estimation. There is a methodology that is commonly used called three-point estimation. Many project managers use single-point estimation. They estimate time and costs by providing their best guess. There are some costs that are set. When this is the case, single-point estimation suffices. In most cases, however, estimates may be impacted by a variety of factors. Three-point averaging requires the project manager and the team to analyze three estimates. The most likely estimate is what the team believes will be the most likely costs. The pessimistic estimate considers risk and the worst-case scenario. The optimistic estimate considers opportunities that may reduce costs. There are two ways to calculate three-point. Note that the three-point estimation is applicable to both cost and schedule estimates. So looking at three-point averaging, we have a pessimistic amount of 45. Most likely, it's going to cost us 25, and if everything works out perfectly, we may escape with only spending 20. Each one of the pessimistic, most likely, and optimistic numbers and estimates are multiplied by 1. We multiply the pessimistic, 45 times 1 equals 45, most likely 25 times 1 equals 25, optimistic 20 times 1 equals 20, 45, 25, and 20 equals 90. We divide this 90 by 3, and the estimate that we're going to go ahead and use is 30. Now, we have something called three-point estimation using PERT. PERT stands for Program Evaluation Review Technique, and this method is a little more complicated than the averaging method. The PERT method weighs the optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic estimates based on statistical norms. Studies have shown that the pessimistic and optimistic estimates will occur 1 out of every 6 times. The most likely estimate will occur 4 out of every 6 times. This weighted criterion is based on the conclusion that estimation accuracy follows a statistical standard distribution. The most likely falls within 1 standard deviation of the mean, or approximately 67% of the time. The optimistic and pessimistic estimates fall within 2 or more standard deviations from the mean, or approximately 16% for both. Hence the weights 1, 4, and 1. Use the PERT method in our example. Let's go ahead and take a look. We have our optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic estimates. They have not changed. However, the multipliers do. We multiply the pessimistic by 1 times 45 for 45. Why? Because the pessimistic is going to occur 1 out of every 6 times. We multiply the most likely estimate of 25 times 4 to equal 100. Why? According to the standard distribution, the most likely normally occurs 4 out of 6 times, or 67%. We multiply the optimistic 20 times 1 to equal 20. Why? Because the optimistic is only going to occur 1 out of every 6 times, or approximately 16%. We add up our totals 45, 120 to get to 165. However, we're now going to divide 165 by 6. When we take 165 and divide it by 6, now the estimate that we're going to use is 27.5. This concludes our overview of project budgeting. As a quick summary, remember, we have 2 steps, or we can combine the 2 steps with 1 step called the resource breakdown structure. And we learned an estimation technique called 3-point. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to sharing more project management best practices with you in demos to follow. Have a great rest of your day.
Welcome to Project Support Planning. After watching this video, you will be able to explain project support planning and discuss key objectives in project support planning. Project support planning is identifying and managing the resources and support needed to successfully execute a project. This involves including personnel, equipment, technology, training, and financial resources. It begins after the scope, schedule, and cost baselines are approved and accepted. The key objectives of support planning include quality management planning, resource breakdown structure, communications management plan, risk planning, procurement planning, and stakeholder engagement planning. Quality management planning involves the development of a plan to ensure that the project deliverables meet the required quality standards. A quality management plan documents the methods and guidelines applied in quality management, and this plan also describes quality assurance planning and quality control planning. The resource breakdown structure visually represents the project's resource requirements, and it divides those resources into smaller, easier-to-manage components. Here is an example of an RBS that specifies the planning and managing of resources. Create a column that lists people responsible for each work package. You may also enlarge the RBS to include start and finish dates for every WBS work package. Now, a communications management plan outlines the communication requirements and expectations for a project. It is developed by the project manager during support planning and approved by the sponsor. This plan identifies key communication items, assigns team leads to each item, provides audience and media information, outlines timing issues, and states the purpose of the communication. Here is an illustration with a sample entry. Risk planning is the process of identifying, evaluating, and managing risks to reduce their influence on a project or organization. It includes the following 3 elements: plan risk management, identify risks, and monitor risk. The first step is to develop a risk management plan that outlines shared methods, roles and responsibilities, and risk scoring standards. The second step is to identify risks. To accomplish this step, evaluate the project and record the risks. This helps to create solutions to lessen threats and increase opportunities. And the last step is to monitor risks. Perform periodic reassessment of risks to monitor them, and this will help to determine any new tasks and implement risk responses whenever needed. Next, procurement planning is the process of identifying and procuring the products and services required to complete a project. It is essential to ensure that organizations are able to acquire the goods and services they need in a timely and cost-effective manner. This process involves developing a procurement management plan, which includes all information and guidance necessary to manage the end-to-end procurement process. And the last plan is stakeholder engagement planning. It involves identifying and evaluating the stakeholders engaged in a project or initiative and successfully interacting with them throughout the project's lifecycle. Involvement of stakeholders is essential to success. Therefore, the project manager and team assess each stakeholder's current and desired levels of commitment and develop strategies to sustain or achieve desired levels of commitment. In this video, you learned that project support planning is the identification and management of the resources and support a project requires for successful execution. And the key objectives of project support include quality management planning, resource breakdown structure, communications management plan, risk planning, procurement planning, and stakeholder engagement planning.
Welcome to a brief demonstration on Earned Value Management, or EVM as it's referred to. Earned Value Management, as you can see on this illustration, is defined as a method used to determine the scope, budget, and schedule of a given project at a given point in time. EVM is an area of concentration on the Project Management Institute's Project Management Professional, PMP, and Certified Associate of Project Management, CAPM, certification examinations. It is also a focus area on a number of additional PMI certification tests as well. In this demo, we will define 4 key measurements that are required to calculate EVM. They are abbreviated as BAC, PV, EV, and AC. We will then share an analysis of a sample project. We will finish the demo by walking you through 7 key calculations that can help us understand the status of a project. So, let's begin by defining the key measurements and providing status for this particular project. The first key measurement is called budget at completion. It is abbreviated as BAC. The budget at completion is the total approved project budget. If you look at this example, we have for our sample project a budget at completion of $100,000. This is how much money you, as the project team, have been provided to execute this particular project. Planned value is abbreviated as PV. The definition of planned value is the dollar value of deliverables you had planned to have complete at this time in the project. So, looking at our sample project, we have a planned value, or PV, of $50,000. We had planned to have $50,000 worth of deliverables complete at this particular time. EV is defined as earned value. This is the dollar value of deliverables you have completed at this time in the project. So if you look at our sample project, we have an earned value of $55,000. That means that we have successfully completed $55,000 worth of deliverables. Last is AC, or actual cost. Definition: the actual costs incurred to support the project to date. So in this particular case, in our sample project, we have $60,000. So now let's do a quick evaluation of BAC, PV, EV, and AC for this sample project. We initially have a budget of $100,000. At this particular point, we should have $50,000 worth of our deliverables produced. We actually have $55,000 worth of the deliverables produced. However, we have spent $60,000 of our $100,000 budget to date. So, what can we do with this BAC, PV, EV, and AC information? We can next apply some EVM calculations. This concludes part 1 of our demo video. We look forward to seeing you again in part 2. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed part 1 of our demo. Welcome to part 2. The first calculation we're going to take a look at is cost variance. The acronym for cost variance is CV. We have a formula. It is earned value versus actual cost. So, looking at our scenario, our earned value is $55,000. Our actual costs are $60,000. When we subtract $60,000 from $55,000, we end up with a negative $5,000. So what is our interpretation of negative $5,000? It tells us that this is negative. We are behind on budget by $5,000. We have $55,000 worth of product. However, we spent $60,000 to get that $55,000. We are $5,000 behind. This project is behind on budget. The next calculation is schedule variance. The acronym is SV. The formula for SV is earned value, EV, minus planned value, PV. So let's apply the numbers. Our earned value, once again, is $55,000. Our planned value is $50,000. Subtracting $50,000 from $55,000, we now have a positive number of $5,000. Well, what does this mean? This is a positive number, and we are ahead of schedule. So let's go ahead and take a look at this a little bit more in detail. Earned value, we have $55,000 worth of product, and we had only planned to have $50,000, our PV, of product at this time. We're $5,000 in terms of product production ahead. We are ahead of schedule. So going back to our calculations, you'll notice the acronyms C, V, and then SV. Whenever you have a C, that is an indicator for a budget status. Whenever you have S, it is an indicator for a schedule status. Now, let's take a look at our third calculation, Cost Performance Index, that is abbreviated as CPI. Our formula is earned value, this time divided by actual cost. So our earned value is $55,000. We divide this by 60,000 and round to the nearest hundredths when performing earned value management calculations. The answer is 0.92. What does this mean? Well, this means that in this particular case, we have an earned value of $55,000, but we spent $60,000 to go ahead and achieve that $55,000 worth of value. In essence, we're getting 92 cents of value for every dollar that we are spending. When it comes to CPI, and remember the letter C tells us this is about budget, if the number is less than 1.0, it means we are behind on budget. We're only getting value of 92 cents for every dollar that we spend. Not terrible, but not good. Let's move to our fourth calculation, SPI, Schedule Performance Index. Again, letter S, this is going to give us status on our schedule. The formula is earned value, EV, divided by PV. So we go back to our numbers. EV is 55,000 and PV is 50,000. Well, in this case, we end up with a number greater than 1.1. What does this tell us? It means that we are ahead of schedule. When a number is greater than 1.0, this is good. We are ahead of schedule. If it is behind, we are behind schedule. So let's take a look at this a little bit deeper. EV, 55,000. We have $55,000 worth of product, and we only thought we were going to have $50,000 worth of product. We are moving at a 110% rate as compared to the 100% rate if PV equaled EV, ahead of schedule. Now we go down to EAC, which is Estimate at Completion. We have to refer back to our budget at completion, $100,000, and we also have to refer back to a previous calculation, the CPI. We calculated the CPI at 0.92. So by taking our $100,000 and dividing it by 0.92, we end up with a number of $108,696. What does this mean? What it means is if we make no adjustments and the current trend continues through the end of the project, if the project cost and the current trend is unchanged, this project will cost us $108,696. That is, for our variance at completion, $8,696 more than we had planned to spend. We are in the red. So, unless we do something, we are going to spend $8,696 more than the $100,000 we were allocated in our budget at completion. So, as a synopsis, as a summary, this project is over budget. However, it is ahead of schedule. That's the good news. The team must try to reduce costs through the remainder of this project so that you can get back on budget. This concludes our demonstration. Earned value management is a technique that is being used as a project status tool by many organizations. We hope you enjoyed this demo, and we look forward to sharing key project management principles and tools and techniques with you again. Have a great rest of your day.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Support Planning. In this video, we will hear from project managers on project planning.
There's three things that immediately come to mind that can impact the effectiveness of project planning. First is racing through it and not spending enough time planning and researching and understanding what it is that you, as the project manager, need to do in order to make the project successful. If you don't dedicate enough time early on and you decide that you want to build the plane as you go, it's only going to lead towards much more risk and much more change management than what you want to manage. And the negative impact that that can have can be quite devastating on the project from a quality standpoint, from a timeline perspective, and from a budgetary perspective. You may think that you're saving time by racing through project planning, but in the end, it might end up taking you more time than ever. The second thing that is key to project planning is having the right resources involved. Your project team when you're planning may be different than the project team when you're executing. There may be just a few folks who roll over into the escalation, or there may just be a few people who roll over into the execution phase of your project. But ensuring that you've got the right resources in planning will help you with that transition and also make sure that the project is staffed correctly from the beginning. And then third is clear understanding of the scope. Part of project planning is doing the work breakdown schedule and setting up the timeline. And if you don't have a clear project scope, then neither of those activities will be successful and your project team will not have a clear vision of what it is that they need to get done. So the three most important things for project planning is 1, allow sufficient time and don't race through it. 2, ensure that you have the proper resources that you need to both plan and execute the project. And then 3, make sure that you have their understanding of the goals and the scope of work that needs to be done.
Impacts of effective project planning can include a change in the scope or stakeholders, the amount of time estimated becomes unfeasible and needs to make changes. A lack of team building and communication can really impact your overall project.
Well, let me be honest with you. We could probably spend the next hour or two discussing this question because there are plenty of things that can impact the effectiveness of your planning. But let me begin with one of my favorite quotes from Benjamin Franklin. If you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. So here are my top 4 reasons or impacts, if you will. Number 1, failure to gain approval of a project charter. Even beyond that, failure to even develop a project charter in the first place. Remember that the project charter is the basis for all planning. It lists the project goals and high-level objectives. Planning accomplished without the benefit of a project charter will likely lead to scope creep and project failure in the end. A little bit more on that point later. Secondly, another quote. Know what you know what you don't know, and surround yourself with people who know what you don't know. Ensure you have the subject matter experts available to help you effectively plan. Otherwise, your plan will likely be flawed. Failure to have the meeting before the meeting. Share your scope, schedule, and budget with key stakeholders as they are developed. Do not wait until everything is completed. Effective project planning addresses scope first. Once the scope baseline is approved, schedule and budget planning is completed and approved as well. Finally, support planning is completed. Be inclusive and get sign-off each step along the way. Finally, assumptions. Definition. Assumptions are factors we believe to be true but have not validated. Remember this. Assumptions lead to risks. Risks lead to issues. Issues lead to problems and potential project failure. Don't assume. Validate your assumptions.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Support Planning Tips. In this video, we will hear tips and advice from project managers on how to ensure successful project support planning and which aspect of planning is most critical for project success.
First off, have a successful internal handover. Get to know the actual project, the project charter that's presented, whether you are presenting it or someone else presented it to you. And then from there, a project kickoff that's well thought out, well planned, and worked with others. And then from there, do not skip planning at all. You have to have a great planning strategy in order to move forward. If you rush into something, it will not be done the right way. It's just like a train that has half of a rail. It's not going anywhere.
Find a good template for project planning that you like to use. Make changes where you need to, and get feedback on it from your project managing coach or mentor. Reuse it for projects that are similar and tweak it as you go. Ask yourself what-if questions. What if we shorten one phase in order to lengthen another phase? What if we add a resource so we can shorten the phase? Or what if we take away a resource? These types of what-if scenarios, if you just jot them down, can help you identify areas where there may be risk, and it may also help you identify areas where change management come into play. So play around with your what-if scenarios. They're often also good conversation starters with your mentors or with other project team members that you find inspirational. Document your communication plan and your escalation plan. It's never too early to start on a communication plan, and you should always have an escalation plan as part of your overall project plan. Even if you hope that you don't need to use your escalation plan, have it in place so that you're not floundering around when an escalation does happen. Work on your work back schedule and your work breakdown schedule. Understand the scope of the work that needs to be done and work with your team members so that they understand it too. Start that early on in the project planning, and when you get to execution, it'll run more smooth.
Well, first and foremost, communicate effectively. Communications is the glue that holds the project together. Ensure all key stakeholders are aware of the current status and are proactively aware and working any issues. Next. Understand the project and the skill sets and personnel essential to success. List these required personnel resources in the project charter and gain approval to include these essential subject matter experts in planning. A point worth repeating. The objectives in the project charter are the guidelines to effectively plan the project. If a requirement is in the project charter, plan for its accomplishment. If the requirement is not in the project charter, as we mentioned earlier, Planning this requirement will result in scope creep.
All aspects of support planning are incredibly critical. The one that I think always bubbles up to the top is communication. Without clear communication that's consistent, that's accurate, and that's proactive, everything else as part of the project is going to fall apart. You won't be able to manage your stakeholders well. Your leadership of the project is going to run into bumps. And as a whole, the project team just is not going to work well together. So the most important part to support planning is having a very clear communication plan, one that you can tailor towards the communication desires of your team, whether it's your internal team, your management team, your leadership team, or your client team. It's incredibly important to build the rapport with the client through communication in a way that they want. Do they want emails? Do they want chat messages? Are they willing to use their cell phone and text messages? Having a happy client, getting the information they need, and having it at their fingertips will make the project go a lot better.
To be successful in support planning, you have to really understand the full scope of the project in order to move forward. From there, you need to identify if you need additional training, whether it's for individuals or those that are going to be joining later on, whether it's external to your customer or just internal for the support team.
This is a trick question. The answer is all aspects of support planning are critical. Let's begin by reviewing a brief list of some of the support planning that is required to support a project after, keyword after, scope, schedule, and budget have been approved and signed off. Number 1, quality. Quality assurance and quality control are essential to ensure the project conforms to requirements and provides a fit-for-use product or service. A project with no quality assurance or quality control is probably a project that is destined to fail. Secondly, communications planning is essential to ensure the right information gets to the right people at the right time and in the right amount. Please consider developing a communications management plan and following it. Third, you can manage risk or risk will manage you. Ensure all risks are identified and responses are developed. Include all stakeholders in effective project risk management. Next, resources include personnel, equipment, supplies, and materials. Ensure you identify the resources you require, when they are required, and gain approval from functional managers who control these resources. Key role and responsibility in a project: a functional manager, the individual or group that controls or manages the resources that you need. Finally, plan for any third-party support that is needed. Develop a procurement management plan. There are some times when you are required to outsource certain supplies, certain materials, certain services that cannot be provided internally, and as the project manager, you need to manage and control this process. This concludes this set of questions on project planning. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again in future SME interviews. Have a great rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a quick demonstration on a project charter. This is part of your final lab assignment. The project charter is the first document created in the initiation phase. It answers what, why, and who questions about the project. The project charter must be approved by the project sponsor before formal planning can begin. This brief demo shares the blank template you will use for the lab for the scenario provided. In addition, we share an example of a project charter used in a previous lesson for this course. Part 1 is general information about the project charter, and you can see that we have a blank template for you to fill in the blanks. Part 2 is additional project charter clarifying information, and again, we provide a blank template for you. Let's go ahead and review briefly what goes into a project charter, and hopefully this brief demo and information will help you during this lab. First of all, every project should have a distinct project name. It does not have to be long. It does not have to be in-depth. For example, this project is the ABC Annual New Investor Dinner Project. Every project charter should have a very brief goal, action, and result. The action, conduct a dinner for 40 potential investors. The result, the goal is to win business for the firm. Always include the project value proposition and benefits. Why are we doing this particular project? 4 areas that are normally included when taking a look and evaluating the value proposition for a project are finance. Is this project going to be beneficial from a financial standpoint for the company? Process. Is this project going to help us to become more efficient? Employee. Is this project going to benefit our potential for employee performance? And customer. Are our customers going to be delighted, and are we responding perhaps to something that the customer suggested we do to improve our products or services? A value proposition does not have to include all 4 of these aspects, finance, process, employee, and customer, but as many as you can find, the greater the impact will be of the project charter. The next area is the problem or opportunity statement. Many projects are wonderful ideas, but why does this project need to be accomplished now? The next area is the project charter. Keep it very simple. When are we going to begin our planning? When is the event date? Not a whole lot of detail required here. Start date and an end date oftentimes suffices. Every project should have a single unique project manager assigned, and every project should have a sponsor. Part 1 of this project charter is general information. It can be provided to key stakeholders for review, and if you get sign off on Part 1, then go to Part 2 of the project charter. In Part 2 of the project charter, we have 2 areas, assumptions and constraints. Assumptions are things that we believe to be true but have not validated, and constraints are those issues, those problems, those considerations that can impact the project that we need to go ahead and plan around. Always include a proposed solution. And again, much like the schedule prior, keep it simple. Step 1, Step 2, Step 3. One of the things that you learned in this particular course is the PDCA methodology, Plan, Do, Check, Act. Oftentimes a proposed solution can follow that methodology quite easily. Plan the event, execute the event, and perform follow-up actions. Project priorities. The project manager's priorities are time, cost, and scope. The ultimate goal is to achieve all 3 as planned. However, we need to understand which of the 3, schedule, budget, or scope, takes priority. For this particular project, schedule is priority 1. This particular event is occurring on the 30th of June. We cannot deviate from that. Priority number 2 is the budget. $14,000 is the goal. We want to meet that particular budget. However, if it comes down to a decision between budget and schedule, then we'll go ahead and sacrifice the budget so that we do not have to sacrifice the schedule. Scope is semi-flexible. We want to create the best environment for customers possible, however, not at the expense of meeting the budget and meeting the schedule. Return on investment can be numerical, or it can just be a quick overview of what we call the soft benefits. In this particular case, we have a well-defined cost and a revenue stream potentially to be achieved if we are able to capture 22 new clients. However, there may be times when you do not have those numerics available. If that's the case, simply put down the soft benefits, such as goodwill, word-of-mouth advertising, grow the client base, etc. Always define the initial risks. Try to show the risk and the impact. Our first example, the risk is attendees do not show. Well, what is the impact? Reduced revenue opportunities. And in addition, provide a brief overview of the resources that are required. Certainly, a project manager is a great asset to have on a project, but that project manager is singular, one person. It is uncommon for a project to only require one individual to go ahead and plan and implement. Who are the stakeholders that are interested, impacted by the project? Who are the stakeholders that you require to be committed to provide support to this particular project so that the project can be successful? Good luck reviewing the scenario in the lab, and good luck filling out your project charter. And I look forward to seeing you for future demos. Have a great day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a brief demonstration on a tool and technique in project management called a stakeholder register. The purpose of a stakeholder register is to list all key stakeholders and define their particular roles and responsibilities that are required for the project to be successful. You will be asked to complete a stakeholder register as part of your final lab assignment. Here is a blank template that you will be able to use for the lab assignment. Let's take a look at an example and hopefully prepare you to be successful in the lab. First and foremost, try to define the project that the stakeholder register supports. There are probably numerous projects in an organization, so you want to identify the specific project that this particular document is supporting. In the first column, we have the name or the position. When you know the name of the individual, that is optimal. However, there may be times when you do not have a name assigned as of yet, and you only know that there is a position that is required. Organization is the second column. In a large company, this can be a value-added entry. In a smaller company, it may not be a required entry at all. The third column is the role. This is very, very important. A role may be a title, such as project manager and sponsor, or a role may be an action, such as develop financial training materials and review materials. Roles and responsibilities are defined in terms of RACI or RACI terminology. You noticed on this example that many of these stakeholders have multiple entries under the R, the A, the C, and the I. Let's briefly describe what each of these letters means. If someone is coded in R, it means they're responsible for performing work or tasks. They actually have things that they need to do in support of the project. If someone is coded as an A, they may not necessarily be responsible for doing the work. However, they are accountable for the outcomes. Someone who is coded as a C is a subject matter expert, and someone who is coded as an I is someone that we want to continually inform as the project progresses. There is a column in the stakeholder register for comments. There may be times when comments are not applicable. In other cases, you may want to go ahead and add some clarification to the role and responsibilities. Before you publish the stakeholder register, ensure that you use version control, date it, and number the version. This stakeholder register will change as the project progresses, and it will require updates. Good luck in your lab, and we hope that you are ready to go ahead and prepare an excellent stakeholder register that you can share with your peers. Have a great day, and we'll talk to you soon. Hello everyone. I'd like to go ahead and take a moment and provide a brief demonstration of a tool and technique used in project management called a work breakdown structure. A work breakdown structure is a hierarchical breakout or decomposition of all project work. A work breakdown structure has three levels. Level 1 is the project level. Level 2 are the phase levels, and level 3 is where the work is accomplished, referred to as the work package level. The work breakdown structure is a critical tool that is used to define scope, schedule, and also perform budget planning. Each box within the work breakdown structure has a unique number. This is called a code of account identifier. Let's go ahead and take a look at an example of a work breakdown structure for an all-hands project. Level 1 is the project level. We annotate it with the code of account identifier 1.0, the all hands project. Level 2 is the phase level. For this all hands project, we are breaking out the project into 3 phases. 1.1 is planning the project, 2.1 is executing the project, 3.1 is closing the project. Note how we are annotating each activity with action and result. Plan the project, execute the project, close the project. Within level 3, we break out each work package that needs to be accomplished to successfully achieve the phase. Within project planning, we need to manage the venue, develop a transportation plan, develop a catering plan, manage speakers, develop an audio-visual plan, and develop and approve the agenda and the plan. Notice again, we are using action and result. Try to go ahead and keep these work packages at a relatively high level, and in addition, try to go ahead and sequence them in the order in which they're going to occur. Once you are complete with the first phase, go to the second phase. Our second phase is to execute the project. We're going to prepare the venue, implement the first part of our transportation plan, implement the catering plan, welcome speakers, verify audiovisual, and implement the event. Notice how within a work breakdown structure, where we have a planning activity, for example, develop the audiovisual plan, we oftentimes have an implementation activity as well, verify the audiovisual. Another example, in planning, we're going to develop the transportation plan. In executing, we're going to go ahead and implement the transportation plan. The third phase is to close the project. We're going to close the meeting, close out the venue, implement the transportation plan, part 2, solicit feedback, and conduct lessons learned. You are going to have an opportunity to develop a work breakdown structure as part of your course lab. A blank template is provided for this lab. If you look at the first tab, we have a blank template that is ready for you to go ahead and complete. Do the best that you can on the lab. Try to complete a work breakdown structure and share it with your peers. And I look forward to seeing you in future demonstrations. Have a great rest of your day. Hello everyone, and welcome to a brief demo video on project network diagrams. You will have an opportunity to develop a network diagram in your final lab for this course. A network diagram is simply a graphical representation of a project's activities or work packages in the order in which they occur. Durations are then added to each activity to determine the critical path. So in other words, determine how long the project will take to complete. There are many tools you can use to build a network diagram. We will use a simple tool that you're looking at right now in Microsoft Excel. So let's begin. The most important step in creating a network diagram happens during scope planning. A network diagram uses activities identified in the work breakdown structure. Remember, a work breakdown structure has 3 levels. There is the project at level 1, the phases at level 2, and the activities at level 3. For a project network diagram, only map out the level 3 activities. So with that, let's review a simple meeting management network diagram and share the highlights. Step number 1 is to place all activities in the order in which they will occur. Always begin with a project start. This is usually shown by an oval mapping shape. Dependencies will play a factor in your execution order. In this example, we begin with activity number 1, define outcomes. We then reviewed activities 2 and 3. The team determined that these activities could occur simultaneously. Activity 2 and 3 are not dependent upon one another. 2 and 3 can happen independently of one another. They also determine that activities 2 and 3 cannot occur until activity 1 is complete. Therefore, activities 2 and 3 are dependent upon activity number 1. Continue mapping all activities all the way until the end. There may be times when you need to add a buffer. We have an example between activities 4 and activities 5 of a buffer. A buffer is non-working waiting time. In this example, the agenda is forwarded in activity 4. It is sent out 2 days prior to the meeting in activity 5. A buffer is depicted by a circle. In step 2, we calculate the critical path. When activities are being accomplished concurrently, as in 2 and 3 and 6 and 7, we select the activity that has the longest duration. Let's take activities 6 and 7 as our example. They can be accomplished concurrently. Activity 6 takes 1 day. Activity 7 takes 6 days. Activity 7 is the longest. It becomes part of the critical path. Activity 6 can be accomplished at some time within the 6-day duration of Activity 7. It is not on the critical path. A best practice in project management is to color code the critical path in red. As you can see on this example, we have those particular activities color coded in red. Code activities not on the critical path in blue. You'll notice that we have 2 such activities. You are not mandated to use these color codes. We can now calculate the critical path. So let's take a look at the critical path. 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 6 equals a total of 13 days. This is the critical path, or in other words, how long will this project take? This project will take 13 days. Step 3 recommends you use separate tabs for each phase or activity stream in your work breakdown structure. This will make your network diagram simpler, easier to analyze and update, and less complicated for those viewing the diagram. Step 4 is your validation. If there were 12 activities in your work breakdown structure, your network diagram should have 12 total activities. Now, this particular spreadsheet, as you can see, has 2 tabs. Tab 2 is the meeting example we have just shared. Tab 1 is a blank tab. Use the blank tab for your lab assignment. You will notice that there are ample activity, buffer, start, end, and arrow symbols on the bottom of this particular blank template. And using these is simply as taking them and moving them up. Have fun with this. Now, I recommended that you do different phases on each particular tab. How would you go ahead and do this? To make a new tab, simply right-click on the blank tab, select Move or Copy, move to the end, and create a copy. And there you see it. We now have a second tab for you to go ahead and continue your network diagram in phase number 2. Continue with this for subsequent phases of your work breakdown structure to complete your network diagram. So with that, enjoy the activity, good luck on your lab assignment, and we look forward to seeing you again in future demos. Have a great rest of your day. Welcome to a short project budgeting demo. In this demo, we will illustrate tools used in building and presenting a project budget and share a common estimation methodology called 3-point. Let's begin with a two-step approach to build a project budget. Step number 1 is to begin with a review of the total costs for the project. A simple Excel spreadsheet will often suffice. Break out the costs by direct, indirect, and reserve requirements. A general rule is that contingency reserves are usually 10% times direct costs. Management reserves are for unknown risks. If you suspect there are many unknown risks, add additional contingency under the management reserves. Let's look at a simple example. This is a project for the annual executive meeting support project. We begin by defining our costs. In this particular case, you'll notice we have them categorized by venue, setup and venue cleanup, audiovisual, etc. Next, we try to determine if they are direct or indirect costs. As you notice in the notes, a direct cost is a cost that is charged to the project. So let's find our first example. You'll notice that under direct costs, setup and venue cleanup, contractor supported, this is a direct cost. This means that the project manager needs to acquire $2,000 and the project will be required to go ahead and disperse those funds to the contractor. But we have another type of cost as well. These are indirect costs. Looking at our notes, indirect costs, these are paid for by an external source. If these costs were not paid by an external source, the project would need to plan and account for them. So let's look at our example. The first indirect cost we come to is $3,000. What is this for? Going across to the cost description, this is for the venue, but you'll notice we have a note. This is going to be paid for by the organization. So while the project is not paying for the venue, this is a cost to the project. It's just being paid for by another third party. In calculating the total costs of a project, we add up all of the direct costs, in this particular case $6,000, and all of the indirect costs, in this case $5,000. Our total project costs are $11,000. One last piece of information. We need to go ahead and calculate contingency reserves. Contingency reserves are those extra dollars that are set aside in case risks occur. Normally, contingency reserves are 10% times the direct costs. So if you look at this illustration, we have $600. We take 10%, we multiply it by 6,000, and we end up with 600. This is dollars that we do not have access to unless we request them. However, they are available in case a risk occurs. Now, let's take a look at step 2. Here, we determine when the funds are needed. You need to phase your project funding requirements. For a real-world project, allocating costs to each work package or activity in the work breakdown structure and using your network diagram to determine when costs will be incurred is a best practice. Here's how that calculation could work. But remember, only request direct costs. Ensure what you are asking for matches your direct cost requirements in step 1. And as a refresher, that was $6,000. So on this particular sheet, we take a look at our direct cost requirements, and now we break them out into phases. Phase 1 is planning. Phase 2 is the day of the meeting, and Phase 3 is the post-meeting. These dates are February 15th for planning, February 20th for the day of the meeting, and the post-meeting on February 24th. Now, we share the direct costs and we annotate them when these dollars will be required. So we're going to require $2,500 on February 15th to support planning. This will pay for setting up the venue and general supplies. On the day of the meeting, we need $2,500 in our account. We're going to pay $1,000 to clean up the venue, $500 for beverages, $1,000 for catering. And on February 24th, we will pay the final payment for the catering, $1,000. Notice, $2,500, $2,500, $1,000 equals $6,000. This was our direct cost requirements. This concludes part 1 of our demo video. We look forward to seeing you again in part 2. Welcome back. We hope you enjoyed part 1 of our demo. Welcome to part 2. Now you may choose to use a tool called a resource breakdown structure. This is also generally an Excel spreadsheet, and it can help accomplish both steps 1 and 2 on a single spreadsheet. Let's use the executive meeting project to show how this could work. Costs are captured under categories and work breakdown structure activity numbers. Match the activity numbers to your schedule network diagram to determine when funds are required. Again, only document direct funds. So let's take a look at this particular spreadsheet, the resource breakdown structure for the annual executive meeting support project. Each work breakdown structure activity has its individual number. The work package explains what is happening in each work breakdown structure activity. For example, activity 111 is to define the venue. 112 is to determine attendees. Now what we need to do is we need to determine during which of these activities will our total of $6,000 be required. So, if you take a look, we have a $1,000 requirement for venue support. If you recall from our previous step, this will occur during planning and the funds will be required on the 15th of February. We have general supply requirements that will be required on the 15th of February as well. Now, during the actual event, we need to pay for beverages, catering, and in addition, actual meeting requirements, in this case, to support the catering. These funds are required on the 20th of February, and we're going to pay the outstanding catering invoice on the 24th. Again, take a look at the totals. The total requirement is our direct cost of $6,000. Now, one final area that we want to discuss regards estimation. There is a methodology that is commonly used called 3-point estimation. Many project managers use single-point estimation. They estimate time and costs by providing their best guess. There are some costs that are set. When this is the case, single-point estimation suffices. In most cases, however, estimates may be impacted by a variety of factors. 3-point averaging requires the project manager and the team to analyze 3 estimates. The most likely estimate is what the team believes will be the most likely costs. The pessimistic estimate considers risk and the worst-case scenario. The optimistic estimate considers opportunities that may reduce costs. There are 2 ways to calculate 3-point. Note that the 3-point estimation is applicable to both cost and schedule estimates. So looking at 3-point averaging, we have a pessimistic amount of 45. Most likely, it's going to cost us 25, and if everything works out perfectly, we may escape with only spending 20. Each one of the pessimistic, most likely, and optimistic numbers and estimates are multiplied by 1. We multiply the pessimistic, 45 times 1 equals 45, most likely 25 times 1 equals 25, optimistic 20 times 1 equals 20, 45, 25, and 20 equals 90. We divide this 90 by 3, and the estimate that we're going to go ahead and use is 30. Now, we have something called 3-point estimation using PERT. PERT stands for Program Evaluation Review Technique, and this method is a little more complicated than the averaging method. The PERT method weighs the optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic estimates based on statistical norms. Studies have shown that the pessimistic and optimistic estimates will occur 1 out of every 6 times. The most likely estimate will occur 4 out of every 6 times. This weighted criterion is based on the conclusion that estimation accuracy follows a statistical standard distribution. The most likely falls within 1 standard deviation of the mean, or approximately 67% of the time. The optimistic and pessimistic estimates fall within 2 or more standard deviations from the mean, or approximately 16% for both. Hence the weights 1, 4, and 1. Use the PERT method in our example. Let's go ahead and take a look. We have our optimistic, most likely, and pessimistic estimates. They have not changed. However, the multipliers do. We multiply the pessimistic by 1 times 45 for 45. Why? Because the pessimistic is going to occur 1 out of every 6 times. We multiply the most likely estimate of 25 times 4 to equal 100. Why? According to the standard distribution, the most likely normally occurs 4 out of 6 times, or 67%. We multiply the optimistic 20 times 1 to equal 20. Why? Because the optimistic is only going to occur 1 out of every 6 times, or approximately 16%. We add up our totals 45, 100, and 20 to get to 165. However, we're now going to divide 165 by 6. When we take 165 and divide it by 6, now the estimate that we're going to use is 27.5. This concludes our overview of project budgeting. As a quick summary, remember, we have 2 steps, or we can combine the 2 steps with 1 step called the resource breakdown structure. And we learned an estimation technique called 3-point. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to sharing more project management best practices with you in demos to follow. Have a great rest of your day.
Welcome to the Project Information Sharing and Risk Management course. This course is ideal for beginners or professionals with business experience who want to sharpen their business skills or even transition into a project management role. This course provides information and best practices in 3 key areas of project management, including the importance of life cycles, effective information sharing, and risk management. Concepts related to these areas are presented in 5 modules, and the last module will provide you with an opportunity to apply your newly acquired skills in a graded project. Module 1 introduces different project life cycles, and life cycles provide a roadmap for project managers to follow. A project life cycle provides a step-by-step approach to planning, executing, and implementing a project in a proven way. The proper use of the project lifecycle can aid a project manager in preventing project failure. Now, it is said that communication is the glue that holds the project together. Well, Module 2 provides insights into why effective communication is important in project management. The module also introduces different communication styles and provides tips for effective communication. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, states that the greatest challenge faced by project managers is maintaining stakeholder commitment and motivation to support the project. Module 3 provides an understanding of stakeholder management. The module also introduces tools that a project manager can use to identify stakeholders and gain their commitment and support. You will also be introduced to the team charter, an essential aspect of stakeholder management. Module 4 gets you started with project risk management. This module introduces you to the basic terminology, such as risk, threat, opportunity, and issue. The module also initiates you into some key concepts in risk management. Module 5 delves into the response strategies that can be used to mitigate risk. You will also be introduced to tools and methods, such as risk audits and risk reassessment. Finally, in Module 6, you will have the opportunity to apply the concepts you've learned in the course to a project. You will submit your work and also grade your peers, and this is followed by a final assessment quiz. Now, this course will be an aid if you plan to attain any PMI certifications, including Certified Associate in Project Management, or PMI CAPM, Project Management Professional, or PMI PMP, or Project Risk Management Certification, or PMI RMP. You can review the opportunity to qualify and attain these certifications at pmi.org. So there's a lot to cover here. To get the most from this course, make sure to view each video, check your learning with each quiz, and complete all the hands-on labs. And if you have any trouble with any of the course material, please don't hesitate to contact us in the discussion forum. Thank you for being part of our course, and welcome. We look forward to sharing this critical project management knowledge with you. Welcome to Lifecycle Overview. After watching this video, you will be able to compare predictive and adaptive lifecycles, describe the importance of using a project lifecycle, and summarize the pitfalls of failing to follow an appropriate project lifecycle. So, a lifecycle is a series of phases a project passes through to meet the project requirements. Now, the Project Management Institute, or PMI, recommends a step-by-step lifecycle for product and predictive projects. These life cycles are based on the Plan, Do, Check, Act, or PDCA cycle developed by W. Edwards Deming, whereas the Adaptive or Agile life cycle is based on the Plan, Do, Check, Learn, or PDCL cycle. The product life cycle begins with an idea, and that idea is then delivered, grows, matures, and retires. The success of each product lifecycle depends on well-defined projects and competent project management. The predictive lifecycle, also called waterfall projects, is the primary lifecycle. The predictive lifecycle process groups are initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. Now, the adaptive lifecycles make up the variations of Agile, and the most popular form of Agile is called Scrum. Agile defines requirements as user stories. Project managers prioritize the user stories and ready them for project implementation by entering them in the product backlog. They then divide the projects into 15 or 30-day iterations or sprints. Project managers implement, review, and release user stories, then select new user stories from the product backlog for the second iteration. Project lifecycles allow a systematic approach to planning, executing, controlling, and closing projects. The top benefits of following a project lifecycle are that it provides a structure for project delivery, improves team member communication, enables progress tracking across the organization, provides for progressive evolution of the project, and enables structured reviews to support governance. Now, predictive life cycles are best suited for projects whose stakeholders agree on a clear end goal that is unlikely to change, that require low technological complexity, and that require low needs for creativity and innovation. Adaptive life cycles are best suited for projects whose stakeholders are at a moderate to low level of agreement on how they will measure project success, that have multiple changes in specifications as the project evolves, that require high technological complexity, and that require high needs for creativity and innovation. Project managers use 5 criteria to determine success after a project. Using a lifecycle allows the project team to ensure the following. The team completes the project scope according to the objectives developed and approved in the project charter. On-time completion of the project according to the approved schedule baseline. The team completes the project within budget. The project meets the project management plan and avoids scope creep, which is the inclination to exceed project requirements. And the final product or service is fit for use by the customer. In this video, you learned that a life cycle is a series of phases a project completes to meet requirements, and a systematic approach to project planning, executing, controlling, and closing. Predictive life cycles are best for projects that have a clear, unchanging end goal and low needs for technological complexity, creativity, and innovation. Adaptive life cycles are best for projects that have an unclear goal and high needs for technological complexity, creativity, and innovation. And using a life cycle ensures 5 criteria for project success.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Lifecycle Selection Management. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing common project life cycles they use in their organization and how they would use the life cycles in a project.
And based on my experience, I just really want to share 3 of them. One of them is the traditional waterfall model. This is wonderful for events, straightforward projects. You simply plan. Once you have your plan, you implement the plan, you do it, you check to make sure that the plan is working, and you follow up and you deliver the product or the service, or you go back and fix it. I do an awful lot of process development and process improvement work as well. And another common life cycle that I like to use is what we call the DMAIC model. DMAIC stands for define, measure, analyze, implement, and control. If you ever study for Six Sigma, if you're looking to become a green belt or perhaps even a black belt, you will be asked to go ahead and implement a Six Sigma project, a process development or process improvement project, and you will get an opportunity to use that DMAIC or DMAIC model. The last model that I want to go ahead and share is an Agile model, but in particular, Scrum. I enjoy using Scrum when we need some kind of an iterative process, when the customer is looking for quick deliveries and when we anticipate an awful lot of change.
A common life cycle that we use in our organization includes initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. In practice, in my organization, I work closely with our Google partnership. We initiate our project with Google, but this can apply to any project, by really discovering the scope of what needs to be accomplished through the project. So if they want to refresh a certificate, for example, then we have a conversation with Google to understand, well, which components are we refreshing? What is our timeline? What's our budget? And from there, we move on to selecting a vendor. And when we talk to the vendor, we let them know the scope of the project, then and give them more granular details of what needs to be accomplished, and then come back to us with their proposed timeline as well as their proposed deliverables based on what Google needs, which then moves us over to planning. And planning is very collaborative. In my particular instance, involves Google and vendors, and that's where we really get through finalizing the timeline, finalizing the more granular chunks of a specific timeline when we want to have specific deliverables like videos, assessments, readings, etc. And then when we also want to allot time for QA and review. Then that moves us over to executing. And in the execution phase, that's when we really get into putting our heads down and doing the work. And that brings us over to monitoring and controlling. I think there are different ways to handle monitoring and controlling. I personally like to have weekly check-ins and then also disperse larger check-ins between the vendor and Google and myself, where we really delved into the details of the project. However, I do have colleagues that do something more like daily stand-ups, which I have done in the past as well, and then something more like bi-weekly meetings. I think it really just depends on the cadence of your desired cadence, as well as how everyone works together. And then finally, that brings us over to closing of the project. Assuming everything goes well, and you always hope that it does, you close right on time, and if it does not, then you figure out where you have room to extend your deadline. And at closing, I think it's always fun to celebrate the project, celebrate milestones, and then also do a recap of what went well and what did not go well.
There's a gentleman named Ralph Stacy who came up with a wonderful model that is a best practice in project selection today. Stacy said that take a look at two key aspects of a project. One of them is technical complexity, and the other is the level of agreement. And by agreement, I mean agreement among the stakeholders in terms of what does success look like at the end of the day. When the technology is extremely complex and there is minimal agreement, which means the majority of the stakeholders really have no clue what they want in the end, then Agile is probably the best way to go. However, if the technology is relatively straightforward, you don't anticipate a lot of problems, and there is general agreement among the stakeholders that regardless of how long this particular project takes, at the end of the day, this is what we want, then probably waterfall is your best bet.
Welcome to Adaptive Life Cycles. After watching this video, you will be able to identify artifacts used in adaptive projects, define the purpose and makeup of a user story and a product backlog, and explain the adaptive flow through planning, execution, and closure. Now, artifacts are templates, documents, outputs, or deliverables. And in adaptive projects, there are 3 common artifacts to remember and be aware of: product backlog, sprint backlog, and product increments. The product backlog is a list or repository for all project requirements which the product owner develops and maintains. In adaptive project management, the product owner defines and documents requirements as a user story. The product owner then adds and prioritizes user stories to the backlog and works with the team to determine which user stories the team will accomplish in a single iteration or sprint. A product launch may have a few or many user stories. In addition, a product backlog may include user stories for single or multiple product launches. A minimal viable product, or MVP, is an increment the team produces in a single sprint. Next, the Agile team develops the sprint backlog. The team selects a set number of user stories for implementation in each sprint. The sprint backlog breaks each user story into tasks the team must accomplish. The project owner lists tasks in the order in which they occur and assigns them to individual team members. The team uses the sprint backlog to stay on track and reduce the potential for scope creep. And in a traditional predictive project, the sprint backlog has the same characteristics as a work breakdown structure, or WBS. Now, product increments are deliverables from each iteration the team produces and delivers to the customer for feedback through a product demo or review. Every sprint should provide the value as an increment. However, this increment does not necessarily represent the final product. During an Agile project, the team builds a product one part at a time, and the final product will typically require multiple sprints before launching the finished product. There are 2 parts to a user story. Part 1 of the user story is the requirement description the product owner completes with the customer, and the user story requirement contains 3 statements: the role, or who needs this requirement, the need, or what the specific need of the customer is, and the business value of satisfying the need. Part 2 of the user story is the acceptance criteria. The product owner collaborates with the Agile team and determines solutions to satisfy the user story. The product owner shares solutions with the customer, gains sign-off, and then includes the user story in the backlog. Now, product owners should follow the DEEP or DEEP model when creating a product backlog. Detail. The product owner should ensure they include enough detail in each user story to allow the team to build the solution successfully. Estimate. Each user story requirement and solution definition must be specific and measurable to the point where a team can determine the time and cost required. Emerge. The product backlog will change after each sprint. Customers may wish to add or modify requirements due to feedback the team receives at the demo. And finally, prioritize. Product owners should prioritize all user stories for the team to accomplish them. And product owners prioritize user stories on value and the logical order of product completion. Now, the Agile project management overview process consists of 9 steps. Step 1. The product owner meets with the customers to determine their product requirements and discuss schedules and budget considerations. Step 2. The product owner develops user stories to satisfy all product requirements with the customer. Step 3. The product owner meets with the team who reviews each user story and proposes the acceptance criteria to develop an increment or MVP. Step 4. The product owner shares the user story acceptance criteria with the customer, which validates the user story. Step 5. The product owner places all user stories in the product backlog and prioritizes them in the order in which they occur. Step 6. The team meets with the product owner and determines how many user stories the team will accomplish in the first sprint. The team selects the user stories and develops a sprint backlog. Step 7. The team works to complete the user story MVP. Remember that Agile sprints are time-boxed, and the norm is 15 or 30 days. If the team cannot complete all user story requirements, the team carries the user story over to the next sprint. The Agile sprints do not extend. Step 8. The team provides a demo at the end of the sprint for customer feedback. The product owner refines or updates the product backlog. The team meets for a retrospective meeting to discuss what went well and what change makes the most sense to implement in the next sprint. And finally, Step 9. The team continues to repeat this process from Step 6 until the team completes all sprints to produce a final product. In this video you learned, artifacts are templates, documents, outputs, or deliverables, and there are 3 common artifacts. The product backlog is a list of all project requirements the product owner develops and maintains. The sprint backlog is the specific tasks from the user story that the Agile team develops. And the product increment is deliverables from each sprint that the team provides to the customer for feedback. A user story is the requirement description and acceptance criteria. The product backlog follows the DEEP model and the 9 step-by-step overview of the Agile project management process. Welcome to Project Initiation. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize the project initiation phase, explain the roles and responsibilities of the project manager, describe the project charter and stakeholder register, and explain the project charter approval process. Now, the project initiation phase provides an opportunity to define a project for stakeholder approval and to begin effective project planning. The steps for correctly initiating the project include: the problem or opportunity is identified. The initial business case with a benefits analysis or statement of work (SOW) is approved. The project charter is developed. The stakeholder register is developed. The pre-baseline is approved by stakeholders, and the project charter is approved for planning. The benefits of using the project initiation phase include ensuring the project meets the organization's needs, gaining agreement on project objectives, mapping the project to the programs and portfolio, identifying and informing stakeholders of responsibilities, and it authorizes the project manager to proceed to the planning phase. The key roles project managers must complete in the initiation phase include the following: working closely with program and portfolio managers to understand the business needs and benefits of the project, reviewing the business case driving the project if applicable, understanding the role of a business analyst to develop a business case in the event a business analyst is not part of the project, working with stakeholders to ensure understanding of the project objectives, and presenting the project charter to the project sponsor in a pre-baseline presentation. Here are the key responsibilities of project managers during the initiation phase: developing and staffing key documents for approval, including a business case, project charter, or stakeholder register, determining key stakeholders required to achieve project success, also documenting roles and responsibilities and gaining stakeholder commitment to the project, gaining project charter approval before moving to the planning phase, and working with the project team to determine if the project adds value to the problem. A project charter may include an approval or recommendation to defer or cancel a project. So, the project charter and stakeholder register are part of a 4-step process to achieve project success. Steps 1 and 2 define what and why and are accomplished in the project charter. Step 3 defines who needs to be involved and is accomplished in the stakeholder register. And Step 4 defines how and is accomplished in the planning phase. Now, the project charter is completed by the project manager in a straightforward process. Understand the business case and project benefits. Develop the project charter and stakeholder register with stakeholders. Present the charter to the project sponsor in a pre-baseline presentation with a recommendation to approve, defer, or cancel the project. And share the charter with stakeholders and begin project planning. In this video, you learned that the project initiation phase defines the project for stakeholder approval. The key roles and responsibilities of the project manager during the initiation phase include understanding business needs of the project, developing key documents for approval, identifying stakeholders and gaining their commitment, working with stakeholders to understand objectives, and presenting a pre-baseline presentation to the project sponsor for approval. The project charter defines the what and why of a project, and finally, the stakeholder register defines who is involved in the project. Welcome to project planning. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the importance of the project planning phase, explain the roles and responsibilities of the project manager, describe the importance of an organized project planning approach, and explain the project management approval process and kickoff meeting. The project management lifecycle aligns with the Plan, Do, Check, Act, or PDCA methodology. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, framework outlines 49 steps recommended to plan and deliver a project successfully, and 24 of those steps fall in the planning phase. This is close to 50% of the total project steps, so planning is critical. The project manager guides and controls the end-to-end planning process. The project manager enlists the support of the project team, but is ultimately responsible for the project results. If the project fails, the project manager is held accountable. Now, the key responsibilities of the project manager include ensuring subject matter experts, or SMEs, are documented and approved in the project charter, documenting personnel support needs in the stakeholder register, ensuring key support personnel have the skills and capacity to support the project, developing and following a comprehensive project management plan, working with the planning team and supporting their needs, including addressing blockers, and being inclusive in the planning process, staffing each major part of the plan and getting buy-in before moving forward. Now, the project management plan consists of a series of smaller plans compiled to provide an overall view of the project. Understanding the steps involved in developing a comprehensive project management plan for the Certified Associate in Project Management or CAPM test is essential. So, once the project charter is approved, the project management plan steps are to define the scope, define the schedule and budget, complete support planning, approve the project plan, conduct a kickoff meeting, and create a project baseline. The first planning step is to plan the scope of the project. The scope should reflect all requirements listed and approved in the project charter. Even if there are not enough time and budget to implement the total scope of the project, we still plan the full scope at this step. Project managers may conduct negotiations if the scope needs reduction, and stakeholders and sponsors receive the proposed scope during a meeting before the meeting. The next step for the project manager is to develop a project schedule and budget to meet the total scope needs of the project. The project manager may need to balance the triangle if there is not enough time or budget to meet the comprehensive needs of the project. The triangle represents scope, time, and cost. Project managers negotiate the scope, schedule, and funding to determine an acceptable solution for project implementation. The team may need to revisit scope planning to downsize the scope in order to meet realistic plans and budget resources. Now, after the project manager develops the scope, schedule, and budget, the project sponsor signs off on these plans. Then the project manager establishes the project scope baseline, the schedule baseline, and the cost baseline. The term baseline indicates that the project sponsor and critical stakeholders approve of the plan. Next, the project manager begins the support planning stage, which is made up of several planning elements. The quality assurance or QA and quality control planning activities ensure the project conforms to quality requirements. Resource planning ensures the correct number of resources are available when needed, and resources primarily include personnel, materials, supplies, and equipment. Communications planning ensures all team members are aware of their roles and responsibilities. Project risk management planning ensures risks are known in advance. Procurement management planning may be needed if third-party support from an external seller is required to achieve the scope. And stakeholder engagement planning ensures that stakeholder commitment and engagement remains high. The project manager presents the final project plan to the project sponsor, and then the sponsor will either approve or request revisions to the program. If the project manager has included the sponsor in the initial planning, it is more likely that the sponsor will support the plan. So once the sponsor signs off on the final project plan, the next step is to schedule a kickoff meeting. The goal of a kickoff meeting is to share the approved project management plan with project stakeholders and the project team to gain their approval and commitment to move the project to the executing phase. Now, there is no established method to conduct a kickoff meeting. The PMI states that the meeting is to be scheduled before executing begins. And there are 6 topics to address in this kickoff meeting. Project background. Why is the project necessary and what is the value of the project? Project scope. The stakeholders should agree on what will be accomplished by the project. The timeline, the risk management plan, the key roles and responsibilities, and defining the tools, templates, and standards used in the project. In this video, you learned that the planning phase is critical as it includes 24 out of the 49 steps to deliver a project. The project manager guides the end-to-end planning process, and the project management lifecycle plan includes the project charter approval, defining the scope, defining schedule and budget, completing the support plan, approving the project plan, conducting the kickoff meeting, and creating the project baseline. Welcome to Project Executing. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize the importance of the project executing phase, examine the roles and responsibilities of the project manager, and identify skills essential to project executing phase success. In the project executing phase, also called the implementation phase, the team completes tasks identified during the previous planning phase. The executing phase begins when the project management plan is approved by the sponsor and accepted by key stakeholders. And during this phase, the team produces the product or service which is delivered to the customer. Now, certain processes should be followed to ensure a successful executing phase. The project manager implements the following 9 processes during the executing phase. Acquire resources laid out in the project plan to support the project management plan. If resources are not acquired, project schedule may change. Send statements of work, or SOW, to eligible sellers to find the best fit and develop a contract. If contracts are not finalized quickly, again, the schedule may change. Implement the communications management plan and keep it up to date and working, as communication requirements will change throughout the process. You will learn about the communications management plan in another lesson. Ensure quality assurance activities are implemented. Quality assurance, or QA, focuses on preventing issues and defects in the deliverables and ensures key executing processes and standards are being followed. And manage project knowledge via status reporting and lessons learned. Now, the remaining 4 execution process phases the project manager should follow are: assist team members to develop their skills and provide constructive feedback to improve performance, manage the team and address issues as they occur and communicate effectively, implement risk responses and work with risk owners to recognize when risks occur or are about to occur. And finally, maintain stakeholder engagement by implementing strategies to keep stakeholders motivated. So, the project manager plays a critical role during the executing phase. The following roles and responsibilities should be followed by the project manager. Be accessible to the team and meet with them often to be aware of any issues. Manage effective meetings to ensure communication to the team. Manage change via the integrated change management system and ensure stakeholders adhere to it to avoid scope creep. Conduct and share lessons learned to assist future project managers by recommending solutions to problems encountered. And monitor project support activities and ensure key quality, procurement, and risk management activities are accommodated and completed. Project management is most critical in the project executing phase for a successful completion. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, defines 11 key interpersonal skills essential to success: effective communication, leadership, motivation, conflict management, negotiation, coaching, political and cultural awareness, influencing, decision-making, team building, and finally, trust building. In this video, you learned the project executing phase begins after the project management plan is approved. The team produces the product, service, or deliverables during the executing phase. The key processes of the executing phase, the roles and responsibilities of the project manager, and the 11 interpersonal skills identified by the PMI for a successful executing phase. Welcome to Project Monitoring and Controlling. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize the importance of the project monitoring and controlling phase, describe the integrated change control process, examine the roles and responsibilities of the project manager, and identify essential skills to project monitoring and phase success. Now, the monitoring and controlling phase begins when the team produces the first deliverable. In this phase, the team verifies that all deliverables meet the specifications the project manager documents in the project management plan. In addition, the customer accepts the project deliverables. Integrated change control is also a part of the monitoring and controlling phase. Now, there are 8 monitoring and controlling phase processes. The quality control team inspects and verifies each deliverable the team produces, and the team must correct deliverables with defects before transferring them to the customer. The project team validates the scope. The phrase, "the customer is always right," holds true in project management. The deliverable is not complete until the customer accepts it. The project manager and team control the scope, schedule, and cost to meet the baseline commitments made in the project management plan. And the project manager controls resources, and resource requirements may change as the project progresses. The project manager must communicate resource needs to the functional managers who oversee the resources. Let's now learn about the 4 remaining monitoring and controlling phase processes. The project manager monitors communications via the Communications Management Plan, which is kept up to date throughout the project. The project manager and team monitor risks, and risks must be identified and acted upon if they occur. The project manager controls procurements, communicates with vendors or sellers, and monitors them to ensure they produce what is outlined in the contract. And finally, the project manager monitors stakeholder engagement by implementing strategies to keep stakeholder commitment throughout the project. Now, the project manager and team develop an integrated change control process to ensure project change management. If the team does not control change, scope creep may occur. The Integrated Change Control Program is part of the project management plan. Sponsors and stakeholders approve this plan, and the project manager enforces it. Stakeholders should commit to following this process to ensure a quality end product. So, according to the Project Management Institute, or PMI, any project's 2 primary quality goals are to conform to requirements and provide a deliverable that is fit for use. There are 3 components of an integrated change control program: process unique to the project, change log, and change form. The roles and responsibilities of the project manager during the monitoring and controlling phase include being accessible to the team and meeting often to stay on top of any issues or defects in the product, managing effective meetings to ensure communication. Quality control and deliverable acceptance meetings are critical during this phase. Managing change with the integrated management system to ensure all stakeholders adhere to it. Sharing periodic lessons learned, whether the product is a success or if there are issues. And ensuring defective deliverables are not given to the customer, and identifying and correcting defects as soon as possible. To ensure a successful project monitoring and controlling phase, the project manager must do the following: perfect the 11 critical interpersonal skills the PMI defines as essential to success. And we do cover these in another lesson, but as a review, these include effective communication, leadership, motivation, conflict management, negotiation, coaching, political and cultural awareness, influencing, decision-making, team building, and trust building. And the project manager must also understand and acknowledge external stakeholders' and customers' needs and develop collaboration skills to ensure a successful interaction with both. In this video, you learned that the monitoring and controlling phase begins when the team produces the first deliverable. The customer accepts deliverables that meet the specifications in the project management plan. The Integrated Change Control Program has 3 components: process unique to the project, change log, and change form. The project manager and team develop an integrated change control process to ensure project change management. And the project manager's roles and responsibilities in this phase include the 11 PMI interpersonal skills and understanding stakeholders' and customers' needs.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Failure. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing what causes project failures and how to overcome these challenges.
Problem number one, lack of planning. There's a feeling amongst some managers that projects are so simple, all we have to do is just do it. And unfortunately, many projects kick off without a true understanding of the customer's requirements and expectations. Before you begin your planning, the first planning step is to sit down with your customer, sit down with the end users, sit down with the individuals who are going to be impacted by this product or service, and truly understand their expectations. What is the current as-is state? And what is the best to-be state? And understand where you want to go before you try to get there. The second area that I want to go ahead and discuss is what we call a lack of inclusion. Oftentimes, project managers and the team plan in a vacuum. They get to the end of planning. They present the project plan to all of the key stakeholders, and the key stakeholders have one reaction. Huh? That is not the reaction that you are looking for. Keep the stakeholders and the key stakeholders informed as the planning occurs. Your mantra should be no surprises. Have the meeting before the meeting. You're going to have to go ahead and get formal sign-off from the sponsor and the stakeholder on all of the project plans. But the meeting before the meeting is informal. Get that okay before you go into that formal meeting, and hopefully that formal meeting is a rubber stamp and everybody is happy.
Some common causes of project failure that I have encountered are poor planning and poor scoping from the get-go, a lack of staffing, and poor leadership.
The most common cause of project failure that I've seen over the years is simply a lack of regular, predictable communication by the project manager. It's really easy to get distracted and swept up in fire drills and other people's priorities. Maybe a weekly status report doesn't go out to the client, or a team meeting has to be skipped. This, of course, is going to happen from time to time, but if it starts happening a lot, you'll notice that the project team starts to slowly fall apart. Maybe they'll go quiet, or there's some confusion on what they should do next. This also makes clients really anxious when they don't know the status of project tasks, and they start to feel that things are not in control. All these factors are going to lead to churn and cause huge delays.
Probably the top reason projects fail is because the right people are not in place to do the jobs that they've been assigned. So what I mean by that is, a lot of times I work with teams and there's very talented people, but sometimes they're misplaced. So a person may be doing, for example, project management when he or she should be doing a different type of job, some sort of development, or working with creative. That happens quite a bit in teams. And you'll see projects not functioning properly because people are not in the roles that they should be in. Another big cause of project failure is a lack of vision, a lack of clarity on where the project is going. So a lot of times I will see people that get really excited at the beginning of the project, and they think they have a sense of what they need to be delivering, but either the scope changes, so upper management or someone on the team will add new features that need to go into the project, or they'll change scope without telling the team, and then the team is constantly failing because they're not meeting the demands of the project, or people just don't know what they're supposed to be working on and why they're working on it. So that lack of constant reminding the team, and this is the vision, this is what we're doing, this is why we're doing it, I think is really important. And when that doesn't happen, you see projects start to go off the rails and sometimes fail.
The best tips that I can provide you is to be open. Have no secrets. Communicate effectively. Sometimes, at the risk of over-communicating, give people the information. It's better to give people information twice than not at all. And by all means, do not assume. What is an assumption? Something we believe to be true but have not validated. Assumptions become risks, risks become issues, and issues become project killers. You may think everything is fine, and that's good. But before you move forward, make sure that you get with somebody and you validate the fact that everything, quote unquote, is fine.
And in order to overcome these challenges, well, first it's always really important to understand the full scope of the project before you even begin. And your failure to do so will result in your ultimate failure. And at the onset of a project, you want to really make sure you understand every detail of it. So that means, and I like to start from understanding what the end goal is. So if there's a specific launch date, then it's really important to make sure that you understand what that launch date is, what the budget is, and then when you move on to resourcing, know what resources are required to get through every piece of that project, and make sure you have those resources actually available, that people have the capacity to fulfill the needs of the project. And lastly, leadership. It's always important to, and I think that can come from different levels of an organization. If you have leadership above you, it's important to make sure that you have the guidance necessary for you. But if it comes down to yourself, that you are making sure you're accountable for your deliverables and also checking in on the different parts of your team to make sure that everything is on track.
At the start of a project, it's good to recommend a communication cadence and format to your client and get their feedback on it. You want to make sure that it's customized to their needs, because they are likely circulating that information up to their leadership and they're going to get evaluated on that report. Then always stick to the same predictable cadence and format every time. You're likely going to come across surprises and challenges in your project, but consistent communication should never be one of them, because that is in your control. Your clients will feel more at ease and want to work with you again if you show this commitment to predictable behaviors.
Hello and welcome to Communications Basics. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize the communications model, define technology factors that can impact effective communications, and define various communications methods. Now, the communications model illustrates the complexity of achieving effective communications. It is essential that the project manager understands the communications model in order to reduce the risk of poor or inadequate communications that can lead to project failure. Let's look at 4 lessons we can learn from the communications model. Lesson 1 is to encode each message so the receiver can understand it. The project manager should ensure that the message sent is the message received, and this requires both audience analysis and an understanding of how the receiver prefers to communicate. Lesson 2 is to select the correct medium. Some people prefer to communicate with email, while others prefer texts. And some stakeholders may not even respond unless you meet face-to-face. Lesson 3 is to ensure that all communications have a purpose. The project manager should ensure ahead of time what type of feedback they require and adjust the message as needed. And if no feedback is necessary, the project manager may reevaluate the purpose of the communications. And finally, Lesson 4 is to be aware of communication blockers. This is the project manager's greatest communication challenge. The project manager should identify blockers and plan to overcome them. Some examples of blockers include culture, language, or the individual's readiness to receive the communication. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, identifies technology factors that can jeopardize effective communications. First, how urgent is the need to share information? Project managers should try to avoid the priority 1 syndrome and instead focus on sending the right information at the right time, in the right amount, to the right person. Every message does not need to be urgent. Second, the availability and reliability of the technology are important. For example, if the project team uses Microsoft SharePoint, the project manager should ensure that all key stakeholders have access to this software and understand how to use it. Third, the project environment plays a big part in effective communications. The project manager should consider how the project team will accomplish communications. Face-to-face communications are the most effective. However, the team may be dispersed in different time zones. In this case, virtual communications may be the only option. And finally, project managers should understand sensitivity and confidentiality considerations by safeguarding communications and ensuring the right audience is targeted. Now, the PMI identifies 3 primary communications methods that project managers should consider, and each method requires communications planning and a situational approach. The first primary communications method is interactive communication. Interactive communication occurs between 2 parties and can be very challenging. The project manager needs to understand the other individual's perspective, preferred communication style, level of knowledge, attitude, and more. The second method is push communications. In this method, the project manager sends communications to one or multiple parties without receiving any acknowledgement that the communications were read or understood. The manager should use this type of communication only after reaching a consensus with stakeholders that they understand the purpose of the communication and commit to the process. And finally, the last primary communication method is pull communications. Here, the project manager needs to determine and plan for stakeholder communications access needs. Pull communications involve access to information by stakeholders on an on-demand basis. In this video, you learned that the communications model illustrates 4 lessons the project manager should understand to avoid project failure: encoding communications, using the correct medium, having a purpose, and being aware of blockers. The PMI identifies 4 technology factors that can impact effective communications, including urgency, availability and reliability, environment, and sensitivity and confidentiality. And the 3 primary communications methods managers should consider using are interactive, push, and pull communications. Welcome to Communications Planning. After watching this video, you will be able to identify the importance of effective communications in a project, describe a 3-step approach to managing communications, examine communications management planning techniques, and identify key communications activities for project success. Effective communications can make or break a project. The greater the communications effectiveness, the higher the potential for project success. Let's look at the project manager's communication responsibilities throughout the Project Management Institute's, or PMI, lifecycle. First, project managers should ensure that all stakeholders understand the lifecycle they will use in the project. Then, managers should communicate the location of all critical documents and ensure the team and stakeholders can access them. Managers should also provide an understanding of project roles, responsibilities, and collaboration strategies. Project managers are responsible for conducting problem-solving and decision-making communications when needed. In addition, managers should communicate essential tasks to the team and explain the purpose and value the project deliverables provide to the organization. Finally, the project manager should ensure all stakeholders understand the current project status and next steps. It is important to note that the PMI states that communications impact 90% of a project manager's job, and if they fail to communicate effectively, the project may fail. The PMI has a simple but effective 3-step process to manage project communications, and this process follows the Plan, Do, Check, Act, or PDCA methodology. The first step in this process is to plan communications. Here, the project manager develops a communications management plan, which defines crucial activities, assigns leads, determines audiences, documents media and timing, and describes the purpose of the communications items. The next step is to manage communications. Once the project sponsor approves the communications management plan, the manager can then implement the plan, and the team can communicate in accordance with the plan. Now, the third step in this PDCA methodology is to monitor communications. In this final step, the team monitors and adjusts communication methods as needed. The project manager monitors and resolves issues and updates the communications management plan as the project progresses. And they also assess work performance information and share it in a work performance report. The communications management plan provides a roadmap and a rhythm to communication. Let's examine the 9-step process to develop and approve a communications management plan. In the first step, the project manager determines if the organization uses a standard communications management plan template. If so, the manager uses the template. In step 2, the manager and team brainstorm the project. And since every project is different, the group should determine the essential communications they must execute to ensure success. For step 3, the project manager must determine who is included in communications. A best practice is for the manager to review the project's stakeholder register as a starting point. And in almost all cases, someone on this register has a role that requires communications. In step 4 of developing a communications management plan, the manager documents and defines the purpose of each communications item and its audience. In step 5, the project manager determines the best team member to manage the communications item. After confirming the roles and responsibilities of the item lead with the team member, the manager adds the assignment details to the plan. Step 6 requires the project manager to analyze the audience to determine the most appropriate communications medium and enter this description into the plan. Options of communications mediums include email, messenger, virtual, or face-to-face meetings. For step 7, the project manager determines the ideal frequency for each communications item and completes the frequency section of the plan. In step 8, the manager shares a copy of the initial plan with all potential recipients, confirming that they agree and support the communications items that impact them. And finally, in step 9, the project manager shares the communications management plan and ensures version control on past documents, as the plan will require updates throughout the project. So, while every project is different, there are common activities that the project manager should document in the communications management plan. Let's look at some examples. Managers post status reports and identify when and where the project team will hold meetings. The sponsor and manager discuss the project status and issues in periodic sponsor one-on-ones. An essential activity of building a team is team meetings. The project manager must plan meetings to ensure this interaction happens. Vendor and change management communications are essential to ensure how project managers will accomplish vendor management and how they will review and approve change requests. For larger projects, the team needs to meet periodically to perform risk reassessments, monitor risks, and share issues that occur and the plans to resolve them. Some projects require specific meetings to discuss financial status and resource needs. And finally, resource requirements may change for a variety of reasons, so it's important that the team periodically meets and validates the resource plan to address shortages and over-allocations. In this video, you learned that the project manager's communications responsibilities throughout the PMI lifecycle include ensuring stakeholder understanding of the project lifecycle, communicating documents to the team, conducting problem-solving and decision-making communications, and confirming stakeholder understanding of the next steps. Communications impact 90% of a project manager's job. The PMI 3-step process to manage project communications is planning, managing, and monitoring communications. There are 9 steps a project manager should follow to develop and approve a communications management plan. And despite differences in projects, there are common activities that the project manager should always document in the communications management plan.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Communications Planning. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing how to effectively communicate.
I'm going to talk about two key documents. One of them is the Stakeholder Register. A Stakeholder Register is a list of key stakeholders that the project manager and the team should develop very early in the project. You identify all stakeholders early, you assign roles and responsibilities, and the key to this document is to gain their commitment to support the project. The second aspect or document that I want to go ahead and talk to is what we refer to as a communications management plan. Once we get into the planning phase, what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at that stakeholder register and we're going to determine who needs to be communicated with. In the communications management plan, we define a number of things. Number one, what do we want to communicate? Number two, to whom are we going to communicate? Number three, when are we going to communicate? Number four, how are we going to communicate? And very importantly, number five, why are we going to communicate this particular information to these stakeholders? As a rule, anyone who's on the stakeholder register should show up in the communications management plan. If they're important enough to have a role and responsibility, they're important enough to be able to receive information.
To plan to effectively communicate with key stakeholders in a project, it's important to establish what cadence you want to use first. So, for example, at the onset of a project, I like to establish whether or not we'll be checking in weekly or bi-weekly, or if they need a larger check-in at any period of the month. Basically establish what cadence you want to be able to have, and then how ingrained in the details other stakeholders want to be.
At the start of any project, I always create a communication plan detailing key stakeholders, their role, and how and when they're being communicated to. And the time and the effort I spend on this always matches the size of the project and the needs and the expectations of the stakeholders. So for example, maybe a small project might require just a quick table and a PowerPoint slide as the communication plan. But for a big project, like a product launch moment, it might require a RACI chart in Excel or in PM software. And that might need formal interviews conducted across multiple stakeholder groups to really understand how your project reports are being socialized and who depends on them.
Setting up a communication plan for a project can be a little tricky because each project may demand a certain set of communication tools, and for each project you're working with a different set of stakeholders and a different set of people that are actually doing the work. So, this is really about, stakeholder communication, and really understanding who your stakeholders are is going to be an important factor in figuring out how best to communicate.
Once again, I'm going to point you to the Stakeholder Register and Communications Plan. But more than just developing them, you want to go ahead and have the meeting before the meeting. Pre-coordinate these, make sure that anyone who's on the stakeholder register with a role and responsibility, or anyone who is in the communications management plan, realizes that they have a role to play and there are certain aspects of communications that they have to be aware of as well. Have that standard stakeholder register, communications management plan, and make sure that they are available and accessible to all of the different stakeholders as well. In addition, I'm going to introduce a new acronym to you, MBWAT. I learned this a long time ago. It stands for Management by Walking and Talking. And while MBWAT, Management by Walking and Talking, may not necessarily be a tool, it is a very, very strong technique. You can have multiple issues impact you in a project. And if you do not get out and see the people, visit the stakeholders, build those relationships, those issues may catch you by surprise. In addition, some project managers will try to manage issues via email. Don't get me wrong, email is a great methodology. However, you can accomplish more in one face-to-face meeting than you probably can through a number of different emails as well.
I have used different types of software. I have used Asana, I have used Smartsheets, I have in some instances used Jira, but ultimately you'll want to find the software that makes sense for you. My preference for those types of software is that it's really easy to have different watchers on specific types of a project, so you can tag certain stakeholders, you can create reports, you can create tickets and resolve them from there. So those are some tools that I like. It's really important to research and take a look at tools that you want to use for your own project as well.
It's hard to recommend a specific tool or technique for stakeholder communication because clients and their needs are always going to be so different depending on the project and the company. So the best advice that I can give is just to be comfortable with a wide range of PM tools so you can adapt to what's needed. For example, I'm a visual person. I love PowerPoint decks, but I know that some clients only want to see numbers in a Power BI report, and so I cater to their needs. It's critical to interview clients at the start of a project to understand what their specific style is. What do they want to see? What has worked well for them in the past, and why?
Welcome to Manage Communications, Part 1. After watching this video, you will be able to describe key communication methods and identify key communication challenges. So, managing communications occurs after the communications management plan has been approved. Note, the communication plan is discussed in another video. Communication activities must be effective as the project moves into the execution phase. Now, there are different communication methods a project manager might need to use on a project. These include interpersonal communication, small group communication, and large or public group communication. The project manager is responsible for selecting methods that meet the needs of the project and stakeholders. Let's look at some tips to make these methods effective. Interpersonal communication is necessary and is an exchange between two individuals. It is critical to understand various communication styles and the needs of all members of the project team to ensure communications are satisfactory and yield results. Some stakeholders are analytical and want to get to the point. Others are structural and want to be organized. Some may be social and go with the motto, "Let's work together." And some others may be conceptual and say, "Let's explore the opportunities." Small group communication is also a common method to share information. And in a small group communication, the project manager determines who needs to be in a meeting or on a chat, invites only those who need to be at the meeting, shares an agenda, sets clear goals and objectives, and shares minutes and action items when the meeting is complete. Finally, a project manager may need to communicate with a large group or publicly. Here, careful preparation is essential. The project manager must ensure the communication portrays information that was reviewed and serves the needs of the organization. Methods that work for some stakeholders may not work for others. They must understand the audience, understand their information needs, and plan communications accordingly. So, we've reviewed different communication methods. Now, let's discuss a few types of communication mediums. The medium types include face-to-face conversations, instant messaging, emails, and video calls. Select the medium that best meets the needs of stakeholders. For example, if team members work remotely, face-to-face is not the best option. Select a call or video conference. And you also need to decide if the meeting is impromptu or scheduled. Remember, a method or medium that works for some stakeholders may not work for others. Share the right information with the right people using an appropriate medium. Understand the audience, understand their information needs, and plan your communications accordingly. A one-size-fits-all communication methodology will not always yield positive results. So, while communication must be effective, it is arguably a difficult interpersonal skill to perfect. Anticipate communication challenges as the project progresses. The most common challenges include insufficient competence in communication, inability to comprehend communication styles and nonverbal communication, dealing with commitment issues, and providing feedback to team members. Communication competence includes tailoring communication, ensuring the purpose of communications is clear, building effective relationships to enhance communications success, and displaying proper leadership behavior to support communications. Strive to improve your communication competence whenever possible. Now, since different stakeholders have different communication styles, the PMI recommends that all project managers consider completing an assessment of their communication style and be aware of the styles of others. Also, be aware that messages are not simply covered with words. A project manager also communicates nonverbally through expressions, gestures, and tone of voice. Ensure you are aware of your nonverbal mannerisms and take the next step to self-manage them. Now, the high level of excitement present when a project is initiated often decreases over time. A project manager must detect when the team's commitment levels drop and take action to motivate the impacted stakeholders and team. And a project manager also needs to hold stakeholders accountable for commitments to achieve project goals. Now, a project manager should provide feedback to the team. Feedback mitigates the risk of poor performance and accentuates and rewards the positive. When feedback is not provided, team members assume they are performing adequately when perhaps performance is lacking. Remember to provide positive feedback. Positive feedback reinforces good behaviors and skills and is a great tool for motivating team members. In this video, you learned that managing communications occurs after the communications management plan is approved. 3 types of communication methods include interpersonal, small group, and large group communication. And 5 key communication challenges include communication competence, communication style comprehension, nonverbal communication comprehension, commitment management, and providing feedback. Welcome to Manage Communications Part 2. After watching this video, you will be able to explain key communication skills essential to succeed. So, there are various interpersonal and team skills that are essential to improve communication as shared by PMI. These include conducting effective meetings, active listening, conflict management, networking, and cultural and political awareness. Now, meetings are a constant for a project manager, and numerous studies cited meetings as a huge time waster in the opinion of managers. Project managers must learn how to mitigate this risk, ensure meetings are well planned, have an agenda with a well-defined outcome, and are conducted in an organized and efficient manner. Only have meetings when necessary and ensure the right people are invited and available. Active listening is another key to your success. Techniques that help with active listening include acknowledging the conversation, clarifying, and confirming that you understand. Paraphrasing is also a great tool to show understanding. Perfecting your active listening skills will improve the quality of communication, enhance your relationships, and garner additional levels of respect. So, conflict occurs when 2 or more parties have differing opinions or ideas. Conflict can be categorized as functional or dysfunctional. Functional conflict occurs when there are conflicting ideas that, when discussed, lead to a better solution. Dysfunctional conflict occurs when conflicting ideas lead to anger, frustration, and lost time. Now, conflict will occur, so a project manager must establish a safe environment where all stakeholders feel free to share ideas in a constructive manner. Effective networking provides access to multiple information sources, such as establishing cross-team collaboration and garnering expertise in the organization from outside the project team. Networking helps solve problems and influence stakeholder support. Lastly, understanding the differences between individuals, groups, and organizations is critical. In addition, recognition of the project environment and power dynamics, both formal and informal, can impact success. In this video, you learned that the 5 key interpersonal and team skills essential to effective communications, as shared by PMI, are conducting effective meetings, active listening, conflict management, networking, and cultural and political awareness. Welcome to Manage Communications, Tools, and Techniques. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize active listening, explain the importance of effective conflict management, and explain the concept of cultural and political awareness when sharing information. Now, active listening is a critical skill essential to effective communication. So let's look at 7 steps that summarize active listening, and this is also a great guide to improve active listening skills. Being attentive. The project manager should give the other party their full undivided attention. Asking open-ended questions. Active listening enables the project manager to learn about various subjects in depth. Asking probing questions. Understanding the basic premise of the conversation and asking follow-up questions ensures effective communication. Requesting clarification. The project manager should ensure that the message sent was the message received. Paraphrasing. By repeating what they understood, the project manager can ensure everyone is on the same page. Being attuned to and reflecting feelings. Project managers should watch the nonverbal cues, listen to voice tone, and reflect passion where appropriate. And finally, summarizing. Project managers reflect on the conversation and ensure mutual understanding of the next steps discussed. Now, conflicts will happen and may be caused by resource availability, scheduling, budget, priorities, personal work styles, personalities, and more. Proactively recognizing and dealing with conflict can lead to greater productivity and fewer issues. And conflict can be both functional and dysfunctional. Ways to reduce the risk of dysfunctional conflict and encourage functional conflict include setting ground rules and norms, having a solid and agreed-upon communications management plan, having well-defined roles and responsibilities, and having productive team meetings. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, states 5 potential techniques for resolving conflict. Collaborate, problem solve. With this favored conflict method, also known as win-win, project managers incorporate multiple viewpoints, show a cooperative attitude, and strive for consensus and commitment. Compromise, reconcile. This technique is not preferred, but is often necessary when the collaborate, problem solve technique is not possible. Also known as lose-lose, each party receives something with this technique, but must also give up something in return. Then we have force direct. Also known as win-lose, in this technique, one viewpoint is pushed at the expense of another so that the second party may not have a say in the matter. And this method is preferred during emergencies, but should not be the default conflict management mode. Withdraw, avoid. Now, this method is not preferred long-term as it involves retreating or postponing a decision, though this can sometimes be positive as it can reduce emotions and allow for better preparation to move forward. And finally, we have smooth, accommodate. The areas of agreement are emphasized rather than the differences. Needs are postponed to maintain harmony and relationships. And while this technique may be effective in certain situations, it is not long-term. Project managers should adapt communications to accommodate individual, group, and organizational differences and minimize understandings and miscommunication. The benefits of improving cultural awareness include increasing communication, increasing respect and understanding of the advantages a diverse culture can provide, enhancing the ability to lead effectively, improving the workspace environment, and ensuring successful globalization. Now, a project manager can potentially possess many forms of power, and some powers are based on position, while other powers must be earned. This PMI area of focus includes 5 powers. Formal authority or position power is based on the position. A project manager has authority over the project charter to plan and execute the project and may request resources for project planning. Reward power is the project manager's ability to gain support from the team and stakeholders due to the project manager's ability to provide salary, promotions, or future work assignments. Penalty power is the project manager's ability to take punitive action when team members or stakeholders do not perform satisfactorily, and this power should be used sparingly and with caution. The project manager gains expert power when the team and stakeholders perceive the project manager as knowledgeable. The team must perceive this knowledge as functional expertise that they consider essential. Project managers must earn expert power. And finally, referent power is the ability of the project manager to gain support because the team and stakeholders feel personally attracted to the project manager or the project. In this video, you learned that active listening is a skill essential to effective communication. Project managers can reduce dysfunctional conflict and encourage functional conflict. The 5 techniques the PMI recognizes for resolving conflict are collaborate, problem solve, compromise, reconcile, force direct, withdraw, avoid, and smooth accommodate. Project managers should be culturally and politically aware. And project managers can possess powers, and we reviewed 5 powers the PMI emphasizes. Welcome to Monitor Communications. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize communications monitoring responsibilities, summarize effective meeting management techniques, describe best practices in virtual communications, and identify how the Project Management Institute or PMI Code of Ethics impacts effective communications. Communication requirements change as a project progresses. The project manager has several responsibilities to maintain good communication practices throughout the project. We will look at 7 of these responsibilities. The first 3 are continuing to monitor work performance information impacting the project and communicating important information out. Ensuring stakeholders follow the integrated change control process, as all changes must be approved before implementation to avoid scope creep. And keeping the communications management plan up to date and ensuring version control is maintained. Let's now look at the last 4 project management communication responsibilities. Updating the stakeholder register, especially if new stakeholders are identified to support the project. Stakeholders whose support is no longer needed should be thanked and removed from the plan. Managing and updating the issue log and proactively addressing issues. Issues may be project or personnel related and include blockers, stakeholder questions, or problems that need a solution. Continuing to develop and manage the team with meetings and discussions. While email is convenient, it should not be the primary communications method. Face-to-face communication is preferred. And lastly, conveying the importance of conducting and documenting lessons learned to assist future projects. Communicating successes and disappointments with stakeholders. Now, meetings are necessary, and the project manager should ensure all meetings are meaningful and provide value to participants by following 10 meeting rules. Let's look at the first 5 meeting rules. Rule 1. Meeting goals are clear and actionable. Rule 2. An agenda should always be shared. A best practice for agendas is the 48-24 rule, meaning the agenda should be sent out 48 hours prior to the meeting, and the meeting minutes or notes should be sent out no later than 24 hours after the meeting. Rule 3. publish minutes to act as a reminder on the next steps and so that action items are defined. Rule 4. Share the purpose of the meeting with attendees. Evaluate who should be at the meeting and who does not need to be. Some members may be able to review minutes for needed information. And Rule 5. Share materials and pre-work 48 hours before the meeting. Many meetings fail to achieve objectives due to stakeholders guessing what the meeting is about during the meeting. Now let's look at the remaining 5 meeting rules a project manager should employ to ensure meetings are meaningful and valuable. Rule 6. Provide opportunities to team members to facilitate certain meetings. Rule 7. Hire a note taker when comprehensive notes are required to ensure the project manager can focus on the meeting. Rule 8. Assign owners to action items and ensure stakeholders leave the meeting with an understanding and commitment to accomplishing their tasks. Rule 9. Practice non-attribution. A meeting environment should allow stakeholders to feel comfortable and safe, sharing ideas and opinions that may contradict others. There may be times when stakeholders want to discuss issues not pertinent to the current meeting, and when this occurs, use what is called a parking lot method to provide a space for comments, discussions, or questions that are not related to the current meeting's agenda. By placing these topics to the side, they are not being ignored but will be dealt with later. And finally, Rule 10. End the meeting early if the objectives are met. Meet for purpose, not just to fill up time. So, virtual communication requirements are a necessity in today's global environment where stakeholders and team members may not be able to meet face-to-face. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, recognizes the following best practices for virtual communication. Planning regular and clear communications to avoid communication gaps. Defining roles and responsibilities early in the project. Using best meeting practices such as agendas and publishing the minutes. Developing meeting norms and ground rules and sticking with them. Striving to have a shared vision, outcome, and sense of purpose. Promoting an open team culture where all team members are listened to, respected, and comfortable asking others for help. Building relationships, rapport, and trust. Understanding team members' perspectives and how they prefer to work. Using familiar technology and providing technology training when necessary. Requesting virtual meeting members activate their camera when speaking. Promoting use of screen sharing technology. And finally, using a common repository that all can easily access. Now, PMI defines 4 values that drive effective communications in their code of ethics, which are responsibility, respect, fairness, and honesty. PMI defines responsibility as the duty to take ownership for the decisions we make or fail to make, the actions we take or fail to take, and the consequences that result. Project managers have a duty to set a positive example and to accept accountability for the project. PMI defines respect as duty to show a high regard for ourselves, others, and the resources entrusted to us. Project managers who show respect for others receive respect in return. PMI defines fairness as duty to make decisions and act partially and objectively. A project team is a close-knit group, and project managers should strive to create an environment of fairness. And finally, PMI defines honesty as duty to understand the truth and act in a truthful manner, both in our communication and in our conduct. Project managers should be honest and truthful to the team. In this video, you learned the primary responsibilities of a project manager when monitoring communications, 10 meeting rules for effective meetings, PMI's best virtual communication practices, and PMI's 4 values to drive communication.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Monitoring and Controlling Communications. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing monitoring and controlling communications.
I could probably spend hours on this particular subject, but I'm going to narrow it down to 2 key tips. Tip number 1, know your audience. Not everybody is the same. Different people have different communication styles. You, as a project manager, need to understand what that communication style is, how people are most comfortable communicating, and whenever possible, try to adapt your style to fit the needs of the audience. In addition, adjust your media. What is the definition of insanity? You've probably heard this before. It's doing the same thing over and over again and getting the same unsatisfactory or poor results. So here's a case in point. Say you send out 3 emails and the stakeholder does not respond. Don't send out that 4th email. Try a different media to go ahead and reach them.
To ensure the quality of communication remains constant throughout a project, it's important to establish what cadence of communication you're going to have at the beginning of the project, whether that means scheduling daily stand-ups, weekly check-ins, larger check-in meetings after having weekly check-ins is up to you and the rest of the project stakeholders, but it's important to ultimately establish what that cadence is going to be and stick through it. And then in order to make sure that that cadence is stuck through, it's helpful to have those recurring meetings set from the beginning. Just put it on the Google Calendar, set a recurring meeting time, and it's there. And then with that, I also like to include running meeting notes. So I use Google Docs, and within that I like to have all of our meeting notes in there for every single time that we meet with our vendors and stakeholders, so we have a record of what we've discussed, and then it also gives us a good template to follow through for the rest of our meetings. It's also really helpful to have weekly email check-ins as well, I find. It's good to send an end of the week recap that just runs through what the accomplishments are, what any blockers are, if there are any blockers, what are we doing to solve for those blockers, and also call out if there's any piece of the project that needs to be escalated.
When you have a communication plan, it can be very easy to let that communication plan slip as a project is well underway and people are doing their jobs and they get a sense of what's happening. You might find yourself, particularly over a couple of milestones in a project, repeating the same information. I'm going to send out the status report. Nothing has really changed because our milestones are a couple of weeks out, so we're having the same, essentially the same information over and over again. And that can get a little tedious, but what it does do, I think, is build discipline. So if you have a plan, I'm going to send out status twice a week. You should send out status twice a week. If you're going to do a daily recap of the day's work, do a daily recap of the day's work, and just be disciplined about it. And sometimes if the information hasn't changed that much, you can copy and paste from the last status report, and then just make minor modifications as needed. The other technique that I found that really helps is that as soon as I send out a status report, I start the next one. So I'll create a template, if it's a Word document or even if it's a message, something in a message board. I'll start something in a notepad, in a digital notepad, and I'll start my next status report. And as things change in that, whatever that cadence is for your communications, as things change, I write them down. And then by the time it's the moment comes to send out that next status report, you've essentially created it because you've been doing it over the course of a few days.
To make sure that everything is consistent with communication throughout a project, it's great to already have processes in place. This is where your PMO organization is super helpful for you. First off, if you already have pre-planned out templates on what your status reports will look like, your weekly reports, whatever it might be, or even presentations, that way everyone already knows what they're expecting. When you have that expectation, they're able to easily reference it for future and they know it's coming. Be timely about your communications as well.
If I'm using data as part of my communications, I like to always make sure that I'm pulling that data from the same place so that week after week, my data points don't look different. I'm not reporting on man hours one week and team hours another week, or I'm not reporting on number of tasks done versus number of project objectives met. I'm always constantly communicating the same data and the same information to the stakeholders. So again, they know what to expect. They know what to look for. They can think through what questions that they want to ask, and it just helps keep the quality of the communications consistent.
The Stakeholder Register and Communications Management Plan. As the project evolves, things are going to change. Stakeholders are going to come, and they're going to go ahead and go. The different communication requirements early in the project are going to change as the project progresses. Stay abreast of those changes, update your stakeholder register, update your communications management plan, and make sure that all of the key stakeholders are aware of those adjustments and updates. In addition, people are people. Sometimes personal issues are going to occur. As a project manager, going back to MBWAT, management by walking and talking, you need to get out and meet your people. If there is an issue, chances are pretty good that issue is not going to come to you. Sometimes you have to go out and find it. And in addition, if you suspect that there are going to be some personnel issues, some resource challenges, have a backup plan. Do your best to go ahead and support your people, but also have a backup plan just in case to go ahead and support your project. Number one is a lack of commitment. This is a huge risk. You need to take time to determine the required levels of commitment from each particular stakeholder and then determine a strategy to go ahead and get them to where they need to be. There may be some stakeholders that only require support. There may be others who need to be leading. You need to identify what that level of commitment is, and those strategies that you employ need to be effective in moving them in that right direction. Number two, poor collaboration. Again, develop that stakeholder register. Develop that communications management plan. Make sure that all of the key stakeholders understand their roles and responsibilities and commit to these roles and responsibilities before you finalize that particular document. Make sure that they understand it and make sure that they're ready to go ahead and commit and follow through so that you can meet the goals of the project, you can meet your needs, and you can meet their needs as well.
I think it's worth saying that you don't want to do too much in a communication plan, because if you are going to remain consistent, the more you overburden your communications, the more difficult it is going to be to do it regularly and consistently. The more you overburden your communications, the more difficult it's going to be to do regularly and consistently. So if your communication plan always involves taking a number of screenshots or filling out a spreadsheet and creating a Word doc, and you're trying to do that multiple times a week or even once a week, the more friction that you put in front of yourself for your communication plan, the less you're going to be inclined to do it. So I would say, you can also mitigate risk by keeping your plan fairly simple, fairly succinct and concise. And that will also help you remain consistent so that it's easy to do. If you can templatize things, whether it be a document or a Slack message or even a spreadsheet, keep it templatized, and then you just easily fill in those lines in a spreadsheet or fill in that template in a document.
To make sure communication is effective, it must be clear. Unclear messages just cause miscommunication. From there, also, we have a lack of transparency. Give a responsible, reasonable timeline. If you're saying it's going to be done next week and it's really going to be done about a month from now because there's potential risks that are involved, do not say it's going to be next week just to make your boss happy. Lack of responsiveness. This is a huge one. Communication has to be an open door, and it also has to be done timely.
Welcome to Identify Stakeholders. After watching this video, you will be able to identify potential questions from a stakeholder perspective at the time of project proposal, summarize the purpose of a stakeholder register, explain the structure of a stakeholder register, describe the key tools and techniques used to identify stakeholders, and explain the steps to effectively identify stakeholders and gain commitment. After the initial project proposal phase, there are 4 questions on the minds of stakeholders, and these questions need to be answered in a logical order to move forward with the project. Questions 1 and 2 are basic, including what is the project and why does the project matter? A project stakeholder can find answers to these questions in the project charter. Question 3 is who are the stakeholders? And stakeholders include customers, end users, sponsor, team, subject matter experts or SMEs, and so on. A project stakeholder can find answers related to stakeholders in the stakeholder register. And the fourth and final question is, how will we execute the project? A detailed response to this question can be found in the project plan that a project manager creates during the planning phase. So let us now understand the purpose of the stakeholder register. A stakeholder register is a critical project document that includes stakeholder details, such as name, role, area of expertise, and so on. The stakeholder register forms an input into various project activities, including project planning, communications, and project governance. Now, a project manager must create a stakeholder register at project initiation in conjunction with the project charter. When the sponsor and senior management approve the project charter, the project manager also finalizes the stakeholder register. And the project charter and stakeholder register enable the project manager to start with the project planning phase. Most project managers develop a stakeholder register using Microsoft Excel or Word, and it can be in tabular format. The stakeholder register captures several key pieces of information. Let's review that required information. Identify each stakeholder by name, though there may be times when the project manager may not know the name of the stakeholder. For example, if the project manager has not been able to identify and assign a SME to the project, simply leave the name blank. Specify the organization name, which is important when multiple organizations, including contracting agencies, participate in the project. And note, you can ignore this detail for small projects with only one organization. Next, provide a brief description of the role that the stakeholder plays in the project, and list the responsibilities using RACI designators. Let's quickly review these. R indicates responsible. The stakeholder will take the responsibility of completing the specified project work or tasks. A represents accountable. The stakeholder will be held accountable for certain work on the project. And accountable implies that the stakeholder needs to ensure the work is accomplished, though they may not necessarily perform the work. C indicates consult. The stakeholder must be available to provide expertise and guidance. And I indicates inform. The stakeholder will be informed about the specified work as the project progresses. And the final key piece of information on the stakeholder register is comments. Document additional information, references, or clarification which are helpful to the project. Now, there are a number of tools and techniques used to identify stakeholders. Here are a few recommendations by the Project Management Institute, or PMI. Expert judgment is a technique where the project manager consults with experts who can share the stakeholder requirements for the project. Identification meetings are another technique. Invite all stakeholders that might be impacted by or interested in the project, and strive to have a representative for each stakeholder group. Stakeholder mapping is a technique to identify stakeholders based on their relative power and interest in the project. The stakeholder mapping technique places each stakeholder into one of 4 quadrants and provides management guidance for each. Note, if you plan to attempt the CAPM exam, you must know this model. Now, document analysis is another PMI recommended technique. Review initial project documents such as the business case, contracts, and service level agreements. You will discover stakeholders in these documents. And PMI also recommends using brainstorming as a technique to identify stakeholders. Use brainstorming to pose a question and facilitate the free flow of ideas. So, we've discussed the tools and techniques that PMI recommends for identifying stakeholders. Let's now review the steps to develop and communicate the stakeholder register to all stakeholders. The first step is to determine stakeholders by using PMI recommended tools and techniques. Next, complete the initial stakeholder register and document the key components such as name, organization, and role. Then, analyze each role in terms of responsibilities using RACI designators. Some stakeholders may have a single responsibility, such as an R or C, while other stakeholders may have multiple responsibilities, such as RC. The next step is to have the meeting before the meeting. Collaborate with each stakeholder to determine if they can satisfy the role and responsibilities assigned, and document any issues, such as limited capacity, in the comment section. After documenting the details, share the stakeholder register with the sponsor. Make sure to get confirmation from the sponsor on the stakeholder details before moving to the planning phase. If what, why, and who questions are answered and the project remains feasible, then move to the planning phase. In this video, you learned that questions asked after project proposal include: what is the project? Why does the project matter? Who are the stakeholders? And how will we execute the project? The purpose of a stakeholder register is to capture stakeholder information. The stakeholder register captures several key stakeholder details, including name, organization, role, responsibility, and comments. Responsibility is captured using RACI designators: responsible, accountable, consult, and inform. PMI recommends using various tools and techniques to identify stakeholders, including expert judgment, identification meetings, stakeholder mapping, document analysis, and brainstorming. And finally, follow the recommended process to develop and communicate the stakeholder register. Welcome to Plan Stakeholder Engagement. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize the purpose of a stakeholder engagement plan, explain the structure of a stakeholder engagement plan, describe key strategies to receive desired stakeholder commitment, and explain why a stakeholder engagement plan is a close hold plan. Planning stakeholder engagement is essential for project success. The stakeholder engagement plan documents current and desired levels of engagement for key stakeholders identified in the stakeholder register. And in addition to engagement levels, the stakeholder engagement plan outlines strategies to help sustain positive levels and move other stakeholders to expected levels. Now, project managers develop a stakeholder engagement plan using Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Word, or Microsoft PowerPoint. A stakeholder engagement plan should be in tabular format and captures key information like the following. A key entry is the stakeholder name or position. Remember that not all stakeholders on the stakeholder register need to be annotated in the stakeholder engagement plan. The stakeholder engagement plan targets critical stakeholders who are generally external and are not directly associated with project planning. Another key piece of information is the current level of commitment. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, provides recommended commitment levels, and the 5 commitment levels include unaware, resistant, neutral, supportive, and leading, as documented in the Stakeholder Engagement Assessment Matrix tool from PMI. So, the project manager maps the current commitment levels of key stakeholders in each phase of the project management lifecycle. For example, if the stakeholder is not open to committing to the project work, map them to commitment level resistant. Or if a stakeholder must influence others to commit, map the stakeholder to commitment level supporting. Also, include the desired commitment level from the stakeholder to support project objectives. Finally, add strategies to sustain or achieve desired levels of commitment in the stakeholder engagement plan. Let's now look at some strategies recommended by PMI to engage stakeholders and gain commitment. Influencing is a critical interpersonal skill to engage stakeholders. For example, if a project manager is able to influence a resistant stakeholder with project values, there is a greater possibility of that stakeholder becoming supportive. Engage stakeholders early. The project manager should engage with stakeholders as soon as the stakeholder register is approved. Late identification often leads to frustration, anger, or lost support. Another strategy is to share and discuss the project charter with stakeholders. Ensure all key stakeholders review the project charter. When stakeholders understand project objectives and value, commitment often increases. Asking questions is another strategy. Ask relevant questions and try to understand the perspective of other stakeholders. Use active listening skills. Some inputs may be valuable while others may not. Be open to suggestions and improvements. Getting stakeholders to collaborate is another good strategy. Collaboration helps address issues as early as possible. For example, capacity issues may be discovered through a simple conversation or meeting. Integrity is another strong strategy. Lead with integrity and commitment may follow. For example, if you set a positive example, others may follow. Include stakeholders in planning. Share scope, schedule, and budget recommendations before the project management plan is presented. Keep people informed and avoid surprises. Surprises can lower commitment levels. Build the team. An effective project manager works with the team to identify issues and lagging commitment levels. For example, a team member will disclose more in a simple conversation than in numerous emails. Manage expectations. Clearly defined roles and responsibilities and well-defined and value-added project objectives go a long way to help gain commitment. Look for triggers early that may lead to lowered commitment. Rewards matter. Recognize stakeholders who perform at a high level, and if your budget is limited, at minimum, say thank you. And finally, communicate effectively. Remember, communication is 90% of a project manager's job. Effective communication is often the difference between sustained or lost commitment. So, the Stakeholder Engagement Plan is a unique document that must be accomplished. At the same time, the Stakeholder Engagement Plan is only shared with select stakeholders. But why only select stakeholders? The answer is that many stakeholders might take offense if they are publicly documented as resistant or neutral. Hard feelings can develop and bridges may be burned that can never be repaired. So, the Stakeholder Engagement Plan, therefore, needs to be close hold and only used by the project manager and core project team. In this video, you learned that the Stakeholder Engagement Plan contains key stakeholder engagement details, including current and desired commitment levels and engagement strategies for key stakeholders. The Stakeholder Engagement Plan can be in tabular format using Microsoft Excel, Word, or PowerPoint. Strategies for engagement include influencing, direct impact on stakeholders, engage early, share and discuss, ask questions, collaborate, integrity, involvement, build a team, manage expectations, rewards, and effective communication. And the Stakeholder Engagement Plan is a close hold document and is only shared with select stakeholders.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Stakeholder Management Tools. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing project management tools. What are some common tools and techniques you use to effectively manage stakeholders?
Hello again, everyone. My name is Dan Yeomans, and today I have the pleasure of sharing a few more questions and answers that are pertinent to your project management journey through this particular course. The first question I want to go ahead and respond to is, what are some common tools and techniques you use to effectively manage stakeholders? The first one, and you've probably heard this before if you've listened to any of my prior interviews, is a stakeholder register. This is one of the first documents that you go ahead and create. A stakeholder register is a list of key stakeholders who are essential to the success of the project. A stakeholder register lists all of these key stakeholders by name or position and assigns them a designator using RACI or RACI terminology. R stands for responsible. Who are the stakeholders who are going to be required to do the work? A is accountable. Who are the stakeholders who are going to be accountable for the final results of a deliverable or the project as a whole? C stands for consult. Who are those subject matter experts whose expertise you're going to be dependent upon to complete the project successfully? And I is inform. Who are those individuals who require information that you're going to go ahead and keep in the loop? The second document that I want to go ahead and share is a stakeholder engagement plan. What we do with the stakeholder engagement plan is we take this list that we had on the stakeholder register of the key stakeholders, and then we assign them a designator in terms of their current level of commitment and their desired level of commitment, or your desired level of commitment that is required for them to successfully satisfy the needs of the particular project. We take the current level of commitment and desired level of commitment, and we analyze where they're at and where they need to be, and we develop strategies that we will implement a little bit later in the project. The Project Management Institute has 5 categorizations that they often use for the current and desired level of commitment. One of them is you, unaware. If someone's unaware, you develop a strategy to make them aware. Another is resistant. If someone is resistant, normally you want to spend a little bit of time sharing the benefit of the project, the value proposition of the project, and hopefully try to win them over. Someone who is neutral, which is coded as N, is someone who's on the fence. They see some merit in the project, but they also see some problems in the project. Go ahead and embrace the merit and try to go ahead and dispel the problems. S stands for supportive. This is someone who supports the project, who's willing to go ahead and do what it takes to evangelize the project. And L is leading. These are people who are actually going to be required to actually do something for the project.
Hi, my name is Paul Party. I've had a few titles in my career. I've served as a software development manager as well as a content manager for some fairly large teams. And while I've never had the role of project manager per se, I've done a lot of project management in both of my roles in my career. So a lot of my work involved ensuring that my team was on track and motivated, that they knew what their schedules and deliverables were, and then ensuring that once those deliverables were met, that I was communicating with upper management. So I did a lot of the same roles and some of the same tasks as a project manager. In my experience, tools that work the best in managing stakeholders have been something as simple as a spreadsheet. Seems like everybody knows how to read spreadsheets. Most people know how to read spreadsheets today. There's a lot of new tools that have come out in some of the team management software like Microsoft Teams. Even Slack has like a lot of interesting stakeholder management tools that allow you to communicate broadly to an audience. Collaborate with stakeholders so they can update documents or rows in a spreadsheet or even little widgets on a page, task widgets. So those tools can be effective. However, it really depends on the stakeholders that you're working with, how inclined they are to use technology, and whether they're technical. That can be a little bit polarizing if you have a team or stakeholders that are not technical. In terms of techniques, I found you want to work with your stakeholders as partners. Generally, when I set up a project, I try to ensure that it's not the project manager trying to drive everybody to get the project done, or it's not the project manager that is kind of antagonistic with the stakeholders, right? What I try to do is ensure that we're all on the same side, working towards the end goal. And the enemy is not with the stakeholders. The enemy is not with the team. The enemy tends to be time. The enemy tends to be money. And all of us together, the stakeholders, the people doing the actual work, and the project manager, are all on the same side against those those things that can cause friction, cause problems. And I try to set that up early so that if I encounter a problem in the project, I can go to the stakeholders and say, how are we going to solve this?
Hello, my name is Catherine Brooks. I'm an engineering project manager at Tech Systems for Apple. I have my PMP and my MBA from UNC Chapel Hill. I have 12 years experience. To effectively manage stakeholders, first I use communication planning methods, then stakeholder mapping and engagement plans, and risk and issue plans.
Hi, my name is Erica Maldonado, and I'm a program manager at Coursera. To plan to effectively communicate with key stakeholders in a project, it's important to establish what cadence you want to use first. So, for example, at the onset of a project, I like to establish whether or not we'll be checking in weekly or bi-weekly, or if they need a larger check-in at any period of the month. Basically establish what cadence you want to be able to have, and then how ingrained in the details other stakeholders want to be. And some specific tools and techniques that I like to use. I have used different types of software. I have used Asana, I have used Smartsheets, I have in some instances used Jira, but ultimately you'll want to find the software that makes sense for you. My preference for those types of software is that it's really easy to have different watchers on specific types of a project, so you can tag certain stakeholders, you can create reports, you can create tickets and resolve them from there. So those are some tools that I like. It's really important to research and take a look at tools that you want to use for your own project as well.
What are common stakeholder management challenges you encounter, and how do you overcome them?
I'm going to talk about two areas briefly. Number one, issues management. What is an issue? An issue is a problem or a question that a stakeholder has that is a potential blocker and is stopping them from doing what they need to do. And motivation and commitment. What is motivation and commitment? Motivation is that passion from within that drives you to do the right thing, to do what you need to do to support the project. And commitment is your ability to go ahead and stick with it. So let's go ahead and talk about issues first. First of all, where there are issues, you may not find them. Oftentimes, issues come to you very late, and you have to be very, very reactive and try to figure out how to solve them. Try to interact with the team as much as possible. Face-to-face is best. But if you can't meet people face-to-face in a virtual environment, at minimum, strive for voice contact. Sometimes a face-to-face meeting or just a quick conversation will help you to understand what some of those issues are. Whereas if you're strictly reliant upon email or other technical systems such as that, you may not get the information until it's too late. And in terms of motivation and commitment, there is a term called WIIFM, WIFM. It stands for What's in It for Me. One of the things that you really want to do in these face-to-face meetings or voice-to-voice meetings is continually remind stakeholders of the value of the project, both to the organization and to them as well. Try to do everything in your power to give stakeholders a reason to stay the course and care. And again, that comes in two ways. Some people are very organizationally focused. How is this project going to help the organization? Others are individually focused. How is this project going to allow you to grow and to enhance your career?
What are common stakeholder management challenges you encounter, and how do you overcome them? Stakeholder management mistakes and barriers that I definitely have encountered in my previous projects. One would be communication barriers. By using multiple communication channels, you're able to actually break down a lot of those barriers. Make sure it works best for that particular stakeholder. Lack of alignment or conflicting interest. By minimizing these, have a clear stakeholder strategy plan. Lack of engagement. This has honestly been the biggest one that I've run into with very large stakeholders like leadership. Either it's the customer leadership or personal leadership. Make sure to provide regular updates, engage the stakeholders when needed, and in a meaningful way. So if it's a decision-making process that's going to really impact the project, pull them in.
In my experience, the biggest problem that I've had in dealing with and working with stakeholders has been stakeholders feeling like the people involved in the project are working against each other. So there's a lot of times where you're working on a project and one stakeholder will have a specific point of view or a specific set of goals, and that point of view or those goals are opposite or different than other stakeholders on the team. So, in those situations, what I try to do is really try to find that common ground. Go back to first principles. What are we building this for? So it's using those techniques to really try to get people to work in the same direction, rather than seeing each person on the team as antagonistic. And if you do encounter a situation where you can't get your stakeholders to agree, that's probably time to bring it to the next level of conversation with upper management or with other people that can help make those decisions.
Welcome to Monitor Stakeholder Engagement and Ground Rules. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize methods to maintain stakeholder support, describe the Tuckman ladder and situational leadership model, and recognize key motivation theories to shape stakeholder engagement strategies. Maintaining stakeholder support and commitment through the planning and execution of a project can be difficult. The project manager should always collaborate effectively to keep stakeholders moving in a positive direction. A project manager must be able to organize the project, be an effective communicator, be a positive influencer, and be accessible to the team and stakeholders. In 1965, Bruce Tuckman developed the Tuckman ladder, and this ladder shares a 4-step process for team development. Then, Paul Hershey and Ken Blanchard developed the situational leadership model in 1982, and this model shares strategies to gain commitment and support depending on an individual's readiness state. We combine these two models to adopt a successful approach to building a team. When a team first comes together, productivity is low, and it takes time to move the team to a state where productivity is high. Let's look at the stages the team moves through and how the project manager can guide the team to success. First, the team comes together in the form stage of the Tuckman ladder. Project managers should use a tell strategy of the situational leadership model by telling the team what the project is, why it's important, and explaining the roles and responsibilities of each team member. Next, in the storm stage of the ladder, team members may begin to have doubts and feel the project is not a good fit for them. They may have reservations about their skills, roles, and responsibilities, and questions about the project itself. Productivity is low during the storm stage. Here, a project manager should employ a sell strategy of the situational leadership model by selling the team on the project and selling the team on themselves. By addressing areas of doubt, answering questions, and assuring team members that they have value and belong, a team can weather the storm stage. In the norm stage of the ladder, the team begins to focus on project work and productivity increases. Now, the team may still have questions and some reservations. The project manager should cease using the telling and selling strategies and switch to a participation strategy by being available, accessible, and ready to support the team. Finally, productivity peaks in the perform stage of the ladder. The team can now self-organize and self-direct themselves. The project manager should use a delegate strategy and allow the team to work independently and self-correct. And if an issue occurs, the project manager can repeat any of the rungs on the Tuckman ladder. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, shares 4 motivational theories that a project manager should understand and leverage to motivate their team. The first of the 4 motivational theories is the expectancy theory. The team evaluates the work depending on the level of effort it will require to accomplish it. If the potential reward justifies the level of effort, the team member performs at a high level. However, if the reward does not justify the level of effort, the team member's performance may not be adequate. The second theory is the Hertzberg hygiene and motivational factors theory. This theory was developed by Frederick Hertzberg, who categorizes motivational factors as hygiene and motivational factors. Hygiene factors, such as company policies, salary, and the work environment, decrease motivation if they are absent. And motivational factors, such as achievement, growth, and advancement opportunities, increase motivation when they are present. Now, the third theory is intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation. Daniel Pink developed this theory in which he categorizes motivational factors as being either extrinsic or intrinsic. Extrinsic motivators are short-term and diminish over time, such as salary. Intrinsic motivators are broken into 3 categories: autonomy, which is the desire to direct one's own life; mastery, which is the ability to improve, learn, and excel; and purpose, which is the need and desire to make a difference. And finally, the fourth theory is the theory of needs. David McClelland states that people are generally motivated by 3 needs: achievement, power, and affiliation. And the strength of these 3 needs in an individual varies depending on the individual's experiences, values, and culture. In this video, you learned that a project manager must be able to organize the project, be an effective communicator, be a positive influencer, and be accessible to the team and stakeholders. The Tuckman ladder model states that teams move through the form, storm, norm, and perform stages. A project manager employs the situational leadership model, the tell, sell, participate, and delegate strategies through each ladder stage to keep their team on task. And the 4 motivational theories are the expectancy theory, the Hertzberg hygiene and motivational factors theory, the intrinsic versus extrinsic motivation theory, and the theory of needs.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Ground Rules and Norms. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing ground rules and norms. They explain when using ground rules is most beneficial, examples of successful implementation of ground rules and norms, and advice for when stakeholders fail to follow ground rules and norms.
Well, the Project Management Institute came up with a tool called a team charter. And within this team charter, they define 6 different areas where ground rules and norms are probably quite important. I want to go ahead and pick the 2 that I think are really important. Number 1, meeting norms. Let's be honest, meetings are a huge time waster. Try to get with your team and determine what are norms and ground rules that will ensure that your team applies effective meeting management. Here's a couple of quick examples. Number 1, publish an agenda. A meeting without an agenda is like a journey without a roadmap. And publish the minutes. Ensure there is a record of discussions and action items. Without minutes, you may very well encounter a term that I like to refer to as selective amnesia. What does selective amnesia mean? It means that the next day, the individual who made commitments at the meeting has no understanding or remembrance of the commitments that they made. I want to go ahead and close out meeting ground rules with a rule that I was informed of that I really think is good. It's the rule of 48 and 24. Get the agenda out 48 hours ahead of time. Why 48 hours? It gives people enough time to go ahead and do the pre-work and to try to understand what this meeting is all about. And get the minutes out within 24 hours of the end of the meeting to avoid that selective amnesia that I just shared a moment ago. The second area, team values. I like to refer to team values sometimes as the elephant in the room. Ensure you treat each other with respect. And here's the key. Respect may mean different things to different people. When you're determining what those ground rules and norms are, define what respect means to the team. What does it mean to the group? Come up with a standard definition that everyone can agree upon. Avoid hurtful and derogatory language. Some people may think they're very funny, but sometimes language can be very, very painful. Try to determine what those boundaries are and where you don't want to cross those particular boundaries. Be inclusive and treat everyone equitably. And embrace diversity, don't fight it. These are very important ground rules, meetings, and team values that I think if you hammer out and everyone can come up with an agreement on the team, I think you'll progress very, very well through the project.
Whenever I start a project, I like to really make sure to set the expectations and to be clear at the very beginning and to prevent any ambiguity where everybody is concerned or stressed. We don't want that at the beginning of a project. So I will typically go ahead and have one-on-ones with each individual, preset expectations, especially with communication, and then redo that again as a whole team just to make sure everybody understands. It gives them the opportunity for Q&A as well.
Well, I mentioned that team charter document just a couple of minutes ago. A team charter is a document that defines ground rules and norms in 6 key areas. So now I'll give you the Project Management Institute's 6 areas. Those 6 areas that you want to consider having ground rules and norms in are team values, which we talked about a second ago. Communications guidelines. What's an example of that? Perhaps for emails, if it is urgent, we will put urgent in the subject line and everyone will agree to get back within 24 hours. Decision-making process and criteria. How are decisions going to be made? Is there a process? And how can you be inclusive in that particular process? Conflict resolution process. Conflict means people have a different idea, different thoughts, different opinions. When that occurs, how do we resolve them? We talked just a minute ago about meeting guidelines. Definitely, that rule of 48-24 is one of my favorites. And team agreements. What do we agree to do in terms of supporting each other?
Sometimes we'll have stakeholders who say, yeah, I'll do it, or I totally agree with everything. And all of a sudden you see that they're not really participating or they're not agreeing to your ground rules. What you need to do first is have a one-on-one with them, reset those expectations, and to find out why they're not agreeing to it or what is going on. Is there something else in the background? For example, they don't have enough training or something like that. Find out the why in addition to resetting those expectations. If that doesn't work out and you have taken the time to really push those ground rules and make sure that they understand they have all the training, then you need to go to management. Sometimes you actually do need to escalate as well.
Hello, everyone. For the next couple of minutes, we want to take a moment to review a key tool and technique that is used in project management called a team charter. We're going to quickly review a team charter process, share with you a template that was developed by the Project Management Institute, and provide you some examples of norms and ground rules that you may want to include in your team charter. As a quick review, the goal of a team charter is to develop team norms and ground rules to guide effective project team behavior. To build and develop a team charter, use a 4-step approach. Step number 1 is brainstorming. Any member on the team can propose a norm and ground rule at any time. Once a norm and ground rule is proposed, have a vote. Ask the entire team to put their thumbs up if they agree with the ground rule or norm, put their thumbs down if they disagree with the norm or ground rule, and put their thumb sideways if they want to have more conversation or discussion regarding the proposal. Step number 3 is finalize all agreed upon entries. Only put those norms and ground rules in the team charter where everyone ultimately agrees that they can follow and commit to that norm and ground rule. Once the conversation is complete and all of the norms and ground rules have been included, each team member should sign the team charter, and the project manager should maintain the signed team charter for any future reference. Of note, this is not a formal project management plan entry. A team charter is a document that belongs to the team. It need not be shared outside of the team. Now let's turn our attention to the template and format of a team charter. The Project Management Institute developed a team charter format that includes 6 categories of norms and ground rules. Let's briefly walk through each one and share some examples. The first category is team values. We already have a potential norm and ground rule included in this team charter. Show respect for others' opinions, allow them the opportunity to finish their thoughts without interruption. If this particular norm and ground rule was proposed by a team member, we would have the discussion. If everyone eventually, after discussion, put their thumbs up and agreed to commit to this norm, then it becomes part of the team charter. What's another example of a potential norm that might fit under this particular heading of team values? Avoid the use of disrespectful or hurtful language. Again, a team member would propose this norm. Conversation would entail, and if you can get 100% thumbs up among the team, then this norm is listed in the team charter, and once it is listed, everyone on the team agrees to go ahead and commit to following this particular norm or ground rule. The second category is communications guidelines. Brief example, commit to replying to all urgent emails within 24 hours. That's personally one of my favorite norms. What would be another potential example of a norm in this area? Develop a communications management plan and commit to follow it. Third category, decision-making criteria and process. An example, inform the team of all management decisions impacting the project prior to execution when possible. What's another potential example in this category? Define the decision-making criteria ahead. Conflict resolution is the fourth category proposed by the Project Management Institute. An example of a norm or ground rule in this category, share thoughts and opinions without fear of repercussion. What's another potential example that could fit into this particular category? Work to find a compromise as much as possible. The next category is meeting guidelines. Start every meeting with an agenda. Stick to the agenda. Another potential example in this category could be publish your meeting minutes within 24 hours. Finally, team agreements. An example of a norm, let the team know if a commitment cannot be met before the commitment is due. Another potential norm that you may want to include in this area is do not commit to work you cannot fulfill. Once the team charter is complete, once all proposed norms and ground rules have been approved 100% by the team charter is now ready for implementation. And what do we mean ready for implementation? It means that every member of the team is aware of these norms and ground rules and willing to go ahead and abide by them and commit to following through on each and every one of them. We hope that you will use a team charter to go ahead and define norms and ground rules for your team, and we look forward to future demos. Thank you.
Welcome to Project Risk Management Overview. After watching this video, you will be able to identify the need for effective project risk management, describe the steps in the project risk management lifecycle, list 5 primary reasons that lead to project failure, and explain key project risk management roles and their responsibilities. Risk is any event that can impact a project. For example, miscommunication among team members might introduce a project delay. Recent productive project management statistics reveal that over 50% of projects fail. A prominent reason for project failure is allowing risk to manage you rather than you managing the risk. The project manager and team must be aware of impacts on the project. Now, every project has a level of uncertainty, and these uncertainties can lead to 5 primary reasons that may cause a project to fail. They include failure to achieve an on-time product or service delivery, cost overruns that negate project value, inability to achieve project objectives developed when the project was approved, failure to satisfy requirements as stated by customers and key stakeholders, and delivering products or services with little or no value at project end. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, states an effective risk management program can increase chances of a successful project by 90%. PMI shares a 5-step approach, or lifecycle, to manage project risk. Plan risk, identify risk, analyze, respond, and control. In this approach, the first step is plan risk. In this step, the project manager creates a risk management plan, and this plan provides an overview of how risk management will be accomplished for the project. Note that another video covers the risk management plan in detail. The next step is to identify risk, so the project manager and team develop a risk register. The risk register documents all risks identified using a method called risk metalanguage. Risk metalanguage provides a 3-part structured description of a risk which includes cause, risk, and effect. Again, a different video covers risk metalanguage in more detail. The third step in the project risk management lifecycle is analyze. Each risk must be analyzed in a qualitative and quantitative manner. Analysis is essential as all risks do not have similar impact potential. After analyze comes respond. The project manager and team develop risk responses, and some responses may be implemented before risk occurs, while others may be implemented after the fact. And finally, control. Risks must be continually reviewed and controlled through project end. Remember, risk is not a one-time occurrence. Successful project risk management depends on establishing a team, and this team should be comprised of different roles, including a project manager, risk owner, sponsor, and subject matter expert, or SME. Let's look at responsibilities for each role. The project manager must be part of the risk management team. The project manager is responsible for managing project risk management program activities, including planning, implementing, monitoring, and controlling. The risk owner is responsible for managing an identified risk. A risk owner analyzes the risk, determines risk priority, develops and manages responses, and monitors and controls the risk. A sponsor approves the risk management plan for the project. A sponsor also approves, designates, and authorizes reserves. Reserves refer to the contingency funds that may be used if a risk response requires funding. And finally, the SME is a stakeholder who can be consulted for any technical aspects of a risk. In this video, you learned that effective risk management can help with preventing project failure. 5 reasons a project may fail include failure to meet schedule, cost overruns, inability to achieve objectives, failure to satisfy requirements, and delivering little or no value. The 5 steps in the project risk management lifecycle include plan risk, identify risk, analyze, respond, and control. And a project risk management team should include a project manager, risk owner, sponsor, and SME. Welcome to Risk Defined. After watching this video, you will be able to describe key takeaways from PMI's uncertainty performance domain, explain risk categories, describe risk types, and define the term issue. So, as discussed in another video, risk is defined as any potential event that can impact a project positively or negatively. For example, every person on the project uses a computer, and there is a possibility that some computers may not have all the required software loaded. So, this will limit accessibility. This is a risk, a potential event. PMI added the uncertainty performance domain in the project management body of knowledge, or PMBOK, to address activities and functions associated with risk and uncertainty. Here are some key takeaways. The current business environment is filled with uncertainty. Technical, social, political, market, and economic events can impact a project. A project manager and team must proactively identify potential events that can impact a project and plan accordingly. There are multiple variables in a project, and every action you take may have an impact on different aspects of the project. You must identify cause and effect variables for every aspect. All risks are not equal. Some risks have greater potential than others to impact the project. Constant analysis and prioritization are key. Conditions impacting a project will likely change. Effective risk management is critical from project beginning to end. Remember, effective risk management identifies both positive and negative events. And risk can impact both schedules and budget. Closely monitor the plan, schedule, and budget reserve. Now, based on their impact on the project, we can broadly categorize risks into threats and opportunities. A risk with a negative impact is referred to as a threat. When a threat occurs, it can have a negative impact on scope, schedule, and budget. The project manager and team need to identify and plan for potential threats to ensure minimal impact on the project. Now, when a risk has a positive impact, it is called an opportunity. And there may be potential events that can lead to positive impacts, such as the ability to add product functionality, accelerate schedules, or cost savings. Effective risk management looks for potential opportunities to improve project performance. Risks can be divided into two types, known and unknown. Known risks are risks the project management team and stakeholders have identified. If a threat or an opportunity has been identified by the team, it will be a known risk. Unknown risks are those yet to be identified. Any unidentified threat or opportunity is an unknown risk. A key goal of project risk management is to identify as many risks as you can before they occur. This includes both threats and opportunities. The sooner you identify a risk and make it known, the sooner you can develop appropriate responses to address it. Now, managing risks is critical to the success of a project, and risk management begins on day one of the project. Risks are identified and documented as planning progresses and are initially identified during the project charter development process. Additional risks are identified during scope, schedule, and budget planning. Support planning will also likely lead to additional risk identification. Note, another video covers the end-to-end risk planning process and associated activities. All identified risks must be added to a risk register. The risk register is a document used to add and track risks. The risk register also includes information such as the likelihood of the risk occurring and risk impact. And the risk register should be updated every time a risk is identified. If a risk becomes an actual event, it is referred to as an issue, and the project manager must keep track of issues in an issue log. An issue log is a document containing a list of issues along with details required to track the issue, such as issue description, current status, and priority. Note that another video covers issue logs in detail. In this video, you learned that risk is an inherent part of any project that is impacted by many variables. Project managers should identify positive and negative risks and prioritize how to handle them based on their potential impact on budget and schedule. Two categories of risk include threat, which has a negative impact on the project, and opportunity, which has a positive impact on the project. Two types of risk include known risks which have been identified by the project manager, and unknown risks which have not yet been identified. And if a risk becomes an actual event, it is called an issue. Welcome to Risk Metalanguage. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the need for a risk metalanguage statement, identify parts of the risk metalanguage statement, and describe parts of the risk metalanguage statement. Documenting risks is mandatory, and the quality of the risk statement is equally important. For example, consider the risk statement, weather is unpredictable. This risk statement is ambiguous and does not provide a clear view of why the unpredictability is a risk or what will happen if the weather changes. An ambiguous statement can be difficult to decipher, and this can result in a project manager taking an incorrect action to manage the risk. Now, risk metalanguage is an industry best practice that helps with writing unambiguous and accurate risk statements. The risk metalanguage breaks the risk statement into 3 parts: cause, event, and impact. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, does not define risk metalanguage by name. However, PMI states that the initial risk entries in a risk register should include risk cause and effect statements. Part 1 of the risk metalanguage maps to cause. Parts 2 and 3 constitute the effect and subsequent impact. The metalanguage structure has 3 parts, so let's understand each part in detail. The first part of the structure is risk cause. Risk cause is a situation or condition that exists. Bad weather and good weather are 2 examples of risk cause. Event is the second part. Event defines what can potentially occur due to the cause. For example, bad weather could result in rain, and in this example, rain is the event. And similarly, good weather may result in sunshine, and sunshine is the event. The last part of risk metalanguage is impact. Impact answers the question, why does the event matter? Now, using the weather example, the impact of rain may result in a delay in external work, and schedules may slip. The impact of sunshine, however, may allow the team to work longer and make up for any lost time due to the rain. Let's now rewrite the statement, weather is unpredictable, in a way that it will appear in the risk register. In this video, you learned that ambiguous risk statements can result in confusion and chaos. Risk metalanguage provides a structure to develop risk statements. And risk metalanguage breaks the risk into 3 parts: cause, which is a situation or condition that exists; event, which defines what can potentially occur due to the cause; and impact, which provides a response to the question, why does the event matter?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a quick demonstration on a SWOT analysis. SWOT stands for Strengths, Weaknesses, Opportunities, and Threats. A SWOT analysis is a very commonly used risk identification tool. Let's begin with a quick definition of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Let's begin with strengths and opportunities. A strength in SWOT refers to internally controlled features that are positive. Opportunities in SWOT result from existing strengths and document external events that may occur as a result. Turning our attention to weaknesses and threats, weaknesses in SWOT refer to internally controlled factors that are negative, and threats in SWOT result from existing weaknesses and document external events that may occur as a result. Today, for this SWOT analysis demonstration, we're going to feature a process improvement project. A team gathered together and identified 2 strengths and associated opportunities and 2 weaknesses and associated threats. Let's take a look at what they identified. The first strength that the team identified was a reliable supply chain. Now, you may be asking yourself, how is this an internal consideration? You're the organization. You determine who is going to partner with you in the supply chain. If the supply chain is satisfactory, you are empowered to go ahead and maintain these partnerships. If the supply chain is not satisfactory, you are empowered to go ahead and change. The second strength that was identified by the team was high customer satisfaction. So we had two strengths. The next step was to take a look and determine what are the external opportunities that may result from these two strengths. So we take a look, first of all, at the reliable supply chain. The teams determined that with this reliable supply chain, there was a high potential for supplier willingness to adapt to any improvements and changes that were made. The high customer satisfaction was analyzed, and the team determined that based on this high customer satisfaction, the customers may be willing to partner with us and hopefully expedite the implementation of any improvements, a win-win situation for the organization and the customer. However, there were two weaknesses that were identified by the team as well. The first weakness that was identified was there were many manual operations in the current process, and the second was there was employee complacency. Their employees had learned to live with a very ineffective and very inefficient process. The next step was to evaluate the threats. They took a look once again at many manual operations and determined that the primary threat was limited improvement opportunities. As a result of the manual operations, many of the improvement solutions may not be able to be implemented. And for employee complacency, they took a look and determined that there might be some resistance to change. They completed their SWAT analysis and then went to the next step. They took their strengths and opportunities, weaknesses and threats, and they completed their risk register. After they documented the information that they had attained during the SWOT analysis, they defined the impact of each of the opportunities and impact of each of the threats. They assigned probability and impact numbers to each opportunity and each threat and calculated a risk score. This concludes our brief overview of SWOT analysis. Hopefully, you have gained a better understanding of SWOT analysis, its purpose, and the methodology to go ahead and complete this analysis. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to seeing you in future demos.
Welcome to the Risk Management Plan. After watching this video, you will be able to define the purpose of a risk management plan and describe the different sections of a risk management plan. A risk management plan describes how risk management activities will be structured and performed for the project. The risk management plan provides instructions and a roadmap for how risk management for a project will be conducted. After the risk management plan is approved, it becomes part of the overall project management plan. Now, the risk management plan contains different sections, and these include risk management team, definitions of probability and impact, probability and impact matrix, risk assessment schedule, risk contingency reserves, and clarification and comments. Let's look at each of these in detail. The risk management plan should have details about the risk management team. This list includes responsibilities for different roles, including the project manager, risk owner, subject matter experts or SMEs, and any other stakeholder involved in overall project risk management. The risk management plan should also contain definitions for probability and impact ratings. These ratings are used to score the project risks, which helps the project manager prioritize and monitor risks. Note, PMI recommends using the simple Likert scale from 1 to 5. Once definitions are complete, the project manager can determine the risk score by multiplying the probability score times the impact score. The higher the risk score, the more a risk should be monitored. This table displays an example of probability and impact ratings. Now, depending on the risk score, the project manager will need to take different actions. To ensure a common structure is followed by all members of the project team, the project manager must define the probability and impact matrix. This matrix contains the risk score ranges along with associated actions. Here's a table displaying a sample matrix. Next, the project manager should also document the risk assessment schedule in the risk management plan. As part of the schedule, document when project risks will be reviewed and include status meeting requirements, status reporting requirements, and management reporting requirements. Detailed schedules should reflect in the project communications plan. Another video covers the project communications plan in detail. A risk management plan should contain the definition for contingency reserves or funds required to respond to known risks. In addition, the risk management plan should contain details about how reserves are maintained and distributed. The risk management plan must share the amount of reserves available and the process to access them. Note that in most cases, the project manager does not control contingency reserves or funds. In addition to contingency reserves, a project should also have a management reserve. Management reserves are funds set aside to support unknown risks, which can be caused due to various reasons, such as information gaps. The higher the project complexity, the more management reserves should be set aside. Now, the risk management plan can also contain an optional section for clarifications and comments. This section can be used to provide references, policy, links, and so on that impact risk management planning. The project manager can also reference a risk breakdown structure if available. A risk breakdown structure is a list of potential risks that may impact projects broken out by category. The project manager can derive the risk breakdown structure by using the lessons learned on risks from other projects. And this table displays an example of the risk breakdown structure. In this video, you learned that a risk management plan describes how risk management activities will be structured and performed for the project. The risk management plan should contain the following sections: risk management team, which defines the risk management team and their roles; definitions of probability and impact, which defines probability and impact ratings to be applied to qualify all risks; probability and impact matrix, which determines the relative priority of all risks by risk score; risk assessment schedule to provide a schedule for risk reassessment and status analysis or reporting; risk contingency reserves that define reserves required to respond to risk, in addition to how reserves are maintained and distributed; and a clarification and comment section to provide clarifying information, links, references, and so on as required.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Risk Planning. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing risk planning. They explain how they normally conduct risk planning, why risk management planning is necessary, how they plan for risk management, and the tools and techniques that are critical to planning success.
The best piece of advice that I can give you is 3 words: make it real. Try to go ahead and share past lessons learned where risks occurred that impacted a project negatively. In addition, try to share examples of opportunities that were lost. There's an old saying that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. If you can provide concrete examples of how risk impacted a project, then chances are pretty good that you may be able to catch those stakeholders' attention. Pretty easy response. Begin on day number 1 of the project. As you're developing the project charter, which defines what the project is, why it's important, and who needs to be involved, do a brainstorming session with whatever stakeholders are available. What are those potential risks to this particular project? The first thing that you want to do is to define those potential risks in the project charter. Next, identify risks as you plan. Identification of risks is a very iterative process. Once you get through the project charter, you're going to begin planning scope. Then you'll begin planning your schedule. You'll begin planning your budget. As you complete each major planning section, make sure that you spend a little bit of time before you move forward and ask yourself, what were some risks that were identified, and continually add those to your risk register.
The first thing people need to know about risk management planning is why it's important, how it affects the organization, how it affects the outcome of the project, and what the implications are for them personally by not doing this or not doing it well enough. Therefore, you need to explain why we do risk management planning. And if it's not supported by the organization, if it's not something that's part of the process of running a project or implementing something new, development, then people are really not going to understand why, and they're not going to be committed to doing it. So I think if people know personally how it affects them, if their job, for example, is in engineering, and they know that the outcome of not planning for a risk could be a failure of the product, then they're going to have more incentive to pay attention and do this risk planning. So I think you need to make it part of the organizational process. It really needs to be part of everything that we do. Whenever there's a project, whenever there is a new product implemented, then it should be done across the board, across the organization. It should be something that is part of the standard process. And if management doesn't support it, then nobody else will. So if you really want to get people interested in doing this, you have to have management support, you have to have a process, and people need to understand why it's important. When it comes to planning risk management and how you do it, you have to have the team involved from day one. They have to be part of that process. They have to be there when you're just brainstorming what the risks are, right? Because if you don't, then you're going to either have to go back later on and do a bunch of rework, or you're going to miss it all together, and then the risk occurs, it's triggered, and then you have no plan in place for mitigating that risk or responding to it. The second thing is you have to have a quantitative system for identifying the risks. And normally you want to look for things like detectability, severity, likelihood, right? Because we want to know if it's going to happen, we want to know how bad it's going to be, and we want to know if we can detect it at all. And the other thing is you have to be diligent about auditing this risk management plan. And that involves having something what you may call a control plan, which is a formal plan that lays out all of the risks and how you respond, who's responsible, when we do it by. There's a couple ways to do it, but normally you want to look at those things. And if you don't have any of that, then you're going to know that you're going to have a problem. And also, if you have a system of auditing in place, periodically you can go in and evaluate whether our risk measures are still valid, if everything needs to be updated, right? Because these are living documents that we should be updating regularly.
I'm going to go ahead and share 3 of them very briefly. Number 1 is a risk management plan. And in a future interview, we're going to delve a little bit deeper into this risk management plan. But in essence, it's an overview of how overall risk management will be conducted. Have a plan. Plan it before you do it. Secondly, the risk register. This is a very common tool. It is a place where you list the risks. You begin by filling out the risks that you identified during the project charter. As you plan scope, you add risks to this risk register or list. As you do schedule and budget planning, you add risks. By the time you've completed all of your planning, you're probably going to have a pretty long list of risks to go ahead and manage, and the risk register is that primary document that you use to go ahead and document those risks. Last but not least, and again, we'll go ahead and explain this a little bit more in a future interview, there's another tool called a risk matrix. It's a very simple visual overview of the top risks that impact a project. You want to use this risk matrix for stakeholder and leadership presentations. And again, we'll talk to this a little bit more, but as they say, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Appreciate the opportunity to answer these first 3 questions, and I'll see you again in the next risk-focused subject matter expert interview session. Hello. For the next few minutes, I would like to go ahead and share a very common tool that is used and recommended by the Project Management Institute. This tool is called a risk register. A risk register is simply a list of risks that may be pertinent to your particular project. When completing a risk register, always begin with the project name. Today what we're going to do is we're going to use the company picnic project as our example, and in addition always put down the date. Today is June 11th, 20XX. Version control for a risk register is very important. We already filled in one risk for you. We will go ahead and complete a second before this demo is complete. Whenever filling in a risk, give it its own identification number. Risk number 1 had a problem called insects. Risk meta-language says a risk should be documented in a way that tells a story, cause, event, and impact. There are insects, and where there are insects, there's the potential for insect bites. And if the insect bites do occur, there is the potential for illness and discomfort. Always assign a risk owner. This individual is going to be responsible for the end-to-end management of the risk. In this particular case, the project manager. Categorization. Risks come in 2 categories, opportunities or threats. The probability risk rating is the chances that it will occur. Notice we have a little bit of an overview in terms of ratings from 5 to 1. In addition, the impact risk rating. In this particular case, we give it a 3. Again, on a risk register, you should have a 1 through 5 scale defining the impact risk rating. Risk score is risk rating times impact. 3 times 3 equals 9. A trigger is an early warning that the risk is about to occur. In this particular case, we're talking about insects, eye contact. If we see mosquitoes, if we see ants come approaching the picnic site, we know that this risk is about to become an issue. And we always come up with a response, which is a repellent. So now let's go ahead and fill one out and talk about number 2. So we're going to give this a new rating, number 2. In this particular case, we're going to say bad weather. Bad weather is our cause. What is the event that could occur? Well, if bad weather occurs, we may very well end up with some rain. And why do we care about the rain? It may result in reduced events. So now we have our risk statement. There is the potential for bad weather. And if bad weather occurs, we may end up getting some rain. And if it rains, we may have to reduce the number of events that we have at the company picnic. In this particular case, we're going to assign this risk to the project manager as well. And this is also a threat. Bad weather is not a good thing. In this particular case, we think that the probability is moderate to low, we give it a 2, but the impact would be 4, which is high to moderate, which is a 4. In this particular case, again, we multiply 2 times 4 equals 8. So what would be the trigger? Well, in this particular case, we're going to put down a weather report as a potential trigger. Our project manager is going to keep an eye on it. And what is going to be our potential response? Well, since we have many individuals who are attending this particular event, we're going to try to have a tent where people can go ahead and seek cover should the rain begin. One thing that I want you to notice is that we have a total risk score. As we complete each particular risk, the score adds up. In the case of a risk score, the higher the score, the more risk exposure or potential risk the project has. The lower the number, the less risk exposure as well. This concludes our overview of a risk register. Hopefully this was clear and understandable. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints. Risk management. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing risk management.
The answer is simple. What can you do to enhance successful risk planning and management? Step number 1, develop a project risk management plan. Benjamin Franklin said a long time ago, if you fail to plan, you are planning to fail. And that is true for every function within project management to include risk. What does a project management plan include? Number 1, the risk team roles and responsibilities. Who are the individuals, who are the stakeholders, who are the team members who are going to help you to manage the project risk? Secondly, probability and impact scoring. Every risk should be assigned a probability and impact rating. In the risk management plan, we define what that rating system is going to be. Third, a probability and impact matrix. This is a classification of risk based on risk scores. Let's say, for example, a risk has a probability of 5 and an impact of 5. That results in a risk score of 25. Another risk may have a probability of 1 and an impact of 1. 1 times 1 equals 1. They're both risks. We need to pay attention to both of these risks, but which one are we going to spend our time on? Obviously, the one that scored 25 has a greater potential to impact the project than the one that scored 1. Risk reassessment schedule. Risk is not a one and done. Risk is often referred to as the alpha and omega of project management planning. The alpha means that you begin risk planning during the project chartering phase, and you're not complete until you've accomplished all of your planning, and even when you get into executing, controlling, and closing, new risks may go ahead and develop. How often are you going to revisit risks? The risk reassessment schedule. Sometimes, another little saying, the best laid plans of mice and men often go astray. Well, make sure in your risk management plan you address risk contingency reserves. How many dollars are you going to have set aside just in case a risk occurs? And the final aspect of a risk management plan are any comments, links, and references that you may have.
Common risk management can include a lack of communication, budget and time constraints, scope creep, and scope management, along with team conflict. So you got to really make sure to build the team, have that clear communication, be realistic about your timeline and your budget, and then plan. Understand exactly what is in scope and avoid scope creep. First, I'll do the admin stuff. I'll go ahead and quickly add it to the issue log and assign it to someone, either a team member or a group, and then flag it in the risk register. If it's not already there, because sometimes that does happen, just make sure to go ahead and add it, and then work with the team or the individual to reduce the issue quickly and find a resolution. At the time, this may involve your key stakeholders for a change requirement. Make sure to put a change request in. And from there, go ahead and add into lessons learned once it is complete.
Well, first of all, you should go to your plan. If you don't have a plan in place, then you've already lost the battle because you're not going to be able to react fast enough. you are not going to know what to do. You're going to be in crisis mode. So the first thing is have a plan, and then once the risk is triggered, go to that plan and follow what it says, because you've anticipated this. You've looked at this, right? So now you got to work with the plan, and everybody involved really should understand that there's the plan in place already. Now, what you also have to do is communicate. You should have a communication plan as part of that risk management plan. If you don't, then you're not going to have a good way of informing people that the risk has occurred. So that should all be part of that. So go to your plan and communicate. Those are the two biggest things that really you could do in a situation where a risk has been triggered. Well, first of all, you have to be disciplined. You have to build this discipline into the culture of the organization. Now, that's really hard to do. It takes time, but it starts with management support. Management, the organization, has to support it. It may look like having an entire quality department dedicated to doing this sort of thing. And, it has to be more than just the project manager pushing this. It has to be the entire organization getting behind it, understanding why did we do it and why it's important. And I always say you need to have audits in place. And if you don't, then it's going to be really difficult to overcome. And if you're not updating your control documents, your quality documents, your risk management documents, because if the market changes, if personnel change, you could have various risks that are introduced at different points in time. So you really need to have a system for updating and being on top of those things. And you have to have a good quality plan. Now, a quality plan is more of a comprehensive look at risk management that involves areas outside of that as well. But it should really be incorporated into that way of doing business. Now, some people do certifications like ISO, which is going to force you to build those plans, build that plan around everything that you do. And, that's not a bad idea, because they're regular audits by a third party, and it's something that you have to do to keep that certification. And a lot of customers are going to look for those ISO and ISO type of certifications.
Welcome to Responding to Risk. After watching this video, you will be able to identify risk response categories, describe responses to threats, explain responses to opportunities, and describe responses to both threats and opportunities. Every risk should have a response strategy. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, categorizes risk responses into 8 distinct strategies, including 3 strategies to respond to threats, 3 strategies to respond to opportunities, and 2 strategies that can respond to either threats or opportunities. Every risk owner should use these strategies when creating risk responses. Now, the response strategy you choose is tied to risk meta-language. Remember, every risk has a cause that leads to a potential event, which leads to a potential impact. Strategies are dependent on whether or not the team can control the cause of the risk. If the cause can be controlled, certain strategies are appropriate, and if not, other strategies are required. So there are 3 response strategies for negative risks or threats. These include avoid, transfer, and mitigate. Avoid a cause that can be controlled. For example, the project manager, risk owner, or team can easily identify and control causes such as an ineffective team member, lack of training, or manual processes. Transferring a risk to a third party is another strategy to manage threats. This strategy can be used when the project team does not have the required expertise. Then the third party will be accountable to manage the risk. Examples could be life insurance or a contract SME. And the third strategy is to mitigate. The project manager will use the mitigation strategy if the team feels they do not have any control over the cause. If a threat is identified, look at ways to reduce the probability and impact of the risk if it occurs. Examples of mitigation as a strategy include planning indoor work in the event of rain and developing workarounds to reduce the impact of new regulatory guidance. So, we've discussed the response strategies for threats. Next, let's look at response strategies for opportunities. There are 3 recommended strategies, including exploit, share, and enhance. Exploit, or to take advantage of, the cause that can be controlled. For example, you may be able to leverage a motivated team member or a highly trained team to improve the probability of high productivity. Sharing an opportunity with a third party is another strategy. The third party will be accountable for partnering with the project risk management team to achieve an opportunity. Examples where sharing the opportunity is beneficial could be combining orders to receive a discount or sharing expertise to achieve a mutual goal. Now, there may be times when the project risk management team may not have any control over the risk cause. In this case, the only responses are to increase the probability of the opportunity occurring, increase the impact of the opportunity occurring, or increase both the probability and impact of the opportunity occurring. Let's look at some examples for responses. Consider the scenario where the schedule is fixed and you have no control to change it. In this case, you should look for ways to increase the probability of an early finish. One such strategy is to provide incentives to accelerate the schedule. Here's another situation. The team composition has been decided and cannot be changed. To increase the probability of high productivity, you can provide growth opportunities to increase motivation. Finally, response strategies that can be used for both threats and opportunities include acceptance and escalation. The acceptance strategy can be used in 2 scenarios. The first scenario is where the risk probability and impact are low. In this scenario, accept that the risk might occur, and if it occurs, respond. The second scenario is where the risk probability and impact are not clear. In this case, the project risk management team does not have a clear, acceptable response for a risk. If probability and impact are low, this is not a large problem, but if probability and impact are high, the project may need to be reassessed. Now, the escalation strategy can be used when the project manager needs to gain high-level approval for a response, normally from the sponsor. The escalation strategy can be used if a response is either controversial or requires additional funding or reserves. In this video, you learned that the Project Management Institute, or PMI, categorizes risk responses into 8 distinct strategies, including 3 strategies to respond to threats, 3 strategies to respond to opportunities, and 2 strategies that can respond to either threats or opportunities. 3 response strategies for threats include avoiding risk when the cause can be controlled, transferring risk to a third party when the team does not have the expertise, and mitigating when the cause cannot be controlled. 3 responses for opportunities include exploiting or taking advantage of the opportunity, sharing the opportunity, and enhancing the impact of the opportunity. And 2 response strategies for threats and opportunities include acceptance and escalation.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Risk Responses. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing risk management.
Well, first of all, we want to make a determination. Is the risk an opportunity or is it a threat? Remember, risks can be both positive and negative. Secondly, remember how we write risks: cause, event, and impact. We ask ourselves, do we have any control over the cause? If we do, then we want to avoid a negative cause and we want to exploit a positive cause. Now, if we have no control over the cause, Our next step is to take a look at the probability and the impact. For a negative risk, we want to mitigate the risk. We want to go ahead and either lower the probability or impact of the risk occurring. For a positive risk, we want to enhance the probability and impact. We want to improve the probability and impact so that we can hopefully achieve the opportunity. Now, if there are no team members with skills or capacity to manage a risk internally, one of the things that you may want to do is to transfer the negative risk, which means assign the negative risk to a third party for management and control, or share. Share is when you have an opportunity, but you require third-party support to go ahead and achieve that particular opportunity. Now, there may be a risk that has very minimal impact. If that's the case, in most cases, we just accept the risk. If it occurs, it occurs. However, if there is a risk that has a really huge impact on the project potentially, and you do not have a good response, then you really want to get together with your subject matter experts and maybe even your sponsor. And number one, try to find a response, but if you can't, you may want to take a look at this project and reevaluate it, because if this risk occurs, the project may go into a perpetual state of failure.
So of course you have the different options where you can avoid, transfer, accept, or mitigate. It really depends on what the issue is. So for example, during COVID, there was a large deployment that I had for a customer, and we had a solid plan. It was great. We're good to go. COVID happened, and we're like, okay, great. Now we have to mitigate. What sites can we do at this time to implement cloud security? And a lot of stuff we had to do on site. So we're like, who will allow us to go on site? Where is it actually safe? What type of precautions do we have to do? With this, we were actually still able to make timeline. We just had to really change our plan around.
Well, first of all, let's define what a risk trigger is. A risk trigger is an early warning system that a risk is about to occur. So the first tip that I can provide you is to enlist the support of risk owners. Remember, the risk owner is that individual who is going to manage the end-to-end risk for you. Try to find people with the subject matter expertise who can go ahead and determine what are potential early warning signs that a risk is about to occur. That risk owner should be your primary source to determine triggers and provide those early warnings. In addition, enlist the support of other experts as well. And if you're fortunate enough to be working in an organization that documents lessons learned and archives them for your use and your information, look at lessons learned for past projects that are like your project and see if you can find some past incidences of risks and what potential warning signs or triggers there were that led to that risk being occurring.
So one way that I like to really try to find risk throughout the project, I mean, they're going to pop up anyways, right? A lot of times we're going to see them, sometimes we won't. And a great way to find these is to have frequent team syncs with open communications that will help identify a risk when it's about to happen. And then continuing to monitor the risk register and doc reviews. Depending on your industry, continue to watch the news to see if there's anything potential.
Normally, what I try to do is include an outline of a risk owner's responsibilities in my risk management plan. If I'm fortunate enough to have a lot of experienced risk owners, this step is not really required. They know what they need to do. But if I'm enlisting the support of some new risk owners or individuals who perhaps have never performed this particular function before, I may actually conduct a training session for how to be a good risk owner, or I may enlist the support of senior level risk owners who have been there and done it to go ahead and train the new people on how to be effective. Hello everyone. I'd like to go ahead and take a few moments to walk through another key risk management tool called the risk report. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the template, review the instructions to complete the risk report, and hopefully enable you to use this tool in your everyday risk management efforts. We always begin by defining the project name, the project manager, and the date. The reason for this is that the risk report is going to be unique to your particular project. Define the project purpose. A brief description of the project and the purpose. Why is this project in existence? The next category that is recommended is to list the urgent risks. Now, what do we mean by urgent? On your risk register, you're going to have a number of risks. Normally, an urgent risk is one that scores probability times impact greater than 16. Do not include every risk. Embed a table, as you can see in this particular illustration. List the risk by cause, event, and impact, the response, and the risk score. The purpose of a risk report is not to provide status of every risk. It is to provide status of the key risks or the urgent risks. Remember that risks come in two categories, threats and opportunities. Part of your risk management duties is to look for opportunities as much as identify those threats. The same rule applies. List your opportunities by cause, event, impact, your proposed response, and the risk score. Any new risks that were identified since the last report. And if there were a lot of risks that were identified, remember the rule of urgency. If it is probability times impact 16 or greater, then you may want to list it. You may want to list a risk by exception if you feel that this risk is pertinent even if it does not score 16 or higher. The next category recommended in a risk report is project risk exposure, and we will go ahead and cover that a little bit later in this demonstration. A key aspect of the risk report is help needed. This risk report is not for your team. It's not for you. This risk report is provided to your sponsor and other executive stakeholders, and it is meant to provide a quick overview of how risk management is progressing for the project, but a key area is help needed. Do you need additional contingency reserves, dollars in case of risk? Do you need response approval for some of the responses that you are proposing? Coming back to risk exposure. The definition of risk exposure: an aggregate measure of the potential impact of all risks at a given point in a project. A keynote: a risk score for a threat is a positive number. Risk scores for opportunities are subtracted. So let's say hypothetically we had 3 risks. 2 were threats and 1 was an opportunity. The threat would be 4 times 4, or a risk score of 16. The opportunity, potentially 3 times 3, equals 9. But we subtract this. Why? Because risk exposure is how much negative risk you are being exposed to. If there is an opportunity can mitigate the impact of negative risks and reduce the overall risk exposure. We have another one, which is a threat of 12. So if we add these up, our risk exposure is 19. To summarize this demo, here is an overview of a project. In week 1, the risk score was 60 for all of the risks. It dropped to 58 on week number 2, 54 on week number 3, but then it began climbing again from week number 4. Risk exposure shows how the overall risk score for all risks in the project is either increasing, decreasing, or staying the same. This is a great tool to determine how well your risk management program is working. If the exposure is going down, then chances are quite good that you and your team are doing a wonderful job mitigating the potential of risks or enhancing the opportunities that are out there. If the risk score is going up, that is a red flag that states we may have some problems. Maybe we want to go ahead and review this project at greater depth. Perhaps there are some risks that we may have missed, or perhaps some responses that we need to go ahead and implement. This concludes a quick overview of a risk report, and in addition, a brief explanation of the risk exposure portion of this report. We hope that you have a better understanding of the risk report, and we do hope that this is a tool that you can use as you move forward. Thank you very much for your attention. Have a great day, and we look forward to seeing you again in future demos.
Welcome to Risk Reassessment Review. After watching this video, you will be able to recognize the importance of timely risk response implementation, describe characteristics of risk audits, including audit objectives, frequency, and process, explain the difference between residual and secondary risks, and describe the contents of an issue log. Any risk has the potential to become an issue and impact project success. A negative risk may impact scope, schedules, and budget, and an opportunity may be lost. Remember, a single risk occurrence may lead to project failure. So it is essential the project risk management team recognize and implement a response in case a risk does occur. The risk register needs to be regularly updated to include response strategies. Risk scores might change, and some risks may no longer be applicable, and such risks must be removed from the risk register. Risk reassessment includes risk register updates, risk audits, documenting secondary and residual risks, and managing issue logs. Next, let's look at risk audits. Risk audits are an integral part of overall project risk management, and here are the objectives of a risk audit. Review the overall project risk monitoring process and determine the overall effectiveness of the risk management plan. And review the effectiveness of risk response strategies to make adjustments as required for the remaining project. Also, determine if risk responses were appropriate or if further action is required. Remember, always document the audit and relevant conclusions. Now, risk audits should be scheduled at an appropriate frequency based on the needs of the project. Project scope is a key factor that helps in deciding the frequency and quantity of audits. Medium and large projects may require more frequent risk audits. Smaller projects may have a risk audit only at the end of all work. Risk audit frequency and processes are defined in the risk management plan. Let's briefly look at the risk audit process. A risk audit is triggered by the frequency specified in the risk management plan. During the audit, the overall effectiveness of risk management monitoring is evaluated. If any changes are identified, the project risk management team will make the required changes. And the risk audit also evaluates risk response effectiveness. The risk register is updated if the response was adequate, and results are documented in lessons learned. If a risk response was not adequate, residual risks are identified and documented in the risk register for further action. Let's understand residual risks in more detail. When a risk occurs, a response is initiated. In some cases, the response is adequate. However, in some cases, the risk may still be present in an altered state. This is referred to as a residual risk. Here is an example. Consider this scenario. The primary risk, snowfall, resulted in limited parking occurred. The identified response, use a commercial company to plow the parking lot and remove the snow, was implemented. Later, an ice coating was found in the parking lot under the snow. This is a residual risk. The ice became an issue when the snow cover was removed. The risk owner needs to identify and document the new residual risk and implement the response to de-ice the parking lot. Residual risks are added to the risk register when discovered. The project risk management team may also encounter secondary risks. Many high probability and impact risks require multiple risk response options. And in some cases, a primary and fallback response is generated. If the primary response does not yield desired results, the fallback response is initiated. Then there may be times when a primary or fallback response generates a new risk. This is referred to as a secondary risk. Here's an example. The primary risk response is to increase safety inventory levels to mitigate the risk of material shortages. However, there is a secondary risk. If the team increases safety stock levels, they may not have adequate storage space. So the team's response is to lease adequate storage space. However, this response has cost impacts. In this situation, check if the cost outweighs the benefits of increasing safety stock. Or another way to look at the risk might be to check if the costs of leasing more storage space outweigh the risks of project delays due to material shortages. If a secondary risk presents greater challenges than the primary risk, then the primary risk response should be adjusted. Finally, let's look at issues and issue logs. An issue is defined as a risk that occurred. The project team must identify issues as soon as possible and implement planned risk responses. Any residual risks should also be documented. A best practice is to create an issue log with all relevant information about the issue and resolution. An example of headings that might be captured in an issue log are displayed. Now, the contents of an issue log should include accurate and actionable description of the issue. The issue log should also include issue priority, such as high, moderate, or low. Remember, all issues are not equal. And you can also include the issue category, such as operations or finance. Ensure the issue log captures the details about the issue reporter and issue resolver. This will help establish the required communication to efficiently resolve the issue. Issue status is another important item you must capture, and examples of issue status include active, deferred, or resolved. Finally, the issue log must contain the date of the resolution, which will be documented after the issue is successfully resolved. Note, the PMI does not provide any recommendations on the contents of an issue log. In this video, you learned that a timely response to a risk is important, as a single risk occurrence may lead to project failure. Risk audits help determine the effectiveness of the risk management plan and response strategy. Frequency of risk audits will vary based on project scope. Risk audits may result in updating the risk management plan and residual risks. A residual risk is identified when a response uncovers an altered risk state. A secondary risk is identified when a fallback response is implemented. And an issue log should contain all relevant information about the issue and resolution.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Risk Monitoring. In this video, we will hear from project managers discussing risk monitoring.
Well, first of all, let's describe what a risk reassessment is. Risk is not a one-and-done activity. Risks are identified early in the project, in the middle of the project, and at the end of the project. And in addition, something that perhaps is a high-impact risk early may turn out to be a low-impact risk a little bit later. We need a schedule for risk reassessments because risk, as I said, is not a one-and-done. I'm going to revert back to the risk management plan. In that risk management plan, define when risk reassessments are going to be scheduled. It can be on a weekly basis, it can be part of your overall status report or your status meeting, but regardless, make sure that you have a defined time where all risks are going to be reassessed. And just don't leave it documented in the plan and expect people to read it. Ensure the team, risk owners, and key stakeholders are aware of the schedule, sign off and commit to adhering to this schedule, and when they do, then you can hold them accountable for results. Well, first and foremost is the right person performing the reassessment. If you have an individual who is reassessing or assessing an initial risk and they really do not have the subject matter expertise to provide a good opinion, then probably this is a wasted effort. Secondly, when changes are proposed, is the individual proposing the change using subjective or objective criteria? If it's subjective criteria, verify it with another source. If it's objective criteria, make sure that the individual is able to go provide the data that led them to want to change the risk identification, probability, impact, or whatever. Number 3, make sure that we are taking action to include all changes in the risk register. Address updated status in your status reporting, and ensure that you adjust urgency levels as well. Within risk management, normally based on risk score, we have urgent risks and we have what we call risks on the watch list. We need to pay attention to all risks, don't get me wrong, but we want to pay the most attention to those urgent risks. So if a risk goes from the watch list to the urgent list, then we really want to pay attention to that.
So when a risk occurs and becomes an issue, I think the first thing that you should really do is, 1, look at your risk management plan and identify whether or not that risk was a risk that you had on your risk management plan and what mitigation strategies or resolution strategies you had outlined in your plan. So occasionally you'll have risks that come up in a project where there's a policy for how those risks need to be handled, and those things should have been in your risk management plan. So go back, look at that, make sure that there's not a specific protocol or procedure or policy that you need to handle. The second thing would be to communicate. So think through who needs to be communicated about the issue. Don't try to solve it necessarily immediately. Think through who needs to be communicated to and start reaching out to those people. Maybe you need to set up a quick phone call. Maybe you need to set up a meeting. Maybe you can just send the information and the communication as an email, but think through who you need to communicate to and think through the message. When you're crafting a message, this is where you might start thinking through potential solutions. You don't want to just communicate to people, particularly higher level stakeholders or your manager, about an issue without coming with some type of solution. Even if you don't know what that solution should be, as part of your communication, you should say, here are the things that I'm doing. I've looked and reviewed the risk management plan, and here's what I've seen. Here's what I believe my next step should be. Is there any guidance or feedback that you would give me as, a higher level stakeholder in this situation? Sometimes there's decisions that you can't make as a project manager and you need to involve those people. So be clear in that communication if there's any action required of that stakeholder. Or any decisions that need to be made by that stakeholder and what the next steps are for them. And then finally, think through the solution and start acting on it. The faster that you can get issues resolved, the less of an impact they will have potentially. And, you don't want to put an issue off for multiple days, even if all you can do is communicate, keep lines of communication open between different parties, help people set up meetings where they can make decisions, those sorts of things. Continue kind of pushing through and keeping the momentum of the project going, and don't stop. Just keep trying to resolve the issue, keep the project going where you can, and keep the team motivated. Those are things that I would do when a risk occurs and becomes an issue.
Hello everyone. Today I would like to go ahead and do a brief demonstration on a tool and technique that is used quite often in project risk management. This tool is called a risk matrix. The primary tool that is used to identify and document risks by the project team is the risk register. However, a risk register often has more information than is needed by all of the project stakeholders. There may be times when you need to provide risk status to perhaps the sponsor or other key stakeholders. When that is the case, a risk matrix is your best choice. A risk matrix is meant to be a visual tool. A risk matrix also provides very quick status. The status is meant to be impactful, and in addition, by using this risk matrix, you can oftentimes share your proposed responses and gain input on the validity of those responses as well. So let's go ahead and share how a project manager and team would fill out or complete a risk matrix. We have a project called the Company Picnic, and 2 risks were previously identified. Remember, a risk is documented using cause, event, and impact nomenclature. It's called risk meta-language. A risk should tell a story. So our first risk, or story, if you will, is there is the potential for insects to come and bite our participants. And if they bite our participants, that could result in illness and discomfort. So we develop a response. Our response is we're going to go ahead and provide repellent to all of our participants. The next thing we do is we go back to our risk register and review the probability and impact ratings. In this particular case, you'll notice on the grid, we have probability 3 and impact 3. We put down R1, which stands for risk 1, and now we have a compelling visual of where risk number 1 fits on the impact and probability scale. Our next risk that we identified was there is a potential for bad weather, and bad weather could bring with it rain, and if we do have rain, we may have to reduce our events. So what is a applicable response? Let's go ahead and create a few tents so that people can take cover if it rains and still enjoy the picnic. We go back to our risk register and we see that bad weather was a probability of 2 and an impact of 4. So we go to our risk matrix grid and we put down risk number 2. Let's go ahead and identify a third risk. Unfortunately, we have a lot of illness that is going around our particular community. And if the illness occurs, we may end up with, unfortunately, reduced participation. And what is the impact of reduced participation? That would be reduced team interaction. So what can we do as a response to this? What we may want to do is we may want to allow virtual participation. Allow those who may be ill or unable to attend the event to at least look in, hear the keynote speakers, and see some of the fun that the team is having at the picnic. Remember that risk comes in 2 categories. Risks can be negative or threats, or positive or opportunities. And part of good, effective risk management is looking for opportunities as well. But before we move forward, we still have one task. We take a look at this new risk and we determine what is the probability and what is the impact. So our team gets together and they determine that the probability is probably 3, but the impact is going to be 5. So in this particular case, we put down our 3, and now we have a risk that's in the red area. And normally risks that are coded red on the risk matrix get a lot of attention from the individuals who are receiving the status update. Let's take a look at a second type of risk, the opportunity. We already have one in place. The cause is good weather. And if we have good weather, we may have an abundance of sunshine. And if we have an abundance of sunshine, maybe we can plan some more events. So what is the response? Well, if we do achieve this good weather and sunshine, let's add a 1K trail walk. If it rains, we will not have that trail walk, but if it does, this is just another event that will be fun and help the team to come together. We identified a second opportunity. The CEO is supporting this project, and as a result of this wonderful level of CEO support, we can potentially expect some increased funding. And what is the impact of increased funding? Well, we can increase the benefits to the team. So what would be a response to ensure that we increase these team benefits? What we can do is say, why don't we open this picnic up for family members as well? Now we go to our probability and impact for this particular risk. We determine that the probability is 4 and the impact is 4, and we put down R2 in the grid. Notice that this is now in a green area. What does this mean? It means that this is a high probability, high impact risk, and if we are able to achieve this response by inviting family members, we're going to benefit really greatly if we're able to go ahead and achieve this particular opportunity. This ends my overview of the risk matrix. Hopefully this was helpful to you to gain a greater understanding of this powerful risk management tool, and I look forward to seeing you in future demos.
Welcome to the Project Management, Stakeholders, and Leadership course. This course is ideal for beginners or professionals with business experience who want to sharpen their business skills or even transition into a project management role. This course provides information and best practices in the key areas of project management, including creating a healthy project foundation, effective communications building blocks, effective communications planning, leadership fundamentals, and effectively manage and lead stakeholders. Concepts related to these areas are presented in 5 modules. The last module will provide you with an opportunity to apply your newly acquired skills in a graded project. Module 1 provides guidance on how a project manager must put their people first, create a healthy project environment, and embody the virtues of a servant leader. Effective communication can make or break a project. Module 2 provides an inventory of effective communication building blocks a project manager must assemble to ensure project success. Key communication skills required include communication mediums, when to use them, and proven engagement tactics. In addition, the module provides some tips on cross-cultural communications. You'll also learn how to fail fast in a way that benefits the project, along with using the RACI tool to identify key project roles. Ensuring communication reaches the right audience in a timely manner is critical to project success. Module 3 highlights communications planning. You'll learn how to plan and communicate schedules effectively. The module also introduces a tool called the Communications Management Plan. This plan ensures that all project communications are organized and the right information is available to all stakeholders when needed. You'll also learn about work performance reports, focusing on status reporting. The module will help you to determine your communication style and those of your team are explored. Module 4 introduces key leadership topics. You'll understand why a project manager must be a good leader. The module will emphasize how a leader must know their strengths and weaknesses. You'll also be introduced to situational leadership and a leader's involvement in team formation. The module completes with a brief overview of a leader's knowledge, management duties, and a summary on how making decisions using gut calls plays a role in effective leadership. Module 5 discusses a key leadership responsibility, resource management. You'll be introduced to a resource planning and management tool called Resource Breakdown Structure, RBS. The module also covers tips to effectively acquire resources and build trust with the team. The module also provides some guidance on how you can improve your emotional intelligence. You'll also learn about some ways to effectively manage up, such as your manager and client. Finally, the module will introduce a critical leadership trait, adaptability and resilience. Finally, in Module 6, you'll have the opportunity to apply the concepts you learned in the course into a project. You'll submit your work and grade your peers. This is followed by a final assessment quiz. This course will be an aid if you plan to attain any PMI certifications, including Certified Associate in Project Management or PMI CAPM, Project Management Professional or PMI PMP, and review the opportunity to qualify and attain these certifications at pmi.org. Your learning journey includes real-world insights from the following seasoned experts and leaders.
Hi, my name is Megan Peck, and I'm a Senior Project Manager at SkillUp Technologies.
Hi, my name is Kristen Paulson, and I'm the Director of Customer Success with SkillUp Technologies.
Hello everyone, my name is Daniel Yeomans and I am a subject matter expert at SkillUp Technologies.
Hello, my name is Catherine Brooks. I'm an engineering project manager at Tech Systems for Apple.
Hi, my name is Casey Kyle, and I currently work developing courses as a content creator and subject matter expert.
Hi, my name is Paul Party. I've had a few titles in my career. I've served as a software development manager as well as a content manager for some fairly large teams.
There's a lot to cover here. To get the most from this course, make sure to view every video. Check your learning with each quiz and complete all the hands-on labs. If you have any trouble with any of the course material, please don't hesitate to contact us in the discussion forum. Thank you for being a part of our course and welcome. We look forward to sharing this critical project management knowledge with you. Welcome to Put Your People First. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss ways to foster a healthy environment for team members, explain effects of empowering team members. As important as schedules, deliverables, and tools to manage the project are to success, the people that do the work of the project matter most, ensuring that the people involved in the project are motivated and clearly understand what they're working on sets a project up for success. Project managers many times don't directly manage the people or even the work that's being done, but they can greatly impact morale and productivity by serving the team with clear schedules, goals, and deliverables. One way project managers can help a team to function well is to ensure people are working on tasks that match or slightly exceed their skill set and disposition. For example, software developers shouldn't be expected to write marketing copy. Project managers can work with people managers to ensure there's a proper alignment for workers and tasks by clearly defining each team member's tasks and responsibilities and ensuring they understand their role in the project. Assigning tasks to team members based on their skills, experience, and abilities. This maximizes the use of the team's strengths. Regularly monitoring the progress of each team member and the project as a whole. This helps identify areas where team members may need additional support or where tasks may need to be reallocated. Providing team members with training and development opportunities to enhance their skills and abilities. This helps to develop a highly skilled and motivated team. Another way project managers can focus on people is by empowering them to keep the project moving forward. Empowerment is the process of giving team members the authority, resources, and support they need to complete their tasks effectively and achieve their project goals. It involves creating an environment where team members feel valued and appreciated and are encouraged to take ownership of their tasks and use their skills, experience, and creativity to contribute to the project's success. Project managers can empower their team by matching tasks to team members based on their skills, experience, and abilities. Matching skill sets with the appropriate team members empowers them to complete each task to the highest standard and maximizes the team's strengths. Project managers also empower their teams by creating a positive and supportive work environment where team members feel valued and appreciated. Encouraging open and regular communication also empowers team members and stakeholders. Open communication can help identify issues or concerns and allow for effective collaboration and problem solving. When team members feel empowered, they're more likely to be motivated and committed to the project. This can lead to higher levels of productivity and a more positive work environment. Empowerment can help build morale and motivation and improve team dynamics. Empowering team members invites new ideas and innovative solutions to the project and can lead to improved ways of working. By empowering team members to take ownership of their tasks, they're more likely to identify and solve problems as they arise, which can help to keep the project on track. Similarly, an empowered team is one that knows they can work on any open task on which they're skilled to keep the project moving forward. This can reduce friction and delays and creates a more collaborative environment. Since many people spend a good portion of their day working on projects, project managers should help people enjoy what they're doing. Promoting open communication and fostering a sense of teamwork creates a positive and supportive work environment. This can help build morale and motivation and improve team dynamics. Recognize and reward the efforts and successes of team members. This can help to build motivation and also improve team morale. Know which things are important and urgent and which aren't. Not everything requires urgent language and some things don't need to be addressed. Knowing how to weigh things will help keep the important things important, build trust, and reduce stress. Encourage team members to maintain a healthy work-life balance. This can help reduce stress and burnout and improve overall job satisfaction. As a project manager, your primary focus should be on timelines, deliverables, and ensuring stakeholders are getting what they need. People are the key to success, and as a project manager, you play a crucial role in that success. In this video, you learned that ways to foster a healthy environment for team members include empowering team members, builds morale, improves team dynamics, invites innovation, reduces friction, prevents delays. Welcome to Communicating Clear Project Objectives. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain the importance of project objectives, discuss the project manager's responsibilities regarding the project objectives, explain how project objectives prevent scope creep. Project managers are generally responsible for clearly communicating and often setting project objectives. These objectives, as a foundational element of any project, are the North Star. Project objectives are specific, measurable, and time-bound project outcomes that a project team works towards achieving. Objectives define what the project aims to accomplish and provide a clear direction for the project team. They're typically set at the beginning of the project during the planning phase and are critical to guide decision-making throughout the project lifecycle. Part of the project manager's responsibility in leading the team is communicating clear, actionable project objectives early and often. If a company's running a marketing campaign project for a new product, some of its project objectives might include increase brand awareness by boosting website traffic by 50% month over month for 3 months before the project launches, attract new customers by establishing partnerships with 10 micro-influencers and co-develop 3 shareable assets, reach and maintain a 3% conversion rate for 3 months after launch by A/B testing the product's marketing messaging. A project manager can document and communicate project objectives in the project charter or the project scope statement. These documents outline what work will be done for the project and act as a tool to help project managers, project teams, and project stakeholders align on project objectives. Also, by formally documenting and communicating project objectives in a project charter or project scope statement, project managers set clear expectations for the team and protect against under or over-delivering. A project manager should also communicate the project objectives during the project kickoff meeting. During a project kickoff meeting, all relevant stakeholders, such as the project sponsor and project team, gather to discuss the objectives, deliverables, risks, and roles. This meeting is the perfect time for a project manager to communicate project objectives because the meeting sets the tone for the project, ensures that all stakeholders are aligned, and creates an opportunity for high-level stakeholders to reinforce the importance of achieving the project objectives. During the life of the project, a project manager should communicate the project objectives regularly to continue to keep all stakeholders aligned. Project managers can do this during daily stand-ups or weekly status meetings, by tying the work that has been done, is in progress, or that is yet to be completed to one or more of the project objectives. They can also include the project objectives in weekly reporting dashboards or documents. Communicating project objectives clearly is crucial to ensuring that everyone involved in the project understands what they are working towards. Whether using verbal or written communication, there are some ways to ensure that project objectives are communicated clearly. When communicating objectives, you should use clear and concise language to explain the project objectives. Avoid using technical jargon or complex language that may confuse stakeholders. Adjust the communication of project objectives depending on the audience. Different stakeholders may have different levels of knowledge and interest in the project, so it's important to tailor the message to meet their needs. Use visual aids such as graphs, diagrams, and charts that can help clarify the objectives and make them more memorable. Help stakeholders understand how the team is going to measure the objectives. Finally, encourage the questions and feedback from the audience to ensure that they understand the project objectives. Answering questions and addressing concerns can help to clarify any confusion or misunderstandings. Project managers may have the responsibility of writing the project objectives. Since project objectives are so important to the life cycle of the project, there are a few characteristics that project managers must keep in mind when developing them. Project objectives should be clear and unambiguous, defining exactly what the project aims to achieve. They should be quantifiable so that progress towards achieving them can be tracked and measured. And they should be realistic and attainable given the project's constraints and available resources. It's also important for project managers to remember that what is left out of project objectives is as important as what is put in. Project managers may find it difficult to say no, especially to key stakeholders, but learning to say no helps prevent scope creep and reduces the risk of overworked teams. Scope creep is when project objectives, requirements, and tasks expand throughout the life of the project, but budget and resource constraints stay the same. A small amount of scope creep is generally understandable, but eventually, scope creep can lead to missed deadlines and increased expenses. Saying no as a project manager can be challenging, but it is an important skill to have to maintain control over the project's scope and ensure that the project remains on track. Here are some tips on how to say no as a project manager. When saying no, be clear and firm in your response. Use a confident and assertive tone to communicate that you are not willing to accept a request that is outside of the project scope. Provide an explanation for why the request cannot be accommodated, including risks and constraints the team is working within. When saying no, it's important to keep the big picture in mind. Explain how the request may impact the project timeline, budget, or overall success. Saying no doesn't have to be confrontational. Be collaborative in your response and show that you are willing to work with stakeholders to find a solution that meets everyone's needs. Offer alternatives that may help to address the underlying need or concern. Finally, document the decision. It's important to document the decision to say no and why in case questions or challenges arise in the future. In this video, you learned that project objectives are the guiding light or North Star of the project. Project managers should communicate clear, actionable project objectives early and often, document project objectives in the project charter and communicate them during the project kickoff meeting. Effectively communicate project objectives by using clear and concise language, tailor their message and delivery to their audience, and encourage questions and feedback. Saying no as a project manager can be challenging, but it is an important skill to have in order to maintain control over the project scope and ensure that the project remains on track. Welcome to participating in the work. After watching this video, you'll be able to define servant leadership, discuss the benefits of participating in the work as a servant leader, and identify best practices that help participating in the work as a servant leader. Project managers or PMs who adopt a servant leader approach can create an environment more conducive to successful project outcomes. Their teams often feel empowered, are more collaborative, and have high morale, which sets the stage for successful projects. Robert K. Greenleaf, credited with popularizing the concept of servant leadership, says servant leadership is a philosophy and set of practices that enriches the lives of individuals, builds better organizations, and ultimately creates a more just and caring world. But how do project managers put servant leadership into practice? The most effective PMs can set schedules, learn appropriate project vocabulary, and understand nuances of project details. Participating in the team's work and collaborating with them can help you to learn these skills. When project managers participate in the work that their teams are doing, they better understand the tasks involved in the project and the challenges that team members may face. This helps project managers make decisions and provide more effective guidance and support to team members. By participating in their team's work, project managers demonstrate their willingness to get their hands dirty and work alongside their team members. Their actions build trust and rapport and create a camaraderie that can improve team dynamics and morale. While participating in the work, project managers can also observe the processes and procedures in action and identify areas for improvement. Then project managers can streamline workflows, eliminate inefficiencies, and optimize project outcomes. Finally, when project managers participate in their team's work, they lead by example, demonstrating the behaviors and attitudes they expect from their team members. This creates a culture of collaboration, accountability, and continuous improvement. As a project manager, you and your team may already have full schedules, which may make participating in the work seem difficult. Some strategies that can help make participating in the work easier include: find 30 minutes to an hour in your calendar and schedule time to work with the team. You can work on part of the project independently, or maybe time you already have scheduled with a team member where you can co-work on the part of the project. Communicate your intentions and explain why you're participating in the work before you jump in. This will help team members understand your perspective and avoid confusion or misunderstandings. While it is important to participate in the work, it's also important to set clear boundaries and avoid micromanaging. Make it clear that you're there to support and assist, but that you trust your team members to do their jobs and make their own decisions. Be open to learning and trying new things when participating in the work. Your team members may have different perspectives or approaches that can help you improve your skills and knowledge. By participating in the work as a project manager, you can build stronger relationships with your team members, better understand the project, and model the behaviors and attitudes you expect from your team. In this video, you learn that servant leadership emphasizes serving the team by focusing on their needs while also empowering and supporting them to reach their full potential. Participating in team members' work can help stay connected to the project, build relationships with team members, and identify opportunities for improvement that can enhance project outcomes. And project managers can participate in the work by budgeting their time for work, communicating their intentions, setting boundaries, and being open to learning. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Characteristics of Servant Leadership. In this video, we will hear leaders discussing how they balance being a leader with being an active participant in the day-to-day. You'll also learn about the characteristics of the best project managers. How do you balance being a leader with being an active participant in the day-to-day?
I balance being a leader with being an active participant day-to-day through a couple different methods, my own personal methods. One is that I'm highly compartmentalized. I wear a couple different hats in my role at SkillUp Technologies. One is the Director of Customer Success, and that has a lot of client-facing work. One is a manager of managers and individual contributors, and that's a different style of work, a different working relationship with those folks. I do lead some projects by myself, and I'm also a consultant for a big company. And so what I do is I dedicate time and I dedicate days of the week to certain activities so that I keep like activities together and also client-specific activities together. So if I'm working with client A on Mondays, I only do client A that day, and then client B on Tuesdays, and so forth. That way I don't get muddled up in what I'm doing. It's less stress on me and easier for me to keep track of everything. The other thing that I do is constantly prioritize and reprioritize and find things in my calendar and in my inbox and in my task list, my to-do list, that I can intentionally neglect. Either altogether, it's something that I just don't have to do, or I can put it off and reprioritize it lower and do it the next day, the next week, the next month, depending on what it is. And then the last thing I do is that I do block my time so that I do have time without meetings, without contact with people, because I do need some downtime in that way. And I allow myself to be vulnerable in that way too. I let people know that I've had too many meetings, too many escalations, whatever it is that becomes too much. I let people know that I just need to take a little time, still be online, still be available to chat, but I need to focus on my to-do list and work that down.
I've always taken a very hands-on approach to project management and being a project management leader. To me, I believe that you can't be a successful leader without first understanding the work that your people are doing and the challenges that they face doing them. So if anything, participating in the work really helps you understand what are the individual tasks that your team is doing on a daily basis, how long do those tasks take, and what are the dependencies that your team has in accomplishing those tasks. So somebody might be working on a part of the project or working on a particular task, but they need outside support from another group or organization within your company. They may need some additional financial resources to complete those tasks, things like that. And when you participate in the work, you can get a better understanding of what those things are. So then when you're planning your project, you can more adequately plan for the time and the resources that are going to be needed to complete those tasks. So some things that I do is at the beginning, I actually like to go side by side with some of the people that I'm working on and find a task that is part of their day-to-day and work on it alongside of them. So I try to be, really respectful of their time, but I do ask that we work on something kind of as a pair And that helps me learn all of the steps of that task, all of the dependencies, and generally how long that task should take for the person that's doing it. And then once I kind of get that overview of those tasks and how long they take and what dependencies there are, then as we move forward getting into a project, or if I understand the components of the project, there will be times where I will step in and take on specific tasks that I feel comfortable with my skill set and what I know, to reduce the burden on the team. So I'll take on a task here or there and actually roll my sleeves up and get to work.
Well, first and foremost, an experienced leader knows their people. There are times to be an active participant in the work. There are other times, however, when a leader needs to empower and take a more hands-off approach. If you are an expert and working with a team that is both inexperienced and have yet to mature, you need to become the teacher. Show the team what needs to be done. Do the work, but teach and set the example along the way. In the end, challenge the team to duplicate what you shared. At that point, stop directing, participate, and support. Number one, first, the best project managers know what they know and know what they don't know. Let's begin with what you know. Expert knowledge is a huge plus. The best project managers share this knowledge. They show the team what needs to be done and how to do it right. This leads to characteristic number two. What don't you know? A project leader needs to set the project vision and motivate the team to do the work. Learn as much about the project deliverables as you can, and sometimes that requires you to roll up your sleeves and actually learn yourself. Finally, no shortcuts. There are often guidelines and boundaries that must be adhered to. The best project managers show the team the right way to do the job, while still empowering creativity and innovation.
Welcome to Effective Conversations. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe methods for having effective conversations, explain key communication skills to effectively manage a program, and describe communication techniques and the technologies you can use to implement them. When managing a project, you'll have ongoing conversations with the team and stakeholders. Specifically, there are 7 conversational areas you'll have regularly. Plan the project with the team, stakeholders, and sponsors to define the scope, goals, and timeline of the project. Discuss resource allocation with the team to identify required resources, human, financial, and material, and ensure their availability. Talk about project risks with the team and stakeholders to identify potential risks, assess their impact, and develop contingency plans. Work with the team to track the project's progress, identify any deviations from the plan, and adjust the plan as necessary. Talk regularly with stakeholders to manage expectations, address concerns, and ensure their engagement and support throughout the project. Have planned and ongoing conversations with the team, stakeholders, and sponsors to ensure regular, transparent, and effective communication about the project. Throughout the project, talk with the team to assess their performance, identify areas for improvement, and provide feedback. By having effective conversations, you can discover potential risks before they become issues. Managing resources can be challenging on any project. Talking with your key stakeholders can help you determine the resources they have available and the capacity they will have for the project. Many times projects overlap. When teams use the same people to work on multiple projects, workloads can become overbearing. Discussing this with other PMs can help prevent burnout. Project managers can help prevent issues that may block progress on the project both before the project starts and during production. By clarifying expectations and identifying risks early, stakeholders will know what the project will entail. During the project, the PM will help resolve conflicts and maintain transparency on all aspects of the project. These help keep the project running smoothly. These types of conversations will help you understand what stakeholders may be concerned about. Creating an environment of trust and transparency will help stakeholders voice their concerns before and during the project. Project managers also get to share in and promote success stories. Effective conversations help people find the success in a project, and project managers get to amplify those success stories across the team. Amplifying success is self-perpetuating and can have a positive effect on a project. Planning is essential to have effective conversations. While it may seem odd to plan for an activity we do on a regular basis, planning will help you get the most out of your conversations. Before you start a conversation, think about what you want to achieve from it. This will help you focus the conversation and keep it on track. Prepare a clear and concise agenda for the conversation. This will ensure that all the important topics are covered and that everyone has a shared understanding of what will be discussed. Include the topics you want to discuss and what data or information you need from the conversation, and be sure to address any assumptions you have about the topics. Consider the type of conversation you're having and choose an appropriate mode for the type of conversation you are having. For example, face-to-face, synchronous conversations may be more effective for sensitive or complex topics, while email or chat may be more appropriate for routine updates. Encourage all participants to effectively listen to one another and engage in a two-way dialogue. This will help build trust and foster a positive and productive environment. Conflicts are inevitable in any project, but as a project manager, you should be prepared to handle them effectively. Encourage open and honest communication, listen to both sides of the argument, and work towards finding a mutually acceptable solution. After the conversation, make sure to follow up on any action items or decisions that were made. This will help keep everyone accountable and ensure that the conversation remains productive. Project managers should continually remind the team of the importance of having effective conversations early in the project that continue through the project's end. Effective conversations at the beginning of a project help clarify expectations and ensure everyone is on the same page. This includes defining project goals, expectations for team members, and the roles and responsibilities of each stakeholder. Through effective communication, project managers can build trust with their team members and stakeholders. This helps to foster a positive and productive working environment, which is essential for the success of a project. Conversations throughout the project allow project managers to identify and resolve any issues that may arise. This includes addressing any roadblocks or challenges and finding ways to overcome them. Effective communication helps keep everyone informed about the progress of the project, changes in scope, and any other important updates. This helps to maintain transparency and keep everyone aligned on the project's objectives. By engaging in open and honest conversations, project managers can gather valuable insights and feedback from their team members and stakeholders. This helps to improve decision-making and ultimately leads to better project outcomes. In this video, you learn that during every project, you may have key conversations about project planning, resource allocation, risk management, progress monitoring, stakeholder management, communications, and performance evaluation. Planning is essential to have effective conversations, as it'll help you get the most out of your conversations. Effective conversations are important for the entire team, and project managers should continually remind the team of their importance from the beginning of the project until the end. Welcome to Project Management Communications Skills. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe why effective communication is important for project managers, identify key communication skills essential to the success of project managers, and explain best practices for different types of communication. Communication skills are essential for project managers because they are responsible for ensuring that they inform and engage all stakeholders throughout the project. Effective communication enables project managers to build trust, resolve conflicts, provide clear direction, and keep everyone aligned during the life cycle of a project. Poor communication can lead to misunderstandings, delays, and even project failure. Hence, strong communication skills are crucial for project managers to be successful in their role. Communication includes more than just the ability to have a conversation. Some key communication skills that project managers should have include active listening, oral communication, written communication, interpersonal communication, and presentations. Active listening is a communication technique that involves giving your full attention to the speaker, avoiding distractions and interruptions, and using verbal and nonverbal cues to show that you are engaged in the conversation. Active listening is important because it helps project managers understand their stakeholders' perspectives, needs, and concerns, including team members and clients. By actively listening, project managers can build trust, resolve conflicts, identify potential problems early on, and make informed decisions in the project's best interest. Some ways that project managers can practice active listening include restating what the speaker has said, listening to understand, and asking open-ended questions to show you are interested in the conversation. Oral communication is the use of spoken language to convey information, ideas, and opinions. This form of communication is direct, immediate, and personal. Project managers use oral communication in various settings, including one-on-one conversations, meetings, and presentations. Oral communication is crucial for project managers because it allows them to quickly and effectively convey information and ideas and respond to questions and concerns in real time. Oral communication is particularly important for project managers because it allows them to build relationships, motivate team members, and negotiate with stakeholders. Additionally, oral communication can help project managers clarify complex concepts and provide context for written or visual communications. For effective oral communication, project managers should use clear and concise language, adapt their communication styles based on the audience, and adjust their tone so that it is appropriate for the conversation. Written communication is the use of written language to document information, provide instructions, and to communicate with people who are not in the same physical location. Examples of written communication in a project management context include emails, direct messaging, reports, and presentations. Written communication is important for project managers because it provides a record of information and decisions and allows for clear and consistent communication with stakeholders who may not be available for oral communication. Written communication can also help project managers clarify complex concepts, present data and information, and document project processes and decisions. Effective written communication skills are essential for project managers to ensure they are efficiently sharing accurate information and to promote transparency and accountability in project management. To communicate effectively through written communication, project managers should write for clarity, be consistent in formatting and terminology, tailor their writing style for the audience, and include graphics and visuals to communicate data. Interpersonal communication is the process of exchanging information, ideas, and emotions between two or more people. Interpersonal communication can be oral or written, but is used to motivate, negotiate, and facilitate collaboration. Strong interpersonal communication skills allow project managers to understand the perspectives and needs of their stakeholders and to communicate effectively to ensure that everyone is aligned with the project goals. Interpersonal communication also helps project managers to gain the trust and cooperation of their stakeholders, manage and resolve conflicts, as well as negotiate and make decisions, which is essential for successful project outcomes. Effective interpersonal communication involves practicing active listening skills, employing empathy, use appropriate body language, and reinforcing messages with nonverbal cues. Presentation skills are the ability to effectively communicate information, ideas, and opinions through presentations such as speeches, slide presentations, and workshops. This form of communication requires the use of active listening, oral, written, and interpersonal communication to engage an audience and convey complex information clearly and concisely. Project managers with strong presentation skills can effectively communicate important project information such as goals, progress, and outcomes to stakeholders. They can also engage and motivate their audience and clarify complex concepts. This allows them to secure buy-in and support from stakeholders and to build trust and credibility. Effective presentations include employing best practices from other types of communication. For presentations, it is also highly important to use visuals to effectively communicate key points to your audience. Jorge is a program manager at a large tech company, and his team just completed part of their program and launched a brand new product. Jorge's manager asked him to give a presentation to the entire group of stakeholders. Jorge wants to effectively communicate the successful launch of the new product and motivate the team to continue the rest of the program. He also needs to communicate the risks of the next phase of the project to the stakeholders. Jorge begins by greeting the audience, introduces himself, and clearly states the purpose of the presentation. He uses clear and concise language and maintains eye contact to engage the audience. He utilizes written communication skills by using slides and visual aids to support his oral communication. The written information is concise, relevant, and is relevant to what he is saying. He is aware of his audience and adapts his communication style to meet the audience's needs. He uses personal anecdotes to create a connection and motivate his team. He also responds to questions and feedback from the audience, demonstrating an openness to dialogue and a willingness to work together. Throughout the presentation, he actively listens to the audience's feedback and concerns, asking questions, clarifying misunderstandings, and incorporating suggestions into the presentation as appropriate. In this video, you learned that Effective communication enables project managers to build trust, resolve conflicts, provide clear direction, and keep everyone aligned during the life cycle of a project. Key communication skills for project managers include active listening, verbal and written communication, interpersonal communication, and presentations. Project managers should always aim to use clear and concise language and tailor their message and delivery to their audience. Effective presentations include employing best practices from each of the other types of communication skills. Welcome to Project Communications Overview. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the key strategies to ensure effective communication across different project processes, and explain the skills a project manager must have to design and implement effective communication. Communication begins when the project starts and continues through the project end. Ensuring smooth communication throughout the project is critical to the success of the project. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, recommends using 3 processes to ensure effective communication with all project stakeholders throughout the project. The processes include plan communications management, manage communications, and monitor communications. Each process provides certain key strategies to aid in effective communication. Let's take a look. Plan communications management is about planning the management of communication. Key strategies outlined in this first step include review the project charter, project management plan, and all pertinent project documentation. Consult with subject matter experts, SMEs, and analyze project communications requirements essential to success. The consulting strategy includes understanding communications technology needs and challenges, and utilizing different communication methods to evaluate the team's interpersonal skills to communicate effectively and meaningfully. Step 1 ends with developing and distributing a comprehensive communications management plan. This plan becomes part of the formally approved and accepted project management plan and provides a roadmap to execute the project's communication strategy. Remember, the goal is to ensure the proper communications get to the right stakeholders in the right amounts at the right time. After the planning is complete, the next step is to manage communications. During this process, some key strategies that a project manager must follow to ensure success include implementing the communications management plan, documenting issues and developing a plan to address them, ensuring technology works in their favor for all project communication, using the potential from work performance reports to their advantage, sharing information that is pertinent and valuable, asking for help and support when required, avoiding doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting a different result, and proactively identifying what is not working in your process and proposing a plan to fix it. As you manage communications for the project, you should also monitor communications. Monitor communications is PMI's final communications process. Some key communication effectiveness strategies essential to success include continually monitor work performance data, or WPD. This is defined as raw data by PMI. WPD is informal communication from conversations, emails, and text messages. New stakeholders will be needed as the project progresses. Prior stakeholders may no longer be required on the project. Continually update the communications management plan to reflect where the project is in the lifecycle accurately. Ensure the formal change control system is working. Make sure the project is not overcome with scope creep. Continue to communicate effectively until the final project closure. We discussed the key strategies for effective communication that apply to the 3-step process. Next, let's look at some skills that a project manager must have to design and implement effective communication. A project manager must possess a good understanding of the different mechanisms by which information is exchanged. This will help the project manager to select the right mechanism to meet the stakeholders' needs. Common mechanisms include written, which can be through physical or electronic communication, spoken via face-to-face or remote communication, gestures using facial expressions or hand gestures, media via pictures, actions, or even the choice of words to relay a message. There are many ways to relay a similar message through oral or written communication. Another essential skill project managers must possess is understanding the difference between formal and informal communication. Formal and informal communication can be further divided into verbal and nonverbal communication. Formal communication follows the rules of an organization in a respectful manner. An example of formal communication is how you would talk to your coworkers or manager at work. Informal communication happens outside of an organization. An example of informal communication is how you would talk to your friends or family. Project managers must also understand the stakeholders' position in the project team and adjust their content accordingly. Key stakeholder categories include upward, including senior management stakeholders, downward, which can be through the team or other members who contribute to the work of the project, and horizontal through peers of the project manager or team. Knowledge of how to apply the 5 C's of communication using the PMI model is also a mandatory skill for project managers. Let's understand the 5 C's. The first C represents correct. Ensure grammar and spelling are accurate and the intent of the message is well stated. Next comes concise. A well-crafted message reduces the chances of misunderstanding the intent. The third C represents clear. Ensure the needs of the stakeholders or audiences are factored into the message. The fourth C of communication is coherent. Ensure the flow of ideas is logical. Use introductions and summaries. Finally, control. Control the flow of words using graphics or summaries. In this video, you learn that define and implement different strategies for effective communication during the planned communications management, manage communications, and monitor communications project processes. A project manager must possess different skills to design and implement effective communication, including an understanding of when to use which communication mechanism, ability to distinguish between formal and informal communication, and the ability to apply the 5 C's of communication using the PMI model. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, communicating effectively for positive results. In this video, we'll hear experts and leaders discuss how successful conversations led to positive results. Provide an example of how successful conversations led to positive results.
Consider using the ORID methodology when you're having a crucial conversation, one that you expect may be difficult or one that you just really want to have a more facilitated experience to the conversation. The ORID method was developed by the Canadian Institute of Cultural Affairs. O stands for objective, R stands for reflective, I stands for interpretive, and D stands for decisional. In your meeting, you'll have a person facilitating it, and you'll start by establishing the facts, things that you want to talk about that you know or likely are true, and also any observations that need to be shared as well. Then you're going to move into feelings. What do we feel? What are our perceptions about those facts? And talk through and document those. Then bring the two together, analyze the facts and the feelings together, and interpret this analysis so that it will lead you to a really well-informed decision. You can look up more online about ORID. And again, it was created by the Canadian Institute of Cultural Affairs. That will help you in your online search.
Well, first and foremost, the Project Management Institute, or PMI, categorizes email as informal written communications. Admittedly, some emails are formal, but the majority are informal. A project manager for a critical IT project worked from home. This project manager relied heavily upon email communications. Some of the communications were sufficient. Email can be situationally effective. However, many of the PM's instructions were misinterpreted or missed. The PM mandated a weekly sync meeting where attendance was mandatory. The PM chose Zoom as the media, developed ground rules for attendance, camera use, and meeting protocol. The Project Management Institute states that face-to-face communications provides the most effective results. In this particular case, addressing the team via Zoom reduced disconnects, led to improved team continuity, and improved project effectiveness. Thank you for your time. I look forward to seeing you for future SME interviews.
Nowadays, you really have to stay positive in any type of circumstances. I'm going to give an example of something that happened more recently where I had a team and we were not succeeding in the best ways. So one participant, they weren't able to join every single meeting, and they were actually one of our top SMEs. We really needed them for a lot of different areas and they were great at it. However, they didn't have the time. So after speaking with their management, they were actually able to get 2 additional people to join the board with them. And then from there, that individual was able to be the SME for that group, which was great because he was able to teach others. And then also he had a lot less responsibilities, a lot of stress came off of him. So you could just see the relief from him, but also we were able to have more members on the team to help out.
Welcome to synchronous and asynchronous communication. After watching this video, you'll be able to differentiate synchronous from asynchronous communication. Compare and contrast situations in which synchronous versus asynchronous communication would be most appropriate. There are a number of mediums of communication that you can use to communicate with your team, such as video conferencing, a phone call, or email. Mediums of communication fall into two categories: synchronous and asynchronous. Mediums of communication will be discussed in further detail in another video. Synchronous communication means you're communicating with one or more people in real time. In-person communication is the most common type of synchronous communication. Other synchronous mediums include the telephone, voice chat, and video chat. With asynchronous communication, the communication is not in real time. There's a time lapse between when a message is sent, when it's received, and when it's responded to. Examples of asynchronous communication include voice, video, and text messages, as well as email. Direct messaging can be synchronous or asynchronous and often even toggles quickly between the two. Think about how many times you've been messaging back and forth with someone in real time, and then all of a sudden you don't hear back. Often with no notice that the person on the other end of the conversation got sidetracked, and the conversation abruptly stops. The conversation started as synchronous, but then suddenly switched to asynchronous. Understanding the differences between these two types of communication can help you select the right communication method for a given situation. For instance, synchronous communication would be preferable when working on a project that requires real-time decision-making, while asynchronous communication might be better for tasks that require thought and reflection. Knowing the differences can help you better manage your stakeholders' time and avoid miscommunications. In general, synchronous communication is a better option when dealing with a complex and sensitive topic that requires interpersonal skills to navigate, such as conflict management. Synchronous communication enables the receiver to ask clarifying questions or restate the message in their own words to ensure they interpreted the message correctly. Synchronous communication is also better to build rapport. As a project manager, you'll need to gain your team members and your stakeholders' trust. This can best be accomplished with real-time conversations, both project-related and more casual, informal conversations to get to know each other on a little more personal level. Asynchronous communication is preferred, though. If you wish to have more time to think about, craft, and edit your message, it's also preferred for the receiver if you wish for them to have the time to think about and digest your message before responding. For instance, a project report that addresses several key points containing statistics is better delivered asynchronously. Asynchronous communication is often a better choice when you need to deliver the same message to a group, especially if you're working across time zones. Coordinating schedules can be challenging and time-consuming. There are certainly times when you'll need to meet at the same time as a group when you wish to have a discussion, but if you're trying to get the same message to multiple people, asynchronous is often prudent. In this video, you learned that synchronous communication is communication that happens in real time. Asynchronous communication is communication when there's a time lag in sending, receiving, and responding to the communication. Synchronous communication is better when building trust or dealing with sensitive topics such as conflict management. Asynchronous communication is a good choice when the message needs to be carefully crafted or when communicating with a larger group. Welcome to Communication Mediums. After watching this video, you'll be able to identify different communication mediums and describe the advantages and disadvantages of different communication mediums. In this video, we'll discuss several communication mediums that project managers can use to communicate with their teams, including in-person meetings that allow for real-time interaction and collaboration. Email and direct messaging are simple and direct ways of sending messages to team members. Video and audio conferencing tools like Zoom, Skype, and Google Meet for face-to-face interactions, and mobile phones can be handy when you need to contact a team member urgently. The choice of communication mediums depends on the nature of the communication required, based on the team's location, availability, and urgency of the message. Project managers should choose the most appropriate medium to ensure effective and efficient communication with their team. Traditionally, In-person communication has been a preferred mode of communication for project managers. Let's discuss some advantages of in-person communication. Participants can gauge the reactions and feedback of other team members, making it easier to understand their needs and concerns. Real-time interaction, like meetings, allows team members to work together synchronously and collaborate effectively. Project managers receive immediate input and feedback from team members, making it easy to reach a consensus and make informed decisions. In-person interactions can help build better relationships with team members by building rapport and trust, leading to a positive and productive work environment. There can be challenges with in-person meetings as well. These meetings can be time-consuming and expensive, especially if team members are in various parts of the world. Coordinating the schedules of multiple team members can be challenging, leading to delays and rescheduling. Environmental factors such as noise, distractions, and lack of privacy can also negatively impact the effectiveness of meetings. Let's discuss the benefits of using electronic messaging, such as email and direct messaging. Email programs like Outlook and Gmail and direct messaging such as Slack, Microsoft Teams, and WhatsApp provide a record of communication that any stakeholder can refer to at a later point. Electronic messaging can be sent and received from any location on multiple devices and are low cost. Both email and direct messaging allow for swift and easy communication, making them ideal for sending quick updates, asking questions, and receiving responses in close to real time. Electronic messaging can free up time for more important tasks rather than wasting it while trying to coordinate in-person or face-to-face synchronous meetings. On the downside of these applications, project managers should be careful not to overuse these tools. Direct messages can distract team members from deep work, leading to reduced focus and decreased productivity. Both applications can lead to miscommunication because it's difficult to indicate tone and body language. If you start to notice misunderstandings during conversations using these mediums, find another synchronous medium, such as a video conference or phone call, to clarify. The COVID-19 pandemic brought video and audio conferencing to the front and center of communication tools for many businesses. This type of communication is called face-to-face and is also utilized for video on remote meetings. Face-to-face is the optimal method of communicating. Face-to-face allows project teams to better schedule and participate real-time in synchronous meets from any location. Synchronous meets may also be virtual. Video and audio conferencing also can reduce travel costs. While video and audio conferencing are great options, there are some downsides. Technical issues such as poor internet connectivity, equipment problems, and software compatibility can impact the quality of communication. Virtual conferencing, particularly audio only, can lack in-person communication's personal connection and cues. External environmental distractions can impact the effectiveness of communication and collaboration. Mobile phones can be handy when you need to contact a team member urgently. However, phone calls and text messaging should be used judiciously during off hours and reserved only for truly urgent needs. Regarding all types of communication, it's also important to note that project managers must be aware of their team's work-life balance. They should know team member locations, work hours, and paid time off. Let's consider the case of Jordan and how she chooses to use different communication mediums with her team. Her team's locations encompass several time zones. She uses Outlook calendars, which show all of her team members' availabilities. She often uses face-to-face meetings with Zoom to share her screen and display information for the team. She emails the team the meeting materials to preview before a meeting. She asks her team members to collaborate synchronously on needs basis. In this video, you learned that mediums available to project managers include in-person, electronic messaging, virtual conferencing, and mobile phones. Each medium has advantages and disadvantages, and PMs should use the medium that maximizes its benefit and minimizes its challenges. Project managers should be aware of their team's work-life balance. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints. What's the most effective communication media? In this video, experts and leaders will discuss their most effective communication media, including their choice of when to use synchronous and asynchronous communications. How do you decide when to use synchronous versus asynchronous communication mediums?
So with asynchronous and synchronous, different types of communication mediums, it really depends if you need something to be done quickly and it has to be in order. So during my project syncs, I only have 15 minutes with my team. So I want to make sure I'm synchronous and I'm just going through A, B, C, D. Is this done? Do we have any updates? Great. What's our next steps? Versus asynchronous, when we have a project call and it's a working session, then we want to allow for a lot more wiggle room, and it doesn't have to all be in order.
Synchronous and asynchronous communication. Got a lot to say on this one, folks. So I believe that synchronous and asynchronous communication both definitely have their place, but I do have a mug that says this meeting could have been an email, and I try to take that very seriously. So when I'm deciding whether or not to set up a meeting, and as project managers, when you're deciding to set up a meeting, one of the things that you need to think about as, a good steward of the organization, a good steward of your team's time, is that a 1 hour meeting isn't just 1 hour. If you have a team of 6 or a team of 10 and you call a 1 hour meeting, that's really kind of costing your organization 6 to 10 man hours of time that somebody could be doing other work. So it's really important, again, as a steward of the organization, as a steward of your team's time and protecting your team, to really analyze and see, does this situation require a meeting? Do I really need to call a meeting? If I do, how long does that meeting need to be? Can we get things done in 15 minutes or a half an hour instead of calling a full hour-long meeting? And when I'm thinking about whether or not that's true, there's a couple questions that I ask myself. So is the matter extremely urgent? I have a boundary and a practice where I will only respond to emails. I will respond to emails within 24 hours. Sometimes I respond sooner, but I respond to emails within 24 hours. And when I'm working on a team, I expect that same boundary from my team. I don't expect instant replies back and forth, whether that's chat, email, text. I have a 24-hour rule. So if a matter is extremely important and it needs to be addressed more quickly than 24 hours, then I think having a synchronous communication method, so having a meeting, having a one-on-one, doing a quick phone call is very critical. But if it's not that important or it's not that urgent and it can be responded to within 24 hours, then of course you can use asynchronous methods of communication. The other thing that I ask is the meeting extremely sensitive? So is the matter extremely sensitive? So if you're dealing with a conflict, you're dealing with personnel issues or performance issues, having an in-person conversation or at least a video meeting is probably your best option.
I use both synchronous and asynchronous communication every day. Deciding which to use has actually become easier the further along I've gotten in my career. Initially in my career, I did not have a lot of meetings. And so I was in my inbox or in a chat system for most of the day. Now, as I'm further in my career, I'm in meetings most of my day. And I try to balance my early morning or late afternoon, early evening, balance the meetings throughout the day with email or chat during those times. I am very particular about my email inbox and my chats. And so I will have read every email by the end of the day, and I'll have responded where I need to. I may not know the answer, but I'll say I've read your email. I should be able to get back to you tomorrow or when I know more. Same with chats. Chats usually are a little bit more important. And so I do try to reply to every chat during the day with some sort of response other than I've seen this and I'm thinking about it. My nature is to lean more towards asynchronous. And so if I do find myself not having a lot of meetings, then I know that I may be defaulting to asynchronous behavior when I should be getting meetings scheduled or getting on the phone and talking to people. And then another good rule of thumb is if you are in chat or if you are in email and the threads have gone back and forth a number of times, some people say 3, some people say 5, you'll want to pay attention to when. But when the thread has gone back and forth without resolution, or you can tell that there's confusion, it's a great time to pick up the phone and get people in a quick ad hoc meeting, talk it through, and get to the decision or the answer that you need.
Welcome to Effective Engagement. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the best practices for effective stakeholder engagement, understand the stakeholder mapping scenarios with power and interest, describe the gulf of execution and evaluation, and explain the tailoring considerations for stakeholder engagement. A critical component for the success of a project is stakeholder engagement. A project manager can keep stakeholders engaged and involved by frequently communicating project updates and new information to ensure everyone is on the same page. A project manager must ensure the right stakeholders receive the appropriate engagement level. Identifying and leveraging existing relationships and interests between stakeholders can be used to establish communication. Let's review some stakeholder engagement best practices, including selecting the right communication medium and categorizing stakeholders. A best practice is to select the right communication medium. For example, if a project manager sends emails to a stakeholder who prefers face-to-face conversations, the engagement will not be effective. Ensure to evaluate the communication medium preferences for all key stakeholders early in the project. Another best practice is to categorize stakeholders. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, provides the power and interest model for optimal engagement strategies for stakeholders in two categories. PMI refers to this method as stakeholder mapping. In the stakeholder mapping method, the two categories are: power is defined as the ability to influence the project, and interest is defined as the project's impact on the stakeholder engagement. Let's review common stakeholder power and interest scenarios. High power, high interest is a scenario where the project manager must manage stakeholders closely and clearly define the project's information and benefits. Stakeholders in this category may be sponsors or senior management. In a high power, low interest scenario, stakeholder satisfaction is essential to project success. Ensure to provide periodic information and updates. Examples of stakeholders in this scenario are high-level executives who are not deeply involved in the project. Low-power, high-interest is a scenario where stakeholders with responsibilities must be satisfied and informed for the project's success. For example, customers, operations, or end users who cannot necessarily influence the project but need to be heard are low-power, high-interest stakeholders. The low-power, low-interest scenario requires a project manager to frequently monitor stakeholders. Be aware of stakeholders and look for any changes in behavior or status. We looked at a few power and interest scenarios. Let's now look at a concept called gulf of execution and evaluation. The gulf of execution and evaluation, or cognitive gulf, was described by Donald Norman in his 1988 book, The Design of Everyday Things. Norman referred to it as the difference between people's intentions and their ability to execute them. Imagine this: a project manager may have confidence that what they want to accomplish can be accomplished via a certain communication medium, such as email. However, email communication is not taken well as the stakeholder prefers face-to-face meetings. In this situation, a gap is created between the project manager's expectations and the actual results they achieve. This gap is referred to as the gulf. The gulf of execution is the gap between what the user wanted to accomplish and the results they achieved. The gulf of evaluation differs between a system's response and the user's expectation. The gulf of evaluation requires the project manager to evaluate why email was ineffective and determine better execution moving forward. A gap in the understanding of stakeholder preferences can create challenges for successful engagement. For a successful engagement, the project manager should understand the preferences. For example, different people have different preferences. A project manager must keep the audience in mind. Another example is the right selection of communication medium. Choose the communication medium based on the audience preference. After understanding the audience preferences, make sure to tailor the engagement with stakeholders. Tailoring stakeholder engagement is essential. There are 3 critical tailoring considerations that the PMI lists, including: make sure to evaluate the skills and capabilities of the project team. Determine the level of empowerment team members will have based on the project, environment, and organization. Implement external stakeholders into the team, as projects may include external stakeholders such as vendors, partners, or consultants. In this video, you learned that best practices in stakeholder engagement are selecting the right communications medium and categorizing stakeholders. Stakeholder mapping scenarios based on power and interest include high power, high interest, high power, low interest, low power, high interest, low power, low interest. The gulf of execution is the gap between what the user wanted to accomplish and the results they achieved. The gulf of evaluation differs between a system's response and the user's expectation. For successful engagement, understand the preferences and tailor stakeholder engagement in terms of people, empowerment, and integration. Welcome to Cross-Cultural Communications and Communications Channels. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the impact of cultures on effective communications, explain how communication channels help in effective communication, and describe the grapevine. Diversity is becoming predominant in any workforce. With diversity comes cultural differences, which can amplify communication differences. A project manager needs to understand the challenges posed by culture and reduce the risk of ineffective project communications. The project management body of knowledge acknowledges that culture can impact effective communications and references the Brauway's and Price cross-cultural communications model. The Brauway's and Price cross-cultural communications model divides the communication into two components, frames of reference and communication blockers. Let's look at the components in detail. Different individuals have naturally different frames of reference. An individual's frame of reference is impacted by their knowledge, experience, norms and values, and assumptions about business, people, and life. Cultural differences can amplify the differences in the natural frame of reference. The second component in the Brauway's and Price cross-cultural communications model is cultural blockers, which can affect communication. There are several cultural blockers. Language is a cultural blocker as it requires translation. There are times when the primary language of the individuals communicating is different. Another cultural blocker is communication styles. Different people have different communication styles despite their cultures. Stereotypes are another cultural blocker. Different cultures tend to stereotype others and assume everyone fits a single mold. Stereotypes can be damaging because they can lead to prejudice, ecological fallacies, and discrimination. Another cultural blocker specified in the Brauway's and Price cross-cultural communications model is relationships. The level of your relationship can impact communications. In some cultures, relationships and trust must be established before communications can be open. To summarize the Brauway's and Price cross-cultural communications model, different people have a diverse frame of reference. Compound this reality with the cultural realities of language, styles, stereotypes, and relationship factors, and you have a challenge. The intended message sent may very well not be the message received. Next, let's understand the concept of communication channels. PMI defines communications channels as the number of potential conversations that can occur. There are 4 team members. In all, 6 potential conversations can take place. Here's the formula to calculate the 6 channels for a 4-person team. Notice that the number of channels increases dramatically with only 6 team members. Understanding the communication channels and how to calculate them will help project managers communicate effectively in a project. Communication channel details are documented in the Communications Management Plan, which defines critical project communications items and promptly provides information about using suitable mediums. The Communications Management Plan helps the project manager ensure all stakeholders have the correct information about the project. The plan also ensures all channel members share accurate information. A project manager must also be aware of the grapevine effect, which can be a potential risk to the project. Grapevine is how rumors spread. For example, rumors may spread if stakeholders and project team members do not have access to accurate and timely information. Again, a communications management plan mitigates the risk of the grapevine effect. In this video, you learned that the message intended may not be the message received. Cultural blockers can affect communication. PMI defines communications channels as the number of potential conversations that can occur. The Communications Management Plan must document the number of effective communication channels. The grapevine is a term that shares how rumors spread. A communications management plan mitigates the risk of misinformation. Welcome to When is Failing Fast Good? After watching this video, you'll be able to identify signs of a failing project and describe how failing fast can be an opportunity. Over 60% of projects fail. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, conducted a study concluding the 5 crucial areas where project failures occur, including poor project selection and planning, when deadlines, budgets, and resource limits are decided without consideration of reality. Inconsistent sponsorship results from a lack of engagement from the sponsor even after being informed. Lack of scope definition awareness results in stakeholders adding elements to the scope. Code green mentality, which is the situation when team leaders and members only acknowledge or address problems and issues only once it's too late. Lack of team commitment to support the project. But how can a project manager identify if a project is moving toward failure? Here's some warning signs to look out for. One sign is that a project has several missed milestones and the project schedule is slipping. Another sign is when the project is over budget. A customer showing dissatisfaction or disinterest with the quality of deliverables is also a warning sign. Another warning sign that helps a project manager understand that the project is moving towards failure is when team members and other stakeholders exhibit burnout symptoms or a lack of commitment. The project team losing confidence in the sponsor or vice versa is also a clear warning sign. In addition, a warning sign is when there is a trend of failed promises and a reduction in deliverables. Small failures that seem to multiply into more significant ones are also something to look for. The failing fast concept can help change a failing project to a successful one before it's too late. The failing fast approach can be implemented in certain situations, such as when stakeholder agreements on deliverables is low, project technical complexity is high, or the need for innovation is high. Failing fast can be a learning opportunity. At the end of a project phase, identify what went well, what can be improved, and the actions to take for improvement. Ensure the team shares their experiences and uses the learning in the next phase of the project or in the next project. Remember, effective communication can lead to real-time feedback that allows a project manager to identify fail-fast opportunities before they become major losses. In this video, you learned that there are 5 crucial areas where project failures occur, including poor project selection and planning, inconsistent sponsorship, lack of scope definition awareness, code green mentality, and lack of team commitment. There are different warning signs of a failing project, including missed milestones and a slipping schedule, project is over budget, customer dissatisfaction and disinterest in deliverables, team members and stakeholders exhibiting burnout symptoms, project team or sponsor losing confidence, failed promises, and increase in small failures. Failing fast is a concept that helps projects go from failure to success. Lessons learned should be conducted at the end of each project phase. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Failing Fast Successfully. In this video, we will hear experts and leaders discuss how failing fast can benefit a project or organization, get tips to determine if you are truly failing, and hear examples of how failing fast led to long-term success. Discuss how failing fast can benefit a project or organization.
So recently we had a project. It was going great, at least at first. Then we realized, wait, we got a lot of roadblocks here. We don't know exactly what we need to do. And then of course, boom, we ended up failing. We missed our deadlines. It didn't work out. However, it was a lessons learned. We were able to take that into consideration with our next rounds and our next sprints. So with that, we knew exactly what our game plan was, how we were going to accomplish each thing, where our roadblocks were going to be, and it helped us out in the future. So we were thankful that we were actually able to have that learning experience at the beginning and not throughout the project.
Failing fast works great when you're trying out new things, when you're looking for ways that you can innovate, or when you're looking for ways to optimize a process or try something new that you're not sure how it's going to work out. Why not take a chance, dive in, try something, and then see where it lands you? I am failing fast at the moment. We have a client who we're recording videos for, and our on-screen talent is on vacation. And so I volunteered to try out as the on-screen talent, and we'll see what the client thinks. They may say, no, she's not right for these videos, and go decide to wait for the on-screen talent to come back. But they may say, yeah, let's go for it. It'd be great to have her and fill in while he's out and be in some of the videos. The worst that they're going to say is no, and that's not going to hurt my feelings. And that's really where you need to take the chance on failing fast, is that you're not investing yourself personally in the initiative that is the unknown. And fear of the unknown can really hold you back. And so take the chance, dive in. You've got people around you who are going to support you. If you're trying your best and it doesn't work out the way it was intended, nobody's going to fault you or get after you for trying your best. And then we pivot and we change and we make it work out in the right way, however that needs to be. One caution, though, is if you are a highly visible project or there's a lot of pressure, you may want to consider taking that chance a little bit more strategically. You don't want something that's super important to fail on something that it shouldn't. So do be strategic about it, but look for areas where you can step into the deep end and see how it turns out. It's oddly addicting once you start doing it.
In the short term, If you take a proactive approach to identify problems before they become severe, that is a very, very positive thing. An ultimate goal in failing fast is to, number one, identify the problem when it's still small, and solve the problem while it's small before it becomes large. But there's also another benefit of failing fast, and that's the benefit to the long term as well. What you want to do when you come up with a great idea and you're able to go ahead and preclude a failure by failing fast, try to document the measures that were taken to identify and address the problems that had the potential for that project to go ahead and fail. Most importantly, perform and share lessons learned. Lessons learned should be accomplished at the end of each phase and at the end of each project. However, there's an opportunity to perform interim lessons learned if there was some kind of an incident and you feel it's worthy of a quick overview in terms of what went well, what can be improved upon, and what can we do differently next time, then by all means do them. Lessons learned help future project managers avoid the problems that your project encountered. But periodically, you may discover some opportunities, and lessons learned allow other project managers on future projects to possibly understand what those opportunities were and embrace them as well.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, working together as a team. In this video, we experts and leaders will share their insights into how project managers gain the cooperation of multiple roles and responsibilities and encourage people to work together. How does a project manager successfully gain the cooperation of multiple team members and stakeholders?
In order to have order, technically, with all stakeholders and team members, we need to make sure to really grab their cooperation at the beginning of a project. So of course, we set the expectation. This is what your weeks are going to look like. If you pre-schedule, it'll actually help them out to understand what the expectations are and plan around your meetings. With that, have successful team meetings. So when you go to meet with everyone, whether it's an actual sync, a working session, make sure they are organized and everybody knows what they're going to be doing during those. Have successful follow-ups along with next steps. When you have consistency like that, you have a great organized team.
So there's three things that come to mind right away. One is really work on your communication skills. Clear, concise communication of facts, of accurate information, of accurate requests. Don't ask questions that you already know the answer to prove that you know the answer. That can be a real turnoff for some people in your project team. Also, look and pay attention to what you're taking on. I think there can be a tendency for project managers to take on too much, and sometimes tasks that somebody else in the project should be doing. And you don't want to be in a situation where you overpromise and then underdeliver. That may happen just through the nature of the project, but if you start getting a reputation for overpromising and underdelivering, then people are going to avoid hearing your commitments, or they're not going to trust that you'll actually deliver on what it is that you're committing to. Another tip for building rapport is ask for feedback. It doesn't have to be on every project. It doesn't have to be on every task within a project, somewhere in between. You don't want to bug people all the time saying, tell me how I can do better, tell me how I'm going to do better. But when you do ask for feedback, be sincere about it, be willing to improve based on the information that you're hearing. It should be constructive feedback that you're receiving, and you should be willing to listen to it, internalize it, reflect on it, and then decide if there's any changes that you need to make. Hearing how other people perceive you through their feedback helps you build a relationship with those people, because then you can kind of tailor your style to better meet their needs.
First of all, define the roles and responsibilities based on the project's needs. As the project manager, as the team, who do we need? What do we need? What skill sets are required? What subject matter expertise is going to be required? Come up with a list of personal resources or personnel resources that you require. Step number 2, take this list of these are the people that I need to the sponsor. Try to fill each position with a name. Step number 3, we have our names now, assigned to the roles and responsibilities. Try to meet with each individual. Face-to-face is wonderful. However, it's 2023. A virtual environment sometimes is required. Ensure each individual understands their role and responsibilities. Make sure that they are willing to commit to support the project, and make sure that they have the capacity to do so. So, if for whatever reason, step number 4, some personnel assignments may not work out, then identify the disconnects from the prior step. Share with the sponsor, with the key stakeholders, with the managers that, unfortunately, your suggestion for this individual for this role may not work out. Negotiate. Do whatever you can to perhaps find someone new, someone who can support this particular role and responsibility, and then move forward. Once you have all of the faces committed and you have all of the positions filled, finalize your stakeholder register and your resource management plan. Periodically check in and address issues. The final question in this segment that I want to address is, how do you encourage people in various roles to work together? Well, first and foremost, ensure all of the stakeholders understand the value of the project. No matter how dedicated, no matter how motivated a stakeholder may be, if they don't see value in a project, then chances are pretty good that their motivational level is going to be very, very low. Secondly, ensure everyone has a clear understanding of their roles and responsibilities. Avoid duplication of effort. One of the worst things that you can do is to assign one stakeholder one role and then duplicate that with another. They're going to be bumping into each other. There's going to be friction. There's going to be problems. There's going to be chaos. There's going to be frustration. There's going to be unhappiness. Thirdly, make sure that you develop a vision for your team, and at your first meeting, develop a tool called a team charter. This is a team where the team gets together. They brainstorm, document, and you gain consensus on ground rules, norms, and acceptable behavior that the team will commit to, follow, and hold others accountable to. Hello everyone, and welcome to a demonstration on the critical path method. Let's begin by defining the purpose of the critical path method. Critical path method is a popular project management scheduling technique. It determines the theoretical early start and early finish days, and/or the theoretical late start and late finish days for a project. Critical path is defined as the path of the longest duration in a project network diagram. Here is a symbol that you want to familiarize yourself with if you are going to conduct a critical path analysis. Let's begin with an overview of key acronyms that you want to understand. ES stands for early start. This is the earliest that the work package can begin. EF stands for early finish. This is the earliest that the work package can finish. A work package is similar to an activity. I'll use the term work package throughout this demonstration. The duration is the time that is going to be required between the early start and the early finish. The late start is the latest that a work package can begin, and the late finish is the latest that it can finish. If there is a difference between the early finish and the late finish, we have something called slack or float. If there is no difference between the early finish, late finish, or the early start and late start, then we have no slack or float. There are two processes that need to be completed to complete a critical path analysis. The first is called a forward pass. For a forward pass, we're going to determine the early start and the early finish for each work package. We're going to move left to right from the early start to the early finish for each particular work package in sequence. We will complete all of the paths. Once we do this, we can determine the path of the longest duration, which is the critical path. The second procedure we're going to perform is a backwards pass. The backwards pass helps us to determine the late start and the late finish. In this particular case, we're going to move from back to front right to left. We're going to begin with each work package's late finish, and we're going to move to the late start. Very important, complete the critical path first. If you do not complete the critical path first, then your results may be erroneous. Once we complete the critical path, then we're going to complete the non-critical path from the longest path to the shortest. So with that, let's go ahead and take a look at an example, and we're going to begin with a forward pass. Again, a forward pass, we're going to determine the early start and the early finish for each of our work packages. Let's begin with path A, D, and G. We begin with day number 1. This is a 3-day duration work package. So, what is the early finish? 1, 2, 3. We go to work package D and we add 1 day. We begin work package D the following day. We ended A on day 3. We begin D on day 4. This is 3 days in duration, 4, 5, and 6. So now we have our early finish of day number 6. We're completing path EDG, so we move forward to work package G, and we go to the next day for the early start, day number 7. This is 4 days in duration, 7, 8, 9, 10, and now we have the time frame required to complete A, D, and G, 10 days. Now we still have A, D, and E. We've already calculated A and D, however, E follows D, so therefore we ended D, the early finish, on day 6, so the early start is going to be day 7. This is a 5-day duration work package, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So now we have the early finish for path A, D, and E, 11 days, a little bit longer than A, D, and G, which was 10 days. We now have one final forward pass to complete path B, C, and F. So we're going to begin on day number 1 with our early start for the first work package, B, 3 days in duration, 1, 2, and 3 for our early finish. We begin the next day for our early start for work package C, day number 4. This is a longer duration work package, 7 days, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So our early finish is day number 10. The next in sequence is work package F. We add 1 day for the early start, day number 11, 6-day duration, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. We now know that path B, C, and F is going to require 16 days, and we've learned something very important. Which is the path of the longest duration? Which is the critical path? The critical path is BCF, 16 days. This project is going to require 16 days. Now we need to go ahead and perform a backwards pass. So to perform a backwards pass, the first thing you need to do is to put the critical path duration in the late finish for all of the final work packages in each particular path. For ADG, we're going to go ahead and put the late finish at 16. For ADE, we're going to put the late finish at 16, and we're going to do the same for BCF. Now remember, for a backwards pass, the rule is we always begin with the critical path, and we determined through our forward pass that BCF is the critical path, 16 days. So we begin with day number 16 and the late finish, but now we're going to work backwards. This is 6 days in duration, so we have to subtract 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, and 11. We put the number 11 for 11 days in the late start. Now we're going to go backwards 1 day. This is a backwards pass. So for work package C, in the late finish, we put in 10. This is 7 days in duration. We count back 7 days, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, and 4, and we place 4 in the late start. Minus 1 day as we move backwards to work package B, day number 3, 3 days in duration, count down 3, 2, and 1. Now, let's take a look at what we have completed for BCF. Every box is filled. We want to compare the early finish and the late finish and see if there is a difference. In this particular case, there is no difference. The early finish is 16 days, the late finish is 16 days. When we subtract this, we end up with 0. Let's validate by doing the same for the early start and the late start. Is there any difference between 11 and 11? The answer is no. We put 0 in this box, which is the slack or the float. What do we mean by that? It means that the early finish and late finish are the same as the early start and the late start. We have no slack, we have no float. This is the critical path. We validate work package C, 10-10-4-4, no difference, 0 float and slack. Work package B, 3-3-1-1, no float, no slack, 0. Now, very important, which is the path of the next longest duration? That is A, D, and E. So now we're going to do the same methodology. We put 16 days, which is our critical path, in the late finish, and we're going to subtract backwards 5 days, which is the duration, 16, 15, 14, 13, and 12. We put the 12 in the late start. But now, let's notice something very important. There is a difference between the early finish and late finish of 5 days. There is a difference between the early start and late start of 5 days. We put the 5 in this particular box, the slack and the float. What do we mean by that? It means the earliest we can start, work package E, is day number 7. The latest we can start it is day number 12. We have a little bit of leeway in terms of when we need to start this work package for it to be completed by day number 16. ADE are connected on a singular path. We go day number 12, and then we go to D, which is the work package which precedes E, and we subtract 1 day, day number 11, subtract 3, 11, 10, and 9. Again, we have that difference. 6 compared to 11, 4 compared to 9. We have float slack of 5 days. We subtract 1 day from D to calculate work package A. That's day number 8. Subtract 3, 8, 7, 6. Again, we have that difference of 5 between the late finish and early finish and the late start. And the early start, we have float and slack of 5 days. This leaves us with one final activity for the backwards pass. And why do we save it for last? Because 10 is less than 11 and far less than 16. So we do the same methodology. The late finish gets 16 days. This is 4 days in duration. Let's count backwards 4 days, 16, 15, 14, 13. And now we can go ahead and take a look at the difference between the early finish and the late finish, and the early start and the late start. And this is 6 days. So for work package G, we have the most float and the most slack. We have a 6-day window in which we can go ahead and plan our early start or late start to still complete this worst case scenario by 16 days, which is our critical path. This concludes our overview of this demo. Hopefully, critical path analysis makes a little bit more sense to you. We hope that you're able to go ahead and apply what you learned in a lab that we have planned for you, where you will take a look at a scenario and develop and perform a critical path analysis. Thank you for your attention. Have a great rest of your day, and we look forward to seeing you again in future presentations and demos.
Welcome to Critical Chain Method. After watching this video, you'll be able to define critical chain method, describe the steps involved developing a schedule using critical chain method, define differences between critical chain and critical path methods, and identify when to use critical chain method. Imagine this. You're part of a 4x200 meter relay race. The exercise is simple. Run the 200 meters, pass the baton to the next person, and follow the process till the last person completes their 200 meters. During this time, several things might happen. For example, a runner may fall, slow down, or increase their speed. The goal is to continue to hand off the baton until every runner has reached the end line. At the beginning of the race, the team may take the time to select the runners and understand their dependencies during the race, such as the track, weather, shoes, and so on. In addition, a runner only runs or passes the baton at a given point in time. They cannot perform both actions at the same time. The team plans for resource shortages. They have an extra runner on board just in case. The team also plans for time delays. They practice the baton exchange and allocate extra time for the exchanges in case of an exchange issue. They never lose sight of their goal. They want to finish the race as quickly as possible and win. The critical chain method is similar to a relay race. The critical chain method is a project management technique that emphasizes the resources such as people, equipment, supplies, materials, and physical space required to execute project tasks. Critical chain was developed as an alternative to the critical path method. When using the critical chain method, project managers plan project schedules with a focus on resource and time constraints. The project manager identifies the longest sequence of resource-dependent activities. The sequence is referred to as the critical chain. The project manager includes buffers to protect the critical chain from resource shortages and delays and to ensure that the project is completed on time. At a high level, developing a critical chain can be divided into 4 steps. The first step is identifying the different activities and creating a network diagram. Identify the paths, including the critical path. In the network diagram displayed, path EFG is the critical path. Paths A, B, and C, D are required activities to complete the project, but they're not on the critical path. The second step is determining the potential for resource shortages or issues on the non-critical paths. Add extra resources in anticipation of resource risks materializing. Ensure resource issues do not delay the non-critical paths to the point where the critical path is jeopardized. These are called resource buffers. The next step is to add feeding buffers, which add extra time to the non-critical paths. Feeding buffers assume that extra time or float will likely disappear. For example, let's say the critical path EFG is 14 days. Path AB is scheduled for 10 days. A feeding buffer is placed on path AB to plan for 12 days. If the work is completed in 10 days, great. However, there's a possibility of risks occurring. Therefore, plan for 12 days. Remember, resource buffers also help in ensuring delays are minimal. This step is performed with each path. The last step is to plan for the worst-case scenario. In this example, the critical path EFG will take 14 days. Resources and time have been added to the non-critical paths to ensure they are not delayed to the point where the critical path is impacted. But what if the critical path activities are delayed? To address this scenario, add a project buffer at the end of the project. Let's say this is 2 days. In this case, at a worst-case scenario, the project will complete in 16 days. This completes the overview of the steps in the critical chain method. Critical chain method is similar to critical path method. However, there are a few key differences between critical path methodology and critical chain methodology. These include critical path methodology assumes that the length of tasks and their dependencies are the major constraints, while critical chain methodology assumes that resources are a project's major constraint. Critical path methodology simply defines the amount of slack or float for each activity, while critical chain methodology adds resource buffers between tasks and adds additional time buffers at the end of a project if needed. Because of these differences, when using critical path methodology, project teams can be working on multiple project tasks at a time. Whereas with critical chain methodology, project teams focus on one critical task at a time before they're able to move on to another. Critical path methodology and critical chain methodology are both project management planning techniques, but they have different approaches and applications. You should use critical path methodology when the project is well defined. There's a high level of certainty in the task duration and resource availability, and the project is relatively simple, with a straightforward sequence of tasks. For example, planning an event with a clear sequence of tasks and a fixed timeline. You should use critical chain methodology when the project is complex and uncertain. There are significant risks and variability, and the availability of resources is limited, or resources are shared across multiple projects. For example, researching and developing a new pharmaceutical drug. In this video, you learned that critical chain method adds the availability of resources and their dependencies while determining the minimum time required to complete the project. There are 4 key steps in the critical chain method. Critical path methodology is best for well-defined projects, while critical chain methodology is best for uncertain projects. Welcome to Key Tool Communications Management Plan. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the purpose of a communications management plan, describe the components of a communications management plan. Project Management Institute, or PMI, states that communications impact 90% of all project management activities. This shows effective communication is key to project success. The PMI recommends using a communications management plan to ensure communication for the project is organized and effective. A communications management plan provides the overall strategy to describe how best to communicate with each other and communicate responsibilities based on project requirements. The project manager must create the communications management plan during project planning and frequently update the plan as the project progresses. The PMI provides some input into the process of a communications management plan. Let's look at some of the purposes. Every project has its communication requirements. For example, a software development project may have very different communication requirements than a job modernization project from the HR department. The project manager will need to develop and tailor the communications management plan to support the information needs of each stakeholder or group of stakeholders and the overall project. Creating a communications management plan gives the overall communication process a documented structure. A communications management plan aids in creating a positive communication rhythm for the project. For example, when a team member knows precisely where to find a report and when to publish the report, communication is more effective. A communications management plan provides guidance on communication at different levels. This guidance helps each stakeholder to identify the right people, the right time, and the right content level for communication. The result of this understanding is that each project stakeholder can effectively and efficiently engage with other stakeholders by promptly presenting relevant information. For example, during an internal status meeting, a project manager may need to go into all the minute details of the project. However, with a sponsor, the level of detail may need to be at a macro level, focusing only on the completion percentage. We discussed the purpose of having a communications management plan. A communications management plan template is normally available in either Microsoft Word or Excel. The PMI states that a communications management plan should have certain components. Let's see the components of a communications management plan. The communications management plan must have a project name to map the plan with the correct project title. You can add different communications items. A communications item represents a type of communication. Examples include status meetings, budget meetings, change boards, and so on. Each communications item must have an associated owner, identifies the project team member responsible for managing the communications item. Audience describes the project team members and stakeholders who will receive the communication. Ensure to select the right people. Timing sets a schedule for the communications item. For example, weekly status meetings will occur every Wednesday from 11 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Manage exceptions on need basis. Format or medium determines how the team needs to conduct the communications item. For example, face-to-face meetings, virtual meetings, emails, and so on. Purpose identifies the need for the communications item. For example, a weekly status meeting aims to review the current project status, understand potential issues, and answer any open questions. The communications management plan is frequently updated. It's a good idea to maintain the version number and date of change to maintain version control. In this video, you learned that a communications management plan is created during project planning and frequently updated, supports the information needs of a project, provides communication strategy for the project, aids in positive communications rhythm, and helps identify the right people, time, and content level for communication. The components of a communication management plan include the project name, communications item details, version, and date. The communications item details include item description, owner, audience, timing, format or medium, and purpose.
Hello everyone. I'd like to go ahead and take a few moments and present a brief demo on a communications management plan. A communications management plan is a formal part of a project management plan, and the intent of a communications management plan is to provide a roadmap for all project communications to ensure that communications gets to the right person at the right time in the right amount. According to the Project Management Institute, a communications management plan should have an introduction. As you can see, we have the communications plan for a 2-day all-hands event. This is just an example. Always try to define the project because there may be multiple projects and multiple communications management plans. A communication management plan has 6 areas that need to be populated. The first area is what we refer to as the communications item, sometimes called the forum. This is what you are communicating. As you can see on this particular example, we have 3 that are highlighted: the weekly project status meeting, the sponsor one-on-one meeting, and the weekly project status report. We have some others as well: a change control board, vendor source selection, conference room presentation. So the first step in developing the communications plan is step number 1. Define the required communication items. As the project manager, enlist the support of your core team and try to determine what needs to be communicated and populate this first column. The second step is to determine the owners. Every communication item should have a specific owner who is responsible for planning and implementing that particular line item. In this particular case, the weekly project status meeting is going to be owned by Sanjay Randell. Sanjay is going to be the individual who is empowered to go ahead and plan and implement and ensure that the weekly project status meeting happens. We have others as well. We have Roger Jones, who's going to be the sponsor one-on-one meeting, the weekly project status report. By the way, a sponsor one-on-one meeting is a best practice. It is a very, very good thing for the project manager to meet periodically with the sponsor and have conversations about status and other key areas as well. The third step in developing the communications plan, as you can see over in my green column here, is to determine the audience. Here's a little bit of a tip. Everyone who's on the stakeholder register should be included in this communications plan. If you have someone on the stakeholder register who was identified having a role and responsibility and they're not on this plan, you may want to question why you have them on the stakeholder register and why you are assigning them a role and responsibility if you're not going to communicate with them. Not communicating with people on the stakeholder register, to use a colloquialism, is an accident waiting for a place to happen. Step number 4, determine the timing. When are we going to go ahead and implement this particular communications item? Some may be weekly, some may be 2 times each week, some may be just a one time, such as the vendor source selection. Ensure that you understand how often this communications line item needs to occur and document it in the 4th column. The next is to complete the medium. What medium are we going to go ahead and use? And in terms of where are we going to meet? As you can see, in some cases we have a location, the main conference room, Sarah's office. In other cases, we may actually have a technology such as SharePoint as well. So sometimes we don't meet individually or in an office, we meet electronically using SharePoint. Always end with a purpose as well. It's very, very important that all of the individuals who are going to be receiving information as part of this communications plan have an understanding of the purpose, why this is important as well. So once you have completed all 6 of these items and you have defined the project title on the top of the plan, go to step number 5. Validate the plan with the audience. Have a meeting with all of these audience members. Let them know what the expectations are. Don't surprise them by sending them communications items without some kind of a heads up as well. Ensure you get some kind of verbal sign-off from each one in the audience that they understand what the communication line item is, they understand the purpose of it, and they're willing to go ahead and support that particular communications line item. Once you gain that validation, publish it and follow the plan. One of the worst things you can do as a project manager is to develop this plan, put it in the project management plan, and then conduct communications in a random manner. The last step in communications planning is update as needed. You'll notice on the bottom we have version and date. This plan is going to change. As the project is initiated, there are going to be certain communications items that are required, but as the project progresses, more and more communications will be required, and some of the prior communication items may no longer be required as well. In addition, the audience may very well change as the project progresses. Individuals who needed and required communications early in the project may no longer require these communications toward the middle and end of the project. So be consistent and keep this plan accurate. You will have an opportunity to read a scenario and develop a communications management plan based on that scenario. I highly encourage you to do your best in that lab and try to understand how this plan is developed and appreciate the overall value proposition of this plan. It's a very, very important planning activity in project planning. And again, if you develop this communications management plan, it will act as a roadmap and help guide effective communications. Thank you very much for your time listening to this demo, and we look forward to seeing you in future demo videos. Have a great rest of your day.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, planning for effective virtual and in-person communications. In this video, experts and leaders will provide tips for effective communications planning, particularly in a virtual environment. What tips can you provide for effective communications planning, particularly in a virtual environment?
Tips for effective communication planning. I wrote this first one on my cheat sheet in all uppercase letters. Look at people's calendars for their busy and free time. One of my biggest pet peeves is when I receive a calendar appointment and the person who sends it is double, if not triple booking me. I am a fiend about keeping my calendar current, and so when people who are scheduling meetings don't take the time to look at my calendar for free busy and I'm a required member or participant in the meeting, it just makes me nuts. And I know that I can propose a new time that works in my calendar, but I'm not the organizer of the meeting, and so I shouldn't have to look through calendars to find that for me plus all the other participants. So that's my big one, is look at calendar availability when you're booking. Second tip for effective communication. Know the time zones that your project team is in, especially if you're a global team and you have people around the world. Understand if they're going to be working in their mornings, afternoons, and evenings, and then plan your meetings and plan your connections with them accordingly. Being sensitive to their working hours will help them be sensitive to your working hours. So also establish your own boundaries as far as working orders go. And then make sure that you find out team holidays. Different countries, of course, have different holidays, and then also personal time away if people are going to take vacations. That also helps you plan for your timeline, how you're going to manage when people are out, and more. And then last, of course, I think you've probably already heard this, but when you are in meetings, if one person turns their video on, everyone should turn their video on. If people are sensitive to the room that they're in, go ahead and blur your background. But do take advantage of the video, take advantage of earbuds and headsets to block out noise from other places in the house. And then also, if you hear dogs barking, make sure that you can try to get your dogs settled down so they don't interrupt your video recording.
For effective communications planning, I like to get a sense before I plan the communications of each of my stakeholders' communication needs and preferences. So I like to spend a little bit of time either one-on-one with a stakeholder or the team, or even just through an email, gathering the communication preferences of those people. And I like to put, all of that information in a singular place that I can go back and refer to when I'm doing communications planning. And that helps me, as I'm building my communications plan, think through what communications methods am I going to use? What tools am I going to use? those sorts of things. Another thing that I am a really big fan of is I always have a communications plan template. I think it just makes having a template and always starting from that template and always kind of following the same process because you're using a template really helps you not have to think, am I forgetting something? Am I forgetting a key stakeholder? Am I forgetting a type of communication that I need to possibly include in this communications plan? But having a template just really makes things a lot easier, and it makes you much more effective as you're planning those communications. When it comes to planning in a virtual environment, I think understanding the tools that are at your disposal and really understanding what features they have. So if you're, having a virtual call, a virtual video call, are people going to be able to view a recording? Is there a transcription service available that transcribes that recording? Where are those videos going to be saved? Are you going to need to communicate where those videos are saved after each meeting so that people can actually access them? But really kind of understanding the technology that you're using. How do you actually set up the meetings? What things do people maybe need to download onto their computers before they join the first meeting and to be able to access that meeting and to be able to get on the meeting? All of those things are really important. The technology piece is really important, and adding those things to your communication plan. So if, for example, you need to send out a link to the meeting recording after every meeting, it's important for you to plan for that communication in your communications plan, and then potentially build a template that says, hi team, here is the link to our meeting recording from today. You can access it here, and then you can go back to that template and you already have it written, it's already done, and then when you're in your communications plan, you can send it off very quickly and be done with it. So having templates, understanding the technology, and really understanding the needs of your team, communication needs of your team and stakeholders is very important for effective communications planning.
First off, make sure that you have all the right stakeholders involved. Not everybody needs to attend every meeting, needs to be on every type of email or something like that. Different types of tools that you can use. I love Slack, to be honest. A lot of companies use different things like Teams. Have a great support system as far as a storage box that you can put documentations into. That makes it a lot easier for your team members to find information. Email, phone call. A lot of people don't call anymore. That's a great opportunity for a one-on-one session.
Project teams should always have a discussion on preferred communication style. How frequently, what method, what has worked for them in the past, what hasn't. And even though your team will collectively decide on a communication plan, every project manager is smart enough to know that you need to learn your team members' individual preferences. For example, you don't want to upset someone by calling them unannounced at 3:30 when you know that they pick up their child every day from school during that time. Get to know your team and adapt to their styles.
Welcome to Planning Virtual Communications. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain the key indicators that measure the effectiveness of virtual meetings and summarize communications planning tips to accommodate a virtual environment. The PMI defines virtual meetings as opportunities to interact using communication technology. Virtual meetings are essential in today's work environment, such as making decisions, solving problems, responding to stakeholder requests, and providing information. Let's look at some key parameters that can help measure the effectiveness of virtual meetings. A key parameter to measure virtual meeting effectiveness is attendance. Typically, a poorly run virtual meeting tends to have fewer participants, which may often point to a lack of perceived value from the meeting and no accountability for not attending. Participants may also need help to connect to a meeting or other technology challenges. Another parameter is the level of participant interaction. When people are engaged, they're attentive, contributing, and maximizing the value of the meeting or event. Participation in polls is another parameter to measure the effectiveness of virtual meetings. Lower participation may indicate a lack of focus or interest. Make sure to conduct periodic polls. Strive to attain 100% participation. The most important parameter to measure the effectiveness of a virtual meeting is the outcome. It's important to validate if the meeting achieved its intended purpose. If not, it's important to understand why the purpose was not achieved and continuously improve. We discussed the measurement parameters for the effectiveness of virtual meetings. Next, let's look at some tips on improving the effectiveness of virtual meetings. The first tip to improve virtual meeting effectiveness is to establish ground rules. Ground rules help project teams to communicate effectively, collaborate, and make decisions during a virtual meeting. Some examples of ground rules include be punctual, keep cameras on, start end-to-end on time, ask relevant questions, and mute when others speak. Every participant must be well conversant with using the technology or software for the meeting. Conduct technology training if required. Another tip to improve the effectiveness of virtual meetings is to ensure that every meeting has a well-defined agenda. Make sure to publish the meeting agenda to all participants. The agenda should have clear objectives stated to help align all participants. At the end of the meeting, the project manager must publish the meeting minutes. Here's an example of a clearly defined agenda. Having the right people in a meeting is essential to be effective. Determine who needs to attend the meeting and ensure the participant understands why their attendance is critical. For example, when setting up a weekly project status meeting, the project manager must invite the team members. However, the project sponsor or senior leadership may be optional. Only invite participants who need to be at the meeting. When selecting the right participants, ensure backup participants in case a key participant cannot attend. Also ensure that the proxy identified is empowered to make decisions. Another tip to make the virtual meetings effective is to involve participants. Here are some examples to involve participants. Divide responsibility for presenting topics among the participants. This will increase overall engagement. Encourage participants to share ideas and thoughts via the chat function. This will bring openness and engage the participants. Schedule periodic check-ins with key participants. This will help solicit feedback throughout the meeting. Leverage technology. Introducing periodic breakout room discussions may increase interaction and help break the monotony of the meeting. In this video, you learn that parameters to measure the effectiveness of virtual meetings include attendance, level of participant interaction, polls, and outcomes. Tips to improve the effectiveness of virtual meetings include establish ground rules, technology awareness, meeting agenda, participant selection, proxy participant identification, involve participants. Welcome to Effective Status Reporting. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the need for periodic work performance reports, explain the significance of status reporting, and describe the attributes of a good status report. The Project Management Institute, PMI, discusses the need for periodic work performance reports. These reports include status reports, memos, justifications, dashboards, and more. Periodic work performance reports support the following: better decision-making, identifying and raising issues, defining required actions, and creating awareness in the team and other stakeholders. Status reports are one of the most frequently used categories of periodic work performance reports. According to PMI, a status report provides the status of a project. The report may include information on progress since the last report and forecasts for cost and schedule performance. Typically, a status report is created weekly. However, the frequency may increase or decrease depending on the project requirement. It is important to document the definition and need for status reporting and its frequency in the communications management plan during the project planning phase. The project manager is responsible for establishing status reporting formats and submission schedules. In most cases, organizations use a standard status report template across projects. For the status report to be effective, it should have some attributes. Let's look at these attributes. The status report should have an audience focus. Ensure to tailor content according to the audience. For example, a weekly status report may contain several line items for development as the audience is all project team members. At the same time, a monthly project report to senior management may contain high-level milestone details. Another key attribute of an effective status report is that it is short. Ensure that the status report is 1 page or shorter. Use links to review details if needed. It is also important to format a status report for better readability. Share the essential information first, followed by secondary information. For example, a milestone achieved or a requirement change may be something to highlight at the start of the report. You can also add a high-level summary of the project areas. Adding factual data to the status report is important. However, make sure you only add information stakeholders require. For example, summarize the development status instead of providing a line-by-line detail. Use graphs or visuals to improve readability. Varied audiences such as technical, non-technical, senior, or junior will use the status report. Keep the language simple to enable varied audiences to understand the status report. Limit the use of technical jargon. Add a glossary at the end of the status report. Use this section to add definitions for technical jargon. Also add legend descriptions for any graphs or visual aids. A project team and stakeholders may include people with disabilities such as color blindness. Make the report inclusive. Ensure to use symbols along with colors to improve readability for all audiences. Putting a status report together takes time. Make sure to set realistic expectations with team members to receive all information. Similarly, set realistic expectations with stakeholders for sharing the reports. Ensure the author takes accountability. The project manager may delegate status report collection and distribution responsibility to a project core team member. However, the project manager remains accountable for the quality of the report. Here's an example of a status report. In this video, you learned that periodic work performance reports help in various aspects of project management, including decision-making and issue identification and resolution. The status report is a frequently used periodic work report to provide a project's current status. The attributes of a good status report include the following. Focuses on the right audience. It is short and to the point. Starts with the essential information. Contains factual data. Uses simple language. Sets realistic expectations. Adheres to accessibility norms. Contains a glossary if needed. And ensures report credibility.
Hello everyone, and welcome to a quick demonstration on a project status report. Before we begin, let's go ahead and define the purpose of project status reports. First and foremost is to ensure current status is understood by all key stakeholders. Secondly, a good status report can help maintain interest and commitment levels. And third, a status report should be a tool to address issues and help needed. We have an example of a one-page status report, and let me repeat that last phrase, one page. The best status reports are short. What goes into a status report? To begin with, we should always have the project identifier or name. In this particular case, we have the ABC Company All Hands Meeting. The status report should also be dated. Status reports are not a one and done. You're going to go ahead and submit periodic status reports, and they will build upon one another. Always define your name and your organization. In most cases, the project manager is the individual who submits the status report. In this particular case, we have Sarah Wilson, who is in operations. The next area is very, very important, deliverable status. And the best method to report deliverable status is using what we call traffic light reporting, which is red, yellow, and green. You'll notice that we have an overview of what red, yellow, and green mean. Provide a definition that is suitable to your particular project. The definitions that you see here may work for you, or you may want to go ahead and update them and make them more specific for the project that you are managing. But the bottom line is this: ensure that when people are reporting green, red, and yellow, that everyone is using the same definition. Color codes are very, very effective. The three key deliverable status indicators that most stakeholders are going to be interested in is scope, schedule, and budget. That's our triangle in a project. What we want to do is to define the current health of the project in terms of scope, schedule, and budget. And we also want to show how this particular status is trending. You'll notice in this example, we have scope is currently yellow and trending yellow. Schedule is fine, green and green. Budget is currently green, however, it's trending toward red. What follows after your status is help needed. One of the things that we want to do is to describe the help needed, and help needed is any help that will allow us to stay green or return to green. Normally, a best practice is to describe the help needed in terms of a must-have, a should-have, or a like-to-have. Everything should not be a must-have. So in this particular case, we have a must-have. We need to finalize the speaker agenda and who is the source for this help, the CEO and operations manager. You'll notice above we had scope, yellow and yellow. One of the reasons for that is because the speaker agenda has not yet been finalized. A should have, we need to identify alternative caterer to meet some dietary needs, and this is again the operations manager. And then we have another must-have. We may need an additional $2,000. The initial refreshment estimate was too low, and that is assigned to the finance lead. You'll notice our budget is currently green, but it is trending toward red because we realize that we are going to have a funding shortfall. The next area is for risk. What are some new risks and changes since the last report? So we have 2 risks that we can add. Key personnel absences may impact the overall quality of the project, and limited gluten-free food choices is driving some of the catering cost overruns. However, we had a risk that we had reported in our last status report. AV configuration issues have now been overcome. What are some issues? What is an issue? That is a risk that occurred or questions you need to have responses for. The food cost estimates were higher than planned. That's no longer a risk. That is an issue. We need to know where to fit the motivational speaker in the agenda as well. Are there any recent or pending decisions impacting the project? Yes, finalization of required speakers is needed to plan the agenda. And finally, any kind of comments, and this may seem redundant, but it's not a bad thing to repeat good news or to reiterate perhaps bad news or help needed. The AV issues previously reported were resolved and the motivational speaker was identified. Before we close this demo, just 5 key notes. Number 1, keep the report brief. Shorter reports are much easier to understand. Number 2, traffic light reporting, green, yellow, and red, is a best practice. It is great to use the colors as you saw in the demo status report that we just shared. However, remember that some people cannot see colors well, so add the verbiage. Third, share the most important information first. People normally read from top to bottom. Next, determine the optimal reporting frequency based on the needs of the project. If status is slowly changing, perhaps an every other week status reporting schedule will suffice. And finally, ensure the status report is targeted at the stakeholders who need the information. Ensure these stakeholders have access to the report. This concludes our demo on status reporting. You will have the opportunity to read a scenario, analyze this scenario, and prepare a status report as part of your course lab requirements. Thank you for your attention. Have a great rest of your day, and we look forward to seeing you again for future demonstrations. Hello everyone. In our last video we discussed 4 communication styles. The purpose of this demo is to go ahead and share with you how to complete a survey that will be presented to you in an upcoming lab. This particular survey will give you an opportunity to determine what your primary communication styles are. This particular demo will walk you through the 4 different styles: analytical, structural, conceptual, and social, and show you how to complete this survey and to attain your results. Each of the 4 styles presents 8 different statements for you to review. Review each statement and try to answer them as honestly as possible. Don't answer them in terms of how you would like to be, but how you truly are. For each particular statement, you will strongly agree, That's 5 points. Or agree, 4 points. 3, neither agree nor disagree. 2, moderately disagree. Or 1, strongly disagree. So with that, let's go ahead and take a look at a sample. The analytical statements were completed by this individual. They read each particular statement. Statement number 1, the accuracy of the work is critical. This individual felt that they would strongly agree with this statement, and they put an X or whatever you want to go ahead and put into the 5 column. The second question, simply communicate the bottom line to me. Again, they felt that they would strongly agree with this statement. They had a few where they agreed. Not strongly, but they agreed. That was placed in the 4 column. And there were a few statements where they neither agreed or disagreed. They were rather neutral on this. At the end of completing the 8 statements and scoring them, they calculated their score. They took a look at their 5s and went 5, 10, 15. Then they counted their 4s, 8 more for 23, and then they added 9 points for the 3 for a total of 32. Their total score in analytical was 32. They repeated the same process for the structural style. They responded to the 8 statements. They placed their opinion in one of the applicable columns. They totaled up their total score, and in structural they scored a 30. They then went to the conceptual style. Again, they responded to 8 statements. They put their marks in the appropriate column based on their level of agreement or disagreement or somewhere in between. And in conceptual, they scored a 27. And finally, they responded to the 8 statements in the social style as well. They responded in columns 5, 4, and 3 based on their level of agreement or disagreement and came up with a total of 29. They have now completed their survey for all of the statements for all 4 styles. The next step is to add up your total scores. They scored 32 in analytical, 30 in structural, 27 in conceptual, and 29 in social. That is a total of 118 points. Remember that number, and now go back to the beginning of the survey. The second step is to take your total score in each particular style, in this case analytical, and divide it by the total score you just calculated, 118. That comes out to 27.2%. Repeat this for structural. 30 divided by your total score of 118 comes out to 25.4%. Repeat this for conceptual. 27 divided by 118 equals 22.9%, and 29 divided by 118 equals 24.6. We now have our percentages, which should add up to 100 plus or minus based on rounding. A score of 25% or over means that you have a preference for this particular communication style. The individual who completed this survey scored 27.2% in analytical. This is above 25%. This individual has a preference for this criteria. The individual in structural scored 25.4%. That's not a lot above 25%, but it still is a preference. In conceptual, however, they scored 22.9%. That doesn't mean that they don't appreciate any of the aspects of conceptual thinking or styles, but it is not a preference. And they scored 24.6% in social. Again, very close to 25%, but not close enough. This is not a preference as well. When you complete your survey and complete all of your percentages, we do have some tips for communicating with each style. For example, if you scored high in analytical, and high again means 25% or above, read through these particular tips. Chances are pretty good that you're going to agree with most of these tips in terms of how you prefer to communicate. Do the same for the structural, conceptual, and social. In this particular example, the individual did not score 25% in conceptual and not 25% in social. There may be a few bullets that are agreed with, but for the most part, the majority of these bullets are probably not going to be primary considerations for you when it comes to determining your communication style. Have fun in the laboratory. Learn a little bit about yourself and your communication style. And in the laboratory, we highly encourage you to go ahead and share your results with others as well. Thank you for attention to this demo, and we look forward to seeing you in future demos. Have a great day.
Welcome to Leadership Essentials. After watching this video, you'll be able to define the key attributes and skills of a good leader, explain the attributes of a servant leader, and describe specific leadership competencies that can give your project an advantage. A project has different leadership roles such as management and leadership. Management focuses on ways to meet project objectives. Some ways include implementing effective processes, planning, coordinating, measuring, and monitoring work. Leadership focuses on people. This position includes influencing, motivating, listening, enabling, and other activities dealing with the team. As you have seen, a project manager plays a management role because they must be a good leader. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, provides a list of key traits and activities of a successful leader. Every project manager must develop these traits to be successful. Let's look at the traits and activities of a successful leader. One trait of successful leaders is that they create and maintain a vision and motivate others. For example, a project manager must ensure a clear project goal. In addition, the project manager must create a healthy work environment filled with empowerment and skill proficiency, which motivates the team. Another key trait of successful leadership is identifying, addressing, and solving challenges. A project manager must be a problem solver. For example, if the client complains about a team member, the project manager must fully understand and assess the situation before providing a solution. Leaders uphold levels of commitment by collaborating with team members. For example, a project manager must facilitate collaboration between team members and steer everyone toward a common goal. The PMI describes some key interpersonal skills as traits of a successful leader, including emotional intelligence, decision-making, and conflict management. Let's review these traits. Emotional intelligence, or EQ, is a leadership trait that increases social awareness, improves social skills, aids in self-improvement, and increases empathy. For example, a project manager with high emotional intelligence acts after a thoughtful situation assessment. This behavior makes it easy for the project manager to establish trust and build better relationships with the team and stakeholders. Decision-making is a crucial leadership trait. A leader must clearly define their decisions and plans and include the team in decision-making. For example, a project manager determines that the skills required to complete the project are unavailable in the existing team. In this situation, the project manager asks the team for their input and may decide that training the current team is a good option as timelines are flexible and the option aligns with the vision of the larger organization. Finally, conflict management keeps communications respectful and focused. Leaders always encourage dialogue that will move the project forward and intervene when conflict turns negative. Consider this scenario. The project deliverable is due next Monday. Alex needs Julia's input to complete the task to complete the deliverable. Julia has not responded to any of Alex's messages or emails. Alex is annoyed but continues with other tasks. The project manager, Chris, notices this and objectively lists the tasks to complete and assigns them to the respective team members. Further, Chris encourages Alex and Julia to have a conversation to sort out their differences. Another leadership trait is the ability to tailor a leadership style. For example, at the start of a project, the project manager may need to be a visionary to set and communicate the project goal to the team. However, when working with a junior team member, the project manager may need to be directive. Next, let's understand servant leadership. Servant leadership allows teams to self-organize, empowering the team to make their own decisions. There are 3 leadership behaviors specific to a servant leader. 1. Obstacle removal. Servant leaders encourage open communication to help identify blockers or impediments. If the team lacks resources, address the shortage immediately. 2. Diversion shield. Servant leaders protect the project team from internal and external distractions to help the team remain productive and focused. Interface with stakeholders who have questions so the team can focus on the job. 3. Encouragement and development opportunities. Servant leaders provide tools, rewards, and encouragement to maintain team satisfaction and productivity. The project manager must never take the team for granted. A leader must possess at least some competencies. These competencies include transparency. A project manager must be transparent in their actions and thought processes. Integrity. A project manager must be ethical and honest. The project manager must always share accurate and timely information. Respect. A project manager must respect others' skills, thinking, and expertise. The team is more effective than the individual when they work together and share. Positive discourse. A project manager must create solutions that work for everyone and be inclusive. Share the decision and the rationale behind it. Support. A project manager must build team trust and proactively identify and remove impediments. Trust leads to open and honest conversation and collaboration. Courage. A project manager must show courage and conviction and be willing to take the lead when needed or follow when it makes sense. Celebrate success. A project manager must recognize and acknowledge team contributions in real time and never take credit for the contributions of others. In this video, you learned that management focuses on meeting project objectives and leadership focuses on people. Key leader traits and activities include vision and motivation, problem solving, commitment and collaboration. Interpersonal skills, including emotional intelligence, decision-making, and conflict management. Ability to tailor leadership style. Servant leadership behaviors include obstacle removal, being a diversion encouraging, and developing team member skills. Leader competencies include transparency, integrity, respect, positive discourse, support, courage, and celebrate success. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Why Leadership? In this video, we will hear leaders and experts discuss the benefits of good leadership. What are the benefits of good leadership?
I think one of the big benefits of good leadership is increased productivity. You see increased productivity when you set goals, when you set clear expectations, and when you give feedback, and you give valid feedback that's constructive and to the point, that's not overly critical and not personal. So by providing clear expectations and the goals of what needs to get done, you're really setting your team up for success. You're enabling them to be as efficient as possible, to get things done in a possibly faster timeline than what you originally anticipated, and that's going to produce better outcomes for your organization. The other good thing, or the other benefit of good leadership, is improved morale. So the clearer you are, the more concise you are, the more open you are about what your expectations are as a leader and as a leader of team members, the higher the morale is going to be. There's not going to be surprises when you have feedback that they may need to change something. And the feedback would be given in good faith. And so the more open you are, the more honest you are, and the more you set expectations about what's good, better, best, the higher the morale in your company and your organization is going to be. And then a third one is those two combined. So setting expectations, being clear about that, leading to better productivity, increased morale. You're also just going to be able to build better relationships. Trust is something that you have to earn. And so by being open, by being clear about what your expectations are, you're going to start building trust within your project team. And then your client is going to see that as well, because you'll have a happy team. Happy team is going to produce great results, and then that's going to give you a happy client.
I think that the benefits of great leadership, particularly in project management, are high-performing teams and projects that are completed successfully. So a successful project being a project that's completed on time, on budget, and with high-quality deliverables where it meets the project objectives. And I think that great leadership does this because great leaders are able to really bring people together in a way that just enhances the strengths of each of the members on the team and minimizes the weaknesses of members on the teams. Great leaders help the whole team be greater than the sum of its individual parts. And they're able to bring out the best in people and help teams communicate effectively about challenges and issues that they're facing or work that needs to be done. And that is one of the benefits of great leadership. And I think those high-performing teams, as well as a great leader's ability to really manage stakeholders well, to have a high overarching view of an entire project while also being able to really understand and see the details helps teams get projects done on time, on budget, and in a high quality way, and really meet the project objectives in a way that makes the project successful.
In my opinion, the number one benefit of effective leadership is the ability to motivate the team. As a leader, you need to understand that intrinsic motivation must come from within or inside the individual. Successful leadership allows all stakeholders and team members to believe they will achieve something of value by being part of the project. It allows the individual to feel positively challenged, believe in the work that they are doing, and strive to make a difference. It allows for self-direction, acceptance of responsibility, and personal growth. Question number 2. What distinguishes a good leader from a poor leader? In a word, focus. A good, let me say great leader, focuses on the needs and success of others over self. The great leader identifies and removes obstacles to success before they impact the project and the individual negatively. They eliminate factors that may prevent the individual from successfully accomplishing the work of the project. And finally, they provide encouragement and opportunities for each member of the team to develop their skills and ultimately thrive.
Benefits of good leadership can add value to teams' communication, productivity, and create a better and more motivating work environment.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Leading Successfully. In this video, experts and leaders will describe how effective leadership supported their success when managing projects. Provide examples of effective leadership that allowed you to succeed in projects.
Well, a key aspect of effective leadership, and arguably the most important, is to create a vision for the project that the team can embrace. To do so, you need to both understand the purpose of the project and be able to relay that purpose to the team. When the team understands the purpose and buys into the value, then they are willing to commit their time and energy in the right direction. I recall a project for a large technology company that was intended to upgrade numerous aspects of the company's wide area network. There were multiple stakeholders, and each had their own understanding of what the project would deliver. I was asked to be the program manager. I gathered the key stakeholders together, and we had a 2-hour brainstorming session where we collaboratively defined the project's purpose, how we would measure success, how the future state would compare to the current state, and finally, how we will ensure we do not drift from that vision. In the end, we were all finally on the same page. Expectations were established that were motivational and provided a roadmap to the ultimate project success.
Some examples of things about me that I think make me an effective leader. One, I'm very approachable. I work to try to make people comfortable in whatever setting we're in, whether it's on the phone, whether it's an email, or face-to-face in a meeting. Eye contact is critical. And if don't have your video on, then don't multitask. So to me, eye contact when you're in a meeting or when you're on a video call, very crucial to show that you're engaged, that you're listening, that you're paying attention, that you're processing what's being shared with you. If you don't have your video on and you're not in face-to-face, then do not multitask because you will get distracted, you will get sidetracked. So tips there on being a good leader. In addition to that, ask questions. Don't be afraid if you don't understand something or if you want to hear more about something, use the phrase, tell me more. Tell me more is also especially effective in calming a situation down. If you feel like things are starting to get hot and percolate a little bit, start asking, tell me more about this, tell me more about that, tell me what happened when X, Y, and Z happened. So ask questions, make yourself available, listen, don't multitask. I think those are all great characteristics and great things that leaders have.
Hello everyone, we welcome you to a brief demo on leadership. Effective leadership is critical to project success. We challenge you to go ahead and complete the survey below to determine your leadership strengths and weaknesses. When you're complete, select 2 areas you can commit to improving over the next 6 days. This particular leadership survey has 10 questions. We will ask you to go ahead and score each question on a 1 through 5 scale. If you believe that you always and consistently do something in the question, give it a 5. If you usually do something, it's a 4. If it's half and half, 50-50, score it a 3. If it is a 2, score it occasionally, and a 1 for rarely. Again, score each statement as honestly as possible. So let's go ahead and take a look at these 10 questions, which is a really great overview of the essentials of leadership. Question number 1 discusses vision. A solid leader creates a vision. They share where the as is and to be states are currently. And every leader knows that a good vision motivates. On this particular example, the individual scored a 4. They believe that they usually create and share a vision. Question number 2 discusses motivation. The leader needs to maintain motivation and commitment. Without motivation, production may suffer and the project may fail. This individual scored themselves a 4. Question number 3 talks about biases. And we all have biases. Bias occurs when you are not objective or show favoritism, and a good leader strives to control this bias. This individual was very honest and scored themselves a 2, which means they occasionally recognize and control their personal biases, but there is some room for improvement. Question number 4 discusses emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence allows you to be self-aware, self-manage, be more socially aware, and improve relationships. This is a leadership must. This individual gave themselves a score of 3, 50-50. Question number 5 discusses decision making, another key leadership responsibility. A leader must make decisions. However, an inclusive and collaborative approach generally yields the best results. This individual scored a 3. Question number 6 talks about tailoring leadership styles. You must tailor or adapt your leadership styles to the individual to be effective. Do not use a singular one-size-fits-all approach. Everyone is different. This individual for question number 6 gave themselves a 2. Room for improvement. Question number 7 talks about blockers or impediments. Blockers can halt production and bring the project to a standstill. Simply speaking, identify them before they identify you. This individual felt that they did quite well in this area. They scored a 4. Question number 8 talks about distractions. A good leader shields the team from distractions that can interfere with the work in progress. This individual scored themselves a 3. Question number 9 talks about encouragement. As a leader, be a cheerleader. Encourage the team by providing rewards, tools, and support. This individual felt they were very strong in this area and scored themselves a 5. The final question was regarding the management of conflict. Remember that conflict can be functional or dysfunctional. Recognize conflict and address it as soon as possible to achieve the benefits of functional conflict and avoid the perils of the dysfunctional conflict. This individual scored themselves a 4. At the end of the survey, the individual scored up all of their areas. For each 5, they gave themselves a 5. For each 4, they gave themselves a 4. Their total score was 34. Now, where do they stand as a leader? Well, in this particular case, this individual is a fair leader. It says you apply proven leadership techniques in both cases. There is room for improvement. Choose your 2 most challenging areas and develop an action plan to approve. However, even if you score 40 to 50 and you are an exceptional leader, there is always room for improvement. And if you score very low, 10 to 24, it means your leadership abilities do require improvement. However, find a positive mentor or coach to follow, participate in leadership training, set a goal, and improve your skills one step at a time. There is a term called don't try to boil the ocean. What that means is don't try to do everything at once. The recommendation to become a better leader is to look for 2 areas of improvement. In our example, the 2 lowest scoring areas were control of personal bias and tailoring of leadership. Develop a personal action plan, work with your peers, work with others, validate that plan, and do your best to improve. Even if you can only increase your score from a 2 to a 3, that is an improvement, and you're following a journey to where you can take your leadership from good to great. That concludes this overview. You will have an opportunity to complete this survey on your own. We hope that you enjoy the survey, and we hope that you have an opportunity to identify a few key areas where you may improve your leadership skills. Have a great rest of your day, and we look forward to seeing you again in future demo videos.
Welcome to Impact of a Good Leader on Team Dynamics and Productivity. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the Tuckman ladder and define how being a good project leader impacts a project team. The dynamics of a project team vary over the project lifecycle. For example, when team members meet for the first time, the trust levels may be minimal. Trust may grow as the project progresses. Conflicts may arise due to differences of opinion as the team starts working together. All these can impact overall productivity. A project manager must recognize, prepare, and manage the dynamics of a team throughout the project lifecycle, ultimately geared towards creating a high-productivity team. The Tuckman ladder, developed by Bruce Tuckman in 1965, is a model for project team development throughout the project lifecycle. The Tuckman ladder guides the project manager and prescribes leadership strategies to achieve maximum team productivity. The Tuckman ladder shares 4 stages of team development, including form, storm, norm, and perform. At each stage, the Tuckman model prescribes distinct leadership strategies. Let's look at each stage and practical leadership strategies in detail. Consider this scenario. At the start of a new project, individuals from different departments come together to work on the project. Being a new project, some individuals are excited, some are confused, and others are curious. This is the form stage of the Tuckman ladder, where the team needs general information on the project such as purpose, value to the organization themselves, and who's involved. The project manager should be a leader who directs and tells the team what they need to know. For example, the project manager must set clear goals and objectives, address questions and issues, and orient the team to the project. Remember, failure to tell leads to confusion, lack of commitment, questions, and blockers. The storm stage is when individuals start working on the project on their tasks. For example, after the project manager provides project details to the team, each individual starts working on project tasks. Different working styles can lead to conflicts and questioning each other's capabilities and working styles. There may even be some resilience to starting any work. This is an essential stage, as many teams fail beyond recovery. In the storm stage, the project manager must be a leader who can sell the project value to a team member and spell out the value the team member brings. The project manager must address reservations, provide assurances, and answer questions. Most importantly, the project manager must look for opportunities to build relationships with team members. A failure to sell will leave the team member in a state where they are not productive and unable to focus on the project's work. Next comes the norm stage, where the team has overcome the storm, they are beginning to work together, and their focus shifts from self to the project. For example, individuals gradually start resolving their differences, appreciating each other's strengths and skills, and working as a team. In the norm stage, the project manager must be a leader who participates. The project manager must encourage team members to take responsibility for the project's progress. The project manager must also promote collaboration and effective interpersonal communication. A failure to participate can lead to the team rolling back to the storm stage. Throughout this time, the team is motivated and starts working towards a common goal. For example, if a team member is on leave, another team member picks up the work and takes it to closure. This is the perform stage of the Tuckman ladder, where the team shows commitment and motivation and requires minimal support. In the perform stage, the project manager must be a leader who delegates. The project manager must delegate tasks to team members and let the team take responsibility. The project manager should focus on status updates and check-ins regularly. A failure to delegate displays a lack of trust and confidence in the team. Micromanagement and team demotivation go together. In this video, you learned that the Tuckman ladder is a team-building model. There are 4 stages of the Tuckman ladder. Form stage, where a project manager must be a leader who directs. Storm stage, where a project manager must be a leader who sells project value. Norm stage, where a project manager must be a leader who participates. Perform stage, where a project manager must be a leader who delegates. Welcome to Leadership Factors and Styles. After watching this video, you'll be able to compare manager and leader, identify the different types of leadership styles, list the factors that impact a leader's style, and describe the Hershey-Blanchard situational leadership model. Manager and leader, as terms, are used interchangeably. However, while managers and leaders share common attributes, there are several differences. Project Management Institute, or PMI, lists 11 distinctions between managers and leaders. Let's look at these. A manager uses their position to direct the work. A leader guides, influences, and collaborates using relational power. A manager maintains the current state. A leader develops a new and improved state. A manager is an administrator. A leader is an innovator. Managers focus on systems and structures. Leaders focus on relationships with people. Managers rely on control. Leaders inspire trust. A manager focuses on achieving short-term goals. A leader focuses on a long-range vision. The manager asks how and when. The leader asks what and why. Managers focus on the bottom line. Leaders focus on the horizon. Managers accept the status quo. Leaders challenge the status quo. Managers do things right. Leaders do the right things. Managers focus on operational issues and problem solving. Leaders focus on vision, alignment, motivation, and inspiration. A project manager needs to strive to be both a manager and a leader. Let's now move the focus to leadership styles and look at some distinct styles. Laissez-faire, or hands-off style, is where a leader allows the team members to work independently and make decisions on their own. Transactional is a leadership style focused on accomplishments, such as completing tasks, providing feedback, meeting goals and objectives, and determining the rewards based on accomplishments. Another leadership style is servant leadership. A servant leader focuses on serving the people and always puts their people first. Transformational leadership style focuses on empowering, inspiring, and encouraging innovation. Charismatic leadership is a style where leaders are high energy, enthusiastic, inspirational, and have a strong conviction. Interactional leadership style is a combination of transactional, transformational, and charismatic leadership styles. A project manager may have one of the above leadership styles to be dominant. However, they will need to mix or swap styles based on different situations. One approach to select the best leadership style is influenced by the 4 factors. Project manager characteristics, which include their attitude, moods, needs, values, and ethics. Team members' characteristics are their attitudes, moods, needs, values, and ethics. Organizational characteristics, which includes the purpose and structure of the organization. The nature of work also influences the leadership style. Environmental characteristics, such as the current social situation, economic state, and even internal and external political elements, can influence leadership style. Another approach to selecting a leadership style is the Hershey-Blanchard situational leadership model. The model defines 4 specific performance readiness levels for each team member or stakeholder. The model suggests that project managers adapt their leadership styles to tasks and relationships in the workplace that map to the individual's or team member's readiness level. Readiness level 4 is the highest state of readiness. The team member is highly skilled and capable of performing at a high level. They also have the confidence to do what is required and are self-directed to take the initiative without being directed. At this level, the optimal strategy is to delegate. Readiness level 3 is similar to readiness level 4 with one big exception. The team member has the necessary skills to perform at a high level. They also require minimal direction. The exception is confidence. Something's preventing this team member from taking the initiative to perform. We classify readiness level 3 as a state of moderate readiness. At this level, the optimal strategy is to participate. Readiness level 2 is a state where the team member has the confidence and motivation to perform. They are anxious to move forward. The problem is that they lack the skills to be successful. We also classify readiness level 2 as a state of moderate readiness. These team members must be leader-directed. At this level, the optimal strategy is to sell. Readiness level 1 is the lowest state of readiness. The team member lacks the skills necessary to perform. In addition, they lack the confidence needed to be self-directed. These team members must be leader-directed. At this level, the optimal strategy is to tell. The table summarizes the association between leadership styles and readiness levels. In this video, you learned that management and leadership do intersect and have shared attributes. There are 11 distinctions between a manager and a leader as defined by PMI. Some leadership styles include laissez-faire, transactional, transformational, servant leadership, charismatic, and interactional. There are 4 main characteristics to consider when choosing a leadership style, including leader characteristics, team characteristics, organizational characteristics, and environmental characteristics. The Hershey-Blanchard situational leadership model defines 4 specific performance readiness levels for each team member or stakeholder. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Leadership Competencies, Skills, and Mindset. What are some leadership challenges you encountered, and how did you overcome them?
I've encountered a lot of leadership challenges over the years, having been a leader and then obviously having been led by many leaders. I've got to see it from both sides of the coin, delivering leadership skills to other people and then being the recipient of other people's leadership abilities and skills. So I've had many challenges. I think if I were to kind of call out one of the biggest challenges that I've had to face as a leader and then overcome is the ability to be honest with bad news. Early on in my career, I hated delivering bad news, absolutely hated it, whether it be performance challenges or telling upper management that a project was going to be late. It didn't matter. I just hated delivering bad news. I don't think most people like delivering bad news. But in leadership, in project management, it's always something that you have to do. Things rarely go perfectly, and there's always some bad news that you have to deliver. So earlier on in my career, I would find ways either to avoid delivering the bad news. I would try to solve certain problems myself so that I didn't have to deliver the bad news. Or I would try to couch the bad news in vocabulary that didn't make it sound as bad as it was. So one big mistake I made a lot in my career is that I wasn't clear on what I wanted my team to do or what I wanted a specific team member to do, or I wasn't clear to upper management on how bad things were because I was trying to minimize the impact of my bad news that I was delivering. And I can say, obviously recollection isn't always perfect, but I can say with a lot of confidence that in almost every situation where I did that, I ended up regretting it. Here's an example. When I was managing teams early in my career, there was always people on the team that needed to have their performance improved. They needed to do a better job than they were doing. And we would give year-end and mid-year reviews, and I would have to tell them, you're not performing at the level you need to perform to get a good bonus or whatever. And I would not want to deliver that message because people never wanted to hear that they weren't performing well. And so I would couch it, I would focus on the things they were doing well. And then I would say, and here's a couple of things you should probably work on. But I was never really super clear on, you're not performing and these are the things that you need to get better at in order to get up to that top performer level. And then 6 months later or a year later, whenever the next review was, they didn't really. So at their next performance review, they didn't really respond to the feedback I gave them because I wasn't clear in my feedback. And their situation would be worse. And then I'd have to deliver even more bad news, but I didn't want to deliver the worst news the 6 months or a year later. And so that problem would continue to exacerbate until it came to a really big problem that my manager would have to step in and deliver the bad news. So I had to learn to be an effective leader it's better to deliver hard news and sometimes bad news very, very honestly and very clearly up front, rather than letting it, just grow bigger and bigger until a project blows up. Now, obviously, there's ways to deliver bad news or tough news in a way that doesn't demoralize the people that you're delivering it to, or that doesn't, that reduces confidence in leadership if you have to deliver bad news to leadership. But I found that being extremely clear and not soft soaping your bad messages, and then always trying to provide a mitigation. So if you have to deliver a bad message to one of your the people on your team, you can say, here's what's happening, here's what it means if you don't improve, but now let's talk about ways that we can turn this around. Or if you have a project that is behind schedule, you can say, to your team, the project is behind schedule, things aren't going well. Here's the impact if we don't turn this around, and here are some ideas that I'm going to bring to the table to help us get this back on track. So it's not just delivering bad news and kind of letting the team flounder, it's providing a path forward so that can be improved, and then the team has a very good sense of what they need to do, or the individual that you're talking to has a good sense of what they need to do in order to get the project or their career or whatever it is back on track. So I think those two components go together.
For a large number of years, I've been a remote worker. And so even when people were in the office before COVID, I was not there. People would have, project team members would have hallway conversations. They would discuss something. Maybe they would decide something. Maybe they would take a project a different way. And I'm not there to be part of that conversation. Not every conversation can be had in a meeting with a remote person as part of that meeting, or be documented as notes and sent out later. You're not going to get people who run into each other in your little kitchen area at work, getting a cup of coffee, having a conversation. They're not going to go back to their desk and ping you and say, hey, I just talked to this person and here's what we talked about and I thought you should know. So what I did to overcome that, and what I still do, is I just have frequent touch points, almost like a sprint, in order to stay informed. And so maybe it's a 15-minute connect at the end of the day, or noon, or whatever. Maybe it's a coffee chat in the morning. But I just touch base with key people that I have a really good relationship with and say, hey, what's going on? Who have you talked to lately? Anything I need to know about that you're hearing around the office or wherever they are, and around, I think of around the office as in air quotes. That has really been one of the critical things that I've done to work past being a remote leader to where I can't be there. The other issue, or the other leadership challenge that I have faced in the last few years, is having a global team. And my team, I'm in Fargo, North Dakota, and my team is in India. I cannot be feet on the ground for them. I can't be there to react in the moment, to provide decisional direction on hot items. And so, again, frequent connections, frequent conversations, and then also different chat apps, WhatsApp on my cell phone, if they need to get a hold of me, or texts or something like that, are really critical. And then surrounding myself with people that I trust. That's really a big one. And there's probably different quotes of people saying that. I think presidents have said that, US presidents, but where I can't be feet on the ground, where I can't be available for crucial in the moment conversations, I need to trust the person who is having that conversation. And I do. And my team in India is an excellent team, and they run a really tight ship. And so finding those trusted people that you can have on your team, that keep you informed, that engage you when you need to be engaged, is super critical.
I'm a firm believer in the emotional intelligence model. Unfortunately, I often encounter many stakeholders who have severe self-awareness issues. They have no idea how their actions impact the team. In addition, they have limited control over how the team affects them. I often share the top 5 self-awareness challenges and ask team members to honestly evaluate themselves. If they are lacking, I give them a challenge to address the challenge they see as the biggest one impacting them. So let me go ahead and include the top 5 areas of self-awareness challenges you may encounter. Challenge number 1. Do you accurately perceive your own emotions in the moment and understand your tendencies across situations? Do you know how you're going to react? Number 2, are you willing to tolerate the discomfort of focusing on feelings that are negative? Unfortunately, in project management, not everything is positive, and sometimes you have to have the difficult discussions. Number 3 is my favorite. Do you have a straightforward and honest understanding of why you do the things that you do? Do you know how people push your buttons, and do you know how you're going to react? Number 4, do you have a clear understanding of what you do well, what motivates and satisfies you, and, again, which people or situations can lead you into actions that perhaps you may not be happy with in retrospect? Finally, are you afraid of your emotional mistakes, or can you recognize the beauty and the blemishes of who you are?
I'm going to take this as the approach of other managers that I've worked with and my own leadership as far as things that we've had encountered. So for example, the first one is lack of communication. When you don't understand exactly how they like to communicate and they don't look to see how you would like to communicate, there's that barrier. With open communication, you also understand more of the expectations that they're looking for. When you have no expectations, it can be a very stressful environment for both sides because you're not getting the information you need from your manager, and the manager doesn't know what's going on either. So really having that open communication, setting expectations, makes a huge difference.
Welcome to Situational Leadership with your team. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize key leadership tailoring considerations, explain the Oscar coaching and mentoring model. There are different types of leadership styles, including tell, sell, participate, and delegate. Another video explains the leadership styles in detail. The project manager cannot rely on one or the other and must be able to determine the most appropriate leadership style based on the situation. For example, a project manager has to manage the completion of a project. The team has been working together for a long time and understands the project processes and deliverables. The project manager has full confidence in them. Therefore, they can use the delegate leadership style with the team. A project manager must understand how to tailor the leadership style in different scenarios. To help the project manager with tailoring or adapting the leadership styles, the Project Management Institute, or PMI, provides 4 key variables. Let's dive into the variables. One variable to consider is the team member's expertise. A project manager must determine the level of expertise each team member possesses. The project manager must also determine how well a team member's skill set matches the project's requirements. A good understanding of the skill levels and capability to perform the required tasks in a project is crucial to select the proper leadership style. For example, consider a team member with minimal skills and low confidence. In this case, a project manager needs to provide direction. Hence, the project manager will use the direct leadership style. An example of selling is encouraging the team member to apply new skills learned in a training session. Another variable to consider is the maturity of team members. While a team member may have the expertise in a certain skill, experience in working in the area of expertise can bring other advanced skills such as problem solving, adaptability, and resilience. The third variable to consider when selecting the appropriate leadership style in a given situation is governance. The level of governance drives the levels of empowerment and delegation that a project manager can give the team. For example, on a highly data-sensitive project, the project manager may need to direct all team members to work from an on-site location rather than a remote location. The project manager might even need to use the sell leadership style to help team members understand the importance of the project for the organization while highlighting the skill additions for the team members. The fourth variable to be considered when selecting the leadership style is the nature of the team setup, co-located or distributed. For example, consider a team of experienced individuals that works in from the same location. It's likely to be easy for a project manager to assess the team's maturity and delegate work as necessary. At the same time, in a newly set up distributed environment, irrespective of the levels of expertise in the team, the project may need to use direct leadership style until the team settles. With an understanding of the variables in leadership styles, a project manager can use the Oscar coaching and mentoring model. Developed by Karen Whitworth and Andrew Gilbert, the Oscar model is a 5-step process to help leaders better adapt their styles and approaches by providing an action plan for personal development. The Oscar model refers to 5 contributing factors. The outcome can be summarized as the expectations you have for the individual in the long run. What is the expected result from the conversation? The situation is, in essence, a gap analysis. Where is the individual in terms of skills, abilities, and knowledge, and where do they need to be? Choices and consequences objectively analyze the gaps and determine the best ways to improve the individual's performance and outcomes. The action is a well-planned, step-by-step approach to reach the level of success required of the individual. Finally, reviews at each step along the way are essential to provide feedback and ensure the individual stays on track. Let's review an example of using the Oscar model. Consider a scenario. A new developer has been assigned to the project team. 1. The project manager defines the outcomes. The outcome is that the new team member must integrate into the team and be self-directed by the next iteration. Next, the project manager defines the situation and performs a gap analysis. The situation with gap analysis is the new team member is deficient in 3 key skills and must attend a training class. The consequence is explained in terms of choices. In this example, the new team member must score at least an 80% on the final training course exam and be evaluated by a senior team member for competence. The action plan is developed and the new team member signs off. In the end, the team member's progress is reviewed and ready for being self-directed. In this video, you learned that the Project Management Institute, or PMI, has 4 key variables when determining the most appropriate leadership style: experience, maturity, governance, and distributed teams. Developed by Karen Whitworth and Andrew Gilbert, the Oscar model is a 5-step process to help leaders better adapt their styles and approaches by providing an action plan for personal development. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Using Your Intuition. In this video, we'll hear leaders and experts discuss the importance of using your intuition to make decisions and share their real-world experiences.
When a project goes off course, there are tiny little hints that many people might not notice, but a good project manager will pick up on it right away. Maybe it's silence on a call. Maybe it's a client's communication style that has shifted and their sentences are a little bit shorter with a small hint of negativity. It's important to not shy away from this and start checking in with your teammates and clients one-on-one. Say, hey, how are you feeling about this project? I've noticed this. This will help you get to the root of the problem faster and change course.
Intuition for me is the ability to use your background knowledge, your natural skills, as well as all the training and experience that you've gained to bring that to the table to help make decisions. So for example, if you're presented with a problem, let's say that a stakeholder has just told you that they thought they were going to have time to work on your project, but now they have to pull out because the previous project that they were working on is running over. Now, without intuition, you may not have any sense of what that's going to mean. If you're a junior project manager, that may seem like the world's going to end, right? This is no longer something I can handle. We have a major stakeholder that can't do their work, and so we need to push out the timelines and all the rest of it, right? If you have some intuitions around that, you may say, okay, this has happened before. I've experienced this problem before. Then there's a number of things I can do. I can go to the person's manager and ask for that person's time back, or see if the manager has another person on their team that can step in and fill in the gap. There's things that you can do to maybe share time, so the person works a little bit on the previous project and then works on your project. You may even evaluate, do I need this stakeholder? Is this something that I can do without for at least the time being? Or can I push the stakeholder out so they can join later and then still not impact the project timelines? So what I think intuition does there is it gives you a sense of, what does this information that I've just received, what does it mean for this project? And how do I incorporate that information now to make a good decision, or to make a decision that's right for the team, or a decision that is going to help ensure that this project continues to move forward? And intuitions can help with that because they do bring that past experience to the table, as well as kind of your natural dispositions for dealing with complicated issues in a project, and every project has those complicated issues for sure. I think part of the problem with intuition is that it can be very difficult to define, and understanding what your own intuitions, what you're good at intuitively and what you actually need data for, can also be very tricky. So for example, a project manager might think that they have some really good intuitions on how long something is going to take to accomplish. Whereas, most people need a little bit of data. So if you're developing a product and there's a certain aspect of that product that is critical for getting the project done, having some data so that you say, in the past, this has taken developers this much time to put this piece of the project together. I'm going to use that information and then add my intuition on top of that. I think you can use data and then add intuition to that data to make better decisions. If you just use data, if you say it's taken this long in the past and it's going to take this long for this project without bringing your intuitions to the table, I think you miss out on something very critical there. I think you miss out on a very important aspect of using raw data without intuition, that adding intuition to that data can definitely help you make better decisions.
Intuition can be very useful when you're in situations where there's incomplete information, ambiguity, maybe a crisis situation, or you just need to make a decision really fast in the moment. Trusting your gut, going with what you think is right in that moment in time is very acceptable in my book. But always going with your gut and not looking for data, facts, and taking the time to analyze it and really make an informed decision is not the right way to go. You really need to balance out, as a successful leader, your gut decisions together with your very well-informed decisions. Of course, you want to lean towards the side of a well-informed decision, but in those moments when you need to make a gut decision or use your intuition to make a decision when you don't have the complete facts, feel empowered to do that. The more you do, you will get more confident in the outcome and in making those decisions. But early on, I know it is tough to feel confident that you can take a chance and go with it. I think as long as you're trying your best in my book, and you're making the decision, or you're using your intuition and making a gut decision based on the best of your abilities, I'm not going to fault anybody for that. There may be some people who do, but in my book, you're trying your best and trying to keep things moving forward.
Welcome to Acquiring Resources. After watching this video, you'll be able to recognize the common challenges that project managers face when acquiring resources. Explain why effective negotiation skills are important for project managers when acquiring resources. Identify the key principles of effective negotiation. And describe how the key principles of effective negotiation can be applied to the challenges of resource acquisition. Acquiring resources needed to complete the project successfully is also a project manager's responsibility. However, acquiring resources can be a complex and challenging process. Let's explore the most common challenges that project managers face when acquiring resources. One of the biggest challenges project managers face when acquiring resources is having a limited budget to work with. A limited budget can make it difficult to obtain the resources needed to complete the project successfully. Another common challenge is the limited availability of resources, including personnel, equipment, or materials. Sometimes there may be conflicting priorities, making it difficult to obtain a resource. For example, consider a team member shared among multiple projects, making it challenging to obtain the resource. Lack of effective communication can lead to misunderstandings or confusion about resource needs and availability. The project manager can implement a few actionable resource acquisition strategies to mitigate the challenges. Let's look at the strategies. Build a strong network of colleagues and potential resource providers, such as vendors, suppliers, and subcontractors, to increase the likelihood of finding the necessary resources when they're needed. Build relationships with other department heads and project managers to identify potential conflicts and proactively address them. Ensure clear and effective communication with stakeholders and resource providers, including concise documentation on timelines, budgets, and deliverables. Conduct a cost-benefit analysis to determine which resources are critical to the project's success and prioritize their acquisition. While a project manager may implement one or more resource acquisition strategies, they may still struggle to acquire the required resources. Effective negotiation can help project managers to overcome some challenges by finding mutually beneficial solutions that satisfy both the project's needs and the resource provider's needs. According to the PMBOK, negotiation is a process of communicating, collaborating, and compromising to reach a mutually acceptable agreement. There are 6 key principles to effective negotiation, including be prepared, build relationships, listen actively, communicate clearly, creatively solve problems, manage emotions. Let's look at each principle in detail. Be prepared. Before the negotiation begins, the project manager should understand the negotiation process, identify key issues, define objectives, and aim to understand the other party's interests. The project manager must understand if there are any competing priorities or challenges the other party may face regarding resources. Build relationships. When the negotiation begins, attempt to build a relationship and trust with the other party, which can create a positive negotiation environment. You can do this by expressing your willingness to work with the other person and identifying areas of common interest. Be sure to listen actively. Active listening lets negotiators understand the other party's interests, concerns, and needs. If necessary, repeat back the other party's concerns or objections, and ask questions to clarify. Communicate clearly and assertively to avoid misunderstandings and ensure that both parties understand each other's needs and expectations. Be sure to state your resourcing needs and position clearly. Think creatively to come up with possible solutions. Be willing to explore alternative options and make concessions when necessary. Finally, managing your emotions and maintaining a professional demeanor throughout the negotiation process is important. Negotiation can be a stressful and emotional process, but following the key principles of effective negotiation can help you acquire resources even if you face many challenges. In this video, you learn that project managers face budget, availability, prioritization, and communication challenges when acquiring resources. Project managers can mitigate these challenges by networking, building relationships, clearly communicating, and doing cost-benefit analysis. Effective negotiation is a process of communicating, collaborating, and compromising with other parties to come to a mutually beneficial solution. Project managers can effectively negotiate by following 6 key principles, including preparing for the negotiation, building rapport, actively listening during negotiations, clearly and assertively communicating needs, creatively problem-solving with other parties, and managing their emotions. Welcome to Building Trust. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize Lencioni's 5 dysfunctions of a team, identify methods to build trust. Trust is a key factor that helps the project manager, team, and stakeholders ensure the project is successfully delivered on time and on budget. When a team lacks trust, part of the project manager's role is to determine reasons for the trust deficit. Lencioni's 5 dysfunctions of a team model describes 5 common dysfunctions that can occur within a team, which can impede trust and collaboration. The dysfunctions build upon one another. The first, or the bottommost layer of dysfunction, is the absence of trust. When team members are unwilling to be vulnerable and open up to each other, it creates a lack of trust within the team. The next layer is fear of conflict. Healthy debate and conflict are good for a team's growth. When team members fear voicing their opinions and ideas, it can result in poor decision-making. The third layer is a lack of commitment. Team members may lack motivation and commitment when they don't align with project goals and objectives. The fourth layer is avoidance of accountability. Team members may not feel accountable or responsible for the project outcomes. This can result from a lack of commitment or motivation. The final layer is inattention to results. When team members prioritize their individual goals over the project goals, it can lead to a lack of focus on achieving the desired outcomes. Lencioni's dysfunction model shows that the absence of trust makes up the bottom layer. Lencioni defines trust as the confidence among team members that their peers' intentions are good and that there is no reason to be protective and careful around the group. He describes trust as the willingness of team members to be vulnerable with each other and to admit their weaknesses and mistakes without fear of judgment or reprisal. In other words, team members trust each other when they feel safe enough to be open and honest about their thoughts, feelings, and intentions. According to Lencioni, trust is critical because it sets the tone for the rest of the team's interactions. Without trust, team members are more likely to avoid conflict, withhold their opinions, and prioritize their individual goals over the project outcomes. Trust is essential for building strong relationships and effective collaboration, and it requires a commitment from all team members to be open and honest with each other. How do you, as a project manager, help a team build trust? Building trust is not an easy exercise. Building trust often requires teams to spend ample time together. It also requires team members to have a deep understanding of others' unique skills, abilities, and personalities. It requires team members to fulfill their commitments and complete tasks as promised consistently. Finally, trust is earned through a track record of honesty, transparency, and accountability. There are also a few team exercises you can leverage to help build trust more quickly. For example, imagine a small digital marketing agency that has just been acquired by a more prominent, more traditional marketing firm. The project manager believes there's a lack of trust in the team due to different personalities, communication styles, focus areas, and approaches. One way the project manager can help the team gain a deeper understanding of other team members to build trust is to do an exercise where team members share information about themselves. The exercises don't need to be incredibly personal in nature, but should provide some interesting or unique information about each member. Some examples include 2 truths and a lie. In this game, each team member shares 3 statements about themselves, 2 of which are true and 1 that's false. The other team members must guess which statement is the lie. Human bingo. Create a bingo card with different personal characteristics such as plays an instrument, has traveled to a foreign country, or speaks more than 1 language. Team members must talk to each other and find someone who fits each characteristic until they have a full bingo card. Life mapping. Have each team member create a short visual timeline of the most important, impactful events of their life and share key points with the team. You can ask team members to keep the timeline professional in nature and focus on things like educational milestones, career milestones, and inflection points where they learned a new skill or had a life-changing conversation with a mentor. Now, imagine the new marketing team is working on a complex project with tight deadlines and multiple dependencies. The team members do not communicate regularly with each other or with the project manager, and they avoid sharing their progress, challenges, or ideas. They also do not give or receive constructive feedback on their work. When the team does communicate, conversations quickly turn into heated debates. To build trust in this scenario, a project manager may have the team take a personality assessment and share their results with key members of their team. Understanding different personality types and preferences can help team members understand their own strengths and weaknesses and communicate more effectively with others who have different preferences. A few of the most popular assessments include Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, MBTI. This assessment measures personality preferences based on 4 dichotomies: extroversion, introversion, sensing, intuition, thinking, feeling, and judging, perceiving. DISC. This assessment measures behavioral styles based on 4 dimensions: dominance, influence, steadiness, and conscientiousness. Strengths Finder. This assessment measures individual strengths across 34 talent themes. Insights and Emergenetics breaks out an individual's thinking attributes into 4 styles to determine work preferences, communication styles, and more. By applying some of these strategies, the project manager of the newly created marketing team can begin to build trust in the team. Over time, as the team members fulfill their commitments and continue to be more transparent, trust will continue to grow. In this video, you learned that Lencioni's 5 dysfunctions of a team include absence of trust, fear of conflict, lack of commitment, avoidance of accountability, and inattention to results. Trust is the confidence among team members that their peers' intentions are good and that there's no reason to be protective and careful around the group. Building trust is not easy, and it requires time, credibility, and an understanding of team members' unique attributes. Project managers can leverage exercises such as unique attributes exercises and personality assessments to build trust more quickly. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, inspiring trust within teams. In this video, we will hear leaders and experts describe the methods they use to inspire trust and develop rapport with and between team members and stakeholders. What methods do you use to inspire trust and develop rapport with and between team members and stakeholders?
Generally speaking, developing trust and rapport, I think, happens with honesty, by allowing yourself to be vulnerable. Not coming in as, I know everything, I'm going to lead this project, it's going to be great, but really building up a team of co-ownership, co-responsibility, capitalizing on people's strengths and diminishing the effects of people's weaknesses. Openness and being willing to hear feedback about yourself, I think, also really establish trust. Managing your emotions is huge. If you're one to fly off the handle at the drop of a hat, it's going to be difficult for people to want to work with you or want to get into a trusting relationship if they're not sure if you're going to react in an uncomfortable way. So managing your emotions is also critical, I think, to establishing trust. Following through with what you've committed to is equally, if not more important, and not overpromising and under-delivering. Occasionally that can happen, but if overpromising and under-delivering becomes a consistent event for you, then all trust is going to be difficult to achieve. One of my favorite authors is Louise Penny, and she created a fictional Inspector Gamache, and he has 4 sentences that he says leads to wisdom, but I think they also lead to trust. And so he said his guidance to his fictional police team is you have to learn these 4 sentences and you have to mean them when you say them. And the 4 sentences are, I need help, I don't know, I'm sorry, I was wrong. And I totally agree with those 4. So think about those and how you can incorporate them into your project life and into your personal life. And good luck with building trust.
Building trust on a team is sometimes a challenge for project managers, but some of the ways that I have dealt with this in the past is by using personality assessments to understand the different personalities on the team and then having the team share some of those findings from those assessments with their other team members. I'm also a really big fan of just taking some time during meetings or at the beginning of a call to have a little bit of a conversation with members on the team and allowing them to share things that are personal hobbies or stories about their life or things that are going on in their life, things that they're looking forward to. I'm a big believer that building trust is really about building those relationships between your team members and finding areas where your team really can connect outside of the work that they're doing. So assuming that everyone on the team has a shared mission to complete the project or for the work that they're doing for the organization or the company that you're working for, trust needs to be built outside of that shared mission as well. And one way to do that is to really find out about people outside of work and then connect people who have similar interests or similar hobbies. Maybe they're in similar stages in their life and they can connect on a deeper level than just what they're doing in their day-to-day jobs. I'm also a fan of some team building exercises. Sometimes they get a bad rap. There are people who don't like to participate in them, but I do believe that doing some short team building exercises that can bring people together in a fun way is a great way to build trust. I also think that as a project manager and as a leader, trust comes from the top. And if your team can trust you and you've shown yourself to be credible and trustworthy, and that when you say you're going to do something, you do that thing and you get it done when you say you're going to get it done, that also helps them become more trustworthy of one another because you're setting the tone for what trust and rapport looks like on the team.
There is a gentleman named Patrick Lencioni who wrote a book entitled The 5 Dysfunctions of a Team, and I believe his quote says it best. According to Patrick Lencioni, and I quote, "Trust is about vulnerability. Team members who trust one another learn to be comfortable being open, even exposed to one another around their failures, weaknesses, and even fears." Unquote. With that, what are 4 things that a project manager can do to create a trusting team environment? Number 1, communicate effectively. work hard to gain stakeholder acceptance, support, and enthusiasm for both the project approach and outcomes. Number 2, follow Lencioni's guidance. Take the time to get to know your team. Be vulnerable yourself and share. Create an environment where the team members know they can be open, let down their guards, and feel safe. Number 3, empower the team. Encourage each member to own and develop their own working environment, agreements, and decisions. And finally, number 4, develop an approach that aligns with the organizational culture.
First, I like to build strong relationships, effective communication, and then, of course, lead by example by being a servant leader and with a collaborative approach. Most importantly, don't forget to celebrate success.
At the start of a project, I typically express my excitement for the project and maybe a personal connection I have to it. People want to know that you genuinely care about it being successful. I also make a point to check in with people. Usually at the start of a meeting, I'll say, hey, is there anything making you nervous right now? How are we feeling? It's important to take the pulse. Showing empathy is critical too. Maybe you have a client that missed a meeting because his product launch wasn't going well. You can say, hey, maybe we'll skip this week's meeting and I'll just chat you if anything urgent comes up. Good luck out there. It shows you care. And lastly, finding solutions to your teammates' problems is a great way to develop rapport. You could say something like, hey, this task seems like it's really frustrating. What can we do to make this a better experience for you? And then start brainstorming solutions together. This is probably the best way I've experienced to inspire trust.
Welcome to Emotional Intelligence. After watching this video, you'll be able to define the 5 components of the emotional intelligence, or EQ, theory, summarize how project managers can use EQ, and identify methods to improve EQ. Project managers often need to use their emotional skills to inspire team confidence and commitment. Since project managers interact and influence many individuals in an organization, they can have a large impact. Imagine 2 people interacting and then imagine the interaction cascading into project teams, groups, and the whole organization. That is the power of influence. Emotional intelligence, or EQ, determines how well a project manager can form and maintain relationships, as their decisions can impact many relationships in a complex network. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, defines emotional intelligence as the ability to identify, assess, and manage the emotions of oneself and other people, as well as the collective emotions of groups of people. The emotional intelligence model, which is used globally, includes 5 components. Self-awareness, which is the act of knowing your own emotions and how they affect your thoughts and behavior. Self-regulation, which involves managing your emotions and impulses so that you can respond appropriately to situations. Motivation, which is the ability to motivate yourself and others to achieve goals. Empathy, which is the understanding of other people's emotions and being able to respond appropriately. And social skills include the ability to communicate effectively with others, resolve conflicts, and build relationships. Let's understand how a project manager can make use of the components of EQ. Having knowledge about emotional intelligence can help a project manager in many ways, such as managing stakeholders, fostering trust, making decisions, leading teams. Let's look at an example of EQ at work. Rose is a project manager managing a project to replace citywide streetlights. As the project progresses, there's a disagreement between the city officials and the lighting vendors regarding the delay in project timelines. The lighting vendors have had an unforeseen issue causing a delay in material supply. Rose listens to the perspectives of both parties and understands their challenges. Without being judgmental or biased, Rose focuses on the problem at hand. This helps her foster trust with both parties. Further, Rose is able to manage both parties to help them agree to a new acceptable timeline. A strong EQ is an asset for any project manager. Every project manager should test their current EQ level and work toward improvement if required. There are many emotional intelligence assessments that you can take to test EQ levels. These include tests such as the Emotional and Social Competency Inventory, the 6 Seconds Emotional Intelligence Assessment, and Team Emotional Intelligence. Some techniques to improve EQ include self-reflection, engaging with your own emotions, and getting feedback from leaders and peers to better understand how you're perceived. In this video, you learned that emotional intelligence, or EQ, is the ability to identify, assess, and manage the emotions of oneself and other people, as well as the collective emotions of groups of people. The EQ model includes the 5 components of self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. EQ helps project managers foster trust, make more rational decisions, manage stakeholders, become better leaders, and improve project outcomes. Project managers assess their EQ with a number of assessments and use techniques such as self-reflection and gathering feedback to improve their EQ. Welcome to Adaptability and Resilience. After watching this video, you'll be able to define adaptability and resilience, discuss examples of adaptability and resilience, implement adaptability and resilience traits to effective communications and leadership. Netflix started as a DVD rental by mail service. Customers could order DVDs online and receive them in the mail. 10 years later, Netflix, powered by new streaming technologies, launched its online streaming service, allowing customers to watch movies and TV shows directly on their computers. Since then, video streaming has become one of the primary ways that people consume media. But even with the challenge of increased competition, Netflix has continued to evolve and is considered a leading streaming platform. This example illustrates the leadership characteristics of adaptability and resilience. Netflix has adapted over the years to stay relevant, and they have shown resilience by continually moving forward despite challenges, such as a heavily competitive market. Adaptability and resilience are 2 essential qualities necessary for effective leadership. Adaptability refers to the ability to adjust to changing circumstances and situations. Let's look at some of the benefits of being adaptable. Adaptable leaders can quickly assess new situations, make necessary changes to their plans, and effectively navigate unexpected challenges. For example, during COVID-19, organizations had to adapt quickly to the idea of a remote workforce and make the required adjustments to technology and behaviors. Those who struggled perished. Resilience, however, refers to recovering quickly from setbacks and failures. Resilient leaders can maintain their focus and motivation even when things don't go as planned. A resilient leader might face a significant setback, such as losing a key employee or a failed product launch. Rather than giving up, they can use the experience as a learning opportunity and develop a new plan. They maintain their focus and motivation and can inspire their team to do the same. Adaptability and resilience are good traits for a project manager to have. Some common ways that project managers need to apply adaptability and resilience are the following: adjusting communication style, being open to feedback, embracing change, staying focused. Let's look at some examples to understand adaptability and resilience better. When many companies shifted to remote work during COVID-19, there was a huge impact on communication between team members and stakeholders. Short hallway conversations and midday coffee brainstorms were no longer possible, and asynchronous communication methods like team chats became even more popular. In this scenario, project managers had to quickly study and adapt to their team members' communication styles and preferences. Amidst all this, the project managers had to ensure everyone followed the organization's work policies. The project managers tried to adapt their communication approaches to different communication preferences, which helped keep teams engaged and motivated to work towards project goals. In the end, success came to project managers who could adapt to change. Here's another example. Imagine a project manager leading a construction project to build a new office block. The project manager receives news of supply shortages for a special type of wood and steel specified in the development plans. Changing the material will require changing the building permits. In this scenario, the project manager should not make a rash decision. Instead, the project manager can contact team members, stakeholders, and other project leaders for feedback and ideas. For example, construction contractors can provide feedback on alternative materials. Local officials and regulators can provide feedback on how to expedite the permit process and suggest alternative solutions to meet any regulatory requirements. Resilience is key. As a good leader, a project manager should constantly look for solutions and never give up. In this video, you learned that adaptability and resilience are 2 important qualities that are necessary for effective leadership. Adaptability refers to the ability to adjust to changing circumstances and situations. Resilience refers to the ability to recover quickly from setbacks and failures. Project managers can apply adaptability and resilience by adjusting their communication styles, being open to feedback, embracing change, and staying focused. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Overcoming Resource Challenges. In this video, we will hear experts and leaders discuss overcoming resource challenges. How did you overcome resource planning challenges you have encountered?
Resource planning challenges can be very real and very critical. And when you get to a larger size company or you start having multiple projects running in parallel of competing priority, resource management and capacity planning becomes more difficult. So one, you need to have clear understanding as a resource planner of what the tasks are, how long they're going to take in general, and when your projects are going to wrap up, so that you can start the synchronized conducting of resourcing. Second is, once you've come up with good resourcing plans, you see the ebb and flow of the projects, you begin to identify peaks and valleys. For us, July and September tend to be slower months. And so how can I take advantage as a resource planner of slower months when December and through April is a just insane race to get work done? So I look for trends as far as our projects. I look for resource alignment. Are there project teams that work really well together on specific projects? Are there others where it just doesn't work out? We have to rematch. I look for that. And then I also bring in other people. So within our organization at SkillUp, each team is responsible for their own resources, but managing and prioritizing projects across the entire company is my responsibility. And so I have to understand everybody's schedules almost, and commitments and project commitments, so that I can advise swaps. We need more instructional designers here, or I've got a high priority there. How can I send people over to the right spots at the right time and not completely derail other projects that need to continue? So to do that, I meet with all my leads, all my managers, and then all of our supporting teams as well, and understand workloads, capacity challenges, and then I can make those decisions better informed in the moment. I don't get them all right, but I try to be as informed as I can.
I would say the greatest resource challenge I encounter is a failure to plan and manage resource risks. A project requires a defined number of personnel, equipment, supplies, materials, and potentially other miscellaneous resources such as licenses or permits. Unfortunately, many project managers assume that resources will be available when needed, and find this assumption was erroneous as the project progresses. Planning is the key. So the logical follow-up question is, how do you overcome them? Well, let's share a step-by-step approach and see if we can answer this question. Step number 1, break out the project into phases and chronological activities that must be accomplished. The best tool to accomplish this is referred to as a work breakdown structure, or WBS. Step number 2, assign core team members who are knowledgeable on each activity in that work breakdown structure. It is their job to define all resource requirements for that particular activity. Step number 3, document all activities and resource requirements on a tool called the resource breakdown structure. This tool defines each resource required by activity and defines when the resource will be required. And finally, determine who manages and distributes the resources you need. Share your time-phased resource breakdown structure with these individuals. Identify any risks up front and begin working those responses ahead of time.
I was working on a project a few years ago with a company that I was with, and I was leading a team to redo the website of a major tech company. And my team was responsible for creating content for about 30 pages of the website. And we only had one content writer at the time. And as we were looking at the project schedule and trying to figure out how we were going to get everything done, we realized there was no way that we would be able to complete the project with just one resource. So I was facing some resourcing challenges. There was not anyone else that was available on different teams or other teams to support my content writer. and we really just needed some folks to write content for the website. So I actually had to go to the manager that was above me to let her know, first of all, that we were going to have resourcing issues, and that we had resourcing issues, and that the timeline was going to be impacted if we didn't get any more resources. And in working with her, we discussed that there was potentially a budget to bring on some more resources, but it also wasn't her decision. So her and I had to come up with a plan. How many resources did we actually think that we were going to need? How long did we think that we were going to need those resources for? What skills did those resources need to have? And then what was the available budget that we had to spend on those resources? And then we actually took that to our VP, that plan to our VP, and requested that we get some contracting resources just for the duration of the project. So her and I had to put together this plan, and then we pitched it to the VP of our department, who approved the use of contractors and approved our plan. But then I was stuck because I needed the resources. I had the money for the resources now, and I was approved to get the resources, but I still didn't have those resources. So I actually had to, and I needed them very quickly. So I actually had to tap some people in my network to ask them, if they wanted to do this work, if they were available to work, and if they wanted to do this work. And if they didn't, if they knew anyone who would be available to do that work and had the skill set that we needed. And so within a few days of getting the budget and the plan approved, I was doing interviews and talking to some people that we could use as contracting resources. And we were really able to find just 2 or 3 people who could work for a short amount of time. They were willing to do the role. They had the skills that we needed, and we were able to get those people within our budget.
Welcome to Introduction to Agile Development in Scrum. I'm John Refrano, and I'll be your instructor throughout this course that not only teaches you what Agile is, but introduces you to the tools and techniques that I have used over the years to become Agile. According to Project Management Institute, more than 70% of organizations have incorporated some Agile approaches, and 77% of companies adopt Scrum. Additionally, more than 25% of manufacturing firms use Agile exclusively. And based on research from PricewaterhouseCoopers, Agile projects are 28% more successful than traditional projects. Unfortunately, 47% of all Agile transformations fail, according to Forbes. 47%. That's almost half. Why do you think that is? One study by Version 1 shows the number one reason Agile projects fail is inexperience with implementing and integrating the Agile methodology. You see, Agile is not just a process that you follow. It's a mindset that you become. It's a philosophy that requires you to think differently about managing teams and projects. Executive leadership needs to change their long-term focus and instead focus on delivering value quickly and iteratively to delight their customers. In order to succeed at becoming Agile, you must change the company culture. Another reason Agile projects fail is that Agile is not something you could simply learn from a book. I like to use the analogy of learning how to drive a car. Those of you who drive know they don't give you the keys to the car in the owner's manual and say, here, go learn how to drive. No. Someone who's driven before usually goes out with you sitting in the passenger seat, telling you what to watch out for, how hard to press on the gas or the brake pedal. You have to practice with an instructor to acquire the skills to drive. Agile is a lot like that. For this course, I will be instructing you on not only what to do, but what to look out for. We'll discuss both patterns and anti-patterns, because recognizing when something is wrong is just as important as knowing how to do something right. You'll learn the importance of being organized into small, co-located, cross-functional teams, and how to empower your teams to be self-managing so they could make decisions faster. I'll teach you how to perform Agile planning with practical examples taken from software development, that you can apply to your own situation regardless of what you're developing. You'll see how concepts from lean manufacturing have found their way into Agile and Scrum, and how at the end of every iteration, you should ask yourself, do we pivot or persevere? In other words, should we change course, try something new, or keep going the way you are? This course will equip you with what you need to be successful in implementing Agile in your organization. So absorb the videos, reinforce your learning with the quizzes, and use the discussion forums to talk with your peers and classmates. Like anything else, the more you practice, the better you get. So make sure you challenge yourself to complete the hands-on final module at the end and start building your Agile planning skills. Congratulations on embarking on this exciting journey, and good luck. After watching this video, you'll be able to define the Agile philosophy, describe the characteristics of Agile, and explain the philosophy of the Agile Manifesto. So, what is Agile? Agile is an iterative approach to project management that allows teams to be responsive and deliver value to their customers quickly. Notice I said iterative. Unlike other planning approaches where we plan out an entire year's worth of work, with Agile, we plan out small increments and then get feedback from the customer to see if they like what we're doing, and then we adjust as we go along. So, what are some defining characteristics? Well, Agile emphasizes this adaptive planning. As I said, we don't plan out an entire year. We just plan out a small iteration to see if we can deliver something of value to the customer and get feedback and see what they like. That allows us to do evolutionary development. So our development is evolving over time. Instead of building the whole thing up at once, we're building it in small increments. And then we evolve as we go and respond as we go. This gives us the opportunity to do early delivery. Very key. If you're developing iterations and you're not delivering to your customer, you're not being agile. Early delivery is a key component of being agile, putting something in the customer's hands, getting feedback from them to understand, do they like it? Should we pivot? Should we persevere? This is really a critical defining characteristic of being agile over just doing iterative development. That leads us to continuous improvement. So now we can continuously improve as a team. We continuously improve the product that we're delivering, right? Because we have the opportunity to get feedback from our customer because we delivered it. And that allows us to be responsive to change. So as changes happen, and changes always do, customers always have changing requirements, we can respond to those changes because we haven't planned too far in advance. The customer sees the progress we've made, and then we can replan very quickly and be responsive to what a customer needs. This brings us to the Agile Manifesto. The Agile Manifesto says we have come to value individuals and interactions over process and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and responding to change over following a plan. And this is the important part. That is, while there's value in the items on the right, we value the items on the left more. It doesn't mean that we don't have process and tools. It just means that we value interacting amongst ourselves and with our customers more than the process and tools. It doesn't mean we don't document. Documentation is important so that people understand how to use your product. But we can't ship documentation, so let's not lose the focus. Working software is what we're here to deliver. It doesn't mean that we don't negotiate contracts. We still have contracts, but we want to collaborate with the customer. As things change, we want to be responsive, which means not that we don't have plans, but we value responding to change over simply following the plan. Agile software development, then, is an iterative approach to software development that conforms to the Agile Manifesto. We want to make sure that we're keeping those 4 things in the manifesto, on our minds a whole time. We also want to make sure that we emphasize flexibility, interacting with our peers, interacting with our customer, and having a high level of transparency so that everybody knows what everyone else is working on. Everybody feels responsible for delivering value to the customers. This is critically important. And then finally, we use small, co-located, cross-functional, self-organizing, self-managing teams. We're going to talk a lot about this during this course. The key takeaway here is to build what is needed, not what was planned. If you build what was planned and the customer doesn't like it, why did you bother building it? It's really, really important to make sure that as needs change, and they will, you want to build what's needed from the customer. Regardless of what was planned, we can always replan and be responsive to change. In this video, you learn that Agile is an iterative, collaborative approach to software development using small, cross-functional teams. The Agile approach emphasizes flexibility, interactivity, and transparency. The Agile Manifesto describes the core values of Agile: individuals and interaction over process and tools, working software over comprehensive documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, and responding to change over following a plan. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the waterfall approach to software development, explain the problems with the waterfall approach, describe extreme programming approach, list the values of XP approach, and define Kanban and list its core principles. So let's take a look at traditional waterfall development. It all starts out with a requirements phase. People are gathering requirements, seeing what the customer wants, making sure that we're going to deliver something that the customer wants, at least for that point in time. And so this is a phase where all you're doing is documenting all the requirements that the customer might want in the system. Then you move on to the design phase. Notice I'm using the term phases here. This is very important because there was exit criteria and entrance criteria to move from one phase to the other. So once we've gathered all the requirements, we move on to the design, hoping that we have all of the requirements that we actually need. So then in the design phase, the architects are designing. They're figuring out how do we take those requirements, turn them into working software, and so they design the entire system. And then once that phase is done, we move on to the coding phase. So this is where the developers are hackety-hack coding away. Now, you'll notice this is called waterfall, and those arrows are flowing down because it's really hard to swim up a waterfall. So this is an appropriate name because when you're in the coding phase and you find out this is a bad design, it doesn't work, it's real hard to go back up and redesign things. In fact, because we treat software development like civil engineering projects, sometimes some of those designers have moved on to the next project, and you've got to go find them. So very, very difficult to go back and swim up the waterfall. Then after coding, we finally get to integrate. So all along, we're coding in isolation. We're not integrating my module with the next person's module. There's a time when all those modules come together. The first time we realize, do all these pieces of code even work together? And then we move on to the testing phase because now we've got a system that people can test. And as they find bugs, you got to go back, swim up the waterfall, and open some bugs in the coding phase and do some recoding. And then if one of those bugs that they tested turns out to be you really need to change the design because these things aren't interacting well, way up the waterfall, very expensive to go back up to the design phase. And then finally, after all the testing is done, we deploy the software. So what's wrong with this approach? Well, there's no provision for change. Every phase has entrance and exit criteria, and when one ends, the next one begins, and there's just no provision for going back and changing the design or changing the requirements or anything like that. So the other problem is you don't know if it works to the end, right? There's no intermediate delivery. Nothing is delivered until that last step when we give it to the operations team and say, go deliver this thing into production. The other is that each step ends when the next one begins. That's where it got this waterfall name, where things are just passed down. And of course, every one of these is an opportunity to lose information, and to have a mishap happen or to have people get blocked because they can't accept, the work from the previous phase, and now you're waiting to get that next phase going. The other is that mistakes that are found later on are very, very costly to find something that's designed wrong in testing and go back and redesign it. And then finally, there's usually long lead times, right, between getting that software delivered. From the time you first want the software and you design the software and code it and test it, and by the time you finally deliver it, long lead times. So The problem here is teams are working separately. They're unaware of their impact to each other, right? The designers are unaware of the impact of the code. The coders are unaware of their impact to integrating all the code together. So everybody's working in their little silos for their little phase. And then this should be a scary thought. The people who are furthest away from the code, the poor operations team, have to run this and manage this in production, right? They know the least about the code, and they're the ones who are expected to run it. Not very efficient. Let's talk about another methodology, extreme programming. This was introduced back in 96. Kent Beck introduced this. And if you look at the graphic on the right, you'll see that it is very iterative and talking about loops. You've got these major release plan on the outer loop, and then you've got an iteration plan. And so the release may be months, the iterations may be weeks, acceptance tests may be days, stand-up meetings once a day, right? Pair negotiation in hours, unit testing in minutes, pair programming in seconds. It's these tighter and tighter loops of doing work and then getting fast feedback. It's based on an iterative approach to software development. And in fact, this is where Agile got it from. And the intent here is to improve software quality, right? Be responsive to change, be responsive to customer requirements, do things in small increments. And so many people recognize extreme programming as one of the first Agile methods. So let's talk about extreme programming values. First is simplicity, right? Do what you need and no more. Don't over-engineer, don't overcode, don't deliver more code than the customer asks for. Keep it simple, very important. The next one is communication. Everyone on the team should be communicating, knowing what everyone else is doing. It fosters a lot of communication and people interacting, very important as well. And then feedback. You have no idea how you're doing unless you're getting feedback. So having those feedback loops are critical to extreme programming and critical to Agile in general. And then respect. Everyone feels that they are respected on the team, that they can offer advice, that they can make suggestions, and that their suggestions are just as valuable as anybody else's suggestion on the team. There's no hierarchy. Everybody is peers on the team and respected for their ideas. And then finally, courage, right? We don't pad our estimates. We're just very honest about, we think we could do this and we don't think we can do that. And we're not going to lie to you that we can get this done in this amount of time. We're very open and honest in extreme programming on, these are the estimates, this is what we'll commit to. Next, there's Kanban. This comes from the Japanese manufacturing systems. And Kanban literally means billboard sign. And it's all about continuous flow on the manufacturing floor, where these cards or notes would flow with the product from station to station going down the line. So the core principle of Kanban are visualize the workflow. If you can't see the work, you can't manage the work. And this is something we take into Agile too. You're going to find out we're going to use Kanban boards in Agile, and it's all about visualizing the work. Very, very important that you could understand the work that needs to be done and everything is accounted for. Kanban also stresses limit the work in progress. You don't want, and you're on a manufacturing floor, you don't want work to back up at one of the stations. But even when you're developing software, you don't want to have people working on too many things at once because, you can only ship 100% of one thing that's working. You can't ship 50% of two things. And so if you got one person working on two things, it's not good. And that comes from Kanban, to limit the work in progress. Then there's managing and enhancing the flow. In Kanban, they're always looking to improve. They're always looking to change and understand how can we get a better flow, a quicker flow on the manufacturing floor. And then making policies explicit so that everyone understands how things work and everyone understands the definition of done. What does it mean to have something be done? We take that also from Kanban in our Agile planning to understand what the definition of done is. And then continuously improving. Very, very important to get feedback and continuously improve on what you're doing. So Kanban is all about making the flows work better, understanding them, seeing them, being able to measure them, and then continuously improving on how we can flow faster. In this video, you learn that the traditional waterfall approach to software development is a structured, step-by-step process that can lead to problems not surface until later in development. That extreme programming was developed to improve software quality and responsiveness to changing requirements. XP values include simplicity, communication, feedback, respect, and courage. Kanban is a system characterized by visualizing workflow, limiting work in progress, managing and enhancing the flow, making process policies explicit, and continuously improving a process. After watching this video, you'll be able to list the 5 practices of working Agile, explain working in small batches, define a minimum viable product, understand behavior-driven development, understand test-driven development, explain how pair programming works. So let's take a look at what it really means to work in an Agile fashion. First, you want to work in small batches. We get this from lean manufacturing. You don't want to make a big batch of something and then find out that you did it wrong, because that's a lot of waste and having to go back and change it. Next, you want to use minimum viable products to figure out what does the customer like, what doesn't the customer like. And then you want to use practices like behavior-driven development and test-driven development to improve your testing of the system from the outside in and from the inside out. And then finally, you want to take advantage of pair programming. This came from extreme programming, but pair programming is critically important. And so we're going to look at each one of these in turn. Working in small batches. Let's say I need to mail out 1,000 brochures. And the steps are you need to fold the brochures and then insert the brochures into envelopes and then seal the envelopes and then finally stamp the envelopes with postage. So let's say that we're going to do these 1,000 in batches of 50, right? Big batches, 50 apiece. And assume that each step takes about 6 seconds to complete, so I can do about 10 steps per minute. And so we do the first step, folding, right? And at 10 per minute, it takes me about 5 minutes to fold 50 of them. Then I move on to the next step. The next step is inserting them all. And again, I could do about 10 of them per minute, and so it takes me 5 more minutes, plus the 5 minutes from before. Now I'm 10 minutes into it. I've got them all folded and inserted. Then I move on to step through sealing them all, right? So now again, about 10 per minute, I could do another 50 and another 5 minutes. So I'm up to 15 minutes, right? Wall clock time. And then finally I get to step 4, and it took me 16 minutes to get my first finished product, right? The first one where I had things that I could actually inspect it and see what the quality was. So what if the envelopes had no glue, right? It would be 11 minutes before I figure out that something went wrong. What if there's a typo on the brochure? I have to go all the way back to the beginning, right? So this is just very, very wasteful working in these large batches like this. Now let's look at the same example with single piece flow. And again, assume each step takes about 6 seconds to complete. With single piece flow, I fold, right, and put them in the envelope and seal them and put a stamp on them. And the first finished product is in about 24 seconds. Now I can inspect it, see if it works, see if it's what I thought it was, and then let the rest of the flow rip. Now, what if the envelopes had no glue? Well, I would find out after maybe 18 seconds, right? And if there was a typo on the brochure, after 24 seconds. So it's very, very important that we don't work in too large a batches so that we can get fast feedback and that we can pivot and understand, do we need to do something different, and then make the changes that we need to make. So let's talk about minimum viable product. First, let's understand what it is not, because there's a misconception that a minimum viable product is like phase 1 of the project or, the first beta or something like that. And it's not. This is not what a minimum viable product is. A minimum viable product is the minimal thing that you can do to prove a hypothesis and gain learning and gain understanding. The difference between these two is that the first one is all about delivery, right? What am I going to deliver? But the second one is all about learning. What can I learn? What can I learn from putting out this MVP and get feedback and then maybe make the next one even better? So it's important that at the end of each MVP, you decide whether to pivot or persevere. Let's look at an example. Here's a team that's developing a minimum viable product for a customer that wants a car. And so in the first iteration, they deliver a wheel. The customer's like, what am I going to do with a wheel? I can't do anything with this. It's like, well, we're working in iterations. We're trying to be agile here, right? And so the next iteration, we'll give you some more. And they give them a chassis. And it's like, okay, I really can't do anything with this. And then finally, they give them a car with no steering wheel. And then eventually they get the car, right? And so they get this coupe. That team did not understand how to create a minimum viable product. They were just doing iterative development. The second team understands the value of creating an MVP. At first, they give them a skateboard. And the customer's like, I asked you for a car, and you're giving me a skateboard. We're like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're testing the color. How do you like that color red? Is that the color you want? Oh, yeah, red's kind of cool. But, it's really hard to steer. No, we'll fix that in the next MVP. And then they add a way to steer it. And the customer's like, well, okay, you did give me a way to steer it, but I can't go very fast. I need a better form of locomotion. And then we'll deal with that in the next MVP. In the next iteration, they give them pedals. Somewhere along the way, while the customer's riding on that motorcycle, feeling the wind in their hair, they decide, I want a convertible. In the first instance, the customer got exactly what they asked for months before because they were just following a plan. But in the second instance, the customer got exactly what they desired because they were working interactively with the development team, and in the end, you develop something that's a little bit different, but it's closer to what the customer really, really wants. Behavior-driven development is when we describe the system from the outside in. This is usually done at an integration testing level, right? So this is where we're taking the customer's view of the system. Usually when you're doing BDD testing, you're doing it against the user interface, right? You're doing it against the thing that the customer sees to see if the system behaves the way it's supposed to. So if it's an e-commerce system, when I put something in my cart, does it behave the way I want? When I transfer a cart to an order, does it behave the way I want? It's really taking an outside-in approach. It's not too concerned with the things going on underneath. The cool thing is it uses a single syntax that both the developers and the stakeholders can use to describe the system and agree on the behavior of the system, on what the system does. So let's take a look at that syntax. It starts with these BDD feature scenarios where I say, as a sum role, so I want to know who is this for, I need some function, right? So what is it, the functionality that we actually need so that I get some business value. So now you know who is it for. Is it for the customers? Is it for the system administrator, right? Who's getting the value out of this? What is it they need and why do they need it? And that's the beginning of your feature file. And then you start running through scenarios. And here's where we use this common syntax. It's known as gherkin syntax, after the gherkin pickle. And it goes something like this. Given a set of preconditions, right? So that kind of sets up the scenario. Given that this is true, I've got 2 items in my cart. I got 3 items in my order, whatever. When some event happens, right? So that's the thing that's under test. Then I should see some observable outcome. So using this given, when, then syntax, developers can understand it, stakeholders can understand it, everybody can understand this common syntax that when I have something in my cart and then I clear my cart, I should see nothing in my cart. So very, very important to have the syntax in these BDD scenarios. Test-driven development is testing the system from the inside out. Unlike behavior-driven development, it is concerned with the internals of the system, the single modules. Usually this is called unit testing, right? And this is something that is unit test case-driven, and we want to make sure that given these inputs, I get these outputs at a small module level. I don't know if when I put them all together, I'm going to get the behavior I want. That's kind of BDD. But for TDD, test-driven development, I'm just testing the system way down at the unit level. And so you write a test case first for the code you wish you had, and then you write enough code to make that test case pass, and then you start all over again and refactor. So the workflow goes something like this. I write a test case. You might say you write test cases before you write the code. Yeah, this keeps me featured on what is the code supposed to do. When I call this, how do I want to call this? What are the parameters I think I want to pass in? And then what does it do for me? So you write the test case first. Then you write enough code to make that test case pass. And then once it passes, then you can refactor the code because now you have test cases to keep you honest. You'll know if you broke anything. Now, because when the test case runs and it fails, it usually turns red, and then when it works correctly, it turns green, we tend to call this red-green refactor. Write a test case, watch it fail, just write enough code to make it pass, and then refactor, make it. You might not have made it very elegant just to make it pass. Now you can go back and you can add all sorts of error checking and whatnot, make it a little more robust, and then run the test cases, make sure you didn't break anything. Pair programming. Pair programming, you might say two programmers working together on the same thing. And the first thing is, I'm paying two people to do one job. But actually, it works out really, really well, because what you're doing is you've got one person writing code, and then you've got another person who is another set of eyes on the code. So the question is, would you rather find bugs in production? Would you rather find bugs while you're writing the code? It's a lot cheaper to find them while you're writing the code. So having two sets of eyes, they check each other, and they go back and forth. It's not just one and then the other. Usually in 20-minute increments, right? Somebody's writing code, the other one is watching, and they're not just watching. Sometimes they're looking things up. Sometimes they're discussing, what do you think I should call this variable? What do you think I should call this function, right? It's two sets of minds working around this code. And what happens is you actually get higher quality code at the end of the day, right? The code quality goes up because two people have already checked it. And so when you say, I can't afford to pay two people to write one piece of code, you can't afford not to pay two people to write it, because writing the code is the cheap part. Debugging it and maintaining it in production, that's the expensive part. And so if you want the expensive part to get cheaper, you want to have your programmers do pair programming. It's also very good to put a senior programmer with a junior programmer. Now the junior programmers can see, how does the senior programmer approach the problem? And so they learn, they get mentorship. And then the senior program can see how the junior person is making out. Or you get people who are unfamiliar with the code working with someone who is. Now you get more people learning the code because they're getting like a tutorial from the other person. So pair programming is really, really great way of bringing all your people on your team up to a certain level. In this video, you learn that working in small batches means delivering something useful quickly. An MVP is the cheapest, easiest thing you can do to test a hypothesis and learn. Behavior-driven development makes sure you are building the right thing, and test-driven development makes sure you're building the thing right. While pair programming enables you to discover defects earlier and increase your code quality. After watching this video, you'll be able to distinguish between Agile and Scrum, define the key characteristics of the Scrum methodology, and describe the steps in the Scrum process. Agile and Scrum are two words that many people use interchangeably, but there really is a difference. Agile is a philosophy. It is not prescriptive. It's a philosophy for doing work. Scrum is a methodology. It is prescriptive. It's a methodology for working in an agile fashion. So what is Scrum? Well, it's a management framework for doing incremental product development. It emphasizes small, cross-functional, self-managing teams, and it provides a structure of roles and rules and artifacts. And we're going to learn about all of those. It also uses these fixed length increments that are called sprints. We're going to get into sprints in a moment. And it has a goal of building an increment each time through a sprint, a potentially shippable increment each time through that iteration. Very, very important that you get stuff in your customers' hands early. So I like to say, easy to understand, difficult to master. There's not a lot of rules in Scrum, but somehow it's really, really hard to do. And I attribute it to being a ballerina. Like, all you have to do is dance on your toes, right? How hard could it be? Well, we all know it takes years to gain the muscle memory and build up your muscles to be able to dance on your toes. It's not as easy as it looks. And Scrum is the same way. Not as easy as it looks. So my advice is, if you've never done it before, hire somebody on the team who has. Have someone to guide you, someone to mentor you, because it is a lot harder than it looks. So let's talk about the sprint. A sprint is one iteration through the design, code, test, deploy cycle, right? So you're doing these mini iterations. It's kind of like the software delivery lifecycle in a mini iteration. Every sprint should have a goal, right? Everybody should understand, what is it we're trying to build with this increment? What should this increment do at the end of the sprint? And then the sprints are usually 2 weeks long. Some people say 2 to 4 weeks. I find 4 weeks to be far too long. A lot of things can change in 4 weeks, right? Remember, I want to work in small batches. And so I think it's really important to try to keep your sprints to 2 weeks. Some people get them down to 1. That's a little too fast for me, but 2 weeks seems to be a good goal to make your sprints. So let's look at the steps in the Scrum process. You've got the product backlog. This is the list of all the stories of everything you ever want to do with your product. This is it. This is everything. It's kind of your to-do list of everything you might want to do. Then we've got something called backlog refinement. That's when we go through the product backlog and we groom the stories to make sure that they're sprint ready because we want to start doing planning on those stories. Then we have a planning meeting where we produce a sprint backlog. Notice the sprint backlog is smaller than the product backlog. The sprint backlog is just those stories that we want to accomplish in the next sprint, in the next 2 weeks. So we take from that product backlog, pare it down into a sprint backlog of just the stories to execute in the next sprint. And then we start our 2-week sprints. And every day we get together and do the daily scrum or the daily stand-up, where everybody gets to answer 3 questions. What did you do yesterday? What are you going to do today? And is there anything blocking you or impeding you from getting further? So you go through that every day for 2 weeks, build your sprint, and then finally, hopefully, you've got a valuable, shippable increment at the end of that process. Agile development is iterative. You're going to go through this again and again. Design, code, test, deploy. Design, code, test, deploy. I mean, this is what you do in every sprint. And notice, you've got to have some kind of deploy. It's not enough to just do design, code, and test, without deploying it and getting feedback, right? So every sprint, you make a plan. You go through the software delivery life cycle, and then you deploy that application and you get some feedback from the customer that is input to the next plan to go through the next cycle. In this video, you learn that Scrum is a methodology that follows the Agile philosophy. The Scrum management framework provides structure through defined roles, meetings, rules, and artifacts. It also prescribes small, cross-functional, self-organizing teams, uses fixed-length iterations called sprints, and produces a potentially shippable product increment with every iteration. After watching this video, you'll be able to list the 3 roles of Scrum, explain what a product owner does, explain what a Scrum Master does, and explain what a Scrum team does. There are only 3 roles in Scrum. It starts with the product owner. That's the person who has the vision. That's the person who calls the shots. They're the one who decides to pivot or persevere. Often I get asked the question, what's the difference between a product manager and a product owner? It's pretty simple. A product manager is a job title. A product owner is a Scrum role. Your product manager might be your product owner, might not be your product owner. Don't get them confused. This is a role in Scrum. Then there's the Scrum Master. We want them to be mentors, right? We want them to be the smartest person about Scrum on the team to help the rest of the team implement Scrum. So that is somebody that you want to be guiding the team. If you don't have an experienced Scrum Master, get one, because that can make or break a team. If you've got experienced teams, maybe they don't need an experienced Scrum Master. But if you've got a team just starting out in Scrum, I recommend the Scrum Master be experienced. And then there's a Scrum team, or sometimes called the development team, not to be confused with a team of software engineers. The development team are the people who are developing whatever it is you're delivering. They could be software engineers, testers, operations folks, business analysts, whoever it is that's part of the team that's delivering the product increment. So let's dig deeper into each one of these roles to see what they do. The product owner. They represent the stakeholder interests. If there's any questions about what the stakeholders want, you should go to the product owner. You don't need to go to the stakeholder. Who is the stakeholder? It's usually the person with the checkbook. It's the person who is funding whatever it is that you're doing, right? They're the one at the end of the day that are paying you to do it. But this product owner is the liaison between the Scrum team and the stakeholders and their interests. They also articulate the product vision. This is very key. Product owners have to have a vision of where they're going. It's really, really important. And they should articulate that vision to the team so the whole team knows where they're going. They are the final arbiter of requirements or questions. You have any questions on the requirements, don't need to go to the stakeholders. You go to the product owner. They are the liaison. And they constantly reprioritize the product backlog, adjusting any expectations. And so every time through a sprint, we go through the product backlog. The product owner, maybe the Scrum Master, will go through the product backlog, and they will reprioritize, and they will groom these stories and give them more detail. So that is one of the jobs of the product owner, making sure that backlog is sprint ready. They also accept or reject each product increment. So that's the person that says, yep, let's go with it, let's ship it, or no, not quite what the customer asked for, let's try again. We'll write some more stories and try to get it right the next time. So they decide whether to ship. It's their sole responsibility. They decide whether to continue development. Maybe you don't need to persevere. Maybe you need to pivot. Maybe you need to do something different. So they would make that decision as well. The Scrum Master facilitates the Scrum process. They should be the smartest person in the room about Scrum. It's very important to have an experienced Scrum Master if you have an inexperienced team. If you have a very experienced team in Scrum, you might not need a very experienced Scrum Master, or you might have a Scrum Master between a couple of teams that are experienced because they don't need a lot of his time. They coach the team. We want them to be Agile coaches, right? We want them to be mentors. We want them to help the team through the Scrum process. They create an environment that allows the team to be self-organizing, right? So the team decides what they do. They're the ones that are going to commit to a sprint increment, and the Scrum Master has to make sure that the team has the ability and the environment in which they can do that and be self-organizing. They also shield the team from external interferences, right? Keep them in the zone. So if customers are grabbing team members or stakeholders are calling team members, the Scrum Master needs to stop that. They need to say, if you need something, you come to me, all right? Let the team alone. Let them do the work they need to do. They also help resolve impediments. We're going to find that we do a daily stand-up, and the 3 questions we ask during that stand-up are, what did you do yesterday? When did you get it done today? And are there any impediments? If anyone on the team has an impediment, it is the Scrum Master's highest priority that day to get them unblocked, to remove that impediment. Very, very, very important. It's very different than traditional project management, where a project manager, if you told them you have an impediment, they'll ask you, what are you going to do about it? That's not the Scrum Master's job. The Scrum Master's job is to say, I will give that impediment to me, I will get it fixed, you move on to some more productive work. They also enforce the sprint time boxes, right? So you've got 15-minute daily stand-up, and they make sure it stays at 15 minutes, right? And all the other Scrum meetings, they make sure that they're time-boxed. The 2-week sprint, make sure we don't go over the 2 weeks during the sprint. They capture empirical data, maybe adjust forecasts, right? So they're the one who's making sure, looking at Burndown charts and making sure that the team is going to reach their goals. And they should have no management authority over the team. And I get a lot of questions about this. Why can't they be a manager? Well, the Scrum Master has to be, if you will, a friend to the team, right? A coach to the team. And it's a very unique manager, that the team members can come to and tell them, I don't feel I have enough training for this, or I don't feel like I'm good enough to do that, or whatever. They need somebody they can confide in. And usually that's not a management person or somebody, who controls that person's salary. And so they need to be there to lend an ear and to help the team. So I recommend that they not be a manager of the team. They be somebody else that the team can confide in. Then there's the Scrum team themselves. This is a cross-functional team. It consists of developers, testers, business analysts, domain experts, operations people if you're doing DevOps. It's a cross-functional team. Very, very, very important that it's not just software engineers like we used to do traditionally when we did waterfall development. The Scrum team is self-organizing. There's no externally assigned roles. Everybody is equal. Everybody has the same role. They're part of the Scrum team. They are self-managing. They self-assign themselves work. So when you're looking at, the Kanban board and you're saying, well, how do I know if I've assigned enough work to somebody? The answer is you don't, because you don't assign work to anyone. The Scrum team pulls the work off of the Kanban board, assigns it to themselves, and starts working on it. Very, very different. It's why I say, Scrum, easy to understand, difficult to master. Some people can't get the hang of this, but this is how it works. You've got to let them be self-managing. Now, they shouldn't be too large. A Scrum team is 7 plus or minus 2. I've heard some people say 5 plus or minus 2, but the idea is that they're small. They're not 20, 25 people. They should be co-located if at all possible. They are most successful when they're co-located. There is empirical data for that, right? They just are more successful when people are together, hopefully in the same team room. But if they can't be, my recommendation is if the team has to be geographically dispersed, put at least 2 members in a geography or time zone so that they can collaborate together and then maybe have other people on the team in another time zone. Don't just stick one person alone in a time zone. They kind of get forgotten about, and it's really not fair to them. You need people to collaborate with. Very, very, very important. And then they're dedicated. Most successful teams have long-term, full-time members. They're not on multiple projects. They're not getting pulled off for other projects. You know, I've stood in meetings, daily stand-ups, where someone says, "What did you do yesterday?" And they say, "My manager pulled me off to do something else. I didn't get anything done for this project yesterday." That is a sign that you're in trouble, right? You do not want to have people on multiple projects. You want them to be dedicated if you want to be a high-performing, successful team. They negotiate commitments with the product owner 1 sprint at a time. They're not committing for what they're going to do down the road. They're not committing in January for what they're going to do in September. They're going to commit, what am I going to get done in the next 2 weeks? And they've got autonomy on how to reach those commitments. So they're not told how to do something. They're told what needs to get done and then get out of their way. You hired good people, let them do their thing, and let them figure out how to get that thing done. In this video, you learn that the product owner represents stakeholders, articulates the product vision, and decides priorities, requirements, and readiness to ship. The Scrum Master coaches the team, promotes a cooperative environment, shielding the team from interference and unblocking impediments. The Scrum team is small, dedicated, co-located, cross-functional, and self-managing. The Scrum team negotiates commitments with the product owner 1 sprint at a time. The Scrum team has autonomy regarding how to reach its commitments. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the 3 Scrum artifacts, explain the 5 Scrum events, and discuss the benefits of Scrum. Let's take a look at the artifacts of Scrum. The first is the product backlog. This is a list of all the stories you're ever going to want to do. It's all your requirements for the product that haven't been done yet. So any stories that are not in the current sprint are in the product backlog. Some teams have a product backlog and an icebox and a release backlog, but for the most part, we'll call those all the product backlog, everything you're ever going to do in the future. Then there's the sprint backlog. Those are the stories that you're going to do in the next 2 weeks, in the next sprint. So those are stories that are kind of on deck to be executed. And then you've got a done increment. A done increment is a product increment that is completed by the end of a sprint. And so you work for 2 weeks in a sprint, and then hopefully at the end of that, you've got a complete or done increment. Scrum has 5 events. The first is the sprint planning meeting. That's where you get together to plan out the sprint. In that meeting, you'll have the product owner and the Scrum Master and the entire team planning out what to do next, where the team commits to the stories that they're going to fulfill in the next sprint. Then you've got the daily Scrum or daily stand-up meeting. And this happens every day, right? Usually in the same place, same time, where they meet to kind of synchronize on how are we doing, what are we going to get done today, and does anybody have any impediments that can be relieved by the Scrum Master. Then there's the sprint itself, right? That is the 2 weeks in which everybody is working. And then at the end of the sprint, you have a sprint review. That's demo time. That's when you demonstrate what you've done to the stakeholders so they could see the advancements that you've gotten, the new features that you've put in the product. And then finally, and most importantly, is the sprint retrospective. That retrospective is where the team reflects on what went well, what didn't go well, what could we change for the future. So what are some of the benefits of using Scrum? Well, higher productivity. Right? When everybody is meeting every day to understand what to do, when we've got a Kanban board with all our work in progress so everyone can see what everyone's working on, it lends itself to higher productivity because people are kind of self-managing and being very productive. It's also better quality, right? Better software quality, because the team is engaged in what they're doing. They're running tests. They're using behavior-driven development. They're using test-driven development, right? And they're getting higher quality out of their out of the code that they're writing because they're constantly testing it. You get reduced time to market because you're working in small increments. So small increments mean I get something done, I get a done increment sooner that I can then put out and have customers test and have customers enjoy. You're also increasing stakeholder satisfaction because they're not waiting months and months and months to see if whatever you've built is what they want. They get to see it much quicker. That makes them much happier. And then, of course, you get better team dynamics because it's transparent. Everyone knows what everyone's working on. Everybody chips in when somebody gets stuck. It's really, really a better environment and a more productive environment for developers to be working in. And finally, that leads to happier employees, right? Employees understand that they are in control. They are pulling things off the backlog. They're committing to a sprint, one sprint plan at a time. And so they feel more in control and they feel happier about their jobs. I want to take a look for a moment at Scrum versus Kanban. We're going to use a Kanban board in Scrum, but we're not going to follow the whole Kanban process. So I just want to show you what's different about it when we talk about Scrum and talk about Kanban. First, there's the cadence. Scrum uses fixed length sprints, usually 2 weeks in duration. Kanban is continuous flow. It's something you would do on a manufacturing floor, right? You don't produce a batch of cars every 2 weeks. You have cars coming off the assembly line all day long. The release methodologies are different, right? Scrum releases at the end of a sprint, and Kanban does continuous delivery. And so some teams do software and follow Kanban, where they continuously deliver code. Whenever the code is ready, they push it out. They don't wait to the end of a sprint. But Scrum uses these fixed length sprints to do release. And then there's the roles. We've just shown you that we have product owners and Scrum masters and development teams in Scrum. There are no real roles. There could be an Agile coach in Kanban, but there are no roles in Kanban. There are just the people who are working to produce whatever it is you're producing. And then the key metrics in Scrum is velocity. We haven't learned about velocity yet, but velocity is how much work a team can get done in 2 weeks. Kanban looks at cycle time. How long does it take from inception to getting something, off of the assembly line, right? From beginning to end, what are my cycle times of, maybe getting an order from a customer and actually producing the number of things that are in that order. And then there's a change in philosophy, right? In Scrum, teams should strive not to make changes to the sprint forecast during the sprint. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes you have to do it. But what you want to do is that 2 weeks is locked in, and if anything else needs to be done, we'll address it at the end of the 2 weeks. Whereas Kanban, change can happen at any time. They're continuously improving, continuously changing, and anyone can decide there's a defect in something and make a change and change the process and keep going. There's no limit to the change philosophy. In this video, you learned that Scrum produces a product backlog, a sprint backlog, a complete or done increment. The Scrum events are sprint planning, daily Scrum meetings, sprints, sprint reviews, and sprint retrospectives. If done well, Scrum can increase employee productivity and happiness, improve product quality, reduce time to market, and enhance stakeholder satisfaction. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe how proper organization contributes to success, explain how teams should be aligned, explain why autonomy is important, and discuss why the entire organization must adopt Agile to be effective. I can't stress enough how critical organization is to success. A lot of companies don't understand this. They go in with their existing teams and they think they're going to make those teams agile. But what they don't realize is that your existing teams may need to be reorganized in order to take full advantage of becoming agile. Back in 1968, Melvin Conway made a statement that is now known as Conway's Law. Any organization that designs a system, defined broadly, will produce a design whose structure is a copy of the organization's communication structure. What this means is, if you ask 4 teams to build a compiler, you're going to get a 4-pass compiler. You should not be surprised you got a 4-pass compiler. You asked 4 teams to build it. Likewise, if you have a UI team and an app team and a database team, they're going to build a 3-tier architecture. And you should not be surprised you got a 3-tier architecture. You asked 3 teams to build it. So how should these teams be organized? They should be aligned. You want them to be loosely coupled. You don't want a lot of dependency between teams, but you want the teams to be tightly aligned because they are building a single application. And then each team has its own mission, which should be aligned with the business. If I was developing an e-commerce application and I had 50 developers, I wouldn't put them on one big team like I did when I built monoliths. What I would do is I would break them up into smaller teams, an order team, an accounts team, a shop cart team, a recommendation team, right? And they would have ownership of that business area. And then the team should have end-to-end responsibility. You want them to build it, run it, and debug it in production. You want that team to be responsible end-to-end for what they're building. And then finally, they need to have a long-term mission. It really doesn't work well when you're pulling people on and off projects because they don't feel a sense of ownership. So a long-term mission is critical to business success. Autonomy is critically important. It's motivating. And motivated people build better stuff. It's just a fact. It's fast. Decisions happen locally on the team level rather than waiting for decisions to come down from on high. This is what really holds people up. And so by minimizing these handoffs and waiting around, the teams don't get bogged down. They get to make their own decisions and they get to run at their own speed. This graphic, The Wall of Confusion, was made famous by Andrew Clay Schaefer, but it's all about the diametrically opposed metrics that we use with development and operations. Development wants change, right? They are measured on getting new changes out into production, whereas operations, they're measured on stability. How do you make the system stable? Don't change anything. These are diametrically opposed views, and if you hold these views in your organization, it doesn't matter how agile you are, you're not going to get the benefits that you think you're going to get. Now, I didn't draw this graphic, but I was on a project just like this. We were being agile. We started out in January and we were working in sprints, and finally in the middle of February we had something we wanted to deploy, and so we went to the operations team and they said, open a ticket. We figure, okay, we'll open a ticket, we'll get it deployed in a week or so. And the ticket stayed later and later and later, and we waited. And we developed more functionality and still didn't get deployed. Well, finally, the application got deployed in September, and I left the project in December. I couldn't take it anymore. The moral here is if the entire organization doesn't become agile, it doesn't matter that your development team is agile if your ops team is not. This is what DevOps is all about. And you really should look into adopting DevOps if you want to take full advantage of becoming agile. Otherwise, they're just going to wait and wait and wait for the ops team to catch up to the agile development team. Let's look at the alignment of Agile and DevOps. One of the goals of Agile is to deliver software faster, while DevOps' goal is accelerating time to market, perfectly aligned. In Agile, we want to be responsive to change, and in DevOps, we're trying to tightly align the IT organization with the business to produce business value. In Agile, we're looking at obtaining higher quality, and in DevOps, we're trying to increase the productivity of IT. Those two goals are in alignment. And so quite often, if you really want to get the full benefit of being agile, you should look into adopting DevOps as a practice as well, so that the ops team is just as agile as the development team. In this video, you learn that how you are organized can affect the systems that you build. Giving teams autonomy leads to motivated teams who can execute faster and build better systems. Not adopting Agile across your organization can lead to operational bottlenecks. And Agile and DevOps are closely aligned goals. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss how Agile is more than just iterative development and describe what Agile is not. I want to introduce you to a pitfall that a lot of organizations fall into. They claim that they're Agile, and then they start a new project. And so They've got this studying and approval going on, this design and planning. We call this the fuzzy front end, right? They're kind of doing waterfall stuff. They're building requirements. They're doing a lot of planning, a lot of upfront stuff. And it doesn't really seem agile. Then they get into doing the actual development. And they're being iterative. So they're iterating on the plan, iterating. The problem is they're just iterating. They're not being agile. They're not stopping at the end of each iteration to get feedback from the customer because they haven't deployed anything. They have no way of getting feedback from the customer. They're not stopping at the end of every iteration and saying, should I pivot or persevere? They're just following a plan. Iterating, following the plan. And then finally, there's what we call the last mile, where they're trying to deploy it. And it takes forever to deploy because nobody's ever deployed it before. This is the first time everything's been integrated together, right? And the operations team is trying to get it all working, and it takes a long time. People think they're agile. They think they're working agile simply because they're iterating. But we like to call this water scrum fall. They're just doing waterfall they think they're doing Scrum in the middle. They're not really doing Scrum in the middle. They're just doing iterative development. And so this is a pitfall a lot of companies fall into, and it's really not being agile. If a company is doing all this planning up front, they're not being agile. They're not going to be responsive to change. They're not going to be getting fast feedback unless they're deploying quickly. So this is a pitfall you want to avoid. So let's talk about what Agile is not. Agile is not just an iterative software development lifecycle like a mini waterfall. If you're going to do waterfall tactics and plan everything out, you're not going to be agile. Agile is not just developers working in sprints, right? The development team in Agile are developers and testers and business analysts and maybe ops people if you're doing DevOps, right? It's a cross-functional team. It's not just software engineers. And the Agile Manifesto has no mention of an Agile project manager, right? So there are no Agile project managers. If you've got a project manager who's doing command and control, you're not being Agile. In this video, you learned that many companies adhere to their waterfall planning and just call it Agile. Simply doing iterative development is not Agile unless you are being responsive to change and delivering value often. Project management is very different when working as an Agile team because self-managed teams assign work to themselves. After watching this video, you'll be able to articulate why upfront planning leads to missed deadlines and summarize why iterative planning leads to greater accuracy. Douglas Adams famously once said, "I love deadlines. I love the whooshing sound they make as they go by. Whoosh! There goes another deadline." This happens to us all the time. We put a stake in the ground and we miss it. The question is, why does this happen? But more importantly, what can we do to avoid it? I like to call this navigating the unknown, right? So if I told you that you need to navigate across this field of penguins, you might look down at the bottom there and say, well, I can kind of put my foot here and maybe step in and step around. But then when you get to the middle, like, how do you plot a course to the other side? Oh, and by the way, the penguins are going to keep moving as you're moving through them. A lot like software development, where the operating system is getting patched and packages are getting patched and, things keep moving. But you know that as you kind of tiptoe into the middle of those penguins and you look down, it's going to look a lot like it did at the beginning because you know more. You're at a different vantage point. And that's the whole idea, right? From this vantage point, you can probably continue to plot along. And as you get closer, you'll have the next vantage point where you can plot along. So the message here is, don't decide everything at the point you know the least. We do this all the time. At the beginning of a project, we know practically nothing. We know very little about the project. And that's when we do all of our planning, right? As if we can figure out what's going to happen towards the end. So stop doing that, right? That's what Agile is all about. Iterative planning. Don't decide everything in the beginning when you know the least. What you want to do is just plan for what you know. And then as you move along, right, you decide you know more, you adjust the plan. So your estimates are going to be more accurate this way because, if somebody asks you, what are you going to be doing 3 months from now? Tell them, well, I can tell you that with maybe 50% accuracy, right? But I can tell you with almost 100% accuracy what I'm going to do 2 weeks from now, right? And the 2 weeks after that. So the idea here is don't try to be omnipotent because you're not, right? Don't try to plan everything up front. You want to plan as you go, and as you learn more, then you could add more to the plan and get greater and greater estimates at where you are and how long it's going to take for you to get there. In this video, you learned that planning everything at the beginning of the project can lead to missed deadlines, and iterative planning allows for course corrections and more accurate estimates. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe why placing existing people in new roles without training will lead to failure. So I'd like to discuss some organizational things that people do when they're trying to become agile that do lead to failure. And one is placing people in a new role without giving them training. So the product manager becomes the product owner. There's a big difference here. The product manager is a job title. Product owner is a Scrum role. They may be the same person, they may not be the same person. Then I see the project manager becoming the Scrum Master with no training on how to be a Scrum Master. And finally, the development team becomes a Scrum team, but they're just software engineers. There's no testers on the team, there's no ops people on the team, there's no business analysts or anything on the team. So let's look a little deeper into why doing these things leads to failure. First, there's the product manager becoming the product owner. The product manager is usually a business person who manages the budget. They may or may not have a vision for where things are going, but the product owner is the visionary who leads the team in a series of experiments designed to achieve whatever the sprint goal is. And these are not often the same sets of skills. You need to be more focused on where to take the product than how to manage the budget. And also, the product manager is usually a person, they're focused on operational assets of the business, right? Instead of being a conduit between the stakeholders and the team, translating those business requirements into the technical goals that the team needs to achieve. So just be careful. Some product managers are good at being product owners. Some of them are not. Just understand, while one of them is a job title, the other one is a role in Scrum, and it may not be the same person. The next thing is the project manager becoming the Scrum Master. It's key to understand how project managers work. A project manager is a task manager. They keep everyone marching to a plan. When I teach Agile, quite often I'll get someone in the back of the room who's watching me do our sprint planning and creating our Kanban board, and they'll say, excuse me, how do I know when I've assigned too much work to somebody? And the answer is, you don't assign work to anyone. That's why there's no way to tell, right? They're a self-managing team. They assign work to themselves. So it's a very different job role being a Scrum Master, where you're a coach that keeps the team focused on the current sprint, on being self-managed. The other big difference between a project manager and a Scrum Master is that when the project manager feels that you have an impediment, they document the risk in their little spreadsheet, right? This is what they do. They document risks. And so if I've got a problem, I've got some blockage, the project manager is going to say, what are you going to do to unblock yourself? As opposed to a Scrum Master that eliminates impediments while buffering the team from interruptions. And so if the team says, I have an impediment, the Scrum Master should say, let me handle that for you. You go work on something more productive, and let me get that out of your way. Project managers will almost never say that. So it really takes a different kind of person to take the role of Scrum Master than the way project managers were taught to manage projects to a plan and document risks. And finally, it's the development team versus the Scrum team. I mean, a development team is usually just software engineers, right? Just developers. But a Scrum team is a cross-functional team. It includes developers and testers and security people and business analysts and ops, anybody that we need to go build an increment. So it's very important that you reorganize and you create cross-functional development teams, not just a group of software engineers. This is my favorite quote from Bill Cantor. Until and unless business leaders accept the idea that they are no longer managing projects with fixed functions, timeframes, and cost, as they did with Waterfall, they will struggle to use Agile as it was designed to be used. So the roles have changed. You can't put people in a new role without giving them training, right? Otherwise, a project manager will try as hard as they might to turn a Kanban board into a Gantt chart, because that's all they know is managing projects with Gantt charts. Very important that this mindset has to come down from upper management. Upper management cannot be asking you to predict things way far into the future. Instead of asking, what are you going to get done by the end of the year? They should be saying, what are you going to do in the next 2 weeks? How are you going to delight my customers at the end of the next sprint? In this video, you learn that placing existing people in new roles without the proper training will lead to failure because Agile roles need a different focus and new priorities. The Agile mindset must be adopted by management. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe what a Kanban board is, explain what each pipeline is used for, and summarize the workflow across a Kanban board. So, there are lots of Agile planning tools out there, but one thing you need to understand is that a tool won't make you Agile. You really have to have the Agile mindset to become Agile. Tools will support your Agile process, but you have to have the process first. I've seen a lot of people who haven't had training try to make a Kanban board look like a Gantt chart. Those are two different things, two different ways of doing project management. So it's really important that you understand this. And there are lots and lots and lots of Agile planning tools. Most of them do the same thing. But some of them are a little more complicated than others. I just need epics and stories to describe my plans. Some of them go into tasks and subtasks, and that's micromanaging in my estimation, right? Just epics and stories are fine. And so I like to use a tool called ZenHub, and we're going to use ZenHub for this course. So what is ZenHub? Well, it's a plugin to GitHub. It's one of the reasons I like it. My developers stay in GitHub, and they use this ZenHub plugin. What ZenHub does is it allows you to add project management tools, a Kanban board, to manage your projects while you remain in GitHub. So that's pretty important to me. The other is that ZenHub is customizable. It starts out with a set of columns, which are called pipelines in your Kanban board, but you can customize them to be anything you like. You can make it as complex or as simple. I like to keep them simple. So why do we use it? Well, one of the main reasons is because it uses GitHub issues. It's not another tool with another thing that I have to go off and edit. And that's one of the problems I find is if you're using too many tools and a developer has to go someplace else to update the status, that status is going to be out of date 100% of the time, because as soon as they update it, they're going to go on and do something else, and it's not going to be reflected in the status. So that's the reason I like ZenHub. It provides an easy way to understand what is going on. I've got my Kanban board in GitHub, and if anybody asks me, how's the project going? Management wants to know, where are you? They can open up the ZenHub Kanban board. They can see all the issues that are still in the sprint, haven't been worked on, all the issues that are currently being worked on and who's working on them, and all of the issues that we already have done. So very, very important to get a quick status of where we are in a project. And as I said, it maintains an up-to-date, one version of the truth. Developers work on stories in GitHub all day long. The issues in GitHub, which are stories, those issues are the things that they open and close, and they don't have to go someplace else to update the status. The status is kept right in their favorite tool, GitHub. So it allows developers to go one place to get things done and not have to update multiple tools. So what is a Kanban board? We've been talking about Kanban boards here. Very simply put, there's things that you need to do, things that you're doing, and things that you've already gotten done. It doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. People make it very, very complicated, but it's kind of, what do I got to get done? What am I working on now? And what have I already done? And you move things across the Kanban board in order to show the progress that you're making. So it's a very visual way of seeing exactly where you are at any point in time. Now, here's a real Kanban board, and as you can see, it's got the product backlog, and it's got what's on deck, and it's got what's doing, and what we have done. So it's kept it very simple, but this is a real Kanban board. It's not a tool. It's not some electronic thing. It's a physical whiteboard with a bunch of sticky notes. So in true Kanban fashion of having a billboard note, a note that moves along the supply chain, moves along the manufacturing chain, that's what they do. You take a sticky note and you write the story on it, and then you move the sticky note across the whiteboard, across those columns. I mean, that's as simple as a Kanban board needs to be. So let's talk about the default pipelines or columns that are in ZenHub. It starts with new issues. New issues is like your inbox. When anybody opens up an issue, it defaults to going into the new issues column. And so I don't like to leave it there too long. When I do my backlog refinement and I work on my Kanban board, I usually do new issue triage first and say, this is something that just came in, where should it go? And I move it to another pipeline or I reject it. But I don't keep it in the new issue so that when another one comes in, I know, oh, that must be really new because I just cleaned that out, kind of like your inbox for emails. Then there's the Icebox. This is unique to ZenHub, but I kind of like it. The Icebox is cold storage. It is where you put things that you're going to work on long term. So if I'm not going to get to something for a while, I'll throw it in the Icebox so I don't forget about it. But then it is not in my other pipelines that I'm actively working on so that they don't get too cluttered up. After the Icebox is the product backlog. The product backlog is everything you ever want to do forever in your product that you haven't done yet, right? It doesn't contain things you're doing. It contains all the things you haven't put in a sprint that you want to work out at some time in the future. And again, in order to keep that product backlog not too cluttered, things that are long-term future, I like to move into the Icebox. That brings us to the sprint backlog. The sprint backlog is what we're going to do in the next 2 weeks. So I've taken things from the product backlog and moved them to the sprint backlog to make a sprint plan. Now the developers don't have to worry about any of these other pipelines. They just concentrate on the sprint backlog because that is the work we're going to do in the next sprint. Then once we start working on things, we move them to in progress. So I know that when I see those cards, those stories in the in progress column, I know that somebody's working on them. As they assign them to themselves, their little avatar shows up so I can see exactly who is working on what and what is being worked on as we speak. Once the work is complete, then a developer usually create a pull request to go pull their work back into the base branch. And so those go into review QA. You can also set up GitHub and ZenHub so that it automatically creates pull requests in that review QA column. And so that's so that developers know when they see something show up there that they need to go look at it and help another developer out and review their story and make sure that it meets the criteria needed to go merge it into the rest of the code. And then finally, there's the done column. After we're all done, we've merged our code back, then we move the story to the done column. So done means the developer is done. It doesn't mean that it's been accepted by the product owner. That is something that happens during the sprint review. But it does mean that the developer is done with that story. They go back to the sprint backlog, pull another story into in progress, assign it to themselves, and keep working. So the flow goes from left to right. New stories come in on the left, and a done increment winds up going out on the right. In this video, you learn that a Kanban board is a way of tracking plan items needed to be done, items in progress, and items completed. A Kanban board is made of multiple pipelines. Work moves from left to right as it is completed. After watching this video, you'll be able to define a user story, describe the parts of a good user story, explain why adding acceptance criteria is important, define the INVEST acronym, and describe an epic and when to use it. So what is a user story? Simply put, a user story represents a piece of business value that the team can deliver within a done increment. We used to call these requirements, but user stories are so much more. A requirement is usually, I need this, I need that. But a user story includes who is it for, what do they need, But very importantly, why do they need it? What is the business value that they get out of getting this feature or function? So stories should contain a good description of the business value, what it is, who needs it, what is the value that we get out of that story. Then I like to have any assumptions and any details documented in the story. Sometimes you know there are assumptions. You're doing a story and it needs some kind of persistence, and you know you're going to use a relational database. Put that in there to give the developer a hint. Hey, don't go looking for NoSQL databases. We decided we're going to use a relational database. So anything you know, any assumptions, we're going to provision something in the cloud, put that in the user story so the developer knows what your intentions are. And then most important, you need the definition of done, some acceptance criteria. How do I know when this story is complete, when it is done? You don't want to find out at the sprint review that the product owner says, hey, that's not what I wanted. You want to document the definition of done to say, well, this is the definition we agreed on, this is what the story does, and if it's not what you want, we can write another story, but we did what this said it should do. So the story description, what do you put in that description? Again, you want to document a persona requesting some functionality to get some goal, right? Achieve some goal, get some business value. And so the way that we do this is with this following syntax. As a role, what's the role? Is it the marketing manager? Is it the customer? Is it the sysadmin, right? Who is this for? And then I need some functionality. What is it that they need? This is the meat of the user story. But very importantly, so that I gain some business benefit. What is the benefit of delivering that function? When we go back and we prioritize the backlog, we're going to look at the business value as one of the criteria to say, should this be high in the backlog or lower in the backlog? So it's very, very important not only to have what it is, but what's the value that we get out of it. Then there's assumptions and details. So anything that you know, right? It doesn't have to be in great detail, but anything you know. As I said, if you know that you're going to use a database, some persistence, just list it there. Anything you talked about while you're writing the story, put that in. What you're trying to do is help the developer understand what needs to be done, anything that wasn't obvious to get this story completed. And then there's the acceptance criteria, the definition of done. This is critically important. Really important to understand what makes this user story finished, complete, or done. And for that, we use this syntax called gherkin, named after the pickle. But gherkin is a syntax that makes it easy for stakeholders, customers, and developers alike to describe the definition of done, to describe the behavior of the system. And it goes something like this. Given some precondition, this sets up the story. Given I have 5 items in my shopping cart, right? Given I'm already logged into the system, given whatever the given is, it sets up the story. And then what's the action that happens, right? What is the thing that triggers it? When this happens, when I add another item to my cart or I delete an item to my cart. And then finally, what is the testable result of that? Then I should see this, I shouldn't see that, I should have 6 items in my cart, or I should see 4 items in my cart. Right? It makes it very easy for everyone to understand, given this is the base case, when this happens, then I should have some measurable outcome. And if I measure that outcome, the story is done. So let's look at a sample story. As a marketing manager, now we know the role. This is not for the customer. This is not for the sysadmin. This is for the marketing manager. So we know who is going to gain some benefit from this. I need a list of customer names and emails. So now we know what the function is. They need to list out customers with their emails. And then the business value so that I can notify them of marketing promotions. Now I can say, how important is it to notify customers of marketing promotions? And maybe I'd put that before another story that is less important. So now I've captured who is it for, what is it that I need, and why do I need it, what value do I get from it. Then I like to put in any assumptions. These assumptions help the developer, right, in creating the code that goes with the story. So one assumption is we maintain customer emails. Maybe we don't. Maybe this story has a dependency on another story that actually creates the customer emails. Maybe there's another assumption. Customers have opted in to promotions. That's kind of important. Somebody might not have thought of that. Hey, we can't just email all our customers. We have to allow them to opt in to getting promotions. And then we have the acceptance criteria. What is the definition of done? What is the behavior that we want this story to have? And we'll use that Gherkin syntax. Given there are 100 customers in the database, so that sets up the scenario. And 90 have opted into email promotions. So this is critically important. It's not just all 100, it's the 100 that have opted in to email promotions. So now developers know they need to filter how many customers in the database by who has opted in. When I request a customer email list, so that is the action, that is the thing that happens, then I should see a list of 90 customer emails. Not 100 customer emails, 90 customer emails, because only 90 opted in to the email promotion. So you can see that this is something you could give to a stakeholder. The marketing manager could understand the behavior and say, yup, that is the behavior I want. The developer can read this and say, yup, that's the behavior I can deliver. And that at the end of the sprint, as long as when you ask for customers, you only get the ones who have opted in, and that is the definition of done. And so there's no arguments about whether the story is done or not. If it has that behavior, it's done. I'm not much for acronyms, but Bill Wake has a pretty good one with INVEST. INVEST says stories should be independent. I want to be able to rank them in the backlog. I want to be able to move them around. I want to be able to say that this one comes before that one. Now, I know they can't always be independent. Sometimes there are dependencies, right? In the previous example, we had an assumption that there were customer emails in the database, and if there weren't, then that wasn't an independent story. It was dependent on the story that put emails in the database. But for the most part, you want to try to write them so that they're independent. They also need to be negotiable, right? I'm going to move them in the backlog. I'm going to rank them higher or lower. Maybe I'm going to say we should put more value, more functionality or less functionality to negotiate how much really has to be done. So they should be negotiable. They shouldn't be too tightly coupled to exactly what's needed. And then they need to be valuable, right? I need to be able to say, how valuable is this story? What value does the customer get out of it? To make sure that it really is a user story and not just a technical debt story that this is something I need to do that the customer never sees. It needs to be estimable. I need to be able to estimate it. How big is it? Small, medium, large? There has to be enough information in there that I could say, wow, this is a really big story given everything that's in here, right? And it's not just one line that looks simple, but then really becomes hard. And it should be small. You want it to be something that someone can work on in a sprint, so it's got to be smaller than a sprint. And then finally, it needs to be testable. I need to be able to test whether that story is done. I want to test the definition of done for that story, and so stories need to be testable. What about really big ideas? Well, really big ideas are called epics. We use epics anytime that we have a story that is bigger than a single sprint, because a story must be smaller than a sprint by definition. And so when it's bigger, that becomes a big idea that we can't get done in a sprint. So we make an epic, and then we add smaller stories that make up the epic to the epic. So an epic in the hierarchy is higher than a story. Stories are consumed by epics. And so usually any story that's too big, we make it epic, right? If we can't estimate it on its own, then we break it down to smaller things that we can estimate. So when do we use an epic? Well, clearly when a story is too large to put in a sprint, then we make it an epic. Usually, backlog items will start out as big ideas, right? They're gonna be very large, and so they start out as epics. And then, as we refine the backlog, we make them smaller and smaller stories that we can put in a sprint. And so, for sprint planning, you want to break all of those big stories up into smaller stories. Break up all those epics into smaller stories. Things that usually come in the new issues, sometimes those are epics, right? Somebody asks for a feature or function. It sounds pretty simple, but it's going to take more than one sprint. And so you put it in as an epic, and then you break it down into user stories later. In this video, you learn that a user story documents a persona requesting a function to achieve a goal. Using a template helps ensure stories are complete. Defining done helps minimize misunderstandings. And well-formed stories will meet the criteria of the INVEST acronym. And epics can be used to capture big ideas. After watching this video, you'll be able to define story points, describe considerations for assigning story points, and estimate story points on a relative scale. So what are story points? Story points are a metric used to estimate the difficulty it is to deliver and implement a user story. The key thing is that this is an abstract measure. And that's what people get hung up on. People have a hard time dealing with the abstractness of it. But it's very, very important that you understand this so that you don't fall into one of the anti-patterns. So what goes into that estimate? Well, there's a couple of components. First is the effort, right? How hard is it to do? Then there might be the complexity, right? Is it very complex? Is it very easy? You could have a lot of effort for something that's easy to do, but it's just boring and laborious and you have to go off and do it. It might not be very complex. But then there's uncertainty. Have you ever done this before, right? Maybe if you've never done it before, you rate the story points a little bit higher because there's more uncertainty. You really don't know how complex it is. So it's a trade-off between what you know and what you don't know. So traditionally, humans are really, really bad at estimating wall clock time. Remember, we love to see those dates go wishing by. We commit to something and then we miss it, right? And then we learn that the only thing that takes 30 minutes is 30 minutes. Everything else takes longer. So it's really, really difficult for humans to say, this is going to take an hour, this is going to take a week. And so we don't do that. If we're not very accurate at predicting that way, let's not predict that way. So instead, we use t-shirt sizes. Story points are t-shirt sizes. Is it a medium story, a small story, a large story, an extra large story? We just want to give a relative value of how big this thing is so that we can just compare it with other things that are in the current sprint. But because we can't add up SML and get a number, and we want to use numbers to track velocity, which is something, the number of story points that we can do in a sprint, most tools will use a Fibonacci sequence. I never use all of the numbers in the sequence. What I recommend is 5 is a medium, and 3 is a small, and 8 is a large, maybe 13 is an extra large, and I don't go much beyond that, right? You can use the entire sequence, that's fine, but don't get too granular. Remember, humans are not really good at doing this kind of estimation, so we want to keep it abstract. So how do I make it abstract? Well, you have to agree what medium means, right? Since the story points are relative, you all agree on, okay, this is medium. So we say medium's a 5, and this is what a 5 story is. And then we could take the other stories, and then we could say, evaluate from there. Is this one smaller than that story? Is it larger than that story? Is it the same size as that story? So here's how I learned story points. If you're asked how tall are these buildings, you might try to count the floors. Every floor is about 20-25 feet, little back of the napkin. But what if I said to you, hey, this building is a 5. How big is the building next to it, just to the left of it? You say, well, that one's probably a 3. If that one's a 5, that one's a 3. Well, how about the one to the right of it that's a little bit taller? Maybe that one's an 8. And then maybe the largest one is a 13. It's just relative sizes. You're just saying if this story is medium or this story is small, is the other story bigger? Is it larger? And so that's how I learned to do and to kind of rationalize what are story points. It's just relative. They're all relative to something the team does. So what should be a size of a story? Well, the story should be small, relatively small, hopefully something I could do in a couple of days, right? You don't want to make them too big. You want to make them drag on and on and on. So you want to keep those stories small and estimate things that you can hopefully get done in just a few days, right? Large stories should be broken down into smaller ones. So if you have a story and you say, this is a 21, and you decide, wow, that is super duper extra large, that isn't going to fit in a sprint, then that has to get broken down to smaller stories, and maybe some of it gets done this sprint, some of it gets done next sprint, and maybe we create an epic to track the fact that it's going to take multiple sprints. Now let's talk about some anti-patterns, because it's really important that you understand these. The first anti-pattern is evaluating stories on wall clock time. I see this happen all the time, and it relates back to our organizational anti-patterns. So I get a Scrum Master who didn't start out as a Scrum Master. They started out as a project manager, and they love their Gantt charts. And what's a Gantt chart? It's wall clock time. It's dates on a calendar. And so they can only think in dates on a calendar. And I have seen Scrum Masters who are former project managers tell the team a 1 is 1 day, a 3 is 3 days, a 5 is 5 days. or 5 hours or 12 hours or whatever. That is the ultimate wrong thing to do. It is not about wall clock time. It is just relative size, right? So a medium might take me 2 to 3 days, maybe sometimes 4 days. A small might take me a day, less than a day. You just agree on kind of fuzziness about this. But never, ever, ever, never tell your team that the Fibonacci sequence, those story points, they are days or they are weeks. That is an anti-pattern. Humans are really bad at estimating wall clock time. Just don't do it. In this video, you learn that story points are a metric used to estimate difficulty of implementing a given user story. Story points are relative, like t-shirt sizes. You must agree on what average means, and you should never equate story points with wall clock time. After watching this video, you'll be able to define a product backlog, describe how to assemble a product backlog, and convert requirements into stories. So if we look back at the steps in the Scrum process, in this module, we're just going to concern ourselves with the product backlog. How do we build a product backlog? So what is a product backlog? A product backlog is all the unimplemented stories, right? Stories that are not in a sprint, they're not being worked on, they're waiting to be worked on. Usually we rank this in ranked order. Now, if you've got a long product backlog, the ones at the top will be ranked a little more accurate than the ones down at the bottom, and that's okay. You only have to rank maybe the next sprint or two, and then the rest of them could be relatively unranked. But the top of the backlog should be ranked in order of business important. What's the next most important thing that we need to get into a sprint? And then the stories at the top should have more detail than the stories at the bottom, right? So as we work on this backlog and we work on the stories, we want to get the ones at the top sprint ready, having all the detail they need, and the ones at the bottom, again, they're a little bit fuzzier. We're going to work on them later. We'll add more details later. So we're going to go through an example. And in this example, we're going to give you some sample requirements for the service that we're building. So what are we building? We're going to build a hit counter. We're going to be a service that counts things. So I could give the counter a name, and then every time I increment it, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I say, how many of those do I have? And it gives me back the number 4. So it's just a little counting service that we use to count things, hits to a page, count whatever you want. So it's a counting service. Now, we want it to allow multiple counters eventually. So having multiple counters so we can count multiple things is one of the requirements that we have. Also, the counters need to persist across restarts. So this just can't be an in-memory counter. It's going to need some kind of persistence, some kind of database, so that when the system restarts and comes back up, it remembers all the counters. And then we have a requirement that says, I probably need to be able to reset a counter once in a while back to 0 so I could start counting those things again. And so resetting a counter is another requirement that the customer has given us. So if we look at the Kanban board in ZenHub, you'll see these columns. They're called pipelines for new issues, icebox, product backlog, sprint backlog, in progress, Q&A, review Q&A, and done. And so for this exercise, we don't have to worry about anything but new issues. Let's talk about creating new stories. We've got new issues and it's empty. And so we're going to start creating the first story. Need a service for counting things. So let's go back to our story template. Remember, as some role, I need some function so that I gain some benefit. Let's apply this to that first story. Need a service for counting things. Well, maybe this is for the user, right? As a user, I need a service that has a counter so that I can keep track of how many times something's been done. So now we know who it's for, what is it, and what is the value that they get after it. And at this stage, that's about all I know about the story. And so I will put this story into the new issues. I'll create a new issue for this story. And so now it turns into a regular story. Let's look at the next requirement. Must allow multiple counters. Again, we go and look at who is this for. Probably still for the user. As a user, I need to have multiple counters so that I can keep track of several counts at once. Again, we know who it's for, we know what they need, we know how valuable it is to them. So that as we rank the backlog, we could say, how valuable is it they can keep track of several at once? Maybe in the beginning, not. Maybe let's just get one working, right? So this is all the information you need to know in order to rank this backlog later on. So that becomes a story in new issues. Let's look at the next requirement, persist counters across restarts. So who is this for? Well, maybe this one's for the service provider, right? Maybe the service provider would be embarrassed if the service gets rebooted and they lose all the counters. So maybe this one's for the service provider. I need a service to persist the last known count so that users don't lose track of their counts after the service is restarted. And we can evaluate how important that is. And that's our third story. And now let's look at the fourth requirement, counters can be reset. So we go through it again. This one might be for system administrator. Maybe we say, hey, only the sysadmin can reset a counter. Maybe we don't let users reset the counters. So I need the ability to reset the counter so that I can redo counting from the start. The important part here is that you're saying who it's for. Specifying the role makes everyone clear who's going to benefit from this. I need says what is it they really need, and the so that says what is the business value that they're going to get out of it. So now I've got my fourth story in the backlog. Now let's move on to prioritizing the backlog. Now that I've got them in new issues, I want to decide, should I put them in the icebox or should I put them in the product backlog? What do I do with these? Remember I said I like to use new issues as my inbox. So now that I've got these four things in the inbox, let me go do something with them. Let me prioritize that backlog. So I'll take the first one and say, you know what? That's kind of fundamental, right? We need to get the service running. So that was going to go right to the top of the product backlog. Then I look at the next one and I read it, right? I need to have multiple counters. And I might say, you know what? Multiple counters, we'll handle that later. That's something we're going to do in the future. I'm not going to bite it off right now. Then I look at, I need the service to persist restarts. I say, nah, it's probably something right after I get it working. I probably want to put a database behind it. So when I do my minimum viable product, it might not have any persistence behind it. And then next it will have persistence. And then I look at the last one in the new issues as an administrator and say, yeah, I might want to be able to reset the counter right after I persist it in the database so that I could start counting all over again. And so what I've done is I've taken these new requirements that came in from the customer, which were just one-liners, and I wrote them in the story syntax. I used the story template to say, as a user, I need, right, as some role, I need so that I get some value. And then I move them into the backlog in some kind of priority order that I think I might want to execute them. In this video, you learn that a product backlog is a ranked list of all unimplemented stories. Stories high ranked in the backlog should have more detail than those that are lower. And creating stories using the as a, I need, so that template to ensure everyone understands who it benefits and the business value it provides. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain the process of backlog refinement, describe how to run a backlog refinement meeting, and triage new issues on the Kanban board. So if we go back to the steps in the Scrum process, this time we're just looking at backlog refinement. What do we do during the backlog refinement meeting? So we're ready to have our backlog refinement meeting and do backlog refinement. So this is the process of taking the backlog and ranking it, right? You want to rank it in priority order so that the most important things are at the top of the backlog. Then we break down larger stories into smaller ones. We make sure that all the stories that are near the top are small enough to fit in a sprint. And then finally, we make sure the stories near the top have enough detail that a developer can just take them and start working on them once we put them in a sprint plan. Now, the backlog refinement meeting itself, who should attend? Well, the product owner is the key person. They're the person who should be writing the stories. They don't always write the stories, but the product owner has the vision, and the product owner should be creating stories that the team will work on. So they need to be there. The Scrum Master is another person you would invite to the backlog refinement meeting because the Scrum Master is going to assist the product owner in refining that backlog. And then the development team is optional. I usually like to take maybe a development lead or architect and have them in there just to answer technical questions. How hard is this? Where should we rank this? Sometimes it's not a business decision. There's technical dependencies that you need to know. I do not have the whole development team, the whole Scrum team there. That would be a waste, in my estimation, a waste of their time. I just want to have one or two technical people to help out. So what's the goal? Well, the goal is to have a ranked backlog, right? The goal is to have this backlog, this product backlog that's ranked in order of importance, so the thing at the top is the most important. I know a lot of product owners have trouble with this, right? Well, everything's important, they say. Okay, but there can only be 1-1 and 1-2 and 1-3. So what's the most important? Put that one at the top, then the next important, the next important. It really helps you kind of focus on your business goals and what's valuable to your business. And then make sure that the story contains enough information so that developers can then take that story and put it into a sprint. You don't want to be adding detail during the sprint planning meeting. In the sprint planning meeting, which comes next, you're going to want to describe the stories and have the developers understand them. But you don't want to do a lot of typing in that meeting. So the more you can do in this backlog refinement meeting to make the story sprint ready, the better off you're going to be and the faster your planning is going to go. So if we look at our Kanban board, we've cleared out the new issues. We've got one story in the icebox, 3 stories in the product backlog. So we don't have to worry about anything but those 3 columns for now. We've got some things in the icebox and some things in the backlog, but wouldn't you know it, those pesky customers, they have been writing more issues. It always happens. And so they've added a couple of new ones since we had the last backlog refinement meeting. Need the ability to remove a counter. Oops, we forgot that one, right? And deploy the service to a cloud. Somebody wants to deploy it to the cloud. And so this happens all the time. That's why it's called new issues. New things are coming in, new requirements. And so one of the first things I like to do in my backlog refinement meeting is to deal with that. I call this new issue triage. What you want to do is start with the new issue column. I know you want to refine that product backlog, but constrain yourself, look at the new issue column. You want to make that empty, right? You want to make sure that at the end of the backlog meeting, there's nothing in the new issue column because there might be something really important that ought to be done in the next sprint. So you kind of have to look at the new issues and understand, is there something that we might want to put right at the top of the backlog or not? Or are they things that we'll get to eventually or put them in the icebox? But it's really important. The goal is to have that new issue column empty when I do new issue triage. Remember, that's my inbox. I want my inbox to be emptied out at every backlog refinement meeting. So what do? We take the stories from new issues and we decide, do we move them to the product backlog? Is this something we're going to do maybe in the next sprint, a sprint from now, 2 sprints from now, depending on how deep your product backlog is, depending on what your criteria is for putting something in the icebox as opposed to putting it in the product backlog. And if it's something I'm not going to work on for a while, then maybe I put it in the icebox and say, that's a great idea. It's not our top priority. I'll put it in the icebox and we'll deal with it in a future sprint. Or you might say, this isn't where this product is going. I just reject it out of hand. This is something we're never going to do. It's not in our wheelhouse, so you reject it. But that's what you want to do with these new issues. They're either go into the product backlog, they're longer term, you put them in the icebox, or they're just not something that you feel you want to take on, and then you reject them out of hand. So now let's do this. We look at the first one, need the ability to remove a counter. I say, that's something that we might do eventually, but we don't even have multiple counters yet. I don't want to remove the one and only counter, so I move that one into the icebox. And then I look at deploy service to the cloud and say, maybe we should do that sooner rather than later. In fact, I want to do that before we have the ability to reset a counter. Once we get this deployed and we get some persistence, let's go put it up in the cloud. Right, so now I've made a decision. I've got that new one in the product backlog, and I've got the other one in the icebox. So let's look at the workflow for backlog refinement. The product owner is taking these stories and they're putting them in the backlog in order of importance, right? Taking things that they thought weren't important that might become important and shift them around. The items, we might provide estimates at this point. The reason why I would do estimates, so sometimes you save estimates until you do sprint planning, because those are the real estimates for the plan. But it's kind of nice to know how many story points are in my backlog, even if it's a gross estimation, a rough order of magnitude. And so sometimes we will assign, story points in the backlog, so we kind of see how big is the backlog, how many story points are in there. And then when we put them in the plan, we refine them. We get the team to agree, was that really a medium, or they might say, that's really a large. But at least I get some estimate in there. So you might want to do that. And then the large vague items, they have to get split up. Right? Vague items have to be clarified. Large items have to be split up into smaller items. And the goal here is to make the stories what I call sprint ready. Right? They are ready to put in the sprint, and I don't have to spend a lot of time during the sprint planning meeting adding any details. Something may come up in the meeting where a developer might ask a question, and you document that question in the assumptions. But for the most part, from what we know now at the backlog refinement meeting, I want to make sure these are sprint ready. So let's use this complete story template. We talked about the beginning of it. As some role, I need some functions so that I get some business value. But now we want to go back and we want to add acceptance criteria, anything we might know, and we want to add the definition of done using the Gherkin syntax. When, given some precondition, when some event happens, then I see some measurable outcome. So let's go do that. So let's take this first item on the product backlog at the top. And we look at it. It says, as a user story, I need a service that has a counter so that I can keep track of how many times something was done. You'll notice there's a couple of annotations on the side. When you open up ZenHub and you see the web page, it'll have that it's currently not assigned, it has no labels, it has no milestones, it has no estimates. That's how all the stories start out. We're going to ignore those for the moment, and we're going to embellish the story a little more. So what are some of the assumptions? Well, the assumptions need a way to increment the counter. So maybe when we've got this counter, I have to be able to increment it, and maybe I want to do that in one step. Maybe I don't want to do a get and then a read and then an increment and then a put. Maybe I just want to have an increment function that says, hey, in one atomic transaction, increment that counter. And I need a way to get the current value, right? So a way to increment it, way to get the current value, I should be pretty good to go. So now I write my acceptance criteria. Given I have incremented the counter to 2, when I make a call to get the counter, then it should return 2 as the counter value, right? And you can write a couple of these. You can think of these scenarios that gives the developer the acceptance criteria that says this is the behavior we want the counter to have. In the next video, we're going to take a look at how to add labels to our stories. In this video, you learned that it's the product owner's responsibility to maintain a groomed backlog, and you start refinement by triaging new issues. After watching this video, you'll be able to add details to make your story sprint ready, identify stories that are technical debt, and rank your product backlog in preparation for sprint planning. So the next thing I want to talk about are the labels. Labels help us visualize the work. If you look at the Kanban board over here, you see all these nice pretty colors. Now, I don't get too crazy with the colors. Too many colors, it becomes meaningless. But if I've got a couple of colors that catch my eye, and then I can see, is there too much of that color on my board and what does it mean to me? So let's look at these labels. The labels come standard in GitHub, and these are the standard GitHub labels and colors. You can see I've got bugs. Bugs are red. I like that. Red means danger. You don't want a lot of bugs. Enhancements are this cyan color. Not bad. Help wanted is in green. So these are kind of good. I've got questions, won't fix, things that are invalid, and they help me visualize things about each one of the stories. But I like to add one label that, surprising to me, is not here, and that is technical debt. Down at the bottom. And I make that technical debt, I make it yellow because yellow means caution. You don't want to have too much technical debt. So let's go back to my story and I look at it and say, you know what? This is really adding value to the customer. This is the first thing we're doing that's adding value, and I think it's an enhancement. So I'm going to assign the label of enhancement to this story. And then I'll save it. And when I save it, I go back to my product backlog and notice its appearance has changed, and it will change in ZenHub when you use the tool. You notice there's a little circle, there's an area at the bottom of it with a circle. That circle is going to have the story points in it, so that'll have a number pretty soon. And then I've got the little enhancement label, and it's this, light blue or cyan colored enhancement label. So now I could start seeing with colors how we're doing on the Kanban board. Let's go take the next one, the next highest priority in the product backlog, and let's go groom that one. So this one is as a service provider, I need the service to persist so that I don't lose track of the counter. And so what are some assumptions? Well, maybe we decide, you know what? I think we're going to use a Redis database. It's this nice memcache database. We really don't need a relational database to keep track of a counter. Developers might not know that. So if you know it, maybe the architect or the lead developer said, hey, we ought to put in there so whoever picks this up knows we're just going to use Redis. And we're going to store the counter as a name-value pair in a memcache database. So anything you know about it, there's always assumptions. Document them in your stories. And then we have our acceptance criteria. Given I've incremented the counter to 2 and I restart the service, then the counter should still return 2, right? So that proves that we actually have persistence behind this. And now if I go think about the label, I might say, you know what, that's an enhancement, right? This is something, it's better now because now you don't lose the counter. So I'm going to say that one's an enhancement. So now when I go back to my Kanban board, you see that one has been modified. And we'll go pick the next story, deploy service to the cloud. And when we open that, it's like, oh, all we have is deploy service to the cloud because that one came from the new issues. So while we used the template when we created our initial stories, customers, stakeholders, they're going to create more stories. They're going to wind up in new issues. They're not going to have a lot of detail in them. So deploy service to the cloud. So let's go work on this one and refine it. So as a service provider, I need the service to be deployed to the cloud so that it can scale capacity with user demand, right? Just so I know how important that is. And maybe we have some assumptions. We're going to put it in the IBM cloud and maybe deploy it as a Cloud Foundry app. Whatever you want. You're going to put it in Kubernetes and deploy it as a container. Give the developer some hints on how you want to deploy this to the cloud. And then we've got our acceptance criteria. Given I've deployed to the cloud and a customer goes to the URL, our service will be available, right? This is all about availability. So now, what label should we give to this one? I'm going to say this one is technical debt because there's really no added value to the customer, although you can argue that higher availability is customer value, but the customer they expect high availability, right? So this is not an enhancement that the customer might recognize. If they would, feel free to make it an enhancement. But for the sake of argument, I'm just going to make it technical debt. So that begs the question, what is technical debt? Technical debt is anything you need to do that where the customer doesn't perceive that as value, right? It's not really adding a feature to the product, but it's something you have to do. If you didn't do it, maybe everything will fall apart. And so you might say it's an enhancement because the customer does get value out of things not blowing up. But usually it's anything you have to do that the customer is not perceived as kind of a customer story where they're getting value out of it. Now, many people understand that, technical debt builds up over time and they think it's a bad thing, but sometimes it occurs naturally, right? Sometimes there are vulnerabilities in the code that are external libraries that have to be patched. And that was not your fault. It was something totally out of your control. So it does build up over time and it's important to pay that debt down. So let's look at some examples of what technical debt is. Maybe some code refactoring. So those are things where we took some shortcuts and now it's time to refactor the code. And the customer doesn't see a benefit from refactoring, but the developers, because it's refactored, maybe they can add enhancements quicker. So you can always argue eventually they'll benefit. But if you wouldn't put on your list of new features, we refactored our code, it's probably technical debt. Setting up and maintaining environments, customers don't care about that. You need a test environment, any kind of environment, technical debt. It has to be done, but customer doesn't get a benefit. Changing technology like databases. We decided to go from an SQL to a NoSQL. Customer doesn't see that. It's all behind the scenes. It's kind of technical debt. Not a bad thing. Maybe it's going to allow you to do things you couldn't do before. But when you do those things you couldn't do before, those are enhancements. But just swapping databases, technical debt. As I said, if there are vulnerabilities in libraries, you've got to upgrade the libraries. You've got to retest the code. Make sure nothing broke. Technical debt. So it's really, really important that you don't shy away from technical debt. Understand what it is, give it a label, make sure that you put a little bit of technical debt in every one of your sprint plans so that you're paying it down. But by having this label, you could see how many stories on the Kanban board are yellow with technical debt, how many are blue with new enhancements. So now you can see I've got this nice yellow label that shows me some of the stories in my backlog are technical debt. We look at the last one. As a system administrator, I need the ability to reset a counter so I can recount something. So now let's add some assumptions. Maybe the technical lead said, hey, we ought to tell the developer how to put this URL because it might be a little tricky. We want it to be a post to counters with the counter name and then a /reset, and that will reset the counter because there's multiple ways you could probably reset the counter, right? You could update it with a 0. You could do it in lots of ways. But maybe that one, because you want to protect it and only have admins do it, you make it a separate endpoint that only admins get access to. And then your acceptance criteria. Given the counter has advanced to 5, when I call reset on the service, and I request the current counter, then I should see 0 return from the service. So now we have a nice understanding of how should this thing behave. We've agreed on the definition of done so that there's no questions about it when we get to the sprint review and they demonstrate this, and that's exactly what it does. No one can argue that that is what it was supposed to do. And so now we'll assign a label, and I would say that's an enhancement. Being able to reset counters is a new feature, so I'm going to go with enhancement on that one. So now back to our Kanban board, we've got our product backlog all refined, and we've got labels so that we quickly see, hey, we've got 3 stories that are enhancements, 1 story that's technical debt. I've got this nice visual indicator. And it's okay, the ones in the icebox, they're going to be later. We will refine those later. But the ones at the top of the product backlog have these nice labels, and then maybe we can we'll put some story points to them when we do the sprint planning for this go-around. So let's look at some backlog refinement tips. You should be refining the backlog every sprint. My sprints usually go from Monday to the following Friday, and about the Wednesday before the end of the sprint, I like to have a backlog refinement meeting. So every other week, I'm refining my backlog, getting it ready for the sprint plan that I usually have on Monday mornings at the beginning of the sprint, right? Because you do your sprint retrospective and your sprint review on a Friday. Everyone's exhausted, they go home, and then I do the sprint planning first thing Monday morning. So I usually do this on a Wednesday. Now, some people do it every week, and if you have a lot of requirements coming in, you might want to do it every week. But it's important that at least once a sprint, you're refining this backlog to keep it healthy. You want to have at least, I like to have 2 sprints worth of stories refined in the backlog, right? So if by some miracle, right, they get done with all the stories in a sprint and they need to pull more things from the backlog, they could just pull them from the product backlog. But mostly, I want to make sure that I don't get cut short. If something happens, I've got enough stories that are refined that maybe I can skip a refinement meeting 1 week because of some delays or whatever. So I like to have at least 2 sprints worth kind of refined in that product backlog. And then the more time you spend refining these stories, the less time you're going to spend doing sprint planning. So if you can add story points, we'll do it in the sprint plan. But if you can add some story points during the backlog refinement meeting, then that's fine because it gives an idea of how big these stories are. But the more you do, the more detail you add. You don't want to be typing up stories during the sprint planning meeting. It'll make that planning meeting take forever. So trust me on this one. Get all that done during the backlog refinement meeting. In this video, you learn that backlog refinement is used to order the product backlog and make stories sprint ready. Technical debt is any story that does not add perceived value to the stakeholder, and the goal is to get the backlog ready for the sprint planning meeting. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe sprint planning, explain why having a sprint goal is important, describe how to run a sprint planning meeting, assign estimates and labels to stories, produce a sprint plan. In this Scrum process, we've looked at product backlog and backlog refinement, and we're now doing a sprint planning meeting, which will hopefully produce a sprint backlog. Sprint planning is the meeting in which you determine what stories are going to be in the next sprint. How much can we accomplish in the next 2 weeks? We do that by producing a sprint backlog. So the sprint planning meeting, who should attend? Well, that should be the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the development team. We don't invite stakeholders or anybody like that to this meeting. It is just the core team, the 3 roles in Scrum: the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the rest of the team. When I say development team, I mean software engineers, testers, operations folks if you're doing DevOps, maybe business analysts, whoever is on the team that is building the thing that you're delivering. A cross-functional team, not just software engineers. So we have to talk about goals here. This is very, very important. Each sprint should have a goal. For some reason, it's hard for some product owners to say what the goal of a sprint is. They're thinking, I need the whole thing done. But they've got to think, what can I get done in the next 2 weeks? And so it's very important that the product owner articulate the goal, and then here are the stories in the product backlog that support the goal so that everybody knows why they're doing the stories and how that story is going to help us achieve whatever goal it is, whatever capability, whatever we want to add to the product that we're building. And so it's important for the whole team to understand this. Sometimes you're in the middle of a sprint, and you have some questions about how to do something, and you're like, okay, what was the goal? Am I getting off on some tangent here, on some other path? The goal was to deliver this capability. Let me make sure I don't overcode it, over-engineer it. And let me make sure I meet the goal of delivering whatever it is we decided to deliver to the customer. So the mechanics of sprint planning. What the development team is going to do, and this is a development team activity, they're going to take stories from the top of the product backlog and they're going to move them into the sprint backlog. And they're going to do this and assign story points. If you haven't had story points, if you do have story points from the backlog refinement, they will check to make sure they agree with those story points because they probably didn't create them. So the development team decides how big a story is. They're the ones that have to commit to it, right? So they have to make sure they're comfortable with the story points. Sometimes they do a little something called planning poker, where they all, hold up, I think it's a 3, I think it's a 5, and they talk about why they think it's small or medium. And then they all agree, yep, that's a medium story. I get it. So very important they agree on how big these stories are. And then they want to make sure that each story contains enough information so that they can start working on it. You don't want to be asking questions in the middle of a sprint. You want to be able to take the next story off the backlog and know that everything in it is there that you need to start working. And so it's important that all the developers understand, all of the testers, everybody on the team understands what's that story's about in case they're the one that pulls it off the backlog. And then finally, you stop adding stories when you hit the team's velocity. So, this begs the question, what is team velocity? I've mentioned it a few times now, right? Velocity is the number of story points that a team can execute in a single sprint, right? So you take all the story points in the sprint, and that becomes the team's velocity. This is critical because it's going to change over time. As estimates get more accurate, it'll change. As the team gets more competent at implementing stories, it's going to change. So the velocity could change over time. Hopefully it will get better and better and better. But here's the key piece. You cannot compare the velocity of 2 teams. Velocity is a personal thing. Each team decides what's a medium, right? And so a medium for one team might be bigger than a medium for another team. So it's not fair to compare their velocity. Also, some team might say, hey, 2 is a medium, 1 is a small, right? 3 is a large. Another team might say 5 is a medium, 3 is a small, 8 is a large. Well, obviously the team that picked the bigger numbers is going to have the bigger velocity, but they may actually be doing less work. So unless all the teams agree on what a medium story is, and all the teams agree on what numbers to use, which they don't always do, because the teams are independent. You cannot compare the velocity of 2 teams, not fair unless everybody's using the same measurements. So, one of the first things you want to do when you do sprint planning is create a milestone. Now, in ZenHub, you can use a milestone, which is part of GitHub, but ZenHub has just introduced something called sprints. And so sprints act like the old milestones, and you can use either. I'm still using milestones because I can still track them in other ways in GitHub. The sprints are unique to ZenHub, but they have some cool automation where you can move stories from sprint to sprint, so you might want to look into that. But right now, I have my teams creating milestones. So you create the milestone and you give it a title. I usually keep the title short because they show up in drop-down lists, right? So sprint 1 : deployed to cloud. Just something really short so we know what sometimes the number's irrelevant, but we just know that sprint is deployed to cloud. And then we want to give it a description, and the description should be the goal, right? So that everybody understands, what are we doing this sprint? Look at the description of the milestone, that goal, that's what we're all here to do. So make sure that we adhere to that goal. And then you give it a duration, and I like to have my sprints be 2 weeks. Some teams can do 1 week. I think it's a little short, but you really don't want to go 3, 4, 5 weeks. Too many things can change. I like to keep 2-week sprints. It's a nice cadence that's easy for most teams to do. So let's look at the user interface for creating a new milestone. So one of the things we want to do is we want to give it a title. So I've called this sprint 1 : single counter, right? We just want to implement a single counter. That should tell you right there, the multiple counter story is not going to be in the sprint, right? The sprint is just about the single counter. And then in the description, I like to put the goal. The goal is to get a single counter working and deploy to the cloud, right? So I've kind of stated, this is what we're all running for. We want to get it in the cloud. We want to get just a single counter working, right? And this is what we're going to commit to our stakeholders. And then I've got to give it some dates, a start date and an end date. And so I might say, yep, I'm going to start on Monday the 7th. And then the following Friday the 18th is when we're going to be done with this 2-week sprint. And so now I'm all ready to create that milestone. Just a title, a good description that gives you the goal, and the start and end dates. So we'll create a milestone. So now if we look at where we left our Kanban board, we had some groomed stories in the product backlog, some ungroomed stories in the icebox, and we don't have to worry about anything but the product backlog and the sprint backlog. The goal here is to build a sprint backlog from the product backlog. So if we look at it, we've got our stories. They don't have any story points, so we're going to have to assign them. Notice at the top of the sprint backlog, it says 0 story points. The tool will track how many story points you have in each one of the pipelines. And so that's going to tell us when we reach our team velocity. So let's look at the first story. So I open the first story, and I want to assign it an estimate. And so maybe we talk it over as a team, and the team says, this looks like a rather large story because it's setting up the initial, counter, the increment, and then getting the values. There's a number of things in here. Maybe they say, this is a large one, we're going to make it an 8. And then we assign it to the sprint milestone of sprint 1. So now we know that this is in the sprint, and it's got an estimate. And so we'll close that one. Now when it shows up in the product backlog, it has an 8 in the circle to show us that it's 8 story points. We still have our label, and it's also been assigned to the sprint. So now we'll move that one over into the sprint backlog, and the sprint backlog now shows us you've got 8 story points in the sprint so far. So let's look at the next one. We open it up, we talk about it as a team. Is this big? Is it small, medium, large? What is it? Maybe the team decides, hey, this is a medium, right? We know how to do this. This is something that we think is kind of a medium story, get it done in a couple of days, less than a week. And so that becomes a medium story. And so the next thing we want to do is assign it to the sprint. So now we've got this story assigned to the sprint. It's a medium story. We go back to our Kanban board. We see that the story points have been assigned, and we drag and drop that one over into the sprint backlog, and now we're at 13 story points, and we'll go look at the next story. So this is what you're doing during this sprint planning meeting, right? You're looking at each one of these stories, you're talking about it. This one's a technical debt story. We talk about it with the team. The team decides this one's also a medium. We assign it to the sprint milestone, and then we save it, and that one shows up with all its decorations, and we drag and we drop that one into the sprint backlog. And so you continue to do this until you hit your velocity. So let's say the team's velocity is 18 story points. And so we stop at this point and say, hey, we've got enough things in our sprint plan. We don't want to overcommit. The past has showed us that we can do about 18 story points. And that's the beauty of story points. It's not wall clock time. It's like, we could do a couple of smalls, a medium, maybe a large, or maybe 2 mediums and a large, right? It's not the number of stories every sprint. It's given the estimates and given our past track record of implementing 18 story points or 20 story points per sprint, we don't want to exceed that commitment in the next sprint. In this video, you learned that it is the product owner's responsibility to present the sprint goal. It is the development team's responsibility to create a sprint plan. And a sprint plan is created by moving stories from the product backlog into the sprint backlog until the team's velocity is reached. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the daily workflow, determine which story you should work on next, and explain why you should not work on more than one story at a time. In the steps in the Scrum process, we've gone all the way through backlog refinement and sprint backlog, and now we are off to actually executing the sprint. So the sprint is one iteration through design, code, test, deploy, right? It's one iteration through that whole cycle, and we do this in 2-week increments, and it's really important that every one of them has a goal so everyone knows the goal that they're working for. So the daily execution. What each member wants to do is when they start the sprint, they take the next highest item off the sprint backlog that they have the skills to work for. I realize that some UI developers can't do back-end work. That's fine. But the next item, the highest item, you don't get to pick one in the middle. You don't get to pick your favorite item. You should be doing in the order of business importance, the next highest thing on the sprint backlog. You pull it off and you assign it to yourself. Very, very important to assign it to yourself so everybody knows you're working on it. And then you move it into in progress so that now visually everybody can see that you're working on it. So let's go back to our Kanban board. We see we have 3 stories in the sprint backlog. And so right now, we don't care about anything that is to the left of the sprint backlog because we want to concentrate on the sprint backlog, what's in process, what needs to be reviewed, and what is going to get done. So right now for your daily execution, you're going to take the next highest thing on the sprint backlog, move it to in process, and open it up so that you can assign it to yourself. So once it opens up, you click on the assignees. One of the cool things is that you can just click on a link that says assign yourself. Otherwise, you could drop down and assign it to someone else. But you want to go assign it to whoever you are in GitHub. So now I've just assigned this to myself in GitHub. So I can close that story. Obviously, I'm going to read the story, understand what it is, understand what I have to do, and then go close that story. And then it shows up in the in progress column with a little avatar. It happens to be the avatar that is, my picture on GitHub, but it's whatever your avatar is on GitHub, that's what it shows up. So look at what I can see here. Now anyone, right? Management, anyone can go look at who's working on what. Somebody else on my team. Oh, look, that Refrano guy, he's got that one in process. So I'm going to go pick the next one off the backlog, assign it to myself, and then go work on it. So some key things to keep in mind when you're doing your daily execution. Nobody should be working on more than one story at a time. That's another important feature of having those little avatars show up, because if I see the same avatar, then somebody's working on multiple stories. And the problem is, I can't ship 50% of 2 things that are incomplete. I can only ship 100% of one thing that's completed. So I don't want people having their focus pulled too many ways. I want them to work on one thing, deliver a feature, and then go work on the next feature. Unless, of course, they're blocked. If they're blocked, then it's okay while someone's unblocking you, like the Scrum Master is going to unblock you, you can start working on a new feature and then get back to the one that was blocked. When you're finished, you then go create a pull request and you move that story into review QA. And there's a way to set up pull requests on GitHub with ZenHub so that when you create a pull request, it will automatically create that pull request in review QA. And if you assign a story to that pull request, you assign a Git issue to that pull request, it will pull the issue from in process over to review QA and link them together. So it's a nice way of keeping everything neat and tidy. So everyone knows a pull request has been made because now I see things in the review QA column that I should probably go off and maybe review for somebody. And then when the pull request is then merged, now you can take and drag that into the done column. Once your code has been merged with the base branch, the master branch or the main branch, you can then move that to the done column because you're done, and then you start all over. You go back to the sprint backlog, take the next highest thing off the sprint, assign it to yourself, and start working on it. In this video, you learn that you need to keep the Kanban board updated so that everyone knows what you're working on. It's important to always work on the story with the highest priority that you have the skills for. And working on more than one story at a time may lead to neither story being finished at the end of the sprint. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe what happens in the daily stand-up meeting, discuss the importance of time boxing the meeting to 15 minutes, explain what to do with topics raised at the meeting, and conduct a daily stand-up meeting. In the steps in the Scrum process, we've gone all the way through to the daily Scrum or the daily stand-up. So now we're learning about the daily stand-up meeting. This should happen in the same place and time every day. It's important that people don't know where's the meeting today, right? Usually it's the same place and time every day. And then sometimes it's called the daily Scrum. I've heard it called both, daily Scrum, daily stand-up, maybe daily Scrum. Scrum is kind of the whole process, so I like using the term daily stand-up. Each member briefly discusses what they're working on, right? They report on their work, and this is a meeting for each other, for the team, to get up to date on who's working on what. Is anybody stuck? Now, it's called a stand-up because you're supposed to stand up. Nobody should be sitting down. This is a 15-minute time box meeting. Very, very critical that it only takes 15 minutes. One of the ways of ensuring that is to have everybody stand up, right? Usually they'll stand in a circle and just go around and discuss. So that's why it's called a stand-up meeting. Now, it's not a project status. This is really critical. I've seen these de-evolve into projects. It's not a status meeting. It's a meeting for all of the development team, right? The software engineers, the testers, anybody on the team to understand who's working on what and what are we going to get done today and can I help anybody? So 15 minutes, answer some simple questions. And so who should attend? Well, the Scrum Master should attend. The Scrum Master is someone who is helping the team be agile. If you have an advanced team, you might say they show up without the Scrum Master, but the Scrum Master is critical because if anyone's blocked, I want the Scrum Master to unblock them. So I always have the Scrum Master attend the daily stand-up. And then, of course, the development team, right? Everybody on the Scrum team attends the stand-up. Now, the product owner is optional. I've had product owners show up some days, not show up others. If they do show up, they are not to speak unless spoken to. This is not a status meeting for the product owner. This is really, really critical. And I see how these things de-evolve, right, into daily status meeting. It's not a status meeting. So the product owner can show up. If they can be helpful in answering a question, fine. They don't get to ask questions. They don't get to drill the team. That is not what this meeting is for. They can have their own status meeting if they want to do that. That's not what the stand-up is for. The stand-up is for the development team. Product owner is optional. So what are these questions that everyone asks? So each member answers these three questions in turn. What did I get done yesterday? What am I going to work on today? And are there any blockers? Are there any impediments in my way? So everyone knows what I've been working on. I worked on something yesterday. I plan to continue it today. I might get finished tomorrow. I'm going to plan to continue it today. Or I worked on this yesterday. I'm going to pick up a new story today. Nothing's blocking me. Or something is blocking me. Very, very important. Impediments and blockers. If one of the team members is being blocked, the Scrum Master has nothing more important than to unblock them. right? Critically important that you keep the team moving forward. And so that's why the Scrum Master needs to be at this meeting, so that if anybody's blocked, they can go deal with it while they do some productive, like the team members do more productive work, taking another story off the backlog. So developers who are blocked, take the next story off the backlog and start working on it while you're blocked. Unless you're going to get unblocked in an hour or two, then maybe go work on some other work. But if the blocker is going to be around for a while, start working on the next story. So let's talk about table topics. And this is why I see these meetings running over the 15-minute time box. Anything that comes up that is not part of the 3 questions should be tabled. Right? And we sometimes we say we put that in the parking lot. So it's very, very important that the Scrum Master write it down so we don't forget. We don't want to lose track of it. We're not trying to be rude, but we want to get through this meeting in 15 minutes reporting on those 3 questions. And then if anybody is interested in the table topics, we then do those after the meeting. So I'll have the 15-minute Scrum meeting and then say, okay, the following topics came up. Anybody who's interested in discussing them, please stay. Everybody else, go have a productive day. And then you can talk about those topics. Maybe somebody needed help and someone else says, I know how to do that. I can tell you how. Tell them after the meeting. In this video, you learned that the daily stand-up occurs every day for 15 minutes. Each person should be prepared to answer the 3 stand-up questions. The daily stand-up is not a status meeting. Topics not related to the stand-up should be addressed after the meeting. After watching this video, you'll be able to define a burndown chart, describe how to read a burndown chart, and explain how burndown charts can help forecast the team's ability to achieve the sprint goal. So a burndown chart is one of my favorite charts. It's a tool that I use a lot because it lets me quickly and easily see, is the team going to reach their sprint goal? It works off of milestones, although now with the new Zen Hub, it also works off of sprints. But a milestone could be anything, right? A milestone could be a demo that you're going to do, or you're going to go to a conference, and the milestone is to get the code ready. But usually milestones are your sprints, right? Your 2-week sprints. And so these burndown charts can be used to measure progress against any milestone, not just sprints. So what they are is a measure of how many story points are completed versus how many story points you have in the sprint given time. So it's going to show you that given this amount of story points and this amount of time, you should be here, and you want to make sure that you're on that line. You'll see what they look like. Over time, the story points remaining to go down, right? So there's less and less story points to execute, and that's why they call it a burn down chart. You're watching the story points left, the story points remaining, burning down over time. So let's take a look at an example burn down chart. On the vertical, I have the number of story points in the sprint. And so this will be different for every sprint and clearly for every team. It's the number of story points in this particular milestone, which is a sprint. Then on the horizontal, I have the number of days in a sprint, and this is a 2-week sprint. And then I have vertical bars that indicate the weekends. Now, this particular sprint is going from a Wednesday to a Wednesday. Otherwise, you would see it start out with the vertical bars in the beginning. And then it plots the optimal path through the burn down. So everything being equal, and if you're burning down on an equal basis, you will burn down to the first weekend, and it doesn't assume that people are working on weekends. You do not want to burn out your team. And then it plots the next course from that week, and then the final burn down at the end. And then, as the team starts working, you'll see this blue line. Now, every dot on that blue line is a closed story, or you can set it to be a done story, move to the done column. But each one of those is a story that has been completed in some way. And so we're looking pretty good right up until now, up until about halfway through, and then we continue, and then, wow, something's going on here, right? So now I see that the number of stories closed is much higher than they need to be in order to make this sprint. And so the team rallies and gets a bunch of stories completed, and then finally we do make our date. We get them all completed before the end of the sprint. So it's just very quick. It's very easy to read. It's very simple for developers. And again, this is not necessarily for management. This is for the development team to understand, are we going to meet the sprint goals? Are we going to get all the stories done in time? This is a pretty good indication. It's why I like these charts. In this video, you learn that a burndown chart shows the measurement of story points completed versus story points remaining for a sprint. Burndown charts can be used to show progress towards any milestone, not just sprints. Burndown charts are used to forecast the team's probability of achieving the sprint goal. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe what a sprint review is, explain who to invite to a sprint review meeting, and describe how to conduct a sprint review meeting. So we've been through all of the steps in the Scrum process through the sprint, and now hopefully we've got a valuable product, a valuable done increment to demonstrate. The sprint review meeting is demo time. That's when the developers get to show up all the great work that they did. You want to have live demonstrations of here's the feature we added, here's what it does, what do you think about it? And then the product owner goes off and says, yep, that's what we wanted, or maybe, hey, that's really cool, what if we did this? Maybe write a new story for it. But they're determining, based on the acceptance criteria, is this acceptable? And then all of the stories that are accepted get moved from the done column into the close column, because now everyone agrees that story can be closed. We've delivered that functionality. So who should attend this meeting? Well, everybody, the product owner, the Scrum Master, the developers, the stakeholders, the customers, anybody you can think of, right? Anybody who wants to see a demo can come to this meeting. This is the time when the developers really shine, right? When the development team gets to show off all their stuff. So everyone is welcome to the sprint review meeting to see how they've been working on this increment. So let's talk about the sprint review. Feedback should be converted into backlog items. So what you want to do in the sprint review is get feedback from the stakeholders, feedback from the product owner, feedback from everyone watching the demo, and then decide, well, maybe we should write new stories based on this feedback to add some new functionality or take it in a different direction or whatever. So this is where iterative development allows you to build things you could not have built before. Because quite often, once they see something, right? Once a stakeholder sees something like, ooh, now that I've seen that, you know what would be great if we could just add another one of these? And they would have never thought of it. It would have never happened in waterfall development because that process wouldn't have spurred their interest. This is really, really where you build products that you could not have built with just using a fixed planning method. This is where iterative planning really thrives. So what do you do about rejected stories? What do you do about stories that the product owner says, no, that wasn't what we wanted at all? Well, any story that is not considered done, you have to treat carefully. I want to make sure that you don't just move them to the next sprint. What I usually do is I add a label to them to let them know it's unfinished or it's done or it was inaccurate or whatever, and then I close it. Why do I close it? I close it because I don't want to affect my velocity, impact my velocity unnecessarily. So I open a new story with whatever it is they really did want, and I close that one. And this is really key to make sure that, if you had 8 story points and the developers, put 8 story points into it, and you just move it to the next sprint, well, you just lost 8 story points out of your velocity, but your velocity is no longer accurate because you did take time to do 8 story points. So instead of 18, you did 10. It's like, well, what happened that sprint? It's not that they didn't do any work. It's that the work wasn't accepted as what the product owner wanted. But you still want that velocity to reflect that 8 story points was put into it, even though you didn't get something that the product owner wanted. So I always close those stories and I write a new story for what the product owner really wants with new acceptance criteria for the next sprint. In this video, you learn that a sprint review is a demonstration of the features that have been implemented during the sprint. Everyone involved with the project is invited to participate, and feedback from stakeholders is critical to help shape the future of the product. The backlog is updated based on the feedback. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe a sprint retrospective, explain who to invite to a sprint retrospective meeting, and describe how to conduct a sprint retrospective meeting. So one of the last meetings is the sprint retrospective. This is a meeting to reflect on the sprint. Very, very critical for continuously improving is that we look back on what we did. So it measures the health of the process, measures the health of the team, and the development team must be able to speak freely, right? They have to be comfortable in this meeting that they could talk about anything that they want to talk about and discuss as they reflect on the sprint. And so who should attend this meeting? Well, the Scrum Master should be there and the development team. I do not invite the product owner to the sprint retrospective. And the reason I don't invite the product owner is because I want the development team to be able to speak freely. I want them to be able to say, hey, that product owner is driving us too hard, right? I want them to be able to, them and the Scrum Master, to have frank and honest conversations about how are things going. Now, you might have a product owner where you can tell them, you're driving us too hard. Okay, then invite the product owner. But you don't want people to feel intimidated. Well, I was really going to tell you what went wrong, but I didn't want the product owner to think any less of me. You don't want that to happen. So trust me on this one. Sprint retrospective, Scrum Master, the rest of the team without the product owner, and let's really dig into the health of the team. And so there are 3 questions again that get asked in this team to reflect on the sprint. The first one is, what did we do well, right? What should we keep doing? What went really good, and keep doing more of that. And then what did not go well, right? What should we stop doing? And have everybody speak freely about, what did not go well and what they'd like to not have to do next time. And then, most importantly, what should we do to change, right? What do we want to change for the next time? Now, there might be a lot of changes. It's the Scrum Master's job to kind of document those changes and then make sure that something gets changed. You don't have to change all of them. It may be impossible to get them all done, but make sure something gets addressed for the next sprint so that the team knows that it's just not a gripe session, right? That things are actually happening. People are really listening. People really care about how they feel, and they're trying to improve. So the goal here is improvement. It's critical to have a healthy team to be able to reflect and be able to talk about what went right, what went wrong, what should we do differently. And the Scrum Master must ensure, right, that changes are, as a result of feedback, changes are made, right? People want to feel that things are getting better as a result of having these meetings. Otherwise, there's no sense in having the meeting. And the goal is just to improve for the next sprint. What can we do better for next time? There's always room for change. What can we do better the next time? In this video, you learned that a sprint retrospective is a time to reflect on how the sprint went. The development team must feel comfortable to speak freely. And the 3 questions are answered on what went right or wrong. The sprint retrospective must result in changes to improve the next sprint. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the difference between vanity metrics and actionable metrics, describe the top 4 actionable metrics, and explain how metrics can be used to improve the team's performance. Having metrics is critically important because you can't improve what you can't measure. You have to be able to measure how you're doing. You can't just go by gut feel. The high-performing teams are measuring how they're doing, and they're reacting to those measurements, and they're making sure that those are going in the right direction. And so they take baselines, they set goals, and then they measure against those goals. This is critically important for the health of your team. So beware of vanity metrics. Oh, we got 10,000 hits to our website. Let's have a pizza party. Well, what does 10,000 hits mean? What does it really mean? Did somebody nervously click 10,000 times? Did 10,000 people click once and go away? You don't know. You have no idea. You don't know what drove them to the website, and you don't know what action to take next. How do I get more clicks? I don't know. Clicks or hits to a website is just a vanity metric. You want to be working on actionable metrics. So maybe you're doing some A/B split testing, right? Where you've got two versions of something, you don't know how the customers are going to like it, and so you traffic shape 50% to one customer set, 50 to another, and then you measure. Right? Did the customers who saw the new feature, did they react the way we wanted them to? Did we get the behavior out of them? And if we did, then let's do more of that behavior. And if they didn't, then let's not do more of that behavior, right? Let's do less. So it's critical that you take a baseline, whatever that baseline is. Let's say it currently requires 6 teams, 10 hours to do a deployment, and you want to decrease that. Or it costs so much, money to go, do a release. Whatever it is, however you have the baseline, you pick something that you want to improve on, and then you measure it the way it is today. Set that baseline. And then you set yourself a goal. Maybe you want to reduce from 10 hours to 2 hours, and you think about how can I do that? Right? And then you measure it. Are we getting closer? You're not going to hit it the first time, right? This is going to be over a series of sprints. Are we getting faster? Are we getting better? Is it costing us less? Are we finding, more bugs in production? More bugs in testing, right? You don't want to find more bugs in production. Are we picking up more bugs in testing than we do in production, right? Which is going to cost us less money in doing break fix. So whatever that is, you want to set a goal and measure against it. The top 4 actionable metrics that people use are mean lead time, right? How long does it take to get from an idea to get something delivered to the customer? Release frequency. How often can you release? It doesn't have to be any faster than you need to release. If you only need to release once a week, that's fine. But can you release when you need to release something new to the customer? And then, of course, what is your change failure rate, right? Are you releasing stuff that's breaking? All right, so that's critically important as well. And then mean time to recovery. It used to be mean time to failure, right? We'd make sure we never fail, make sure it never goes down. Well, it's going to go down. How fast can you recover from it going down is the question. And if it's quick enough and the customer doesn't even notice, that is the best of all. So mean time to recovery is really what people are measuring as an actionable metric today. So let's look at some example metrics, right? Reduce time to market for new features, right? How fast does it take me to get a new feature out there? Does it take me days, weeks, months? Increasing the overall availability of the product, right? Maybe you want to make something a higher availability. Reducing the time it takes to deploy a release. That's a common one, right? We want to be able to get releases out quicker. Increasing the percentage of defects detected in testing before a production release, because that is going to save you money in the long run. And then providing performance and user feedback to the team in a timely manner, right? Do I have fast feedback loops? Can I get feedback from the customer to my team? Maybe I want to get that quicker. I don't want it to take so long. Whatever those metrics are, you want to pick one of them and then improve on it. In this video, you learn that high-performing teams use metrics to continuously improve. It's important to be sure that the metrics you use are actionable. It's important to take a baseline before trying to measure change. And the top 4 actionable metrics can be used to improve your team's overall performance. After watching this video, you'll be able to close out the sprint on the Kanban board, describe how to handle unfinished stories, and prepare for your next sprint. I want to talk about the end of sprint activities. What do you do at the end of a sprint after all the meetings are done? Well, you want to take anything that's in the done column and move it to closed. You might have done that during the sprint review, but if you didn't, now is the time to move all of the done items into the closed column. You also want to close out the current milestone. If you're using sprints in the new Zen Hub, they may close themselves out based on the end date, but a regular milestone in GitHub will not close itself until you close it, just in case you run late. So you're in control of closing it, and so you should close out that milestone so that you get credit for velocity on your velocity charts. You then want to create a new sprint milestone. Now, you might leave this until the next sprint planning meeting, and that's okay. But just understand, you close out one milestone, you're going to have to create a new milestone for the next sprint. And then you want to adjust any unfinished work. So what do I mean about unfinished work? Well, there's untouched stories. What about stories that haven't been worked on? They're in the sprint backlog and no one got to them, right? So you can move those to the top of the product backlog. Some people move them to the next sprint. I like to resist the urge of just moving them into the next sprint. Because what if they're not the top priority anymore? What if we didn't get to those stories, but in the middle of the sprint, a new feature was requested that is our new top priority? So I don't make any assumptions that just because we were working on it the last sprint, we ought to be working on it the next sprint if it wasn't finished. And so I like to take them and move them to the top of the product backlog. If you do, remember to unassign them from the sprint milestone, right? You don't want to have those dangling stories in the sprint milestone. Take them out of the milestone, move them back to the top of the product backlog. How about unfinished stories? These are stories that people did get to, but they didn't finish. Very important for this is don't move the unfinished stories into the next sprint. Again, you're going to mess up your velocity. Somebody spent time working on half a story. And so what you should do is you could determine, was the sizing wrong? If it was, you can adjust it. If it wasn't wrong, okay, it was an 8-pointer. I only got to do 4 points of it. Then adjust the size down to 4, and then write a new story because you want to keep your velocity accurate. Write a new story put it in the product backlog. That's the other 4 points, but give the developer credit and give the team credit for working on those 4 story points. So you never want to simply move them into the next sprint. You want to take them and close them in this sprint so you get credit for the velocity. And then if you need to, write a story for the next sprint with maybe more story points or half of the story points from the previous one. The other thing you want to do is adjust the description, right? You might want to say that this thing is unfinished. You might want to create an unfinished label, so that you can tell that it was closed, but it wasn't closed and completed, maybe a not completed label. But the idea is that you definitely want to identify in some way that this is a half-finished story, but you're closing it because you're closing out the sprint and the work was done in that sprint, even though it was only half of the work. Then you write a new story for the remaining work, right? So whatever work is left, and maybe it's the remaining story points, or maybe it's even more story points because it was bigger than we thought, whatever it is, you write that story, put it in the product backlog, and then we could decide whether we're going to do it or not in the next sprint. Or maybe because it's half done, you're guaranteed, you know that you want to do it in the next sprint, then you might want to move it to the next sprint, assuming you've already created that sprint milestone. And then you want to remain, if you do write a new story, assign the remaining story points to that new story. Again, what we're trying to do is keep the velocity accurate. We want to get credit for the number of story points executed in a sprint, regardless of whether the story was finished or not, so that we know that our velocity is accurate. In the next sprint, we know how many story points we can take on to execute. So, getting ready for the next sprint. All the current stories should be assigned to the current sprint should be closed, right? Anything in the current sprint, you want to close that. All the unfinished stories, they get reassigned. So you've handled all the stories that are unfinished, closed them, maybe write new stories for the rest of finishing them. And then any of the sprint milestone is closed. Any stories that were in that sprint milestone get taken out of it, put in the product backlog. And then maybe a new sprint milestone is created either at the end of the sprint or at the beginning of the next sprint. In this video, you learned that it is important to give developers credit for unfinished stories. Unfinished stories should be split into new stories to complete the work in the next sprint. Each sprint milestone should be closed when completed to reflect the velocity of the sprint. And you should create a new milestone for the next sprint. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss some anti-patterns to avoid them when practicing Scrum, and describe a checklist for measuring a healthy Scrum team. So let's discuss some anti-patterns. The first one is no real product owner. And I've seen this happen on a number of teams where nobody's really sure who the product owner is. There are a couple of people who seem to be in charge, but clearly one person with a vision is not present. The other opposite I've seen is multiple product owners. I've been on Scrum teams where there were 2 product owners and they didn't always agree on what to build. These are anti-patterns. There should be a clear person who's playing the role of product owner, who's the visionary for the team, who's setting the vision and leading the team. Very, very important. Then, if the teams are too large, You don't want to have, 20, 30 people on a team. They should be less than 10. We say, 5 plus or minus 2 or 7 plus or minus 2. You really don't want to have large teams because that is an anti-pattern because communications becomes too hard at that point. And then the teams are not dedicated. I've seen this happen multiple times. People are on multiple projects. You're in the daily stand-up and you say, what did you do yesterday? And yesterday my manager pulled me off to work on another project. Clearly, that is an anti-pattern. That is a recipe for disaster. So you want to make sure that if that's happening on your teams are not going to be successful. If the teams are too geographically dispersed, I realize we work in international companies all around the world. My recommendation is put at least 2 people in a geography, in a time zone, so that they can collaborate together. But it really works best when all the teams are together in one time zone, one geography. And then if your teams are siloed, the team should be working as one cross-functional team. I shouldn't have to open tickets with other teams to get things done. Everything I need should be on that one team. So that's very important. And then if teams are not self-managing, the teams are not being told what to do, right? They're not being given stories to work on. The stories are in the backlog, and they pick the next highest story off the backlog, and they assign it to themselves, right? They're self-managing. It's critically important for the health of a Scrum team. If you do these things, you will fail. You should not wonder why you failed. You were implementing all the anti-patterns. So let's talk about some health check items that you can look at to make sure that your team is healthy. One of them is that everybody is accountable. Scrum Master, product owner, team members, they all are accountable for what they do. They all feel ownership in what they're delivering. And when something goes wrong, everybody chips in to make sure things happen right. So they should all understand what their role is and act on that role. The second is that you're working in small sprints. If you're working in sprints that are a month long, 2 months long, that's just too big. You need to be organized around 1 or 2 weeks, 2 or 4 week sprints. I don't like 4 weeks. I really like 2 week sprints. Some people do 1 week sprints. There's an ordered product backlog. This is key, right? If you go in and look at the backlog and it's not ordered, things are in disarray and the stories don't have enough information for anybody to know what's going on, that's an indication that things aren't exactly healthy. Then is there a sprint backlog, right, that you could visualize the remaining work? And that's why we use a Kanban board, right, so that we have these things in the backlog. We can look at them and very quickly and easily understand what is the work that's remaining in this sprint, what is the work that has yet to be done. And then at sprint planning and forecast, a sprint backlog and a sprint are created. Teams should not be working without a backlog. Teams should not be pulling off the product backlog. You really want to organize around a goal for the sprint, and all the stories for that sprint are in that sprint backlog. The results of the daily Scrum results in planning work or replanning work. So maybe, something's not going as planned. You need to shuffle some stories. You need to add more people to a story. You need to get somebody help. And maybe you replan as a result of that. So that's very, very important. No later than the end of the sprint, you've got a done increment, right? You don't want to have sprints where there's nothing to deliver. In the beginning, it's really hard to do this, but once you get going, there should be some new functionality that you're adding every 2 weeks that you can demo and be accountable for. And then the stakeholders offering feedback. I can't stress enough how critically important this is. The whole idea of delivering early and often is so that the stakeholders can look at it and they can offer you feedback, and then you could decide whether you need to change the plan or change the product or change whatever direction you're going in. So that stakeholder feedback is very valuable. If you have sprint reviews and the stakeholders remain silent, not healthy, not healthy. They really need to be speaking up and saying whether they like it, don't like it. The product backlog is updated as a result of a sprint review. So when you do the review, you may come up with new stories. You come up with new ideas. You may decide that something should be implemented a little differently. And so at the end of that review, you go in and you add these new stories to the backlog, right? You want to take that feedback that the stakeholder's giving you and add that to the sprint backlog. So that becomes new stories that you could implement for your stakeholders. And then the product owner, the development team, the Scrum Master, they're all aligned on the work in process, right? So they know what's going to happen for their next sprint at the sprint retrospective. You want to make sure everybody understands what went well, what didn't go well, what should we keep doing, what should we stop doing, and get alignment so that in the next sprint, we do even better, right? We incrementally improve. In this video, you learned anti-patterns to avoid when practicing Scrum. No real product owner, teams are too large, teams are not dedicated, teams are too geographically dispersed, teams are siloed, teams are not self-managing. The Scrum Health Check provides guidelines for measuring a healthy Scrum team.
Welcome to the course capstone for project management. This course allows you to apply the project management knowledge and skills learned throughout all prior courses in the Project Management Professional Certificate (PC) program. Through this course, you will apply project management skills learned in the previous project management courses in the certificate program. We encourage you to complete all the courses in this professional certificate series before beginning this final course. You will have an opportunity to complete numerous hands-on activities based on a real-world scenario. We provide templates and instructional guidance to allow you to develop a portfolio of artifacts you can use to show your expertise and readiness for greater levels of project management responsibilities. Here is the breakdown of the activities you will complete in the 6 modules in this course. In Module 1, you will analyze a business case based on a project scenario and a Stacy diagram. From those assets, you will create a project charter and stakeholder register. In Module 2, you will develop project planning deliverables to support the project, such as work breakdown structure, WBS, a network diagram, and a high-level budget. You will also create support planning documents, including a quality management plan, a communications management plan, and a risk register. In Module 3, we will transition from predictive planning to adaptive planning using Scrum, where you will develop user stories, a product backlog, and a sprint backlog. Using a Kanban board, you will analyze a burndown chart to determine the project status and propose corrective actions. In Module 4, you will write a project status report and analyze proposed changes to the project by completing a change form. You will also write a closeout report for the project. In Module 5, you will submit a PDF copy of selected activities for a peer review evaluation and will also review another peer's project. Module 6 is a bonus module that contains information on building your portfolio and resume and job search tips. Each module includes a short quiz to test your knowledge, and you will be evaluated based on those module quizzes. To begin, you should explore the course site for a few minutes. If you have questions about course content, please post them in the forums to get help from others in the course community. For technical problems with the Coursera platform, visit the Learner Help Center. We are excited to have you join us and hope you enjoy the course. Welcome to the Capstone course. We are delighted you joined us. Welcome to Project Management Capstone, Project Scenario Introduction. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize the case study project, describe the 3 scenario components. Projects are generally initiated by an approved business case, statement of work, or agreement. In addition, a methodology called Stacy diagramming is typically used to determine the appropriate lifecycle for planning and executing a project. In this course, you will act as a project manager on behalf of Acme Health Innovations, AHI. AHI is a major provider of advanced skincare products. The leadership team at AHI Corporate Leadership Team recently launched a strategic marketing initiative to improve real-time understanding and analysis of the target market. AHI had a robust marketing department. However, marketing analytics depends on numerous disconnected systems, all of which need to be connected to provide the data to adapt to a changing, competitive, and technological environment. The corporate team reviewed and approved a business case to develop an application, app, to serve internal and external customers and users. This app will solicit, collect, and evaluate information and data in key areas and provide real-time analytics and informational data. You will use 3 information sources to plan and manage this project. They include the project scenario, the business case, and the Stacy diagramming analysis. An overview of each of these will be explained in the following slides. The project scenario contains the key information you will need to plan this project, such as an overview of the problem and the goals of the project, key corporate contacts you will be working with, a list of the functions that the new marketing app must perform, a list of the benefits the new app should provide, the current marketing process of AHI, and how the new app will improve efficiency. Stakeholder expectations for the app. Initial project cost estimates. This business case serves as the primary input for developing a project charter and subsequent project plan. This business case outlines the business needs, project justification, business strategy to implement the project. A Stacy diagramming analysis evaluates project goals against two key criteria. The first criteria is agreement. The second criteria is technological complexity. Agreement measures the degrees to which stakeholders agree on what the project should accomplish. Low agreement generally leads to many project changes. High agreement generally leads to fewer changes. Technical complexity measures the degree of uncertainty and innovation required to successfully implement the project. The Stacy diagram for this project identifies 1. 5 project objectives with a high level of agreement and a low level of technological complexity. These objectives are planned and executed using traditional predictive or waterfall methods. 2. 2 objectives with low levels of agreement and higher levels of technical complexity. These objectives are planned and executed using a Scrum methodology. Before beginning the hands-on activities, please review the scenario, business case, and Stacy diagram. Welcome to Project Charter Review. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the parts of a project charter.
Hello everyone, welcome to a brief demonstration on a project charter. The project charter is the first document created in the initiation phase. It answers what, why, and who questions about the project. The project charter must be approved by the project sponsor before formal planning can begin. The project charter is often developed using information provided in a business case, statement of work, or an agreement such as a contract, memorandum of understanding, or service level agreement. This brief demo shares the blank template you will use for the lab in the scenario provided. In addition, we share an example of a project charter. A project charter is often broken out into 2 parts. Part 1 is general information. Let's do a quick review. In the general information area, we want to identify the project name, the project goal, the value proposition and benefits that the project is providing. We want to provide a brief problem or opportunity statement, an overview of the project schedule, and very importantly, identify the project manager and the approval authority or the sponsor. Part 2 of the project charter provides additional project charter clarifying information. That includes assumptions or constraints, a proposed high-level overview of the solution, project priorities, return on investment, potential risks, and any resources required. With that, let's review an example of a completed project charter. In this particular case, the project name is the ABC Annual New Investor Dinner Project. Notice how this is short and sweet and brief. The project goal, conduct a dinner for 40 potential investors. The goal is to win their business for the firm. In your project goal, outline what the goal is and provide what the overall measurable result of this project will be. In the value proposition, try to share what is the value of this particular project. You'll notice we have a note here, finance, process, employee, customer. The Harvard School of Business developed a methodology called the Balanced Scorecard. These are 4 areas that are critical to a business's success. Every project should go ahead and provide value in 1 or 4 of these areas. Very briefly, finance, will our revenue improve? Will we save money? Will we avoid costs? Process, are we able to improve our efficiency through this particular project? Employee, are we able to increase employee motivation, confidence, passion, and skills? And customer, are we able to delight our customers even more through implementation of this process? Always provide a brief problem or opportunity statement. In essence, this is a real quick overview of why this project should be done now. Try to identify the project schedule. Keep this brief It can be even as short as when you plan to start, when you plan to perform the project itself. Always include a project manager. This gives the project manager the authority to move into the planning process group and also identify an individual sponsor who will provide authority and funding. In part 2, define your assumptions and constraints. An assumption, something believed to be true but must be validated, and a constraint, limiting factors that must be considered. In your proposed solution, just simply provide a high-level overview of the steps required to manage and implement the project. In this particular case, we're using the Plan, Do, Check, Act methodology, and the proposed solution is as simple as plan the event, execute the event, and perform follow-up actions. In our project priorities, what we want to do is we want to prioritize time, cost, and scope. They are all important. However, in many cases, some are more important than others. In this particular example, schedule is the number 1 priority, budget the number 2, and scope the number 3. That doesn't mean that we do not have to complete the budget and the scope. What it means is that if something should occur, we will guard the schedule first, then we'll guard the budget, and finally we'll guard the scope to the best of our ability. For return on investment, try to always identify what your cost factors are, and if there is a revenue stream that you can identify, that is fine. If not, simply define the benefits. In this particular case, goodwill, word of mouth advertising, grow the client base. Always identify your risks and identify them in terms of what the risk is and the potential impact to the project, and end with an overview of resources required. These resources required will be expanded upon in the stakeholder register. Our next video will outline the stakeholder register, which is the second part of this particular lab.
In this video, you'll learn that the project charter consists of 2 parts. First is the general information about the project, such as the project name, goal, value proposition, and benefits. The second part of the project charter clarifies information such as assumptions, constraints, solution overview, priorities, return on investment or ROI, risks, and required resources. Welcome to Stakeholder Register Review. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the contents of a stakeholder register.
Welcome to a brief demo on a stakeholder register. You will be asked to develop a stakeholder register as part of this module to support the project scenario information provided. A stakeholder register is a document that lists key stakeholders whose support is critical to successfully plan and implement a project. In this demo, we will quickly share a blank stakeholder register. This is the template you will use to support the hands-on lab assignment. This is located on tab 1 of the spreadsheet. We will then review an example of a completed stakeholder register. Always begin with the project name. This will distinguish this stakeholder register from those supporting other projects. Add the name of the individual stakeholder if known. If an individual has not been designated, simply add the position. List the stakeholder's organization. This is important when stakeholders from multiple organizations are needed. For smaller projects, this column may not be applicable. Add the role of the stakeholder. If there is not a formal role designated, list the responsibilities of the stakeholder. Next, designate responsibilities using RACI methodology. RACI terms, or RACI, are defined. An R is responsible for performing work or tasks. An A is accountable for outcomes. A C, consult as a subject matter expert. And I, inform as the project progresses. In many cases, a single stakeholder may have multiple RACI designators. The inform is normally used for non-team members. It is assumed that all project team members will be informed on a continual basis. Add any clarifying comments. Generally, comments provide more detail on the specific role assigned. And finally, add the version and date of the stakeholder register. This is a document that will change as the project progresses. Good luck on your lab, and we look forward to sharing more future project management documentation and overviews. Have a great day.
In this video, you'll learn that the Stakeholder Register is a document that lists key stakeholders, their roles, responsibilities, and designations according to the RACI model. Welcome to the Work Breakdown Structure Review. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the levels of a work breakdown structure.
Hello everyone. I'd like to go ahead and take a moment and provide a brief demonstration of a tool and technique used in project management called a work breakdown structure. A work breakdown structure is a hierarchical breakout or decomposition of all project work. A work breakdown structure has 3 levels. Level 1 is the project level. Level 2 are the phase levels. And level 3 is where the work is accomplished, referred to as the work package level. The work breakdown structure is a critical tool that is used to define scope, schedule, and also perform budget planning. Each box within the work breakdown structure has a unique number. This is called a code of account identifier. Let's go ahead and take a look at an example of a work breakdown structure for an all-hands project. Level 1 is the project level. We annotate it with the code of account identifier 1.0, the all-hands project. Level 2 is the phase level. For this all-hands project, we are breaking out the project into 3 phases. 1.1 is planning the project, 2.1 is executing the project, 3.1 is closing the project. Note how we are annotating each activity with action and result. Plan the project, execute the project, close the project. Within level 3, we break out each work package that needs to be accomplished to successfully achieve the phase. Within project planning, we need to manage the venue, develop a transportation plan, develop a catering plan, manage speakers, develop an audio-visual plan, and develop and approve the agenda and the plan. Notice again, we are using action and result. Try to go ahead and keep these work packages at a relatively high level, and in addition, try to go ahead and sequence them in the order in which they're going to occur. Once you are complete with the first phase, go to the second phase. Our second phase is to execute the project. We're going to prepare the venue, implement the first part of our transportation plan, implement the catering plan, welcome speakers, verify audio-visual, and implement the event. Notice how within a work breakdown structure, where we have a planning activity, for example, develop the audio-visual plan, we oftentimes have an implementation activity as well, verify the audio-visual. Another example, in planning, we're going to develop the transportation plan. In executing, we're going to go ahead and implement the transportation plan. The third phase is to close the project. We're going to close the meeting, close out the venue, implement the transportation plan, part 2, solicit feedback, and conduct lessons learned. You are going to have an opportunity to develop a work breakdown structure as part of your course lab. A blank template is provided for this lab. If you look at the first tab, we have a blank template that is ready for you to go ahead and complete. Do the best that you can on the lab. Try to complete a work breakdown structure and share it with your peers. And I look forward to seeing you in future demonstrations.
In this video, you learn that the 3 levels of a work breakdown structure are the project level, the phase level, and the work package level. Welcome to Network Diagram Review. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the steps involved in creating a network diagram.
Hello everyone, and welcome to a brief demo video on project network diagrams. You will have an opportunity to develop a network diagram in your final lab for this course. A network diagram is simply a graphical representation of a project's activities or work packages in the order in which they occur. Durations are then added to each activity to determine the critical path. So in other words, determine how long the project will take to complete. There are many tools you can use to build a network diagram. We will use a simple tool that you're looking at right now in Microsoft Excel. So let's begin. The most important step in creating a network diagram happens during scope planning. A network diagram uses activities identified in the work breakdown structure. Remember, a work breakdown structure has 3 levels. There is the project at level 1, the phases at level 2, and the activities at level 3. For a project network diagram, only map out the level 3 activities. So with that, let's review a simple meeting management network diagram and share the highlights. Step number 1 is to place all activities in the order in which they will occur. Always begin with a project start. This is usually shown by an oval mapping shape. Dependencies will play a factor in your execution order. In this example, we begin with activity number 1, define outcomes. We then reviewed activities 2 and 3. The team determined that these activities could occur simultaneously. Activity 2 and 3 are not dependent upon one another. 2 and 3 can happen independently of one another. They also determined that activities 2 and 3 cannot occur until activity 1 is complete. Therefore, activities 2 and 3 are dependent upon activity number 1. Continue mapping all activities all the way until the end. There may be times when you need to add a buffer. We have an example between activities 4 and activities 5 of a buffer. A buffer is non-working waiting time. In this example, the agenda is forwarded in activity 4. It is sent out 2 days prior to the meeting in activity 5. A buffer is depicted by a circle. In step 2, we calculate the critical path. When activities are being accomplished concurrently, as in 2 and 3 and 6 and 7, we select the activity that has the longest duration. Let's take activities 6 and 7 as our example. They can be accomplished concurrently. Activity 6 takes 1 day. Activity 7 takes 6 days. Activity 7 is the longest. It becomes part of the critical path. Activity 6 can be accomplished at some time within the 6-day duration of Activity 7. It is not on the critical path. A best practice in project management is to color code the critical path in red. As you can see on this example, we have those particular activities color coded in red. Code activities not on the critical path in blue. You'll notice that we have 2 such activities. You are not mandated to use these color codes. We can now calculate the critical path. So let's take a look at the critical path. 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 1 plus 6 equals a total of 13 days. This is the critical path, or in other words, how long will this project take? This project will take 13 days. Step 3 recommends you use separate tabs for each phase or activity stream in your work breakdown structure. This will make your network diagram simpler, easier to analyze and update, and less complicated for those viewing the diagram. Step 4 is your validation. If there were 12 activities in your work breakdown structure, your network diagram should have 12 total activities. Now, this particular spreadsheet, as you can see, has 2 tabs. Tab 2 is the meeting example we have just shared. Tab 1 is a blank tab. Use the blank tab for your lab assignment. You will notice that there are ample activity, buffer, start, end, and arrow symbols on the bottom of this particular blank template. And using these is simply as taking them and moving them up. Have fun with this. Now, I recommended that you do different phases on each particular tab. How would you go ahead and do this? To make a new tab, simply right-click on the blank tab, select Move or Copy, move to the end, and create a copy. And there you see it. We now have a second tab for you to go ahead and continue your network diagram in phase number 2. Continue with this for subsequent phases of your work breakdown structure to complete your network diagram. So with that, enjoy the activity, good luck on your lab assignment, and we look forward to seeing you again in future demos. Have a great rest of your day.
In this video, you'll learn that the steps involved in creating a network diagram include putting activities in order, calculating the critical path, and validating the activities. Welcome to Budget Planning Review. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize the 6 steps to creating a high-level budget.
Welcome to a brief overview of how to develop a high-level budget using a tool called the Resource Breakdown Structure, or RBS. An RBS is defined as a hierarchical breakout of resources by category and type. You will have an opportunity to develop a high-level budget as part of the hands-on lab requirements for this course. Before we begin, let's clarify types of project funding requirements. These are annotated in the notes at the bottom of this resource breakdown structure. Direct costs are funding requirements paid for by the project. The high-level budget reflects only direct costs. Indirect costs are not annotated on the high-level budget. They are not paid for from the project budget. Finally, contingency reserves are funds set aside in the event of risk. You will normally not have access to these funds unless needed. So let's take a step-by-step approach to completing the high-level budget using the RBS. Step 1 is to define the project. Ensure stakeholders can identify the project the RBS supports. Step number 2 is to add the work breakdown structure or work breakdown structure identifier numbers and work package identifiers. This comes from your work breakdown structure. Step number 3 is to identify cost categories where project funding will be required. Refer to your project charter. Each project is different. In step 4, list your funding requirements when they are required. As you can see in this example, a total of $6,630 is required to support the total project. Match each individual funding requirement to the work breakdown structure work package where the funds are required, and add clarification on precisely what the funds are for in the comments column. Sharing phased project funding requirements is critical. In all likelihood, you will not receive your entire project budget on day number 1. In step number 5, total up all individual funding requirements for each category. Once that is complete, calculate the total funding requirements for the project. Our final step 6 adds contingency reserves. These are funds set aside in the event of risk. A normal rule is 10% times total direct costs. You are not bound to this rule. This concludes our brief demo on how to use a resource breakdown structure to develop a high-level budget. Best of luck in your lab.
In this video, you learn that the steps to creating a high-level budget include defining the project, adding the WBS, identifying cost categories, listing and summing requirements, and adding contingency reserves. Welcome to Communications Management Review. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the parts of a communications management plan.
Welcome to a short demo of a communications management plan. The purpose of a communications management plan is to describe how, when, and by whom information about the project will be administered and disseminated. Let's walk through an example of a communications management plan and share the format of this document. Step 1 is project identification. Identify the project that the communications management plan supports and apply version control. For example, as you can see on the bottom of this form, this is version 1 dated 29 February. We use version control because this plan will likely change. Step 2 is to identify the communication item. What is required to be communicated? In Step 3, assign an owner to manage the communications item. Ensure this owner is able to satisfy this role and committed to do so. In Step 4, identify the target audience for the communications. Try to target stakeholders who have a need for the information item. Avoid sending everything to everybody. Step 5 documents the when factor. Try to establish a logical schedule that the target audience can commit to and follow. In Step 6, identify the medium you will use to communicate. Ensure all target audience members have access and availability. Finally, in Step 7, define the purpose of the communications. Ensure every stakeholder understands why the communication is pertinent to the project. Develop the communications management plan as follows. Number 1, determine key communications items required to successfully plan and implement the project. This particular example lists some common communications item entries. Secondly, verify that all owners have the capacity and the ability to manage the communications item assigned. Third, let the target audience understand what the communication item they are tasked to participate in is, and ensure they understand the purpose for their involvement. Finally, update the plan on a periodic basis and keep it current. You will have an opportunity to review the project scenario and determine applicable communication planning needs for our project scenario.
In this video, you learn that a communications management plan includes project identification, defining the communication team, naming the target audience, establishing a schedule, describing the medium of communication, and defining the purpose of communications. Welcome to Quality Management Review. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the steps involved in the creation of a quality management plan.
Welcome to a short demo of a quality management plan. The purpose of a quality management plan is to describe how policies, procedures, standards, and guidelines will be implemented to achieve quality objectives. Policies and procedures are achieved by conducting periodic quality assurance audits. Quality assurance is preventative and accomplished during project executing process group processes. Guidelines, as documented in the project management plan, are accomplished by conducting periodic quality control inspections. Quality control is corrective and accomplished during project monitoring and controlling process group processes. A quality management plan is accomplished in 5 steps. Step 1 is project identification. Identify the project that the quality management plan supports and apply version control. This plan will likely change. Step 2 is to identify project objectives. These objectives are normally listed in the project charter. The overall goals of project quality are to conform to requirements and provide a product or service that is fit for use. The project objectives provide the basis to achieve project quality goals. In Step 3, define the project quality management team. The team will normally consist of the project manager, quality assurance and quality control leads, subject matter experts, and any other stakeholder involved in ensuring quality. RACI is a common way to define quality team roles. As a review, RACI stands for R, responsible, A, accountable, C, consult, and I, inform. In Step 4, determine quality assurance activities that will be critical to ensure policy, procedure, and defined standards are being followed. Be proactive. Look for potential problems and prevent them before they become major issues. Quality assurance activities are accomplished using quality audits. Finally, in Step 5, identify quality control activities. Quality control uses inspections to verify deliverables and correct defects before the product or service is transitioned to the customer. Use the quality management plan to plan and execute your project quality requirements.
In this video, you learn that the steps involved in creating a quality management plan include project identification, defining objectives, defining the project quality management team, determining quality assurance and quality control activities. Welcome to Risk Register Review. After watching this video, you will be able to name the key entries of a risk register.
Welcome to a short demo to explain the content of a risk register. A risk register is a tool that lists all risks identified with the potential to impact a project both positively or negatively. Risks are classified as either opportunities or threats. Let's walk through an example of a risk register and share the format of this document. There are a number of key entries required to complete a risk register. Let's examine a risk register example and explain each column moving from top to bottom and left to right. Begin by identifying the project the risk register supports. Date the risk register as well. A risk register is a dynamic document that is updated often. Use risk meta-language to document risks. Risk meta-language identifies a risk by describing the cause or risk condition, the event that may result from the cause, and the potential impact of the event to the project. Each risk should be assigned to a risk owner. This role is responsible for analyzing the risk, periodically reassessing the risk, and developing and implementing responses if the risk becomes an issue. There are many ways to categorize risks. You may choose to categorize by functions, such as finance or information technology, or you may choose to categorize, as shown on this example, by opportunity or threat. All risk registers should share a scale to determine the probability and impact rating for the risk. Probability is the chance that the risk will occur. Impact is a measure of the consequences of the risk to the project if it does occur. A risk score is the product of probability times impact. The higher the score, the more attention you want to give the risk. Note that threats are given a positive number, opportunities are given a negative number. More on this in a moment. Some risks may have a trigger. This is an early warning that a risk is about to occur. Triggers lead to the need to implement a risk response. Finally, each risk should have a potential response. For threats, the goal is to avoid the risk cause or mitigate the probability and/or impact. For opportunities, the goal is to exploit the opportunity or enhance the probability and/or impact of the opportunity occurring. Always total up the project risk score. The higher the score, the more risk a project potentially faces. Threats add to the overall risk score. Opportunities, on the other hand, reduce overall risk score. Many project managers track the overall project risk score. They trend these scores as a measure of overall project risk exposure. When the score increases, exposure increases. When the score decreases, overall exposure decreases. Use a risk register to your advantage. It is said that if you fail to manage risk, risk will manage you.
In this video, you learn that the key entries of a risk register are project identification, describing the risk condition, assigning a risk owner, categorizing the risk, defining a rating, determining the score, and identifying risk triggers. Welcome to User Story Review. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the parts of a user story.
Welcome to a brief demo on user stories. User stories are developed by the product owner and placed in a prioritized product backlog. User stories scheduled for completion in the next sprint are selected during sprint planning by the team. The team bases its selection on velocity considerations. Velocity is a measure of how many stories can be completed to done in a given sprint. Velocity is generally based on story points. A user story has two parts. Part 1 is general information formatted by role, need, and value statements. As you can see in this example, each user story is given a title. In this example, the title is simply the first user story supporting the customer role. In Part 1, the user story should tell a story. For example, as a role, I need a capability to provide desired value. Part 2 of the user story lists acceptance criteria. This is an overview of measurable objectives the development team will build to support the user story. The goal of the team during the sprint is to build 100% of the acceptance criteria. 100% completion of a user story is referred to as done.
In this video, you learn that a user story should include a role, a capability, and the desired value. Welcome to Product Backlog. After watching this video, you will be able to explain the components of a product backlog.
Welcome to a brief demo on a product backlog. The product backlog serves as a repository for all confirmed user stories. User stories are placed into the product backlog by the product owner once the story is confirmed by both the customer and the team. User stories are prioritized based on value to the customer. User stories scheduled for development in the near term must be detailed appropriately and able to be broken out into tasks that can be assigned and estimated. A product backlog contains the following, as you can see in this example. Each user story has a distinct identifier number. Each user story is prioritized. Each user story is categorized. A common categorization method is simply sharing the role the user story supports. In some cases, a firm may employ multiple Scrum teams. If this is the case, list the team name responsible for the user story. Identify the role, need, and value, and acceptance criteria as listed on the user story. Assign story points to each user story. More on this in a moment. And finally, provide any clarifying comments. In this example, we list the sprint when the user story will be implemented. Now, let's discuss story points. Story points are a measure of the overall complexity of a user story. Complexity is determined through a process called relative estimation. In this example, we show 5 user stories. To perform relative estimation, we review user story number 1. The team discusses complexity factors. Place user story number 1 in the middle of the grid. Next, review user story number 2. The team discusses complexity factors. In this case, the team determines user story is less complex than user story 1. Place user story 2 to the left of user story number 1. Next, review user story number 3. The team determined user story 3 is equally complex as user story 1. Place user story 3 under user story 1. Next, review user story 4. The team determined user story 4 is more complex than user stories 1 and 3. Place user story 4 to the right of user stories 1 and 3. Finally, review user story 5. The team determined this user story is less complex than user story 2. Place story 5 to the left of user story 2. We are now ready to place the user stories into the appropriate story point columns. These columns follow a numbering system developed by Mike Cohn based on Fibonacci numbering system. Story points of 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8 are used to show that complexity does not increase in a mathematically linear way. Finally, we can now total up our story points. Let's see how this looks in the relative estimation solution. As you can see, we have a total of 14 story points.
In this video, you learn that the main components of a product backlog include priorities, categories, user stories, story points, and clarifying comments. Welcome to Sprint Backlog Review. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize the features of a sprint backlog.
Welcome to our final demo on a sprint backlog. A sprint backlog is created by the development team. A sprint backlog is much like a traditional work breakdown structure. The sprint backlog breaks out each user story into assignable tasks that can be measured to ensure completion and determine time required. Let's review an example and highlight some sprint backlog features. First of all, always list the project that the sprint backlog supports. Next, list the personnel resources required to complete the user story by task. Normally, a team member is assigned as the lead to manage development efforts of the user story and facilitate discussions to determine the tasks. Tasks normally conform to the acceptance criteria documented in the user story. As a note, the team self-organizes. They determine internally who will lead the user story efforts and who will work on each task. Ask each task lead to determine how much time their task will require to complete. This is normally accomplished in hours. Total up the hours to complete the user story. In this example, user story 1 requires 77 hours. User story 2 requires 30 hours. And the total hour requirement for the entire sprint is 107 hours. At the beginning of each day, each team member will share what they accomplished, what they are working on, and share any blockers at the daily Scrum meeting. They will also provide an update of the hours remaining. The Scrum Master will often use the time required and time remaining to develop Burndown or Burn Up charts. A Burndown chart is most common. It shows the total time required to accomplish the sprint and compares it to the work remaining. The goal is to complete all user stories and tasks by the end of the sprint.
In this video, you learn that the sprint backlog should incorporate required personnel resources and time estimations for task completion. Welcome to Status Reporting Review. After watching this video, you will be able to create a project status report.
Hello everyone, and welcome to a quick demonstration on a project status report. Before we begin, let's go ahead and define the purpose of project status reports. First and foremost, it's to ensure current status is understood by all key stakeholders. Secondly, a good status report can help maintain interest and commitment levels. And third, a status report should be a tool to address issues and help needed. We have an example of a one-page status report, and let me repeat that last phrase, one page. The best status reports are short. What goes into a status report? To begin with, we should always have the project identifier or name. In this particular case, we have the ABC Company All Hands Meeting. The status report should also be dated. Status reports are not a one and done. You're going to go ahead and submit periodic status reports, and they will build upon one another. Always define your name and your organization. In most cases, the project manager is the individual who submits the status report. In this particular case, we have Sarah Wilson, who is in operations. The next area is very, very important, deliverable status. And the best method to report deliverable status is using what we call traffic light reporting, which is red, yellow, and green. You'll notice that we have an overview of what red, yellow, and green mean. Provide a definition that is suitable to your particular project. The definitions that you see here may work for you, or you may want to go ahead and update them and make them more specific for the project that you are managing. But the bottom line is this: ensure that when people are reporting green, red, and yellow, that everyone is using the same definition. Color codes are very, very effective. The three key deliverable status indicators that most stakeholders are going to be interested in is scope, schedule, and budget. That's our triangle in a project. What we want to do is to define the current health of the project in terms of scope, schedule, and budget. And we also want to show how this particular status is trending. You'll notice in this example, we have scope is currently yellow and trending yellow. Schedule is fine, green and green. Budget is currently green, however, it's trending toward red. What follows after your status is help needed. One of the things that we want to do is to describe the help needed, and help needed is any help that will allow us to stay green or return to green. Normally, a best practice is to describe the help needed in terms of a must-have, a should-have, or a like-to-have. Everything should not be a must-have. So in this particular case, we have a must-have. We need to finalize the speaker agenda and who is the source for this help the CEO and operations manager. You'll notice above we had scope yellow and yellow. One of the reasons for that is because the speaker agenda has not yet been finalized. Should have. We need to identify alternative caterer to meet some dietary needs, and this is again the operations manager. And then we have another must-have. We may need an additional $2,000. The initial refreshment estimate was too low, and that is assigned to the finance lead. You'll notice our budget is currently green, but it is trending toward red because we realize that we are going to have a funding shortfall. The next area is for risk. What are some new risks and changes since the last report? So we have 2 risks that we can add. Key personnel absences may impact the overall quality of the project, and limited gluten-free food choices is driving some of the catering cost overruns. However, we had a risk that we had reported in our last status report. AV configuration issues have now been overcome. What are some issues? What is an issue? That is a risk that occurred or questions you need to have responses for. The food cost estimates were higher than planned. That's no longer a risk. That is an issue. We need to know where to fit the motivational speaker in the agenda as well. Are there any recent or pending decisions impacting the project? Yes, finalization of required speakers is needed to plan the agenda. And finally, any kind of comments, and this may seem redundant, but it's not a bad thing to repeat good news or to reiterate perhaps bad news or help needed. The AV issues previously reported were resolved and the motivational speaker was identified. Before we close this demo, just 5 key notes. Number 1, keep the report brief. Shorter reports are much easier to understand. Number 2, traffic light reporting, green, yellow, and red, is a best practice. It is great to use the colors as you saw in the demo status report that we just shared. However, remember that some people cannot see colors well, so add the verbiage. Third, share the most important information first. People normally read from top to bottom. Next, determine the optimal reporting frequency based on the needs of the project. If status is slowly changing, perhaps an every other week status reporting schedule will suffice. And finally, ensure the status report is targeted at the stakeholders who need the information. Ensure these stakeholders have access to the report. This concludes our demo on status reporting. You will have the opportunity to read a scenario, analyze this scenario, and prepare a status report as part of your course lab requirements. Thank you for your attention. Have a great rest of your day, and we look forward to seeing you again for future demonstrations.
In this video, you learn that when writing a status report, you should provide an overview of the status, scope, and budget, review risks and provide updates on current issues, and share current health and forecast. Welcome to Change Request Review. After watching this video, you will be able to write a standard change request.
Welcome to a short demo. For the next few minutes, we will highlight a standard change request form whose design conforms to a step-by-step integrated change control process championed by the Project Management Institute, or PMI. PMI states that all changes should be processed using the following step-by-step process. Step number 1, log the change. Every change request submitted should be assigned a unique tracking number. Step number 2, ensure the purpose of the change is clearly documented. Ensure the reason for the change or the benefits are shared. Step number 3, evaluate the change. Clearly define the impact to the project baseline if the change is approved as written. Step number 4, provide implementation options. How can this change be accomplished? Develop your team's recommended approach. And finally, step number 5, document the decision and reasons why the decision was reached. Update all project documentation and communicate the change. With that, let's walk through an example of a change form. First of all, complete information to include the project stakeholder information and ensure a change ID is assigned. Next, ensure the proposed change is detailed at an appropriate level to ensure understanding of the request. This is accomplished by the requester and validated by the team. Ensure the reason for the change is described. This is also accomplished by the requester. Consider the impact to the project baseline and stakeholders. List assumptions, dependencies, risks, and define approval levels for the change. Define implementation options. Most changes will impact scope, schedule, and budget. Describe the impact for each potential option provided. Always ensure the team makes a recommendation on the most feasible option. Finally, document the decision. This may include accept as is, accept with modifications, defer, reject, or recommend further analysis. Add notes to justify the decision, and use the closeout checklist to ensure the change is processed properly.
In this video, you learn that a change request should include a request ID, a description, an evaluation of the change options, and then explain the decision. Welcome to Project Closeout Report. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the importance of a project closeout report and explain the steps involved in writing a project closeout report.
Welcome to a brief demo on completing a final project closeout report. A project closeout report is important for a number of reasons. A project closeout report allows the team and future project managers to learn from both the mistakes and successes of a specific project. All too often, history in the form of mistakes repeats itself. In addition, best practices learned are often lost. A high-quality closeout report will help improve future project performance. Project closure reports are also important because they serve as a basis to close contracts, release project resources, communicate final information to stakeholders, and plan the product or service transition. A project closeout report is documented to identify the variances from the baseline plans. This includes comparing plan performance to actual performance in the areas of scope, schedule, cost, and risk management. Let's do a quick report review. First of all, always date the report and provide key information to provide the project name, in addition, your division or department as applicable, the project sponsor, and the project manager. Next, review the project charter. Document the original goals of the project. Review each goal in the previous section. Evaluate your success or failure in achieving each goal. This is, in essence, your project report card. Next, review your project management plan. What was the original scope, schedule, and cost baselines? Compare what actually occurred on the project versus what was planned. Identify variances, and most importantly, provide ideas on how these variances can be avoided on future projects. Review your risk register. What risks did you predict accurately, and how did your responses fare? In addition, document risks that caught you by surprise. How can these surprises be prevented in the future? Work with the team and document any outstanding issues that remain to be addressed. Do not close out the project totally until these issues are resolved. Lessons learned are next. Gather the team and document what went well, what you can do better next time, and provide any recommendations to improve. This activity will not help the current project in all likelihood, but it will help future project managers immensely. Determine where the report will be archived or filed. Find a repository where all project managers have access to the report. And finally, document when lessons learned were accomplished and when the project closeout was 100% complete. Do, and I emphasize do, take the time to prepare and share this report. Overall project management within your organization will in all likelihood improve.
In this video, you learn that project closeouts help the team learn from mistakes and successes, serve to communicate final information to stakeholders, and identify variances from baseline plans. When writing a project closeout, you should document the original goals of the project and evaluate the success of each goal. Provide advice on how variances can be avoided in the future. Document risks. Explain lessons learned, and include the final 100% completion date. Welcome to Personal Portfolio Development. After watching this video, you will be able to describe the elements of a personal portfolio.
Welcome to a brief overview of how to develop a personal work portfolio. As we shared in an earlier reading, a personal portfolio is a great way to showcase your work and demonstrate you have the skills required to satisfy a potential job role. This short demo will provide an idea of what to include in your portfolio and how to format your presentation. A portfolio can be a hard copy document or an electronic one. Share your name, title, and contact information. Always include a picture. Try to share a variety of pictures throughout the portfolio. Provide a brief introduction. Tailor your introduction so it resonates with the audience you are sharing your portfolio with. Provide a brief agenda. You may wish to reference the slide or page number or turn this into a mini table of contents. Again, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and vary your pictures. The next section provides a miniature persona of yourself. Share your goals. If possible, try to share goals that the portfolio viewer might embrace as well. Express your values. Again, do your homework. What values do you possess that would be appreciated by the reader and the organization you are targeting? Share your likes. What drives you? What are you passionate about? Always ask yourself, how will my likes add value to the role I am seeking? Consider a quote that expresses your passion and values. This is optional. However, if you have a favorite quote or saying that matches the vision or values of the organization or role you are targeting, add it. Always include an overview of your education and certifications. You don't need to list everything. Determine which educational and certification particulars support the position you hope to attain. And list your job history. Share your last 3 or 4 roles that show you have the experience needed to take that next big career step. Share pictures of you on the job. Try to have a good mix of you working by yourself and with others. Choose pictures that show your passion, ability to effectively collaborate, and your professionalism on the job. Again, do your homework. Try to choose examples of your work that are meaningful to the portfolio reader and pertinent to the role you hope to attain. Try to limit this part of your portfolio to your hardest-hitting top 3 examples. Describe the work, share how this work provided positive results, and finally, share a link to the work. Give the reader an opportunity to view the work in detail. Here's another example of sharing your best work. This is example number 2. And here is another example of you sharing your best work. This is example number 3. Share references. Find individuals who work in meaningful positions willing to advocate for you. If possible, pictures add impact. You may wish to add contact information to these references as well. Provide a brief summary. Reiterate who you are, what you stand for, and the value you can bring to an organization. This is your final elevator pitch. tailor this section to the audience. Always end with a thank you to those who took the time to review your portfolio. Reiterate your contact information and your smile.
In this video, you learned elements of a personal portfolio may include contact information and a picture, agenda or a table of contents, develop a persona for yourself, overview of pertinent education and certifications, work samples representing your best work, and work samples that are pertinent to the role, references, and an elevator pitch. Welcome to Resume and Job Search Tips. After watching this video, you will be able to summarize best practices in resume development, discuss best practices for effective job searching, describe additional activities to gain experience. Writing a resume can be a challenge. You need your resume to be impactful, share a compelling story, and capture the attention of the reader. Statistics show an average of 6 to 8 seconds is spent reviewing your resume. You need your resume to stand out. Here are a few tips to help you improve the impact of your resume. Write a resume objective. Begin with an accurate, brief, and concise objective that gives employers an idea of where you are on the career ladder, the role or position you're looking for, and allows them to quickly determine if you are a good fit for the job. Tailor this objective to the job you are seeking. In addition, keep it short. 1 or 2 sentences will suffice. Carefully review the job description. Identify key words or phrases in the description. For example, if the job description requires excellent collaborative skills, highlight this in your resume. Outline skills and educational experience that maps to the job description. For example, if you are applying for a job as a business analyst, your undergraduate degree in history will likely have little impact. Rather, share that you attended a BA course and are studying for certification. Include both soft and technical skills. Be precise when listing technical skills. Key in on skills you possess that match those in the job description. Include volunteer work and participation in extracurricular activities that allowed you to gain experience and learn skills that translate well to the job you are applying for. Always include a cover letter. This letter should be brief and should include who you are, highlight relevant skills and experiences you possess that can be applied to the job, your interest in the position, knowledge of what the job entails, and how you can effectively fill the role. Show proof that you research the company and understand their mission, vision, and needs. The job search process is both exciting and challenging. This process is necessary if you want to find a job that truly suits your needs. Here are a few tips to help you be successful. Determine what industry you want to work in, the roles you hope to fill, salary considerations, and the types of companies you prefer. Set a goal to determine how many companies you want to apply to in a given time period. Be selective. Have your plan and stick to it. No compromises. Understand the industry in which you want to work. Target your resume and cover letter to meet the needs of the job. Learn as much as you can about the company you are targeting. Know their mission, vision, and values, and know how you match their needs. Review job descriptions. Identify key skills, competencies, and certifications required to be selected for the position. Build your skills accordingly. A single resume will often not allow you to achieve your goals. Tailor your resume to meet the job description requirements. There are many outstanding job search sites. Create an account if necessary and learn to search by keywords. Sites such as Indeed, ZipRecruiter, Monster, LinkedIn, Career Builder, and more are widely used by prospective employers and are reputable. Plan to share a few stories to highlight your skills or problem-solving abilities. Develop your own 60-second elevator pitch. Research common interview questions and prepare your responses before you go into the interview. Sign up for training, seminars, webinars, and conferences in your area or online to enhance your project management abilities. Find courses focusing on various aspects of project management or offer training in a particular skill you need help developing. Seek feedback from your peers. Get feedback from them. Share and ask for ideas and improve suggestions. Focus on various project management methodologies. Predictive project management is here to stay. However, Agile and Scrum methodologies are gaining traction. Improve competencies in all methodologies. Find project managers with proven success records and learn from them. There are many outstanding project managers in every industry. Find one who is willing to coach and mentor you. Join organizations such as the Project Management Institute, PMI, and the Scrum Alliance. Participate in meetings, training, and social get-togethers. Networking can help you land a job faster. It will also give you a competitive edge throughout every stage of your career. Experts agree that the most connected people are often the most successful. When you invest in your relationships and networking, both professional and personal, the time you spend will return high dividends throughout the course of your career. In this video, you learn that when developing a resume, you should write an objective, summarize skills and pertinent education at the top, tailor it to the job, include a cover letter. When searching for a job, you should have a plan and stick to it, understand the industry, build your skill set, use reputable social media, practice your interviewing. Additional activities might include seeking feedback, job shadowing, joining organizations, and networking.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Certified Associate in Project Management exam preparation course. My name is Daniel Yeomans, and I will be the primary instructor for you during this journey. This certification will show potential employers that you are ready to take on new challenges. It will also be an achievement that you can take great personal pride in. The Project Management Institute, or PMI, states, the Certified Associate of Project Management, known as CAPM, is a globally recognized credential that will open the door for you at any stage of your career in project management. This course is designed for those who have completed the training required for the CAPM exam certification and for those familiar with the Project Management Body of Knowledge 6th and 7th edition, and those who have completed 23 hours of training from courses such as the IBM IT Project Management Professional Certificate, the IBM Project Management Professional Certificate, or the SkillUp Modern Project Management Specialization. This course begins with a summary of the requirements for the CAPM certification exam, including education, experience, and cost. Now you will hear about what this course will do for you. After this course, you will be able to describe the process for registering for the CAPM certification exam. Next, you will learn how to describe the CAPM exam information, including exam questions, question types, and the exam process. We provide insight into what to expect on exam day. You will learn about the 4 domains on which the CAPM exam is based and the percentage of questions from each domain. A domain is a broad category of related topics. The course will share study sources and testing tips. We will give you tips on how to best prepare for the exam. You will be provided with mini-tests to check your readiness in each domain of the CAPM exam. And finally, in this course, you will practice for the CAPM certification exam by completing a 150-question mock exam within 3 hours. This exam simulates the types of questions you can expect on the actual exam. So good luck in your journey. Do the best you can, and we'll see you at your destination when you proudly share your CAPM certification. Good luck.
Welcome to information on the CAPM exam. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the 4 types of questions on the CAPM exam. Watch this video for information on the CAPM exam, including the number of questions and the various types of questions that you may expect. The CAPM certification exam consists of 150 questions. A total of 135 questions are graded. There are 15 unscored questions. You will not know which questions will not be scored. Answer all 150 questions to the best of your ability. The passing score is 70%. The pretest questions are used to validate a question to be included in the scored portion of the test. They also allow the Project Management Institute, PMI, to ask questions about new project management practices not yet included in the Project Management Body of Knowledge, PMBOK, to measure the current awareness levels in the field. You will encounter 4 types of question formats on the CAPM certification exam. The first type of question format is multiple choice. You'll be asked a question and asked to select 1 or 2 best options. For example, the question says, who approves the project charter? And the options are option A, project manager, option B, sponsor, option C, product owner, and option D, CEO. The correct answer is option B, sponsor. The second type of question format is a hotspot. You'll be shown a graphic that contains A, B, C, and D in the graphic and asked to answer a question based on it. To answer, you must select the best hotspot option on the graphic. For example, the question says, review the graphic, match the project to the appropriate life cycle based on the frequency of delivery and degree of change factors. Then you need to analyze the graphic and place the best matching letter from the graphic into the question descriptor. The third type of question format is enhanced matching. You will be given a series of tiles to match their description or put in a correct sequence. To answer, you must drag a tile to its matching description or correct sequential position. The fourth and last type of question format is animation videos or comic strips. You'll be given an animated video or comic strip and asked to answer a question based on it. To answer, you must select 1 or 2 best options. This question type is similar to multiple choice, except that you are given a video or a comic strip rather than text. In this video, you learned that the 4 types of questions on the CAPM exam include multiple choice, hotspot, enhanced matching, animation or comic strip. Welcome to Exam Taking Strategies. After watching this video, you'll be able to explore effective exam strategies for certification exams and learn how to implement these strategies. Certification exams are designed to assess your knowledge and skills in a specific field or industry, serving as valuable credentials that demonstrate your expertise and proficiency to employers, clients, and colleagues. However, preparing for a certification exam can be a challenging and overwhelming task. That's where these strategies come in. They will help you streamline your preparation, improve your performance during the exam, and maximize your chances of success. These strategies are divided into 3 categories: exam preparation, strategies during the exam, and post-exam pointers. Each category addresses different stages of your certification journey and provides guidance on how to navigate them effectively. Let's take a closer look at each category and the strategies within them. The exam preparation strategies focus on establishing a solid foundation for your exam readiness. Firstly, it's crucial to familiarize yourself with the official exam objectives, as they outline the specific topics and knowledge areas that will be covered in the exam. These objectives should be used as a study guide to ensure comprehensive coverage of all the necessary material. Next, use a diverse range of study resources including textbooks, online courses, practice exams, and official study materials. These resources offer comprehensive coverage of the exam content and allow you to assess your readiness through practice questions and simulations. In addition, develop a well-structured study plan encompassing all the exam objectives. Allocate dedicated study time and distribute it wisely across different topics. Break down your study sessions into manageable segments to facilitate effective comprehension and retention of the material. Engaging in practice exams and sample questions is another essential strategy. This will acquaint you with the exam format and question types, enabling you to become familiar with the exam's wording, structure, and timing. Practicing within a timed environment can improve your speed and accuracy in answering questions. Aim for an average of 1 minute per question during these practice sessions. Lastly, reinforce your understanding by regularly reviewing the material you have studied. Pay particular attention to areas where you may feel weaker or less confident. Utilize tools such as flashcards, summaries, and mnemonic techniques to aid in retention and recall. To gauge your level of preparedness, aim for an average score of 80% on your practice exams, ensuring you are thoroughly prepared and ready to excel in the actual exam. Let's now delve into the strategies to follow during the exam. These strategies provide valuable insights into how to approach the actual exam. Firstly, it's crucial to manage your time effectively during the exam. Read each question carefully and, if needed, flag difficult questions to revisit later. Start by answering the questions you're confident about, and then allocate the remaining time to the more challenging ones. It's important to avoid spending excessive time on a single question. If you're still trying to decide on an answer, employ the process of elimination to rule out obviously incorrect options. This increases your chances of selecting the correct answer. Remember not to leave any questions unanswered. Next, maintaining a calm and focused mindset throughout the exam is essential. Practice deep breathing techniques to manage test anxiety and carefully read each question. Take the time to fully understand the question by reading it in its entirety. Familiarize yourself with the different question types you may encounter in the exam, such as multiple choice, drag and drop, or performance-based questions. Each type may require a slightly different approach, so understanding the nuances will aid your preparation. If you encounter an ambiguous or unclear question, feel free to seek clarification. Raise your concern with the exam proctor or contact the relevant authority for further guidance. Remember that each question carries the same number of points, and there are no weighted questions. Give each question the same level of attention and effort. Taking regular breaks to refresh your mind is crucial. For example, after every 25 questions, reward yourself with a 1-minute thinking break. Utilize this time to relax, think positively, take a few deep breaths, and even smile. Visualize yourself successfully completing the exam and achieving a passing score. Lastly, before submitting your exam, review your answers and double-check for any errors or omissions. Ensure that you have answered all questions and made any necessary corrections. The post-exam pointers category focuses on what to do after completing the exam. Firstly, it's important to periodically check for any updates or changes to the exam objectives, content, or format. Stay informed about industry trends and relevant technological advancements to the exam. Next, consider engaging with others who are also preparing for the same exam by joining study groups or online forums. Collaborating with peers allows for discussing concepts, clarifying doubts, and gaining different perspectives. Lastly, take the time to understand the certification renewal and validity policies and any requirements for continuing education associated with the certification you're pursuing. This knowledge will ensure that you stay informed about maintaining and enhancing your certification. Whether you're preparing for a technical certification, a professional qualification, or any other type of certification exam, these strategies will serve as valuable guidelines to help you excel. By incorporating these strategies into your exam preparation, you can enhance your readiness, boost your confidence, and increase your chances of achieving success in your certification exam. In this video, you learned how to familiarize yourself with the specific topics and knowledge areas outlined in the exam objectives. Engage in practice exams to become familiar with the exam format and question types and improve speed and accuracy. Read questions carefully, answer confident ones first, and allocate time for challenging ones. Double-check answers, correct errors or omissions, and ensure all questions are answered. Periodically check for updates in exam objectives, content, and format to stay informed, and understand the policies and requirements for maintaining your certification.
Welcome to this course where you will learn about project management careers and get started with applying and interviewing for project manager jobs. Did you know, according to a Project Manager Institute PMI report, there will be 25 million project management jobs globally, with 2.3 million new jobs every year soon? Project management careers are not only in demand, but can be challenging and equally rewarding. Are you excited and ready to find project management-related jobs? This course will help you start your project management job search. With a step-by-step approach to job search, preparation, and interviewing, this course will equip you with best practices and expert viewpoints. This course aims to prepare you to enter the job market confidently and easily. This 5-week course welcomes anyone who loves to learn or is interested in a project management career. Prior project management knowledge is optional. You should grasp computer basics and have access to a computer capable of running modern web browsers with a reliable internet connection. This course comprises 5 modules. The content is designed so that the recommendation is for you to spend about 3 to 4 hours each week until you complete all modules. However, you can complete it in a shorter or longer time frame. Module 1, Building a Foundation, will introduce you to the role of a project manager and the different titles that need project management experience. You will then experience and apply the best practices to create an essential portfolio and an elevator pitch. In Module 2, Identifying Jobs, Creating Resumes, and Drafting Cover Letters, you will acquire skills to search for job postings and develop a basic resume and cover letter, along with some best practices for each. Module 3, The Interview Process, will take you through the different stages of the interview process. You will learn about what to expect during the various stages of the interview, Also, you will learn how to respond to questions using the STAR technique. Module 4, Understanding Interview Questions and Post-Interview Steps, is all about the different types of interview questions. You will view mock interviews. Finally, you will learn what to do if you do or don't receive a job offer. In the final module, you can practice with an optional project on applying for a project management position. The final quiz will help you assess your overall understanding of the content. You will now hear the project management experts introduce themselves, their current role, and the company.
My name is Daniel Yeomans there. I go by Dan. Currently, I am employed as a subject matter expert for SkillUp Technologies, developing a lot of courses in both project management and product management. I also am an instructor for about 3 universities here locally, Green River College, Bellevue College, and South Seattle colleges, where I do a lot of corporate training. And in addition, I also teach undergraduate and graduate level courses at Northwest University.
Hello, my name is Casey Kyle, and I currently am a subject matter expert content creator for SkillUp Technologies. I've got about 10 years of experience in product management, project management, technical consulting, and product marketing.
My name is Kristen Paulson, and I work for SkillUp Technologies. I'm the Director of Customer Success, but I wear a lot of different hats at SkillUp. Since I've been with SkillUp, I started as a project manager and then transitioned into a management role, and I currently lead a team of 100 plus people around the world.
Hi, my name is Paul Party. I currently work for the SkillUp organization. In the past, I've worked for Microsoft. I worked for Microsoft for a couple of decades, and I did work that ranged from content development to software engineering at Microsoft. And after Microsoft, I worked at PayPal for a few years, and I was a director of merchant content for PayPal for all the UI elements for the merchant side of the business. And then I've gotten into other work doing content development as well as web development.
Hello, my name is Ben Flower, and I'm the Director of Human Skills at SkillUp Technologies.
There's a lot to cover here. To get the most from this course, make sure to go through the concept and expert viewpoint videos, review the readings, complete all hands-on labs, check your understanding with graded quizzes. If you have any trouble with the course material, please don't hesitate to contact us in the discussion forum. We hope you enjoy this learning journey with us. Let's get started. Imagine a symphony where different musicians play their instruments at their own pace, harmony, and time. The symphony can be a disaster. An orchestra conductor helps align the musicians to play in sync with proper timing and harmony. Similar to the orchestra conductor, a project manager's role must align all resources to achieving project objectives. Welcome to Role of the Project Manager. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the role and responsibilities of a project manager, list the key areas of knowledge required to be a successful project manager, explain the PMI talent triangle. By definition, a project manager is an individual assigned to lead the team responsible for achieving all project objectives. A project manager applies the knowledge, skills, and tools necessary to ensure all project activities are completed to support the project. A project manager is accountable and responsible for initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing the project. A project manager is also responsible for on-time and within-budget delivery of project deliverables while conforming to customer requirements. Further, the project manager is responsible for monitoring any scope creep. The project manager is also responsible for ensuring the project provides value when completed. A project manager must also be adept with certain skills. These are described by the 10 key project management areas of knowledge as documented by the Project Management Institute, PMI. These areas address different aspects of project management that a project manager must manage throughout the project. The first area of knowledge is integration management. A project manager must understand all variables that impact a project and ensure they are addressed and balanced. Project scope, schedule, and cost management are areas of knowledge that are essential to develop a viable project baseline. Further, to drive project support functions, the project manager must be well-versed in the areas of quality, resource management, communications, risk, and procurement. Finally, the project manager must be equipped with skills for stakeholder management, which is the most challenging area. The skills can be broadly divided into 3 categories: way of working, power skills, and business acumen. These 3 skill categories are included in a tool developed by PMI named the PMI Talent Triangle. Let's briefly look at the categories. Ways of working is described on the PMI website as, quote, whether it's predictive, agile, design thinking, or new practices still to be developed, it's clear that there is more than one way that work gets done today. That's why we encourage professionals to master as many ways of working as they can, so they can apply the right technique at the right time, delivering winning results. Some key skills that are part of this category include agile and hyper-agile, hybrid, design thinking, transformation, data gathering and modeling, earned value management, EVM, governance, performance management, requirements management and traceability, risk management, schedule management, and time, budget, and cost estimations. Power skills, according to the PMI, states, quote, these interpersonal skills include collaborative leadership, communication, an innovative mindset, for-purpose orientation, and empathy. Ensuring teams have these skills allows them to maintain influence with a variety of stakeholders, a critical component for making change. Some key skills in this category include leadership, active listening, communications, adaptability, brainstorming, coaching and mentoring, conflict management, emotional intelligence, influencing, interpersonal skills, negotiation, problem solving, teamwork. The third skill category is business acumen. PMI states, professionals with business acumen understand the macro and micro influences in their organization and industry, and have the function-specific or domain-specific knowledge to make good decisions. Professionals at all levels need to be able to cultivate effective decision-making and understand how their projects align with the big picture, a broader organizational strategy, and global trends. Some key skills in this category include benefits management and realization, business models and structures, competitive analysis, customer relationships and satisfaction, industry domain knowledge, legal and regulatory compliance, market awareness, function-specific knowledge, and strategic planning, analysis, alignment. In this video, you learned that the project manager is responsible for driving the team to achieve project objectives, accountable for all phases of the project including initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing, responsible for project deliverables quality, time, and customer requirement conformance. Adept in 10 areas of knowledge required to manage a project. Skills and competencies a project manager must possess can be divided into 3 categories as defined by the PMI Talent Triangle: ways of working, power skills, and business acumen. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Manager Roles and Skills. In this video, industry professionals explain the most critical roles and responsibilities for project managers and describe the top skills necessary for professional success.
If you talk to any project manager and ask them briefly to describe their role, they essentially turn great ideas into reality. And they take these ideas and they try to implement them on time, within budget, and providing value to the customer. One of the things that the project manager does as part of their job is to manage the project from end to end. They initiate the project and plan the project. They use that plan to execute the project. They monitor and control to make sure that the plan is working. And if everything is working well, they close out the project successfully and transition the product or service to a customer. If not, then they have to go back and fix it.
So one of the things that's unique about the project manager role is there's a lot of skills and capabilities that need to come into play. I won't go through a whole long list, but some of the ones that come to my mind would be communication. It's critical that you're able to communicate effectively with everybody on the team, because you're going to be in a constant state of communication, getting updates and managing deadlines. You also need to be able to, from a project management standpoint, identify the goals even before you get started, so everybody has a common, clear path as to where they're going, where they need to be, and the timelines associated with that.
I think the most critical roles and responsibilities of a project manager are on timeline, aligning to budgetary constraints, and then quality, the three pillars of project management. If you get down into the weeds, it's really going to come down to communication, ensuring that everybody's always on the same page, staying on top of any transactional elements of the project, and then making sure that your stakeholders are well informed.
The most critical roles and responsibilities of a project manager are to lead the team through the project management lifecycle, lead the project team through the project management lifecycle. So what that looks like and what responsibilities that a project manager would have are really to plan and define the project and do things like planning the budget, doing a timeline and a plan for how the time's going to be spent, doing resource planning, and looking at how the project is going to actually be completed. And during the project, project manager is responsible for managing those things. So managing the timeline, making sure that people are getting things done on time, and also managing the cost and the budget of the project, as well as the quality of the work that's being done. And finally, a project manager is responsible for communicating with stakeholders and mitigating risks and issues. So doing communication not only with the project team, but anybody who is involved in the project or who might need to be informed about the project. The project manager would communicate with them, and then managing risk.
Let's break project management skills into two areas. First of all, technical. As a project manager, you need to understand various project management frameworks or methodologies. You need to be knowledgeable of what we call predictive methodologies, which is building to the plan. This is traditional project management, such as waterfall, but it doesn't hurt to have an understanding of agile methodologies as well, such as Scrum. More and more, both agile and predictive project management is being used, and sometimes it's being used in a hybrid method as well. So have an understanding of those particular frameworks. The second set of skills that you require are the interpersonal skills. Let's break them into three areas. First and foremost, communications. Communications is the glue that holds the project together. You need to really try to perfect your communication skills. These include things such as facilitation, collaboration, you name it. In addition, your leadership and management skills are important as well. Yes, your title is project manager, but we could probably name your title to project leader as well, because you have to set the vision for the project, you have to get people excited about the project, and you have to make sure that they are committed to do what they need to do. But however, you need to also be able to manage your resources and make sure that you are using them efficiently and effectively.
The skills that are required for that are a mix of communication, confidence and boldness, and not being shy of interacting with your client and interacting with your stakeholders and your management team. And then also the attention to detail to ensure that everything that you're managing, no matter how chaotic, how crazy, is always documented properly and shared properly amongst the team.
For a project manager, one of the most important skills, I think, is analytic skills, being able to look at the entire project and all the people working on that project and sorting out where there's going to be friction, where there's going to be problems, and what's working well. So as you're doing the work of a project manager, you're constantly, daily, maybe even hourly, looking at the dynamics of the group, the dynamics of the team, and the dynamics of the deliverables and sorting out all of those aspects. And then applying, your skills as a project manager to keep those things moving.
But leadership, when you think about leadership, you have a team of individuals that has all of their requirements and responsibilities. And as a project manager, you're a leader to bring all these people together to a similar goal and a similar process. There's a lot of negotiation skills required as you're talking with individuals, talking about deadlines and making sure that they're able to get their projects completed. I would also then mention quickly time management. You need to be able to be very clear on timelines, what the expectations are, and make sure everybody is lockstep as you move together as a team to hit those goals and timelines.
Welcome to IBM Project Manager Professional Certificates. Whether you want to start or change your current career, professional certificates can help you become job ready. You can easily afford and complete a professional certificate faster than a traditional college degree. IBM provides 2 project manager certificate programs designed and built to help enhance your project management skills. These programs are IBM Project Manager Professional Certificate and IBM IT Project Manager Professional Certificate. IBM designed the IBM Project Manager and IT Project Manager Professional Certificate programs for beginners with no prior experience in project management. With a comprehensive curriculum, hands-on learning, a portfolio to showcase your expertise, and an industry-recognized certification, these programs prepare you for a rewarding career. The courses in this program cover various topics and job-ready skills required for an entry-level project manager role. Both professional certificates share common topics including basics of project management, initiation and planning, information sharing and risk management, communications, stakeholder management, and leadership, and Agile development and Scrum basics. The capstone project will help you test your skills and provide an opportunity to add another project to your portfolio. The certificate program will help you prepare for the Certified Associate Project Manager CAPM certification exam. The IT Project Manager Professional Certificate is for individuals interested in pursuing a role in the information technologies IT industry. Therefore, to ensure that learners are fully equipped, this professional certificate course covers the following topics: IT fundamentals, software engineering basics, and the basics of the Scrum Master profession. Each topic corresponds to an online course you can complete independently. Each course consists of 3 to 6 modules. Completing courses covering the concepts and the required projects will earn you the IBM Project Manager Professional Certificate or the IBM IT Project Manager Professional Certificate. As you embark on the Project Manager Professional Certificate journey, get started with the basics of project management. Learn about the role of a project manager, the required skills and responsibilities. Gain familiarity with project manager career opportunities. Initiation and planning are other topics covered as a part of this professional certificate. Enhance your foundational project management knowledge. Learn about setting up a project. With planning being a critical phase, understand the project planning processes, documents, and tips. This professional certificate also delves into the risk management lifecycle from planning and identifying risks to evaluation. You will also learn different strategies to respond to risks. You will also learn about the tools like the risk reports, risk registers, and the risk matrix. With critical project manager skills in communication, stakeholder management, and leadership, you will learn how to lead, communicate, and manage stakeholders. You will learn to cultivate a healthy project environment and share with team members and stakeholders using appropriate communication mediums and channels. You will explore the leadership skills used to improve stakeholder engagement and facilitate successful projects from start through closing. You will also get started with using Agile development and Scrum. You will learn about the Agile concepts of adaptive planning, iterative development, and continuous improvement. You will discover Waterfall, Extreme Programming XP methodologies, and Kanban. Finally, learn about Scrum as a framework and its deliverables. This program will introduce you to some IT fundamentals for the IT Project Manager Professional Certificate. You will delve into hardware, operating systems technology, software, programming, databases, networking, storage, cybersecurity, cloud computing, support, and operations. Another IT project manager professional certificate specific topic is software engineering. Learn about the power of the software development lifecycle, SDLC, and modern software development framework methodologies. You will also experience working hands-on with different tools and languages, such as an IDE, the basics of programming in Python, and Hello World in 10 languages. The last unique topic in the IT project manager professional certificate is the essential aspects of being a Scrum Master. You will learn the practical skills required to become a highly effective Scrum Master. In the capstone project, you will apply all the skills learned in the professional certificate course to plan, execute, and close the project. The artifacts from this project will be an excellent addition to your portfolio. It will also take you closer to achieving the professional certificate. As you review the content, the course will present you with quizzes and projects to evaluate your learning. The graded quizzes carry a weight that contributes to the course completion. Most projects will be peer graded and carry a weightage contributing to the course and professional certificate completion requirement. The capstone project will provide you with some requirements based on which you will build an app or website. The project will also be a good addition to your portfolio to showcase to prospective employers. Finally, after completing all the content successfully, you will be awarded the IBM Project Manager Professional Certificate or IBM IT Project Manager Professional Certificate, a credential many employers value. We wish you the very best and hope you enjoy this journey. Welcome to Project Management Career Opportunities. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the current job market for project management professionals, describe the current salary structure for project managers, describe job titles and related roles in project management. According to a PMI Pulse report, projects are 2.5 times more successful when project management practices are implemented. That's right. This statistic is an indication of why the demand for project managers is growing faster than the demand for workers in other professions. Further, the practices of project management are expanding within various industries that were traditionally less project-oriented, such as healthcare, publishing, and professional services. For example, the healthcare sector in the U.S. has seen a 17% growth for project management roles. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, employment of project management specialists will grow by 6% each year through the decade, which translates to roughly 68,100 openings for project management specialists are projected each year, on average, over the decade. Finally, according to the PMI, the project management-oriented labor force in 7 project-oriented sectors is expected to grow by 33% or nearly 22 million new jobs over the decade. So, there are many opportunities to pursue a career in project management and find a job opportunity that meets your specific needs. Wondering what the salary trends for project managers are? Let's review some statistics. According to Indeed.com, the average salary for a project manager in the United States is $87,716 per year. The salary varies from $56,462 to $136,270 per year, with non-cash benefits such as 401k also included. Salaries are variable based on your years of experience, certifications, demographics, and the type of company you work for. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the median salary for project management professionals in the U.S. is $95,370 per year, with the bottom 10% earning a median of $52,500 and the top 10% earning $159,150. Improving your skills and competencies can help you with a potential increase in salary. Let's look at the different roles and different job titles that require project management skills. Project Manager. This is the most common job title. The project manager is responsible for initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing a project successfully. They ensure that the project proceeds within the specified time frame and budget while achieving its objectives. Assistant Project Manager. The assistant project manager works closely with the project manager to ensure that tasks are completed on time and within budget. They also help manage relationships with contributors and stakeholders. An assistant project manager normally leads the effort to complete a critical phase of the project as defined in the Work Breakdown Structure WBS. Project Coordinator. The project coordinator is responsible for coordinating tasks and activities across different teams and departments. This is an entry-level project management role. They ensure that everyone is working towards a common goal and ensure project communication is effective. A project coordinator may also be defined as a project expediter, project team member. Project team members are responsible for completing tasks assigned to them by the project manager. They work collaboratively with other team members to achieve project goals. Project team members are normally responsible for individual work packages that support the project. This places them in the role of a project manager to complete the segment of the overall project. Project sponsor. The project sponsor is responsible for providing financial resources, authorizing resources, and support for the project. They also ensure that the project aligns with the organization's strategic goals. Many sponsors have prior project management experience. Regardless, they must understand the project management function. Executive sponsor. The executive sponsor is responsible for providing high-level support for the project. They ensure that the project aligns with the organization's overall strategy and vision. An executive sponsor needs a solid understanding of both program management and portfolio management to be effective. Program manager. A program manager manages a set of projects that must be accomplished successfully to achieve a corporate strategic initiative or goal. A program manager often manages multiple project managers. Portfolio manager. The portfolio manager develops benefit management plans and business cases and determines which programs are required to achieve the organization's vision successfully. This is a high-level project management role. Business analyst. The business analyst is responsible for analyzing and translating business requirements into technical requirements. A business analyst performs a number of project management activities as part of their everyday duties. They work closely with stakeholders and the project manager to ensure that the project meets the business needs. Product owner. A product owner acts as the voice of the customer, VOC, and develops user stories and a prioritized product backlog. A product owner performs multiple project management functions in an Agile/Scrum environment. In this video, you learned that project management professionals are in great demand, and this field is expanding. Pay and benefits are well above that of many other professions, with salaries ranging from $52,500 to $159,150 per year. The different job titles that require project management skills include project manager, assistant project manager, project coordinator, project team member, project sponsor, executive sponsor, program manager, portfolio manager, business analyst, product owner. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Project Management as a Career. In this video, experienced industry professionals relate how they started as a project manager and share their advice for starting a project management career.
As a project manager. Many years ago, I had the privilege of serving the United States Air Force. And while I was in the Air Force, I was in computer maintenance. To be honest, I was pretty excited about that particular job. However, the Air Force decided that they were going to create a new career field called project management. And I was one of the first individuals who was selected to play a role as a project manager. I wasn't too excited about this at first, to be perfectly honest, because I really enjoyed computers. However, the more I learned about project management, the more I realized what an impact maker project management is. You truly make a difference. You turn great ideas into reality. You make things happen.
I had been working in other roles, mostly doing frontline work, some development, I was what was called a build master, where I was building CDs. This is way back in the 1990s. And I was doing that work just as a part of my regular job. But I think I have a natural propensity towards project management, mainly because I have a degree in philosophy and I have a lot of analytic skills. And I brought those skills to the table as I was doing my regular job. And upper management noticed. So as I was applying those skills in my job, I slowly migrated into managing people. And the more I got into managing people, the more I got into managing projects.
I didn't see myself originally moving towards the direction of a project manager. I was in a role where I was managing customer support organizations. And as certain assignments and responsibilities came along, I kind of migrated into a project manager role. I mean, things as simple as we had an offsite, and so I took responsibility of managing the offsite with the venue and the accommodations and the travel plans and the agenda, and that kind of moved me into a project manager role before I really knew that I was or wanted to be a project manager. And as time went on, I continued to take assignments that were in that project manager world, if you will.
I don't have a background in education in project management. My college degree and my master's degree are in psychology and the neuroscience of behavior. And so for a long time, I thought I was going to be a teacher. And so when that didn't work out and I decided not to pursue that, I ended up doing technical support for Microsoft. And so as I went through the process of doing technical support, it really refined the ability to communicate about things, but then also really refined that communication skill. How do I listen to somebody, understand what their problem is, and then try to analyze it and try to figure out a solution. And so when I left technical support and went forward, I went into training because I always did want to still be a teacher. I did still want to learn new things myself, but also share that with other people. And so I wrote for a while, and then I did a little bit of instructional design. And at that time, when I was writing and doing instructional design, there were changes at Microsoft, and I had to choose. I could either be one or the other. And I was project managing my own projects. And so I had to choose, did I want to continue writing and designing, or did I want to move into project management? And I opted to move into project management. And honestly, best decision ever. I realized that I am a project manager at heart. I love the intricacies of the project. I love working to figure out the best way to get things done. Oddly, I really like scheduling, which is strange, or maybe not, I don't know, but it's helped me a lot in my career. And so from then on, I stayed on the project management route and project management for content.
What advice can you give someone who wants to make project management a career?
Well, let me go ahead and give you 4 tidbits of information. First of all, try to find positions where you can be a project contributor. You may not be ready to become a project manager or a lead, but a project contributor normally is in charge of an activity or a work package, and you have to learn project management skills, and you have to use those skills to be successful. Secondly, try to get some education in project management as well. In addition, there are many good continuing education programs available at universities all around the world. Third, consider certifications as well. There are a couple of good certifications. The CAPM, Certified Associate in Project Management, is highly recommended. If you have a lot of experience, you may want to try for Project Management Professional. And on the Agile side, Certified Scrum Master is definitely a recommendation. And last but certainly not least, find someone who can help coach and mentor you as well. Find a project manager who's willing to spend some time with you and show you the ropes, if you will.
Really start looking at the PMP and understanding the latest one, understanding the principles and the role in and of itself, and all the nuances of the role and the different ways that you can go with project management. And then also look at the sector or the industry that you're thinking about working in, because project management does truly vary depending on what job you're looking at, where your passion lies.
Taking on those assignments and reaching out and volunteering and looking for the opportunities to lead initiatives. In any business environment, there's always going to be those offsites or those business meetings or those certain events that you can raise your hand and get your foot in the pool, if you will, to start moving in that direction. Once you are able to manage some of those tasks effectively and efficiently and keep people on the same page and keep people motivated towards the goals and timelines, you'll find a lot of opportunities will then start opening up after you prove yourself with those initial opportunities.
Welcome to a brief overview of how to develop a personal work portfolio. A personal portfolio is a great way to showcase your work and demonstrate you have the skills required to satisfy a potential job role. This short demo will provide an idea of what to include in your portfolio and how to format your presentation. A portfolio can be a hard copy document or an electronic one. Share your name, title, and contact information. Always include a picture. Try to share a variety of pictures throughout the portfolio. Provide a brief introduction. Tailor your introduction so that it resonates with the audience you are sharing your portfolio with. Provide a brief agenda. You may wish to reference the slide or page number and turn this into a mini table of contents. Again, a picture is worth 1,000 words, and vary your pictures. The next section provides a miniature persona of yourself. Share your goals. If possible, try to share goals that the portfolio viewer might embrace as well. Express your values. Again, do your homework. What values do you possess that would be appreciated by the reader and the organization you are targeting? Share your likes. What drives you? What are you passionate about? Always ask yourself, how will my likes add value to the role I am seeking? Consider a quote that expresses your passion and values. This is optional. However, if you have a favorite quote or saying that matches the vision or values of the organization or role you are targeting, by all means, add it. Always include an overview of your education and certifications. You don't need to list everything. Determine which educational and certification particulars support the position you hope to attain. List your job history. Share your last 3 or 4 roles that show you have the experience needed to take that next big career step. Share pictures of you on the job. Try to have a good mix of you working by yourself and with others. Choose pictures that show your passion, ability to effectively collaborate, and your professionalism on the job. Again, do your homework. Try to choose examples of your work that are meaningful to the portfolio reader and pertinent to the role you hope to attain. Try to limit this part of your portfolio to your hardest-hitting top 3 examples. Describe the work. Share how this work provided positive results. Finally, share a link to the work. Give the reader an opportunity to view the work in detail. Here is a slide for your best work, number 2. And here is yet another slide for your best work, number 3. Share references. Find individuals who work in meaningful positions willing to be advocates for you. If possible, pictures add impact. You may wish to add contact information to the references as well. Last but not least, provide a brief summary. Reiterate who you are, what you stand for, and the value you can bring to an organization. This is your final elevator pitch. Tailor this section to the audience. Always end with a thank you to those who took the time to review your portfolio. Reiterate your contact information and, of course, your smile.
Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Personal Portfolios. In this video, delve into the advantages of creating a portfolio and get advice about making your portfolio stand out.
Your profile and your portfolio, and then that's going to be a lot more sellable to a role that's looking for a project manager. So I would say the first step is to do a self-assessment. The second step is to, fill in the gaps that you have. And then once you have that well-rounded skill set, then you can really look for applying to formal roles. A personal portfolio can really give a recruiter or a hiring manager a sense of what you've done and how you've applied project management skills to the role that they're looking to fill.
And of course, your resume is incredibly important, but it can only communicate so much. When you start talking about a portfolio that you're going to create, that brings into play media and photographs and examples of your work history that can be really, really powerful beyond just a written resume.
Primary advantages of creating a personal portfolio. One, you really, as you reflect to do that, you're going to identify some strengths that you never knew and probably some weaknesses that you either know about, didn't know, or are in denial about. But creating a personal profile really enables you to examine your experience, what you've done, and also start thinking about where you want to take that profile and then tailoring it towards that goal. And so really bringing up the things that would apply specifically to the goal if it's a short-term goal, and then longer term, looking at areas that you maybe need to improve on or you maybe need to build up your skill set, and then seeking out opportunities to give you that experience or to give you that hands-on application of the principle or of the skill that you're looking to develop. To me, a portfolio is more than just a resume. It's more than a reflection of what you're trying to sell to your potential employer. It's a representation of who you are as well and what you're going to bring into that role.
So some advantages of creating a personal portfolio is that it gives you an opportunity to showcase your skills and projects that you've worked on to potential employers and demonstrates the capabilities that you have. So going into an interview type situation or having conversations with people about your experience, having a portfolio allows you to really quickly and easily provide proof of the things that you've done to showcase the things that you can do in project management. And portfolios in terms of like interviewing occasionally help differentiate you from other like interviewees that are going through the process and other people who are vying for the same role. So you might highlight specific projects that you've worked on that are very similar to projects that you might be working on in the role that you're interviewing for.
What are a few ways to make your personal portfolio stand out?
Well, first and foremost, take an organized approach. In this particular course, you will have an opportunity to have a hands-on lab where we give you instruction on how to develop a pretty good personal portfolio. Follow that process. It's proven and it works. Secondly, make sure that you find a good photographer. In your personal portfolio, you really want to be able to show a professional headshot. And along with that professional headshot, remember, show a smile. Choose skills and achievements that match the job that you are applying for. A prospective employer normally is looking to match your skills to the skills that are required for the position, and anything else may become a noise factor or extraneous. And last but certainly not least, don't go into too much detail. Keep it short and sweet. A good personal portfolio follows the ABC method. It is accurate, it is brief, and it is concise.
So highlight your most important and impactful work first. Make sure that that's top and front and center, if you will. And also, with that in mind, try to keep it as simple as you can. If you put a ton of effort into creating a huge portfolio, you'll have to just kind of accept the fact that most of it won't be seen. So knowing your audience, keeping it simple and impactful would be some of the best advice that I could give.
When creating a personal portfolio for a project management role, you can really stand out by calling out the areas and the projects that you worked on where you brought a lot of passion to that project and were able to apply your skills as a project manager to that project. When I was a hiring manager, when I did a lot of hiring, I would look for people that were really, really into the work that they were doing by calling out unique things that I didn't see in other resumes or other portfolios. And that passion really comes through. I use an example of a personal move once that I did a move cross country, and I tried to describe that in a way that brought some of the excitement of that project into the portfolio, and made sure that I was communicating that as a project was really important to me.
I would really include lots of detail about the projects that you've worked on, and think about those projects and the way you describe them as kind of like a case study. So what was the problem, or what was the, the ask of you from the beginning? What were the things that you did throughout the life cycle of the project to successfully manage that project? And then what was the outcome of that project? Was it on time? Was it on budget? Was it really high quality? And with that, you can add testimonials from managers, people on the project team that you worked with, vendors that you might have worked with, and even your supervisors of those projects. And then finally, use your portfolio to really display a range of skills. So if you're in charge of budgets for a few projects, don't put all of those projects in your portfolio if you're only been responsible for one thing. Try to find different parts of the project that you were responsible for that can really differentiate the different types of skills and experiences that you have, so that you look like you have a wide range of capabilities and skills.
Welcome to Creating Profiles for Online Sites. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe online sites for professionals to build a network, share, and learn. Discuss best practices for creating a professional and effective profile on an online site. In the digital age where almost all interactions and transactions are online, a digital profile is a necessity. You can use several professional online sites to create your digital profile and share information, experience, and professional achievements. Using the online sites, you can even network with other professionals and potentially impress a prospective employer. Let's look at a few popular sites. LinkedIn is arguably one of the most popular professional sites. With a presence in over 200 countries and more than 930 million subscribers or monthly active users. Xing is another professional networking site that is similar to LinkedIn. It offers features such as groups, news, and events. Xing is primarily focused on the German-speaking and European community. Xing has more than 16 million members. AngelList is the world's largest startup community and has investment, job, and information opportunities. This site features fundraising options and connects startups with angel investors. AngelList has more than 2 million users. Jobcase is another networking platform that connects job seekers with employers. Jobcase currently has more than 130 million subscribers. Other online sites include About Me, which is a free platform that allows you to create a personal website, and Glassdoor is a job search site that provides company reviews and salary information. While creating a profile on a professional site is important, it is critical that the profile has a positive impact. Let's review some key best practices to improve the level of impact of your profile on a professional site. Include an up-to-date headshot. A professional headshot increases the credibility of your profile and allows for a positive first impression. Consider a professional photographer. Write a compelling summary statement. The summary section is an opportunity to showcase your skills, experience, and personality. It should be concise, engaging, and well written. In addition, track the jobs you're seeking and update it frequently. It should be current. Optimize your headline and summary with relevant keywords. Use relevant keywords in your headline and summary to make your profile more discoverable. Try to use keywords that match the job requirements you are seeking. List your work history. Your work history should include at least 2 or 3 of your past positions. Try to match your job experience with the position that you're currently considering. Your past experience section should briefly describe your role and key accomplishments. Be sure to add keywords in the title and description that match the job you're pursuing. List your skills and accomplishments. Highlight your skills and accomplishments. Highlight specific skills and accomplishments you possess that translate well to the position you are seeking. This will help recruiters and other members understand the skill sets you possess. Try to solicit recommendations from others that attest to your excellence in the select skill sets. Share awards or recognition. Include awards and recognition to help you stand out and showcase your achievements. Try to confine this to professional achievement awards. Rewards for sharing your charitable activities are a plus. Share your education. Include your educational background. Be selective. Only include relevant degrees and certifications. Create a personal profile URL. Use the URL to share your portfolio and other examples of your work. Seek connections. Connect with people in your industry and other professionals to expand your network. Develop positive relationships. Connections matter. Ask for skill endorsements and recommendations. Skill endorsements and recommendations can help you build credibility and showcase your expertise. Be willing to share recommendations and endorsements for others. In many cases, those you recommend will reciprocate. Stay active. Stay active by posting updates, commenting on other people's posts, and engaging with your network. Avoid politics and religion. Try to avoid political or religious-oriented posts. There may be some who do not share your political or religious views. Avoid alienating those in your network. Try to keep your comments professional. In addition, avoid commenting on political or religious-oriented posts from others. In this video, you learned that some of the popular online professional sites include LinkedIn, Zing, AngelList, Jobcase, About Me, Glassdoor. Some key best practices when creating a profile include an up-to-date headshot, write a compelling summary statement, list your work history, list your skills and accomplishments, share awards or recognition, share your education, create a personal profile URL, seek connections, ask for skill endorsements and recommendations, stay active, avoid politics and religion. Consider this scenario. You hop into an elevator and see a CEO of an organization you always wanted to be a part of. You want to introduce yourself and make a good first impression. You have about 30 seconds. How do you accomplish this task? This is where a well-prepared elevator pitch can help. Welcome to Drafting the Elevator Pitch. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize the purpose of an elevator pitch, explain the content of an elevator pitch, illustrate an example of an elevator pitch. An elevator pitch is a short, easily memorized statement that describes you, your key features as a job seeker, and your career goals. You can use it in spoken or written context to help introduce yourself effectively. You can even use an elevator pitch as an effective resume building and employment seeking tool. For example, the elevator pitch can be a part of the cover letter or be used when speaking with a potential hirer. Also, if an interviewer says, "Tell us something about yourself," a prepared elevator pitch can help you answer with poise. Your elevator pitch should answer 3 questions. Who are you? What do you do? And what do you want? Let's look at how to respond to each of these questions in detail to help you write an elevator pitch of your own. Let's start with how to frame a response to the question, who are you? Start by introducing yourself with your full name. Add your preferred name in if you have one. If you're in a face-to-face situation, this is a good time to offer a handshake or appropriate greeting based on cultural norms. Follow this with a statement about your career title and current situation. For example, "Hi, I'm Jonathan Mason. I'm an IT data manager working toward a move into project management." Next, focus on framing a response to the question, what do you do? Identify a few key skills or experiences that set you apart and make you an interesting candidate. Don't try to list your whole resume. Instead, pick a highlight or two about your recent experience. When you've decided on your points, arrange them in a way that makes sense. You want to tell a story, not just list bullet points. Making a story from your points quickly engages your readers' or listeners' interest. For example, I've spent the last 6 years as a data analyst for a cloud development company, where I've developed my skills in programming and served as a team leader. While leading several successful project teams, I became interested in IT project management and have gone back to school to earn a business administration degree. Finally, think and write your response to the question, what do you want? Finish with an action request. The response to the question may be a request for an interview or a specific role. It might even be a way to ask whether your goal matches the position the firm needs to fill. The idea is to encourage others to engage with you, not just listen to what you've said. This will definitely depend on the context and setting, so think of a few possible endings. For example, while I'm working on the degree, I'm looking for a position in project management so I can put my learning to use. I'm interested in the work your company does, and I think I can bring a lot of expertise and leadership to your organization. Could we meet to discuss the open project manager roles you currently have? Here is how the example elevator pitch will read with the 3 questions answered. Hi, I'm Jonathan Mason. I'm an IT data manager working towards a move in project management. I've spent the last 6 years as a data analyst for a cloud development company where I've developed my skills in programming and served as a team leader. While leading several successful project teams, I became interested in IT project management and have gone back to school to earn a business administration degree. While I'm working on that, I'm looking for a project management position to put my learning to use. I'm very interested in the work your company does, and I think I could bring a lot of expertise and leadership to your organization. Could we meet to discuss the open project manager roles you currently have? When composing your elevator pitch, use natural-sounding language and avoid jargon. You should sound comfortable when you speak it, so remain professional, but use your own phrasing. Additionally, your pitch should be easily understood by many people. This will make it useful in many situations. After you write your pitch, work to memorize it. Practice your pitch until you're comfortable and can easily deliver it verbally. Slow down and speak clearly. Being nervous will likely make you speak more quickly, so practice slowing down and enunciating. Find a friend who will help you memorize it and practice speaking it. Maybe you can work together on developing elevator pitches for both of you. You'll want to be able to use this pitch in many situations, but sometimes it will make sense to tailor it to the context you're in, such as changing what you request or highlighting a slightly different experience. Write the pitch so that it's broadly useful, but be ready to tailor it as needed. In this video, you learned that an elevator pitch is a short, easily memorized statement that describes you, your key features as a job seeker, and your career goals. Your elevator pitch should answer 3 questions. Who are you? Introduce yourself. What do you do? Talk about what your skills and competencies are, along with your experience. What do you want? Put forth your request for an interview, job role, or a statement that helps clarify the available roles in the organization. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints Elevator Pitch. In this video, experienced industry professionals explain how you can use an elevator pitch to your advantage and share tips for improving your elevator pitch.
So advantage number 1 is an elevator pitch allows you to go ahead and organize your thoughts so that you can present yourself in a ABC, accurate, brief, and concise way. It also ensures that you are providing the information that the other party needs as well. Because when you are going for an interview, the potential employer wants to know, who are you? What skills do you have? And what is your purpose for being here?
I think an elevator pitch is a really good way to internalize, mainly for yourself, what you're good at, what your skills are, and what value you bring to a specific role or project. So I use an elevator pitch a lot of times with myself to see if I can articulate my skills and my value to a specific project or role in 30 seconds or less. So I will, in my head or on paper, try to write out something that does that summary. I would really focus on, pitching yourself and getting yourself really comfortable with your skill set and your value in a few words. And once you're comfortable with that, then you're going to be much better and more effective in making that pitch to other people.
Your elevator pitch is really just a 30-second communication of who you are and what you do and why somebody should really consider you or think about you, perhaps in their business. It's focused on an elevator ride that lasts about those 30 seconds. And so how much can you actually say in 30 seconds? So don't overthink it. Keep it very simple. For example, my name's Ben Flower. I'm the Director of Human Skills at SkillUp Online, and my role has been to create soft skills or human skills courses to complement all the technical courses that we offer. And in the last year, I've been able to create and publish 20 of those courses. Keep it simple, keep it succinct, and just be prepared. Be ready to go when those opportunities arise.
So taking the time to really think about the 30 to 45 second version of yourself that you would like to present to the world is a really great way for you to not only distill all of your experience, a lot of your skills, the things that you're capable of into something very short and concise, but it's a really great way when you have very little time meeting someone for the first time to really make that great first impression and introduce not just yourself, but also your professional background in a way that really highlights some of the really amazing things about you.
What tips can you provide to improve an elevator pitch?
Well, first and foremost, remember, you are interviewing for a specific position. Try to tailor your elevator pitch to that particular position. Secondly, practice makes perfect. An elevator pitch is something that you should have memorized, and you really shouldn't need to read it. Develop a great elevator pitch. Share this pitch with friends or associates, get their feedback, and then practice it. Perhaps in front of the mirror, or maybe even using your wireless device. Go ahead and take a video of yourself and review that video and keep practicing until you are natural, fluent, and you can complete your elevator pitch. And again, it's only 30 seconds or less within a very short period without having to read it.
Practice it. And have it, memorize it, literally memorize it, and then work through different iterations of it. You don't want it to be rote and so rehearsed that it sounds fake or it sounds like you're reading from a script. But you also want to have it available to you just at the snap of a finger when you need it. Make sure you've got a couple different variations. You're very comfortable with the 3 things that you want to get across. And then practice it, and then start trying to recognize the opportunities for when you can try it out with people that you don't know.
One of the things that I mentioned about the resume and the portfolio, about knowing your audience and changing that to your target audience, you might want to have a couple different elevator pitches ready to go, because when you step into that elevator, it might be with the CEO of your company, it might be with a leader of another company, it might be with a peer, and the actual message that you share will change a little bit depending on who that audience is. So be prepared, be flexible with what you're going to say in that 30 seconds. You still want to highlight your contribution and what you actually can offer from that standpoint of whatever it might be, whether it's a project manager or a team leader, but be ready to go with a couple different elevator pitches and be flexible with it.
I would get your pitch down to where you're comfortable with it, and then deliver it to friends, loved ones, other colleagues that know you really well, and see how that pitch lands with them. Many times when you're delivering your elevator pitch, you're going to get feedback that you've missed something critical, a skill set that you bring to the table, or something you do really well, or you may be overemphasizing certain things that may be better to minimize. And feedback will help you do that. So you'll do a draft of your elevator pitch, you'll practice it, you'll write it out, and then the more you can deliver it to other people and get feedback, the better your elevator pitch is going to be. Once you get your elevator pitch down, you'll kind of memorize it. It'll become a part of your DNA. And as you talk to people about your value, you'll be able to deliver that elevator pitch in a very concise and quick way.
So to improve an elevator speech, I would say the first thing is really to think about crafting that speech in a way that is brief and engaging. So an elevator speech should really be between 30 seconds and 1 minute. And again, it should really highlight the things that you're most proud of and the skills that you really, you're really great at and that you want to highlight to your audience. So focus in on really some like key accomplishments that you have or key skills that you have, and really take time to craft that so that it's very short but also very engaging. Tailor it to your audience. So depending on who you're talking to, kind of have a little bullet list in your head of different examples or different projects or different skills that you can really highlight depending on who you're talking to. And tailoring it to your audience just really helps the person that you're giving your elevator speech to feel, it makes it feel a little bit more personal for them and doesn't sound so rehearsed.
Welcome to Conducting Company and Industry Research. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain how to research a company where you want to interview for a job, identify good sources for company and industry research, discuss how to conduct an informational interview. You might want to research the company before applying for a job or preparing for an interview. For example, can help you understand if the job is right for you and if the company is right for you. It can also help you determine if the values, pay scales, perks, benefits, and so on map with your expectations. Research before applying can also help you tailor your application accordingly. Similarly, when you prepare for an interview, researching information with a focus on the company's values, goals, and their expectations of a job will help you answer the questions such as, why are you applying for this position? Or, what makes you a good fit for the role? You might also want to look up the interviewer's details on LinkedIn. The research will make you stand out and give you a better chance of success. So, where will you start your research? The company's website is a good starting point with its rich source of information. Let's look at what can be particularly helpful on the website. The About section provides details about the company's origins and history. You may also find information about the company's mission and vision, as well as its goals and culture. Understanding the vision and mission statements can help you position yourself better for the job. Looking at the other job postings in the career section can help you see the company's priorities and expansion plans. Further, when reading through the website, observe the choice of words and any repeating words. A company's word choice to describe what it does or what it represents can help you understand the image the company strives to maintain. Incorporating similar language and using any keywords during your interview can help show that you are aligned with the company. While the company's website is the most readily available source, let's review other sources that provide good information about the company. LinkedIn is a tool that you can use to follow the companies that you are interested in, along with the people who work there. You also get exposure to hiring managers and recruiters in the company. And if you know your interviewer's name, you can look at their profile to learn about their professional background. Your local Chamber of Commerce or the Better Business Bureau website might be a good source of information. You can get the organization's size, office hours, address, and review ratings. Almost all companies these days have a social media presence. Through the company's social media websites, you can keep updated with the current news about the company, its accomplishments, and its culture. Looking up news articles, white papers, and publications from the company can also provide insights into the company's current projects. Websites like Glassdoor allow employees and customers to post reviews about a company. You can read recent posts to learn about people's experiences with the company. Another good source of information is informal conversations with people who can provide insights on the company, the industry, and the field of your interest. Talk to them and get some advice on the company, the industry, and even your career path. If you're wondering where you can find someone who can provide you with expert advice, here are some recommended steps. Make a list of 3 to 5 companies you would like to learn more about, preferably within your area. Use your professional network or social media to identify professionals who work as project managers or in the project management domain in the company. You can even contact your university professor, teacher, or friend for reference. Prepare a brief introduction and the purpose of your request to meet the person and reach out by email, phone, LinkedIn, or another platform. Prepare your list of questions. There are a lot of questions you could ask during your interview. Here are some ideas. Ask questions about the interviewee's history, such as, how did you become interested in your current field? How did you prepare to enter the field? And how did you begin your career? Ask about the interviewee's current role. What is the typical workday like for you? What do you like most about your job? What is one of your favorite projects that you have worked on? What is the most difficult challenge you have dealt with? And what would you like to accomplish next in your career? Ask for career advice you can use. What related fields or career paths would you recommend I look into? How do you stay current and keep up with changes? What current issues in the field should I be aware of? And what are the most effective strategies for seeking a position in this field? When you meet the expert or someone from the industry, company, or field of interest, allow the conversation to flow naturally. Be attentive, as the person may offer information you did not expect. Take notes, especially of the tips and expert advice. Keep track of time by checking halfway through your list of questions for how many minutes remain to stay within the agreed-upon time frame. After completing the conversation, review your notes and highlight any points you want to research more. Make sure to send a thank you note to your interviewee. Stay in contact and connect on LinkedIn or another online platform to continue expanding your network. In this video, you learned that the company's website is a good primary source of information about a company. Other sources, such as LinkedIn, social media, and company publications, can provide additional information about the company and the interviewers. Having an informal conversation with a person from the industry, company, or field of interest is an excellent source of information. Make sure to connect and prepare for the conversations. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, conducting company research. In this video, experts share research methods they found useful when searching for a job and tips for effectively evaluating job postings. What research methods have you found to be beneficial when doing a job search? What tips can you provide to effectively evaluate a job posting?
So when I'm doing a job search and researching potential jobs, the first thing that I like to do is start online and use tools like LinkedIn or even just Google, Indeed, places like that to search for available jobs. So what kinds of jobs are out there, and are any of them relevant for the types of roles that I'm looking for or the skills that I have? And once I've done that kind of initial research, then I tap into my networking. So either going to networking events and meeting new people, or tapping into my existing network of some peers that I have, some colleagues that I've had at different roles in my life, and learning more about the roles that I've researched online. Some other ways that you can use to research potential jobs are attending conferences and different types of workshops. So now that we're back into a world where we can go attend events, there's a lot of industry conferences, and you can go there and network and meet a lot of people. A lot of times they'll also at those conferences have entire sessions on people that are looking for roles in those industries. And then the same thing with workshops. Going to workshops to improve your skills. You can also meet people, but a lot of that is also just networking.
Well, one of the first things that you really need to do is to determine what job do you want and what is the definition or the role of that job. If you're looking for project management positions, then look for key titles. Use the key term project manager. Perhaps you're looking for program manager, portfolio manager, product owner, scrum master. The great thing about project management are there are many different jobs that you can go ahead and apply for. Use multiple sources as well. Sometimes, like a little kid, we go to the candy store and see a piece of candy and we're fixated on it. Well, the first job position you may come to might be good. However, take some time and review some other job positions as well. Do the good, better, and best approach. Try to prioritize different job positions based on who you are and what would make you happy. Last but certainly not least, do some research on the company. Go to their website, find out their vision, their mission, their culture, learn a little bit about some of their key performers, and just make sure that this job is a good fit for you.
So this is a tricky one because if you go online and look at what is available, you're going to get lots of different perspectives, and some of them are very biased perspectives. I found that one of the most compelling things to do relative to a job search is to try to network, find people that actually work at that company that you can talk to individually and get their individual perspectives, so that you know clearly, the company and what type of an environment it is that you would be moving into. Like I said, there's lots of resources available. Some of them are, they make a strong attempt to be unbiased and really unfiltered with the feedback. But if you spend some time, you can find really good feedback and information on the environment and the culture of a company that you're looking to pursue.
What tips can you provide to effectively evaluate a job posting?
When I'm evaluating a job posting, I look for a number of things. Most importantly, I think you want to look for companies that are very passionate about the role that they're hiring for. Many job postings are just listing skill sets, and it doesn't. When I read those types of job postings, it doesn't look to me many times like they're looking to hire a great person to fill that role. They're just trying to hire a warm body. So I look for vocabulary where the job posting is projecting a vision for what the role will help the company or the people that are hiring, what it will help them do. I look for very specific language that way. I also look for job postings that are scoped to the role. Many times you'll read a job listing where it seems like the role will be doing everything. So it's not just project management, it's development and it's marketing and it's, quality control. Those types of roles can be very dangerous because there's no limit to what the company will ask you to do. So when you're looking at a job listing, make sure that you're looking for listings that are scoped appropriately to the role and the salary, and look for those job listings that show a little passion and interest in hiring you.
So when you evaluate a job posting, you need to look behind the scenes, and it takes a little bit of time, similar to the time it takes to write a compelling resume or the time it takes to create a portfolio. It's going to take some time to do that research, and that involves, like I mentioned, looking up people that might have firsthand experience, not just taking at face value the first thing that you find on your internet search. There are websites that offer really powerful opinions from people that have worked at that company before. But the bottom line here is that it takes time. You're not going to be able to gather that information in a couple minutes. I would say a real effective research process would take a couple hours to really get a feel for who it is that you're pursuing, their mission statement, their vision statement, what they're all about, and their history.
Welcome to Working with a Third-Party Recruiter. After watching this video, you'll be able to identify the reasons to enlist with third-party recruiters, discuss the pros and cons of using third-party recruiters for job search, explain the considerations when selecting a third-party recruiter. While looking for job postings on your own through company and job portals is ideal, you also have the option to use third-party recruiters to assist. Let's look at key reasons for enlisting the support of a third-party recruiter. One reason for enlisting with a third-party recruiter is the hidden job opportunities. Companies may choose to post specific job listings publicly and provide other listings to third-party recruiters to help with finding and shortlisting eligible candidates. When you enlist with a recruiter, they can potentially recommend you for a position that you might not have been aware of without their support. Another reason to enlist with third-party recruiters is to receive tips and best practices. Reputed third-party recruiters are experts in the hiring process. They can help you understand the application process, help you tailor your resume and cover letter, and help you prepare for the interview process. Finally, relationships that third-party recruiters often have with their clients are a reason to enlist. The relationships can help you gain an opportunity to get your foot in the door. The recruiters can also help you understand the corporate culture and environment. While there are good reasons to enlist with a third-party recruiter, it's important to understand that not all third-party recruiters are the same. There are some pros and cons of enlisting with a third-party recruiter. Let's start with the pros. One advantage of using third-party recruiters is that they can bring the expertise and understanding of the hiring process. They can often streamline the hiring process for you and pave the way to find the right position. Next, third-party recruiters have access to a large number of potential employers. They can get your resume in front of more hiring professionals than you can normally do alone. This increases the scope of jobs that you can apply to. Further, third-party recruiters can often save you time by walking you through the application and hiring process and act as a liaison between you and the firm. Lastly, you have the flexibility to use third-party recruiters on an as-required basis. They can also alert you when an organization's hiring needs change. Now, let's look at the cons of using third-party recruiters. One con with using third-party recruiters is the associated cost. There may be a cost associated with using a third-party recruiter. Costs vary based on the type of position you're seeking and the particular recruiter you're working with. Lack of control is another con with using third-party recruiters. They are external to the organizations they support. As such, they have less control over the hiring process as compared to the organization's internal hiring staff. Quality of the third-party recruiters might become a con. For example, in terms of job listings they provide. Do your homework and ensure the recruiter you hire has a track record of success. The lead times can become a con. There are times when the third-party recruiter may require more information from you before they are ready to begin the job search. In addition, they are dealing with multiple job applicants, so addressing your needs may not be their immediate priority. Having reviewed the pros and cons of using third-party recruiters, it is evident that it's important to do your research and choose a reputable recruiter with a successful track record. Some key considerations when selecting a recruiter include recruiter type, specialization, location coverage, reputation, pricing. Let's look at each consideration in detail. What type of third-party recruiter do you need? It's obvious to think that you will choose the recruiter that best meets your needs. However, you must also consider if you want to go with an employment agency, search organization, or contract recruiter. An employment agency posts job listings and gets paid when a referred candidate is hired. Use an employment agency if you believe there are positions you were not aware of that they may be able to identify. A search organization identifies and screens applicants for organizations to identify qualified candidates. A search organization can help you find job openings that match your skills and expertise. They can also provide you with valuable advice on how to improve your resume, prepare for interviews, and negotiate salary and benefits. Contract recruiters seek out qualified candidates to satisfy an organization's contingency needs. Contract recruiters specialize in finding short-term contracts when you're not looking for employment as a full-time employee. Many recruiters specialize in certain technical areas, such as information technology, finance, and healthcare. When you're identifying a potential recruiter, make sure that the recruiter specializes in the industry where your expertise and job expectations lie. You must also consider the recruiter's location presence. Some recruiters may reside in one area but support clients in numerous geographic regions. Ensure the recruiter you choose is able to network effectively in the locations where you are seeking employment. Most recruiters earn their fees from employers, and their services are almost always free to job seekers. It's not illegal for a recruiter to charge you, but it makes sense to use free-to-you resources in order to land a job. Reputation of a recruiter is also an important consideration. Do your due diligence. Ensure the recruiter you are dealing with has a positive reputation and track record of success. Make sure you do your homework about the recruiters. Use search engines to identify recruiters that specialize in your area of expertise. Research your recruiter. Try to learn as much as you can about their level of expertise. LinkedIn is a great source. If you can't locate your recruiter, proceed with caution. Learn as much as you can about your recruiter selection methods. For example, does the recruiter use established processes or yield to their gut instincts? In this video, you learned that the key reasons for enlisting with a third-party recruiter include hidden job opportunities, tips and best practices, leverage relationships. Some pros of enlisting with a third-party recruiter include expertise and understanding of the hiring process, increases scope, saves time, provides flexibility. Some cons of enlisting with a third-party recruiter include cost, lack of control, quality, lead times. When selecting a third-party recruiter, consider the following: recruiter type, specialization, locations coverage, reputation, and pricing. Make sure to do your homework about the recruiter. Welcome to drafting a resume. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe the contents of a resume, list tips to compose a basic resume, and explain how to optimize your resume for automated tracking and search engines. In a competitive job market, you must find ways to stand out. When you apply for a job, the first document you submit is a resume. A resume is a formal document with details such as your contact information, skills, experience, and education. It is your opportunity to impress the hiring team and stand out. Let's begin with the basic resume structure. Start the resume with your name. Follow the basic contact information such as your phone number and address, or at least the city and state. In modern resumes, you don't need to add the complete address. Make sure to include an accurate, professional-looking, and valid email address. A professional-looking email address can help establish your professional image. For example, instead of using an email such as, "Hey, my name's Mary at .com, use a professional email address such as basil.hal at .com. Also, add a valid phone number with text capability. Optionally, add links to other contact information such as your website and LinkedIn profile URL. Most hiring managers decide within a few seconds if they want to continue reading a resume. Relevant skills will help get their attention quickly. Add your key, hard, soft, and industry-specific skills. List skills applicable to the position you are seeking. Include software and tools you know how to use. If a job posting mentions specific skills, highlight them in your resume. Only add skills relevant to the job description. Note, depending on the template, the skills section may be a list and include a graphical representation of your level of mastery in each skill. Next, include a headline. Use this section to have a one-sentence description of yourself and what you're looking for or your accomplishments. A strong summary will help gain the recruiter's and hiring manager's attention. For example, a headline for a project manager might read, PMP Certified Project Manager, delivering global projects on time and within budget. Optionally, you may add a profile summary with a concise career summary. The work experience section is usually the largest part of your resume. It should include your job history, accurate and relevant company and project details, and inclusive dates. When you add work experience details, use the following structure. Start with an action verb, then add the task details, and finally, add the resulting quantifiable terms if possible. For example, manage a successful Six Sigma project to improve accounts receivable tracking, increased efficiency by 25%, and reduced late receivables by 30%. If you are starting your career without relevant work experience, you can include a project section. List projects that show some experience. Eventually, you won't need project sections as you gain work experience. An education section highlights your formal academic history. Include college degrees, professional certificates, specializations, seminars, etc. Enter education history as follows. Achievement type and focus. For example, bachelor's degree, diploma, and certificate. Organization name such as university, school, and online platform. Year completed and duration. GPA if applicable, and honors if you earned. Optionally, adding a section for hobbies or interests relevant to a particular job may boost your resume. If applying for a job where you have considerable professional experience, they aren't necessary. Add hobbies and interests when you have limited work and education experience. You have limited skills related to the job you're applying for, and relevant hobby will fill the gap. A job posting lists responsibilities or duties aligning with your hobbies and interests. Additional sections may include publications, awards, technical training, and certifications. Include additional sections only if they are relevant and boost your resume. There are several free resume templates available online with the required structure. However, you must ensure the resume template is compatible with an applicant tracking system ATS software. Organizations use the ATS software in the recruitment process, especially in technical fields. The software finds keywords in the application submissions and advances qualifying candidates further into the application process. Most ATS software works best with word processing software like Microsoft Word and Google Docs. Have a Microsoft Word or Google Docs version of your resume ready. You can provide alternative versions of your resume in many other formats, including graphic, plain text, Braille, PDF, or accessible PDF, language other than English. ATS software might have a limited ability to read resumes formatted with multiple columns, images, and creative layouts or designs. If ATS cannot read the resume accurately, you may lose the opportunity even after being a qualified candidate. Here are some tips to build an effective resume. Keep your resume short. If you have lots of relevant experience, 2 pages are acceptable. Try to avoid more than 2 pages in length. If you use bulleted lists, ensure each item is meaningful and concise. Use present tense for your current position and past tense for earlier positions. Check spelling and grammar carefully. Make sure to proofread the resume, double-check your contact information, and provide a professional-looking email address. In addition, make your resume easily readable by ATS software and search engines by doing the following. Ensure contact information is at the top of the page. Use keywords purposefully. Include them in normal text. Don't just list them somewhere on the page. If your resume lacks terms, search algorithms will not find your resume. Align terms with job postings. Include emerging terminology and acronyms, and ensure you refer to skills or technology using common terms. Provide relevant links and verify they work. Avoid using large image files in your portfolio or resume. Add alt text to every image you use. Users and website visitors who are visually impaired rely on alt text to understand graphic content. In this video, you learned that your resume is the first impression you make. The contents of a resume include name, contact information, headline, skills, work experience, and education. It is important for the resume to be ATS software compatible to improve selection for interviews. You must add keywords to your resume to improve its searchability. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, developing a project management resume. In this video, experienced industry professionals share tips for writing a compelling resume and provide tips for writing a resume specifically for a project management position.
When I write a resume, one of the things that I will do is I will look at the job description and I will really read that job description carefully, because if you do, you'll find there's keywords and areas of focus that employer is really trying to find. And so if you can incorporate those keywords into your resume, it stands a much better chance for that to stand out. I mean, if your job description talks about leadership and employee development, your resume should talk about how you've developed employees and managed employees and led them to increase levels of performance and competency. If it's talking about leadership, you should be able to talk about how you're a leader and some of the things that you've done that show that leadership. So basically, you really want to make your resume reflect very specifically to what the job description is looking for.
I highly recommend that you do your personal portfolio first. Why? Because when you're developing your personal portfolio, in most cases, many of the things that you need to include in your resume, you will already have thought out, you will already have organized your thoughts, and essentially it may be really a copy and paste into your resume. Find a template that is professional but doesn't go overboard. One of the things that you need to do is to find a template that is keyword search friendly. One of the things that a lot of HR screening groups will do is they will put your resume into a quick review application, and they will look for key terms in there to see how well it matches the overall job description. So make sure that you use the key terms that you want in your resume, and make sure that the key terms that you're using match what the job description is asking for as well. Keep your resume short. 1.5 pages is good. 2 pages should be your max. And a little bit about human nature. In most cases, according to statistics, a hiring manager with a lot of resumes to review for a given position is going to probably spend somewhere between 8 to 10 seconds initially looking at your resume. So what does that tell you? It says that the key information you need needs to be right up front. As a matter of fact, most people, when they read, begin at the upper left-hand corner of the page, and then they start going down diagonally. And chances are pretty good that if your most important information is not in that upper quarter or upper third of the page, unfortunately, it may be missed.
Highlighting your achievements and skills is really important. Using really clear and concise language. So tailoring your language in your resume to fit the job role and the job description is important, but trying to avoid really flowery, flowy language and a lot of industry jargon is a really good tip.
And then finally, just that tailoring your resume to the job description. So looking for keywords, looking for ways that the job description talks about a specific skill or capability, and then tailoring your resume and changing your resume so that the language that you're using is similar to the language in the job description is really helpful. And that's not to say you should change your skills. If you have a skill set and you use that skill on a particular project, but the job description doesn't talk about that skill, don't, change what you did.
What additional tips can you provide when writing a resume for project management position?
So one of the things that most people that are looking at resumes really want to see is specific results. I mean, when you talk about how I'm organized and how I'm a thought leader or whatever, I mean, that's good. But really one of the things that will make your resume stand out is when you can talk about specific accomplishments and the metrics that are associated with those accomplishments. If you are in charge of a budget, talking about the actual dollar amount that you were able to save, or the actual sales figures that you were able to accomplish, or the actual quota that you were able to obtain, timelines, if you were able to hit your project goals within the timelines, talking about the weeks or the days or the hours associated with that, and the implications of money associated with that. So any metric that you can introduce into your resume that shows specific results is really powerful.
So I would say focus on the principles of project management and cater it for the specific roles. So not all principles are going to be as high. There'll probably be 3 or 4 that jump up to the top. And so really for the specific role that you're looking at, so really hone in your resume on showing the skills and the experiences that you have for those particular principles. But then also do call out any certifications you have, any specific training classes that you've taken in project management, and even if they don't lead towards a certification, anything that you've gone above and beyond a bachelor's or a associate's degree or any formal education to further hone your abilities as a project manager. Some people say your resume shouldn't be longer than a page. I have no problem with longer resumes as long as it's not a complete history of your entire professional life. I really do just want to see, maybe the last 3 years, maybe the last 5 years. And then I would say if you've had a gap in anything, either in your education, in your experience, or in your work history, don't address it in the resume, but I would be ready to address that in an interview because you may be asked there to address any gaps.
Welcome to Drafting a Cover Letter. After completing this video, you'll be able to describe cover letter best practices, review a cover letter example. Consider this scenario. You are among thousands of candidates who have applied for a job with their resume, which essentially provides a candidate's professional job history. So, how do you make your profile stand out during the HR review process? You can send across a cover letter with the resume when applying for a job. A cover letter is one of the most important items to develop when you begin your job search. You can use the cover letter to introduce yourself and your experience to a potential employer in a written format with an intent to gain their attention. Make a case why you would be a strong candidate for a particular position. Don't repeat all of your qualifications. Your resume and LinkedIn will contain the details. Just include enough information to show that you are well qualified and interest the reader enough to schedule you for an interview. It's a good idea to draft a basic cover letter before you start applying for work. You'll adapt the letter to each position and application, of course, but you can start with a basic template. To write a basic cover letter, open with a greeting and address the letter to a specific person whenever possible. If you don't know the name, address it to the title of the person you hope will see the letter, such as, "Dear Hiring Manager." Use correct business punctuation. An example is, "Dear Miss Erickson." In the first paragraph, state the title of the job to which you're applying and why you feel you might be a good fit. It's also sometimes useful to mention where you saw the job listed or who referred you, and it can be very effective if you can express why you're enthusiastic about the company. For example, I was excited when my colleague Jenna Madison told me your company had an opening for an IT project manager. I have admired the products developed by Magnuson Software for many years, and I would be very interested in joining your team. I'm a project management professional, PMP, certified project manager with 4 years of professional experience and skills that match your needs. And I think I would be a strong candidate. I also possess a certified Scrum Master CSM certification. Next, build a case for your strengths as a candidate. Cite a few examples from your expertise that match the skills they mention in the job listing. Draw parallels between the listing and your resume and personal portfolio. Qualify your experiences when possible. However, keep this brief and focused. It is important that you keep some of the best examples and work samples ready to discuss further when you interview. Let's look at a sample for this section. In my most recent role, I managed development of an issues management system that automated our IT bug tracking process. The new system improved resolutions by 25% and eliminated recurring bugs by 50%. Our team used a combination of Jira and Smartsheet to successfully complete the project using a hybrid project management approach 1 month ahead of schedule. Finally, close by restating your interest, say you hope to meet with them further, and then add a polite sign-off. Let's review the example. Thank you for your consideration. I would love to bring my project management skills to Magnuson Software, and I'm eager to discuss the contributions I can make to your team. Best regards, Rajesh Kumar. On a practical note, you will want to save your letter in Microsoft Word format because many companies prefer it. You will also need a plain text version so that you can easily copy and paste the text into an online application form. It can be useful to save it as a PDF file, although you'll have to create a new version every time you modify the letter. Have a friend proofread your letter so that you're not embarrassed or even eliminated because your letter is full of errors. In this video, you learned that the cover letter is one of the most important resources. Writing clearly and concisely to catch interest of a hiring manager and make a good case for yourself as a candidate. Your cover letter may motivate them to read your resume and, hopefully, call you for an interview. Welcome to Submitting Your Application. After watching this video, you'll be able to explain the different approaches for application submission, outline the pre-submission checks for a resume, summarize the pre-submission checks for a cover letter, list additional documents required when submitting an application, describe the document naming convention and organization. Every company has its own approach for application submission. It is, therefore, important that you understand the approach or the process. For example, some companies might prefer you to fill out an online application and attach the required documents through their website. Others might use websites like LinkedIn, where you can send across your resume and cover letter. Another option is where you might need to send across the application to a specific email address. For some roles, there might be walk-in interviews where you will need to fill in the required details and submit a printed copy of your resume. Whatever the approach, follow the directions carefully and do exactly as the job listing says. Irrespective of the approach, you will mandatorily need to submit a resume. Also, while a cover letter may not always be mandatory, a best practice is to send a cover letter even if it isn't required. If you've already drafted basic versions of the resume and cover letter, you're in a good position. Make sure to customize or update the documents based on the job requirements and include the keywords. For example, a job posting may mention predictive skills, such as developing scope documentation, calculating critical path, developing a phased budget, and developing a comprehensive risk register. Another job posting may require an understanding of user stories, product backlog development, executing effective sprints, and conducting retrospectives. Make sure to include information that shows your skills and experience that meet the requirements. Make sure that the resume and cover letter contains the keywords listed in the job posting. Let's review some checks to make before submitting a resume. Is your resume up to date with the latest contact information? Is the formatting of the resume layout accurate? Are the contents of the resume grammatically correct? Have you added a professional email address? Is the content cliché vocabulary and jargon-free? Are the job experience and hobbies relevant to the job? Have you included keywords from the job posting in the resume? Make sure that the response to all of the questions is yes. If not, make the required adjustments. Similarly, with the cover letter, make sure to perform the following checks before submission. Is the formatting for the cover letter layout accurate? Are the contents grammatically correct? Is the cover letter addressed to the correct person, and is the name spelled correctly? Is the cover letter about half a page and concise? Is the cover letter tailored to the specific company and job opening? Is the tone of the cover letter professional and confident? Have you listed references in that letter? Have you provided reasons explaining why you are no longer working for your previous employer, or including other issues that may be better to discuss in an interview if necessary? Next, let's review the supporting documents that a potential employer might request to validate. Some common documents include educational transcripts to validate qualification, writing samples and portfolios to check your work, professional certificates to check technical qualification, and list of references and letters of recommendation. Supporting documents will vary based on the job role and company. Be sure to follow all the instructions provided by the company to avoid submitting an incomplete job application. After you have checked all the documents, you are ready to upload or attach the documents. Before uploading, ensure you have used a consistent naming convention for your files. Include your full name as part of the file name. For example, if your resume is named john_smith-resume.pdf, then all the remaining documents should follow a similar naming convention. In this example, the cover letter will be john_smith-cover_letter.pdf. Limit special characters to underscores and hyphens. If you incorporate blank spaces in your file name, be sure to use them consistently. Do not include version numbers as a part of your file names, and be sure to submit all the requested documents at once. In short, name your files consistently and in a way that, if sorted alphabetically, all of your files appear together in the file search. This helps the recruiter identify all the files that you submitted. A tabular overview is effective. Once you have the naming convention done and all the required checks, you can submit your job application. Another thing to keep in mind when applying to jobs is the limit on the number of applications you can submit. Usually, there is no limit. However, some companies limit the number of applications you can send in a particular period. So you'll need to be strategic and choose the jobs that are most interesting to you. One approach is to first apply for the position you believe you are most qualified for or that interests you most. After applying, contact Human Resources or HR or a hiring manager to ask for advice about whether you should apply for each job you are interested in, or if it's best to avoid duplicate application submissions. They should be able to tell you whether they can forward your application or whether they allow you to create a profile that lets you easily apply for multiple jobs. In this video, you learned that it is important to understand the application submission approach, such as online application, via sites like LinkedIn, email, and walk-in. Make sure to perform pre-submission checks on the resume and the cover letter. You might need to submit supporting documents such as education transcripts, certificates, and references. Use consistent naming for the documents. Welcome to Preparing for the Interview. After watching this video, you'll be able to list the best practices when preparing for an interview, identify potential questions you can ask an interviewer, discuss what the interviewer is looking for. Preparing for the interview is critical and can also help reduce any nervousness. Let's review some best practices when preparing for an interview. Best practice 1, understand as much as you can about the company you will be interviewing for. Also, try to learn about the division or part of the company that has the position opening. Use your contacts and research skills to learn about what they do and how they work. Best practice 2, review what you know about the position and thoroughly research areas that are less familiar to you. As you research the position, you might be able to learn more about the management practices mentioned in the position announcement, such as project management methods used by the company. Try understanding the company's tools and techniques, such as Microsoft Project or Smartsheet. You can also refresh your knowledge and skills that you might not have practiced in a while. If the job posting mentions a particular practice such as Scrum, you might get asked to explain your experience with Agile methodologies. Be ready with a succinct definition or description. A brief set of notes can be helpful during the interview, so you don't have to pause to remember key terms, steps, or components. Best practice 3, determine the appropriate attire. Your attire depends somewhat on the company culture. Try to determine dress norms ahead of time. Most importantly, always be well-groomed and professional. Best practice 4. If you're traveling for an on-site or face-to-face interview site, be 10 to 15 minutes early. Arriving early gives you time to gather, review, and focus. Arriving early also helps make a good impression on the interviewer. If you are in a virtual interview, ensure that your surroundings are quiet, pleasant, and tidy. Best practice 5. Have something to write with, take notes, and jot down questions you might want to ask later in the interview. Best practice 6. Prepare some questions ahead of time. Questions reflect that you are prepared, serious, and interested. Also, think about what really interests or excites you about the position. Interviewers want to know that you really do want the position. It is reasonable to ask who will conduct the interview and whether it will be a panel of interviewers. If possible, learn something about your interviewers. Here's a list of potential questions to consider as the interview progresses. How can someone be successful in this role? How would you manage the performance of the employees working in this role? Can you provide a few examples of challenges someone may encounter in this role? What is the best way to collaborate to achieve success? How will you be working with the employee who will fill this position or role? Can you share what you enjoy most about working in this organization? Best practice 7. Another important aspect of an interview is what you can potentially expect from an interviewer. Try to come up with a list of possible questions you might be asked. Practice verbally answering the questions before the interview. Practicing in front of a mirror is helpful for some people. Recording your answers into a phone and playing them back to see how you sound can also be effective. If possible, practice with a mentor or friend and solicit their feedback. One typical interview question that you might want to have ready to answer is, tell me about yourself and describe how you were qualified for this position. Practice your elevator pitch that introduces yourself and highlights your strengths. Answer this question with poise and confidence. Here's a list of additional common interview questions you can expect to be asked. Tell me what you know about our company. What are you interested in applying for this position? How would you describe your communication and collaboration skills? Are you comfortable working with a team? What is the achievement you are most proud of? Can you provide an example of how you overcame adversity? What are your salary expectations for this position? Where do you envision yourself or your career in 10 years? How do others perceive you? What are your hobbies? What do you do in your spare time? Best practice 8. What happens if you don't know the answer to a question? Don't panic. There are different ways that you can respond. You might say, I'm not familiar with this topic, but I am curious to learn more. It's possible you know about something similar and can mention that. If you aren't sure but have a guess, you might say, I'm not certain, but I'm going to take an educated guess and give my reasoning. Coming close to a correct answer is better than a blank stare. However, it is better to admit that you don't know than try to fake it. Best practice 9. When you reach an area where you have gaps, you can anticipate that the interviewer will probe with follow-up questions about it. Give the best answer you can, and try not to let it throw you off track. Most interviewers realize you won't know the answers to all their questions. You can also explain that you were aware of this gap and explain what you were doing to bridge it, such as reading on your own or taking a course. Best practice 10. Finally, be sure you have the name and contact information for follow-up questions and write a thank you note to the interviewer. In this video, you learned that some best practices to consider when preparing for an interview include: have enough knowledge about the company, learn about the position and the company's methods, determine the appropriate attire, reach the interview location early, prepare some questions ahead of time, make up potential interviewer questions and practice your responses. When asked, tell me about yourself, use the elevator pitch. Avoid a blank stare. Admit you don't know the answer rather than fake it. Name and contact information for follow-ups. There are several questions that an interviewer can ask on a wide variety of topics. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, the first stage interview. In this video, get tips for a successful first stage interview, hear about possible interview challenges, and get advice for overcoming those challenges.
Well, first of all, let's define what a first stage interview is. A first stage interview is normally a preliminary interview. This is where you're going to be asked some general questions, possibly by someone from HR or some interviewer who wants to know a little bit more about yourself. Normally, the purpose of having a first stage interview is to screen out applications when you have numerous applicants for a given job. So the focus is to make a very good first impression so that your resume is not pulled and it passes the test and you get another chance to move forward in the interview process. First and foremost, have a good introduction and a good greeting. Shake hands, show your smile, express appreciation for the opportunity, and have your elevator pitch ready as well. The questions normally that are asked at a first stage interview are, who are you? What do you do? And what do you want? And your elevator pitch is going to accommodate that very, very well. Be ready at this particular stage to share some of the key skills that you think may be important, directly tied to the position that you're interviewing for, and be ready for basic questions such as, who are you? Why do you want this job? And why do you think you are the best qualified individual for this particular position?
When preparing for an interview, the areas where you can really focus on, I think, is that elevator pitch that, is important to make sure that you understand from a high level what you can do and what skills that you bring to the table. The other thing that makes a first stage interview successful is really understanding what the role is and what the needs of the company are and what you can do to fill those needs. So, for example, understanding a little bit about the background of the company, the development of the company or the position, understanding what challenges the company's faced in the past and what they're facing now can really help give you a good vocabulary to discuss with the hiring manager when you're applying for a role. The other thing I always think about when I'm doing a first stage interview is the idea that they need you as much as you need them. I think that helps take the edge off from the pressure. A lot of people feel very nervous, particularly in that first stage of an interview process. And I think if you embody the idea that if the company didn't need you, they wouldn't be, looking for a role to fill, right? So they need you just as much as you need them. And that can really help you create a dialogue with the hiring manager rather than feeling like you're under pressure and you're under the gun. I think it really helps to take the edge off of that conversation.
What are some interview challenges an applicant might encounter, and how can they overcome them?
So first stage interview is, you may end up talking to a recruiter and not somebody who actually is in the role that you want to get into. And so they're going to have some standard questions that they'll ask, and those should be very straightforward and easy for you. And then they'll probably have some qualifying questions that will get you to the next level of interview. So if the person is not in role, they're not going to necessarily know what it is that you're talking about. And they may not understand the question that they're even asking you. And so really be prepared to answer, be prepared to be concise, and don't use a lot of jargon. You don't want to confuse the person who's interviewing you. If you're given an opportunity to, provide just one last thing or how, a closing on the interview, that's your elevator speech. And that's what you want them to remember. They'll remember the first thing and the last thing. And so you want to, knock their socks off right from out of the gate and then give them something that is really long lasting at the end. And then comes your follow-up. So you're going to immediately send a thank you letter. And by immediately, I mean within an hour. That thank you letter should be in their inbox. Time, they're going to forget about you in the 2 days, 3 days that it takes to get there. Send the thank you letter and email right away, and then get your follow-up schedule down. So if this is something that you're super keen on getting, then follow up, on a regular schedule afterwards to get the next interview scheduled. And then be ready to go. It may be that they notify you the morning and you've got to be ready in an hour or in the afternoon. And so just be ready to.
So one of the things that's really interesting about interviewing, it's kind of like a dance. You're answering questions that are very scripted and strategic that the interviewer is asking you. And so your responses need to be on target. They need to be strategic, and they need to be succinct. One of the things that I've seen over and over again when I'm looking at an interview that doesn't go very well is when an interviewer asks a question and the interviewee then will give a 5-minute response. that is not going to target in and zero in on what is specifically being looked for. So pay special attention to the question being asked. It's okay to pause for a moment, and that's one of the bits of advice that I would give. Is the question is asked, don't feel like you have to give an immediate response. Pause for a moment, really digest the question being asked, and then give your strategic and succinct response. Timing is really, really important. There's not a lot of it in an interview, so you want to use that time as in the most effective fashion that you can.
Let's check out Robert's first round interview. In this interview, Robert Mason has applied for an entry-level project manager role at ABC Company, a large electronics manufacturing company. The interviewer from ABC is Leslie Porter, a senior project manager. Please note, like in any interview, not all questions might be correct. Instead, focus on how the interviewee, Robert Mason, answered the questions.
Hi, Robert. It's so nice to meet you. My name is Leslie Porter. I'm the Senior Project Manager here at ABC Company. I would be your manager if you were hired for this position. So it's great to meet you. I'd love to learn a little bit more about you and what got you into project management.
Well, thank you very much, Leslie. It's a pleasure to meet you. And first and foremost, I just want to say thank you for taking the time to allow for this interview for this particular position. I'm very excited to meet you and to talk a little bit about myself and share a little bit about project management. I have a long career in marketing, but a few years ago, I took a continuing education course in project management, and it really captured my imagination. And I felt project management was a very exciting competency. So I was able to talk my current company into giving me a project coordinator position, which I've held for the past 2 years. I've had the opportunity to work on a number of different projects with some very skilled project managers. We've rolled out some new retail stores. In addition, I've also worked with product owners to help them roll out some new products. And I actually got an opportunity to work on some process improvement projects using Six Sigma methodology as well. So I'm very excited about project management and continually hoping to learn more.
That's great, Robert. Why are you interested in this position?
Well, I'm very enhanced by your company. I'm very impressed by your company. I use a lot of the products that your company uses as well. And one of the things that I found is that your products are consistently of a very, very high quality. You have great functionality. The products do what they're supposed to do. They're easy to use. They're very, very reliable. They're high performance products. And in addition, one of the things that I found whenever I had a problem is that your support team is outstanding as well. So I think you have a very effective company, and I'd love to be a part of it.
Thank you. What do you know about our company and what we do?
Well, I did a little bit of research on the internet, and I noticed that you have a variety of different electronic devices. As a matter of fact, you're a leader in electronic devices, but along with that, you're involved in healthcare and a lot of different other products as well, which is very, very exciting. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I've noticed is that your company has a really great smartwatch product portfolio. And if I can share, this is your product. So obviously I buy into your product and the quality that you have there. So I'm very impressed by your company and would love to be a part of it.
Thank you, Robert. You sounds like you did your homework. So tell me, what are your biggest strengths and why?
Well, let me go ahead and give you a couple of them. First of all, I think I'm a very, very good time manager. When I was taking my project management course, I learned that the ultimate goal of a good project manager is to be on time, within budget, and provide value in the products to the customers as well. And for the most part, all of the projects that I had the opportunity to work were done on time and within budget, and the customers seem very, very happy. In addition, I think I have a pretty good understanding of how project management and product management works together as well. I worked with a lot of really great product managers, and I found that area to be quite exciting. And one of the things that I noticed about your company is that you do use some agile product development, and that would be fun to be a part of it.
Yes, indeed. My next question is a little more difficult, perhaps. What would you say are your biggest weaknesses and why?
Well, I'll go ahead and share what others have shared with me. I have a tendency sometimes to be a bit of a perfectionist. I want everything to be 100% right. And I realize that in a real world environment, sometimes that's not possible, and you have to accept that 80% solution. So I'm not going to go ahead and yield. I want everything to be 100% correct, but I also need to understand that I need to be a little bit more patient, and I am working on that as best I can.
What would you say is your greatest personal achievement up until this point?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, I was able to get involved in some Six Sigma projects. And one of the projects that I felt was really exciting, our accounts receivable function was not doing well. There were a lot of manual steps, and some of the steps were not working. So I was able to go ahead and work with some Six Sigma individuals, and we revised the accounts receivable process, and we were able to increase the overall effectiveness of the accounts receivable function by 20%, and we were able to reduce lost receivables by about 10% as well. Our customers were happy, management was happy, and it was a great experience for me to learn about Six Sigma working on that particular project.
That's great. How would your past and current managers and colleagues describe you?
You know, that's a difficult question, but I would hope that they would say that Robert is a hardworking individual. I'm very, very meticulous, as I shared before. I like everything to go ahead and be as correct as possible, but I'm also a caring individual as well. I enjoy working with the team, developing relationships, and I care about other people's perspectives. And as I mentioned earlier, I think I'm a pretty good time manager.
Speaking of teams, do you prefer to work in teams or independently?
You know, it's really situational. There are times in project management when you have to work individually. For example, if you're developing a budget or if you're developing a schedule or timeline, you really have to do it by yourself, in many cases, sitting in front of the computer using the tools. But on the other hand, when we're executing a project, I find that management by walking and talking, getting out, meeting with the people, having conversations with them is really exciting as well. So case by case situation, I think I'm a pretty good team player, but I can also work alone if required.
Good, good. Where do you see yourself or hope to be in the next 5 years?
I hope to continue working for the next 10 to 15 years before I retire. And in 5 years, I'd love to be a part of your company, hopefully in a higher level project management capability and capacity.
Thank you. Well, let me end this interview by asking you one final question. Can you give me 3 reasons why we should hire you?
3 reasons. Well, reason number one, I'm a very organized individual, and I think organization is very, very important for a project manager. I think I have a good understanding of project management frameworks, both traditional project management frameworks and a little bit about Agile and Scrum through the training that I've received in the past and the actual experience I've had during the last 2 years as a project coordinator. And I'm also a very, very good team player as well. I don't mind being part of the team. And if I have to take the lead periodically, I think I'm capable of doing a relatively good job in that area as well.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Robert, for this time today. It's been great to meet with you. As the next step, I'd like to schedule a technical interview with you, maybe later this week if you're available. For this interview, we would appreciate it if you could come to our location. It's not far from where you reside.
Well, that sounds great, Leslie, and I really appreciate the opportunity. And yes, I did some research on the web, and your location is about 30 minutes by car from mine. It's an easy trip, and I'd love to be able to see where you work and meet you face to face. So please let me know when it's convenient for you, and I'll make myself available. And thank you again for your time.
Wonderful. Thank you. Have a great one.
You too there, Leslie. Thank you very much. Have a great rest of your day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Robert successfully passed his first round interview. Take a few moments to consider what answers helped Robert to get the second round, a technical interview. Then consider how you would answer the interviewer's questions. In this interview, Robert Mason has applied for an entry-level project manager role at ABC Company, a large electronics manufacturing company. The interviewer from ABC is Leslie Porter, a senior project manager. Please note, like in any interview, not all questions might be correct. Instead, focus on how the interviewee, Robert Mason, answered the questions. Robert made it to his second interview, the technical interview. Let's listen.
Hi, Robert. It's so nice to see you again. I appreciate you being so flexible. I know we were going to meet face-to-face and it didn't work out. So thanks for making this Zoom call work out.
Oh, no problem at all, Leslie. I appreciate the opportunity, and hopefully in the future I'll be able to visit you at your location and see the wonderful work environment that I'm sure that you have. I'm happy to go ahead and be here. And, one of the things that I noticed as I was reviewing the job description is that you require not only knowledge of traditional project management, but a little bit of Agile and Scrum as well. And that excites me because I do have a little bit of background in both, which is kind of great.
That's so great. I know you mentioned in your previous interview you took some continuing education courses. Do you have any other formal project management training?
Yes, actually, I took a continuing education course, but I also took a course for Scrum Master, and I was able to go ahead and pass my certified Scrum Master certification. That doesn't mean that I know everything about Scrum, but it certainly indicates that I have a good knowledge of the processes. And in addition, over the next couple of months, I've set a goal to achieve my CAPM, Certified Associate in Project Management certification as well. And I'm pretty confident that I'll be able to pass that test and be able to add another certification to my overall list of skills.
That's great, Robert. You are correct. We value those who are always looking to improve their skills and qualifications as well. We do require our project managers to be proficient in both traditional and agile methods. How would you determine if a project was suited for traditional or agile project management?
Well, as a project coordinator, I was able to work with some really good product owner and Scrum Masters and learn from them. When it comes to making a project decision, as I recall, there were really two key considerations. One of them is the overall level of agreement. And what do I mean by that? When you work with the various stakeholders and talk with them, what is their vision in terms of what success looks like in terms of the requirements? If there's a lot of confusion or a lot of indecision, that would have a tendency to go ahead and drive you more toward Agile and Scrum. But if there's agreement that in 6 months what we need is not going to change, that would have a tendency to drive us a little bit more toward the traditional project management methodology. The second area is the level of complexity as well. If the level of complexity is low and it's not going to require an awful lot of innovation and creativity, that has a tendency to drive us more toward traditional project management. However, if there's a lot of innovation and complexity that is required, then that would have a tendency to go ahead and drive us a little bit more toward Agile. And that's what I learned in my Certified Scrum Master certification course as well, and I think it's a great methodology.
That makes sense. Thank you. One of the biggest issues we face is scope creep. How would you try to minimize scope creep in a project?
Well, that's a great question. And scope creep is a problem everywhere. As a project manager, I think it's very, very important to be inclusive. And what do I mean by that? Normally, every organization has a project charter that defines what the requirements are. However, sometimes there's a gap between the time the project charter is approved to the time that the project is implemented as well. And to go ahead and fill that gap as you're planning, you really need to be inclusive and include the customers and the key stakeholders in the planning. Make sure that you validate what the requirement was and validate the fact that it still is a current requirement. And in addition, as you're planning, be open and upfront with your customers and stakeholders and let them know specifically what you're planning to go ahead and develop. The best time to go ahead and eliminate scope creep is during planning, because during planning, it's easy to go ahead and update a plan. If you wait until after the plan is published and you did not really understand what the true requirements were, then there's going to be a lot of changes. And then there's going to be the tendency for people to go ahead and add things that they're not supposed to add. So being inclusive during the planning process and realize that building change during planning is the best way to hopefully minimize scope creep, but it's difficult.
Good. Yes. Effective collaboration and facilitation are two skills, that are necessary to be successful in this position. It sounds like you appreciate the value that those skills bring, but obviously we want to execute projects that provide value. However, schedules are absolutely critical. So many of our projects are time sensitive and must be accomplished within the requirement timeframes. How would you plan effective schedules and ensure that projects do not miss deadline?
Well, again, during the training that I attended for continuing education, it was shared that the number one reason why projects fail is because of unrealistic schedules. I learned about a work breakdown structure, and a work breakdown structure is essentially a list of activities and tasks that needs to be performed, and it needs to be performed in a certain order. I am a firm believer in developing a network diagram, which is just a fancy project management term that I'm sure you're familiar with, Leslie, for a schedule. The network diagram lists all of the different activities in the work breakdown structure in the order in which they're supposed to occur, and it lists durations, and it also lists dependencies as well. I try to develop a schedule that will accommodate everything that we have promised in the project charter. Now, sometimes that doesn't work out. And when it doesn't work out, we have to go back to the drawing board and do a little bit of negotiating and try to figure out where we can go ahead and add resources or possibly cut scope. But by using the work breakdown structure as our guide and making sure that this is tailored to the project and being transparent with the customers and letting them know exactly how long each task is going to take, I find that there's a whole lot more buy-in to the schedule, and it gives us a greater chance of being successful.
That's good. I see you understand the Six Sigma, which is great. We do have processes and development and improvement projects here. But let me play devil's advocate here. You developed this lovely network diagram, but realize that the schedule that you might have proposed is not going to support the project requirements.
Well, that is a great question there, Leslie. What I would do if this is the case is I would sit down with my sponsor and some of the key decision makers, those key stakeholders, and I would walk through the schedule and explain precisely what each particular activity is going to do, how long it's going to take, and why we created the schedule in the way that we did. If it turns out that we do not have enough time to accomplish everything, again, one of the things that I learned from some of my senior managers in my current job is that you have to balance the triangle. So what do we mean by that? If we are not having enough time to complete the project with the schedule that we have created, we need to either get more resources or we need to go ahead and reduce the scope. And that has to be a decision that is made by the stakeholders and by the sponsor. And it was taught to me that this is called balancing the triangle. In the end, everybody has to agree with the schedule, the scope, and the budget. And sometimes that takes a little bit of time to go ahead and manage. It is not unusual, unfortunately, for you to require more time to satisfy everything in the project than you have. And sometimes you have to do that negotiation and you have to make those cuts or you have to make those compromises and concessions.
Yes. How would you factor risk into your project planning?
Well, when I took my continuing education course, I was very impressed by an acronym that I learned called PIERC, P-I-E-R-C. And every time I've had the opportunity to go ahead and plan risk for a project, I follow that. The P stands for plan. Develop a risk management plan. Who's going to be on the risk team and how are you going to manage the end-to-end program? Secondly, identify risks. Identify as many as you can. The E stands for evaluation. Evaluate each risk in terms of the possibility or the potential that the risk will occur and the impact. And then the C stands for control. Control the risk after you go ahead and develop the R, which comes before the C, which are responses. So plan it, identify the risks, evaluate the risks, develop responses, and control it. And by following that PIERC, in my current job, we had an awful lot of success. And while sometimes we were caught by surprise by risks, for the most part, we managed it and it didn't manage us.
Thank you. We are believers in the risk registers as well. One final question for you. We do not employ Scrum Masters or product owners, so we expect that our project managers can effectively serve in that role in Agile projects. Is that something you would be able to do, and how would you do that?
Well, that's a great question there, Leslie. And actually, in my current position, we really don't have product owners and Scrum Masters as well. Normally, the project manager was the individual who was assigned to lead and manage the Agile project. But I think that a project manager should be well-versed in both being a product owner and a Scrum Master. The product owner is the voice of the customer. And as a project manager, you have to be able to work with the customer, determine what their definition of value is, and hopefully effectively elicit requirements from them. But then the other job of the project manager is to manage the team as well. And that's the job of the Scrum Master. The Scrum Master makes sure that the team has everything that they need, that there are no blockers. So I think that a project manager should be able to effectively perform both positions because that's really part of overall project management.
Great. Most customers, as you know, want everything yesterday. So how do you prioritize user stories in a product backlog?
You know, that's a very important question as well. The number one priority is value from the customer standpoint. We really have to understand which features and functions they value the most. And we try to go ahead and prioritize those particular user stories highest in the product backlog. However, as the project manager, there are some dependencies that may not be a priority for the project sponsor or the project stakeholders, but need to be done first. For example, before I develop the new application, maybe I need to do some infrastructure work. So it's very, very important to be able to have that conversation with the stakeholders, with the customers, and let them know the order in which each user story is going to occur and the reason why it's going to occur in that particular order as well. Again, try to focus on their value and give them what they need first, but within the guidelines of dependencies that need to happen along the way.
That's great. Thanks so much, Robert. I've enjoyed hearing your thoughts. Are you available to meet with me early next week for a final interview before we make our hiring decision?
Yes, Leslie, I'd be delighted to go ahead and do so, and I look forward to seeing you again. Again, I've enjoyed our conversation and just want to say thank you very much for your time and the great questions that you were able to go ahead and ask.
Thank you. Perfect. I will send you a meeting proposal no later than tomorrow, and I appreciate your flexibility. Thanks so much for chatting again today.
Yes, thank you, Leslie. I look forward to meeting you again next week to talk some more.
Sounds great. Bye-bye.
Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Good job for Robert. He passed the technical interview and has a shot at the job if he has a strong final interview. What answers did Robert give that helped him secure the final interview? Think about how you would answer the same questions. Welcome to Pre-Interview Steps. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe guidelines to prepare for the final interview, discuss how to prepare for behavioral questions in the final interview. The final interview is the last stretch between you and the decision on the job offer. Alexander Graham Bell once stated, "Before anything else, preparation is the key to success." This statement is very true when preparing for the final interview. Preparing for the final interview will take more time than the actual interview itself. However, this time is well spent and will improve your overall chances of success. Let's examine some guidelines that will prepare you to impress and succeed in the final interview. Be well rested the day before the interview. Understand the company's mission, vision, and goals. This research will help showcase how your values and goals align with the company's. Also, research the interviewers beforehand and try to learn as much about them as possible. Social media websites such as LinkedIn are a great resource. If you have questions or need clarification before the interview, ask immediately. Don't assume. Prepare your value proposition, the quantifiable data you will share during the interview, and the questions you will ask. Get the logistics in place. For example, your attire, internet connectivity, travel schedule, stationery, certificates, and photos. With the technical skills assessed in the previous interview rounds, the final interview might pose some behavioral questions. Again, depending on the company, you might encounter behavioral questions throughout the interview process. How do you prepare for behavioral questions? First and foremost, be aware of the questions that the interviewer might ask. Let's review some common questions and how to prepare to respond. First, a common question is, how do you set goals? To respond to this question, it will benefit you to research goal-setting best practices. Also, be aware of SMART goals, which are specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. Now, another question. Can you work effectively under pressure? Answer this question honestly. Acknowledge that working under pressure is not easy. However, you can always state that pressure is an opportunity that drives you to deliver your best and develop timely solutions. Another interesting behavioral question is, how do you handle a challenge? You can share how you can stay calm and focused. Mention that you take a systematic approach, which includes identifying the root cause of the problem, developing potential solutions, analyzing options, and taking action. Share how a collaborative approach often yields the best results. When responding to the question, can you tell us about an unanticipated challenge you faced? Build on the process you shared to handle a challenge. Be ready with a story that you can use as a case study. A frequently asked question is, can you describe a time you handled a stressful situation successfully? Respond by sharing a personal story on how you handled a stressful situation. Focus on the skills you used to overcome this stressful situation and achieve success. Common skills you can reference include company, time management, the ability to prioritize, and attention to detail. If the interviewer asks you, can you tell me about a complex problem you solved at work? One way to respond is to show how you used practical root cause analysis to address a project that went off track or a process that was not efficient. Project managers should understand how to facilitate a root cause analysis. Use your response to highlight your understanding and ability to apply the methodology to achieve a favorable resolution. Here's a common question. When did you make a mistake last, and how did you handle it? Don't hesitate. Respond with sincerity. Outline your mistake, but don't dwell on it. Above all, don't place blame on others. Take accountability. Describe the actions or steps you took and the positive results. Finally, one of the most common questions is, how did you learn from a mistake you made? When responding, emphasize that everyone makes mistakes. Mistakes are a part of taking risks to achieve rewards. However, stress that the key is looking at the mistake as a learning opportunity to improve performance. When responding to the questions, use real-life scenarios. Be honest. These mentioned questions are a sample of common challenging interview questions. You might receive questions on your leadership and management skills, how to form and motivate teams, and so on. To ensure your responses are effective, you must prepare ahead, develop and practice responses to common behavioral questions. If possible, practice in front of a mirror. Record your responses on a smartphone and play them back. Ask your peers and friends to evaluate your responses. In this video, you learned that key aspects of preparing for the final interview include: be well rested, research the interviewers, understand the company's mission, vision, and goals, prepare your value proposition, quantifiable data, questions, be prepared with the logistics, be aware of the common interview questions. Some common interview questions include: how do you set goals? Can you work effectively under pressure? How do you handle a challenge? Can you tell us about an unanticipated challenge you faced? Can you describe a time you handled a stressful situation successfully? Could you tell me about a complex problem you solved at work? When was the last time you made a mistake, and how did you handle it? How did you learn from a mistake you made? When responding to the questions, use real-life scenarios. Keep it real, be honest. What tips can you provide to successfully prepare for an interview? What are some do's and don'ts?
So I think a lot of that preparation is about understanding the role that you're looking for and how that role fits into the overall company's mindset and goals. The other aspect is to really know your resume. And what I mean by that is when you're creating a resume, you might just list your past skills, but you haven't really thought through, okay, what are these skills and in what ways did I apply them? And can I call out specific anecdotal scenarios where I had to apply these specific roles to this job? So really thinking through your resume and having at the ready stories that you can tell and examples that you can give to really illustrate the skills that you've listed in your resume. That's absolutely critical. When you're interviewing, I think there's always things that you want to make sure that you're accomplishing, and probably some things to avoid. On the things you want to accomplish,
well, the best tip that I can give you is truly understand the company. Before you go to the interview, go to the company website, know what they do, know who they are, understand their mission, understand their vision, and if possible, try to understand a little bit about their culture and values as well. Secondly, truly understand the position that you are interviewing for and what is required. And if they hire you, you're going to be able to provide value. Prepare for questions. There are basically three types of questions. General questions that you normally receive at a preliminary interview, such as an HR screening or a first stage interview. Behavioral questions, which can be very, very challenging as well. This is something that you really want to practice. For example, how would you handle a conflict with a sponsor? That can be a very challenging question. And in addition, technical questions. This is project management. I can almost promise you a question you're going to receive is, your firm is experiencing an awful lot of scope creep for their projects. How would you go ahead and prevent that? Think about the questions that you may be asked and practice the appropriate question for the type of interview that you're having. And last but certainly not least, dress appropriately as well.
What are some do's and don'ts?
So I've been interviewing and have interviewed a ton of times. And when I go in for a first round interview, I still get nervous. So one of the tips for overcoming that is really just to practice and prepare. So you don't want to go into the interview sounding like you're reading off a script, but talking with a friend or a family member and having them ask you some questions that the interviewer might ask you, and thinking through what your response would be and actually giving that response and practicing that response can be really helpful to overcome that nervousness. Another challenge is overcoming like unexpected questions. So sometimes you'll get a question that just really throws you off, and that combined with some of the nervousness can really be challenging in that situation. So my advice would be just to stay calm, breathe. The interviewer isn't going to fault you for taking a moment to think about your answer. In fact, a lot of interviewers and hiring managers will actually prefer someone who gets a really challenging question and takes some time to think about the answer to that question instead of just starting to give an answer that they haven't thought about. So stay calm, take a deep breath, for a few moments about the answer to that question and then respond. And if you really don't have an answer, or if it's a question that you can't answer, it's always okay to, in a tactful way, say, I don't have an answer to that question, or can you clarify the question because I'm really not sure what you're asking. So there's ways that you can navigate even if you don't end up coming up with an answer. But the biggest thing is to just stay calm.
So one of the things that I've seen employees do as they really try to gear up for an important interview is, rehearsing the interview is really important. You want to rehearse, but you don't want to rehearse to the point where you're memorizing your answers. If you're actually regurgitating or just giving a speech based on some information that you've memorized, that's going to come across and it's not going to reflect well on you. You want to have rehearsed, but you want to have rehearsed enough so that your answers come across fluidly and sincerely, and not something that you're just reciting. That might seem like a simple step, but it's one that I've seen a lot of people make mistakes with. So don't recite your answers that are memorized during an interview.
Welcome to Attending the Interview. After watching this video, you'll be able to list the topics to improve your chances of success, summarize confidence considerations, explain how to use breaks to your advantage. Attending an interview can be stressful. However, it is important that you leave a positive impression from when you enter the office or log into the virtual meeting to when your interview or meeting concludes. It is said that first impressions are lasting. You have one opportunity to make a positive first impression. Let's review some tips to improve your chances of success. Be on time. Punctuality shows that you are disciplined and have a respect for the interviewer's time. If you're running late, call ahead. Do not arrive late and share an excuse. Dress for success. Try to determine the dress norms for your interview ahead of time. Do not dress down or do not overdress. When in doubt, business casual with a jacket works well for all genders. It may be beneficial to have a necktie available just in case. Bring the essentials to an interview. Avoid bringing in coffee, snacks, chewing gum, and so on. If you need water, bring a small bottle in your bag. Be polite to the receptionist and thank them for their time. Some firms ask the receptionist for their impressions of you as a part of their checklist. The receptionist may also be a great source of information. For example, ask the receptionist, "Do you think I need a necktie?" Your smartphone is not required. Put your smartphone in your pocket or bag and turn it off. Your interviewer's first impression of you should not be one where they picture you engaged with your smartphone. Be organized. At a minimum, have copies of your resume, a notebook, business cards, and a pen. Pack the minimum and be able to locate what you need in a matter of seconds. You may consider color-coded folders or an organizer for each document that you require. Make the first move. Greet your interviewer with a handshake and a smile. This action shows the interviewer that you are ready, confident, and self-assured. Make a connection. Try to find something you and the interviewer have in common. Be observant. If you know your interviewer, perform some initial research. Social media can be helpful. And find something you have in common. For example, you notice a college diploma from a university you attended. Comment on the fact that you both attended the university. This small icebreaker can lead to positive results. Employers are seeking individuals who have a solid confidence level and are self-assured. Here are some ways that you show your confidence during the interview. Greeting. Practice your initial hello and handshake. Determine if the culture dictates an alternate greeting and be ready to adapt. For example, many Asian executives may bow slightly during the initial introduction. Body language. Practice making eye contact and displaying good posture. Stay focused. Avoid folding your arms and fidgeting. Show you are alert and engaged. Breathing. Practice good breathing techniques. Practicing slow, deep breathing can help you maintain focus, collect your thoughts, and refocus if necessary. Prepare and rehearse. Be prepared to respond thoughtfully. Respond thoughtfully. Take your time when responding to questions. Use pauses and try to speak slowly. Address each question thoroughly. It is not off limits to say, "That's a good question. Let me think about that for a moment." Check your emotions. Show passion, but check your feelings at the door. Remain calm and positive, and always remember that your smile is a tool that can pave the way for improved relationships and win over an interviewer. Some interviews are time-consuming. For interviews exceeding 30 minutes or more, asking for a drink of water or a restroom break is acceptable if you need one. Limit the break to a few minutes and thank the interviewer for their consideration. If the interviewer offers a break, take it. Breaks are an opportunity to gather your thoughts, take a deep breath, and calm your nerves. You can also use this time to review your notes, drink some water, or use the restroom. In this video, you learned that you can use some of the following tips to make a good first impression. Be on time, dress for success, bring the essentials to the interview, be polite, silence your mobile device, be organized, make the first move, and make a connection. Some ways to show confidence during an interview include greeting, body language, breathing, prepare and rehearse, respond thoughtfully, and check emotions. If you need a break, don't hesitate to ask for a short one. Welcome to Answering Questions. After watching this video, you'll be able to describe how to answer questions, discuss questions you should avoid, and explain the STAR technique. Answering questions properly and adequately is critical to your success in an interview. Here are some tips on answering interview questions. Prepare for the interview. Anticipate the questions you are likely to receive and prepare and rehearse your responses ahead of time. In particular, consider the tough questions you might receive. Practice answering these questions before the interview. Share your proposed responses with trusted friends and mentors. Solicit their feedback and have your answers well thought out before they are asked. Think before you speak. Do not rush your answer. Pause a moment to ensure you are able to understand the question and mentally review your response. Take a deep breath. If need be, state, "That is a great question. Let me think about it for a moment." That gives you a few seconds to gather your thoughts. If need be, ask for additional time to respond. Using responses such as, "Can we get back to that question in a bit?" or "Can I do some research on this and get back to you?" are better responses than responding poorly. You may want to answer a portion of the question. You may respond, "I can answer this question in part." Promise to get back to the interviewer on the parts of the question you defer. Monitor your body language. It is said that your nonverbal communications are more often revealing than the words you share. Stay focused, make eye contact, nod, don't fidget, uncross your arms, and take notes. Don't forget your smile. Reword or paraphrase. Clarify the question. Consider rewording or paraphrasing the question to ensure your response is adequate. Respond with, "In other words," or "If I understand your question." Make sure you clarify any acronyms or ambiguous terms. Do not assume you understand their meaning. Confirm it. Use the question as a bridge opportunity. Answer the question, then draw a link to a topic you might prefer to discuss that is more comfortable for you. Find ways to share your key selling points in the interview, even if a specific question is not asked. Manage your demeanor. Always remain respectful and courteous. Do not let your emotions take the lead. Try to connect with the interviewer and consider using humor when it makes sense. Disengage when necessary. Let the interviewer know you finished a response and are ready to move on to the next question. Next, let's look at questions you should avoid asking. You have little control over the questions asked of you. However, you have control over the questions you can ask. If asked what you consider as an inappropriate question, respond as, "Nothing in my personal life that would stop me from being 100% committed to this position," or "Who I am personally will never interfere with my desire to work hard and excel in the job." Here are topics around which any questions will be considered inappropriate. Age, ancestry, race, citizenship, credit rating, criminal record, disabilities, family status, gender, military discharge, or sexual preference. Children, pregnancy, or child care arrangements. Height, weight, or appearance. Recreational drug use or sick leave history. Preferences for a certain type of candidate. And politics or religion. Now let's review the STAR technique, a common method used to prepare for behavioral and situational interview questions. STAR stands for situation, task, action, and result. You can use the STAR technique if a hiring manager or interviewer asks behavioral interview questions to determine your fit for the position. This method helps you prepare clear and concise responses using real-life examples. Let's define the STAR categories. Situation. Describe the situation and when it took place. Task. Explain the task and what was the goal. Action. Provide details about the action you took to attain this. Result. Conclude with the result of your action. Let's illustrate an example. You were asked, how do you normally approach problems? Can you share your process? You can share the process, the narrative for which might be, I took a process approach. I reviewed schedules, identified the problem, and searched for the root causes. I then collaborated with the team to identify the true root causes for delays. We developed solutions to fast-track some activities and crash others using available resources. When using the STAR technique, remember, you can use examples from work, home, or volunteering. Remember the KISS acronym. Keep it short and sweet. Respond in a conversational manner. Try not to appear too rehearsed. Be prepared to answer follow-up questions. Your examples will likely generate interest and additional questions. In this video, you learned that preparation, thinking before responding, monitoring your body language, rewording or rephrasing, and managing your demeanor are important to be successful in an interview. Avoid any questions or comments around personal life. Use the STAR technique to structure your response for a behavioral question. The STAR categories include situation, describe the situation and when it took place, task, explain the task and what was the goal, action, provide details about the action you took to attain this, result, conclude with the result of your action. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, responding to questions. In this video, get tips from experts for how to successfully prepare for interview questions. What have you found to be the best ways to prepare for questions?
There are normally three categories of questions. General questions. Tell us about yourself. General questions. Why are you here? General questions. What are your basic skills? How do you match to this particular position? Next, there are technical questions. This normally occurs during a technical interview that follows a first stage interview. Definitely understand key questions that are going to be asked about project management. And as a project manager, all of you are familiar with the triangle: time, cost, and scope. Definitely understand the process to develop a scope baseline, understand the process to develop a schedule baseline, and understand the process to develop a cost baseline, because chances are pretty good your technical questions will go ahead and address those particular areas as well. And write down your questions and practice them. As a matter of fact, if you think that there are certain questions, there is no problem with carrying your notebook and having certain questions with bullet points available. An interviewer is not going to penalize you if you say, well, could I have a moment to think about that? That's really a great question. And I think I have a little note on this, and just do a glance, but don't read it. Then look back and share your response.
I think the best way to prepare for questions is to video yourself. Find somebody who can ask you questions, just like what we're doing here in these videos. And prepare you research the questions, you give them to your buddy, and then get the video out and start recording yourself and prep. See how you look. See, you could even go so far as, do I want to wear this color or that color, and put my hair up or down or whatever. But look at what your face looks like. Look at your facial expressions as you're answering the questions. Have your friend be a little bit different than what you're expecting. Have them mix it up. Not all interviews are easy. Some people intentionally try to make people nervous during interviews. They might really get in your face with questions, or really dive in to take one situation and just keep drilling and drilling and drilling on it. And so, if you can have your buddy try different styles of questions, that would be great too, so that you're prepared to answer any type of conversation that you need to.
What have you found to be the best ways to prepare for questions?
A lot of the interview
prep questions to feel like an exam. And you don't want to have that mindset going into an interview. You want to go into the interview with a mindset of conversing with the hiring manager. So to prepare for interview questions, talk with people and have them interview you. And then that will help you understand what that conversation will be like. And I think will much better prepare you than just looking at a list of questions online. The way that I prepare for interview questions is to try to talk to people in the industry that are working in that field. A lot of times in the interviews that I've gone in, I've not only talked to hiring managers, but I've talked to specialists within the group that will be hiring me. So for example, when I was working at Microsoft and got hired into the role there, I talked to 7 or 8 different people. I was being hired for a very specific role, but I talked to people from marketing, I talked to people from the testing organization, from the software development organization, and the project management organization. And so trying to prepare for all of those questions can be very difficult. But when I was trying to get my head around what I needed to say in the interview, I actually talked to different people that were working in those roles to try to understand what they cared about, what their needs were, what their values were. And these were people that I knew from my personal life and from other work that I had done. And by talking to those people, I felt like I was getting a good picture of what each of the roles might be interested in. And I was able to kind of prepare for interview questions that way. I did look online at interview questions, but I rarely find those valuable. So talking to people that are actually doing the roles and getting them to ask you questions is the best way that you can prepare for those.
So I've been interviewing and have interviewed a ton of times. And when I go in for a first round interview, I still get nervous. So one of the tips for overcoming that is really just to practice and prepare. So you don't want to go into the interview sounding like you're reading off a script, but talking with a friend or a family member and having them ask you some questions that the interviewer might ask you, and thinking through what your response would be and actually giving that response and practicing that response can be really helpful to overcome that nervousness. And then another challenge is overcoming like unexpected questions. So sometimes you'll get a question that just really throws you off, and that combined with some of the nervousness can really be challenging in that situation. So my advice would be just to stay calm, breathe. The interviewer isn't going to fault you for taking a moment to think about your answer. In fact, a lot of interviewers and hiring managers will actually prefer someone who gets a really challenging question and takes some time to think about the answer to that question instead of just starting to give an answer that they haven't thought about. So stay calm, take a deep breath, think for a few moments about the answer to that question, and then respond. And if you really don't have an answer, or if it's a question that you can't answer, it's always okay to, in a tactful way, say, I don't have an answer to that question, or can you clarify the question because I'm really not sure what you're asking. So there's ways that you can navigate even if you don't end up coming up with an answer. But the biggest thing is to just stay calm.
Next, check out Robert's third and final interview. In this interview, Robert Mason has applied for an entry-level project manager role at ABC Company, a large electronics manufacturing company. The interviewer from ABC is Leslie Porter, a senior project manager. Please note, like in any interview, not all questions might be correct. Instead, focus on how the interviewee, Robert Mason, answered the questions.
Hello, Robert. Welcome back. I hope that you had a great week so far. Let me cut to the chase. ABC Company is a great place to work. However, this project management position will require some potential challenges. I want to present you with some of these challenges and get your thoughts on how you would address these.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again for your time there, Leslie, and it is nice to see you again. And hopefully you as well had a great week. And I look forward to go to your questions here. I'm sure they're going to be challenging, and I'll do the very best that I can to go ahead and respond.
Great. You'll need to make decisions quickly. So how do you make decisions and try to avoid possible conflict that may result from them?
Decision making is always a huge interpersonal skill challenge. As I shared earlier, I spent a lot of time in marketing. We had to make a lot of decisions. And now for the past couple of years as a project coordinator, decisions are an everyday dilemma that we have to go ahead and face. So one of the things that I found that is really effective when it comes to making decisions is to try to be as inclusive as possible. If you have time to go ahead and make the decision, I always try to go ahead and work with the individuals who are going to be impacted by the decision and share with them what needs to happen and try to get their input. That doesn't mean I'm going to be able to do it their way, but at least I want to go ahead and hear what they have to say, and they may be able to come up with some ideas that's going to assist with the decision. Now, there are times when you have to make a decision and you don't have an awful lot of time to collaborate with individuals. But whenever that is the case, at least I try to let the different stakeholders know that this is a decision that we're making and this is why we are doing it as well. The one thing that I really try to avoid is catching people by surprise. Now, there is one tool that I found to be pretty effective, and it's called nominal group technique. I learned that in my continuing education program. When there is a decision to make, we develop the different options, and then we let, when we have the time to do it, the stakeholders evaluate and prioritize each particular option. There was a case when I had to make a decision, and there were a variety of different ideas on what the best options were. But when the stakeholders were able to go ahead and prioritize these particular options, we took the one that was the highest priority. And while not everybody was happy with the decision, at least they were part of the decision-making process and they agreed to go ahead and give it a try.
Did everyone agree with the decision?
No, not really. There were still a few people who were a little bit skeptical, but because they had been involved and everybody had a vote, they at least agreed to disagree. And when we walked out of the room, we were all moving forward in the same direction. Yes, there was a little bit of skepticism, but at least the people were willing to go ahead and give it a try. And when that is the case, you make sure that if it's working, it's great. If it's not, go back to the drawing board and possibly change direction.
That sounds good. Have you ever had a conflict with a coworker? And if so, how did you handle that?
Unfortunately, conflicts are part of everyday life in the workplace. And one of the things that I learned a long time ago is that there's two types of conflict. One of them is what is referred to as good or functional conflict, and the other is bad or dysfunctional conflict. So the first thing that you have to do is recognize when there is a conflict. And I find that the best way to identify where there is a conflict is by walking around and meeting with my team and having conversations with them as well. But the greatest tool that I think that is important for a project manager when it comes to conflict management is active listening. Always try to go ahead and listen to the individual and try to understand what their opinion is. Where is their opinion, which is the definition of conflict, different than yours? And don't be judgmental. Try to put yourself in their shoes, try to empathize with them a little bit as well, and understand their perspective. Once you can understand their perspective, explain your perspective, and hopefully between the two of you, or maybe even more individuals, you can have a good conversation and collaborate and come up with a win-win situation.
Thank you. Maintaining stakeholder commitment and motivation is a challenge. How do you motivate a team to stay the course?
You know, the team is so important. I'm a firm believer that project management is not an individual sport. Most project managers cannot manage the project by themselves. They're very, very dependent upon the team. So what I have learned as a best practice is on day number one, when you have your project charter, sit down and try to identify who the key stakeholders are, who needs to be involved, who's going to be impacted by this particular project. Then define various roles and responsibilities for each particular stakeholder. One of the tools that I found that's very effective is the RACI tool. Assign individuals by responsible, accountable, consult, and inform. But then make sure that you engage with these stakeholders as well. Don't simply assign roles and responsibilities and assign it via an email and assume that everything is going to work out. You have to engage with each stakeholder, make sure that they understand what their role and responsibility is, and answer any questions that they may have, and work with them every step along the way in case there are blockers or issues that develop as you're trying to get the job done.
That leads me to a follow-up question here. How do you ensure communications with the team is effective? And can you walk me through your process a little bit?
Yes, communications is absolutely critical. One of the things that I learned from some of my managers, and I totally agree with them, a little quote, and I forget exactly who the manager was, but communications is the glue that holds the project together. So going back to the last question, we talked about identification of stakeholders. It's very, very important to make a determination early in the project what information is needed by each stakeholder and what is not needed. I am a firm believer that every project manager for a project should develop a communications management plan. The communications management plan lists each communication item, assigns responsibility for that particular item, and also defines who's going to be a recipient of that particular communications and why they're going to receive it. I try to build the communications management plan. I identify who the audience is for each particular communication item, and I try to let these individuals know ahead of time that you're going to be receiving this information and why it is important. Again, I don't know who the manager was who shared this with me, but in project management, effective communications is getting the right information to the right person at the right time in the right amount. So have that communications management plan. Make sure that all of the key stakeholders sign off on it, they buy into it, and follow it.
That's great. Here's another question. You have a team member who is not performing. What would you do?
Well, the first thing that I'm not going to do is chastise them and start playing the blame game, because that's going to take it from bad to worse. I always try to believe in an individual and that everybody has positive intent. So the first thing that I'm going to do is sit down with the individual and try to identify what the problem is. I'm going to explain that this is what I thought was going to happen. In my mind, it didn't happen. Tell me if I'm right or wrong. And I'd like to find out from you why it didn't happen, because here was the impact of you not following through, or perhaps this activity not being accomplished as well. And I try to go ahead and, again, assume that positive intent and try to find out what the root cause was for the non-performance. There may be some reason that is bona fide. Maybe the individual had an issue, and possibly I could have done a little bit better job understanding that this individual had some issues before I was expecting them to go ahead and follow through on a commitment. I probably could have improved the conversation and communication a little bit. But I will work with this individual, explain the problem, explain what the impact of the problem was, explain my expectations, and ask them, how can I assist you in trying to go ahead and perform better the next time? One of the things that I'll also try to do to motivate the individual is to try to find a way to get them excited about the project and the task that I'm asking them to do. Show them how they're going to achieve something special for themselves, maybe how they're going to be affiliated and working with a great team, or maybe empowered to go ahead and make a difference as well. But try to find some kind of a reason to allow them to care and value the positive aspects of what I'm asking them to do and how the results are going to be beneficial not only to the company, but to them as well.
Thank you. I won't lie, you will be working in a pressure-filled environment. How do you handle working under pressure?
Well, I know that working under pressure is very, very difficult. One of the things that I really try to do each particular day is to prioritize my work. I may have 10 different things that I need to do, but I try to figure out those top 3 or 4 things that need to happen. And how do I prioritize? I work very closely with my managers, with my customers, with my team members, with everybody that is dependent upon me. And I really try to take things one step at a time. In addition, one of the things that I don't do is to put adverse pressure on myself as well. I found a long time ago that you don't want to go ahead and overpromise and underperform. Last but certainly not least, as I kind of mentioned before, I'm a pretty good time manager, and I'm able to determine how long tasks are going to go ahead and take each step along the way. And when I do make commitments, normally I follow through on them. However, if I can't follow through or if something happens, I make sure that I alert my manager or the stakeholders ahead of time so that they're not caught by surprise. So I guess the best way to summarize working under pressure is take it one step at a time, do the very best that you can, dot the I's and cross the T's.
That's great. Our customers can be very demanding sometimes. So how do you work with customers to ensure that they're satisfied while still satisfying the needs of the project?
Absolutely. Another really great question as well. Again, I had the opportunity to take a lot of continuing education courses in project management. And the one thing that was really ingrained into my head was that as the project manager, you and the team do not necessarily define what quality is. Quality and value is defined by the customer. So the project manager needs to sit down with the customer and make sure that they truly understand what the customer's expectations are. And going back to my previous response, make sure that you don't overpromise and underdeliver. Because at the end of the day, when the project is complete and you want to go ahead and turn over the product or service that you created, it's not you or the team, but the customer who's going to determine if this project deliverable actually added the intended value that they were looking for as well.
Okay, Robert. Well, we have 2 final interviews that we're going to be finishing later today, and we should be making our decision in the next day or so. We'll definitely be in contact with you without delay once we have our decision. Do you have any questions for me?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity, Leslie. I really appreciate that. My first question is there anything that perhaps I can explain a little bit better, or do you have any questions in your mind about anything that I shared with you? And I'd love a chance to go ahead and expound upon it or clarify so that you have a better understanding.
Thank you. You said that you were pursuing the Certified Scrum Master certification. Do you think that certification will qualify you to work in the Agile environment?
You know, I really believe, Leslie, that it does. The Certified Scrum Master training was a 2-day training opportunity from the Scrum Alliance that was mandatory before I was able to get my Certified Scrum Master certification. And they walk you not only through the process, but they give you a lot of examples to go ahead and develop user stories and product backlogs and things such as this. So from a conceptual standpoint, I think I'm in pretty good shape. And I had the opportunity to work with some project managers who were actually implementing projects in my current job, and I was able to learn from them as well. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to say that I know everything about Agile and Scrum, but I understand the process. I understand the concepts. I've had some practical application of it, and I'd really love the opportunity, which is one of the reasons why I'm here today. If I am lucky enough to go ahead and get this position, to actually expand upon my skills and grow them in this particular job.
Great. Anything else?
Yes, if I may get a little bit personal, Leslie, what do you most enjoy about working in the current firm or your current job? What's the most pleasant aspect of your job?
Oh, I would definitely say I love the company and the culture and the people here. We're all focused on adding value to both the company and for our customers. So we all take our job very seriously, but we support each other and we've formed really strong teams. So I love working here.
Wow, that sounds great. Well, I'll keep my fingers crossed and hopefully get a positive call from you there. I'd love to become part of that particular team.
Great. Thanks so much, Robert.
Yeah, thank you again for your time, Leslie, and I hopefully look forward to talking with you and working with you in the future.
Sounds good. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
With the final interview completed, do you think Robert will get the job? Reflect on Robert's answers and consider how you would answer these same questions. Welcome to Core and Behavioral Interview Questions. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss how to respond to job and industry-specific questions, summarize tips for responding to skill and experience questions, explain how to respond to behavioral questions. Addressing questions during an interview is an art. A key ingredient to your success is understanding how to respond to different types of questions, typically industry-specific, skill and experience-specific, and behavioral questions. The interviewer might choose to ask questions in any order to assess if you are best fit for the role. Let's begin with discussing how you can respond to industry-specific questions. The interviewer might choose to assess your industry and company knowledge. To make sure that you are able to answer the interviewer, do your homework ahead of time. Research the industry and company conducting the interviews ahead of time. Understand their mission, vision, product mix, goals, and objectives. Then, map your values, passions, goals, and objectives to match those of the company. As an interviewee, you can proactively showcase your industry and company knowledge. When? You can showcase your knowledge when asked, "Tell me something about yourself." The response is your elevator pitch, your three-part overview that includes who you are, what you do, and what you want. Tailor your pitch to the industry and role you're applying for. For example, if you're applying for an IT project management position, introduce yourself as someone whose passion is providing new and improved technology solutions to make the lives of many easier. Break out what you do into the past, present, and future. For example, I began my career as a construction project manager, but then I transitioned into IT project management to satisfy my passion for the industry. I hope to take on greater responsibilities and share my skills and competencies with a company such as yours. That's why I'm here today. Next, let's look at skill and experience-specific questions. A successful project manager requires both technical and interpersonal skills to be successful. That said, each position emphasizes certain skills that are either required or preferred over others. Here are some tips on being prepared and responding to questions specific to skill and experience. Review the job description. Ensure you understand the required and preferred skills for the job. When preparing for the interview, make sure to focus on the specified skills. Highlight any strong skill you possess in any of the required or preferred skill areas. Be prepared to share examples of how you effectively applied those skills and achieved results in previous projects. Avoid highlighting skills that are not directly listed as required or preferred in the job description unless an interviewer explicitly asks you about other skills. Remember, the interviewer is mostly concerned about the skills that are required to do the job. There might be times when you don't have all the required or preferred skills. In such situations, do some research so that you can define the skill and understand why it's important. During the interview, acknowledge the shortfall and express a willingness to learn. Remember, very few job applicants match every required and preferred skill in the job description perfectly. An interviewer prefers to hire an individual who possesses several key skills and shows a willingness to develop those that may require improvement. For example, let's say that the job description specifies Smartsheet as a required skill. To bridge the gap, you can potentially perform the following steps before the interview. Go online and search for Smartsheet. Learn about what Smartsheet is and some features and functionalities of the tool. Map the similarities with any other familiar tool, such as Microsoft or MS Excel. During the interview, respond assertively that while you haven't experienced the tool, you are confident that you will learn the tool quickly. We discussed answering industry, company-specific, skill, and experience-specific questions. Finally, let's review how you can prepare for and respond to behavioral questions. To answer behavioral questions, you can use the STAR technique. STAR stands for situation, tasks, action, result. To prepare for an interview, think about potential behavioral questions you might be asked. For example, if you're applying for a project management position in human resources, conflict management is one of the key required skills. Think of a situation where you effectively handled conflict. Then, explain the task that drove the need to resolve the conflict, followed by the actions you took to achieve the results. Task. I began by identifying the source of the conflict and analyzed the situation leading to the conflict as best as I could. Action. I didn't jump to conclusions. I took time to understand all sides of the issue and did my best to understand all conflicting perspectives. I then worked with the conflicting parties, proposed solutions, and chose the best one. Result. I implemented the solution and evaluated the impacts. There were a few starts and stops, but in a short time, the two conflicting parties were working together and collaborating effectively. Interviewers often appreciate your ability to show how you used a step-by-step approach to achieve a result. In this video, you learned that there are 3 types of questions: industry-specific, skill and experience-specific, and behavioral. To answer industry and company-specific questions, you can research about the industry and the company. During the interview, use the tailored version of the elevator pitch to answer the question, "Tell me something about yourself." Tips to respond to skill and experience-specific questions include: review the job description, highlight any strong skills you possess, manage lack of skills and experience. Use the STAR technique to answer behavioral questions. STAR stands for situation, task, action, result. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints, Interview Questions. In this video, learn about the various types of interviews experienced by industry professionals and get tips to prepare for these interviews effectively.
I've been interviewed for many roles, and the interview types have ranged from problem solving, where someone will, for example, give me a coding problem on the board and I have to solve that coding problem. Some interviews have been strategic interviews. People will ask me questions about a specific problem that the company is facing and how I would, in the abstract, or potentially solve them. Other interview types are playing different roles. So you're applying for a software development role or a project management role, but what if you were a software tester, or what if you were a marketing person? How would you think about the business differently? And those types of interviews are really designed to get you to think about the business more broadly rather than just the specific role you're in. The other type of interview that was really popular at Microsoft and other technical companies was interview questions that would ask you to solve problems, or interviews styles that would ask you to solve problems. So one question I got asked one time was, come up with a test plan for a Coke can. That was a popular technical interview question that people would ask. But what the interviewer was trying to do is to see how you thought analytically and how you thought about solving problems that weren't at all part of the scope of the job, just to see how your mind works. So when you're thinking about interviews, you have to think about the potential that all of those types might be a part of how you might be interviewed, particularly for project management, because project management requires such a broad set of skills.
So interviews are unique. Each one is unique. And if you really sit back and reflect on it, you can tell that these interviewers that come to you have very specific things they're looking for. Sometimes you'll be in a panel interview. Sometimes you'll be in an online interview. Sometimes you'll be face-to-face with just one person. You'll get interviews where they're asking you really strange questions like, how would you test a television set, or how would you test a Coke can, or just really strange questions. You need to, with some of the preparation and rehearsal that you do, you can be prepped for those strange questions, but be adaptable, be flexible with your approach to those different scenarios. And don't be afraid, like I mentioned before, this is kind of the advice here. Don't be afraid to pause and ask questions. You'll find that interviewers are very happy to help you, to clarify. They don't expect you to know everything off the top of your head. So if you pause for a moment and ask for a clarification, that is a very acceptable thing to do in an interview. And so don't be afraid to do that.
What are some tips you can provide to prepare effectively?
So to prepare for an interview, there's a couple things that you should do. Research the company and the role for one. So make sure you understand a little bit about the company and the role that you are interviewing for. Rehearsing some common interview questions. So a big one that a lot of people start out with is, can you tell me a little bit about your experience? And this is where having a 30-second to 1 minute long elevator speech can really help you, because then you can answer that question right off the bat, and that gives you a little bit of confidence to get through the rest of the interview very easily. So rehearse some of those common interview questions and prepare. And then finally, all of the logistical details. So if your first round interview is a virtual interview, make sure that you have a quiet place that you can take the interview from, that your computer or your phone or whatever device that you're taking that interview on is fully charged, or you have a charging cable nearby. Thinking through all of those things to like the logistical things. If you're meeting someone in person and you're going to an office, thinking through and planning out the journey. So how are you going to get there? What time do you need to leave so that you can be there a little bit early? Is there security at the company that you have to get through, where you have to sign in before you can actually get to the place where you're going to be doing the interview? Because that always takes some time.
Be really conscious about the clothes that you're wearing, and that they're appropriate for the style of interview that you're doing. If you're in person, obviously head to toe, you need to be dressed in a way that represents you as a professional and a professional in that role or for that employer. If it's a company that you know is more relaxed on dress code, then one up it. You always want to be overdressed versus underdressed. Of course, at home, if you're doing a video, you have a little more leeway on what you wear, but still you really want to look professional from the waist up, and make sure that your background is very neutral. Blur it. If you can blur it, whatever app you're using for the video. And then practice where your eyes are looking. Make sure that you're centered. Make sure that you are representing yourself in the best way possible. Get all those things out of the way, beforehand, day beforehand, practice, whatever. Get all of that done so you don't have to worry about any of that at all. And then really focus on preparing questions and answers. Is as important for you to ask questions as it is for you to answer their questions. Through your questions, you're showing how well you research the company, how much that role means to you, how much that job means to you, and where you can really have a conversation with the person that's interviewing you, so that you can make an assessment of, is this the right company for me, as much as are you the right person for them. I would say don't have a lot of extraneous noise if you're at home. Don't show up late if you're interviewing in person. Be prepared with a bottle of water. If you're in person, they may not offer you something, although I think that's fairly standard, but take a bottle of water with you. If you're at home, have water ready to go in case you need to clear your throat. And then, just take a deep breath and stay calm and do your best.
Welcome to Trick and Illegal Questions. After watching this video, you'll be able to discuss trick questions, explain illegal questions and improper behavior. Some interviews may be more difficult than others. When interviewing for mid to high-end project management positions, the questions become more difficult. In some cases, trick questions may be used. Trick questions are used when the interviewer wants to learn about you and see how you handle yourself under pressure and in stressful situations, and observe your thought process and critical thinking skills. Trick questions may not pertain directly to the job you are interviewing for or your specific work experience. In other cases, they may ask you to respond to how you handle difficult scenarios that could present themselves in the position you're applying for. Let's illustrate 3 examples. Example 1, what are your weaknesses? This is a difficult question, and you must be careful about how you respond. Try to avoid sharing a weakness that directly relates to a key skill requirement for the position. Such a response, in essence, states, "I'm not qualified." Share something that cannot harm your chances. For example, I'm a perfectionist. Sometimes I need to slow down and not be so strict. Always add, I'm working on it. This answer responds to the question. It shows self-awareness, but it also shows you take pride in your work. It turns a negative into somewhat of a positive. Example 2. Why do you want to leave your current job? This is another trick question. For starters, do not say bad things about your current position. Simply state that you're looking for a position that provides greater opportunities. In addition, avoid saying negative things about the company. The interviewer will conclude that you are negative about your past jobs. You will likely be negative about the new job in the future. A good response is, I enjoyed my current job, but I believe this position is more aligned with my long-term career growth and development goals, and will be a great opportunity to learn new skills and gain new experience. Example 3. Tell me about a time you disagreed with a supervisor. This is a very tough question. Avoid negativism. Be objective. Address the situation in terms of what happened, how you address the problem, and the result. Address the problem, not the person. A potential response may be, my supervisor requested I take actions that were contrary to company policies. I stated that I understood the intent but pointed out the current policy that did not support my supervisor's request. We worked together to find a legal workaround that solved the issue. There are some questions that must be avoided. You should not ask them as an interviewer or as an interviewee. Personal questions should be avoided. Questions about an individual's weight, how they look, and their family status are illegal. For example, I see you're a single mother. How will this job impact your ability to care for your children? Another example is, do you have any disabilities that will impact your job performance? This is an illegal question that is discriminatory against those with disabilities. Questions about religion and politics are to be avoided as well. An individual's religion and political preferences have nothing to do with their qualifications to perform the job. If you're asked an illegal question, do not show anger and maintain your poise. Simply state that you prefer not to respond to the question as personal issues or personal political and religious beliefs will not interfere with job performance. Then politely ask for the next question. There are many behaviors to avoid that may be deemed as improper. This guidance applies to both the interviewer and the interviewee. Electronic devices. Do not use electronic devices such as cell phones during an interview. Electronic devices are convenient, however, they create a physical barrier and result in lost eye contact and focus. Use a notebook and pen if you need to take notes. Language. Avoid using profanity or language that may be deemed disrespectful or offensive. Ask people how they prefer to be addressed when the interview kicks off. For example, do you go by Robert or prefer Bob? Hostility. Avoid making derogatory statements about past jobs, companies you have worked for, colleagues, or managers. This sends a negative message about your character and professionalism. Personal relationship building. An interview should be confined to a professional conversation regarding the company's needs and the application's qualifications. Avoid any conversation or gestures that could be perceived as flirtatious or out of bounds. Arrogance. Avoid creating a perception where the interviewer sees you as arrogant. Show confidence, but also share some humility and show appreciation for the interview opportunity and a willingness to learn and grow. In this video, you learned that you should plan for trick questions and tough questions. Illegal questions and improper behavior must be avoided. Some tips to manage illegal questions include: do not use electronic devices. Avoid using profanity. Avoid making derogatory statements. Confine to a professional conversation. Avoid creating a perception of arrogance. You must plan, prepare, and avoid potential pitfalls. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints Difficult Questions. In this video, industry professionals share examples of tricks an interviewer might ask and illegal questions that should be avoided.
So there's a couple things that stand out to me with regards to those trick questions. One of them is, you'll find in most interviews when they get to the end of the interview, they will turn some time over to you as the interviewer to ask any questions that you might have. They're not doing that just out of courtesy. They're doing that to get a sense of your passion for the job. They want to see, are you really invested in this role? Because they're not just looking for somebody that can do the job. They're looking for somebody that really wants to do the job. So don't take that "do you have any questions for me" opportunity too lightly. Be prepared with some questions that you can ask that are compelling. And then there's always a number of questions that are that are kind of, they seem a little bit backwards and tricky, like, tell me about one of your greatest weaknesses. They're looking for, when somebody asks you a question like that, they're looking for something very specific. They want to know how honest you are. They want to know how self-aware you are and how able you are to offer self-criticism and provide a story that shows how you are aware and can move beyond and improve on those things that need improvement. So lots of trick questions out there. Those are kind of two that come to the top of my mind.
Well, first of all, what is a trick question? First of all, a trick question possibly doesn't pertain directly to the company or the job or even your work experience. It's not really skills based. What a trick question is an attempt by an interview to kind of put some stress on you, to put some pressure on you, and see how well you think out of the box. Let me give you an example of a trick question. What are your weaknesses? The worst thing that you can do is to share something that will harm your chances. For example, if effective facilitation is a required competency for this particular position, it would probably not benefit you to share, well, I really do a poor job at facilitation. As a matter of fact, I really hate facilitation. I get nervous and it never works out. You've just essentially told the interviewer that, hey, please feel free to go ahead and take me off your list. Try to turn this potential negative, what are your weaknesses, into an opportunity. One of my favorites. I like to share, I'm a perfectionist. Sometimes I need to slow down. And I know that I'm very, very strict, but I just want to do a good job. But I know that sometimes being a perfectionist is not the best. Sometimes you have to go ahead and accept that 80% solution, but I'm working on it. I'm doing my best. Here's another popular trick question. Why do you want to leave your current job? Do not, and let me put that in caps, do not say anything bad about your past company, about your past managers, or anything. Do not go ahead and put others in a bad light. Simply state that you're looking for a new position, that's why I'm here, that will allow me to better apply my development goals and learn some new skills that I want to go ahead and perfect. That keeps it positive.
Can you provide examples of illegal questions that should be avoided?
There are many questions that interviewers should not ask and that you probably should not ask of the interviewer. Many of them have to do with your personal life and what your values are in your personal life. Questions should always be focused on the job. So for example, an interviewer can ask, are you able to work 9 to 5 Monday through Friday? They shouldn't ask, are you planning to get pregnant anytime soon? Or are you planning to take vacations that are extended? Or do you have sick relatives? Those are not relevant for the job. If you answer the question, yes, I can work Monday through Friday from 9 to 5, then all of that other stuff is not relevant for your ability to get your work done. So I would listen for those things when you're being interviewed, and you can politely refuse to answer. You can provide alternate answers too. So if an interviewer said, do you have a sick relative? You can say, I'm able to work for the hours that this job requires. And that's a good way to kind of diffuse the situation, but also provide an answer that the interviewer may be asking for.
The interview meeting may vary depending on who you're talking to, and you may find yourself very comfortable talking with the interviewee, and they may feel very comfortable talking with you, and the interview then becomes more of a conversation. And you need to be very wary about that, because that's when, for no bad reason, somebody may ask you a question that's inappropriate during an interview. Inappropriate questions would be anything about your current marital status, your sexual orientation, your gender, for women, whether you're pregnant or not. For men, I can't think of any that would be analogous to pregnancy, but anything that infringes on your own personal beliefs, religion, race, anything like that. anything that is personal background about family, or anything that's just not relevant to the job at hand, I think is inappropriate. The ones and then employment law varies by country, and so what's illegal in the U.S. may not be illegal in a different country, and vice versa. But in the U.S., it's the illegal questions are anything that has to do with race, gender, marital status. Anything along those lines that are classified as discriminatory.
Welcome to Salary Negotiation. After watching this video, you'll be able to summarize tips for effective salary negotiation, discuss a total compensation, explain a fair offer. Negotiating salary is a step closer to getting the job. However, as daunting as it can be, negotiation is an important part of the job search process. Let's begin with some tips to help you effectively address and negotiate your salary needs. Tip 1. Research industry salary trends. Research the average salary range for the position you are seeking and consider the industry and geographic location of the position. The research will provide a benchmark for you to use when determining your value and worth. Tip 2. Don't underestimate your value. Consider your education, experience, skills, and other factors that can influence your compensation. You should market and share your skills that might justify a salary offer at the high end of the fair salary range. Tip 3. Have a salary range in mind. For example, your research might justify a salary range of $60,000 to $80,000 for the project management related position you're applying for. You can negotiate for a single salary rate, for example, $70,000. A salary range allows both you and the employer to be more flexible during the salary negotiation stage. Tip 4. Optimally, wait for the employer to initiate the salary discussion. If they don't initiate the discussion, ask politely if it is a good time to discuss salary. It is best to present a salary range you believe is fair. Ensure you're willing to accept a salary proposal within that range. Expect the employer to offer at a low end. Be prepared to justify why you believe the offer should be at the higher end. Be confident and professional when discussing your salary. Tip 5. Be prepared to walk away. If your employer is not willing to meet your minimum salary requirement or offer additional total compensation benefits that make it worth your while, continue your job search elsewhere. Be respectful, thank the employer for the offer, and politely let them know that the proposal does not meet your expectations. You now have some tips on negotiating a salary. Related to your salary is the total compensation package, which includes much more than just the salary you receive. You should understand the value of the total compensation package before you finalize salary negotiations and agree to an offer. Total compensation packages vary by company. Additional compensation beyond strictly salary may include bonuses and commissions. Some jobs offer an initial sign-on bonus. Others offer a combination of base salary and commissions. Paid time off. This is a plus. Your job is important, but your work-life balance is important as well. Factor in paid time off. It matters. Medical, dental, and vision insurance. Research the cost of this insurance if you were to contract for it on your own. The costs are high. You need to include this value as a part of the overall compensation package. 401k or other retirement savings plans. Some companies offer matching 401k contributions or reduced cost employee stock purchase programs. Other companies may offer stock options for higher-end positions. Factor this into the total compensation package evaluation. Childcare, flexible work hours, and subsidized training and education. This is another benefit to consider. Having considered the total compensation, let's look at some considerations to determine whether or not a salary offer is fair. The industry and location of the company impact salary. Salary ranges for a project manager in a high-tech industry located in a large metropolitan area are likely to be higher than a position with a smaller, non-technical company in a more rural area. Your experience, knowledge, training, and accomplishments must be considered. Review the job description. Are you lacking some job qualifications? If so, you may receive an offer in the lower range. Do you meet or exceed the job requirements? If so, negotiate a salary in the mid or higher average salary ranges. Don't forget to factor in compensation beyond the actual annual salary offered. These numbers matter. In this video, you learned that negotiating salary can be daunting but important. Some negotiation tips include Research industry salary trends. Don't underestimate your value. Have a salary range in mind. Wait for the employer to initiate a discussion. Be prepared to walk away. Total compensation includes salary you receive, bonuses and commissions, paid time off, medical, dental, and vision insurance, 401k or other retirement savings plan, childcare, flexible work hours, and subsidized training education. Considerations for a fair offer include industry and location of the company, your experience, knowledge, training, and accomplishments, compensation beyond the actual annual salary. Welcome to Expert Viewpoints Job Offers. In this video, get recommendations about how to handle job offers and what to do if a job offer is not received.
So when a job offer is received, you should get something in writing. And so read through the document that's provided to you. Make sure that it reflects everything that you've discussed and agreed upon in any interviews or any verbal meetings that you've had. And then also read through it for the conditions of employment. Go through step by step, the terms of employment, the terms of leaving employment, what the offer is from a salary perspective, what the benefits are. Look closely at, for the US, look closely at your health insurance benefits, and really for anywhere, but I'm most familiar with that realm. And then any sort of retirement or 401k, any of those additional incentives to join the company. Also, any negotiations that you've done, make sure that your understanding of what those negotiations were and are reflected in the right terminology. And so that could be anything from maybe a hiring bonus to vacation or a start date, anything like that. So really go through with a fine-tooth comb. If you need to, have your lawyer look at it. If there's anything in there that you don't understand. But also if you have questions, go back and ask your potential employer for clarification, because they should be able to help you understand everything that's in there. And then you're also hearing it in their words as well, and further reflects their understanding of what's included in the job offer.
So one of the really important points of advice relative to receiving that job offer is to just take the time to reflect or to respond with an offer of gratitude and appreciation for the offer that's being extended. You will hopefully be in a situation where you have multiple offers to consider, and even if it's an offer from someone that you don't think you're going to accept, you should still take the time to extend that gratitude through an email or a phone call, to express gratitude for the time that they've spent in considering you. If it is a job that you think you're going to accept, take a couple extra steps in that messaging to say, thank you so much for your consideration. I'm excited about this opportunity. There's a couple things that I need to do to make sure that all of my ducks are in a row and I'm lined up to accept this. So give them a time frame. I will get a response to you within 24 hours. But reaching out after the interview is an incredibly important process that they will notice.
What do you recommend if a job offer is not received?
If you interview for a position and you don't get the job, the best thing that you can do is to first of all learn from it and make sure you understand areas maybe where you need to beef up your skill set or get more experience. Sometimes hiring managers will be open to providing that feedback. In most cases, what I like to see as an interviewer and what I've done as an interviewee is to send the hiring manager or the recruiter a polite note thanking them for their time and for the opportunity that they gave you to interview with them. If I had a good rapport with the hiring manager as an interviewee, I might ask them for feedback. Would you please provide me with some insights into what I could have done better or skills that I was lacking? And occasionally a hiring manager will provide that for you so you can do better the next time. Sometimes I've gotten notes from interviewees where
they've really pressed the subject and they wanted to know exactly why they didn't get hired. And those questions to me can be inappropriate because sometimes I can't tell them. There's legal reasons, things that I can't say in response. And so when an interviewee presses that point too much, it can come across as aggressive and uncomfortable. So always start with a polite note, thanking them for their time. And then occasionally you might want to get some feedback when you feel like the situation warrants it.
Well, first and foremost, don't stop your job search and do not stop applying for other opportunities. Accept the situation, accept your emotions, give yourself a little bit of time to go ahead and process this. Most people do not get their first or second or third job at the first, second, or third interviews. This is a process. It takes some time. Be gracious. Stay connected. As a matter of fact, before you leave the room, one of the things you may want to request is, well, I'd be curious to see if there are any other roles or positions that you might think I'm eligible for. And I really would appreciate any feedback that you can go ahead and provide me in terms of how can I improve my interviewing skills. Next, reflect on the interview process. Do a retrospective. What went well? What can I do better next time? And whatever changes are required, don't be afraid to make those changes. Sometimes the interview process, you start out at good, you get better, and then hopefully you can become great at this. And when you become great at it, hey, you might be able to get that job of your dreams. Last but not least, consider what you liked about the job, but consider what you didn't like about the job as well, because sometimes not getting selected for an offer is a blessing in disguise. Sometimes maybe there is something different out there for you, and you just have to be patient and have confidence in yourself that sooner or later that right offer will come along.